10 years of chaos in the kingdom, mountains and rivers in turmoil, natural disasters and human calamities. The novel Disaster Years is marketed as a disaster story, but actually tells a sweet and loving wife story. Damn mountain bandits. How am I supposed to survive? All my grain is gone. Boo-hoo. A disheveled woman cried loudly, hitting the ground with her fists. The old, broken door was wide open, and tables and chairs were scattered everywhere. The house, looted completely, was exposed for all to see. Shen Miaoqing hurried past the dilapidated door, head bowed. The dry air was mixed with a suffocating smell of blood. The woman's wailing sent a shiver down her spine. Qinger, where did you go? You just woke up, your head wound isn't healed. You shouldn't have gone out. An old wooden door creaked as it was pushed open from inside. A woman, wrapped in a cloth headscarf, with a gaunt face and pale complexion, peeked out. The moment she saw her, her words were filled with both blame and concern. A force pulled her inside. Mother. Shen Miaoqing lowered her head and softly called out. What is this? Lin Yang noticed the bamboo basket hanging on her arm and asked suspiciously. Before Shen Miaoqing could speak, Lin Yang's expression changed. She suddenly pushed her and led her into a small room at the corner of the corridor. Rest well. Don't come out, Lin Yang said nervously, whispering hurriedly. Bang! The old wooden door closed again. Inside, the space was cramped, with only a bed and a table. The window was sealed with paper and wooden slats. After closing the door, the room was dark and cold. Shen Miaoqing frowned slightly. A storm was about to begin. Lin Yang? What are you doing? Are you sneaking around stealing from the third house? A sharp, piercing voice came from outside, loud and clear.
No.
I didn't. Shen Miaoqing heard her mother's nervous voice. The aggressive voice didn't stop. It kept repeating those harsh words. She had been hearing them for days and was starting to get used to it. Shen Miaoqing put down the bamboo basket and tiredly lay on a musty quilt. Her forehead, scraped and aching, throbbed painfully. The pain was intense, but much better than the first 2 days. She had transmigrated into this book. The original owner was unlucky. She witnessed bandits robbing the village, a bloody scene that scared her half to death. She panicked and dodged, but in her haste, she hit her head on the corner of a table and died. When she took over this body, the original owner had already passed away. Her own body had died from late-stage stomach cancer. She didn't expect that a novel called Disaster Year, which she read before dying, would give her such a chance at rebirth. The story mainly describes a girl born during a disaster year, fleeing from famine and saving a noble prince. The prince is attracted by her appearance and personality, and he dotes on her completely. Shen Miaoqing was initially drawn in by the book's summary. After reading it, she found it was just a story about a spoiled girl in a disaster, which she found boring and decided to abandon. The only thing she disliked was that the heroine's cousin had the same name as her, but she was just a villainous, ugly character who was killed off early. Unfortunately, she has become this villainous, ugly character. Now, she is still in the beginning part of the story. The country is in chaos, with natural disasters, human calamities, and bandits running wild. When the heroine's family is robbed by bandits, they choose to flee their homeland and begin a journey of escape. Father, you're back? How did it go? Did you hear any news? Soon, loud footsteps and noisy voices came from outside the house. The officials in the county town have all fled. The city is empty. I heard the bandits are coming, and everyone has run away. Old Mr. Shen's hoarse voice trembled as he spoke. His rough, cracked fingers held a cigarette, took a couple of puffs, and let out a heavy sigh. What should we do now? Move away. Old Mr. Shen clapped his hands, his voice firm and strong despite his age. Call the eldest and second sons. Pack up tonight. We leave tomorrow. What? Move away. Where can we go? This place is our home. If we leave, we'll have no roots. I've heard that the South has fertile land under the Emperor's rule, far from the border, with no natural disasters or human calamities. We should go there. The voices outside were lively and loud, like a heated argument. Shen Miaoqing clearly knew the original story. After old Mr. Shen returned from his trip, he made the decision quickly and led the whole family on a journey to escape. Old Mr. Shen has 3 sons, all married. The eldest son is Shen Miaoqing's father, the head of the family. The second and third sons, along with the rest of the family, totaling more than 10 people. If the whole family had calmly escaped together, supporting each other and working as one to find a better life, Shen Miaoqing wouldn't have abandoned her writing. Unfortunately, this is a story about being spoiled and pampered. Shen Miaoqing's family was just a small, insignificant role, discarded and forgotten before the escape. If she hadn't traveled here, the original owner, who had a head injury and was bleeding badly, wouldn't have been abandoned by her parents. Besides her, there were 2 weak, young children. The second and third wives, afraid of being dragged down by the sickly, large family, also wanted to share the grain. They conspired, causing conflicts, and tricked old Master Shen into leaving the main family behind before fleeing. Left behind in the old house, Shen's family was likely to be robbed by bandits. Her father died protecting his wife and children, and her fragile mother was also humiliated and died from bleeding. At that time, the original owner was seriously injured and died. Her 2 young brothers, starved and desperate, were captured and eaten by the bandits. The main family, who died early, is briefly mentioned at the beginning, mainly to show the brutality of the bandits and the tragedy of human conflicts. Shen Miaoqing sighed secretly. No matter what, surviving is the most important. Since she was using the original owner's body, she must change the ending of the story. The second wife's loud voice interrupted. While we were out working, the main family stole our things. Their grain was already not enough, and they still stole food. I saw it when I came back. Her tone was sharp, harsh, and aggressive. Lin Yang was stunned by this sudden accusation. Facing everyone's gaze, she nervously shook her head. I didn't. The third wife, with delicate features, frowned slightly, her eyes showing some sadness. Lin Yang, how can you do this? I know Qingyao was sick. I just gave her a boiled egg this morning, and I didn't treat her badly. How could you steal from us when we weren't home? That's not true. Lin Yang, as the eldest sister-in-law of the third family, usually tolerated minor troubles to keep peace at home. Her gentle, timid nature and poor speaking skills meant she was often overshadowed by her 2 sisters-in-law, unable to speak out. Now, accused by the 2 wives, one playing the good cop, the other the bad cop, she looked flustered, with a pale, yellowish face, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, whispering that she didn't do it. How dare you still deny it? Lin Yang, we respect you as the eldest aunt. You usually take good care of our main family. Now, during this food shortage, how could you steal from the household food? The second aunt scolded fiercely, speaking quickly and loudly. Lin Yang's weak protest was barely audible, like a mosquito's buzz, completely drowned out. I really didn't do it. Panicking, Lin Yang's eyes reddened. Seeing her parents' increasingly cold gazes, she wanted to explain but was not given the chance by the 2 aunts. The second aunt continued, her words rapid and clear, with a strong tone. When I returned, I saw Brother San and Brother Si holding half a cake each, eating happily. I was surprised because it looked familiar. Turns out it was the grain cake hidden by our mother under the rice jar. Hearing this, old Madame Shen, who had been quietly watching, suddenly stood up in shock. She rushed into the kitchen. Oh my goodness! My heavens! How dare you steal emergency food? Soon, loud crying and scolding came from the kitchen. The second and third aunts exchanged glances, their faces showing a fleeting look of glee. In a corner, an old, worn wooden door was pushed open with a creak, the sound sharp and startling. This briefly interrupted the heated scene. Grandpa and Grandma, my mother didn't steal anything. Shen Miaoqing hurried out, moving too quickly and feeling faint. But she ignored her dizziness and spoke quickly in a hoarse voice. My mother didn't steal anything. Second aunt and third aunt are falsely accusing her. I was picking wild vegetables on the mountain. When I came back, I saw Brother San and Brother C holding cakes and eating. Sixth sister was there too, and she saw it as well. Shen Miaoqing, weak from illness, spoke softly but clearly. In the corner, Shen Shirling, who had been silently watching, shrank her pupils and stiffened at her words. Everyone's eyes turned towards Shen Shirling. Shen Shirling looked around, then said, "I was watching the road. Sixth sister was right next to us, greeted the two brothers, and then we all came back together." "Sixth sister, isn't that right?" Shen Miaoqing knew what Shen Shirling was about to say and cut her off to prevent her from distancing herself. Under her curved willow leaf eyebrows, her bright, clear eyes looked seriously at Shen Shirling. Shen Shirling frowned slightly and pursed her lips in displeasure. Her brow was slightly furrowed, and she looked at the person in front of her, noticing that they seemed different from their usual honest self. The familiar feeling she had was more like her appearance before she fell into the water at age 7. "That grain cake was something my parents carefully saved and didn't eat. Sister, don't misunderstand," Shen Shirling said sincerely, her voice soft, hiding her inner doubts. "I thought that grain cake looked familiar. I even thought it was given by our grandma," she added. "My younger brother is naturally weak and often sick. He just fell ill yesterday and has been bedridden, so he couldn't have had the strength to steal the grain cake. As for my mother, you know her personality. She's never stolen anything from the family all these years. We respect you both and treat our sisters-in-law kindly," she explained. As she spoke, Shen Miaoqing, looking weak and tired, coughed softly. Her thin body looked fragile and exhausted, and her tone carried a hint of grievance. Usually quiet and reserved, Shen Miaoqing now had red eyes and looked upset. She spoke slowly but clearly, with logical clarity. Old Madame Shen's face changed slightly upon hearing this. Her suspicious gaze scrutinized the wives of the second and third branches. Mrs. Su from the third branch looked stiff, revealing a careless mistake. Those two useless women had secretly gone somewhere to eat without others noticing, and that girl saw them. Old Madame Shen knew well the personalities of her 3 daughters-in-law. When Shen Miaoqing mentioned it, she quickly thought and changed her stance. The gentle, kind-hearted nature of the first branch was, in fact, cowardly and useless. They didn't dare steal anything, not even small items. She felt protective of her stored emergency food and was furious, losing her temper. Realizing what was happening, she understood immediately that it was the second and third branches' doing, reckless and wasteful. That was her life-saving food. Lin Yang from the second branch was stunned and angry. Now that the old lady had figured it out, it was no longer possible to continue blaming others. She was worried the 2 elders would get serious. Thinking this, Lin Yang glared angrily at Su Sanyang. They had wasted the eggs she had sent out. "Maybe I was just tired and saw things wrong after working. It was our mistake, sister-in-law," Lin Yang said, not foolish enough to keep blaming others. She reined in her arrogance and forced a smile. "The grain cakes of those 2 kids were saved and not eaten by me and third brother. It was just a misunderstanding," she added. Su Sanyang, feeling guilty, quickly echoed Shen Shirling's words to smooth things over. In her heart, she secretly rolled her eyes at Shen Miaoqing, feeling angry. On weekdays, she appeared honest and simple, but her words were surprisingly sharp. She was easily exposed in just a few words, and her face showed her embarrassment. She was careless, thinking that Lin Yang was slow and dull, and that she and Li Ernyang could work together to prevent her from making any excuses. Who would have thought?
Bang!
Old Madame Shen slammed the table loudly, making a loud thud. She was angry and frustrated, crossing her arms and shouting, "Can my stored grain just disappear into thin air?" She knew very well who took the grain. Her heart was heavy with worry about the grain cakes, and she didn't plan to let this matter go easily. Old Master Shen looked at his daughters-in-law and granddaughters present. He saw the guilty-looking second and third wives and understood what was going on. They were about to leave to escape hardship tomorrow, and at this moment, they were arguing over a few grain cakes, endlessly. Women are such trouble. Enough, enough. What are you all arguing about? The most important thing now is to pack up quickly. We leave early tomorrow morning. That's the end of it. Old Master Shin's voice was as loud as a bell. His face, full of wrinkles, was stern as he scolded. Old Madam Shin looked at her husband and then at her two quiet younger sons, feeling increasingly dissatisfied with her two daughters-in-law. But those grain cakes must have ended up with the four grandsons. At this point, if they ate them, so be it. They are really debt collectors. The grain was ultimately shared with them. What's so secretive about it? Shin Miaoqing lowered her head silently. Once old Master Shin, who was trying to smooth things over, spoke, the matter was basically over. But Shin Miaoqing kept pushing, which only made the two main decision-makers in the family more displeased. Being aggressive would only put her at a disadvantage. Knowing when to stop could also make the two elders feel a bit guilty and sympathetic toward the main household. Lin Yang, with tears in her eyes and a glimmer of tears in her eyes, gently wiped her tears, then forced herself to stay calm. She took her daughter's hand and said, "Your body isn't fully recovered yet. Why did you go out to dig wild vegetables? Aren't you afraid of danger? Go back inside and rest well." Shin Miaoqing's eyes flickered slightly. Her dull voice was neither loud nor soft. "Mother, I'm fine. There isn't enough food at home. I thought if I went out to dig some wild vegetables, everyone could eat a little more and wouldn't go hungry." Everyone present heard this clearly. Old Madam Shin looked up and glanced at Shin Miaoqing a few more times, her dissatisfaction growing. Look at how sensible the young lady of the big house is. Even after banging her head, she still knows to dig wild vegetables to help with the family expenses. Those little troublemakers only know how to secretly steal grain and eat in secret. Truly. Under old Master Shin's serious and impatient face, the simple, tasteless dinner of clear soup ended. In the dark, narrow house, Shin Miaoqing relaxed for a while, and the dull ache in her head gradually faded. Seeing no one around, she moved her mind and disappeared inside the small room. Her figure entered the Jade Ring Spirit Spring space. In this ethereal space, a small patch of Spirit Spring appeared before her. She looked up, and everywhere she saw was barren land. Shin Miaoqing skillfully went to the Spirit Spring, scooped up some cool water, and took 2 sips. The fresh, cold water spread across her tongue, easing her dry throat and helping her feel a bit more awake. Besides crossing into this book world, she also had a small, golden finger, the jade ring. This was a treasure left by her grandmother before she died. Before crossing into this world, she accidentally discovered that the jade ring hid a blessed land. The space originally stored all kinds of goods, planted fruits and vegetables. Since she arrived in this world, everything disappeared. Even the large spirit spring shrank to just the size of a well opening. Shin Miaoqing's initial joy turned into regret. But having something is better than nothing. Although the items vanished, the space still existed, and the portable space was very useful. She carefully planted some wild vegetables near the spirit spring, watering them with a little spirit spring water before leaving the space. Spirit spring water isn't some magical cure-all that heals all diseases or injuries. That's just in novels. Otherwise, with her spirit spring in her palm, she wouldn't have died of stomach cancer in her past life. This water at most makes the drinker feel refreshed and healthier, improving their constitution if they are normal. Long-term drinking can change skin quality and reduce illness. If someone already has health problems, the effect of spirit spring water is minimal. Spirit spring water doesn't have much effect on the human body, but works wonders for plants. It can make dead trees reborn, shorten growth cycles, and make mature fruits and vegetables taste better and be crisper. Mother, you're really something. You can't even handle this small matter. Stealing grain cakes and not sharing with me, and making me hide it from you. Shun Shirling said unhappily. Su Sanyang painfully took half a wild vegetable cake from the cabinet and handed it over. Hey, it's because your 2 brothers were hungry and making a fuss. Here's the improved and simplified version of your text. Do I also keep a cake for you? Shin Shirling was finally satisfied and took the cake. When she was born, a fortune teller said she was destined for wealth and happiness, so good things should come to her first. Thinking about Shen Miaoqing, who was acting strangely today, she felt unhappy. She was the same age as Shen Miaoqing and often compared herself to her. But her looks were not as good, and even the matchmaker, who came to propose marriage, only liked her sister. Looking at the wild vegetable cake in her hand, she changed the subject. Mother, since we didn't succeed in stealing the cake, does that mean we still have to bring Debo and his family with us? Su Sanyang looked at her daughter with confusion, signaling her to continue. Shen Shirling leaned closer to Su Sanyang and whispered softly. You mean? Su Sanyang looked uncertain. Mother, do you really want to watch Debo's family come with us? Their health is poor, and when the time comes, Grandpa and Grandma will favor Debo's family. It's better if we just leave them behind. Su Sanyang thought quickly, clenched her teeth, and said, You're right. Shen Shirling watched her mother walk away, her eyelids slightly drooping, her pupils dark and deep. She only wanted what was best for everyone, for the family. It would be better if Debo's family didn't come along. The journey is dangerous, and her mother said they are useless burdens. It's better to leave them early. Rather than being abandoned halfway, it's better to stay and face whatever comes. The next morning, the sky was faintly dark. Old Shen sat in the main hall all night, without sleep. His eyes, red and tired, looked blankly at the door. His wrinkled face was worried and impatient. He kept fiddling with his rolled-up cigarette. Old Li had promised that both families would leave early in the morning, so why was there no sound? Old Shin was anxious, and his fingers had been burned by the cigarette several times. Father and mother, are we all leaving together today to escape? Su Sanyang watched their expressions carefully, her eyes darting around. Yes, Old Shin replied in a low, sharp voice, glancing at his two sons and daughters-in-law who had arrived early. If everyone leaves, what will happen to our house and land? Shin Sanlang asked worriedly. Yes, this land was left by our ancestors. If we leave, we'll be rootless, Shun Erling added. Li Sanyang and Su Sanyang exchanged glances secretly, then sighed and nodded, pretending to be sad. Old Master Shin frowned and was about to speak, but Shin Sanlang quickly interrupted him. Honestly, I think we should leave Big Brother's family at home. If someone stays to guard the house, we still have a connection to our roots. As the eldest son, Big Brother should stay, Shun Sanlang said, pretending to care deeply for the family. I agree. We can leave everything to Big Brother, so when we come back, we won't be left homeless, Shun Sanlang added. Plus, Big Brother's two children are still young and weak. The girl, Qing, also hurt her head and hasn't recovered. How can they endure the hardships of fleeing? According to his wife, it would be a waste of food to leave them. Shin Erlang continued to agree with Shin Sanlang, speaking in a caring tone, trying to look sincere and thoughtful. Old Madam Shin's expression was subtle. She didn't speak, but looked at her husband. Old Master Shin's face softened slightly, seeming to listen to his son's words. Upon reflection, their reasoning wasn't entirely unreasonable. Leaving the eldest at home could preserve their roots, and their children indeed looked fragile. But thinking of how brutal the bandits were, Old Master Shin took a couple of puffs from his cigarette, contemplating whether this plan was feasible. Outside the main hall, hurried footsteps sounded. Before the person arrived, a worried voice came through. Sir, this isn't right. Shun Miaoqing and Shin Dalong entered together. Shin Miaoqing's face changed slightly. Leaving us here just means waiting for death? The bandits are ruthless, and the officials have all fled. If we stay, not only will we not be able to guard the house, but when you don't return, our bones will rot in the ground and no one will know. Father, mother, do you want to end our lives? Shin Miaoqing's tone was cold and harsh as she looked at the group. Shin Shirling secretly felt something was wrong. Why would their family come out at this time? She had a bad premonition. Big sister, don't say that. We're all thinking of you and the younger brothers, Shin Shirling said sincerely, pausing slightly. Then you can stay, Shin Miaoqing replied bluntly. Shin Shirling was stung and looked embarrassed. Dad, I can take care of my wife and children. I won't hold you back, Shin Dalong promised in a muffled voice. Seeing his respected parents and beloved brothers, Shun Dalong felt a cold wave sweep through him. His parents seemed to think their family is useless. Big brother, isn't this because of your family situation? Miss Qing and the two boys are weak and sick. Traveling is hard, and it's better not to suffer too much. Shin Samling frowned, feeling dissatisfied. He didn't think his actions were wrong. Yes, the journey is long. It's hard to take care of your family's weak and thin members. When bandits really come, your family should find a good place to hide. If the bandits can't find anyone, they won't bother you. Shin Erlang's eyes flickered as he watched the expressions of Shin Laoi and Shin Laomu. Your two younger brothers are right. The main house isn't suitable for such a long trip. Your brothers don't have time to take care of everyone. Old Shin exhaled smoke, his face lined with age and weariness, looking indifferent as he spoke, avoiding the difficult expressions on his eldest son's face. Besides, I left the house and land for you. You stay and guard the family and land, keeping the Shin family alive. Qing Shan, don't blame me. You've always been obedient and sensible. Having the house and land isn't a loss for him, after all. Father, over the years, Sister Lin has worked hard, cooking, washing clothes, and doing chores. I also study and paint to help the family. You've seen all this. Everyone knows how brutal the mountain bandits are around here. They all wish to escape far away. Yet you still want us to take risks. Father, I am your son too. Shindalong's voice was full of tears and sorrow, each word filled with grief and despair. His eyes were moist, and a cold feeling grew in his heart. Father and mother, this is the money I earned from selling my calligraphy and paintings in town. It can be used as family funds. I promise I won't hold you back or cause trouble on the way to escape. Shun Dalong handed over the money with trembling hands, trying to keep his voice steady. His eyes showed disappointment, and his face looked pleading as he looked at Shin Laoi and Shin Laomu. Old Shin looked at his son's desperate eyes and felt some pity. Old man, didn't we agree before? When the whole family is fleeing and risking their lives, what's the point of roots? Old Shin's cloudy eyes closed slightly, showing no clear expression. He fidgeted with his rolled-up cigarette, feeling uneasy. Father, everyone else is fleeing. Only the main house stays behind. If the entire family perishes, how will outsiders see us? Shin Miaoqing's tone grew sharper, and she didn't expect that old Master Shin could be so ruthless. She could only start with his greatest concern, his reputation. How dare you speak so disrespectfully? Old Master Shin said sternly, frowning as he stood up from his chair. As the head of the family, he would not tolerate the younger generation's challenge. Father, Miss Shin didn't mean any harm. It was just a moment of impulse. Shin Daliang quickly stepped forward to shield Shin Miaoqing. Old man, forget it. Old Madam Shin stood up to soothe him, helping him sit back down. After a long pause, Old Master Shin finally spoke. I am your father and you are my son. I won't let you come to harm. Don't speak so harshly. You haven't been taught properly, and you've read so many wise books that it's like they've gone into your head. Fine. We'll leave together when the time comes. Although he seemed to loosen his stance, his face still showed displeasure. After scolding, he looked as if he was reluctantly giving in. No one knew whether he was worried about Shindaliang, or upset about the money Shindaliang had brought out, or concerned about his reputation. Yes, thank you, father. Shindaliang's eyes brightened, and the tension in his heart finally eased. Having achieved his goal, Shin Miaoqing let out a sigh of relief, but quietly lowered her head. It was worth all her planning since she learned the original story. The two younger brothers not leaving the house, coincidentally meeting the two cousins caught stealing grain cakes, and the timely appearance of their father. Why insist on everyone leaving together? Enough, that's final, Old Master Shin declared decisively. Since he had already given in, anyone else trying to persuade him was just challenging his authority at home. Old Master Shin looked displeased. He turned his head to glance at the brightening sky. It was already dawn, and Old Li's family still hadn't arrived. Could something have happened? Shin Daliang looked at his two reluctant younger brothers, full of disappointment. He asked himself honestly. He had never been harsh to his brothers, yet they were so aggressive toward him. Meanwhile, second sister Li secretly glared at Shen Daliang. She thought he spoke nicely, but in the end, they still had to follow along. Every extra bite of grain they ate was taken from their own mouths. Similarly, third sister Su was unhappy. She tugged at Shen Sanling's sleeve, but he didn't want to pay her any attention. Since their father had already given in, there was no point in arguing further. Su Sanyang looked at her daughter and, silently watching the scene unfold, Shen Shirling sighed regretfully. The main household's stubbornness to escape together would only lead to suffering in the end. Old Master Shen had no time to pay attention to these people's petty schemes. He got up from the main hall and nervously paced back and forth near the door. Shen Miaoqing calmly returned inside. She knew that in the original story, the Shen family would leave in the evening. Since there was still time now, she needed to think about how to save more supplies. Old Master Shen only learned that they would leave in the evening when old Li's son came to inform him. Last night, bandits suddenly attacked Li's village. Old Li's family and several others who were about to leave were robbed, so they hadn't packed everything yet. They would leave in the evening. Old Lady Shen gently patted Old Master Shen's back and said with concern, "All right, old man, since you're leaving in the evening, go back to your room and rest. You've stayed up all night. Take care of your health." Old Master Shen didn't argue. He smoked his cigarette, nodded at Old Lady Shen's words, and went back inside. Shen Miaoqing pushed open the old wooden door and carefully carried the prepared medicine inside. "Come and drink your medicine." Two children looked up, their young, pale faces smiling softly. Their bright black eyes blinked as they looked at their older sister. They obediently took the dark medicine, drinking it completely. The bitter taste lingered in their mouths for a long time. The little ones couldn't help but frown. Shen Miaoqing gently ruffled the children's heads. They were so obedient and sensible. "Big sister, are we leaving home?" Shen Chaoqian's clear voice sounded. He had just heard the noisy sounds outside and, being young, also realized that maybe it was because he and his brother were unwell, so they were being disliked. "Yes, we're going to a place where there's plenty of food and drink," Shen Miaoqing said softly to soothe them. "Are I and my little brother a burden?" Shen Chaoqian's voice was very soft, but his inner worries were clear. Shen Chaoqian looked nervously at his sister. They often heard the aunties say that they were burdens, sickly, debt-ridden. Shen Miaoqing frowned slightly, but still patiently comforted her brothers. "Of course not. You are treasures to Dad, Mom, and me. Don't worry." The two little ones still looked uneasy, but inside, they felt a little comforted. Shen Miaoqing also said some more reassuring words. After they finished the medicine and left the room, she still wore a faint smile. She had spent quite a few days with these two little guys, and she was starting to get used to it. After delivering the medicine, Shen Miaoqing carried her bamboo basket and headed alone back to the tall mountains. She wanted to take this chance before fleeing to find some wild vegetables and other edible plants to store in her space. In early July, on a summer morning, the sun hung high in the sky, scorching the earth with intense heat. Walking along the very narrow, rugged path through the wilderness, she saw only withered grass and hardly any green signs of life. Many trees had their bark stripped away. Shen Miaoqing carefully looked for places with large rocks, as the shaded cracks between rocks were more likely to have some wild vegetables growing. Soon, she found a small patch of purslane near a large rock. When no one was around, she quickly stored most of the purslane in her space, leaving only a small part in her basket. In her space, she also had some wild bitter herbs she had planted earlier, which were growing well. Seeing this made her very happy. She continued walking forward, but this time, she was less lucky. After searching carefully several times, she found nothing edible. This mountain was lacking supplies, which was no surprise. She shook her head at the thought of fleeing. After walking for a while, she stopped near a large area of rocks. Resting briefly, she then continued to look around. She pushed aside dry branches and examined the area carefully. Behind the rocks, in the shadowed part, she found a large cluster of wood ear mushrooms. She reached out and touched the rocks, feeling a slight dampness. Her face lit up with joy. She carefully confirmed that it was indeed wood ear mushrooms before starting to pick them carefully. As usual, she stored most of the mushrooms in her space, leaving only a small part in her basket. There were many mushrooms, and by the time she finished, it was quietly noon. Thinking of how to grow mushrooms artificially, she took a few smaller rocks and stored them in her space, along with some decayed logs and dead trees. Seeing her space filling up little by little, Shun Miaoqing felt good. She took a few sips of spiritual spring water, tidied everything up, and then happily headed down the mountain. When she returned to the Shun family, she met old Madame Shun. She handed her the bamboo basket. Old Madame Shun looked at the small amount of wild vegetables and said they were useless, then turned her attention to the mushrooms. These black mushrooms can't be eaten. Why did you bring so many back? Shun Miaoqing was momentarily stunned, carefully recalling her original memories. It seemed she truly had no memory of eating wood ear mushrooms. No. She suddenly realized a problem. The people here not only don't eat wood ear mushrooms, but almost everything except staple foods and some common dishes. Even the seasonings are only salt and oil. While Shun Miaoqing was lost in thought, Shen Shirling's gentle voice sounded. Sister probably means well. These things that cause stomach aches after eating, how could they be good intentions? Old Lady Shen glared at Miaoqing unhappily. I didn't think it through, Miaoqing responded, coming back to herself. She didn't insist on arguing with Old Lady Shen. She guessed it might be because she didn't handle the mushrooms properly, which caused her stomach pain. All right, there's no need to go out again. We should leave soon, Old Lady Shen said, then handed Miaoqing half a wild vegetable pancake. Thank you, Grandma, Miaoqing said gratefully, looking at her. No matter what, she had to keep her face. This wild vegetable pancake was probably lunch. Sister, you've worked hard, Shen Shirling said with a smile, seeming to feel sorry for her. Miaoqing's clear, cold eyes looked at Shen Shirling's fake smile, but didn't respond. She packed up the mushrooms Old Lady Shen didn't want and went back to her room. Watching her slender figure and graceful back leave, Shen Shirling felt a knot in her heart. She had failed twice, yet she was still able to leave with her. On a summer evening, the sun had not yet set. The scorching sunlight, like flames, made everything look dull and listless. The Shen family only had one cart. Old Lady Shen had almost packed everything in the house onto it. Pots, bowls, bedding, and even water stored in jars were all loaded on. The food was placed at the bottom, covered tightly, and even the tables and chairs were stacked as high as possible. Seeing this, Old Master Shen's brows furrowed sharply. Woman, how come you've added so many things in just half a day? Don't bring those small stools and wooden tables. These tables and stools were just made a few months ago. They're durable and sturdy, and I spent some silver on them. Seeing Old Lady Shen still talking endlessly, Old Master Shen scolded unhappily. With so many things, how will the cart even move? Don't break it, and your sons can't keep pushing it forever. Old Lady Shen looked embarrassed and had no choice but to take down the tables and stools. Shun Miaoqing carried a basket on her back, which held some clean clothes, a thin quilt, a water pouch, and a dull knife for chopping wood. She had prepared many things in her space over the past few days. The cart couldn't hold everything, and almost everyone in the Shen family was carrying something. Shen Miaoqing knew that if she didn't take anything, she might still be given items, so it was better to carry some light things from the start. She walked behind her parents, with her two younger brothers beside her. The little boys looked innocent and clear-eyed, seeming not to understand what this departure meant. Shun family's leaving now, Old Li shouted loudly. Okay, we're coming, replied Old Master Shen. Then he looked at Shen Dalong and Shen Erlang and said, hurry up and push the cart to leave now. A large group of people pushed heavy carts, facing the unknown ahead. The heavy atmosphere was like thick fog, covering everyone's hearts. We need to make good progress and travel as far as we can, Old Li advised. Don't slack off. We should find a resting place before nightfall. The other families nodded in agreement. Although they felt sad to leave their hometown, they still remembered the brutal attack by bandits last night. They didn't start very early, so they had to keep moving quickly for several hours. They were farmers and strong, but when hungry, traveling like this was very hard and tiring. Shen Miaoqing secretly felt grateful that she wasn't the one pulling the cart now. Walking this escape route made her feel a little like she was escaping from the story in the original book. She silently followed the group, with her 2 weak little brothers beside her. The children looked thin and fragile, but worked hard to keep up with the non-stop march. Lin Yang watched the 2 sickly children with concern and tried several times to carry them. Father said we are boys, and we can't always rely on Mother. Mother is also having a hard time, little Shin Chaoqian said seriously, with a serious face. Shin Chaoqian nodded in agreement. Big brother is right. Mother will get tired too. Lin Yang didn't insist anymore but kept her eyes on them, secretly thinking that when they got tired, she would take turns carrying them. She also looked at Shin Dalong pulling the cart, her eyes full of gratitude. The sky gradually darkened, and the night became peaceful. The black sky was dotted with many stars, adding some liveliness to the quiet night. Everyone had been traveling for over 2 hours and looked very tired. Let's rest in that broken temple for the night, someone suggested. Old Mr. Huang looked at the sky and saw it was getting late. He put down his map. Okay, old Mr. Shun and the heads of other families agreed with nods. Old Mr. Huang was the oldest among them. He used to be a traveling merchant, had been to the south and had maps. Everyone trusted and respected him. When they heard they could rest, Shen Miaoqing sighed quietly. She could feel her feet had blisters, her legs were heavy like lead, and sweat made her clothes sticky. Compared to the hardships she had faced in modern times, this didn't seem so bad. Luckily, her body was still in good shape, or she wasn't sure if she could walk so far. Having experienced fleeing from danger firsthand, she knew how hard it was. She looked down at her 2 pale-faced younger brothers. Shen Miaoqing pulled them aside and took out her water bag. Here, drink some water. Shen Chaotu was too weak to refuse. He leaned on Shen Miaoqing and was too tired to lift his hands. When the water bag was near his mouth, he gulped down the sweet water. It spread through his mouth, making him feel a little more energetic. After Shen Chaotu drank enough, Shen Zhaoqian took the water bag and took a few sips. Big sister, you should drink too. Drink more, Shen Miaoqing said. The water was stored in her space, and the spring water refreshed at midnight. They had only rested for 10 minutes during the 4 hours of travel. Her 16-year-old body couldn't handle it, let alone the small children. Although they traveled with Lin Yang and Shin Dalong, who took turns pulling the cart, the 2 little ones had walked quite a distance. Plus, they were physically weak. Seeing her caring gaze, Shen Zhaoqian swallowed hard. His throat was dry, but he couldn't help drinking more water. Shen Miaoqing gently patted their heads. Their obedient looks made her feel sad. Water is now a rare item. Shen Miaoqing drinks secretly, rarely drinking water in front of others. She only has a water pouch, and drinking too much might raise suspicion. Luckily, the water in her space is more resistant to thirst. The tired group stops to rest. After a short break, Lin Yang is called to cook. Lazy bones, I won't call you if you don't move, right? Old Madam Shin gruffly says with a stern face. I'll cook now, Lin Yang stammers. After speaking, she quickly takes an iron pot from the cart, sets up a simple stove, and gathers some firewood nearby to start a fire. Look at you, taking turns cooking every day in each house. I'm not trying to be harsh. Old Madam Shin rolls her eyes at the timid Lin Yang and turns to the cart to take some food, 5 sweet potatoes and some dried wild vegetables. Once the fire is lit, Lin Yang buries the sweet potatoes in the ashes and takes them out when they are almost cooked. She cleans the dirt off the sweet potatoes and puts them directly into the pot, adds water, dried wild vegetables, and a pinch of coarse salt. This is the dinner for Shin's family of over 10 people. Old Madam Shin divides the food. The 3 sons and Old Master Shin have the most in their bowls. Next are Old Madam Shin and the 4 grandchildren of the second and third wives. The youngest grandson and granddaughter from the first wife, along with the 3 daughters-in-law, get the least. Seeing the small bowl of mashed sweet potatoes and wild vegetables, Shen Miaoqing has no appetite, but her tired body is still hungry. She forces herself to eat, and the thick, Slightly salty mash spreads in her mouth. She struggles to swallow it. This is much better than the coarse, scratchy millet porridge. It's thanks to old Madam Shin willing to cook some sweet potatoes on the first day of fleeing, but soon there might be no more sweet potatoes to eat. The need to improve their diet is urgent. If she doesn't eat better food soon, she doesn't know if she can keep up with the journey. After eating, Shun Miaoqing drinks water desperately. A person's strength and the speed of transportation are completely different. 4 hours of travel isn't far from the village. The environment they are in now is the same as the village: cracked land, yellowed wild grass, and no bird sounds. Shun Miaoqing stubbornly wanders at the foot of the mountain, hoping for a surprise, but she returns disappointed. There are no wild chickens running down from the trees, as in the stories. Qing'er, why have you been gone so long? Come rest now. Lin Yang arranged a good spot in the broken-down temple to lay her bed, with plenty of dry grass underneath. Hey, she's here, she said, noting that it was almost 8 o'clock. We need to keep going tomorrow, so I must rest well, Lin Yang advised, her hands still busy weaving. I understand, mother. You should rest early too, her daughter replied. I'll rest after finishing these few straw hats. I didn't bring the ones from home. Today the sun isn't too strong, but tomorrow it will be even hotter, Lin Yang said softly, focused on her work. My Qing'er has such fair skin. She can't get sunburned, she added with a gentle smile. Unnoticed, Shun Shirling's gaze was fixed on them. She looked at her own arm, which had been exposed to the sun for just over an hour and was already turning red. She then glanced at Shin Miaoqing, whose skin remained white and unchanged, and a feeling of discomfort spread inside her. Madam, your straw hat is so skillfully made. Could you help Grandpa, Grandma, and the uncles? Everyone could use a hat. I just think the sun is really fierce, and I feel sorry for everyone. You wouldn't refuse, right? Shin Shirling asked kindly, her eyes sincere. Well, there were more than 10 people and she didn't have enough materials, plus it was getting late.
No, Shen Miaoqing replied coldly.
Shin Shirling's gentle smile froze. It's getting late, and my mother can't handle everything alone. Besides, second aunt has a straw hat, so there's no need to make more. I think third aunt might have some free time. You could ask her, Shin Miaoqing said coolly, meeting her cousin's gaze. Sorry, sister. I thought Madam Lin was clever and kind, so I didn't think this through, Shin Shirling said softly, biting her lip and looking helplessly at Lin Yang.
I
don't know. Lin Yang looked at Shin Shirling's pitiful eyes, feeling a bit helpless. Shun Miaoqing remained silent, knowing she had to listen to her mother's decision. Shirling, your big aunt is tired too. If you like this hat, next time she has time, she can make one for you, Shin Dalong, who had just come over, said. Next time, I'll ask you to make one for me, Lin Yang replied, seeming to find support in Shin Dalong's words. All right, thank you, big aunt. I won't bother you now. Shin Shirling lowered her eyes, her voice dull, and turned to leave. Shin Shirling sat down next to Su Sanyang, feeling upset. What's wrong? What were you doing over there just now? Su Sanyang asked casually as she finished making the beds for her 2 sons. Mother, why didn't you make my bed yet? Shin Shirling looked at her unmade bed and asked in a low voice. I was just making beds for your brothers first. They're clumsy, and their beds don't look good. I think you're careful and serious about your work, so making your bed is simple, Su Sanyang said seriously, but she was feeling guilty and chuckled awkwardly. Then make me a straw hat. It's almost time to sleep, and we have to leave early tomorrow. Su Sanyang looked at her daughter with confusion. Mother, even Aunt Shun is still making her bed. Shin Miaoqing can still make her bed. Shin Shirling felt annoyed and looked at Su Sanyang with displeasure. Besides, the sun will be very strong tomorrow. All right, I'll make one for you. Su Sanyang sighed and agreed. She knew her daughter would cause trouble if she didn't. Although she got what she wanted, Shin Shirling still felt upset and frustrated. She thought to herself, she has to ask for everything herself. Why doesn't Shin Miaoqing have to? Why do good things only happen to others? Shin Miaoqing lay on a cool grass mat, massaging her sore calves, and closed her eyes to think. Based on her careful observations over the past few days, she found that her family was in Shun village, located in Changshan village at the northernmost part of the kingdom, near the border with the enemy country, Shiich. It was remote and dry, relying entirely on a spring in Daqing Mountain to support Changshan village and others. 2 days before they fled, the spring dried up. The Shin family only had a small bucket of water left. They didn't need to look at the grain to know it was far from enough. The nearest water source was said to be in Hezhou, which was about 400 miles away. It would take at least 400 kilometers to reach Hezhou. Adults could walk about 5 or 6 kilometers per hour, at most 50 or 60 miles a day. It would probably take at least 7 or 8 days. Shin Miaoqing carefully calculated. She wasn't short on water, but she lacked food. Most importantly, she wanted her family to survive together. Thinking of the thriving wild vegetables in her space, she felt more confident. No matter what, she was already lucky compared to others. Lost in thought, her tired body gradually fell asleep. As dawn broke through the sky, slowly lifting the veil of night, they hurriedly ate half a coarse grain cake made from millet husks, then set out again on their journey. Shin Miaoqing chewed on the dry, scratchy biscuit, feeling her stomach empty, silently following behind everyone. At noon, the sun hung high like a giant fireball, radiating heat waves that seemed to melt everything. Wearing a straw hat, Shin Miaoqing was sweating heavily, holding the weak and drooping Shin Chaotu in her arms. Behind her, there was a light basket, and she struggled to walk. Shin Daliang was pulling a cart, while the 2 weak children couldn't keep up with the group. Lady Lin and Shin Miaoqing each had 1 child in their arms. Older sister, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being too small and weak. The small child leaned against Shin Miaoqing, his young voice filled with sadness. It's okay. Soon, a 2 will grow up and become very strong. Shin Miaoqing softened her heart and gently comforted the little one. When I grow up, I will protect older sister and mother, the childish voice echoed softly in Shin Miaoqing's ear. Good, good, good. Older sister will wait for you to grow up. But older sister, I feel dizzy. The dull, deep voice made Shin Miaoqing shiver. Shin Chaotu's tiny head rested on her shoulder. Shin Miaoqing quickly took out a water pouch, poured some water into her palm, and gently patted the little one's face. A 2, stay strong. Open your mouth and drink some water. Before setting out, Shin Miaoqing had specifically told the 2 children to drink water, but they refused for some reason. Seeing the dehydrated and nearly heatstroke-prone children, Shin Miaoqing felt both annoyed and heartbroken. Be good. Older sister secretly saved some water. Don't worry, drink it. Dazed, Shin Chaotu still drank the water. After all, he was just a 5-year-old with a childish smell. After finishing, the little one, lying on her shoulder and nodding off, made Shin Miaoqing's heart soften. She quickly moved closer to Lady Lin, wanting to give the water to the pale-faced Shin Chaotu, who remained silent. At first, the little one stubbornly refused to drink. Shin Miaoqing had long noticed that Shin Chaotu, though small, was very sensible and steady. He didn't want to burden his family, knew water was scarce, and advised his brother to be careful not to drink too much. Helpless, Shin Miaoqing said, if you don't drink and you get heat stroke, that would be a real problem. I'm fine. Shin Chaotu said weakly, trying to sit up despite feeling unwell. Chen's dog said, he is just a burden at home. Without him, his family might be able to survive. There is so little water, not enough to drink. Everyone has hardly drunk any water, and he can't drink either. Shin Miaoqing frowned. She was only 5 years old, very stubborn. The children she knew in modern times were carefree at this age. Thinking of this, Shin Miaoqing comforted him gently, be good. We can find more water. If something happens to you, it will be very bad. Shin Chaoqian pursed his lips, leaning on Lin Yang's shoulder, turning his head silently. He no longer needed to walk and couldn't drink water. Shin Miaoqing was almost at her wit's end and wanted to say more, but then she heard a loud cry nearby. The crowd was a bit panicked. Shin Miaoqing heard someone shouting about Old Master Huang. She listened carefully and realized Old Master Huang had fainted. Old Master Huang is only 50 years old, which is quite old in ancient times. On such a hot day, after walking more than 5 hours, even young, strong men would struggle, let alone an elderly person. Shen Miaoqing saw Old Master Huang's face was red, and he was sweating heavily. It was obvious he had heat stroke. There was no shade nearby, and with so many people around him, it was stuffy and not ventilated. If they didn't do something soon, something bad might happen. What should we do? Old Lady Huang looked at her fainted husband, unsure of what to do. There's no place to rest nearby. It's all sun. We can't even feed him water, said the eldest of the Huang family anxiously. Others were also discussing. Usually, when they fainted from the heat while working in the sun, they just took them to a shady spot to rest for a while, and they would wake up. Then giving them some water would help. But now, there's no shade around, and he refuses to drink water. Shen Miaoqing frowned slightly and stepped forward to check. Stop crowding around. He must have heat stroke. It's not good to be in a stuffy place. Let's move him here. She pointed to a cart in the shadow nearby, her expression serious and tone earnest. The Huang family, feeling helpless, instinctively obeyed and helped him over. The crowd around Old Master Huang also dispersed a bit. Shen Miaoqing stepped closer, pressed firmly on his acupoint, and after a while, Old Master Huang slowly woke up, opening his cloudy eyes weakly. Use a cloth soaked in water to wipe him all over, and add some salt to the water to feed him, Shen Miaoqing instructed calmly. Rubbing the skin can help cool down the body, and drinking salted water can replace the fluids lost through sweating in hot weather. Shen Miaoqing saw that Old Master Huang, who had already regained consciousness, relaxed a little, then quietly stepped back from his side. Her former best friend was a medical student, and through her, she learned quite a bit about basic medical knowledge. Meanwhile, the eldest son of the Huang family looked at his father, who was awake, and listened to Shen Miaoqing's advice. He quickly added coarse salt to water and fed it to Old Master Huang. Old Lady Huang also used a damp cloth to wipe her husband's face. After a while, his flushed face looked much calmer. Old and useless now, Old Master Huang said with a pale face, his hoarse voice full of despair. It had only been 2 days, and they still had 1 or 2 months of travel ahead. How could they keep going like this? Father, don't say that. You're the only one who knows the way. The eldest son of the Huang family hurried to comfort him. Old man, don't think too much. Rest well, Old Lady Huang said with a tired but caring look. We should rest here for a while. We've been walking for over 2 hours, said Old Man Li, who came to check on Old Master Huang. At noon, they planned to stop and rest, but on this journey, they hadn't seen a single house or even a big tree. All they saw was cracked, yellow land. The group had no choice but to keep moving forward. Thank you, Shen girl. If it weren't for you, I don't know what we would do, Old Lady Huang said gratefully, holding Shen Miaoqing's hand. Seeing that they were about to rest, Shen Miaoqing was about to put down her basket when Old Lady Huang, full of gratitude, grabbed her hand. Feeling the heat from her palm made Shen Miaoqing uncomfortable. She quickly said she didn't need to be so polite and told them to go back and take care of Old Master Huang. Shen Shirling, who had been paying close attention to Shen Miaoqing, blinked and asked, Sister, when did you learn to treat people? As soon as she finished speaking, everyone in the Shen family looked at Shen Miaoqing with curiosity. I saw something similar in a book and remembered it, Shen Miaoqing said calmly, having already prepared her words. Shen Dalong had a talent for reading. Years ago, a poor but talented scholar took a liking to him and taught him to read and write for free. Shen Miaoqing also remembered from her original body's memories that Shen Dalong had taught her to read. That older sister must have learned a lot. If we have any problems, we can ask her for help, Sheng Shirling cheerfully said. Shen Miaoqing's eyes flashed with unclear emotion. You think too much. She only learned a little. If you force me to treat it, I'm afraid it will be. Her voice paused, and everything remained unspoken. Shen Miaoqing could sense that the original heroine in the story was not very kind. Yes, Qing girl only learned a little, not a big skill. It's hot today, so let's not talk more. Rest well, Shen Dalong came out to smooth things over and change the subject. Shen Shirling smiled slightly at the corner of her mouth. She was only asking for everyone's sake. As soon as Shen Shirling sat down, her mother, Su Chunchao, sat beside her. Shirling, your grandma loves you the most. Go ask her for some water. Su Chunchao looked at her daughter with hope, her face sweaty but smiling. Mom, everyone is tired, and we all need water. I can't drink alone. Shen Shirling frowned. Hey, you girl, it's your two brothers who are asking for water. You just go ask your grandma for some. If you don't drink, you can give it to your brothers. Shen Shirling's eyes unconsciously looked toward Li Ernyang on the other side. Li Ernyang had recently asked Shen Laodai for water, but was scolded harshly. Her face still looked sour. Seeing her daughter lost in thought, Su Chunchao pushed Shen Shirling gently, signaling her to reply. Shen Shirling thought about water and licked her dry, cracked lips unconsciously. So, she would ask her grandma for some water. Her mother and brothers needed to drink. She just felt sorry for her family. Shen Shirling stood up and walked toward Shen Laodai. Grandma, my mom said my two brothers are really thirsty. I came to ask for some water for them. Shen Laodai immediately frowned. Her sharp voice rang out. I and your grandpa haven't even asked for water, and you all come to ask for water. How much water is enough for you? Shen Laodai's fierce eyes stared directly at Su Sanyang. Good-for-nothing wife, this small bucket of water couldn't possibly satisfy all of them.
Mom.
I just feel sorry for the children, Su Sanyang said nervously and with a guilty tone. Shen Laodai's gaze made Su Sanyang feel nervous and shiver. When she heard her daughter speak, her heart sank. Su Sanyang looked at her daughter, Shen Shirling, who looked innocent and lowered her head silently. It's heartbreaking to see the children, but why don't you show some concern for us old folks' health? You're so unkind and wasteful, really a bad omen. Old Lady Shen scolded sharply and continuously. Meanwhile, Second Aunt Li watched her sister-in-law being scolded and felt a bit better inside. She looked on with a spectator's attitude, waiting to see what would happen. After Old Lady Shen had finished scolding, Old Master Shen finally spoke. That's enough. Each of you can have a sip of water. It was hot, and Old Man Huang fainted again. Old Master Shen didn't want trouble on their side, so he used both kindness and authority, his usual way, to handle the situation. Old Lady Shen didn't argue. Reluctantly, she took some water from the cart. After she and Old Master Shen finished drinking, they each took a small bowl of water to their rooms. Big brother Shen also got some water and handed it to Lin Yang. She was just about to feed Shen Chaoqian. Xiao Qingshan stopped her and whispered, "You and Dad should drink that water. I still have water to feed Adi, especially Dad, who is pulling the cart. He needs to drink more." Lin Yang looked at Big Brother Shen. He hesitated and asked in a low voice, "Qing, how much water do you still have?" Xiao Qingshan kept her water stash a secret from the others in the house, but she didn't hide it from Big Brother Shen and Lin Yang intentionally. When she heard Big Brother Shen ask, she wasn't surprised. "Father, I found a small water spring in a stone cave up in the mountains. I stored some water there," she made an excuse. She wasn't worried about Big Brother Shen telling others. If he did, she could just give away the water in the 2 water bags. But she believed that her kind father, thinking of his children, wouldn't do such a thing. Big Brother Shen was silent for a moment, then said, "Take good care of it. Drink more water yourself." He wasn't a fool. Whether for his children or because his parents and younger brother tried to abandon them during their escape from hardship. "I understand, Dad. You should take care of your health." Fortunately, her kind father, though educated, had done plenty of farm work and was strong and healthy. Xiao Qingshan handed the water bag to Shen Chaoqian, watching the little boy hesitate. She frowned and said seriously, "If you don't want to faint, drink quickly." Grandpa Huang fainted because he didn't drink enough water. Lin Yang, still worried about Grandpa Huang fainting, also helped persuade Shen Chaoqian to drink. Shen Chaoqian lowered his head, thought for a moment, and obediently started drinking. Shen Miaoqing lowered her voice and said seriously, "From now on, just drink quickly when I give you water. Don't delay." Since they were secretly drinking without others knowing, it was better not to draw attention. I'm sorry, sister. Can you give more to my younger brother? I haven't traveled that far, and I'm not thirsty. You don't need to drink so much water, said the young voice, full of innocent understanding. Your brother drinks just as much as you do, don't worry. Shin Miaoqing comforted, patting Shin Chao's back gently. After he finished drinking, Shin Miaoqing took out another water pouch, hiding from others, and drank greedily. They probably wouldn't rest under the sun for long. Soon they would have to set off again. Sure enough, after resting in the sun for 15 minutes, the group set out again in a large, steady march. Day 4 of fleeing from hardship. Despite their best efforts to hurry, the group could only travel about 50 miles a day under conditions of water and food shortages and intense heat. In 4 days, they had barely covered 200 miles, still over 200 miles from the water-rich Hezhou. Along the way, they stripped bark and roots from trees, eating whatever they could find, like locusts passing through. At dusk, just after stopping the cart to rest, Shin Miaoqing put down Shin Chao and slipped away to her space. She looked for an excuse to avoid others and quietly entered her space. In recent evenings, everyone would go out to look for food when they stopped to rest, so Shin Miaoqing's departure was not unusual. Inside her space, the wild bitter herbs and purslane she had planted earlier had ripened thanks to the spiritual spring water. She also discovered that fully matured wild vegetables could sometimes drop seeds and regrow. So, her space now had a lush patch of green wild plants. She also kept large pieces of wood ear mushrooms collected earlier near the spiritual spring, watering them occasionally with spring water. They remained vibrant and lively. Shin Miaoqing took out a clay pot she had prepared before fleeing, lit a fire inside her space. She filled the pot with spiritual spring water, boiled it, then added cleaned wild vegetables and wood ears. A fragrant, simple vegetable soup was ready. Without any seasonings, but thanks to her space and the spiritual spring, the vegetables tasted fresh, crisp, tender, and delicious, much better than those picked outside. After eating, she thought of her mother and younger brother outside and cooked some more wood ears. 4 days into fleeing, their supplies of grain and water were running out faster and faster. Shin Miaoqing used a wooden bowl to serve food and brought it to the resting place under the tree where Lin Yang and her 2 younger brothers were taking a break. She ate in front of them first and said, "These are some black ears I picked earlier. I've tried them before and they're fine to eat." Shin Chaotu's pale face brightened with lively eyes as he stared intently at the wooden bowl in Shin Miaoqing's hand. Today, he had only eaten half a piece of bran cake and was very hungry. Lin Yang looked at her 2 thin, pale-faced children and felt sorry for them. She hesitated but finally said, "Then go ahead and eat." In the village, some people had gotten sick from eating these black ears before, so Lin Yang was still worried about the risk. "Mom, black ears are safe as long as you boil them in hot water," Shin Miaoqing reassured her, knowing her mother's concern. Seeing her mother's approval, Shin Chaotu swallowed hard and started eating. The crunchy, tender, and refreshing texture of the black ears burst in his mouth, and he loved it. He couldn't help but take several bites at once. "Eat too."
Good. Eat.
Shin Chaotu, a small boy with bright eyes, said excitedly before swallowing the pieces in his mouth. "I've already eaten some. You and Mom can share with your brother," Shin Miaoqing said, filling a large wooden bowl. Although it wasn't enough to fill her stomach, it was enough to stave off hunger. Shin Chaotu was still a child, and Lin Yang called out to him a few times, but she couldn't resist and started eating too. Watching them enjoy their food, Shin Miaoqing prepared to go to the nearby barren mountain to look for more. By evening, the sun was gradually setting, and their resting spot was close to the mountain. Everyone was scattered under the withered yellow trees, resting separately, which made it easier for Shin Miaoqing to take out things to give them to eat. She walked toward the mountain, carefully observing the dry grass piles on the ground, hoping to find some unexpected treasures. After about 10 minutes, she had only dug up some sweet grass roots and torn a few pieces of bark, which she put into her space pouch. Although Shin Miaoqing didn't want to resort to eating bark, she prepared just in case. Just as she was feeling discouraged, thinking there might be no other harvest, She suddenly heard rustling sounds from the dry grass pile. She could faintly see the shape of small animals moving inside. Shen Miaoqing suppressed her excitement. God knows, she hadn't eaten a single piece of meat since coming to this place. She held her breath, carefully bent down to pick up a stone, and slowly approached the pile of dry grass, then suddenly lunged forward. Feeling the danger, the wild rabbit tried to escape, but was hit by a stone she threw forcefully, slowing down immediately and being caught by Shen Miaoqing. Shen Miaoqing looked around to see no one, then quickly put the rabbit into her space. She looked at the rabbit lying there, barely alive, and realized it had more than just the wound she caused. There was blood on its left leg too. She had gotten lucky, otherwise, she wouldn't have been confident she could catch a healthy running rabbit. In her mind, Shen Miaoqing thought about different ways to prepare rabbit: spicy rabbit head, kung pao rabbit meat, dry pot rabbit. But after a moment, she chuckled and decided to make smoked dried rabbit strips. The smoked dried rabbit strips are easy to sneak out and eat and convenient to prepare in her space. But now she needed some salt. After deciding, Shen Miaoqing came out of her space, suppressing her excitement, and continued wandering the barren mountain as if nothing had happened. She dug up many wild grass roots, put them into a bamboo basket, and then returned to the foot of the mountain. The sky gradually darkened, stars twinkling like bright lamps. Taking advantage of the cover of night, Shen Miaoqing quietly approached Granny Huang's side when no one was paying attention. "Old Granny Huang, it's so late. What are you doing here?" Granny Huang had a good impression of Shen Miaoqing, especially grateful for her help last time. "How is Grandpa Huang?" "I know I shouldn't bother you so late, but I have a small favor to ask," Shen Miaoqing said softly and pleasantly. "He's doing well. The method you used last time worked pretty well. Tell me, if I can help, I'll try my best," Granny Huang replied without promising anything. The world isn't easy these days, and Granny Huang was cautious, but she also thought about her old man's kindness and decided to help as much as she could. "I want to exchange some water for salt," Shen Miaoqing said directly, leaning close to Granny Huang's ear to whisper. Granny Huang looked surprised but lowered her voice and asked, "Are you sure?" Right now, they needed water more than salt. They only needed a little salt each day, but water was consumed much faster. Remembering that Shen's family had helped her before, Granny Huang didn't want to deceive her. "I'm sure. I need salt now," Shen Miaoqing said firmly. Seeing how serious she was, Granny Huang hesitated no longer and agreed. Shen Miaoqing took out a water bag and poured half of it to Old Lady Huang. Old Lady Huang also gave Shen Miaoqing a pound of salt. The salt was government-controlled and not cheap. If it weren't for the current special drought period, it wouldn't be possible to exchange for so much salt. Old Lady Huang did her best to give so much. "Thank you, but please, Grandma Huang, don't tell anyone," Shen Miaoqing thought. "It's better to keep things simple." Okay, I understand," Old Lady Huang replied quickly, knowing that the girl came under the cover of night to avoid being seen. She was willing to cooperate. In short, both sides were very satisfied with this exchange. The dark night was thick and heavy across the sky, and tired people who had traveled all day were already asleep. Meanwhile, Shen Miaoqing, leaning against a withered tree and pretending to sleep, was busy in her mind. She quickly and skillfully cleaned the wild rabbit, removing the fur, internal organs, and excess fat. She rinsed the rabbit meat thoroughly with clean water to remove blood and impurities. Then she placed the rabbit meat in a wooden basin and salted it overnight to enhance the flavor. In her space, she had secretly collected many wooden basins and bamboo baskets when she left to escape the drought. Looking at the rabbit meat in the basin, Shen Miaoqing sighed silently. Unfortunately, she didn't have green onions, ginger, garlic, star anise, cinnamon, or Sichuan peppercorns. She also lacked seasonings like salt, sugar, cooking wine, soy sauce, sesame oil, or sesame paste. Only smoked dried rabbit meat made with salt would taste somewhat different, but it was still meat. Shen Miaoqing was still hopeful. She watered the wild vegetables near the spiritual spring and also sprinkled some water on the dried wood ear mushrooms. After everything was prepared, she finally felt at ease and went to sleep. The families escaping together included Shin's family and 5 others. Each family had at least a dozen members, totaling nearly 100 people. To prevent sudden attacks by bandits or raiders, all families agreed that 2 people would take turns guarding each night. Early morning sunlight quietly rose, and a gentle breeze blew through the yellowed leaves. Suddenly, sharp shouting and scolding broke the peace. "You shameless woman! How dare you steal grain? Just wait, I'll beat you to death," shouted a woman, grabbing a thick wooden stick and starting to hit. Mother, I was wrong. Boo-hoo. A weak girl apologized and sobbed at the same time. "You are getting bolder and bolder, daring to steal food." Lady Chun became angrier the more she thought about it, and she started hitting harder. Chun Xiaoer couldn't bear the pain and tried to dodge. A nearby woman looked on with some pity and said, "Let it go. Don't hit so hard, or you might hurt her badly. It's her own fault if she gets hurt. Damn it, she stole 3 potatoes all by herself. You ate them alone? What about others? Are they just supposed to starve?" Lady Chen stared angrily at the woman, her neck turning red from anger, and she kept scolding. While looking at the woman, Lady Chen didn't notice the fierce look that flashed across Chun Xiaoer's face as she curled up on the ground. This scene was also seen clearly by Shen Miaoqing, who had been watching nearby. The woman beside her, hearing this, dared not speak further and turned away shyly. "Aunt Chen, if you weren't so hungry, Chen Mei wouldn't have stolen. She's your own daughter. How can you do this?" A gentle but firm voice accused her. Shen Miaoqing looked at the speaker, Shen Shirling. She remembered from the original story that the heroine was kind-hearted, sympathetic to the weak, and loved to stand up for others. Shen Miaoqing raised an eyebrow slightly. If she remembered correctly, later Chun Xiaoer, grateful for the heroine's help, became loyal and followed her as a maid, staying by her side when she became the princess consort. Who isn't hungry during a famine? I didn't refuse her food. Even if she ate little, she still had some to eat. Besides, she wasn't the only one eating less. I just think Chen Mei was too hungry and made a mistake. I believe she knows she was wrong. Please, Aunt Chun, stop hitting her. Shen Shirling looked directly at Lady Chun with a stubborn expression, standing out among the crowd. Hunger? If you're so kind, why don't you give her some grain to eat? Lady Chun glared at Shen Shirling with a harsh look. She's your own daughter. I just don't want to affect your mother-daughter relationship, Shen Shirling said softly, her voice tinged with grievance. Meanwhile, Su Chunchao saw this and quickly pulled Shen Shirling back. Young girl, don't be so reckless. Don't blame her. Mother, Shen Shirling softly called, still allowing Su Chunchao to pull her away, but her sympathetic gaze remained fixed on Chun Xiaoer. Lady Chen snorted coldly, if you're not capable, don't think you can be the hero. After speaking, she ruthlessly struck Chun Xiaoer again with a stick, applying even more force than before, causing Chun Xiaoer to cry out in pain. Shen Miaoqing thought for a moment and found it somewhat amusing. Chun Xiaoer daring to steal food, or having already eaten it, made being beaten not surprising. Although Chen's mother hit and scolded harshly, she didn't go all out, more like she was just trying to shut the Chen family's mouths. The kind heroine's attempt to help didn't seem to have any real effect. Actually, it did help a little. Shen Miaoqing looked over and saw Shen Shirling talking to Lin Daqian, the eldest grandson of the Lin family. Daquan, did I do something wrong just now? I just didn't want Sister Chen to get beaten. Shen Shirling lowered her head, her pretty face showing some sadness. Of course not. You're just being kind. Lin Daqian immediately looked at her with concern. This girl is just too good-hearted. Really? Shen Shirling looked up at Lin Daqian, her eyes shining. Really? Shen Miaoqing withdrew her gaze and stopped watching Shen Shirling. In the original story, Lin Daqian was the heroine's most loyal admirer. The Lin family was considered relatively well-off farmers, and they loved Lin Daqian very much, giving him many good things. Lin Daqian often gave these to the heroine, helping her a lot both before and during their escape. After a small episode, everyone continued packing up and set out on their escape journey. On the morning of their escape, the Shun family divided breakfast. The food Shin Miaoqing had was mostly just tree roots. By noon, they might get a small piece of millet cake or some potatoes or sweet potatoes, along with a sip of water. For dinner, it was again some tree roots and bark. The Shin family stored food wasn't much, so they tried to save as much as possible. When dividing food, they did it in levels. Since Shin Miaoqing was just a girl, she received very little. During the escape, everyone prioritized food. So when Chen Xiao was beaten for stealing food, no one from the Chen family spoke up to help. In the morning, Shin Chaoqian and Shin Chaodu, the two young boys, also preferred to walk early in the day when the sun was not too strong. When they couldn't walk anymore at noon, they were carried. The Shin family's cart was very small, not to mention whether it could hold both boys. Even if it could, other households didn't want them sitting on the cart. Among the 6 households, only the Lin family had 2 oxen, which could pull the cart, saving human effort, carrying more supplies, and making travel easier. Once again, as I walk along this muddy road, I feel more used to it than before and walk more easily. At least compared to others, I have enough water and some wild vegetables and mushrooms to eat, though I don't eat much each time. Shin Miaoqing remembers the small wild rabbit in her space, weighing about 3 or 4 jin. Tonight, she plans to start a fire and smoke it. Thinking about the delicious meat, her mood improves greatly. In the evening, Shin Miaoqing gathers many dry twigs and puts them into her space, sneaking in when no one is around. She prepares a suitable wooden stand, hangs the marinated wild rabbit on a rack, and starts a fire. Without a proper drying environment, she can only smoke the meat slowly with fire to prevent spoilage. She burns a lot of charcoal inside her space, planning to smoke the rabbit gradually. She also boils wild vegetables and mushrooms in a clay pot, adding salt this time, and feels quite satisfied with her meal. She boils more mushrooms in another pot and puts them in a wooden bowl, planning to take them home for her family. Watching her daughter bring back another big bowl of black mushrooms, Madame Lin doesn't say much this time. At Shin Miaoqing's strong request, Madame Lin also eats some. Older sister, this is even tastier. Shin Chaotua looks at her sister with bright eyes. He just tasted it and felt a different flavor from before. He doesn't know how to describe it, only that it's more delicious. Then eat more. Shin Miaoqing smiles and pats his head. After adding salt, it naturally tastes better than before. Older sister, have you eaten yet? Shin Chaotua asks thoughtfully, with clear eyes full of concern for her. Don't worry, I've eaten. Shin Miaoqing also pats his head, sharing her food equally. Just as they are happily eating, they don't notice a pair of eyes watching them from a distance. Shun Shirling frowns slightly. The main house is stealing food? She turns and walks toward her mother's side.
What?
The main house dares to steal food? Madame Sue's eyes widen instantly. Mother, I just saw them eating happily when I passed by, but Grandpa and Grandma didn't eat much good food. I just think, well, it's not very right. Shin Shirling lowers her eyes and sighs helplessly. I'll go tell Grandma, says Madame Sue, hurriedly heading toward Shun Laotai's place. During this time, Su Chunchao saw Li Ernyang whisper a few words in her ear, and the two of them went to find Grandma Shin. Mother, isn't that a bit bad? Shin Shirling looked at her mother's back as she walked away, sighing helplessly. She wasn't really tattling. She just thought it was wrong to eat alone. Since no one else was eating, how could the main house secretly eat? She was only thinking of the family. Su Sanyang and Li Ernyang hurriedly pulled Grandma Shin, heading toward Lin Yang. Wow, sister-in-law, you dare to secretly eat alone. Are you stealing grain from the family? Before they arrived, Li Ernyang's sharp voice rang out, interrupting Lin Yang, who was eating wood ear mushrooms. Sister-in-law, this isn't good. Now we're short of grain and water, and our parents haven't eaten. You're already eating? Su Sanyang continued, looking at Lin Yang with concern. Grandma Shun's wrinkled face furrowed in displeasure, her fierce gaze sweeping toward Lin Yang.
I
didn't. Lin Yang looked at the accusing three, nervously stammering, unsure of what to say. Sister-in-law, I'm not blaming you. Usually Mother isn't too harsh on you. She shares everything with your family. Even if you have something to eat, you don't need to sneak around. Just as Su Sanyang was about to keep talking, she was suddenly interrupted by a wooden bowl handed to her. "Here, you can have some," Shen Miaoqing said, her tone not very polite. Seeing the dark, lumpy things inside the bowl, Su Sanyang's face stiffened. "What is this?" She reached out to try to knock over the wooden bowl. Shen Miaoqing quickly took the bowl back, and Su Sanyang missed. "Annie, it's not really stealing to eat, but I did see Big Brother Lin bring quite a bit of food for Shirling," she said. "Don't talk nonsense," Su Sanyang replied nervously. "Grandma, this is the black ear you asked me to throw away earlier. I saw that my two younger brothers were really hungry, so I cooked some to eat," Shen Miaoqing said with a troubled look, her expression full of regret. "We just started eating, and now you're here. If second aunt and third aunt really want to eat, just take some," Shen Miaoqing said generously, her pretty face full of grievance. "Nonsense." Grandma Shen's sharp eyes flashed with sternness, and her wrinkled face looked even more serious. "What kind of behavior is this? Didn't I tell you not to eat the black ear? If you get poisoned and die, I think it's your own fault. You're already dead, and you still want to drag your mother and two brothers into this." Old Lady Shen looked at Shen Miaoqing with a stern expression. "Grandma, I read in a book that black fungus, when cooked thoroughly, is not toxic. I ate some myself the day before yesterday, and it was fine, so I gave some to Mom and my brothers to eat," Shen Miaoqing explained calmly. She had already thought about the risk of giving food to her family, so she only took some wood ear mushrooms and not the wild vegetables from the field, and it turned out as she expected. Old Lady Shen's frown remained, but her expression softened a little. "Also, you all haven't fully understood what happened, so stop shouting," Old Lady Shen said seriously, turning her gaze to Li Ernyang and Su Sanyang. Su Sanyang looked embarrassed and didn't say anything more. "Since you found out it was edible, why didn't you tell us and share it?" Li Ernyang was annoyed at being scolded by Old Lady Shen and tried to shift the blame back to Shen Miaoqing. "Second aunt, you're joking. I was the only one who tried it, and I wasn't sure myself. I wanted my family to try it too," Shen Miaoqing replied. "I wouldn't dare risk my grandparents' safety. Besides, there's only a little black fungus left. Second aunt, you can take it if you want." She handed the wooden bowl back to Li Ernyang. She was sure Li Ernyang wouldn't take it. "Forget it. You should keep it for yourself," Li Ernyang said, her eyes flickering. She wouldn't risk her own health. "All right, you might as well go dig up more roots instead," Old Lady Shen declared decisively. The matter was raised high, but then quickly let go. After Old Lady Shen and the others left, Shen Miaoqing comforted Lin Yang, sat her down, and handed the wooden bowl to Shen Chao, letting the two brothers continue eating. "Qing'er, am I really useless?" Lin Yang looked sad, hesitating as she looked at her daughter. "No, Mom. You're very good," Shen Miaoqing reassured her. Unquestionably, Lin Yang was weak, but at least she truly loved her children. "No one is perfect. But next time I find something to eat for you, don't ask too many questions. Just eat quickly and hide from others," Shen Miaoqing warned them in advance. She didn't want to be questioned repeatedly, pushed back and forth. Lin Yang hesitated, but seeing her daughter's firm gaze, she finally nodded. "Do you understand?" Shen Miaoqing looked at her two brothers. Yes. Shen Chao too immediately nodded. He thought his older sister was very capable. Besides always listening to their father, he would now listen to his sister the most. Shun Qian also nodded along, understanding that his sister was only saying this for their good. Shen Miaoqing was satisfied and nodded in return. After this experience, she would be more careful next time. Some might say she was selfish, but she only wanted to prioritize helping her family within her abilities. At night, Shen Miaoqing packed away the smoked rabbit meat from her space, tearing it into thumb-sized pieces. She put the rabbit meat in her mouth, feeling how chewy and flavorful it was. For Shen Miaoqing, who hadn't eaten meat in a long time, this rabbit meat tasted amazing. She only ate a little, planning to save the rest to eat slowly. The journey was still long, so storing more food gave her more confidence. The smoked rabbit could last a long time. After leaving the space, Shen Miaoqing went to sleep happily. 6th day of fleeing. It was another hot noon. Everyone was tired, pulling carts and carrying baskets, constantly moving forward. 6 days had passed, covering over 300 miles, and they were getting closer to Hezhou.
Mom.
I'm so thirsty, the little grandson of the Liu family called weakly. Be good, we're almost there. Grandpa Huang said there won't be a water shortage in Hezhou. Someone reassured him. During these 6 days, each family's food and water supplies were running low. Every evening, they sent people to find water, but it was always unsuccessful. Finding water during a drought was extremely difficult. Everyone was holding their breath, eagerly hoping to reach Hezhou soon. Suddenly, the sky darkened. When they looked up, they saw a large black cloud approaching quickly from the distance. Is it going to rain? Li Ernyang asked excitedly, her rough voice full of hope. It seems like it, Su Sanyang said, staring intently at the dark cloud. Everyone looked up, full of hope and happiness, wishing for a big rain to ease their thirst and the heat. Only Shen Miaoqing felt something was wrong. Usually, after a drought, locusts come. This dark cloud didn't look like rain. It looked more like a swarm of locusts approaching. If the locusts really come, they are now in a low, flat area, but they are also near a barren mountain, so they could escape up the mountain. Shen Miaoqing steadied her mind and, while everyone was focused on the joy of the rain, secretly placed several torches she had made with rabbit fat and coal into her backpack. At first, Shen Miaoqing made these torches to defend against wild animals and also as a trial with some animal fat and coal, making them into semi-finished products. If it rained, that would be perfect. If not, it was good to be prepared. Shen Miaoqing kept alert in her heart. In the original story, there are very few descriptions of the disaster of fleeing famine. Most of the story focuses on the heroine meeting kind people, standing up for others, showing kindness and sweet moments with the hero. Meanwhile, Shen Miaoqing's companion, Shen Chaodu, was holding the little one, who was still blankly watching the sky with everyone. Big sister, is it really going to rain? The child's innocent voice carried joy and hopeful eyes as he looked at his sister. Hopefully, Shen Miaoqing replied without showing any emotion. If it rains, we won't run out of water. Although Big Sister sometimes gave them water, it was never enough, especially under the hot sun, and they still felt very thirsty. And every time they asked Big Sister for water, she said she drank it, but he never saw her drink. If it rained, Big Sister and everyone at home wouldn't lack water. While everyone was immersed in joy, upon closer inspection, they were surprised to find that what was approaching wasn't clouds, but groups of densely packed locusts. A few locusts fell on the people, confirming that the dark mass was indeed locusts. A large swarm of locusts, dark and seemingly ready to swallow the whole world, approached. Before anyone could react, a deafening buzzing sound came from the darkening sky. This wasn't clouds at all, it was clearly locusts. The sky was filled with locusts rushing in, dense and covering the sky like a greedy giant net, ruthlessly devouring everything.
Run.
Locusts. It's locusts. Someone's voice shouted. This brought everyone back from their daze, and they, unsure what to do, started running blindly. People screamed in panic, fleeing in all directions, trying to escape this sudden disaster. The originally happy crowd suddenly fell into chaos. Everyone was unsure how to deal with this terrible locust disaster. The dark swarm of locusts looked like a black curtain in the sky, making people feel suffocated and scared. Most locusts do not bite people, but if they land on someone, they can cause itching and redness. The locusts carry toxins, and those with weak immune systems who are surrounded by large groups of locusts can get sick. So everyone tried to avoid the locusts to prevent being disturbed. Mother, hold Adi and follow me, Shen Miaoqing said as she held Shen Chaodu and called out to Lin Yang. Confused and unsure, Lin Yang could only follow her daughter. Shen Miaoqing, her mother, and her two brothers hid near a big rock close to the cart. Although they could escape into the mountains, Shen Miaoqing knew they shouldn't leave the group now. Even if they ran up the mountain, others hadn't, and once the locusts left, the others would continue fleeing, leaving these women behind. They wouldn't survive alone. So, Shen Miaoqing waited to see what others would do. Acting alone wasn't a good idea. She knew many people wouldn't want to leave the cart because of the stuff on it. When the locusts arrived, They clung in large numbers to the cart, biting into grain bags, blankets, and other items. Even the small wooden bucket with water inside was invaded by locusts. "Damn it, my grain!" Lady Chen shouted as she saw the grain bag torn open, with corn and potatoes spilling out. She was heartbroken and shouted loudly. But soon, she dared not yell anymore. The dense swarm of locusts rushed toward her, and some even flew into her mouth when she opened it. Lady Chen quickly spat out the locusts, covered her mouth, and didn't speak anymore. She kept picking up the fallen grain and tried to block her mouth. The worst situation was the Lin family. They had 2 carts filled with grain and water, but a huge swarm of locusts surrounded them completely. The Lin family was frantic, trying to chase away the locusts, but it was no use. Most families with carts felt the same. They didn't want to leave their belongings, but also didn't want to stay. There were some exceptions. The Zhang family had the least stuff, even no cart, and they hurried up the mountain with just a basket on their back. Shen Miaoqing took out a fire starter, lit a homemade torch, and waved it to scare away the locusts. "Mother, hold D tightly," Shen Miaoqing said as she put down Shen Chaotu and warned Lin Yang. Mrs. Lin immediately understood and tightly embraced Shen Chaoqian and Shen Chaotu. Shen Miaoqing stood in front of them, waving a lit torch constantly. The effect was good. Compared to others, there were fewer locusts around them. Even so, Shen Miaoqing did not dare to relax. She carefully observed the reactions of others. Apart from the Zhang family who had already run to the mountain, everyone else was reluctant to leave their carts and hesitated to move. Old Master Huang was the first to decide. Covering his mouth with his clothes, he shouted loudly, "Put some grain in the basket, and let's run up the mountain." Old Lady Huang and the others from the Huang family quickly drove away the locusts and efficiently put their belongings into baskets. Seeing the Huang family run off, Shen Miaoqing decided to follow. "Mother, we need to run up the mountain." The mountain was covered with dry trees and grass, not very attractive to locusts, and there were many large rocks, so they might find a cave to hide in. "Then your father." Mrs. Lin looked hesitant, glancing toward Xinjia and Xindaleng. Shen Miaoqing frowned, about to say something, but then she sensed something. Xindaleng was also looking around for them. When Xindaleng saw them hiding among the rocks, he was relieved and hurriedly ran toward them. "Dad, we have to go up the mountain and hide," Shen Miaoqing said calmly and firmly. Xindaleng looked at the Shen family elders who had not left yet. "Qing, take your mother and younger brother and go first. I'll catch up later." Shen Miaoqing kept waving her torch and repeated, "Mother, let's go." This time, Mrs. Lin looked at her 2 young children and no longer hesitated. She picked up her children and ran with Shen Miaoqing toward the mountain. Shen Miaoqing held her torch, which made it difficult to carry the children, but Mrs. Lin was used to farm work and was strong. She carried 2 children alone. Though tiring, it was manageable. The Shen family didn't stay long. Old Lady Shen made the same decision as the Huang family, putting their belongings in baskets and heading to the mountain to escape the locusts. Except for Old Lady Shen, Old Master Shen, Xindaleng, and Shen Erlang's 2 sons, everyone else had already run out of sight. Shen Miaoqing saw that the others in the Shen family were running in all directions and weren't all gathered at the cart, which gave her more confidence to run up the mountain. Shen Miaoqing, walking calmly behind the Huang family with Lin Yang, was also carefully searching nearby for a cave. Shen Chao, in Lin Yang's arms, listened to the buzzing of locusts near his ears, watching his older sisters back ahead, feeling she was so strong and reliable. He also hoped one day to be their support, not just someone they protected. This moment made the little boy decide something. There is always a way out. Shen Miaoqing felt lucky. She found a stone in a place where the Huang family had noticed they had passed. Inside the stone, there was a hidden, not-so-small opening. Shen Miaoqing carefully moved aside the dry grass covering the stone. Although the opening was blocked by the stone, there was still a gap big enough for an adult to enter. After Lin Yang and her 2 brothers went inside, Shen Miaoqing followed closely. Once inside, Shen Miaoqing realized the cave was quite large. She finally relaxed a little, thinking about the opening and the people outside. Shen Miaoqing steadied her mind. Mother, watch the brothers. I'll go call someone to help.
Be
Be careful yourself. Lin Yang looked at her daughter's determined eyes, calming her chaotic thoughts, and didn't stop her. Seeing her daughter become more independent, Lin Yang remembered how she and her daughter looked before she was 7, and she couldn't help but see them both overlapping in her mind. Before leaving, Shen Miaoqing left a torch for Lin Yang and covered the cave entrance with another stone. It wasn't completely blocked, but it was much better than before when it was fully open. After finishing, Shen Miaoqing took her own torch and headed down the mountain. On the way, swarms of locusts attacked her, but she kept waving her torch high, creating a path for herself. She didn't walk far before meeting members of the Shen family heading up the mountain: Old Master Shen, Old Madam Shen, her stepfather, and 2 cousins. Grandma, Grandpa, Dad, I found the cave. Come hide with me. Shen Miaoqing shouted loudly, covering her nose and mouth with a cloth. Following the Shen family, other refugees also heard her voice and looked at her with hope. The cave isn't small. Let's all go together. Shen Miaoqing knew what they were thinking and added. Everyone followed her into the cave and hid there. After this, Shen Miaoqing didn't go out again. She only needed to make one trip and didn't see the point in risking herself multiple times. Shen Miaoqing knew that when she went out to find people, others would come here soon. She found the cave and knew it could hold more people, so she didn't mind others coming over. Moreover, on the escape route, the more familiar people there are, the safer the team will be. Second sister, where did you get this? Shen Lichang, from the second household of the Shen family, asked curiously, looking at Shen Miaoqing's torch. I learned how to make it from a book. I made it before fleeing and it works pretty well, so I brought it along. I didn't expect it to be useful, Shen Miaoqing explained calmly. Before fleeing, she carried a large basket, which was covered with cloth, so she felt safe using that as an excuse. This is quite useful against locusts. Can I borrow it to go find my parents and uncle and aunt? Shen Lichang asked. Of course. Shen Miaoqing agreed without hesitation, handing him the torch. Me too. I want to go with Big Brother, second brother Shen Laifu quickly said. Shen Miaoqing handed the torch from Lin Yang to Shen Laifu. The 2 brothers went out together, also making sure to block the cave entrance again with stones. Shen Lichang and Shen Laifu are from the second household, straightforward and simple-minded. Shen Miaoqing has a good impression of both brothers. It's over. We're left with so little grain. How are we supposed to survive? Old Lady Shen looked through the items in the basket, her voice full of deep sadness. If she had known there would be such a large swarm of locusts, she wouldn't have been so frugal. Now there's so little left and they're hungry. It's a total waste. Old Master Shen's face, full of wrinkles, looked weathered as he sat down sighing silently. Other families also searched through their belongings, sighing and lamenting. Some frightened children were crying uncontrollably. Shen Miaoqing didn't say much, gently patting her 2 brothers' backs to comfort them. Shen Chao too watched the scene in front of him, too scared to speak. Disasters are always terrifying, and chain reactions like droughts are common. In modern times, people sometimes struggle to face natural disasters, let alone the low productivity and poor conditions of ancient times. Shen Dawang also comforted Lin Yang, quietly staying by his wife's side. Not long after, the 2 Shen brothers who went out to find people returned with others. The 2 brothers brought back many people. Except for Shen Sanlang and Su Sanyang, no one from the Shen family was missing. Everyone else returned. Even the Lin family members who were reluctant to leave were brought back by the Shen brothers. When Grandma Lin arrived at the cave, she started crying loudly and desperately. The Lin family suffered the most. When the locusts came, 2 oxen were frightened and ran wildly, breaking free from their ropes and disappearing. Despite this, the Lin family was still thriving with 5 sons. They desperately carried away many belongings in baskets, but the losses were still heavy. There weren't too few people in the cave. Everyone crowded together. Grandma Lin's crying echoed around, and her eldest daughter-in-law also wept softly. Her crying affected many others. Many women inside the cave also wailed loudly, their cries full of sadness. Even the usually calm old master, Shin, couldn't hold back his pain. He lowered his head and remained silent. The other strong men also stayed quiet. Shun Miaoqing lowered her head and thought. The locusts came from the southeast, which meant they might have crossed from Hezhou. If something happened in Hezhou too, even if there was water supply there, it would be hard to store enough grain. Moreover, the current situation was dire. The grain and water they brought weren't enough, and it was over 150 miles to Hezhou, at least 3 days' walk. Without water or food, they might not make it in 3 days, especially since the locusts would delay them further. Shun Miaoqing thought this through and didn't blame everyone for looking so heavy-hearted. Even if she had supplies in her space, she'd have to be very careful about using them. Without food, hungry people's eyes would be fixed on those with grain. The mournful crying didn't last long because a large swarm of locusts suddenly rushed toward the cave. Even with stones blocking part of the entrance, it couldn't stop all of them. Many locusts flew inside through the gaps. Quick, use torches to block them, Shun Miaoqing said, frowning, as she stood up and spoke to the Shun brothers. The brothers quickly placed burning torches at the entrance, waving them to drive away the locusts. The locusts that had already flown inside crawled and scurried over the people. Everyone hurried to protect their grain and drive away the insects, ignoring everything else. Locusts swarmed and crawled on Shun Miaoqing. She quickly took the last torch from her basket, lit it, and protected her 2 younger brothers as they hurriedly drove away the approaching locusts. Shun Daliang saw this and also hurried to protect Lady Lin, frantically shooing away the locusts. Meanwhile, Shin Shirling, who had just been brought back to the cave, thought she had escaped danger, but was shocked to see so many locusts again. She screamed and tried to hide behind her 3rd brother, Shun Hefu. Shun Hefu frowned, hurriedly swatting at the locusts crawling on him, with no time to worry about his younger sister hiding behind him. Hearing her screams behind, he felt a bit annoyed and impatiently shouted, "Can you stop screaming?" Shun Shirling pouted in dissatisfaction, clutching Shin Hefu's sleeve tightly and refusing to let go. It wasn't until dusk, when night fell, that the locust army gradually retreated. The heavy burden on everyone's hearts seemed to lift as if a stone had been removed, and they all felt relieved, their tense nerves finally relaxing. Grandmother Lin saw that the locusts had decreased significantly and was the first to urge everyone to go back and look for things. Others, also swayed by Grandmother Lin's words, despite being exhausted, didn't want to leave the carts and their belongings behind, each calling to go back and search. Seeing many people leaving the cave, Old Master Shin spoke in a deep voice. Old Second and I will go back to get the carts, and Old Second's family will go look for Old Third's people. Shin Miaoqing also followed Old Master Shin down. As they exited the cave, she saw that the once yellowed leaves had become completely bare, and even the wild grass on the ground had been eaten by locusts. A strange feeling flickered in Shin Miaoqing's heart. She had grown up in peaceful times, and words like locust disaster she had only seen in movies before. Now she was witnessing what it truly meant for locusts to pass through. Nothing was left, not even the yellowed grass and trees. When the Shin family reached the carts, they saw that the people who had already come down were crying and wailing, holding scattered belongings from their carts. Grandmother Shin hurriedly rushed over, picking up the scattered pots, bowls, and basins, as well as the fallen bedding and the few remaining grains of millet on the ground. "Oh heavens, are you trying to take our lives?" Grandmother Shun's hands trembled slightly as she gathered the items. Shun Miaoqing silently followed behind, saying nothing, tidying up the scattered belongings on the ground. After everyone had finished gathering their things in a heavy atmosphere, they decided to stay overnight in the cave Shin Miaoqing had previously found and set out again the next day. After searching through the Shun family's second household, Shin Sanlang and Su Sanyang were both found, though they looked very disheveled when they were brought back. Su Sanyang's hair was messy and unkempt, her clothes were torn and tangled, and she had visible red marks on her arms and face. She kept brushing at her clothes, as if she felt bugs crawling on her. Shun Sanlang was not much better, looking tired and somewhat dazed, similar to Su Sanyang. They were very unlucky. They ran early and couldn't find a good hiding spot, so they ended up hiding near a rock for a long time. The Huang family and Zhang family also ran quickly. They met each other and hid together in a small cave. After the locusts passed, both families went down the mountain to find carts and gather people. This locust invasion caused a lot of damage. Much grain and water were lost, and many quilts were torn, but no one was hurt. The Lin family searched all night and only found one cow. They were very disappointed, and the oldest woman in the Lin family didn't sleep all night. Her eyes were still red and frightening the next morning. Despite their sadness over the losses, everyone packed up early the next morning at dawn and continued their journey to escape the disaster. Today's breakfast for the Shen family was leftover corn that had been bitten open by locusts and fallen to the ground, which they picked up and shared. Shen Miaoqing looked at the corn in her hand and sighed softly, shaking her head. "Don't eat it yet." She stopped the two young children from eating the corn. The two little ones looked up at their sister in confusion. Shen Chaotu thought for a moment and handed the corn to Shen Miaoqing, saying, "Here, eat it, sister." Even though he was hungry too, he felt sorry for his sister, who had been carrying him and rushing every day. He thought that since he was small, he could eat less, so giving the corn to her was the right thing to do. Locusts have toxins on them. Eating them isn't good for your health. Shen Miaoqing gently touched Shen Chaotu, who was well-behaved. "Your sister is right." Shen Dalong nodded in agreement and stopped Lin Yang from eating the leftover corn. He was about to persuade her, but his daughter had already spoken first. As for why Shen Dalong didn't tell the others in the Shen family that locusts on the corn were poisonous and shouldn't be eaten, it's because, apart from the main household, the others in the Shen family didn't all eat corn. The others had only half a potato for breakfast. If Shen Daliang mentioned it, he knew he would definitely be scolded harshly by old lady Shen. Besides their main household, other families also ate leftover grains that grasshoppers had crawled over. If they said it was not safe to eat, it might cause trouble. Shen Daliang helplessly shook his head. Moreover, although the corn can't be eaten now, what if they are starving and have no other choice? When comparing the value of human life to the safety of the corn, the decision is clear. "Let's wait a while before eating," Shen Daliang said in a heavy voice. After the grasshoppers passed, it was the easiest time to get sick, so eating now could cause problems. This morning, the cart wasn't pulled by Shen Daliang. During his free time, he took turns carrying Shen Chaoqian and Shen Chaotu to keep moving. Today's escape group was much more gloomy than before. Along the way, everyone kept their heads down and hurried forward. Shen Miaoqing noticed that there were more escapees today than before, but they were mostly small families or two families together. Earlier, when Shen Miaoqing escaped, she only encountered at most 2 families in a day. Today, in just half a day, she already saw 3 or 4 small escape groups. Compared to these scattered escapees, Shen Miaoqing's group of 6 families, nearly 100 people, made a big impression, so other escapees didn't dare to come close. At noon, when the sun was at its hottest and strongest, the escape group finally stopped to rest. Shen Chaotu eagerly looked toward old lady Shen, swallowing his saliva with hope. He was very thirsty and hungry, but no matter how much water he drank, he still felt thirsty.
His mouth was almost dry.
Finally, old lady Shen distributed food, but all they received were wild grass roots and a little corn, even without water. Most of the Shen family's meals now didn't require cooking. Without water, they couldn't boil anything, so they mostly ate directly. Only when eating the last remaining potatoes and sweet potatoes did they need to start a fire. But such foods like sweet potatoes and potatoes were almost unavailable to them now. Having some corn was already good. Shen Daliang occasionally managed to get a small piece of potato or sweet potato because he was pulling the cart, so he had some to share. Seeing the little one like this, Shen Miaoqing felt heartache and sighed. Using the excuse of taking Shen Chaotu out to relieve himself, she avoided the others. "Drink water quickly," Shen Miaoqing said, taking out the water bag and handing it to him. Shen Chaotu's dark eyes suddenly lit up. Unable to resist the temptation, He took a few small sips of water and then returned the water pouch to Shen Miaoqing. Drink more, be good. Shen Miaoqing didn't take the pouch but looked around carefully. Shen Chaotu obediently took a few more sips, remembering what his older sister had said earlier, that he shouldn't be seen by others and should finish quickly. He didn't dare waste time and immediately returned the water pouch after drinking. That's enough, enough. The little boy's voice was also lowered like Shen Miaoqing's, and his bright eyes looked around cautiously. Big sister, you should drink too. Shen Miaoqing almost laughed when she saw him. She took a piece of wild rabbit meat she had prepared in the space and said, "Open your mouth." Shen Chaotu didn't hesitate at all and instinctively obeyed. When he realized, he had already put the food in his mouth. His clear, bright eyes showed confusion. He chewed instinctively, feeling the chewy, tasty food. The more he chewed, the more fragrant it became. His puzzled eyes suddenly brightened, and he looked at his sister with admiration. Don't talk. This is our secret, okay? Shen Miaoqing smiled kindly and looked at Shen Chaotu. The little boy nodded seriously. His sister's gentle face was deeply imprinted in his young heart. Shen Miaoqing then took out several more pieces of wild rabbit meat to feed him, let him drink a few more sips of water, and carefully warned him not to tell anyone before she took Shen Chaotu away. She admitted that doing this might be a bit risky, but she knew that if she didn't, the two little ones wouldn't survive. She couldn't take both of them out at once to avoid attention. It would be too obvious. After some time, seeing that others were preparing to rest and not paying attention to their side, Shen Miaoqing led Shen Chaotu away from the crowd. The resting place of the Shen family's main house was under a withered tree near a mountain. Not far away, there were many dead trees and rocks used as cover. If you weren't specifically looking for it, you wouldn't notice it. Shen Miaoqing handed the water pouch to Shen Chaotu. This time, the little boy didn't hesitate and quickly finished drinking before returning the pouch to his sister. Perhaps it was Shen Miaoqing's repeated warnings that made him listen, or maybe it was because of the last incident with the wood ear mushrooms, which made him more cautious. Did you drink, sister? The little boy looked straight at Shen Miaoqing, his face full of concern. I already drank, Shen Miaoqing replied. Before she finished speaking, Shen Chaoqian quickly chimed in. Big sister, please put it away quickly. The little boy looked around nervously. Even though he was young, he knew that if the grandparents found out, his sister would definitely be scolded. Or worse, like Sister Qinqiu before, she might get hit. He didn't want his sister to be hurt. Shen Miaoqing usually fed him wild rabbit meat before taking him back to rest. Earlier, she had given a water bag to the kind father, so he could share it with his wife. She couldn't do much more. Doing too much might reveal secrets about the space. She couldn't trust anyone with the secret, so she kept it inside her heart. Before the noon break was over, everyone was awakened by loud noises. When they looked carefully, they saw Shan Hifu from the third branch of the Shen family kneeling beside a woman. Please help me. I really can't go on. Please, the woman cried out, her voice sad and broken. Tears streamed down her pretty face as she looked pitifully at Shen Hifu. Seeing her, Shen Hifu felt his heart soften. He looked at the weak woman in front of him and felt sorry for her, but he hesitated to speak. Before he could decide, Su Sanyang rushed out and pushed Shen Hifu behind her. What are you doing? Su Chunchao said angrily, glaring at the woman with a fierce look.
Sniff.
I ran away with my parents to escape the famine. Yesterday, we got separated because of the locusts. I'm scared to go alone. Please, Auntie, give me a chance to live. The woman sobbed again, looking pitifully at Shen Hifu. Shen Miaoqing carefully observed the woman who had suddenly appeared. Remembering the original story, it seemed she had been mentioned before. In the original story, her arrival was to find out where their group was going. She took the opportunity at night to steal more supplies from the fleeing people. Shen Miaoqing quietly thought that even if she tried to stop the woman from joining, she might still be resented by the others in the Shen family. Moreover, the people behind her were already watching them. The enemy was in the dark, and they were in the light. They had to stay alert. It was better to face the known risks openly from the start. Although their group was not wealthy and had suffered from the locust disaster, making things worse, they had to be cautious. Although they are relatively many, their scattered belongings are not few. Shin Miaoqing hides her thoughts and carefully observes the woman's every move. Mother, she looks so pitiful. Shen Hefu pulls at Su Sanyang's clothes. Seeing the woman's sad eyes, he just wants to protect her. Maybe we should take her with us to escape the famine. It's too dangerous for her alone. Su Sanyang frowns, but she doesn't seem trustworthy, and we can't rely just on her words. After Su Sanyang speaks, Shin Sanlang and Shun Laotai nod in agreement. Old Shin twirls his cigarette without saying a word. Annie, I really am not lying.
Boo-hoo.
Once I find my parents, I will leave. He Lianer speaks sincerely, promising again and again. Mother, she's just a weak girl. How could she be in any danger? Shan Hefu adds anxiously. Shin Shirling lowers her eyes in thought for a moment before saying, Yes, mother, I think this sister is also very pitiful. Maybe we should bring her along. Shan Hefu looks gratefully at his sister who spoke for him. Shin Shirling smiles gently, showing kindness on her face. She is doing this for her brother. Su Sanyang hesitates, then looks toward Old Shin and Shun Laotai. Old Shin frowns, suddenly thinking of something. He whispers a few words to Old Shin, then agrees to let He Lianer join. Shen Miaoqing understands that Old Shin and Shun Laotai's plan is because several of their grandchildren are reaching marriageable age. They haven't found suitable matches, and keeping this girl might lead to another marriage alliance. But let me be clear, we don't have extra food or water to give you, Old Shin says seriously, carefully eyeing He Lianer. Thank you for your kindness. He Lianer's crying softens into quiet sobs. She looks gratefully at Shun Hefu, who feels his heart soften again. After He Lianer looks away, she breathes a sigh of relief inside, secretly happy that her plan has succeeded. Shun Hefu eagerly helps He Lianer to her feet. Seeing her delicate face, he feels that this might be a gift from heaven, and the feeling in his heart is very sweet. Shun Hefu recently felt very hungry and couldn't help but go looking for something to eat. Unexpectedly, he met a sad, crying person. His older brother is 20, the second brother is 19, and neither has a wife yet. He is 18 and already thinking ahead for himself, which Shun Hefu feels proud of. Because of this, he eagerly asked about He Lianer, talking without any caution. Shun Miaoqing saw that things were settled and approached her kind-hearted father, Shen Dalong. Father, do you feel something is wrong? Miaoqing asked softly, trying to sound cautious. Shen Dalong thought for a moment. Do you think something is wrong? Shen Qingshan didn't think his daughter was talking nonsense. He remembered that when she was at home, she had already warned him that his father and brothers might plan to leave the main household behind. If not for her warning, he might not have hurried back from town. Shen Qingshan knew that once his father had made up his mind, it would be hard to change it. His daughter was calm and clear-headed at that time. Throughout their escape, she remained calm and collected, even secretly sharing water and wild herbs. Shun Dalong trusted his daughter a lot. So, when he asked if something was wrong, Shun Dalong observed carefully and thought quietly about what might be off. Father, I just think that on the dangerous journey of fleeing, we should be extra cautious of someone whose background is unclear. Shin Miaoqing knew that without solid proof, claiming that someone had a hidden plan behind her back wouldn't be easily believed. She just wanted to warn Shin Dalong in advance. Moreover, the person who came looked weak and delicate. I will pay more attention. Shin Dalong nodded in response. Miaoqing didn't say anything more and went back to rest, carefully recalling details from the book she had read. At that time, she wasn't very interested in the story of Disaster Year, a romantic story set during a catastrophe, so she skimmed through many parts quickly and didn't read carefully. Therefore, she didn't know when the person behind that woman planned to strike. Miaoqing didn't want to interfere much. Even if she was robbed, it wouldn't matter to her. But she also understood that if the villagers fleeing together were robbed again and lost their last bit of food for survival, it would cause more panic. After all, when people are hungry enough, they might do anything. She believed that in modern books and movies, stories about eating human flesh or cannibalism could definitely happen to starving people. Moreover, She had 2 helpless children with her, and even she only knew some yoga to stay fit, so she couldn't protect others. She had tried her own space before. Only she could enter, no one else. In the afternoon, everyone packed up and set out again. Shen Miaoqing kept some thoughts to herself and often watched He Lienu, who was beside Shen Hefu. On the way fleeing, He Lienu never complained about being tired and silently followed Shen Hefu, occasionally looking at him with grateful admiration. This made Shen Hefu feel very happy. But on the road, with no water and little to say, they kept quiet. Shen Hefu didn't notice that He Lienu's eyes and attention were focused on the cart's belongings. He Lienu thought she was hiding well, but she didn't realize Shen Miaoqing saw everything she did. In her mind, He Lienu planned that when it got dark and they rested to eat, she could observe more carefully where others had hidden their grain, especially the family with the ox cart. Although these people looked poor, they were better off than those in their mountain village. If only she hadn't seen so many fleeing people, even more than their village, she wouldn't have to bother with such careful spying. Third brother Shen, when will we stop? He Lienu whispered softly as the sky darkened and approached Shen Hefu. It should be soon, very soon, Shen Hefu replied, looking at the darkening sky, thinking it was almost time to rest. Are you hungry? I still have half a biscuit. Let me give you some to fill your stomach. Shen Hefu smiled kindly and took out a long-hidden oat and grain biscuit from his clothes to give to her. Many looked at this with frowns. 63, wanting to say something, hesitated, remembering what her own son had told her before. Thank you. You're really kind, He Lienu said again, looking at Shen Hefu with grateful admiration. Shen Hefu kept smiling happily, always cheerful during their journey. His younger brother Shen Higui behind him looked at this with disdain, thinking it was foolish to casually give away food. He still believed that food was safest when kept inside his own stomach. The sky was so dark that the road was barely visible, and the crowd fleeing from hardship stopped to rest. This time, Shen Miaoqing's resting place had no trees, only cracked earth. They casually placed some dry grass underneath, laid down cool mats, and if it felt cold at night, they covered themselves with thin blankets. Some people preferred to stay cool and didn't cover up. Cough, cough. Su Sanyang covered her mouth, coughing repeatedly. Mother, what's wrong? Shen Shirling asked with concern, but stopped and didn't get closer. I feel a bit dizzy, Su Sanyang said weakly as she sat on the cool mat. This morning, when they were traveling, she already felt unwell, but didn't think much of it. It was only in the afternoon, during the journey, that she felt worse. Shen Miaoqing nearby also heard her and remembered that when locusts came, Su Sanyang didn't hide in the cave, but stayed with Su Sanling, getting scratched and bitten by the locusts many times. Plus, during the day, it was very hot with the sun blazing, and at night, the temperature dropped quickly. Over time, their resistance was low, so falling ill was not surprising. Shen Miaoqing looked at her 2 weaker brothers. Recently, their health hadn't worsened, which she knew was thanks to the nourishing effect of the spiritual spring water. Although the spring water wasn't very powerful, it helped boost immunity and strengthen the body. Additionally, Shun Dalong had turned the medicine they planned to cook into pills, which kept nourishing the 2 little guys. So, despite the scorching sun and locusts, the boys remained healthy on this journey. Meanwhile, Shun Sanlang went to invite a healer from the Zhang family. The Zhang family's healer was only somewhat skilled, but among the entire fleeing group, he was the only one with some medical knowledge. Just so you know, I don't do free consultations. You have to trade grain or water, Zhang Dali shouted as soon as he finished examining Su Sanyang. Don't worry, Zhang Chue, I won't blame you. Old Madame Shen frowned and scolded irritably. She's so precious, yet she gets sick so easily. All right. We should have boiled some herbs, but I know everyone is short on water, so I could only use these pills. I was planning to keep them for my own life-saving use. Enough? Is this enough? Old Madame Shen painfully handed over a small bag of corn. Zhang Dazue picked up a small bag of corn and weighed it. You're not being fair. Let me tell you my pills. He kept talking, but old Master Shen's face, full of wrinkles, suddenly looked displeased. His eyes signaled Old Lady Shin to hurry and send them away. Old Lady Shin could only painfully take out 2 potatoes and hand them over. "That's the most I can do." Seeing the situation, Zhang Dazue quickly accepted the potatoes with a smile, then handed over the pills and gave a few more instructions before turning to leave. Finally, he was glad he had brought plenty of medicinal herbs when he fled the famine. Such useless, wasteful things. Why is everyone else fine, but you're so precious? A money-losing burden. Old Lady Shun kept scolding. Su Sanyang felt guilty and didn't dare to argue. Shun Miaoqing watched Zhang Dazue treat Su Chunchao and realized there were people in their fleeing group who knew how to heal. Tonight, Shun Miaoqing didn't go out to look for food. Her attention was quietly focused on He Lianer. Late at night, He Lianer wanted to sneak out to send a message, but didn't expect 2 guards to be watching. In the end, He Lianer used stomach pain as an excuse to avoid others. Unbeknownst to He Lianer, Shun Miaoqing soon followed quietly. Shun Miaoqing approached quietly, entered her space, and overheard her plans. She learned that He Lianer and the villagers from their mountain village had settled in this remote mountain area. During the famine, many villagers chose to flee, but some stayed. The He family was the leader of the village. Anyone passing through this mountain alone, especially with few people, would be robbed of their grain, water, and valuables. Those who resisted were often beaten or even killed. The villagers survived by robbing those fleeing with fewer people, even capturing children to raise on the mountain as food reserves. This time, the robbers targeted Shun Miaoqing's fleeing group for their supplies. Because they had many strong men, they didn't dare attack openly. But they couldn't just let the opportunity slip away, so they arranged for He Lianer to sneak in and check the situation. They are not very united as families. I think we can take advantage of the night to rob a few households, while the others might not act together. He Lianer shared her observations, her face showing some indifference, which was very different from her pitiful look during the day. "You're right. Besides, we still have some knives, and these people might not dare to fight us. Among their group, there are quite a few children. We could also catch a few more to take back." The voices of their plans rose one after another. Shun Miaoqing, who had been secretly listening in the dark, felt a cold chill run through her body. After He Lianer returned home, Shun Miaoqing waited a while before sneaking back from another side, without raising suspicion. Lying on a cool mat, Shun Miaoqing's mind replayed the conversation she overheard. Born in a peaceful time, she was more mature and had a stronger ability to accept things than others. But when she faced the bloody reality directly, she still felt terrified and unable to accept it. The thought of her 2 brothers being cooked and eaten made her feel a sickening coldness spread through her. At night, the stars twinkled faintly, and the moonlight was like water, spreading across the ground. A gentle breeze rustled softly. The exhausted refugees were peacefully dreaming, unaware that danger from the dark was already watching them. Shun Miaoqing dared not sleep, her eyes flickering as she kept a faint watch on her brother and He Lianer, who had returned and peacefully gone to sleep. Although she heard that the mountain people planned to attack tomorrow night, her mind was troubled, and she couldn't help but stay alert. She tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep until dawn, when she finally let out a quiet sigh and rested her eyes for a little while. As the sun rose, the heavy wooden wheel rolled over the muddy road, creaking as the cart was pushed along. The fleeing people silently continued their journey. Shun Miaoqing looked at the endless mountain range, one after another, stretching as far as the eye could see. She finally understood why the mountain people weren't in a rush to attack immediately. They probably knew that once they entered this area, they would be watched from the start. Those people were confident they wouldn't escape soon, which is why they dared to gather information before striking. Meanwhile, He Lianer kept her eyes fixed on the Lin, Chun, and Shin families. The Lin family had the most belongings, and over the years, they had become the biggest targets, those who were most likely to be attacked first. Secondly, the Chin family has many elderly women and children, but only 3 young men. In the Shin family, He Lianer notices there are more strong-looking men, but the 3rd household is chaotic and very ununited. As for the other families, The Huang and Li families have many strong members and are united. However, Zhang's family seems very poor. They don't even have a cart. He Yener observes carefully. If someone isn't paying close attention, they wouldn't notice her subtle thoughts. I really envy you for having such a good older brother, He Yener softly says, her eyes fixed on Shunhafu. My brother is naturally good. If sister doesn't mind, she can also consider him as her brother. Shin Shirling replies cheerfully with a friendly smile. Shin Shirling's words greatly please Shunhafu, and even Grandma Shin looks at her approvingly. Soon, Shin Shirling and He Yener become very close, as if for her brother's sake. Although her brother is usually lazy and used to gamble small amounts, he is considered a good man, so she doesn't think she's losing out by having her as a sister. He Yener then carefully extracts more information about the Shin family from Shin Shirling. She even hears Shin Shirling mention that the Lin family is wealthy, because Shin Shirling accidentally reveals that her favorite grandson, Lin Dequan, admires her. Shin Miaoqing remains mostly silent on the journey. When He Yener tries to get close to her, she responds coldly. After a few attempts, He Yener gives up on trying to get closer to Shin Miaoqing. At noon, the sun reaches its highest point, and the hot sunlight makes people sweat and feel dizzy. The people fleeing from hardship finally rest. Shin Miaoqing considers her plan. She first approaches Shin Dalong and seriously tells him what she has in mind. Thanks to her reminder yesterday, Shin Dalong keeps an eye on the woman who suddenly appeared while they are fleeing. He also notices that He Yener is always subtly trying to gather information about their family. Shin Dalong looks serious. Qing, do you have a plan? Seeing her daughter's calm demeanor, Shin Dalong doesn't act on his own but asks for Shin Miaoqing's opinion. Shin Miaoqing indeed has her own plan. She leans close to Shin Dalong and whispers a few words in his ear. She watches He Yener, who is temporarily away, using the excuse of resting at noon to go look for food. He Yener probably already decided which families to target and is going to pass on the information. Shin Miaoqing no longer hesitated. She quickly took Shin Daliang to find the Huang family, thinking that since they had helped the old Master Huang when he fainted from heatstroke, they should be easier to talk to. The Huang family's old master had 5 sons, all strong and tall, along with many big grandsons. They rarely had girl children. Moreover, old Master Huang held a map and was quite respected among the refugee group, which was mostly led by the Huang family. However, old Master Huang preferred not to interfere much. During the escape, he mostly focused on moving quickly or resting, rarely asking about other matters. Most of the refugee families were not from the same village. Although they escaped together, they mostly formed loose groups without close relationships. The Huang family was only somewhat close to the Li family from the same village. Old Mr. Li had a good relationship with the Shun family, so the refugee group was a layered assembly of different families. When Shin Miaoqing and Shin Daliang approached the Huang family, before the Huang family could ask questions, Shin Miaoqing sat down and lowered her voice, facing the Huang family. I'll be straightforward. Last night, I found out that the woman we brought yesterday at noon from the Shin family secretly left and conspired with others. They planned to steal our grain tonight. Not just the grain, they also planned to take the children as food. The woman sneaked in to gather information, Shin Miaoqing said simply, her tone heavy. She didn't hide anything and added, but there aren't as many mountain people as us, so they only plan to target some households. Miss Shin, are you sure? Old Master Huang frowned deeply and looked at Shin Miaoqing seriously. Last night, Brother Huang also kept watch. He should have seen that the girl went out too, she replied. Old Master Huang looked at his eldest grandson, Huang Dahu. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. He did see both of them go out last night.
Bah!
They're not human, trying to steal children and eat them. Damn them. Old Lady Huang cursed loudly. Her eldest granddaughter-in-law had just given birth to a girl, and Old Lady Huang loved her dearly. Hearing about the plan to snatch children to eat, she couldn't help but curse in anger. Speak softer. Old Master Huang scolded. He understood that Shin family members spoke in private to avoid being overheard by the intruder. I had heard before that there were people living in these mountains. After walking for a few days, I thought nothing had happened.
Sigh.
Old Master Huang sighed deeply. However, father, luckily we knew in advance, so we can prepare early, said Huang Dahu with a positive attitude, feeling grateful for the early warning so they wouldn't be caught off guard. You're right. Knowing ahead of time allows us to prevent problems, old Master Huang said as he couldn't help but get up and walk around, thinking of various plans. Shen family, come over. Have you thought of any ideas? Old Master Huang pondered, believing that more people would make things easier. Seeing old Master Huang's expression, Shen Miaoqing knew there was a good chance of success. Grandpa Huang, when everyone decided to escape the famine together, it was to better face these sudden problems. I think each family should unite. The journey is long and full of dangers, and acting alone is very risky, she said clearly and decisively. Shen Miaoqing didn't think much, and quickly shared her idea. Yesterday noon, she didn't immediately mention the strange behavior of Heliener, not only to avoid alerting others, but also because she knew that people escaping famine were often uncooperative. Without solid evidence, they wouldn't believe her. Old Master Huang, with his hands behind his back, didn't respond right away. His dark, wrinkled face seemed to be deep in thought. He knew that from the start of the escape, he didn't trust others much. Having lived so long, he had experienced famine multiple times. Sometimes, the people around him could be more dangerous than natural disasters. Therefore, apart from his close neighbors, the Li family, he kept a clear boundary and rarely interacted with others. The house is about to fall, and it's not just one tree holding it up. If every family faces trouble, it will be very hard to protect oneself, Shen Daijian added with a serious expression. Shen Qingshan knew that his family only had him as a strong worker. His parents and brothers and sisters were not united, so if the entire escape team scattered, it would be even more dangerous. Yes, old master. If other families face trouble, even if our family manages to escape this time, we haven't gone far on the road. It's unlikely to be so lucky every time, especially since they are all scholars and understand many principles, Old Lady Huang said worriedly, trying to persuade. For Old Lady Huang, who had always lived in a large community, more people meant more ideas and easier problem-solving. After Shen Miaoqing explained that those mountain villagers only planned to rob a few families, everyone in the Huang family was sure that it was almost impossible for them to target the Huang or Li families among the 6 households. What are you talking about? I'm not saying we should ignore everything or just run away with our family. Old Master Huang looked at Old Lady Huang with displeasure. Shen Miaoqing heard Old Master Huang speak, then continued, Grandpa Huang, I believe that if we know in advance and stay united, those villagers won't be able to take us. Yes, I think Miss Qing is right. They don't have as many people as we do, so we don't need to be afraid of them. Big Tiger Huang, true to his name, was loud and lively, full of confidence. Right, we can contact each household early and prepare together. Shen Qingshan shared his initial idea. Hearing this, Old Master Huang nodded in agreement. Shen Miaoqing whispered a few words into their ears. After hearing her, everyone looked at each other and nodded repeatedly. Then, the Huang family members gradually informed other households, making thorough preparations. Meanwhile, Shen Daliang and Shen Miaoqing quietly told Shen family members about the situation. However, after speaking with Shen Miaoqing and Old Master Shen, she added that Shen Hefu and Shen Shirling had close contact with Heliener and telling them might reveal the plan. After some thought, Old Master Shen agreed with Miaoqing's opinion and decided not to tell anyone else in the second household except Shen Erlang, and strictly forbade Shen Erlang from talking about it. After sharing everything, Shen Miaoqing finally felt her burden lift. She also secretly went out to gather many sharp wooden sticks and stored them in her space. By noon, Shen Miaoqing appeared to be sleeping, but her consciousness entered the space. She was using a dull axe to sharpen the sticks into sharp points. She might not necessarily use them, but she felt better prepared just in case. Shen Miaoqing discovered early on that she could enter her space with her mind. Inside her consciousness, she was no different from her physical body outside. Doing tasks in the space was tiring, and when she came out, her body would also feel exhausted. Shen Miaoqing felt like she had a split personality. During the afternoon, as they hurried along, The people fleeing from the famine slowed their steps tacitly. Even their rest at sunset was earlier than usual. Hilyener didn't suspect anything. She had been in the mountains all along, and although she was hungry, she didn't need to rush like the others. So, in just a day and a half, she already felt so exhausted she couldn't speak. Especially since she hadn't drunk water, she only felt tired and full of fatigue. She assumed the others were also tired and stopped to rest. Hilyener thought about tonight's plan again. She decided to wait until it got dark and then sneak away quietly. At dusk, Shen Miaoqing took the opportunity while everyone was focused on tonight's event to secretly feed water and rabbit meat to the two little ones. She also ate her fill quietly. As for Shen Dalong and Lin Yang, Shen Miaoqing only took some black airs from the space, as they still had water in their water bags. She only reminded them to eat but didn't give them extra water. Old Madam Shen also knew about tonight's plan. She couldn't help feeling nervous and remembered the grain lost to locusts. Old Madam Shen was rarely generous. She took out a well-hidden sweet potato and divided half a root for each person. This made unaware Su Chunchao very happy. She thought the grain was given because old Madam Shen cared for her when she was sick. Seeing others also received sweet potatoes, Su Chunchao felt she was lucky. When she saw her foolish son Shen Hefu sharing half a sweet potato with Hilyener, she wanted to scold him but held back. Then she seemed to remember something and happily said to Hilyener, "It's because my mother cares for us. Our family, the third household, knows how to make the old lady happy." Hilyener smiled casually and politely complimented her, then said nothing more. Su Chunchao thought she needed to let Hilyener see her kindness so her son would have a better chance. She liked her son to be fond of this girl and wanted to match them. Night fell quietly. Everything seemed the same as before. Little did they know, a hunter was waiting in the darkness. Hilyener looked at the darkening sky. Not far away, she could hear Shen Hefu sleeping soundly with his snores. While the night watchman wasn't paying attention, Hilyener quietly slipped out, planning to inform the people hiding on the mountain to come down. What she didn't know is that as soon as she left, everyone already knew and even gave her the chance to leave directly. The people at the foot of the mountain are already asleep. Now is the best time. Hilyener spoke softly, but in the silent mountain, her words clearly reached the ears of those waiting. Yes, yes, yes. Hilyener's father nodded approvingly and patted her shoulder. Then, carefully but excitedly, he led the mountain villagers down the mountain. The villagers following Hilyener's father seemed to see the grain and water they wanted waving to them. They are not doing this for the first time. Maybe their first attempt was full of fear and worry, but after doing it many times, they now only look forward to the rewards. They are happily imagining, holding their tools like knives, sickles, and hoes, thinking that the people below are already asleep, and they are slowly moving closer to them. Hilyener has already told them where they can start attacking below. The villagers are divided into groups and are heading toward their targets. Shen Miaoqing gently wakes her two brothers and then takes them to hide behind Lin Yang. Lin Yang also tightly hugs the two children, feeling very scared and anxious, but she still pretends to be calm to comfort Shen Chaoqian and Shen Chaodu. Shen Miaoqing stands in front of Lin Yang, holding a sickle. Even though she was prepared, she still feels a little nervous because it's her first time facing such a situation. Soon, about a dozen people, holding knives and looking fierce, head straight toward Shen's cart. On the other side, more than 20 villagers are moving toward Lin's cart, and about 10 people are heading toward Chen's cart. Their goal is not just the carts but also the young, small children of the Chen family. Hilyener's father, He Fangmin, is secretly very happy. Just as his daughter said, although these 6 families are fleeing together, they are resting separately at night, which gives them a good chance. Still immersed in joy, He Fangmin orders people to quickly go and move things. Suddenly, they are interrupted by He Fangmin, who thinks the night watchman is still asleep, shouting loudly, "They're coming!" His loud voice echoes everywhere, quickly alerting everyone who has been ready. People gather with hoes, knives, and sticks of all kinds. The elderly, weak, sick, and children all stay together at the back, holding sticks in their hands. "What are you trying to do?" Old Master Huang stands among the strong men, his voice deep and firm, with his eyebrows tightly furrowed. Just as Shen's daughter said, "These people have arrived." Everyone, who had been tense and afraid to sleep, was secretly wondering if Shen's girl was lying. But now, seeing the intruders coming to steal, they immediately stop doubting and get ready. They feel grateful they knew in advance. Why are these villagers frowning? How did all these people wake up so quickly? They are even holding weapons in their hands. The mountain villagers around Hefengmin also look confused and exchange uncertain glances. Finally, they look at Hefengmin with helplessness. "We are mountain folk from this area. Since you're passing through, maybe you should pay a toll," Hefengmin says calmly, hiding his surprise. "Dream on. We won't give you our things." Old Lady Huang, though at the back, speaks loudly in anger. "That's right. We won't give you anything." The fleeing people also speak up. They don't know if what they have left is enough to reach Hizhou, so they definitely won't give their belongings to these strangers. "We don't plan to take everything from you. Just a few families, 2 or 3. Besides, we have many people here. If a fight breaks out, it might not be in your favor," Hefengmin threatens, seeing their hesitation. "Exactly. That's right." The mountain villagers around Hefengmin also shout in agreement, trying to boost their confidence. Hefengmin adds, "We will only take from the Shun, Lin, and Qin families. The other 3 families can leave now. We won't hurt you." Through He Liena, Hefengmin has learned about the situation of the fleeing people. Why risk everything for others? "We are just starving and have no choice," Hefengmin says confidently, believing these desperate villagers wouldn't sacrifice themselves for others. "Dream on. We all set out together. We won't be swayed by your words." Lady Qin responds firmly, though her trembling hands reveal her fear. She knows that among the fleeing people, only their family has strong, able-bodied adults. The elderly, women, and children are many. So, hearing Hefengmin's words, Lady Qin feels even more scared and anxious than anyone else. If the other 3 families truly ignore them, their family will be in the worst situation. Although the Huang family was initially persuaded by Shen Daliang and Shen Miaoqing to understand the danger of being unprepared. However, the other members of the Zhang and Li families hesitated. They were fleeing famine to survive. If helping others caused them to get hurt, it wouldn't be worth it. Especially the Zhang family, which always takes the lead by sneaking away first. Zhang's eldest brother quietly looked at his father, who is the most far-sighted in the family. All the brothers listened to him. Zhang Dachui didn't say anything and was still thinking. Shen Miaoqing frowned tightly. She was worried that her fears would come true. These people appeared to help each other escape famine, but in fact, they are just a loose group. Shen Miaoqing stepped forward and said, "Let's not talk about how much further we need to go to get out of these mountains. Besides, do you really believe what that mountain bandit who steals things says? They don't even spare children. They steal and then cook them to eat. Now they say they will let 3 families go, but they might turn around and steal food, water, or people again." She strongly pointed out the bad nature of these mountain villagers. She was not wrong. Hefengmin did have plans to split up and steal, because there is a narrow valley beyond the mountains that makes it easier for them to attack. "We definitely won't lie to you. You can trust us on that." Hefengmin frowned, surprised that a young girl was speaking up. But his promise didn't convince everyone. The families fleeing famine looked at him with suspicion. Shen Miaoqing ignored Hefengmin and continued without stopping, "I believe everyone knows that our journey south is still very long, and there are many dangers ahead. If we leave half of our families behind now, what happens next? Will we keep splitting up to avoid danger every time?" Her voice was firm and clear, speaking with emotion and reason. After hearing her words, some of the hesitant Zhang and Li families started to listen. Zhang Dachui's mind was as clear as a mirror. Although he knew his family was large, Shen's words made sense. The journey is long, and the dangers might be even greater than those faced by his family. Moreover, what if the bandits come back after letting them go and steal again? What if those bandits say they only want to steal from Zhang's family and let others go? Zhang Dachui turned a corner and thought more about it. He believed that the mountain bandits were really clever and not trustworthy at all. Old Man Li also thought that Shin's daughter was right. Moreover, most of these people were brought together by him to escape famine. It wouldn't be right to abandon everyone so easily. When Madame Chen saw someone speak out, she quickly agreed after Shen Miaoqing finished, saying, "Yes, I think Shen's daughter is right." The Lin family also hurriedly came forward to support Shen Miaoqing's words. Old Master Huang loudly said again, "That's right, we won't believe your words." After the Huang family expressed their opinion, the Zhang and Li families also said they couldn't trust He Fengmin's words. He Fengmin looked at each person from being somewhat shaken to being convinced by a young girl with yellow hair. He felt angry and looked at Shen Miaoqing with malice. He was even more furious and shouted, "Don't blame us for being rude if things get ugly." Shen Miaoqing was not afraid of such looks. However, Lin Nyang, standing behind her, was worried and wanted to pull her back to hide. Shen Miaoqing refused Lin Nyang's attempt, smiled at her reassuringly, and then continued, "We have just as many people as you do. If we really fight, I'm afraid your losses won't be small. I believe everyone is just trying to survive, so we have to do this. Why fight to the death?" Shen Miaoqing spoke gently, hoping to prevent a fight. If they really started fighting with knives, although their numbers were larger and they wouldn't lose, they would still suffer some damage. It was ridiculous. If they didn't fight, they would have no chance to survive. He Fengmin's eyes were sharp and fierce as he looked directly at Shen Miaoqing. "Stop wasting time with them. Just attack," he ordered, and the mountain villagers with him immediately started to act. However, He Fengmin didn't notice some villagers hesitating and panicking. Because of the large number of the He family, they finally decided to push forward bravely. These villagers had no formal training and were basically no different from the fleeing villagers. They dared to rob people and steal things before because they thought they could win with numbers. The ones they robbed hardly resisted. This time, they were robbing a team larger than theirs, so they were afraid of getting hurt. They had about 50 people, but besides the old, weak, women, and children, the able-bodied men among the refugees were also quite a few. Some villagers watched as the mountain people rushed forward. Thinking of the quick-talking blonde girl holding a sharp firewood knife, they wanted to rush toward Shen Miaoqing. But Shen Miaoqing was still behind the strong men. Just as He Fengmin was about to charge forward, he was stopped by brothers Shen Dalong, Shen Lichong, and Shen Laifu. Soon after, He Fengmin's family also went to help him, and chaos broke out. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Shirling, Chen Qiuer, and others saw the messy scene and couldn't help but scream, afraid that the mountain people with knives might attack them next. Shen Shirling had just heard her father mention that bandits might rob them, making her even more nervous and panicked, trying to hide behind her mother. Her mother, Su Chunchao, had also just learned about it and was frightened and confused, following the crowd. On another side, Shen Miaoqing knew she wasn't good at fighting. She stayed among the women and children, clutching her firewood knife tightly, watching around nervously, standing in front of her two brothers. The fewer mountain people there were, the more they started to lose ground. Some mountain people, worried about getting hurt or killed, chose to run away. Seeing more and more mountain people fleeing, He Fengmin felt anxious and furious, especially at the clever girl who could talk so well. Taking advantage of the He family members blocking the wild people from attacking him, He Fengmin secretly stepped back, then suddenly sped up, rushing toward Shen Miaoqing with his firewood knife. Shen Miaoqing, alert and watching her surroundings, saw He Fengmin rushing at her. Although she was scared, she shouted, "Quick, scatter!" Then she ran in the opposite direction from the old, weak, and women, trying to get closer to the strong men nearby. She knew He Fengmin's target was her, and if women and children got too close, it might cause trouble. Shen Dalong heard his daughter shout and saw He Fengmin taking the chance to rush toward her and the women and children. He wanted to quickly break through the He family members surrounding him to help his daughter, but in his haste, he accidentally cut his back with a firewood knife. Now, Shen Dalong couldn't care about that. He tightly held his hoe and ran toward Shen Miaoqing. Meanwhile, Zhang Datian, nearby, saw Shen Miaoqing being chased and quickly used his hoe to block the approaching He Fengmin. The cold gaze from the man resembled a poisonous snake, sticking to Shen Miaoqing. She felt a wave of malice hit her when she met his eyes. Because Zhang Datian blocked the way, Shen Daliang, who was behind He Fangmin, quickly grabbed a hoe and struck him on the back of the head. He Fangmin's eyes widened, blood pouring from his forehead, and he collapsed to the ground in disbelief. Just as Zhang Datian let out a sigh of relief and Shen Daliang stopped, suddenly, He Fangmin, holding a knife, lunged fiercely toward Shen Miaoqing. Always cautious, Shen Miaoqing dodged quickly, and He Fangmin missed his target. Her hands moved faster than her thoughts. She tightly gripped the hoe and swung it with force toward He Fangmin's back. Bright red blood splattered onto Shen Miaoqing's face, but she was unaware. She seized the moment, pressing her foot down hard on He Fangmin's hand, holding the hoe until he released the weapon. He Fangmin fell again, his pupils wide with shock, as if he couldn't believe he had failed again, or that the fierce girl with yellow hair had stabbed him so cruelly with a hoe. Watching her daughter, Lin Yang quickly ran over and held Shen Miaoqing in her arms, tears streaming down her face like broken beads, overwhelmed with fear. Seeing He Fangmin no longer moving, Shen Miaoqing stepped back with Lin Yang. The mountain villagers, seeing their leader He Fangmin fall, felt their situation was worsening. They lost their confidence and more people started to run away. The chaos gradually calmed the battle, but the frightened crowd still clutched their tools tightly, unable to fully recover. Shen Miaoqing felt Lin Yang's tears soaking her clothes before she finally regained her senses. Not far away, brothers Shen Chaoqian and Shen Chaotu saw the bandits dispersing and hurried toward their parents and sister. "Big sister, are you okay?" Shen Chaotu asked worriedly, looking at his bloodied sister with a pout, tears welling in his eyes. Before the incident, Shen Miaoqing and Lin Yang had warned Shen Chaoqian and Shen Chaotu to stay away and not get too close. The brothers listened carefully, knowing they were young and didn't dare cause trouble for everyone. Shen Miaoqing looked at Shen Chaotu's damp eyes and raised her hand to wipe the sticky stuff off her face with her sleeve. "Big sister is fine." Shen Miaoqing spoke softly, still shaken, as she looked at He Fangmin who had just rushed toward her. Meanwhile, He Fangmin had completely fainted. He had been dizzy ever since he was hit at the back of his head. He was unwilling to give up and tried to struggle one last time, but the blow Shen Miaoqing delivered to his back knocked him out completely. Lin Yang had been comforting her daughter, but when Shen Miaoqing regained her composure, she forced herself to stay strong and signaled that she was fine. "Father, you're bleeding a lot from your back." Shen Chaoqian's voice trembled, drawing Shen Miaoqing and Lin Yang's attention to Shen Daliang. Shen Miaoqing told Lin Yang to loosen her hold and then asked her to watch over Shen Daliang. After that, she hurried toward Zhang Dachu. As soon as she saw Zhang Dachu, Shen Miaoqing straightforwardly said, "My father was hurt at the back. Please go and check on him." Zhang Dachu looked at Shen Miaoqing, who was rushing over, and remembered her words from earlier. She was clever and quick-witted, which made him feel more favorable toward her. He quickly picked up his basket and followed Shen Miaoqing. When Zhang Dachu saw Shen Daliang, he took off his shirt. His back was bloody, with a long cut, and Zhang Dachu felt a bit helpless. "Oh dear, that's a pretty deep cut," Zhang Dachu said, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Thinking quickly, Zhang Dachu took out some herbal medicine he had made earlier to stop bleeding and pressed it onto Shen Daliang's back. Shen Miaoqing saw this treatment and thought it didn't seem very reliable. She didn't know much about medicine, so she believed professionals should handle such things. "All I have are some herbs to stop bleeding. Hopefully they work. If only." Before Zhang Dachu could say more, he was called away. "Zhang family, come help check my son. He's also been hurt." A hurried voice called repeatedly. Annoyed but unable to ignore it, Zhang Dachu picked up his basket and went over. "Don't rush me. I'm coming. Just so you know, this isn't a small matter. My herbs." Zhang Dachu's voice trailed off as he walked away, mumbling. Shen Miaoqing looked toward where Zhang Dachu had gone and saw many injured people crowded there. Although Zhang Dachu's attitude wasn't very friendly, no one else dared to say much, since he was the only one among them who knew some medical skills. Although everyone managed to chase away the mountain villagers this time, about a dozen people were injured, some more seriously than others. Fortunately, no one died. Shen Miaoqing collected her thoughts and took advantage of the crowd's lack of attention to quickly take out her water pouch and hand it to Lin Yang. Drink more water. Lin Yang was full of worry for Shen Dalong and didn't hesitate. She hurriedly fed Shen Dalong some water.
I've fine.
Just need to rest for a while, Shen Dalong said with a forced smile, trying to reassure his wife and children. But Shen Dalong didn't realize that, perhaps because he had read books, his face showed a scholar's air. His pale smile made him look even weaker. Lin Yang looked at Shen Dalong and couldn't stop her tears from falling. Inside, Shen Miaoqing felt mixed emotions. She knew her kind father had been hurt because he came to help her. His brave act of protecting her and the family touched her deeply, especially since she grew up in a broken family. She made up her mind that, no matter how hard it was, she would lead her family to survive. Not far away, Old Li looked at He Fangmin lying on the ground and approached Old Huang. What should we do with this person? Old Huang frowned and asked his eldest son to check if he was still breathing. Father, he's still breathing a bit, but with such a big hole in his forehead and blood seeping from his back, he probably won't live long, Huang Dalong said carefully after examining him. Forget him. Carry him further away and throw him out. Leaving him here is bad luck, Old Huang said in a heavy voice. He wasn't kind-hearted. These people came to steal their things, and there was no need to care about his life or death. If he died, that was their mercy. Once discarded, life and death were just fate. On the remote mountain, He Lianer watched all this unfold with great fear, unable to believe that her father had failed this time. Thinking about her deception towards them, He Lianer dared only to watch from afar and didn't dare get close to He Fangmin. Meanwhile, Shen Hefu looked at his injured arm, feeling waves of pain. The chaotic crowd made him truly believe what his father had said, that He Lianer had lied to him. His heart ached, and he felt scared. Luckily, those people didn't succeed. After hiding and waiting for Shin Shirling to see that everything had calmed down, he finally dared to show himself, full of fear. Shin Shirling looked up and saw that the injured Lin Daquan was already bandaged and sitting alone nearby. She adjusted her mood, tears in her eyes, and walked over, asking, "Big brother Quan, are you all right?" Seeing Shin Shirling's tearful face, Lin Daquan hurriedly comforted her. "I'm fine, really. It's you I'm worried about. Are you scared? Just now I was really scared, sob. But I'm glad you're okay. Big brother Quan," Shin Shirling whispered through her tears. "It's my fault. I should have protected you better," he said. Shin Miaoqing just happened to see Shin Shirling looking for Lin Daquan. In that moment, she remembered the story from the original book. In the story, the people fleeing from famine also encountered mountain villagers who tried to steal their belongings. Unprepared, the fleeing people were caught off guard and beaten. On a dark night, the mountain villagers came in a large group. The fleeing people thought there were many enemies, so to survive, they abandoned their carts and scattered in different directions. By dawn, the scattered group gathered again, but they had suffered great losses, and many cried. The heroine in the original story ran quickly and was unharmed. Later, she met another group fleeing from famine. She joined them and encountered various male characters who cared for her, until she met the hero. Overall, the heroine faced many difficulties on her escape, but she was helped by various male characters along the way. Shin Miaoqing withdrew her thoughts. According to the story, the escape route would only get more difficult. The heroine had a special aura and men to support her, but she wouldn't give up. After Zhang Dachin bandaged everyone's wounds, Old Master Huang saw that it was getting late. He discussed with others and decided to leave 6 healthy men to keep watch while the rest rested in place, continuing their escape the next day. Their supplies were running low, some ate bark, roots, or even clay. But the worst part was that their water sources were nearly gone. They had to keep moving and find water quickly to survive. Old Master Huang thought about this and shook his head with a sigh. They were so poor, yet mountain villagers still came to steal from them. Why didn't they go to Hezhou to seek refuge? The mountain villagers' area was not far from Hezhou, about 100 miles, roughly 2.5 days' journey. Old Master Huang couldn't understand why, but he felt more anxious than ever. Shen Miaoqing also thought about this problem. Due to locusts and bandit attacks by mountain villagers, they had slowed their travel in recent days. The distance from here to Hezhou wasn't very far, but not all the mountain villagers chose to go to Hezhou. She was worried that Hezhou might also be unsafe. She felt anxious but didn't show it. Telling her family now would only add to their worries. Old Master Shen was rolling a cigarette, his wrinkled face looking very serious at this moment. Old Lady Shen looked at her husband, wanting to speak but hesitating. In the end, she followed his instructions and called everyone in the Shen family to gather. Old Master Shen's cloudy eyes looked at the third household silently, with a stern expression. His gaze made Shen Samling nervous, but he forced a smile and said, "It's all my fault this time. I brought people back casually and caused trouble." Shen Hefu, seeing his father's look, quickly lowered his head and admitted, "Father, I was wrong. I shouldn't have brought people back so casually." Everyone in the third household apologized one after another, and Old Master Shen's expression softened a little. But he still spoke in a firm tone, saying, "From now on, the Shen family must not pick up strangers again." After his words, Shen Miaoqing couldn't help but glance at Shen Shirling, who was lowering her head. If she remembered correctly, the original story's male lead was the person the female lead picked up and brought into the fleeing team. Before she could think more, Old Master Shen shifted his focus to her. "Daughter of the eldest family, don't be too eager to stand out. It's better to be more obedient." His gaze was stern, and his serious expression didn't change. Shen Miaoqing didn't argue. She simply nodded in agreement, lowering her head to hide her expression. "Eldest, you also should discuss things at home first before running out to tell outsiders what's going on." Old Master Shen turned his anger toward Shen Dalong, his eyes fixed on him. "Father, this was indeed my mistake. But Miaoqing was worried about the family, so—" "Enough. Don't say more." Old Master Shen interrupted Shen Dalong impatiently. "We're all family. When something happens, we should face it together. I hope there won't be a next time. Just go back and rest," he added. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the wound on Shen Dalong's back. Whether out of concern or just a quick glance, the matter ended there. Shen Miaoqing kept her head down, not wanting to say much. She knew well that Old Master Shen's ideas couldn't be changed easily with just a few words. It was getting late, and she didn't want to waste more time. Instead, she thought it was better for the old man to have a little talk, satisfying his old-fashioned sense of authority and dignity as the head of the family. Li Ernyang, who had not been mentioned before, was secretly happy. She was honest and probably the most loved by the elders. Li Ernyang kept thinking about this. After all the family members left, she approached old Madame Shen and said, "Mother, go back and rest." No need to say more. Old Madame Shen, who had been silent, looked at Li Ernyang and impatiently told her to leave. It was late, and the day was chaotic. Old Madame Shen was in no mood to deal with her, especially since she knew what the second family was planning. Li Ernyang looked embarrassed but forced a smile and said, "Father and Mother, rest well." Old Madame Shen didn't reply, and Li Ernyang, feeling awkward, turned and left. Late at night, the moonlight was gentle and stars were sparse. Exhausted from a night of worry, the people who had been on edge were kept behind. Children who didn't remember much were sleeping soundly, while many others tossed and turned, struggling to sleep. The next morning, they were urged to leave at the same early hour. Tired and not having slept well, they dared not object, only thinking about leaving this place quickly. Shen Daliang had an injury on his back, so he was not pulling the cart this morning. The Shen family's main household silently followed the cart, heading down the road. Miaoqing Shen lowered her head slightly, avoiding the morning sunlight. She heard the wheels of the cart, felt the calluses on her feet from long walking, and carried a basket that wasn't heavy but felt tight around her shoulders. Soon, Old Lady Huang stopped her. Miaoqing looked up in confusion. "Shen girl, you're a good person. We owe you for what happened last night." Old Lady Huang kept talking, her voice full of gratitude. Miaoqing Shen greeted Lin Yang and stopped walking. She slowly walked alongside old lady Huang. Grandma Huang, you're too kind. Let's be honest, if we have something to say, just say it, Miao Qingshan said, sensing that old lady Huang wasn't just here to thank her. Old lady Huang first praised Miao Qingshan for her good ideas last night, especially for telling the mountain folk to move their grain and water away in advance when she knew they might come to steal. Shin Miaoqing still had a smile on her face. Even if she didn't mention it, everyone was smart enough to know that clever people always had multiple escape routes. Old lady Huang hesitated for a long time, looked around to make sure no one was watching them, then quietly approached Shin Miaoqing and spoke in a very low voice. Young Miss Shin, do you still have water? After saying this, old lady Huang felt it was not quite right and looked nervously at the sky, avoiding eye contact with Shin Miaoqing. Shin Miaoqing lowered her eyes, and her wide-brimmed hat mostly covered her face, making it hard to see what she was thinking. Finally, Shin Miaoqing shook her head. Grandma Huang, I won't hide it from you. I was lucky enough to find a small mountain stream in the village and took some water. But these days it's been really hard. I see. I understand, old lady Huang said with a smile, showing no dissatisfaction. She knew deep down that it was probably useless, but her household's water supply was truly running low. Old lady Huang wasn't worried about her rough men and boys at home. The only thing she cared about was her delicate little granddaughter. She couldn't bear to see her granddaughter go without water. Thinking back to the last time Shinyata brought water in exchange for salt, she held on to a faint hope of trading for some water from Shun's family. Shin Miaoqing and old lady Huang didn't walk together for long before each returned to their own carts. Shin Miaoqing had water in her space, but she dared not take it out. She was naturally timid and knew she had to keep everything in her space a secret. Perhaps old lady Huang had no bad intentions, but what about the others and the Huang family? In any case, Shin Miaoqing didn't want to cause herself trouble. She also knew that in this situation, without water, their group might suffer greatly but wouldn't die immediately. Shin Miaoqing remembered that in modern times, tests showed that people could survive at least 3 to 7 days without water. Moreover, these people still held the last of their water, so she didn't see the need to take risks. She lowered her head and thought carefully. Time quietly passed, and the scorching sun beat down on her, making her feel dizzy. What she found strange was that her skin didn't darken no matter how much she was exposed to the sun. Even after so many days of wandering, her complexion remained fair and bright. At noon, old Master Huang, although eager to leave this barren mountain, saw the tired and wilted crowd and could only sigh and decide to rest for a while. Old Huang, how much longer until we reach Hezhou? Old Li looked worried, with a worried expression and sighs. Like I said, about 100 miles. If we walk fast, it will take 2 days, old Huang replied impatiently, tired of being asked repeatedly. Are we not going to keep moving now? Although old Li was very tired, he could sit on his cart to rest now and then. His main concern was the water source. His wife, sitting beside him, kept worrying and complaining that there was no water, which made old Li anxious too. Look at this place. Everything's so confusing. How can we keep going? We might all collapse soon, old Huang said irritably. Old Huang is right. We should take a break now, old Shen, who was nearby, agreed. He was also wondering how much longer it would take to reach Hezhou. Old Shun didn't usually get special treatment like the elders. He hadn't sat on the cart all day because several members of the Shin family had been hurt by mountain people last night. He wouldn't let them risk more injuries by pulling the cart, so only a few people were doing the work. They were so tired from traveling and pulling the cart that they could hardly keep going. The Shin family had no extra energy to help pull people. Old Shin was exhausted too. He hadn't gone to the water all day. When Shin Miaoqing sat down to rest, she suddenly felt something was wrong. She had been feeling a dull pain in her lower abdomen all day. She moved away from others and entered her space to check carefully. Sure enough, her period had started. Shin Miaoqing sighed again. If she remembered correctly, her original body always had terrible cramps during her period. In modern times, Shin Miaoqing also suffered from coldness in her body. Each time she had her period, she needed painkillers. Later, She used traditional medicine and food therapy to gradually improve her condition. But she still remembered how painful it was, so she always prepared well. Thinking about her current situation, on a long, uncertain escape journey, with no toilet paper, she had only grass ash wrapped in small cloth strips, which served as her menstrual cloth. These cloths weren't disposable. She had to reuse them. Shen Miaoqing missed the convenience of modern life and was glad she hadn't traveled to a wild world. She felt helpless but could only accept her reality. She built a fire, boiled some hot water, washed herself with a cloth dipped in water, and then used her menstrual cloth. Since fleeing, she has been cleaning herself in the space whenever she has time to stay clean. However, she doesn't bother to wash her face and arms that are exposed because she doesn't want to stand out too much. Every day, she feels happier when she sees the spiritual spring fill up automatically. She never treats herself harshly. Inside the space, she ate a lot of wild rabbit meat, boiled wild vegetables, and wood ear mushrooms. After eating and drinking enough, she left the space. The wood ear mushrooms in her space really do grow quite a bit every day. The wild vegetables, perhaps because of the space's land and spiritual spring water, grow in patches. She collects the leftover wood ear mushrooms and lets them dry on the side. She also notices that things in the space hardly spoil if they aren't taken out. Looking at the lush, healthy wild vegetables and mushrooms, she suddenly realizes that her spiritual spring water seems to have increased. Before, the spring was just a small well opening, but now it looks as wide as a large wooden basin, and even the depth seems to have deepened. She feels happy just thinking about the changes in her space, and even her worries about her monthly period lessen. When she leaves the space, she thinks about her family members who haven't eaten much. She wants to take something out but can't explain where it came from, so she starts exploring a nearby barren mountain area close to her resting spot. After the locusts passed through, the place became even more desolate. Finding food is very difficult, so she can only dig up some roots under the dry grass and head back. She doesn't dare go deep into the mountain alone, afraid of encountering mountain villagers who might steal her things. When she returns to her resting spot, Lin Yang comes over from that direction. "Qing'er, how are you feeling?" Lin Yang asks with concern, knowing roughly when her daughter's period usually comes. She saw her daughter's face was not right and hurriedly left, so she guessed what was happening. She knows her daughter always feels uncomfortable during her period, and now that she's fleeing and traveling, she's even more worried. "I'm fine now," Shen Miaoqing says, although she feels a dull pain in her stomach. It's not unbearable yet. She gently pats Lin Yang's hand, which is holding hers, to comfort her. "By the way, how is Dad now?" Shen Miaoqing asks with concern, looking at Shen Daliang. Mother Lin also looked at Shen Daliang with her daughter's gaze. Seeing his injured back, she couldn't help but tear up again, but she forced a strong smile and said, "Your father will be fine." Shen Miaoqing's heart trembled. She took a deep breath and softly asked, "Mother, do you still have water to drink?" "We have some." "Hurry and drink." Mother Lin thought her daughter was thirsty, so she quickly took out a water pouch from her basket and looked around nervously before quickly handing it to Shen Miaoqing. Shen Miaoqing held the light water pouch, but it felt very heavy in her hands. "Mother, this is what you had before." "Why only a little?" Shen Miaoqing knew they were reluctant to drink the water, but she still said this. After saying that, she sighed and added, "Mother, I have some water hidden. It will last us until we reach Hizhou. Don't be too frugal, just drink, especially your father. He's injured, and not drinking enough water isn't good for him," Shen Miaoqing gently persuaded, returning the water pouch to Mother Lin's basket. She then took another water pouch from her own basket and handed it to Mother Lin, letting her feel its weight to reassure her. Before fleeing, Shen Miaoqing prepared many water pouches to make it easier to get water. Mother Lin looked at her daughter's serious expression and quickly hid her own water pouch, worried she might be seen, and kept looking around nervously. Shen Miaoqing held her mother's hand to stop her from looking around, saying, "No one is watching here," but her mother kept glancing around, which could raise suspicion. Shen Miaoqing always chose resting spots that weren't too close to the Shen family. Plus, There were dry trees and baskets blocking the view from this position, so even if others looked over, they wouldn't see what they were doing. After hearing this, Mother Lin no longer dared to look around. "All right, Mother. You and Father should go drink water." Shen Miaoqing knew her father was cautious and wasn't worried about them being discovered while drinking. "But you," Mother Lin hesitated. "I still have water to drink, don't worry," Shen Miaoqing reassured her, understanding her concern. After Mother Lin left, Shen Miaoqing fed water and wild rabbit meat to Shin Chaoqian and Shin Chuanliang. "Big sister, this tastes so good." Shin Chaoqian's eyes lit up as he looked at his sister. Ever since he last ate it, he hadn't forgotten. Next to him, Shin Chuanliang nodded in agreement, saying, "It's delicious. They have been eating a lot of wild roots and tree bark these days, and only occasionally some potatoes and sweet potatoes." Every time they are fed by Shin Miaoqing, their eyes light up with happiness. Shen Miaoqing smiles silently. She hasn't fed the children much before because she was worried about bandit attacks, but she kept giving them water. She looked at the wild rabbit meat in the space and ate quite a bit herself, leaving about half. The escape team rests for an hour at noon, then continues on under the hot sun. Not long after starting, Shin Miaoqing felt her stomach churn violently, as if sharp knives were twisting inside. She broke out in sweat, and her forehead was cold with sweat. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to keep walking, but she inevitably fell behind. Lin Yang immediately noticed Shin Miaoqing falling behind. Seeing her pale face, she hurried over and gently supported her daughter with concern.
"Kenya, you..."
This. Lin Yang hesitated, feeling heartbroken and unsure of what to say, only holding her tightly. Feeling Lin Yang's support, Shen Miaoqing was not pretentious and leaned on her mother as they slowly walked. "Sister, what's wrong?" Shen Chaotu asked worriedly when he saw his sister's pale face. Shen Chaotu also followed closely, though he didn't ask, his face full of concern for Shen Miaoqing. Shen Dalong saw this and slowed down, walking beside Shen Miaoqing and taking the basket on her back into his hands. He knew that his daughter experienced this every month. Lin Yang had just told him. He had originally planned to gather more books and some medicine to help her recover, but due to various family issues and their decision to escape, those plans were put aside. Shen Dalong secretly decided that once they settled in the south, he would take his daughter to see a doctor and take good care of her. He had heard from the doctor before that she needed proper care to stay healthy. Thinking of this, Shen Dalong felt a bit regretful for not being able to provide a better life for his wife and children. Meanwhile, the Shen family members saw the eldest family's slow progress. Lin Yang mocked, "I told them to stay at home and enjoy peace, but they didn't want to. Now they're suffering for it. It's better to stay at home and guard the family." Shen Erling agreed with his wife. "Yes, everyone is so slow. How can they keep up?" "Father, Mother, should we wait for the eldest family?" Su Sanyang's eyes flicked around as she kindly asked questions. Old Master Shin frowned and looked displeased, saying nothing. Shen Shirling also looked at the lagging Shin family members and the pale-faced Shin Miaoqing, her expression changing slightly. She quickly concealed her thoughts, sighed, and shook her head. She had already said that fleeing famine was very hard, and they couldn't endure it. It would be better to stay at home. Who can wait for them? Do you want our entire Shin family to leave the group and wait for just a few of them? If they can't go, then they shouldn't leave together. Second Aunt Lee immediately pouted and spoke without holding back. "Mother, please stop talking." Shen Lichong frowned and tugged at Second Aunt Lee's sleeve. "Yes, Mother, it's better not to say so much. Elder Uncle's family is also having a hard time." Shen Laifu agreed with his older brother. After speaking, Shen Laifu ran to the back and took the 2 baskets from Shen Dalong's hands. "Elder Uncle, you have an injury on your back. I can help carry it," he said. Without waiting for Shen Dalong's permission, he took 1 basket and left, carrying another on his back himself. Second Aunt Lee saw this scene and was about to say something, but Shen Lichong pulled her again, signaling her not to speak. Seeing her son acting so seriously, Second Aunt Lee stopped talking but still looked unhappily at the lagging Shin family members. "Oh, why do you need to help them carry it? With that time, you could help your father pull the cart again," Second Uncle Erling also complained. As soon as he finished speaking, Shun Lichong responded, "Then you do it for me." "No, you can't. Your arm injury isn't healed yet." Second Uncle Erlang immediately refused without thinking. Seeing his two sons' serious expressions, he kept quiet and didn't say more, continuing to pull the cart diligently. Shin Shirling looked at her two older brothers helping the Shin family with such enthusiasm. She frowned in disapproval, but quickly suppressed her strange feelings inside. "Big brother, second brother, you're really good, but these baskets are quite heavy," Shin Shirling said with concern, glancing at the baskets and then at the lagging Shin family members. At this moment, Shin Dalong also wanted to come back and retrieve his basket, and he happened to hear her say this. "It's indeed not light. I'll carry it myself," he said. "It's not heavy. I have plenty of strength," Shin Laifu said with a simple smile, unwilling to return the basket to Shin Dalong no matter what. Shun's family was truly poor. Shun Lichong and Shun Laifu, the two brothers, had no talent for studying, but they understood the importance of reading. They were very grateful and respectful to Shin Dalong, who had been their first teacher and mentor. Shin Dalong sighed helplessly and gave up. He also told Old Master Shin that they didn't need to wait for the others. They would try to catch up on their own. Old Master Shin nodded, but didn't say much. Old Lady Shin wanted to speak but hesitated and finally shook her head, giving up. She only had one son, and could only do so much. Shun Miaoqing walked behind, her head lowered. She was close enough to hear their conversation. But she was also feeling very uncomfortable and didn't want to listen to their teasing words. She was thankful that someone in the Shin family was willing to help her. After walking for about an hour, Shun Miaoqing's back was soaked with sweat. The hot sun made her feel faint several times, but she forced herself to stay strong and keep walking. During this time, Shun Dalong also went to find Zhang Dachu, hoping to ask if there was any solution. Zhang Dachu only shook his head and said, "It depends on nurturing. There's no good way right now." Shin Miaoqing knew that Shin Dalong's visit to Zhang Dachu was probably useless. She drank a lot of spiritual spring water to ease her discomfort, but it didn't help much. She sighed helplessly and longed for the supplies she had stored in her space earlier. She silently hoped that time would pass quickly, so she could rest soon. As night fell, the fleeing group finally stopped. The Shin family's main team, which had been lagging behind but still close, also arrived and rested. Nong Lin spread out a straw mat, placing dry grass underneath. She laid a thin blanket over it. Shen Miaoqing lay down, and Nong Lin added another thin blanket over her. She slept in a daze until the next morning. Shen Miaoqing's body had recovered quite a bit. She continued her journey, albeit intermittently, for another day. They were getting closer to Hezhou, and everyone fleeing was excited. "Once I get to Hezhou, I will drink water to my heart's content." Shun Laifu licked his cracked lips. He hadn't had water all day. He heard that there was a long river in Hezhou, stretching as far as the eye could see. "Fill the water bag and bucket with water." Shin Lichong nodded in agreement and added, "Yes, fill them up." In these days, they hadn't enjoyed a good drink of water. Every time they drank, it was just a small sip in a hurry, holding their breath to keep going. Other people shared similar thoughts with these two brothers, all hoping for water to quench their thirst and save their lives. They eagerly looked forward to a new day. Today, they finally left behind the endless barren mountains. Old Master Huang said that they would reach Hezhou after traveling for one more day, and if they moved quickly, it might take less than half a day. Everyone else was very happy, but Shun Miaoqing felt a faint sense of unease. She repeatedly warned her parents to be careful once they reached Hezhou, to take good care of her two brothers, and not to fall behind the group. Even when Shun Miaoqing felt unwell earlier, she dared not stray far from the other refugees and forced herself to keep up with the pace. The next day, the hot sun shone down on everyone fleeing, but it didn't slow their progress. In the distance, a lush green forest appeared, and everyone's faces lit up with joy. This forest was no longer a barren mountain but a lively, hopeful place. The trees were thick and green, and the grass was lush. It was clear that besides water, the mountain must be full of various lively mountain goods. The refugees happily continued their journey toward Chi City, the closest city to Hezhou. As they got closer to Hezhou, Old Master Huang felt good and started telling stories about his first visit to Chi City. Back then, Chi City was always busy, with all kinds of people exchanging goods. There were fragrant cakes and sweet candies, so delicious, he said with a smile, looking at his little granddaughter. The girl, with two small braids, listened, and her eyes immediately lit up as she looked at her grandfather. What's a fragrant cake? Fragrant cake is made from rice flour, and when you bite into it, it's sweet and fragrant. Old Master Huang hesitated, realizing he had never actually tasted the cake himself. Then he remembered a story told by an old friend who had visited Chi City with him. I want to eat it too. The girl giggled, her eyes curved with happiness and a faint dimple on her cheek. She had only eaten sweet treats at home before, so she was naturally excited about the fragrant cake her grandfather described. Her smile warmed the hearts of the Huang family. Old Master Huang promised to buy her one. In the past few days, she had been weak from lack of water, but now that she was cheerful again, everyone naturally spoiled her. The people from the Shin family's main household are not too far from the Huang family. Elder Huang's voice is loud, and both brothers hear his words, especially being attracted by the description of the fragrant cakes and sugar blocks he mentions. Shin Miaoqing sees their reactions and can't help but smile. I'll buy some for you later. Yes, Shin Daliang also smiles, probably hopeful, so everyone's spirits are still good. Shin Chaodua's eyes suddenly brighten, and he looks forward to reaching the big city that the older brother mentioned, Chi City. No way. That's for the young lady to eat. Shin Chaodua lowers his head shyly. His shy look makes everyone laugh, and Shin Miaoqing realizes how few delicious foods there are in this world. Even sugar blocks can make children very excited. The crowd fleeing from famine stops at the imposing city gates of Chi City. As they get closer, they see a large group of people leaning against the gates. The fleeing people stop in surprise, confused about why so many people are gathered here and not moving on. Shin Miaoqing had prepared herself mentally. Knowing this was the large group of refugees she read about in the original story. She reminds her family again not to scatter, estimating that there are about 10,000 people crowded here. Compared to them, the 100 or so people from the same place fleeing together seem insignificant. Shin Miaoqing carefully observes the surroundings without making any sudden moves. It is the hottest part of the day. Elder Huang doesn't know what the current situation is, but decides to let the tired group rest after traveling most of the day. Shin Miaoqing leans against a large tree to rest. The bark looks freshly stripped, and the leaves on the tree are green but sparse, missing large patches. She keeps watching the people around her until she sees an elderly woman sitting on a cart with her young granddaughter nearby. She doesn't act immediately, but observes for half an hour until she sees the two sons of the elderly woman returning, and then leaving again. Shin Miaoqing approaches the elderly woman and says, "Is this your granddaughter? She's really adorable." She wears a kind smile, having noticed earlier that the old woman treats her granddaughter well, sharing her food first before eating herself. Hearing the compliment, the old woman smiles and says, "My eyes aren't very good, so I can't see clearly what you look like, but I can tell you're beautiful." Shin Miaoqing was flattering the old woman, who had only brought her two sons and a granddaughter to escape the famine. The eldest daughter-in-law had died during childbirth. It had been a long time since anyone had spoken to the old woman, and she was naturally a talkative person herself. The granddaughter was shy and timid, and had been frightened by scenes of bandits killing people. She didn't want to talk much. Now, a gentle-voiced girl with a pleasant way of speaking arrived, and she couldn't help but start talking. Almost before Shin Miaoqing asked anything, she began to ramble. "My home is over 100 miles from here in Hezhou. It hardly ever rains there, so I had no choice but to come out with my sons to find work. Did your whole family come together? Is there a water source nearby? It's very dry where I am too, and people have run out of water. We haven't had a drink for days and nights," Shin Miaoqing sighed, taking the chance to ask the old woman about what everyone was most concerned with during the escape. "Yes, some people in our village didn't want to leave, but others left early. I'm slow because I can't walk well, and I have a small child with me, so I was naturally slower than others. We didn't leave together, the old woman said with a sigh. Her voice was full of regret. My husband passed away early. I managed to raise 2 sons and get them married. But then, my eldest daughter-in-law had complications during childbirth and left behind a poor little child. It's only been a few years, and now there's a drought again, and we're out here looking for work. As she spoke, tears of sadness welled up in her eyes. Shen Miaoqing wanted to come for her, but the old woman kept talking, not giving her a chance to speak. Oh, and about the water source you asked about earlier, my son told me that there's a long river here, but the soldiers are guarding it and don't allow anyone to draw water. Why not let people get water? Shen Miaoqing asked, confused. It's not just the water. Did you see those green mountains? People aren't allowed to go up the mountain either. The old woman shook her head as she explained. Shen Miaoqing listened to the old woman's stories, gradually gathering the information she needed. Just as she was about to leave, her son returned. Her son looked at Shen Miaoqing with suspicion and a wary expression. She was clever and polite, so after saying goodbye to the old woman with a smile, she turned and went back to the tree where she had rested earlier. But as soon as she turned away, her smile faded. She had wondered whether coming to Hezhou would be difficult, but she hadn't expected it to be this hard. The 13 cities of Hezhou are the territory of Prince Lin, born to the beloved Empress. Here, every mountain and river is under the command of Prince Lin, who has ordered that all common people are not allowed to enter these cities. They have 7 days to leave, including the city of Qi, where Shen Miaoqing and her group just arrived. Now, it is the 5th day since the prince's order was issued. The wandering people cannot fetch water from the rivers or go up the mountains. They rely on nearby lakes, digging for field mice and roots to survive. There are over 10,000 refugees, and in just a few days, they have completely stripped the area outside Qi City, creating a stark contrast with the lush greenery inside the city. The refugees fled because they couldn't survive at home. The prince's order to return is something they absolutely refuse. However, to go south, passing through Hezhou's 13 cities is necessary. When Shen Miaoqing returned, Old Master Huang and others had already gone to ask around. Although the information was incomplete, they learned that the prince did not allow these refugees to fetch water from the mountains. Old Master Huang sighed and, along with a few other families, went elsewhere to find water. They arrived late and searched several small lakes, but all were dry or already emptied by earlier arriving refugees. Old Master Huang kept sighing and felt helpless. Fortunately, the natural environment around Qi City was quite good. After nearly 2 hours of walking, they finally found a small lake. The lake was not large, and the water was limited. The people looking for water didn't hesitate and quickly filled their containers, drinking eagerly. Each family sent at least 2 or 3 people to fetch water. After everyone had enough, they remembered their waiting family members still below the city wall. They filled water bags, placed them in baskets, and used covered wooden buckets to carry the water back happily. People waiting at the city gates saw them returning with water and were very happy. Shen Dajuan also received a good amount of water. Shen Miaoqing told them not to drink raw water, gathered some firewood, and boiled water in a large clay pot. Li Ernyang, who had just happily drunk most of her water pouch, looked displeased and said, "Big brother, big sister, your family is so particular. In this situation, if the water isn't boiled, we can't drink it, right?" Hearing this, Shen Miaoqing opened her mouth to reply but was immediately interrupted by Zhang Dachui from the other side. "This water really needs to be boiled before drinking. If you drink this dirty water now, you might get a stomach ache later and come back to complain to me," Zhang Dachui said coldly. After saying that, he didn't bother to look at Li Ernyang's expression and continued waiting for his water to boil. Li Ernyang's face stiffened, and she couldn't find a reply. She didn't dare argue with Zhang's family because everyone was feeling dizzy and confused, and they all relied on Zhang Dachui. Shen Miaoqing saw that Li Ernyang was silenced and didn't bother to respond. Nyang Lin didn't say anything either. She had always had a bad relationship with her 2 sisters-in-law. Other people, hearing Zhang Dachui's words, also thought he was right. They took out clay pots or large kettles and started boiling water. Everyone didn't want any trouble at this critical time. They had seen villagers drinking raw water and getting sick. Later, the doctor said the person's stomach was full of worms, and the worms came out with their stool. Old Lady Shin also drank some raw water, thought for a moment, and told the main family, "Since you guys are already angry, just boil all the remaining water." Nyang Lin heard Old Lady Shin and immediately responded. She took a large iron pot from the cart, set up a simple stove, lit a fire, and started boiling water. Shen Miaoqing saw her mother quickly and skillfully boiling water, and she didn't say much. She just helped watch the fire. It was getting dark. The people who went out to find water returned and immediately went out again to look for food. But the situation wasn't good. They came back feeling discouraged, with only some grass roots and bark. Shen Miaoqing also received some bark. She couldn't bring herself to eat it, but her two brothers had some grass roots. The firelight from boiling water reflected on her face, giving her small, delicate features a bit more color. Shen Miaoqing held a wooden stick, occasionally pushing the glowing embers. She kept thinking about whether the prince would use force to make them leave if he ordered them to depart in 7 days. These common folk were all hopeful, thinking that because they had many people, no one would harm them. But Shen Miaoqing didn't think so. She had studied history. Although many things in this world were different from what she learned, some things were the same, like in feudal times, where people's lives were considered worthless under royal authority. Night gradually deepened. Everyone had gone to rest, but because they had to boil so much water and the fire wasn't very big, they had to boil it repeatedly. So, Nyang Lin and Shen Miaoqing hadn't slept yet. Just as Shen Miaoqing was lost in her thoughts, she heard a squeaking sound, like something passing by her. She didn't have time to think much, and quickly struck the sound with her wooden stick.
The stick hit something.
She immediately snapped out of her trance and looked at what was under the stick. She saw a small creature twitching on the ground. It was dark, and Shen Miaoqing couldn't see clearly. She used the stick to lift it and examined it carefully under the firelight. She realized it was a field mouse. She raised an eyebrow and sighed quietly, surprised that a mouse was running near her. Shen Miaoqing grabbed the mouse that was no longer struggling, weighed it, and found it was about 1/2 kilogram. She was quite satisfied. After cleaning the mouse simply, she dipped it in boiling hot water to remove the fur quickly. Then she threaded it onto a sharpened wooden skewer. Feeling good, she started roasting the mouse. Lin Yang watched her daughter move smoothly and quickly, first surprised, then looked around nervously. Seeing everyone asleep deeply, she finally relaxed. Lin Yang kept an eye on the water in the iron pot and didn't interfere with her daughter's work, but her eyes kept glancing around. Since fleeing from hardship, Lin Yang felt sorry for her daughter's difficult life. Now that she saw her daughter catching mice to improve their food, she was happy for her. She also knew that in the second and third households, people would hide good things to eat, so she didn't think her daughter had any problems. Shen Miaoqing didn't know what her mother was thinking. Her mother saw her catching the mouse, so she didn't need to hide it. She also saw that the others fleeing from hardship were sleeping soundly and didn't notice her actions. Besides, the mouse was small, so there was no need to worry. When Lin Yang finished boiling the water, Shen Miaoqing's roasted mouse was ready. She tore half of it off and handed it to her mother. Her mother opened her mouth to refuse, but was worried that the noise might wake others. Shen Miaoqing didn't give her a chance to refuse and pushed the mouse into her hand, then happily ate the other half herself. Both younger brothers were already asleep, so she didn't bother to wake them. While roasting, Shen Miaoqing sprinkled some salt on the mouse. Salt is the most essential seasoning. Whether it's mountain delicacies, seafood, or everyday dishes, salt is indispensable. Roasting field mice is also good. Adding salt makes it much better than bland. The mice are tender and smooth inside, with firm meat, and they don't taste greasy at all. Shen Miaoqing ate most of her mouse, then looked up to see that her mother hadn't started eating yet. She lowered her voice and said seriously, "Hurry up and eat." Lin's mother looked nervously at her food. She was okay with her daughter sneaking food, but since she had always been obedient and never eaten alone before, she felt a bit embarrassed. Seeing her daughter's serious expression, Lin's mother worried someone might see her, so she finally started eating too. After finishing the mouse and tidying up the boiling water supplies, she lay down to rest, but her heart was still pounding hard. It wasn't until the next day, when everyone showed no reaction, that her anxious mind finally calmed down. The city gates of Chi City remained tightly closed. To prevent chaos, officials had sent many soldiers to guard the gates, even more so along the Green Mountain and Long River. Watching this scene, Old Master Shen looked worried and discussed with the heads of households. Old Huang, what should we do now? Yeah, we can't just turn back now. Not only are there bandits and thieves, but the sand ghosts are almost here too. Old Man Li was anxious. Their village was near the Sandgua kingdom. The severe drought had caused Sandgua to invade the borders of a neighboring nation more often. The fearsome Sandgua was called the Sand Ghost by the people of the neighboring country. Since the 13 cities of Hezhou won't let us pass, what can we do? Old Master Lin was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. That morning, as soon as they woke up, they received more urgent messages telling the refugees to leave quickly. If we don't cross Hezhou, we can't go south. Old Master Huang sighed heavily. He thought they might not be allowed through the city, but he didn't expect that even the mountain and river routes would be blocked. Old Master Huang had never planned to stay in Hezhou anyway. Although Hezhou had water, it was mostly mountainous and not suitable for living, and it was close to the enemy country. If Sandgua really attacked, this place would fall soon. They spent the whole day discussing but couldn't find a good solution. They couldn't go forward, nor could they retreat. They could only wait and see what happened outside Chi City. Shen Miaoqing watched their decision, and she had already expected this. Most people tend to follow the crowd. Now, not only are they staying here, but tens of thousands of disaster victims are also remaining in this place. However, Shen Miaoqing still feels uneasy. She went to see Old Master Huang. I think we should stay away from the city gates of Chi City first. It's not that we want to go back, but we shouldn't stay so close to the gates, she said. Worried that Old Master Huang might not understand, she emphasized her point several times. Today marks the 6th day since the prince ordered, and no one knows if tomorrow they will use force to drive away the disaster victims piled up here. It might be dangerous, but if we stay far away now, what if there's a new notice? We wouldn't be able to know immediately. Old Master Huang hesitated. He still held onto some hope, thinking that with over 10,000 disaster victims, the soldiers probably wouldn't act rashly. Young girl, where do you get the right to speak? Old Master Shen snapped, his cloudy eyes full of hostility. Seeing this, Shen Shirling rolled her eyes and quickly stepped forward to persuade him. Yes, sister, this is the decision of the head of the family. It's better you don't interfere. Shen Miaoqing's gaze deepened. She knew they wouldn't listen to her advice, but she would still try to do what she could. In the book, the prince appears only a few times, with just a few mentions. He is described as ruthless and unlikely to care about the lives of these disaster victims. I think your girl is quite clever. Her ideas are for everyone's good. Old Master Huang still spoke in her favor. Although he didn't fully agree with leaving Chi City now, he recognized that Shen Miaoqing was unusually smart in handling matters. Last time, when she persuaded the mountain villagers during a robbery, she remained calm and composed, showing she was extraordinary. Zhang Dachu, who was nearby lost in thought, also spoke up to support her. I think Shen girl makes sense. The soldiers aren't like our villagers. They wouldn't keep arguing forever. If they force people away, they might get trampled and not even realize it. Zhang Dachu was born a beggar. Later, he learned some medical skills through opportunities, but his instinct to avoid danger and seek profit always made him cautious about potential crises. After Zhang Dachu finished speaking, Old Master Huang hesitated even more. But if we go back, besides the large gathering of disaster victims, the only place to go is that barren mountain. Apart from the barren mountain area with the withered trees and caves providing shade, the rest is a vast expanse of cracked, dry land, with no good place to rest. Returning now means walking at least half a day again. Old Mr. Huang didn't say everything, but others also understood this point. As soon as Old Mr. Huang finished speaking, the The Lin family members immediately opposed. No, this won't do. Walking for half a day is too much. The Lin family used to be quite wealthy in the village. They wanted to rest more easily than anyone else. Hearing about a long walk, they immediately became unwilling. Shen Miaoqing thought carefully and said, "We can leave after sunset, away from the city gate. We don't have to go back to the distant mountain area. We can stay away from the other refugees. The next morning, we can send someone to check the situation. If everything is fine, we can come back here to rest in the shade." Old Mr. Huang considered this carefully and realized it made sense. He admitted he hadn't thought it through earlier. "Big sister, why make things so complicated? We finally have a place to rest. Traveling back and forth is really tiring." Seeing old Mr. Huang about to agree with Shen Miaoqing's plan, Shen Shiling's eyes changed and she looked worried, glancing at everyone with concern. She was thinking of everyone's safety. Her sister was being too stubborn. How could she be the head of the family? "Yes, I also think there's no need to go back and forth." Lin Daqian immediately nodded and agreed with her. Shen Miaoqing said nothing more and left the decision to them. She had already given the advice she needed to. Old Mr. Huang didn't make an immediate decision. He only said that each family should go back to find some food and think carefully whether to stay or return tonight. As Lin Daqian was leaving, he passed by Shen Miaoqing and sneered, "Thought you were the smartest." "You're foolish and unaware," Shen Miaoqing replied coldly, not bothering to indulge him. She turned and walked away. Shen Shirling quickly stepped forward to comfort her, saying, "Sister, you're just a bit impatient. Don't argue with her. Your sister is very different from you. With her arrogant attitude, she's nowhere near as good as you," Lin Daqian said angrily.
Don't say that.
"Sister is actually very kind," Shen Shirling replied softly, pausing for a moment as she spoke. Shen Shirling's words caused Lin Daqian to criticize Shen Miaoqing harshly, then he began to praise Shen Shirling's gentle and caring nature. Previously, Lin Daqian had learned from Shen Shirling that her sister was truly unpleasant, and he was glad to have met such a good younger sister like Shen Shirling, so he didn't hold a grudge. Shen Miaoqing didn't care about their gossip behind their backs. She followed Lady Lin to find something to eat. She had already made a quiet decision. No matter what others did, she would take her family away from the city gate area this evening. In the original story, the heroine eventually crossed the river to Zhou, so there's no need to think too much about that. Besides the heroine, others' journeys wouldn't be easy either. Because Shen Miaoqing thought carefully, she realized that in the original story, the author often used the misfortune of others fleeing famine to highlight the heroine's good luck. Not far outside the city gate, there were abandoned fields. Shen Miaoqing recalled the taste of last night's field mice and decided to find a quiet spot in the farmland to dig for mice with her two younger brothers. Field mice are burrowing animals that usually dig complex tunnels underground, serving as homes and food storage. Where there are field mice, their stored grains might also be found. However, finding their burrows is difficult. Fortunately, Shen Miaoqing had lived in the countryside with her grandparents in modern times and had heard her grandfather talk about methods to find field mice. Methods included flooding the holes, smoking them out, or using traps, but Shen Miaoqing knew tools were limited. She could only observe the entrances, which might have rice husks or shells. She carefully searched and chose a good spot to start digging. Shen Miaoqing was patient and meticulous. When she didn't find anything at first, she didn't get discouraged. "Big sister, will there really be something tasty here?" Shen Chaodu asked curiously. He saw others gathering wild vegetables, roots, or bark, and only a few people were digging in the fields. Their mother was also gathering wild vegetables. "Yes, there will be." Shen Miaoqing moved to another spot and continued digging. Shen Chaodu didn't ask anymore, and the two little brothers started helping their sister. Hard work paid off. When Shen Miaoqing finally pulled out a few peanuts, what people here called long fruits, she was overjoyed. These peanuts were big, full, and free of bugs. Shen Miaoqing's first thought was to plant some in her space. She placed the peanuts into her basket, feeling more motivated. She kept digging diligently. The hole she had dug was quite deep, and she gradually found more peanuts and grains. The field mice are quite clever. Their hiding places for food are not always the same as where they live. Their burrows twist and turn, so Shen Miaoqing has to keep digging around the tunnels. After half an hour, Shen Miaoqing's hands are covered in mud, and she finally finds some peanuts, wheat grains, and even a small piece of sweet potato. The two little guys see that she is really finding things and happily keep digging. More than an hour passes, and Shen Miaoqing still hasn't caught a field mouse. She can't help but find it a bit funny. Last night, she didn't put in much effort but still caught a mouse easily. Today, she works hard but hasn't seen any mice. Just as she is about to give up, she hears a sound. Before she can think, her hands move quickly into the burrow to catch the mouse. Soon, Shen Miaoqing catches a mouse. It is smaller than the one she caught last night, but she is quite happy. She had to squat down, almost unable to stand to catch such a tiny one. The two brothers watch the small mouse with curiosity, not showing any fear. Shen Miaoqing wraps the tiny mouse with dry grass to make sure it won't escape, then reminds the brothers not to let it run away, and hands it over for them to play with. She continues digging until noon when the sun rises high. Then she stops. She has caught 4 small mice and gathered some peanuts, wheat grains, and sweet potatoes. While the two little guys are not paying attention, Shen Miaoqing secretly releases 2 mice into her space, along with some peanuts, wheat, and sweet potatoes. With a thought, Shen Miaoqing can transfer mice from the burrow into her space by touching them. She does the same with the other items. So, her two little brothers around her don't notice anything unusual. Feeling in good spirits, Shen Miaoqing takes her brothers back to their previous resting place. As soon as they arrive, Shen Miaoqing sees Grandma Shen near the cart. She gives her the 2 mice and some peanuts and grains. Grandma Shen looks at what Shen Miaoqing gives her. The amount isn't much, and the mice are small, but she is quite satisfied. Shen Miaoqing reminds her that these are long fruits dug out from the mice holes, and they must be washed thoroughly and cooked at high temperature before eating. Grandma Shen, in a good mood for once, nods without saying much. Not long after Shen Miaoqing returned, the others also started coming back one after another. Everyone was holding wild vegetables, grass roots, tree bark, and even some mushrooms. Madame Lin gave the food she found to Old Lady Shen, then eagerly moved closer to Shen Miaoqing. We found some fat mushrooms, near the foot of the mountain. There must be many more on the mountain, but unfortunately, we're not allowed to go up. As she spoke, Madame Lin looked a bit disappointed, probably because they weren't allowed to go up the mountain. What do fat mushrooms look like? Shen Chaodu asked curiously, wide-eyed, looking at his mother. Seeing his curiosity, Madame Lin suddenly remembered something. She took a few small fat mushrooms from her clothes and showed them to him. These tiny mushrooms were only a few fingers long. Madame Lin kept only these few because she forgot to put them in her basket. She thought that since they were so small, it wouldn't matter if Old Lady Shen didn't get any. Unbeknownst to her, on the other side, Li Ernyang and Su Sanyang had both given some fat mushrooms and tree bark to Old Lady Shen. Both women secretly chose to hide their share. Old Lady Shen looked at the two who had just returned and handed over these things, almost laughing out of anger. That's all? Who are you trying to fool? Old Lady Shen's voice was loud and clear, her sharp eyes glaring at her 2 daughters-in-law. Li Ernyang and Su Sanyang exchanged a glance, both feeling a bit guilty. Su Sanyang was the first to speak sincerely. Mother, you know how hard it is for so many people to find food while fleeing. It's really difficult. My second sister-in-law, and I worked very hard to find this much. Humph. Old Lady Shen snorted coldly. If it weren't for the older sister-in-law handing over her food first, she almost believed them. Small quarrels and hiding some food were one thing, but now it was getting worse. The more she thought about it, the more determined Old Lady Shen was not going to let them fool her easily today. Under Old Lady Shen's repeated pressure, the 2 women had to reveal more hidden food, and both grew more resentful toward their eldest sister-in-law. Shen Miaoqing naturally didn't miss this good show. She knew very well that besides her mother, everyone in the Shen family probably had some hidden food for survival. But her mother was so honest that she hadn't hidden any food at all. Faced with the resentful looks from her 2 sisters-in-law, Madame Lin felt a bit helpless. During lunch, the Shun family was served by Su Sanyang, who cooked the meal. Old Madam Shun watched closely, leaving Su Sanyang no chance to sneak any food. Perhaps because of the earlier incident, Old Madam Shun gave extra portions to the main household when dividing the food. Li Ernyang and Su Sanyang were unhappy, but Old Madam Shun's fierce gaze made them both look embarrassed and say nothing more. Shun Miaoqing looked at her bowl of wild vegetables and mushrooms, which also contained some field mouse meat. As usual, she boiled it with a little salt, creating a greenish-yellow porridge with a fishy smell. Because the cook was careless, some dark, unknown objects floated on the clear, watery broth. This meal was one of the few decent ones on their escape journey, much better than eating roots and bark. But for Shun Miaoqing, it was hard to swallow, and she even felt like she was wasting food. Seeing others eat happily, Shun Miaoqing ate a little to avoid standing out. The food was cooked very soft, with a sticky texture that burst in her mouth. After a few bites, she still couldn't swallow it. For someone who loved good food, it was hard not to feel disappointed. Finally, Shun Miaoqing asked her two brothers if they had finished their food. When she learned they still weren't full, she calmly divided her own food with them. She found it much easier to cook for herself than for these two. Shun Miaoqing sighed, knowing these people weren't picky eaters, and under these conditions, they were almost starving. There was no room for fussing over small things. As evening quietly approached, the sun set in the west, and the intense heat gradually faded, replaced by a cool breeze. Shun Miaoqing had already discussed with Shin Daliang and Lin Yang, and they agreed not to rest by the city gate tonight. Shin Daliang also sensed something was wrong but didn't oppose his daughter's idea. Lin Yang was indecisive and simply followed them. Old Master Huang looked at the Zhang family and the main household members who had finished packing and decided to leave. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to have his family pack up and leave the city gate together. Old Master Shin was initially displeased that his eldest son dared to leave without permission, thinking they shouldn't escape together if they left now. But when he saw the Huang and Zhang families also decided to leave the city gate, and old Li's family followed suit, while the Qin family, lacking their own opinions, simply went with the crowd, his anger was stuck in his throat. He felt uneasy inside. Just as Shin Daliang was about to leave, he once again persuaded everyone to leave the city gates. Shin Old Master pretended to be reluctant and called everyone from the Shin family to leave together. Meanwhile, the Lin family watched these people depart. Old Master Lin frowned, thinking about whether to leave as well. Lin Dequan was unhappy and spoke up. "Sir, there's no need to bother with them. We don't want to leave. Look, there are over 10,000 people here. There's no need to worry about anything happening." But Old Master Lin hesitated. "There's no, but, especially since they'll come back early tomorrow morning. It's just trouble. It takes at least an hour to go back and forth." Lin Dequan rolled his eyes and spoke impatiently. He only felt sorry for his sister Shirling, who had to travel back and forth with them. It was all because of that Shin Miaoqing, who suddenly suggested leaving the city gates. She's simply unreasonable. Old Lady Lin loved her eldest grandson the most. He was their only grandson, the only seedling. Besides old Fifth Lin, who hasn't married, the others either can't have children or are all granddaughters. So, Old Lady Lin also spoke up to support Lin Dequan. In the end, Old Master Lin had no choice but to give up and decide to stay outside the city gates. However, late at night, Old Master Lin couldn't sleep at all. His brow twitched anxiously. "Wife, do you think everything will be all right?" Old Lady Lin, who was already sound asleep, couldn't respond. Meanwhile, the people who had left the city gates took about half an hour to find a suitable resting place. Because the area was bustling, some people had scattered in different directions. Every day, various refugees gathered outside Qi City. Today, they saw many fleeing people arriving in Qi City. To ensure safety and find a good spot, they had to walk a bit longer. Shun Miaoqing finally felt relieved after leaving the imposing city gates. On a summer morning, the sun slowly rose, casting golden light over the land. A gentle breeze carried warmth. On the city wall of Qi City, A person with an impatient face looked unfriendly at the still sleeping refugees below the city gates. Your Excellency, maybe we should give them a little more time. County Magistrate Zhu of Chi City forced a stiff smile, beads of sweat on his forehead. He still wanted to buy some time for his people. I think you don't want to be the magistrate anymore. You dare to disobey the prince's orders. Duke Sun sneered and warned, refusing to look at the county magistrate's face. I dare not. I dare not. Magistrate Zhu quickly denied, frightened. He also dared not say more, feeling he had already done his best. He couldn't help the people below much either. He still felt dissatisfied with Duke Sun, thinking he was just a servant close to the prince, lucky enough to get a trusted title.
Bah!
He really thought he was someone important. Magistrate Zhu cursed silently, but he didn't dare show it on his face. In the past few days, Duke Sun had scolded him harshly, filling him with resentment. Release the arrows. Duke Sun didn't care what Magistrate Zhu thought. He just wanted to quickly chase away these troublemakers from Chi City and carry out the prince's orders. As soon as Duke Sun's cold voice finished, soldiers on the city wall, holding bows and arrows, received the order and started shooting a rain of arrows. In an instant, the refugees gathered at the city gate became like startled birds, suddenly alert. Many couldn't believe their eyes and looked back at the soldiers shooting arrows on the wall. The screams of the scattered refugees echoed loudly, full of pain and despair. They pushed and shoved, desperately trying to escape the arrow rain. Many elderly women and children were pushed to the ground, followed by countless large feet trampling over them. Mother, a child cried out desperately, helplessly watching his mother fall to the ground, struck by an arrow. More people who had been shot and fallen to the ground were about to die, their eyes wide open, blank and unseeing. They couldn't understand why, despite so many of them, they were treated so harshly. Duke Sun looked expressionlessly at the crowd lying on the ground below the wall. Disrupting order and ignoring advice is considered treason. His voice was loud, but it was drowned out by the chaos and screams of the fleeing refugees, few of whom heard his words clearly. Only some refugees near the city gate caught fragments of his voice, but they had no time to think about its meaning. An elderly woman looked at her son lying beside her, trembling and crying, her hands and feet at a loss. She blamed herself for being so foolish. Yesterday, that girl clearly told them to leave the city gate first, so why didn't she listen? Why didn't she listen? In the end, the elderly woman died in the arrow rain, full of regret, and even her shy little granddaughter couldn't escape this disaster. Meanwhile, others from the Lin family, just like the elderly woman, also felt regret. Old Master Lin saw this scene, and his heart sank deeply. They could only run in a panic, ignoring all supplies, just focusing on staying alive. Lin Dequan was so scared he was trembling as he followed his family to escape. Dequan, be careful. Old Lady Lin was running slowly. When she saw an arrow heading toward Lin Dequan, she didn't hesitate and instinctively stepped in front of him. Lin Dequan watched as Old Lady Lin fell beside him, but he couldn't care less, tears streaming down his face as he continued to run in panic. Not long after, a large number of bodies of disaster victims lay outside the city gate. The magistrate Zhu, who was on the city wall, couldn't bear to watch anymore. He sighed and turned away, refusing to look at the tragic scene below. Stop! A deep, powerful voice sounded like thunder, full of authority and weight. Commander Sun frowned in confusion and looked at the person approaching, but he did not order the soldiers to stop shooting their bows. An imperial decree from the crown prince. Do not harm the disaster victims. Lu Jian's steady voice rang out again. Commander Sun looked troubled. After thinking for a moment, he ordered the soldiers to stop. Who are you? Commander Sun asked, puzzled. From Lu Jian's attendant. He learned the man's identity. So, it's General Lu. My apologies for the rudeness earlier. Commander Sun hurriedly smiled and bowed. Everyone now knew that General Lu, who was close to the crown prince, was brave and skilled in battle, a stern general who had won every fight. He came from a humble background but rose through his sword, earning a legendary reputation among the people. The rain of arrows stopped, giving the disaster victims a chance to escape. They gasped for breath, running quickly, afraid that deadly arrows might strike again. Meanwhile, outside the city gate, the others were lucky not to have faced this disaster. Shen Miaoqing learned that earlier that morning, the city had shot arrows at the disaster victims. She was shocked and once again realized how dangerous fleeing could be. It was a pity she hadn't studied the original story carefully, only knowing a few key plot points. After Shen Lichang and Shen Lifu finished describing what they saw, they couldn't help but feel deeply frightened. They also felt grateful they hadn't stayed outside the city overnight. When they went to gather information, they listened to Fifth Sister's advice and were cautious, not daring to get too close. The others, hearing these two brothers, were also shocked. What should we do next? Old Man Li anxiously stomped his feet. No one responded to him. Old Master Huang also looked serious and worried. He didn't know what to do now, until the remaining members of the Lin family hurried out, exhausted, and told again about the chaos and bloodshed outside the city gate. They said many Lin family members had died. Only those who saw it with their own eyes understood how serious the situation was.
Wah.
The Lin family members cried loudly in pain. Some worried women and children couldn't hold back their tears either. Everyone who survived the Lin family couldn't help but blame Lin Daqian and Old Lady Lin. They wondered why they didn't come out to hide like everyone else. If they had, they wouldn't have been hurt like this. Especially Lin Laosan, who was shot in the shoulder, hated it so much. When Zhang Dachui treated his wound, he kept glaring at Lin Daqian with angry eyes. Lin Daqian knew how the others felt about him. He was also angry at himself for not listening and for being so clever as to stay outside the city gate. It was his fault that his grandparents died. Thinking of this, Lin Daqian also cried loudly. Shen Chaotu watched this sad scene and nervously leaned on Shen Miaoqing, clutching her clothes tightly, feeling helpless. Shen Miaoqing gently patted him to comfort him, but didn't say much. People must accept the consequences of their decisions. She wasn't a saint. She knew there was some danger, but not 100%. She had no proof to convince everyone, but she tried her best and only wanted to feel at peace with herself. Seeing the tragic scene of the Lin family, everyone secretly felt lucky they weren't outside the city gate. They also felt grateful to Shen Miaoqing for suggesting that. But Shen Shirling, who remained silent on the other side, felt uneasy. However, she wasn't a fortune teller. Although she advised Brother Lin not to run around, she wasn't forcing him to make decisions. That's right, it's not her fault. At first, she only wanted to help Brother Lin for his own good. The discouraged people looked unhappy. Now they were in a difficult situation, unable to move forward or backward. Maybe we should go back, a weak voice finally spoke. It was quiet but clear enough for everyone to hear. Go back. There's no way we'll find safety there. Wah! The lonely female voice was full of despair. At this moment, Old Master Huang, who was usually decisive, was also at a loss. Finally, Old Master Shen approached Shen Miaoqing. Shen girl, you're smart. Do you have any ideas? Shen Miaoqing paused and replied seriously, we won't move for now. Let's find a good nearby spot to stay and continue observing the situation. Going back was impossible. The village had already been burned down by bandits. According to the original story, Shen Miaoqing guessed that soon they would have a chance to pass through the 13 cities of Hezhou. Old Master Huang thought for a moment, nodded, and asked others for their opinions. Zhang Dachui strongly agreed with Shen Miaoqing's idea, while others remained silent, saying they didn't know. Old Master Huang also considered staying longer, but decided to ask others for their opinions to be safe. Shen Miaoqing added, survivors of the disaster might come here soon. During their escape, they probably abandoned many things. Our top priority is to find a better place to stay. Shen Miaoqing didn't have much time to pity others now. Ensuring her own survival was the most important thing. Looking at his serious and clear-headed daughter, Shen Daliang felt a strange feeling. Her calm, smart, and brave demeanor seemed to be her true nature. After Shen Miaoqing finished speaking, everyone quickly realized something was wrong. The disaster victims had no food, If they directly robbed from them, trouble would follow. Their current resting place was a flat, dirt road. If the disaster victims came to rob, they couldn't run far with their carts and belongings. Once they understood, everyone abandoned their sadness and hurriedly packed up to hide. Among the group, the Lin family looked the worst. They were among those who had abandoned their oxen and carts in a panic. Yesterday, the Lin family was the wealthiest group, but now they had nothing left. Others didn't care about the Lin family's feelings. They packed up and kept moving without stopping. Shen Miaoqing also stayed among the crowd, carefully watching nearby for a good place to take refuge. Shen Daliang and Lin Yang held the twin brothers in their arms. Originally, Shen Miaoqing wanted to take the injured Shen Chao from Shen Daliang's back, but Shen Daliang refused no matter what. He hurriedly urged Shen Miaoqing to follow quickly, but she could only helplessly give up. While on the way, he kept glancing back at Shen Daliang's wound, worried it might be bleeding. Shen Daliang felt that he had rested for several days and hadn't pulled a cart or carried a child during this time. Even the basket in his hand was being carried by Shen Lichong and his brother alternately. Feeling idle, Shen Daliang felt uncomfortable. He thought he had done less, so others had to do more. Meanwhile, the crowd was still rushing forward without pause, but at the city gate, the scene was different. General Liu, such a big show. The late-arriving Prince Lin wore a smile, but his voice was cold and displeased as he looked at the person who was causing trouble on his territory. Lu Jian faced the infamous, cold-blooded Prince Lin and showed no fear. He calmly said, "This is the prince's order. I am just here to deliver a message. If you're unhappy, you can wait for the prince to arrive and discuss it with him." Prince Lin frowned in displeasure, looking at the scattered refugees fleeing and the bodies beneath the city wall. He felt regret. Regret that so many people had died, and even more regret that he couldn't capture more to play with his fierce tigers and wolves. Prince Lin sighed and shook his head. Big Brother is so relaxed that he still has time to care about these refugees' lives. As the campaign on the grassland country ended, Lu Jian remained expressionless and did not answer. Instead, the subordinate beside Prince Lin, Sun Dudu, grinned and replied, "Your Highness, the prince only recently achieved a complete victory in the grassland campaign. Someone had wanted to report this news earlier, but the prince was too focused on challenging wild beasts and had no patience to listen. So, most of the news was passed to his trusted aide, Dudu." Prince Lin waved his hand, uninterested, and warned coldly, "The 13 cities of Hezhou, given by the emperor to me, I can do as I please. But don't overreach." After speaking, he turned and left. He had heard that someone in Qiqing found a white wolf, pure white and translucent, with deep blue eyes. Prince Lin was only interested in this. Lu Jian finished his work and, with his words, turned to leave the city wall. Prince Lin is such a boastful, spoiled brat. Such a reckless fool. Only because he was born a little better. Gao Fu Tong, standing beside Lu Jian, sneered disdainfully. Zhong Ji disliked the behavior of these spoiled children. He thought that if such people were properly trained in the military camp for a while, they would become obedient. Lu Jian did not respond, but another deputy commander nearby agreed, and together they criticized the prince's attitude. Lu Jian was thinking that it was almost noon. He had been riding non-stop for several days to reach Qi City, feeling very hungry. After interrupting the two people talking beside him, he quickly found a restaurant to stop and eat. One pancake after another, mixed with boiled vegetable soup, was quickly eaten by Lu Jian. The two deputy commanders with him were used to his way of eating. They didn't dare to talk much and hurried to finish their pancakes. They believed that if they were slow, the general would not leave any for them, because this was not the first time. They had seen how much the general could eat, at least 3 grown men's worth in one meal, and he still wasn't full. It was frightening. No wonder he was tall, strong, and full of muscle. The two secretly admired him. Lu Jian didn't care about what others thought. He had joined the army mainly to eat enough. Unfortunately, the food in the camp was sometimes very poor, and they often had to go on missions hungry. He ate a lot not because the food was tasty, but simply because he was truly starving, with his stomach burning like fire. he really disliked that feeling. The group fleeing from the disaster, including Shen Miaoqing, finally retreated to an old mountain area they had previously stayed in, about a day's journey from Qi City. They stopped at a high, hidden place on the mountain, hiding in a large, secretive stone cave. Unless they looked carefully, they wouldn't find it because there were many dead tree trunks and bushes blocking the view. Even inside the cave, everyone remained alert. The old lady and women tightly held their grain, hiding behind their men. The men carried hoes or firewood knives for protection. Shen Miaoqing understood their caution. On their way to hide, they had also encountered some suspicious escapees, but because they were many and united, they dared not attack. Time passes quickly, and 2 more days have gone by. During these days, everyone stayed inside the stone cave, afraid to go out easily. Even when they talked about going out to find news, no one spoke up, unwilling to be the first. In the silent, cramped cave, some people seemed hopeless about the future, crying out loud again and again, feeling lost and helpless. Even the food they found outside Qi City during the first day was running low. The hardest hit was the Lin family, which had shrunk from over 10 members to about 8 or 9. On the first day, they cried and begged for sympathy and received some food. But on the second day, no matter how much they pleaded, the other families refused to help again. They only shared half a bowl of water out of pity, and that was all. The families fleeing from hardship had more people, but their supplies of grain and water were limited. They didn't know how long they would have to stay here. Sharing a little was considered kind, but more than that was impossible, even among those who escaped together. The Lin family understood this well. If it hadn't been their family that was in trouble, and if it had been others, they wouldn't have been so generous with their food. The only exception was Shen Miaoqing. On the first night in the cave, when it was quiet, Shen Miaoqing planted the peanuts, wheat grains, and a few sweet potatoes she had dug up earlier into the space near the spiritual spring water. She also planted some small mushrooms she got from her brother. Shen Miaoqing carefully cleared the barren land near the spring, even though she only had a simple sickle and a sharp wooden stick, not a proper hoe. The land inside the space was no different from outside. Her first step was to mark a boundary, then start clearing the rocks. She was glad that there were no weeds inside the space, which saved her some effort. Using her sickle and a pointed wooden stick, she dug into the hard soil, bit by bit. When she was young, she had seen her grandparents farm the land back in the countryside, but she had only watched and never tried it herself. Later, she enjoyed watching rural farming videos on short video apps. Those looked easy, but now that she was doing it herself, she realized it was not easy at all. Even when using consciousness to work in the space, Shen Miaoqing still felt that fundamentally it was no different from her physical body. She became tired, breathless, and sweaty just like usual. At first, Shen Miaoqing thought it wouldn't be hard, so she divided the land to be cleared into large sections. But once she started, she found it was more difficult than expected. Still, she didn't want to give up easily and kept working hard, biting her teeth and persisting. Until she dug a large area of land until it was soft, planted the things she had, and then poured spiritual spring water on it, Shen Miaoqing finally smiled happily. Seeing her small patch of work results, she felt that her effort was worthwhile. Suddenly, Shen Miaoqing remembered how others planted water spinach, and her eyes lit up. She picked the water spinach from the bottom few centimeters of the sturdy wild vegetables, then removed the leaves and a small part of the base, giving the plant a new growth point. Next, she carefully planted the wild grass in the barren land. Shen Miaoqing didn't plant many vegetables at first, just trying a small amount to see if it worked. If successful, she planned to expand the planting. Although Shen Miaoqing hadn't farmed much before, she trusted her spiritual spring water a little. She only hoped that the vegetables in the space would grow healthy and strong. At the same time, Shen Miaoqing didn't forget to preserve 2 field mice by salting them, just like she did with dried rabbit meat before. After all, even tiny mosquitoes are still insects. After finishing everything, Shen Miaoqing, exhausted, went to sleep. In the following days, whenever she had free time, she couldn't help but check her vegetable crops frequently. So, Instead of feeling discouraged like others, Shen Miaoqing remained optimistic and occasionally took time to comfort her two confused younger brothers. Under her reassurance, their worries eased quite a bit. Until the fourth day, everyone in the stone cave finally couldn't hold back any longer and became curious about the changes outside. Shen Miaoqing wasn't sure of the exact time either. When Elder Huang came to ask her again, she could only give a somewhat uncertain answer. However, she also suggested forming a small team of several people to go out together, which would be much safer. After long discussions, they decided to form a team of 20 strong workers to explore the situation outside. They also reminded everyone to bring back any edible items they found. The Lin family members, except for women and children, all went out. Over the past few days, they had been so hungry they nearly fainted, even eating dirt. Lin Dequan was the first to be affected. Over the past few days, almost all members of the Lin family resented him, and he was often insulted. Third brother Lin even tried to hit him several times. His loving grandparents were no longer with him, and his father was very cold towards him. Lin Dequan spent each day in pain and regret. He also tried to find his sister, Shirling, to find some comfort for his heart. However, Shirling kept avoiding him, and Shirling was so annoyed by being bothered that she just looked at him with apology but didn't speak. Su Sanyang also scolded Lin Dequan in front of Shirling multiple times, warning him not to get close to her. During this time, the Lin family was really hungry. They even considered secretly eating the young children of the fourth branch, but were stopped. Old Master Huang warned that if they did such things, they would be kicked out. Others agreed with him, which temporarily stopped the family from acting on these thoughts. Old Master Huang was worried. He knew that if the family kept starving, they might do anything. So, when they reached their limit, he organized a group to go out and look for food, knowing they couldn't stay in the cave forever. During the search, Shen Dalong was also there. After several days of rest, his back injury had healed well. Before leaving, Shen Miaoqing repeatedly told Shen Dalong to be careful and take care of himself. "I will come back safely," Shen Dalong said, even though he wasn't completely sure, but he smiled to reassure his family. At noon, the group that went out to gather news hadn't returned yet. Everyone in the cave was anxiously waiting for their loved ones to come back. Gee, when will they come back? Li Ernyang frowned with worry. She was very nervous and couldn't sit still, walking back and forth in the narrow cave. Next to her, Shun Laifu couldn't help but advise, "Mother, don't worry. They'll be back soon." Younger brother is also so foolish, he insisted on going out too. Li Ernyang scolded, but inside she couldn't stop worrying about Shin Laichang. "Our Shin family only needs one man to go out and gather news. Why does your eldest brother also have to go?" This time, Shen Laifu didn't say anything. His mother had already repeated herself many times that morning. Although he was worried about his eldest brother, he didn't think he was doing anything wrong. Originally, Shen Laifu also planned to go out with everyone to gather news. He thought that more people meant more strength, but his mother completely disagreed. Even when his eldest brother, Shen Laichang, wanted to go, his mother refused to agree at first. It was only because Shen Laichang insisted and finally old Master Shen gave the okay that Shen Laichang was allowed to go. Seeing Shen Laifu silent, Second Antly got even more angry. "I'm only doing this for your own good. You're all so eager to rush to danger." After saying that, Second Antly felt her words were too harsh, so she quickly spat and silently prayed for her husband and sons to stay safe. Although the people who went out hadn't returned yet, Old Lady Shin still asked Lin to cook lunch. She prepared water-boiled roots with a little salt, mixed with a sweet potato. The Shin family had stored quite a bit of water last time, so they often cooked with boiled water now. Zhang de Chue once said that food cooked in water was less likely to cause illness. Old Lady Shin remembered his words and often instructed the cooks in each household to use water for cooking. Shen Miaoqing had already gotten used to this. Even though she still didn't like the taste of these foods, she would eat some each time. Sometimes, Shen Miaoqing would share her food with her two younger brothers. When she couldn't eat anymore, she would secretly put some into her space to avoid suspicion. But she did this rarely, since she didn't have much food herself. While everyone in the Shin family was quietly eating lunch, a loud vomiting sound suddenly reached their ears. They all looked toward the sound and saw second Aunt Lee crouched in the corner, suffering and vomiting. "Mother, are you okay?" Shin Laifu saw this and quickly put down his wooden bowl, walking over to gently pat her back. Second Aunt Lee was feeling very sick now and had no energy to answer. She had vomited before, but it was usually dry heaving. This time, she was vomiting so badly that she couldn't stop. Old Lady Shin looked at her with displeasure, full of disdain. "Such fussing. If you can't eat, then don't. You're wasting food." Shin Miaoqing noticed some clues. She is observant and often watches the people around her. She also realized that Li Ernyang had shown signs of vomiting before. Thinking about how Shin Laichang and Shin Laifu brothers helped Shin Dalong before, Shin Miaoqing stepped forward and said, "Maybe we should ask Grandpa Zhang to come and take a look." As soon as she finished speaking, Shin Laifu also reacted and wanted to call Zhang Dachi to come. But before he could act, Su Sanyang's voice rang out, saying, "There's no need to be so delicate. It's not that serious. Rest for a while, and she'll be fine. Zhang Dachi's medical fees are never cheap, so asking him to come would mean more expenses for the Shin family." Shin Laifu ignored Su Sanyang and asked if the two elders of the Shin family could be asked to come and see her. Old Master Shin didn't give a clear answer and kept eating his food, implying he wanted to leave the decision to Old Lady Shin and didn't want to get involved in these small matters. Old Lady Shin looked hesitant and observed Li Ernyang's condition. She hadn't forgotten how much grain Zhang Dachi took the last time he treated someone. Just thinking about it made her feel distressed. Seeing that Old Lady Shen hadn't responded, Shen Miaoqing calmly replied to Su Sanyang, "If I remember correctly, Auntie, last time when the locusts came, you also asked someone to come and see." Shen Miaoqing seemed to have a sudden bright idea. "My mother was very uncomfortable last time, so she had to ask Grandpa Zhang to come. Now she just thinks that maybe Second Aunt can rest for a while and get better, so there's no need to trouble Grandpa Zhang again. Please don't blame my mother." Shin Shirling gently bit her lip and defended Su Sanyang. As she recalled, Shin Miaoqing was gradually gaining more trust from everyone, and her influence was growing. Even old Master Huang would ask her for advice when making decisions. She was shining brightly. Shin Shirling felt a strange emotion rising in her heart, but she showed no sign of it outwardly. Right now, she was just standing up for her mother. Su Sanyang saw her daughter speak up for her and nodded in agreement, indicating she shared the same idea. "I don't mean to blame anyone. Don't accuse me so quickly. I just think we should be cautious. If Second Aunt's condition worsens, that would be really bad." Shen Miaoqing had no intention of arguing with a female protagonist in the story. She straightforwardly exposed Shin Shirling's attempt to label her, as she had long sensed the hidden hostility from her and didn't want to indulge her. Shin Miaoqing's voice was cold and clear. Hearing this, Shin Shirling looked upset. She was about to explain further when she heard Li Ernyang's loud retching from the corner. Lai Fu Shen didn't hesitate and quickly called Zhang Dachui from the other side of the cave. Zhang Dachui also heard the voices but wasn't interested in business, so he wouldn't help without being asked. Seeing Zhang Dachui come over, Old Lady Shen was still annoyed but accepted it and said, "Quick, check on my second daughter-in-law and see how she's doing." Old Lady Shen's words were like a silent approval of Lai Fu Shen's actions. Hearing this, Zhang Dachui felt more reassured and began checking Li Ernyang's condition. He saw her face was pale and blue, with many vomit stains on the ground. He decided to wait until she finished vomiting before checking her further. Prepare some water to rinse her mouth later. As Zhang Dachui finished speaking, Lai Fu Shen hurried to get the water. Old Lady Shen could only hand the water to Lai Fu Shen. Perhaps because she remembered the drought and water shortage, Old Lady Shen couldn't help but feel distressed when she saw the water. Once Li Ernyang calmed down, Lai Fu Shen helped her sit and rest, carefully hiding the vomit with some sand. Zhang Dachui then carefully checked her pulse. After a while, he frowned. He examined her again, asked how many times she had vomited, and Li Ernyang honestly answered. Soon after, Zhang Dachui slowly said, "She is pregnant." Zhang Dachui's tone revealed no particular emotion, neither happiness nor sadness, only left to their own thoughts. Pregnant, Li Earnyang couldn't believe it, her pale face suddenly wide-eyed. She was over 30 now. How could she still be pregnant? This news truly shocked her. How long has she been pregnant? Old Lady Shin was also surprised but quickly regained her composure. I estimate it's been about 2 months, Zhang Dachui said, scratching his chin. He could only give an approximate answer. He didn't know the exact date. But looking at her age and her current situation of fleeing famine, pregnancy at this time was indeed very difficult. He can think of things that others naturally also consider. I have some health-preserving medicine here, but it's quite expensive. I didn't buy it cheaply when I first got it. Do you want to take a look? Zhang Dachu asked cautiously. However, this time Zhang Dachu didn't insist that the Shin family must buy it, feeling a bit sympathetic if they found it difficult. He didn't want to sell the medicine now. Keeping it for his own family's health was better. Old Lady Shin thought for a long time, clenched her teeth, and wanted to buy it, but when she heard she needed to exchange something and pay 60 copper coins, she hesitated. Oh, this medicine is made of gold. It's so expensive. Can it be a little cheaper? Old Lady Shin exclaimed, slapping her leg. No, not at all. If you don't want it, just forget it. Zhang Dachu replied firmly. He didn't buy it cheaply himself, and losing money on this deal was out of the question. In the end, Old Lady Shin gave up and decided not to buy. She thought to herself, she had been pregnant before, and it wasn't that precious. Li Nyang, standing nearby, didn't dare say much because 60 copper coins was indeed a lot. Just rest well and avoid overexertion. It's normal to vomit a few months into pregnancy, Zhang Dachu advised, without mentioning any special food, since good things to eat weren't available now. Finally, Zhang Dachu took 2 potatoes and prepared to leave. He rarely offers free consultations. Shun Miaoqing watched the scene but didn't say much. She didn't want to interfere too much. At first, this auntie encouraged them to abandon the big house and escape to the countryside, which she hadn't forgotten, so she didn't feel close to her. She wouldn't care too much either. However, Shun Miaoqing still held on to Zhang Dachu as he was about to leave, smiling and said, Grandpa Zhang, please also check on my mother's health. Zhang Dachu immediately saw through Shun Miaoqing's intentions and didn't refuse, happily agreeing. He remembered Shun Miaoqing asking them to leave Qi City and thought she was promising and capable and was willing to help her out. Lin Yang, hearing that he would check on her, quickly grabbed Shun Miaoqing's sleeve, wanting to say she didn't need it and felt fine. But Shun Miaoqing patted her hand to comfort her, though she didn't change her mind. Lin Yang could only accept it, thinking her daughter was just concerned about her. After examining Lin Yang, Zhang Dachu said, There's nothing serious with your health. Just rest more and worry less. After listening, Shun Miaoqing quickly thanked Zhang Dachui. Zhang Dachui refused Shun Miaoqing's offer to give him something. As he was about to leave again, he was interrupted by a woman's voice. I also want Grandpa Zhang to come and see my mother, said Shin Shirling with a gentle smile. Zhang Dachui didn't refuse. After examining her, he asked Shin Shirling for payment. Why didn't my sister have to give anything just now? Shin Shirling was surprised and blurted out, her voice less gentle than before. Realizing her mistake, she tried to speak again to fix it, but Zhang Dachui cut her off with blunt words. You can't compare yourself to your sister.
She is not ordinary, he said.
Zhang Dachui always spoke straightforwardly, ignoring Shin Shirling's uncomfortable expression. He didn't like her roundabout words and was quick to change his attitude. Thinking of this, Zhang Dachui impatiently urged Shin Shirling to give him the item quickly. Shin Shirling's face became even more strained, and she looked worse. In the end, she could only let her mother pay. Shin Shirling felt a strange, hard-to-explain emotion, and her eyes flickered with unusual feelings as she looked at Shun Miaoqing. Zhang Dachui didn't care who paid. Happily accepting the item, he left feeling pleased, having gained something again. Meanwhile, Shun Miaoqing wasn't paying attention to Shun Shirling's situation. She was chatting casually with her mother. Mother Lin was amused by Shun Miaoqing, knowing her difficult pregnancy was the reason she had twins so late and had been mocked for many years. She also understood that now, during this hard escape, being pregnant would make things even more difficult. Thinking of this, Mother Lin couldn't help but glance at Lady Li. Lady Li was handling the situation well. Despite the hardships of fleeing, having more children was a good thing. Moreover, she believed that if she was pregnant during the escape, she could work less. Thinking this, Lady Li gently touched her belly. Seeing her mother thinking clearly, Shen Miaoqing felt relieved. She knew her mother was no longer suitable for childbirth due to her age and environment. Before it got completely dark, some people returned from gathering information and food. They carried some supplies and wore smiles, indicating their trip had gone smoothly. 20 people went outside and calmed down. Although they didn't get too close to the city gate, they could sense that the soldiers were no longer attacking them. They were very eager to find food, and even found a lake. The Lin family brought back a lot of water, but even the buckets they used were borrowed. Although the Lin family wanted to check if their carts and oxen outside Qi City were still there, they were too afraid after the last arrow attack and dared not go near. On their way back with supplies, they did meet many other refugees. Since they were all grown men, the refugees only dared to watch them secretly and didn't try to steal their things. People in the cave were happy to see them return. Hearing their stories, everyone felt joyful. Shen Daliang smiled and showed 4 bird eggs he found in a tree. He fairly divided the eggs among Lin Yang, Shen Miaoqing, and the twins. Lin Yang held her eggs and couldn't help but smile, but she still scolded. Just give them to others. Why do I need this? Just give it if you want, Shen Daliang said casually, waving his hand. Shen Miaoqing watched how they shared, and her lips curled up slightly. Shen Chao too didn't pay attention to these details. He looked at his bird eggs with curiosity. Seeing his younger brother focused on the eggs, Shen Chao too also carefully examined his own eggs, but he was initially indifferent. Tonight, outside the cave, the moonlight was silver, and stars dotted the sky. Inside the cave, people quietly fell asleep. Perhaps because they received good news today, everyone slept very soundly. The next day, since the 20 people's first outing went smoothly, more people wanted to go out together to find more food and water. Shen Miaoqing stayed in the cave as usual, not going out. She didn't need anything urgently and didn't want to join the crowd. Looking at the lively wild vegetables in the space, Shen Miaoqing realized her method was effective. Thanks to the spiritual spring's blessing, none of her vegetables had withered. Peanuts, wheat grains, and sweet potatoes had also started to sprout nicely. Every time she entered the space, she made sure to drink some spiritual spring water. Since arriving in this world, she hadn't gone a day without drinking it. She could clearly feel her body's health improving significantly. Previously, she felt that her backpack still had a lot of weight. Now, when carrying the backpack, she barely felt anything on her back. Shen Miaoqing was curious and tried lifting Shen Chaodu, and she felt much lighter. Only then did she realize her strength had really increased a lot. However, she observed that her brothers Shen Chaoyu and Shen Chaotu, who drank the spiritual spring water, were physically stronger but otherwise not very different. In the past few days, Shen Miaoqing secretly fed the 2 little guys whenever others were resting, and they seemed more energetic than before. The wild rabbits in Shen Miaoqing's space were almost finished, but the 2 field mice hadn't started eating yet. Time passed quietly as Shen Miaoqing was lost in her thoughts. The people who went out this time returned just before noon. Lai Fu was the fastest to run back. As soon as he arrived, he shouted loudly, "Good news! We can cross the river to the 13 cities of Tangzhou." Lai Fu's voice was very loud, so everyone in the cave heard him. He was in a hurry and was slightly out of breath. "What do you mean? We can cross now? How are we going to do that?" Li Ernyang quickly stood up, holding Lai Fu's hand, and asked curiously. "Yes, tell us what's happening. Speak quickly." Suddenly, everyone was like ants on a hot pan, anxious and curious. They gathered around Lai Fu, who was still panting, sweat wetting his forehead hair. He said, "It's because of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's order." "What order? Be clear, don't say it in parts." Yes, what's going on? Before Lai Fu could finish speaking, anxious women interrupted him eagerly. Over the past few days, they had been very worried and anxious. Naturally, they wanted to know this news urgently. Finally, old Master Huang stepped forward and said, "All right, no need to rush. Don't talk anymore. Let him speak slowly." Old Master Huang's voice was quite loud, immediately drowning out the chattering voices of others. Everyone instantly quieted down and stopped talking, looking at Lai Fu with eager curiosity. Lai Fu didn't hesitate. After taking a few deep breaths, he quickly said, "There is a notice at the city gate. It says that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, out of kindness to the common people, has allowed us to re-register our household registration, issue travel permits, and arrange for someone to escort us to the southern city. They will also help us find a place to settle." Lai Fu finished speaking in one breath, and his words stunned everyone. Shen Miaoqing naturally didn't miss what Lai Fu said. She was very happy because having a place to stay meant they could have a peaceful life in the future. As long as they had household registration and travel permits, they wouldn't be seen as troublemakers or be harmed randomly. Shen Miaoqing also thought that sending people to escort them might be because the authorities were worried they might start a riot. She hadn't forgotten the large number of disaster victims outside the city gate, nor the continuous flow of people coming to Qi City every day. "So, does that mean we can have a place to stay?" Someone suddenly snapped out of their excitement and asked happily. Yes, Lai Fu also smiled foolishly and nodded. "The Crown Prince is really a good person. Then let's hurry and register." "Why did the soldiers shoot at the disaster victims outside Qi City before?" Someone asked hesitantly, and their concern was shared by others. "Are we safe to go now?" Someone else asked nervously. Lai Fu hesitated. He didn't know either. When they set out that morning to find water, they passed by outside Qi City and saw some brave people trying to go beyond the city gate. They observed from afar. Nothing happened, and they even saw the notice at the city gate. The gates of Qi City were wide open. Although there were still guards at the gate, no soldiers harmed the disaster victims. The people following Lai Fu soon returned to the cave. "Let's go to the city gate quickly," Fu urged as soon as he entered. Others hurried back to their families to discuss this news. "Do you think this is reliable?" Old Master Huang asked Shen Miaoqing from nearby. "We have no other choice," she replied plainly, and Old Master Huang became even more determined. "They can't keep wandering outside forever. Not only are the conditions here poor, but they are also not from their ancestral land and have no household registration or official documents. They could be considered bandits and be arrested at any time." Now, hearing this news suddenly, they decided they must try no matter what. "Quickly pack your things, we're leaving," Old Master Huang finished speaking, which also meant he had made a decision. The others had no objections and chose to follow the group. They hurriedly packed their belongings and once again set out for Qi City. Shen Miaoqing was in a good mood and wanted to carry Shen Chaotu on the journey, but the little boy refused. "Big sister, I can walk by myself now," Shen Chaotu said firmly, with a serious look on his face. He was just starting out and also felt sorry for his sister being so tired. Shen Miaoqing also looked ahead at Shen Chaotu, who was also shaking his head in refusal. "Qing'er, forget about them. Let them go on their own," Lin Yang said softly, smiling kindly and looking at Shen Miaoqing with kindness. This series of events made Shen Miaoqing feel a bit embarrassed. She touched her nose, thinking she just wanted to see if she could carry the boy easily after these days of practice. But Shen Miaoqing didn't take this matter to heart. She leaned closer to Shen Daliang and asked, "Dad, can you tell me more about the details on the notice?" Shen Daliang knew his daughter was smart and wouldn't look down on others just because she was a girl. Shen Daliang had studied and copied books in town before, so he knew a lot about the court. He wanted to take the imperial exam and understood the court from many angles. He explained what he knew to Shen Miaoqing without hiding anything. From Shen Daliang, Shen Miaoqing learned that the current crown prince was born noble, wise, kind, and brave, able to read and fight. Everyone hoped he would ascend to the throne soon. Meanwhile, the current emperor was obsessed with alchemy and seeking immortality. He spent a lot of money and effort building the Eternal Life Pavilion, ignoring state affairs and national issues. The emperor didn't tolerate opposition and believed others who disagreed with him. Over time, he believed rumors and became suspicious of the crown prince. He used the excuse of training the prince's abilities to send him to deal with the nomadic tribes. The crown prince had just defeated a nomadic kingdom and was returning to the capital when he learned that the northern 9 provinces were suffering from a severe drought. The Shaga kingdom was showing signs of unrest, and over 100,000 refugees were fleeing their homes. The crown prince quickly sent people to reassure the 13 cities of Hezhou, instructing officials and soldiers not to harm the refugees and to handle the situation carefully. Shun Miaoqing thought to herself that it was no wonder the refugees managed to pass through the 13 cities of Hezhou in the end. However, the journey was not easy. For example, the local prince of Hezhou's 13 cities did not hesitate to harm the refugees fleeing the disaster. If the crown prince's orders had arrived even a little later, there could have been more casualties. Shun Miaoqing also judged that the local prince would not face any punishment for killing refugees. Since the refugees had no guides at first, even if he killed many, the crown prince couldn't do anything about it. Shun Miaoqing silently reflected that she needed to be more careful and cautious on this journey, not to let her guard down. Meanwhile, the crown prince hurried to Hezhou and saw his younger brother, the local prince, using refugees as bait for wolves. Wow, this white wolf is quite capable, easily biting 3 people. Not bad, not bad. The local prince clapped his hands happily, not noticing that his older brother was behind him. The crown prince didn't tolerate this behavior and immediately stepped forward, kicking the local prince. Who dares? Caught off guard, the local prince was kicked to the ground, shouting in anger. When he saw who it was, he hesitated to continue his harsh words. Oh, isn't this the crown prince? How come you have time to visit me? The local prince brushed dust off himself and stood up gracefully. This is absurd. These are lives, the crown prince said with hidden anger. I didn't mistreat them. I only let them eat well before they set out, the local prince replied indifferently. Big brother, you shouldn't interfere so much. They have no guides, just rioters and bandits. Killing them 1,000 times wouldn't be enough. This is my territory. Knowing that this person wouldn't listen to reason, the crown prince decided not to waste more words. He ordered his men to imprison the local prince. Whenever he admits his mistake, he can be released. No food or water during this time. Who do you think you are? Let me go. Let me go. The local prince's shouts gradually faded as the people holding him tightened their grip, making it impossible for him to break free. General Liu, you did well this time. The crown prince was surprised to learn that Liu Jian could arrive in Qi City so quickly. He couldn't help but praise him. That's expected, Liu Jian replied casually, calm and confident. You are capable. I trust you to handle this matter, the prince said, patting Liu Jian's shoulder to show his trust. Liu Jian responded quietly, showing no unusual emotion. After this is over, there will be more. The prince's voice was low and serious. After a brief explanation, he turned and left. Liu Jian was good at everything, but he had no weaknesses.
This was both a good and bad thing.
Except when he was eating and showed some emotion, he remained calm most of the time. It wasn't exactly calmness. Even the wise crown prince found it hard to describe Liu Jian. He seemed hard to understand, but also easy to see through. He had no parents and no clear goals. The prince once wanted Liu Jian to be the commander, but he was rejected, told he was not capable enough. Threats and bribes didn't work, so the prince gave up and secretly found it strange that such a person existed. Liu Jian had saved him multiple times from danger. The prince even thought that without Liu Jian, he might have lost his life long ago. Without Liu Jian, they might not have defeated the nomadic tribes so quickly. Later, Liu Jian refused any reward, only wanting to eat enough. Thinking of this, the prince shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. There was no need to force it. Liu Jian didn't care what others thought. When he arrived in Qi City, he oversaw the registration of disaster victims. He thought about the task the prince assigned to him. After understanding it, his mind drifted elsewhere. In Qi City, the The food was much worse than the roasted lamb from the nomadic tribes. After recalling the roasted lamb, he found it smelled quite bad and not very good. Before dark, Shin Miaoqing and her group arrived outside Qi City. However, when they arrived, the city was already crowded. The line was still long, and there was no way to cut in. Soldiers stood nearby, watching the refugees who silently queued without daring to push forward. Shin Miaoqing and her group did the same. The soldiers checked whether everyone had their original household registration papers before allowing them to pass. "Officer, I left my household registration at home and forgot to bring it," one person said with a flattering smile, hoping to avoid the check. "Take him away." The soldier didn't give him a chance to explain and ordered someone to take him away. Others saw the situation and quickly took out their household registration papers, carefully protecting them. The members of the Lin family looked pale and became anxious because their household information was with old Master Lin, who had already passed away. They had no household registration documents. Some people, like them, had also lost loved ones in the Arrow Rain. Seeing that they could now handle household registration through the 13 cities of Hezhou and the household registration route, some people became unhappy and started to cause trouble. Why did they shoot arrows before? "My parents are dead now," a mournful cry rose, filled with anger. Others remembered their family members who died in the Arrow Rain and echoed their grief. "Why did they kill my family? Why?" The accusations kept coming, and the soldiers managing the displaced people grew impatient. This wasn't their fault. They were only following orders. They had no choice. "Quiet. Anyone causing trouble will be killed on the spot." The soldiers drew their swords and immediately intimidated the troublemakers among the refugees. Although the refugees were unhappy, they dared not cause any more trouble now. Shin Miaoqing had been quietly observing the situation among the crowd. Seeing this, she shook her head helplessly. The number of refugees was large. It wasn't until dawn the next day that the Shin family was gradually checked. Old Master Shin carefully took out his household registration, bowing slightly as he showed it, with a respectful smile on his usually stern face. "Official, here you go." The leading soldier examined the household registration carefully, then checked the Shun family members accompanying him. Once satisfied, he allowed them to continue forward. The Shun family hurriedly moved a few steps ahead after receiving the order. Since ancient times, common people feared soldiers, even those who usually held authority at home. To wait for the soldiers' inspection, the Shin family didn't dare sleep all night, afraid of losing their place or missing their turn. Others in line felt the same. They dared not sleep. Even when the soldiers temporarily stopped inspecting late at night, they remained alert. However, the children found it easier to get sleepy. Not long after night fell, the young Shin brothers, Shin Chaoqian and Shin Chaotu, began to doze off. Because it was a moving group, there were occasional position changes at the front. At first, Shin Dalong and Lin Yang were holding two little children. After about an hour, Shin Miaoqing, worried that Lin Yang was tired, took Shin Chaotu from her hands. Shin Miaoqing also held the children for nearly an hour, but she felt no fatigue and didn't find it heavy, as if she were holding a plush toy. This feeling made her very happy. Even when Lin Yang wanted to take Shin Chaotu from her, Shin Miaoqing refused with a wave of her hand. After checking the soldiers from the Shin family, the officials then began inspecting the line behind, which was the Lin family. Their tone was cold and serious. "Show your household registration." "Officer, please listen to me. Our household registration is with my parents, but because we lost our lives outside the city last time, our household registration." Third brother Lin started to speak, trying to get closer, but he was immediately interrupted. No household registration, no processing allowed. The official's attitude was very formal and strict. No matter how much the Lin family explained, it was useless. Unwilling, third brother Lin glared fiercely at big brother Lin. Then, big brother Lin suddenly remembered something and hurriedly spoke as the officials prepared to take them away. "I left with people from the village. The villagers can testify for me." People from the Huang, Li, Shun, and other families near third brother Lin nodded in agreement, saying that the Lin family members had come with them. But the soldiers were impatient and said, No household registration, no way. Take them away. They preferred to make a mistake than to let anyone go. If something went wrong later, they would be responsible. The captain had ordered strict adherence to household registration rules, fearing people might try to cheat. No matter how much the Lin family shouted, it was useless. Other people fleeing with them also saw this and didn't want to cause trouble, so they dared not speak up and silently accepted that the Lin family was no longer part of the group. Big Brother Lin's gaze never left Shin Shirling. At the last moment when they were being taken away, he desperately wanted to call out to Shin Shirling. But Shin Shirling in front of him never looked back, not even when he heard the shouting. She probably didn't have such a good relationship with Big Brother Lin, just an occasional greeting or a few words. Calling her like that wouldn't ruin her reputation. Shin Miaoqing did not miss the last look from the supporting male character Lin Daqian or the reaction of the female lead Shin Shirling. If nothing unexpected happens, Lin Daqian, the male supporting character, will probably completely withdraw from the heroine's story. Shin Miaoqing doesn't feel much about it. As long as it doesn't involve her, she won't interfere and just watches quietly. However, she becomes more certain that, apart from the male lead, the supporting male and female characters who are close to the heroine, especially the cannon fodder, probably won't have a good ending. After checking the household registration information, it wasn't long before Shin's family was called to get their travel permits. When applying for the permit, besides checking the household registration, they asked many more detailed questions: how many people, names, ages, and even personal features, all recorded in a booklet. Seeing this, Shin Miaoqing thought to herself, no wonder it takes so long to queue. Finally, after completing the process, they were told they couldn't enter the city and had to leave the city gates to wait elsewhere for further news. Shin's family could only do as told, not daring to ask more, and they pulled their cart to follow the soldiers leading them away. Shin Miaoqing wasn't surprised. Earlier, they said someone would escort them south. But they wouldn't send just one or two families alone. Probably thousands of refugees would leave together, or several thousand in groups. Moreover, even today, new waves of refugees are still rushing toward Qi City. As they left the city gates, Shin Miaoqing looked back at the tall, thick city wall. Perhaps because the wall had been built over a long time, the scars of war and history left indelible marks on it. On top of the wall, coincidentally, Lu Jian was on Qi City, and at this moment, their eyes met across the distance. But neither of them paid much attention to it, just a quick glance, unable to see clearly the person or the future. Before Shin's family reached another waiting spot, suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps rushed toward them. Shin Miaoqing felt something was wrong. She hugged Shin Chao too tightly and pulled Lin Yang to hide behind. She looked closely and saw it was a group of about 30 people dressed in black. However, these black-clad people weren't targeting them specifically. They were rushing into the dense crowd of refugees. The black-clad men, holding swords, scared the surrounding refugees into fleeing in all directions as they charged into the crowd. Meanwhile, Lu Jian was also chasing after these black-clad men, leading his soldiers to rush down quickly. Soon, Lu Jian quickly defeated many of the black-clad men on his own, while the soldiers around him fought hard to chase them away. Shin Miaoqing kept a close eye on the situation nearby, secretly hiding with her family to avoid getting involved. However, her careful observation was shocked by what she saw. She saw the person who had been watching her from the city wall earlier suddenly cut a black-clad man in half with one strike. The strength and scene were very bloody. Shin Miaoqing was terrified and instinctively covered Shin Chaotu's eyes. Shin Chaotu was lying on his sister, sensing something was happening, but not daring to look. When Shin Miaoqing covered his eyes suddenly, he blinked his big eyes in surprise, then quickly closed them. The black-clad men started to fall back, feeling defeated, but they were unwilling and began swinging their swords at the refugees. They wanted to cause trouble even if they couldn't complete their mission, and they also hoped to take some people down with them before dying. At this moment, one of the black-clad men suddenly ran toward Shin's family. The Shin family was so scared they ran in panic, not knowing what to do. Shin Miaoqing also sensed danger approaching. She had just escaped with Lin Yang and her two younger brothers, a little distance from the cart. The black-clad man was still some distance away from them. Shin Miaoqing knew that if she kept running forward with Lin Yang and the others, she probably wouldn't be caught. But for safety, she decided to split up and run in different directions. While she was running very fast, someone suddenly pulled her from behind. She didn't notice at first and fell heavily to the ground. She looked up and saw Shin Shirling had appeared behind her and was now ahead of her. In an instant, Shin Miaoqing was furious. Did they want her and Shin Chaotu to be their sacrifices? But she didn't have time to think and noticed the black-clad men chasing after them. In just a moment, Shin Miaoqing quickly got up and continued running with Shin Chaotu. Her knees probably hurt from the fall, and she could clearly feel a burning pain there. Despite her efforts, her speed slowed down a little as she tried to escape. Just as Shin Miaoqing felt the man in black was about to rush at her, she really wanted to quickly step into the space to hide, but her reason stopped her. In front of many people, disappearing suddenly was too risky to even think about, especially since she was holding a small child. There was no choice. Shin Miaoqing ran while reaching into her basket to grab a sharp wooden stick she had prepared earlier for self-defense. Turning around quickly, she forcefully struck the stick at the man in black. The man in black was momentarily stunned, then sped up, chasing after the girl who was throwing things at him from a short distance away. Shin Miaoqing took this chance to escape. Her instinct to survive made her run faster, and while it seemed she was just reaching into her basket, she was actually taking out a prepared self-defense bag from the space. Just as the man in black was about to catch her and slash at her with his knife, Shin Miaoqing instinctively dodged. Seeing her dodge his sword, the man in black frowned, quickly realizing the situation, and prepared to strike a second blow. Seizing the moment, Shin Miaoqing raised her hand and threw the self-defense bag. Instantly, the man in black's vision blurred, and he became confused. Without hesitation, Shin Miaoqing put down Shin Chaotu, took out a machete, and fiercely swung it at the man in black's hand. In that instant, the man in black felt pain and couldn't help but loosen his grip on his sword. Seeing this, Shin Miaoqing quickly picked up the fallen sword and stabbed it forcefully into the man in black. This strike was aimed at his heart. However, the man in black reacted quickly, squinting his eyes to see, and dodged to the side. Shin Miaoqing's attack didn't kill him outright, but she quickly drew her sword again and tried to stab him once more. This time, the man in black avoided her attack again. Looking at his injuries, he was furious and immediately grabbed Shin Miaoqing's neck, trying to break her neck with force. Shin Chaotu saw this and was confused and helpless, tears blurring his small face. But after reacting, he didn't run away. Instead, he picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the man in black. "Let go of my sister. Please let go of my sister." Shin Miaoqing was running out of oxygen but could still clearly hear Shin Chaotu's crying. She didn't want to die. Driven by a strong will to survive and empowered by her strength, Shin Miaoqing raised her sword and swung it at the man in black again. The man in black was also injured, with wounds on his chest, and he was only holding onto Shin Miaoqing's neck with less than full strength. When Shin Miaoqing repeatedly attacked with her sword, he loosened his grip slightly. Taking this chance, Shin Miaoqing bit him hard on the hand. The pain made the man release her neck, and Shin Miaoqing quickly stabbed her sword into his stomach again. Unable to resist, he fell to the ground. To be safe, Shin Miaoqing added a few more strikes to ensure he was dead. After confirming he was gone, she took a deep breath but still kept her sword tightly in her hand. Meanwhile, Lu Jian, who had just finished dealing with the other black-clad men and was rushing over, saw this scene. Seeing a woman who could fight back with a child was truly impressive. "Sniff, sniff, sister, are you okay?" Shin Chaotu cried loudly, tears streaming down his face, feeling overwhelmed. He reached out and hugged Shin Miaoqing tightly, not wanting to let go, tears and snot mixing as he pressed against her. Shin Miaoqing noticed that the chaos was calming down, the black-clad men were dealt with, and soldiers were approaching her direction. She finally relaxed, threw away her sword, and gently patted Shin Chaotu's back. She understood that the little boy was overwhelmed by the shock, so she didn't force him to be quiet and let him cry freely. Meanwhile, Lin Yong, who had been watching over her daughter and the child, hurried over to Shen Miaoqing. Seeing the intense scene, tears also streamed down Lin Yong's face as she sobbed sadly, holding Shen Miaoqing tightly. Shen Chaotu, who had been put down by Lin Yong, also couldn't help but cling to Shen Miaoqing's leg and cry, afraid of losing his sister and brother. In that moment, Shen Miaoqing felt helpless. Although she was the one most frightened, seeing this scene, she could only comfort them helplessly. On the other side, Shen Dalong quickly arrived. Since it was his turn to pull the cart, he didn't run in the same direction as Shen Miaoqing and Lin Yong. When Shen Dalong saw the black-clad men approaching, he carefully looked around and saw his wife and children had already run far away. He could only change direction and run elsewhere. Seeing her children go through such a terrible ordeal, she felt even more afraid and hurried to comfort her wife and children. Meanwhile, Lu Jian saw the scene and calmly ordered people to clean up the site, then turned to leave. The people involved this time were becoming more and more reckless. After failing to assassinate the crown prince, they also secretly sent people into Qi City to disturb the refugees, trying to cause greater panic and chaos. Lu Jian's mind was filled with these thoughts, feeling annoyed. It seemed that the plans the crown prince arranged still needed to be completed quickly to prevent future problems. He stayed awake all night and hadn't eaten much for most of the day. The burning sensation in his stomach and his hunger grew stronger. He told his subordinates to finish up and quickly left the gates of Qi City. It seemed the bread he had brought was no longer available, and he didn't know when it disappeared. After finally calming the group of people, Shen Miaoqing returned to the area near Shen's cart. She saw Shen Shirling looking away from her. Shen Miaoqing immediately remembered being pulled down earlier, and her face darkened. Without hesitation, she walked forward and slapped Shen Shirling. Smack! The crisp, loud slap echoed clearly, and Shen Shirling was stunned. Shen Miaoqing used all her strength for the slap, and blood seeped from the corner of Shen Shirling's mouth. You actually dared to hit me. Shen Shirling's voice was full of disbelief. Shen Miaoqing didn't want to say much and slapped her again. Next to her, Su Chunchao reacted quickly. Seeing her daughter being hit, she hurriedly stepped forward. What are you doing? She demanded, pushing Shen Miaoqing forcefully. Shen Miaoqing remained unmoved and pushed back rudely. I was hitting the one who started it, Shen Miaoqing said coldly, her eyes like sharp knives scanning Shen Shirling. If it was just a small fight, it wouldn't matter, but this time, it was about life. Not only her life, but Shen Chaotu's as well. Shen Miaoqing no longer wanted to tolerate her. She was hypocritical and selfish. Both slaps were relatively light. I didn't mean to do it. Aren't you fine now? Shen Shirling said with a look of grievance, tears welling up in her eyes. Wasn't it just a moment of panic that caused her to bump into her? If she lost her footing, she couldn't blame her. That was simply too much. Shen Shirling thought more and more about this reason, and finally no longer felt guilty. Her face looked more and more wronged. She couldn't believe this person would come and hit her without reason. 2 lives, not intentional? How ridiculous. Shen Miaoqing felt she couldn't reason with this kind of person anymore. She didn't want to say more, and simply kicked forward. Her fists rained down like a storm on Shen Shirling. Each punch was very hard, as if only this could release her anger. Shen Shirling kept screaming. Was this person crazy? How dare she hit her like this? When the pain flooded her like a tide, she clumsily fell to the ground. Only then did Shen Shirling realize it was real. Just now, Su Chunchao was pushed and staggered several steps. Now she was stunned and slow to react. After coming to her senses, she quickly rushed over to try to pull Shen Miaoqing away. As she pulled, Su Chunchao felt something was wrong. This person was so strong, she couldn't even pull her away. Su Chunchao was frantic, looking around and saw Lin Yong hesitating nearby. Suddenly, she was furious. Sister-in-law, you need to control your daughter. How can she be so savage? Lin Yong didn't miss Shen Shirling pulling her daughter down. She now thought her daughter hadn't done anything wrong, so no matter how Su Chunchao shouted, she remained indifferent. Master Shen also stood by his daughter, silent, waiting for her to vent her anger. Brothers Shen Zhaoqian and Shen Zhaotu also watched from beside Lin Yang. Shen Zhaotu thought his sister was very impressive. He also disliked Shen Shirling, who pulled down his sister. He was holding his sister in his arms and clearly saw that Shen Shirling was the one who pulled her down. His sister fell to the ground, and it must have hurt a lot. He usually fell himself, and felt pain too. The more he thought about it, the more distressed he felt for his sister. Although he was still young, he had many thoughts. Old Master Shen frowned and looked at the scene unhappily. His dark face was very unpleasant to see. When he noticed others looking over, his face darkened like a pot bottom. This is really disgraceful. The eldest family, hurry and stop this. Seeing that Shen Miaoqing still didn't seem to stop, old Master Shen couldn't help but speak. Shen Zhaoqian remained silent and unwilling to move, lowering his head and saying nothing. Seeing this, Grandma Shen quickly said, "That's enough. Don't cause trouble. Go and stop it." Grandma Shen pushed Shen Daliang, who, after watching the fight for a while, stepped forward and said, "Stop before someone gets hurt." Meanwhile, Lin Yang was pulled over by Su Chunchao, who was anxious and worried, to Shen Miaoqing. "Qing'er." As soon as Lin Yang spoke, her voice choked with emotion. The tears she had just been persuaded to stop crying started to fall again. Su Chunchao was so angry and helpless that she shouted, "Say something." But Lin Yang ignored her and continued crying quietly. Seeing her mother crying so sadly, Shen Chao too couldn't hold back and started crying loudly. Next to him, Shen Chao Qian also had red eyes. On the other side, Li Nyang, who was quietly watching without speaking, clicked her tongue in amazement. She hadn't noticed before, but the young lady of the main house was surprisingly fierce. The two brothers of the second house looked at each other, feeling that they couldn't help either side, so they chose to stay silent. Shen Miaoqing naturally noticed their reactions. She knew that if she made a move, she would completely break her relationship with the heroine in the story and the third house. It would also upset old Master Shen, who cared about face. But she didn't want to think about all that now. She just wanted to vent her frustration. Fortunately, her strength had grown recently, making Shen Shirling even less able to resist. Shen Shirling, who was knocked to the ground, couldn't fight back at all. Seeing her mother was useless, that was enough. Her father, Shen Dazai, had just been stabbed in the back by a man in black and was lucky to survive. Now he was grimacing in pain and shouting, with no time to care about her. Her two older brothers saw their sister beaten so badly. They wanted to help but hesitated when they saw Shen Miaoqing's fierce attitude. This fifth sister could even fight back against black-clad attackers. If they accidentally hurt her, it would be bad. Shen Shirling must have done something to upset Shen Miaoqing. They were family, and a beating wouldn't be life-threatening. So they decided not to interfere. Feeling pity, Shen Hefu and Shen Huigue watched silently, their mouths shut, not trying to stop the fight. Seeing her family like this, Shen Shirling cried even more painfully. But Shen Miaoqing thought her tears looked more real than before. At the right moment, feeling her chest relax and her heart lighten, she gradually stopped when old Master Shen could no longer bear it. Even when Shen Miaoqing let go of Shen Shirling looked like a lump of mud, lying on the ground unable to get up. Tears and runny nose covered her face, and she looked very miserable, no longer the pretentious girl she used to be. Shen Miaoqing, having vented her anger, didn't want others to find fault with her. Her eyes quickly turned red. "She is so cruel. I was holding Tu Guo, and she pushed me so hard that I fell heavily to the ground. That man in black was so fierce. Tu Guo and I almost died at his hands. We almost didn't survive today." Shen Miaoqing's words were full of tears, her delicate face full of sadness. Her eyes were moist, which made everyone feel sympathetic. As she finished speaking, the crowd, who had thought Shen Miaoqing was ruthless and just watching the scene, began to side with her and whispered among themselves, "She's really wicked," grabbing others and trying to make them take the blame. Exactly. So young and so cruel. These people had just narrowly escaped danger and found the scene interesting, so they couldn't help but watch. They didn't expect it to be like this and thought Shin Shirling deserved to be scolded. Thinking from another perspective, if they had been pushed while escaping and fallen to the ground, they would probably have lost their lives. With this in mind, they looked at Shin Shirling on the ground with disdain. Seeing how miserable Shin Shirling looked, their contempt deepened. She looks like a wicked person. These words clearly reached Shin Shirling's ears. She wanted to stand up and defend herself, but as she moved, a wave of pain swept through her, and she could only silently shed tears. Shin Miaoqing was too much. Why did she embarrass her in front of so many people? Shin Shirling's eyes were filled with unhidden hatred. But Su Chunchao couldn't bear to see her daughter being scolded so badly. She hurriedly helped Shin Shirling up. "My daughter only accidentally bumped into you. Do you have to be so cruel? She didn't do it on purpose. Do you really have to hurt her so badly?" Su Chuancao's words seemed to defend Shin Shirling, but everyone was not stupid. They understood from her words that Shin Shirling had pushed Shin Miaoqing. Seeing that no one responded to her words, Su Chuancao's face looked unhappy. Old Master Shin was still dissatisfied, and his stern gaze fell on Shin Miaoqing. No matter how many mistakes she made, she shouldn't have lost her temper here. With so many people watching, she didn't think it was shameful. But for the Shin family, it was a great disgrace. Shin Miaoqing understood what old Master Shin was thinking, but she didn't care much anymore. After all, they were no longer just starting out at home. Their family had already begun fleeing from hardship, so they weren't afraid of being left behind. Shin Miaoqing even thought it would be better if old Master Shin agreed to split the family. If they could become independent, it would be easier to access their valuables. Even if they were abandoned on the road now, Shin Miaoqing was confident she could lead her family to escape with others. However, Shin Miaoqing knew that convincing old Master Shin to split the family wouldn't be easy. He cared a lot about his reputation, and splitting the family would embarrass him. In this era, families that split up were rare. Most families stayed together. When parents split the family, their children might be seen as abandoned or disliked. Because people valued filial piety, only parents suggested splitting, not children. Shin Miaoqing thought a lot, but didn't show her feelings. The family that was fleeing together earlier also saw the scene. The Huang family thought that the two daughters of the Shin family were very different. Zhang Dachu saw Shin Shirling pull down Shin Miaoqing and also witnessed Shin Miaoqing quickly and wisely fighting back against the man in black. Afterward, she didn't show weakness. She immediately fought back her anger and took revenge on her enemies. She was brave and straightforward. Zhang Dachu believed he hadn't been mistaken about her. Shin Miaoqing was truly talented, and he thought it would be good to be friends with her. After the chaos was stabilized and the line was reorganized, the Shin family waited for a long time before someone came to lead them to continue waiting. The place was actually a circle of soldiers surrounding them. Once inside, they couldn't leave freely. They couldn't speak loudly either, and everyone sat on the ground waiting. Shin Shirling was helped here by Su Chunchao, staggering and crying uncontrollably. She felt humiliated and thought everyone was mocking her. With resentment, Shin Shirling looked at Shin Miaoqing. Shin Miaoqing noticed her gaze and, not bothering to tolerate it, responded coldly. Frightened, Shin Shirling dared not look at her again and sat far away to rest, while her mother Su Chunchao wiped her face and handed her water. Although Su Chunchao felt a bit troubled, she remembered that her daughter was destined for great success, as the fortune teller had said, so she resigned herself to caring for her properly. However, Su Chunchao couldn't help for long before Shin Sanlang called her over. His back wound still hurt badly, but these people's attention was not on him at all. Shin Miaoqing didn't care what others thought. After sitting down and reassuring her family, she saw old Master Shen about to cause trouble. "Big family, you really are becoming more unruly. You don't even listen to what I, an old man, say anymore." Old Master Shin's gaze was fixed on Shin Dalong, with pointed words implying blame. Shin Dalong lowered his head and stayed silent. Old Master Shin kept scolding, trying to show he was in charge, but he didn't notice Shin Miaoqing suddenly smiling. "Grandpa, please don't scold my father anymore. I really just didn't want to get into trouble." After Si Lingmei pushed him, I got angry and impulsively hit her, but it has nothing to do with my father. Please don't scold him anymore. Shin Miaoqing's voice was loud enough for everyone nearby to hear, filled with pity and pleading. This made many people turn to look at them. The waiting area also gathered quite a few onlookers, all curious. Old Master Shin's face immediately drooped. Because he cared about his reputation, he had spoken quietly when scolding Shin Dalong. But he didn't expect Shin Miaoqing to shout so loudly. His face darkened with displeasure. He hadn't even finished speaking when this yellow-haired girl dared to speak so boldly. When he noticed others' gazes on him, old Master Shin's dark face turned red with anger. Especially when old man Huang came over and said, "Old Shin, don't worry too much about the little fights among girls. Besides, the girl who was hit did do something wrong." Then Zhang Dachui also chimed in, "Exactly, don't just blame your big family. If she hadn't done this, Miaoqing wouldn't have acted like that." The Li family and others agreed with nods. Old Master Shin felt embarrassed and could only awkwardly smile and agree. He really didn't want to be the subject of gossip or judged by others. Shin Miaoqing felt even happier after making old Master Shin look bad. She knew that to deal with different people, she had to use different methods. Later, old Master Shin indeed dared not say much, afraid that Miaoqing would start causing trouble again. "Older sister, you're so amazing," Shin Chaodu said excitedly, looking at Miaoqing. He couldn't quite describe it, but he felt that his sister was very impressive. He thought Miaoqing was much better than their father. Now, he admired her the most. Shin Chaotu's younger brother, Shin Chaowen, nodded in agreement, saying Miaoqing was indeed remarkable. Miaoqing looked at the two well-behaved little ones, gently touching their heads with a smile. "You will be very capable in the future too." A day passed slowly and more people gathered at the waiting area. As expected, not all disaster victims set out together. Instead, groups of 5,000 people began their escape journey. However, only about 200 soldiers accompanied each group of 5,000. Before departure, they received a call to enlist able-bodied men. Those who wanted to join the army didn't need to rush to escape. This conscription order was issued by the Crown Prince. It aimed to replenish soldiers lost in previous wars and also to reduce the number of people fleeing. But this conscription was voluntary, not mandatory. Forcing people might cause dissatisfaction, unrest, or even some families to escape just to avoid being drafted. The Crown Prince promised good treatment for soldiers, which attracted some to sign up. Miaoqing hoped the Crown Prince would enlist more soldiers, as fewer laborers would help prevent chaos. After all, too many hungry laborers might lead to more theft and violence. In response, Miaoqing decided to strengthen her own body and prepare more self-defense tools. She added more wooden spikes and sandbags, mostly placing some in her backpack, with the rest stored in her space. Since she discovered her strength had increased, she was able to carry more items in her backpack than before. Meanwhile, Shun Lichang and Shun Laifu were very interested in enlisting and wanted to sign up, but Li Ernyang refused stubbornly. "Son, if both of you go, I won't want to live anymore," Li Ernyang said firmly, crying and feeling very sad. "Yes, you're not allowed to go. Your mother is pregnant again. If neither of you are here, who will protect her?" Shun Erlang also supports Li Nyang. Old Master Shen and Old Lady Shin do not agree with them joining the army. Old Master Shin thinks that having more strong workers at home will give them more confidence when fleeing from hardship. "But if we go to join the army, we can get 20 jin of grain to help you. During the tough escape, food is very important," the two brothers still try to argue. "I will eat dirt before I let you go." Li Nyang's voice is firm and clear. "Yes, you two are not even married yet, and you're still trying to settle down and get wives." Old Lady Shin also speaks. In the end, brothers Shun Lichang and Shun Laifu cannot persuade their family and have to give up, sighing helplessly. Protecting the home and country, returning in glory, these words carry great meaning in the hearts of young people. Although Shun Miaoqing hopes more people will join the army, she does not interfere with others' choices. Early in the morning, before dawn, only faint light breaks through the clouds, slowly spreading the first rays of dawn. At this moment, Shun Miaoqing is among the fleeing crowd, following everyone as they set out again on the escape route. This time, the group has grown from 100 or so people to 5,000. Even with more people, Shun Miaoqing remains cautious and alert, knowing that safety comes first. Although they can continue heading south to escape, the disaster victims are not allowed to pass through the main city. Instead, mountain paths are open for them. While crossing the mountains, the victims are not allowed to pick anything from the mountains. You all need to know these mountain peaks belong to Lord Lin. If he says you can't take anything, then you can't. The fleeing people dare not object and walk with heads bowed. There are many disaster victims fleeing, and even though the Crown Prince wants to manage everything carefully, he cannot oversee every detail. More troubles await him. The first thing Lord Lin did after being released was to make things difficult for the Crown Prince. He specifically ordered that the disaster victims cannot touch anything in the mountain rivers. They can pass through, but they cannot eat or drink. Lord Lin is curious to see how these tiny, insignificant victims will survive. He feels very unhappy. Growing up, only the Crown Prince dares to treat him this way. During their escape, the disaster victims saw plenty of wild vegetables, mushrooms, and sometimes wild rabbits running by. Under pressure from soldiers ahead and behind, they could only watch these food sources go out of reach. In the morning, they kept moving without stopping. Shin Yaoqing felt okay and was not greatly affected. She even carried Shin Chaotu without discomfort, feeling lighter and more relaxed. However, Shun's third family was having a hard time. Shun Lao Sand was injured on his back. Although he no longer needed to pull the cart, walking was very painful for him. Maybe because he was exhausted or in pain, Shin Sanlang grimaced and sweat profusely as he walked. He wanted his husband and son to help carry him, but after a short while, Shun Hafu pushed Shin Higui to assist him. However, Shun Higui also refused. They kept passing the responsibility back and forth, neither wanting to help Shin Sanlang. When Shin Sanlang tried to find Su Chun Chao, Shin Shirling would sigh and refused to let Su Senyang leave her side. Shun Miaoqing, exhausted, had no strength left to fight. Shun Shirling felt her bones hurt and clung tightly to her mother, refusing to let her go. Her father should have asked her two brothers for help, but he wanted to call her mother away, even though she was suffering so much. How could he do that? Su Chun Chao was caught in the middle, calling her two sons to help Shin Sanlang, but the brothers kept arguing and refused to help. I already took the basket for Dad. No matter what, you have to go. Shun Hafu rolled his eyes. Then give me the basket. You know how light Dad's basket is, Shun Higui retorted stubbornly. They argued for a long time, but couldn't agree. Shin Sanlang had to grit his teeth and keep walking. Suddenly, Shin Sanlang remembered how his older brother, Shin Dalong, had also been injured on his back. Not only did the two children in the second family help carry the basket, but even the eldest sister-in-law took care of everything diligently. His sister-in-law's daughter, in particular, cared for her two brothers without her older brother worrying, and she often checked on her older brother. Every time, that gentle girl called the Zhang family to help treat her brother's wounds. Why was his older brother so different from him? The more Shin Sanlang thought about it, the more his back wound hurt even more. By noon, with the sun growing hotter, they finally stopped fleeing. There were many disaster victims, but luckily, there were plenty of large trees along the mountain path to provide shade. In the Huzhou area, many people had stored a lot of water before. This time, Shin Miaoqing didn't bother to hide anything and openly shared the water sacks with her two younger brothers. She also drank quite a bit of water herself. Shun Miaoqing wasn't sure if it was because of the effect of the spiritual spring, but she felt stronger. In her previous life, she had drunk a lot of spiritual spring water, but didn't notice much change. She also shared some with her family, but they didn't seem to gain much strength. The only clear improvement was that her family's physical condition had gotten better. From the previously often sick Shin Chaoqian and Shin Chaodu brothers, it was clear they had improved. Since they started drinking spiritual spring water with Shun Miaoqing, even under tough conditions, neither of the two boys showed any health problems. Today's lunch at the Shin family was simple: various wild vegetables, grass roots, boiled with water and a little salt. They used more water, so they wouldn't need to share again. Shin Miaoqing still had no appetite and divided her food into small portions for her two little brothers. The afternoon sun was very hot. Even the soldiers couldn't stand it, so they took a 1-hour rest. During this break, Shin Miaoqing quietly entered her space. As soon as she entered, she was surprised to see that the small mushrooms she had taken from her brothers had grown to about the size of a bowl opening. These mushrooms were spreading outward, lush and dense, covering a large area. It was like after a rain, when mushrooms in the mountains sprout and cover the ground. Shin Miaoqing was very happy. She hadn't expected these mushrooms to grow so well in just a few days. The transplanted wild vegetables also grew nicely, and the grains and sweet potatoes had sprouted and grown taller. Seeing her thriving space filled her with a sense of achievement. She decided to plant more wild vegetables and cultivate a larger piece of wasteland. She also noticed that as her space's plants grew better, the spiritual spring water increased too. She wondered if planting and clearing land might bring extra benefits. Shin Miaoqing was amused by her own idea, but also thought it might be wishful thinking, so she shook her head. She first took enough spiritual spring water to drink, then prepared to harvest the mushrooms. With so many mushrooms, she could dry them and bring some out to add to her brother's meals. Shin Miaoqing happily thought to herself. Just after plucking a big mushroom, suddenly a flash of white light appeared before her eyes. Instinctively, Shin Miaoqing reached out to block it. Soon after, everything returned to normal, but Shin Miaoqing suddenly felt as if a new piece of information had entered her mind. It explained that her space originated from a different world, a planting space that had remained in the mortal realm for many years. Only a trace of energy was left, and it had been searching for a suitable owner. Shin Miaoqing was the lucky one to become the space's owner. No matter when, this space belonged only to her. Furthermore, as long as Shin Miaoqing planted more crops inside, she could store energy for the space and unlock more functions. When she learned this, Shin Miaoqing felt very happy. She didn't know why she was so fortunate, but she thought it was good news. She was still enjoying her happiness when a bright, hot light shone on her, making her realize what was happening. She saw that the normally cloudy and dull space suddenly had a sun appearing out of nowhere. There was no one else here, and Shin Miaoqing couldn't hide her surprise. She tried to see if there were any other changes, but after careful observation, she found nothing else different. After being surprised, Shin Miaoqing didn't waste any more time. She began busying herself, picking more big mushrooms. This time, there were no other changes. She successfully collected many mushrooms, washed them, lit a fire, and cooked them with the last of her wild rabbit meat, adding some wood ear mushrooms and salt. After cooking, she started eating. She thought the mushrooms were tender and soaked with broth. Each bite was delicious and memorable. Shin Miaoqing enjoyed her meal happily, secretly thinking that this was the way she should be eating boiled food. After finishing, she sat to rest for a while, then began hurriedly picking more mushrooms from her space. These mushrooms grew quickly. Even after she had picked a lot, they would continue to grow. After finishing with the mushrooms, Shin Miaoqing also picked some wild dried vegetables, planning to make dried wild vegetables. But not long after, she realized a problem. She didn't have much salt left. So, Shin Miaoqing could only make a small batch of dried wild vegetables. More often, she makes dried mushrooms. After washing the mushrooms clean, she tears them in half and dries them in a sunny place. During drying, she turns them over from time to time. Shin Miaoqing uses a thin quilt as a mat to place the mushrooms on while drying. She is glad that the sun is shining now, so she doesn't have to wait long for them to dry naturally. For wild vegetables, she also washes them thoroughly, squeezes out the water, and adds a proper amount of salt. Then she gently rubs the vegetables with her hands so the salt spreads evenly into each leaf. Next, she layers the salted vegetables into a clay jar, presses them down tightly, covers the jar, and lets them ferment. After some time, she takes them out and exposes them to the strong sun to dry completely. Once dried, they're sealed and stored again. Although the process is a bit complicated, Shen Miaoqing thinks the dried vegetables have a special flavor, and she really likes them. After working busy for over an hour, Shen Miaoqing suddenly feels something is wrong. She feels the warm sunlight on her skin, but she doesn't feel uncomfortable. In fact, she feels fresh and not hot at all. Hearing this, Shen Miaoqing feels very happy. Throughout the morning, she has received many surprises from her space. She had already decided to exercise to stay healthy, so after finishing her chores, she didn't go out to rest. Instead, she started exercising in her space, running, doing push-ups, lifting weights, and so on, several sets of each. When she saw that it was almost time, she calmly returned to her body. She blinked her eyes to rest for a moment, looking no different from others. Soon, the group started walking again under the blazing sun, and the sound of the cartwheels gradually resumed. Shen Miaoqing carried a basket on her back, walking among the fleeing refugees. Unlike others who looked exhausted and hadn't eaten enough, she felt refreshed and even thought the sun today was a bit weaker than usual. On the other side, Li Ernyang felt the road was getting harder and the sun was scorching. After just a few steps, she was already sweating profusely. If Li Ernyang knew someone thought today's sun was weaker, she would definitely be furious. Because Li Ernyang was pregnant, although she took more food than usual during mealtime, she remained very weak. Especially when walking under the hot sun, she felt she could hardly go on. Although Li Ernyang carried nothing, whenever Shen Erlang was not pulling the cart, she would ask him to support her. Particularly when Shen Erlang helped her walk, Li Ernyang saw that Shen Samling's back was badly injured, yet no one paid attention to him. She even sneered at the third branch of the Shen family, calling them useless, and thought she was lucky to have 2 obedient sons and a caring husband. Now her belly was growing well, and she was even expecting a new baby. Everyone was thinking their own thoughts as they hurried along. When they reached Hezhou, the sun's heat was less intense than when they first set out, perhaps because they had gotten used to it. The soldiers escorting them mostly rode horses, and they moved very quickly. Hurry up! The stranded refugees at the back were driven forward by the soldiers, who carried knives and bows. Ordinary people couldn't fight back. The weaker refugees didn't dare complain, and could only drag their sick bodies to keep moving fast. Meanwhile, Deng Wentong, riding his horse under the blazing sun, saw the dirty, ragged refugees and felt even more angry. He muttered unhappily, "This isn't a good job. They won't let us stay in Qi City," insisting on escorting refugees south. Whether they reach the south or not, it has nothing to do with us. Exactly. Honestly, this tough job shouldn't fall on you, sir. Beside Deng Wentong, soldier Sun Yong smiled flatteringly, echoing him while his eyes kept flicking around, trying to gather information. It really shouldn't be us who came here. The crown prince sent people to handle these refugees, but then the Prince of Lin didn't like it and insisted on. Deng Wentong lowered his voice and whispered a few words into the soldier's ear. Then these refugees almost can't survive. The rest of his words, Sun Yong didn't dare to say out loud. Keep your voice down. It's what the higher-ups arranged. If we want to vent our anger, what can we do? Deng Wentong scolded. The people who died were either these disaster victims or his entire family. He could only be more discreet and remove some of the victims, hoping that the kind-hearted man would have mercy and spare his family. Yes. Sun Yong quickly nodded in agreement. I also think you're smart, and I've been with you for so many years. That's why I tell you, besides us, the others in the next group are all people arranged by that man. Deng Wentong sighed quietly and shook his head. Even if he didn't say it today, he would find out soon enough. Deng Wentong continued to look ahead silently, no longer complaining, but he didn't notice the strange and subtle expression in the eyes of the person beside him. After 3 more days of travel, the fleeing crowd of 5,000 finally left the area near Hezhou. Grandpa Huang, how much longer do you think it will take to reach the south? Shen Miaoqing took the chance to get closer and asked Grandpa Huang about their progress. It's still a long way, he replied. I thought if we could pass through the main city, we could get there in about a month. But now we've been taking a detour, and I have no idea how long it will take. I guess it could take over 2 months. As he spoke, Grandpa Huang couldn't help but sigh heavily. In recent days, the soldiers guiding them had taken paths along mountain trails, growing more remote. The soldiers kept a close watch and didn't allow the people to gather food from the mountains. Many disaster victims were so hungry they could barely move, but the soldiers paid no attention. Could I borrow your map to look at it? Shen Miaoqing smiled kindly. She had noticed that Grandpa Huang's family was easy to get along with, so she was willing to interact more. Sure. Grandpa Huang began to search and soon handed the map to Shen Miaoqing. He had been grateful for Shen Miaoqing's help these days and was happy to stay in contact with her. I'll return it to you later. No rush. If you need it, just take it now. Grandpa Huang thought that since soldiers were guiding them, the map wasn't that important right now. Although the soldiers' route was a bit off, it was better than wandering on their own. Shen Miaoqing accepted this kindness and secretly slipped several fat mushrooms into Grandpa Huang's hand. His eyes rolled around, but in the end, he quietly accepted them. His family had been lacking food these days, and he couldn't refuse. Shen Miaoqing also knew that this map was much more valuable than her other few mushrooms. She was not worried about these mushrooms causing any trouble. She chose smaller ones, so Old Man Huang would probably think she hid them herself, without suspecting anything else. After all, it was normal to find mushrooms in this area. She had once thought about borrowing Old Man Huang's thoughts on the map, but she never found a good chance. In this place without mobile navigation, a map is very important for ordinary people, especially during such special times, making it even more crucial. Shen Miaoqing would remember Old Man Huang's kindness. After getting the map, she took some paper and a pen from Shen Dalong. Whenever she had free time, she would copy the map. Once finished, she returned it to Old Man Huang and expressed her thanks again. She only made one copy of the map on the surface, but she kept a backup in her space, following her cautious nature. She used to be interested in drawing and had learned a bit, not an expert, but capable of drawing a map. Over the past few days, Shen Miaoqing sensed something was wrong. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the soldiers didn't see the disaster victims as people. Unlike before, when the soldiers looked down on others, now they gave her the feeling that they didn't want the victims to survive. In these days, they never allowed the victims to go out for food or touch anything in the mountains. As they were about to leave the territory of Hezhou, the soldiers' attitude remained unchanged. This realization made Shen Miaoqing feel a dangerous aura, so she had to prepare for all possibilities. Soon, something happened that confirmed her suspicion. Disaster victims secretly forming groups to find food were caught by the soldiers on the spot. To her shock, the soldiers even took out whips and started hitting them directly. "Officer, please have mercy. We've been hungry for so long, we couldn't help digging up some wild vegetables." The victims knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. But the soldiers responded with merciless whips, striking them heavily. Within a short time, more than 10 victims were beaten to the ground, their pleas growing faint and weak. "Isn't it already outside the borders of Hezhou? Why won't they let us find some food? Are they trying to starve us to death?" A starving refugee couldn't hold back and asked loudly. But no one answered him. Only the sound of whips cracking could be heard. Soon after, someone tried to speak up and plead for mercy, but before long, the ruthless whip struck the helper as well. The crowd was terrified and fell silent. Troublemakers get this kind of treatment. Led by Deng Wentong, the soldiers' cold and harsh voices echoed as they looked around at the frightened and anxious refugees. Deng Wentong didn't want to act so quickly, but he really had no choice. They had already crossed the border of Hezhou and had to start taking action now. The longer he waited, the more likely it was to upset the Lord. This was just the beginning. In about 100 more miles, they would reach Lancheng, where many soldiers were waiting for the refugees to arrive. In Qicheng, it was not good to send so many people close to the prince's palace. Now that they had moved out, no one cared about the lives of these refugees. Moreover, the journey south was long, and it was normal for some refugees to die along the way. Shen Miaoqing saw the refugees beaten to their last breath. They probably couldn't keep going or survive much longer. Shen Chaota saw this and nervously hid behind Shen Miaoqing, asking, "Sister, why are they being beaten?" Beside him, Shen Chaoma didn't speak but shared the same confusion. Miaoqing lowered her eyes, her expression unreadable to her brothers. Of course, to these people, the lives of refugees were cheap. Lin Yang reached out and pulled the brothers away, saying, "Don't look anymore." Seeing no response, Shen Chaota looked back at his father. Shen Dalong furrowed his brows, unsure how to answer and feeling uneasy inside. No matter what the refugees were thinking, they had to keep moving in the afternoon. The dozen or so refugees who couldn't walk because of the whip were supported by family members, but the rest lagged behind and were likely to be beaten again. Until the refugees collapsed on the ground and stopped moving, the soldiers spat and cursed under their breath, annoyed. The disaster victims dragged their tired bodies along the road, but they dared not slow down. They could only walk with difficulty. Soon, some people fainted from long-term hunger, dehydration, and continuous travel for several hours. Over these days, many victims had heat stroke and collapsed. This was not like the previous escape from the village, where the villagers fled together. Shen Miaoqing knew she was helpless and couldn't help much. She was secretly thinking that maybe when the victims got unruly, they could take the chance to escape from the soldiers leading them. When it got dark enough to see nothing, the soldiers finally stopped to rest. Unlike their usual journey of about 50 miles a day, this time they traveled over 10 miles more each day. It was faster, but also very tiring. Because Shen's family hadn't had enough food these days, their stored grain was almost gone. Tonight, Shen old lady had no choice but to worry about the little food left, and her hair turned whiter with anxiety. In the end, she had no choice but to give each person a sip of water. "There isn't much left at home. I haven't hidden anything from you. Now, we're truly running out. From tonight on, we won't eat anymore," Shen old lady announced this helplessly. As soon as she finished, Li Ernyang started to protest. "Mother, no. It's okay if others don't eat, but I still have a baby in my belly. How can I not eat?" Li Ernyang had been walking for a long time, eager to stop and eat something. Hearing Shen old lady's words made her even more anxious. Shen old lady was worried and didn't like Li Ernyang's sudden outburst. "Look at yourself. Check how much food is left. You're really not smart. Do you think I, your old grandmother, am trying to trick you?" While speaking, Shen old lady pulled Li Ernyang over to the cart. Li Ernyang was brave and started to search through the bags. When she saw only a few crumbs of food left, she gave up. From now on, having half a portion at noon is lucky. If you're really hungry, just eat some guanyin dirt. Shen old lady didn't pamper them anymore and clearly explained the situation. Although Li Ernyang knew there was no other choice, her face darkened. She was pregnant with Shen family's baby. Finally, Li Ernyang insisted, and she only drank a little water compared to others. Meanwhile, upon hearing old lady Shen's words, Shen Shirling's face also fell. Over the past few days, she had been feeling unwell and had traveled a long distance. Now, she hadn't even eaten anything. Shen Shirling usually maintained a kind and gentle appearance, but at this moment, she looked quite upset. Aside from her, most of the Shen family members also looked unhappy. After all, food is essential for survival. Without it, life is at risk. Only Shen Miaoqing secretly concealed her different feelings. In her space, she had plenty of food, and over the past few days, her crops had grown even better. If she ignored everyone else and only cared for herself, she could definitely ensure her own safety. But she didn't want to stay in her space forever, especially because there were people she cared about. The two young children saw their second aunt jumping around for a sip of water and fighting over food, which made them realize even more how important food and water were at this time. Their older sister often shared her own rations with them and secretly fed them water and food. Thinking about this, the two children deeply appreciated their sister's kindness. Finally, Lin Yang took out some corn kernels. These kernels were leftovers from the time after the locusts came, which old lady Shen had given them for breakfast. Lin Yang opened her mouth to say something but was interrupted before she could speak, as sharp-eyed Li Ernyang saw the corn kernels in her hand. Wow. Big sister-in-law, you secretly hid corn kernels. Li Ernyang's words immediately drew everyone's attention to Lin Yang. Feeling all these eyes on her, Lin Yang felt anxious. These are leftovers from before. Her voice was soft and was quickly cut off by Li Ernyang, who said, Really? Everyone else is hungry. And you're hiding food? Have you thought about your parents who haven't eaten yet? Her scolding left Lin Yang speechless, only able to shake her head. Finally, Shen Miaoqing frowned and said, These corn kernels were given to us by Grandma during the locust attack. My mother just couldn't bear to eat them. Sister-in-law, there's no need to be so harsh. Li Ernyang was suddenly put on the spot and couldn't find a way to respond. She stubbornly argued, I just think the older sister-in-law should take care of our parents first, or else it's unfilial. My mother only left the corn kernels behind because she was worried about Grandpa and Grandma's health. She thought that these kernels, which have been bitten by locusts, might not be good for their health. Shen Miaoqing continued calmly, Actually, I don't recommend my mother eating these either. If she insists, giving the kernels away isn't a problem. But if she gets sick, I can't control what happens. Over the past few days, Old Master Shen and Old Lady Shen had been very tired from traveling. When they saw the corn kernels in Lin Yang's hands, they couldn't help but have some thoughts, but they didn't dare to ask directly. Seeing Li Ernyang speaking so passionately, the two elders didn't stop her and let things develop naturally. At this moment, nothing felt real except food. Everyone's biggest desire was simply to eat. Oh dear, what kind of good food is available now? Just being able to eat is enough. Anyway, I think these kernels should be shared so everyone can eat them hot. Just add water to the pot and put in the kernels. Li Ernyang finally revealed her true intention. She just wanted to eat something herself. She didn't care that Shin Laifu was tugging at her sleeve. Her brothers wanted to stop her, but didn't know how to say it. Li Ernyang even turned around and glared at her brothers, signaling them not to stop her. Sister Su, who was nearby and just heard this, quickly agreed, Yes, I think that's reasonable too. Seeing that so many people in the Shin family shared this idea, Shen Miaoqing knew that arguing further would be a waste of time. So, when Lin Yang looked at her again, Shen Miaoqing signaled her to give out the kernels. But if anything happens after eating these kernels, don't go blaming others recklessly, Shen Miaoqing warned. Finally, Li Ernyang got the kernels and was overjoyed, ignoring what Shen Miaoqing said. Li Ernyang became angry. After getting Old Lady Shen's approval, she took some water and put the kernels into a clay pot to cook. When it was done, Old Lady Shen divided the food. Seeing Li Ernyang so eager, she understood what she was thinking. Remembering that Li Ernyang was still pregnant, Old Lady Shen decided to give her a little more. Although she said there was more, it was only a little extra water and a few grains of corn. Still, Li Ernyang felt quite satisfied inside. Shen Miaoqing looked at her wooden bowl, which contained less than 2 sips of hot water and only a few grains of corn. She had no intention of eating. Before Shen Miaoqing could think further, she saw second sister-in-law Shen Laichong approaching her, holding a wooden bowl. Big brother, what's wrong? Shen Miaoqing asked with confusion as he moved closer. Shen Laichong spoke softly and handed her the wooden bowl. Here, take it. Seeing the bowl in his hand, filled mostly with water and some grains of corn, enough for 2 people, Shen Miaoqing immediately understood his purpose. No need, big brother can keep it himself, she refused, understanding his kindness. But she didn't want trouble to come again. She noticed Li Ernyang's gaze was fixed on them. Shen Laichong stood in front of Shen Miaoqing and clearly understood her meaning. Usually, his tall stature hid his awkwardness in the dark. I didn't think it through. My mother was just very hungry. Please don't blame fifth sister, he apologized, realizing Shen Miaoqing had no intention of accepting his bowl. After a sigh, he left. Shen Miaoqing didn't pay much attention to what Shen Laichong was thinking. As long as her bottom line wasn't touched, she wouldn't harm others intentionally. Once they stopped paying attention to her, Shen Miaoqing quietly took some dried mushrooms from her space. Eat this. I gave the bowl to sister. She replaced the water and grains of corn for her 2 brothers with dried mushrooms for their dinner tonight. The 2 little boys didn't refuse and even thought the dried mushrooms tasted better, feeling happier. Shen Miaoqing also took a good amount of mushrooms for Lin Yang and Shen Dalong, telling them not to eat the corn water anymore. Seeing Shen Dalong and Lin Yang look puzzled about where she got the mushrooms, Shen Miaoqing made up a lie. I found them when I was digging for field mice the other day. Just eat them. She wasn't too worried they would doubt her. Although she went with her two brothers that day, children tend to forget easily, and she hadn't been with the two little ones all the time. After hearing this, Shen Dalong and Lady Lin both did not suspect anything, but they still felt a little reluctant to part with the corn kernels in their wooden bowls. Now, with a serious shortage of food and water, neither of them wanted to waste anything. Shen Miaoqing saw their hesitation and finally took the items from their bowls so they wouldn't keep thinking about them. Later, during the night, while everyone was asleep and no one was paying attention, she poured the corn water onto the uncultivated land in the space. Although Shen Miaoqing knew these corn kernels might not cause trouble, she still followed the principle of being cautious. In the quiet night, as darkness covered the sky, everyone was lost in their dreams. Suddenly, a cry of sorrow sounded nearby. Shen Miaoqing, who usually didn't sleep deeply, heard the sound immediately. She didn't jump up right away, but carefully listened to determine where the sound was coming from. After roughly guessing who it was, she got up. Using the faint moonlight, Shen Miaoqing followed the sound and saw the person crying, Lady Li. When Lady Li saw someone approaching, she weakly pointed toward Shen Erlang, hoping Shen Miaoqing would call someone to help. Without hesitation, Shen Miaoqing woke Shen Erlang from his sleep. To be safe, she also woke Lady Li's two sons. The people she woke up were still groggy, not understanding what was happening. Lady Li was clutching her belly, grimacing in pain. She wanted to shout but was probably too exhausted from the pain to make much noise. Lady Li, who was pregnant, hadn't slept well for many days. Tonight, she suddenly started feeling her belly ache slowly. At first, she thought it was just normal stomach pain and didn't pay much attention. She also didn't want to disturb the others who were sleeping. But later, the pain became so intense she almost couldn't scream. Since following the soldiers on their journey, the families fleeing the disaster no longer wanted to stay awake at night. They were exhausted from the day and couldn't keep watch at night either. When Lady Li was desperate, she didn't expect that Shen Miaoqing would be the first to notice that something was wrong. Seeing everyone still confused and Lady Li suffering badly, Shen Miaoqing couldn't help but remind them, "Go call Grandpa Zhang to come and take a look." Hearing Shen Miaoqing's words, brothers Shen Lichang and Shen Laifu quickly reacted. They hurriedly ran to find Zhang Dachu. Although Shen Erlang was not in a good mood after being awakened, he still cared about Li Ernyang's health and asked a few questions kindly. Seeing that Li Ernyang was already being taken care of, Shen Miaoqing did not interfere further. She turned around and left to continue resting, feeling she had done all she could. Later, Shen Miaoqing learned about the situation the next day, and her guess was mostly correct. Li Ernyang had not eaten much these days, and after eating the locust-infested corn, she experienced stomach pain. Shen Miaoqing thought it resembled symptoms of food poisoning, usually caused by eating unclean food. Fortunately, Li Ernyang was lucky and did not have serious problems. Last night, when Zhang Dachui came to see her, he said he was afraid to give her medicine because she was pregnant and didn't know what to do. In the end, after Shen's family assured him they wouldn't blame him and begged him, Zhang Dachui gave her some medicine for stomach pain he usually used. Later, Li Ernyang was still confused. Why did everyone else eat the same and have no problems, but she was the only one affected? Unbeknownst to her, others who ate the corn also felt uncomfortable, but not as severely as she did. Because Shen Miaoqing called for help last night, and since everyone had made it clear that they wouldn't take responsibility if something happened from eating the corn, Li Ernyang didn't dare cause trouble anymore. However, her body was now very uncomfortable, and she had no energy to make trouble. Meanwhile, Shen Daliang and Lin Yang, upon learning that Li Ernyang had such a severe reaction after eating the corn and had to call someone to check on her, secretly felt grateful that they hadn't eaten the same. Thanks to their good daughter, both of them felt even more grateful to her. Shen Miaoqing, lost in her own thoughts, paid no attention to others' feelings. She was preoccupied with her worries about the suspicious behavior of the soldiers and how to face them. If she wanted to secretly escape the team and settle in the south, she had a map and roughly knew the direction. But she didn't have household registration or a route guide, which were always kept by old Shin. Moreover, the journey to escape was long, and with only her family of 4, it would be difficult to survive. So, Shen Miaoqing felt very worried inside. If she wanted to bring others along, the group would be too large to escape easily. The hot sun shone on her, but she didn't feel the heat. Only a cold, uneasy feeling in her heart. Based on the map in Old Man Huang's hands, Shen Miaoqing guessed that in 2 days, they would reach Lan City. During these 2 days, she thought the soldiers would keep the disaster victims from going out to find water and food. She didn't expect there would be a chance for the victims to go outside and look for supplies, but only 2 people from each family could go, while others had to stay behind. After thinking for a moment, Shen Miaoqing understood the soldiers' purpose. The disaster victims were about to become very hungry and might rebel. If the few hundred soldiers faced 5,000 victims, the outcome would be clear. Most victims didn't want to fight the soldiers now, but prolonged hunger could cause riots. The soldiers timed their actions well, just before the victims might explode with anger, offering some food to prevent starvation. Sure enough, after the supplies arrived, most of the restless victims were calmed down. This also meant Shen Miaoqing's chance to escape during the chaos was much smaller. Seeing the victims cheerfully celebrating their water and food, Shen Miaoqing felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. But she could do nothing but follow everyone and keep moving, thinking of possible plans in her mind. The only thing that made her happy in these 2 days was that the crops in her space were growing well. Especially the wheat grains. If she could grow more on a larger scale, she wouldn't have to worry about starving anymore. Shen Miaoqing also felt regret that the meat in her space was almost gone. 2 days passed quickly, and soon the fleeing people arrived in Lan City. However, this was not a good start, and her unease was confirmed. On the first day after arriving in Lan City, nearly 1,000 soldiers suddenly surrounded the disaster victims. The victims, seeing this, were mostly confused and unsure why so many soldiers had appeared suddenly. The leading soldiers didn't seem interested in explaining to the victims. Inside Lan City, unknown to the disaster victims, Prince Lin looked down from above, overseeing the 5,000 refugees fleeing the disaster. Looks like quite a few people. My wild friends will have plenty to eat, he said with a smile. However, no one would think his smile was kind. Those who knew him understood how frightening his words truly were. It's all thanks to the prince's wisdom, his trusted officer quickly agreed. Of course. The Shago kingdom is almost at our doorstep, and my brother is busy with that. He has no time to worry about this side. Besides, they're just some disaster victims. Prince Lin's tone was indifferent. To him, these victims were no different from ants. Last time, because of these victims, he was forced to admit fault, and he still held a grudge. This time, I will take my time playing, he said with a sinister smile that looked even more frightening. That night, the refugees rested outside Lan City. Although they didn't understand why there were suddenly so many soldiers, they dared not question it. They stayed quiet, afraid to make any noise that might disturb the officials. When Shen Miaoqing saw the sudden increase in soldiers, she felt uneasy, and that feeling lingered in her mind. It confirmed her suspicions that something was wrong. In the end, Shen Miaoqing found Shen Daliang and shared her doubts, hoping to warn them early. Shen Daliang didn't think her worries were unnecessary and silently pondered the situation. That night, Shen Miaoqing had another restless sleep. The moonlight was gentle, and stars dotted the sky, creating a peaceful scene that felt more like the calm before a storm. In the morning, as usual, they prepared to move on. The only difference was the thousands of soldiers now accompanying the refugees. Like before, the refugees couldn't pass through the city and could only take the mountain paths. Most of them didn't question this or feel anything was wrong. They simply followed the soldiers' directions. But as they moved deeper into the mountain, Shen Miaoqing, who had seen the map, grew colder. This mountain road was a dead end. They couldn't go south. and it was obvious that these soldiers were leading them this way, which was not a good sign. Besides Shen Miaoqing, the first person to notice something was wrong was old Master Huang. He also sensed that the path the soldiers were taking and the one heading south were not right. But old Master Huang only kept his doubts to himself and didn't dare to speak out. He even wondered if the map was wrong, if he remembered the route incorrectly from before. Only by fooling himself could he feel a little relief. However, thoughts of the past kept coming to his mind. When he traveled with the caravan, someone had said that this mountain was full of wild animals and there was no way out. As they walked, old Master Huang felt more and more uneasy, unsure of what to do. It wasn't until they rested at noon that Shen Miaoqing came to see him, and only then did his anxiety seem to find an outlet. When old lady Huang saw Shen Miaoqing approaching, she warmly called others over, knowing Shen Miaoqing was here to see old Master Huang. Old lady Huang also complained, "This old man has been rambling all morning, asking questions but not saying anything." After that, she didn't bother them further, giving them space to talk alone. Hearing old lady Huang's words, Shen Miaoqing became even more certain that old Master Huang also sensed something was wrong. "Grandpa Huang, I don't like beating around the bush. Have you also noticed something strange?" Shen Miaoqing lowered her voice, so only old Master Huang nearby could hear. Her tone was serious, and her expression was stern. Seeing her so earnest, old Master Huang didn't hide his thoughts and blurted out what was on his mind. "If I remember correctly, this mountain trail is impassable. Tell me, why are the soldiers leading us down this path?" He was truly confused and full of questions, hoping to get some answers. Before he could speak further, they saw Zhang Dachui approaching from a distance. "Zhang's people, what are you coming here for?" Old Master Huang asked, shifting his gaze to Zhang Dachui. "Hey, I just have a question I want to discuss with you," Zhang Dachui replied. He wasn't stupid. Seeing so many soldiers surrounding the disaster victims, he also felt uneasy. Seeing Shen Miaoqing come to find old Master Huang, I couldn't help but also approach, wanting to gather some news. "Young lady of the Shen family, what were you just talking about? Can you tell me again?" Zhang Dachui wore a simple, honest smile and looked kindly at Shen Miaoqing. Shen Miaoqing quickly understood his intentions and didn't mind sharing more, especially since, during their time together, she could see that Zhang Dachui was quite clever. "This trip up the mountain is likely full of dangers," Shen Miaoqing said simply and directly. Her words immediately sounded alarms in old Master Huang and Zhang Dachui's minds. They could no longer deceive themselves. After a long moment of thought, Zhang Dachui was the first to speak. "Young lady of the Shen family, do you have any ideas on how to deal with this?" His question was also what old Master Huang most wanted to know, so he looked at Shen Miaoqing expectantly. Everyone was hoping Shen Miaoqing would have a good plan to handle this situation. "We can only try to find a chance to escape from the group," Shen Miaoqing shared her thoughts. "If they managed to escape later, they could do so with more people, and if they were lucky enough to get away, they would be safer on the road to escape the famine." "How can we escape?" Zhang Dachui sighed repeatedly. After comforting them a bit, Shen Miaoqing returned to the resting place of the Shen family. Her purpose was simply to warn them. As for the details, Shen Miaoqing didn't remember any specific descriptions from the original story. She could only act based on the situation. Additionally, Shen Miaoqing asked old Master Huang to remind old Master Shen. She knew that if she tried to tell old Master Shen herself, it would take a lot of effort and words. Moreover, old Master Shen, who wanted to be in charge at home, probably wouldn't want to listen to a junior's advice, believing he was always right. But Shen Miaoqing's household registration and travel documents were with him, so she could only ask old Master Huang to help remind him. After lunch, everyone resumed their journey. This time, the mountain path was different from before, overgrown with weeds and full of thorns, making it very difficult to walk. Looking ahead, the road seemed endless, each step filled with uncertainty. The soldiers in front even ordered the disaster victims to walk ahead, telling them to carve a path through the uncharted mountain. "Quickly, let's go." The soldiers held whips in their hands and began urging from behind, their voices cold and stern. The refugees forced to lead the way in front, faced this pressure and dared not oppose. They tightly gripped their wooden sticks and cleared away weeds as they moved forward. Nearby, other refugees watching this scene felt even more frightened and anxious. Shun Miaoqing saw all this. Although she felt a cold chill in her heart, she was glad that her family had always stayed in the middle of the fleeing group. The refugees being taken to lead the way moved quickly, ahead of the others. Shun Miaoqing hugged Shun Chaotu tightly. Because they needed to hurry, Shun Chaotu and Shun Miaoqing moved slowly, so she mostly carried him. Shun Chaotu, lying on Shun Miaoqing's arms, saw everyone's worried faces. He sensed something was wrong but didn't dare say anything in this tense atmosphere. Shun Miaoqing kept observing the mountain path environment around them. The narrow, undeveloped mountain trail couldn't hold so many people, and tall trees and bushes lined the way. If a riot broke out, the more than 1,000 soldiers might struggle to control 5,000 refugees. Some might take the chance to hide in the forest and escape from the group. But for now, it wasn't the right time for a rebellion. Suddenly, Shun Miaoqing remembered that in the original story, the heroine Shun Shirling always found a way to survive no matter what. She wondered how Shun Shirling managed to escape in such situations, so she looked at her. She saw Shun Shirling was accompanied by 2 young men who were trying to flatter her. This time, Shun Miaoqing didn't recognize these two. The story in the book didn't go into much detail about them. It was briefly mentioned. Meanwhile, the Huang family member saw this and looked even more upset. Such a sin. Old Lady Huang whispered tremblingly. Lower your voice. Old Master Huang, though unhappy with the soldier's actions, worried that his wife's words might cause trouble. Hearing this, Old Lady Huang didn't dare say more. Old Master Huang decided in his mind that he needed to talk to the Shun family and also warn others fleeing with them. He hoped they could escape together if possible. The disaster victims clearing the way ahead suddenly screamed loudly. Snakes. The victims bitten by snakes couldn't help but scream out loud. Seeing the dense snakes hidden in the grass pile beside them, they hurriedly backed away. But the victims leading the way had only just started to run when the soldiers behind them, holding knives, forced them to stop and not retreat. Front, poisonous snakes. Back, sharp swords. After a tense struggle, the victims could only muster their courage and move forward, gripping their wooden sticks tighter. Soon, more shouts and screams came from the front. They only had wooden sticks trying to push away or hit the snakes, but inevitably, some were bitten. Meanwhile, the victims behind didn't know what was happening up front, but faint sounds reached their ears, making them feel terrified. Shun Miaoqing realized something was wrong ahead. When she reached the front, she saw the scene clearly. Countless snake bodies lay on the ground. Some snakes, even with red blood on them from being struck, still twisted their tails as if ready to attack and bite. Shun Miaoqing also saw a victim fall to the ground after being bitten, unable to stand up, yet still being whipped by the soldiers. She also caught a strange smell as soon as she arrived. Suddenly, she had a suspicion. These snakes were not just a coincidence. It seemed more like they had been deliberately brought here. In Shun Miaoqing's arms, Shun Chaotu saw this scene and couldn't help feeling scared. His little hand instinctively clutched Shun Miaoqing's clothes, as if that was the only way to hold on to some comfort. Noticing his action, Shun Miaoqing softly comforted him. It's okay, don't look. She didn't want him to see such a cruel scene, so she gently covered his eyes. Shun Chaotu's heart felt a little calmer, but the constant crying still echoed in his ears. Shun Miaoqing held him, trying to quickly get through this place, but things didn't go as planned. The victims in front of Shun Miaoqing, perhaps seeing this scene, hurriedly tried to pass through. The crowd pushed and shoved, blocking the way and making it impossible to move. Shun Miaoqing had no choice but to pick up the sharp wooden stick she had prepared earlier, her eyes alert to the ground beneath her. Many of these snakes are brightly colored, and most are likely very venomous. Mother, be careful too, Shun Miaoqing warned, noticing that Lin Yang had no tools, so she handed her a wooden stick. Meanwhile, Shun Daliang, who was pushing the cart, kept looking back at his wife and children. Suddenly, a person appeared beside Shun Miaoqing. She turned to see it was Zhang Dachu. Zhang Dachu, seeing Shen Miaoqing, didn't hesitate. He handed her some snake-repelling powder, saying, "Young lady of the Shen family, this can repel snakes, and it works somewhat." Shen Miaoqing didn't refuse. She thanked him and accepted it. Her main goal was safety. She could tell that Zhang Dachu was trying to be friendly. After Shen Miaoqing took the powder, he didn't stay long. He turned and left. Shen Miaoqing quickly sprinkled some of the snake-repelling powder on Shin Chaotu, then on Lin Yang and Shin Chaotua. Of course, she didn't forget herself, finally sprinkling some on Daliang. Shen Miaoqing knew that, ideally, the powder shouldn't be applied directly to people. But in this urgent situation, they might need to move at any moment. So, she had no choice but to do this. Besides, brief contact with the powder isn't harmful. On the other side, Shen Shirling saw what Shen Miaoqing was doing. Her body still ached faintly from the beating she received earlier. She wanted to speak, but couldn't get the words out. In the end, Shen Shirling told Su Sanyang, but Su Chunchao, who was focused on the snakes, didn't hear her. Seeing Shen Miaoqing almost run out of the snake-repelling powder, Shen Shirling was still not willing to give up. She pulled hard on her mother's sleeve. Su Chunchao turned her head, confused. "Mother, Shen Miaoqing has snake-repelling powder." Su Sanyang, who had been unable to hear clearly earlier, finally looked over. Shen Shirling, who usually called her sister, now directly called Shen Miaoqing by name. Hearing this, Su Sanyang's eyes lit up. She eagerly wanted to go ask Shen Miaoqing for some powder. But Shen Miaoqing didn't give them the chance. She noticed Shen Shirling's gaze and didn't hesitate. After using the powder on her family, Shen Miaoqing took the remaining powder and gave it to Old Master Shen and Old Lady Shen. Fortunately, there was just enough left for them to use. Old Master Shen and Old Madam Shen saw the snake-repellent powder and, without thinking too much, quickly sprinkled some on themselves with Shen Miaoqing's help. Shen Shirling and Madame Su saw the scene and became even more anxious. However, Shen Shirling was in a better situation than her mother. Madame Su still had to worry about Shen Samlang's injured back. Next to Shen Shirling were two strong young men willing to protect her. "Thank you, big brothers. Without you, I really wouldn't know what to do," Shen Shirling said with a charming and delicate look, her voice soft and gentle, just to make the two big guys feel useful and protect her a little. But Shen Shirling's plan was soon broken when a dark snake quickly crawled toward her. The two men beside her trembled and tried to chase the snake away, but they only made things worse. The snake actually moved closer to Shen Shirling. Shen Shirling cursed silently, thinking they were useless. To avoid the snake, she quickly ran away, accidentally passing by her mother because the space was too small. As soon as she dodged the snake, it turned its attention to Madame Su's unaware leg and bit her hard.
"Ah, Madame Su screamed echo loudly."
Shen Miaoqing, who saw the whole thing, clicked her tongue in surprise. Sure enough, when the heroine isn't unlucky, the people around her tend to suffer misfortune. Shen Shirling saw her mother being bitten, but didn't plan to go over. In the end, Shen Lichang, holding a wooden stick, killed the snake and removed it. Only then was Madame Su rescued. Madame Su couldn't hold back her tears, her face showing pain. But no one comforted her. Everyone was alert to their surroundings. Shen Miaoqing also glanced around a few times, mostly focusing on her feet, afraid a snake might suddenly appear. Fortunately, the snake-repellent powder given by Zhang Dachu seemed effective. Shen Miaoqing didn't see any snakes coming toward her. Instead, they moved toward others' feet. Seeing this, Shen Miaoqing silently expressed her thanks to Zhang Dachu. After the chaos, the refugees continued to move through this area, but those bitten by poisonous snakes fell behind again. The lagging refugees were met with harsh whips. Fortunately, Su Sanyang was lucky. The snake that bit her was non-venomous. Although she was hurt and in pain, seeing the others fall behind so badly, she forced herself to keep going, staggering to catch up with the group. Su Sanyang was angry and burning with frustration inside, but now was not the time to show it. Shen Shirling looked at her mother with a resentful gaze, her face awkward. She didn't mean for the snake to bite her mother, and she felt it wasn't entirely her fault. It wasn't until nightfall that the refugees were allowed to rest. Shin Miaoqing observed the surroundings. Under her feet were thick wild grasses, with various insects crawling through them and many mosquitoes buzzing around her ears. This time, Shin Miaoqing chose a resting spot leaning against a big tree, located on the edge of the group of refugees. Many starving refugees secretly dug up roots to eat at night, especially tonight, when the soldiers hardly paid attention to what they were doing in these mountains. Some refugees, hoping for mercy, thought the soldiers might be kind, but little did they know that more dangers still awaited them. Shin Miaoqing kept a close watch on the soldiers' movements. When she saw that the soldiers leading the way had almost all retreated and were now resting behind the refugees, she felt her eyebrows twitch nervously. She feared something might happen tonight and prepared herself fully. If chaos broke out tonight, it could be a good chance to escape. Shin Miaoqing's mind was full of thoughts, but she still took out plenty of large mushrooms to give to her two brothers and also some for her parents. This time, she brought more than usual. Just as Lin Yang was about to question and was planning to save the mushrooms for later, thinking she shouldn't eat so much at once, Shin Miaoqing warned them, "Eat quickly. If you eat enough, you'll have strength. Tonight might not be peaceful." Earlier, Shin Miaoqing had mentioned this to Shin Dalong, who later reminded Lin Yang as well. Seeing Shin Miaoqing's repeated warnings, Lin Yang didn't dare to object anymore. She was also no longer concerned about how her daughter managed to gather so many mushrooms, only thinking to avoid causing trouble for her daughter. After eating, Shin Miaoqing went to find Old Man Huang and Zhang Dachui again, reminding them not to sleep too deeply tonight, as something might happen. She was also worried about the household registration and the travel documents. After thinking for a moment, she took some fat mushrooms to visit Old Man Shun and Grandma Shun. "Grandpa and Grandma, don't sleep too deeply tonight and don't leave important things in the car. Put them in the backpack. Also, I happened to find some fat mushrooms." She handed some of the mushrooms to them. Old Man Shun nodded slightly. In the dark night, his expression was hard to see. Grandma Shun accepted the mushrooms from Shin Miaoqing. Shin Miaoqing didn't want to say much more. She felt that giving these instructions was enough, so she turned and left. She thought that by doing this, Old Man Shun would realize that the large group of refugees probably couldn't stay much longer. Old Man Shun didn't say much this time, just sitting in deep thought. Shin Miaoqing sensed that he might be planning to escape with them. After all, if Old Man Shun was willing to risk his life, he wouldn't have hesitated to take his family and run away. It turned out that Shin Miaoqing's guess was right. When Old Man Shun saw the soldiers treating the lives of the refugees so lightly, he felt anxious too. Until Old Man Huang and others came to him, saying they wanted to escape from the refugee group, Old Man Shun was inclined to agree. So when Shin Miaoqing came to remind them not to sleep too deeply tonight and to pack their things, Old Man Shun rarely disagreed. He also asked his wife to pack everything and go tell the others. The night was still cold and clear, but no one was interested in enjoying its beauty. Deep into the night, with heavy dew and increasing cold, even the distant sounds of birds had quieted down. Some refugees, already asleep, didn't notice that the soldiers behind their group had quietly retreated. Meanwhile, Prince Lin sat in his sedan chair, lifting the curtain to see the gathered refugees from afar. He smiled and then looked at the fierce animals in the cages. "Before, I liked watching people fight animals. Now, with over 5,000 refugees, I can see whether humans are stronger or my animals are more ruthless." His words made his smile turn into a sinister grin. That's why the prince is so clever. All the trusted officials around Prince Lin constantly praised and flattered him. "Hopefully, I won't disappoint you." Prince Lin's gaze stayed on the strong, fierce tiger in front of him. This tiger had previously fought and won against more than 20 disaster victims. Prince Lin was very optimistic about it. The tiger's mouth was clamped shut, unable to roar, but its fierce eyes met Prince Lin's gaze with hostility. "Not bad, not bad. No wonder you're so hungry after a few days." Haha. After laughing, Prince Lin waved his hand to signal the soldiers to start moving. The soldiers dared not disobey and obediently took over 20 tigers toward the disaster victims, along with over 30 wild wolves and some snakes and insects. Seeing this writhing group of snakes and fierce beasts, the people transporting them felt scared and nervous, even involuntarily swallowing hard. Meanwhile, Shen Miaoqing had not slept and had noticed early on that some soldiers had left. She quickly woke her family. "We need to leave now." Lin Yang immediately picked up Shen Chaoqian, and Shen Daliang also carried Shen Toa. Shen Miaoqing had already packed her basket, and when she saw Shen Miaoqing carrying it, they quickly packed their own. Once Shen Daliang was ready, he looked around at the environment. The soldiers who had been there earlier had disappeared. Shen Daliang opened his mouth to speak, but seemed to realize it wasn't the right time, so he stopped. Shen Miaoqing didn't have time to pay attention to Shen Daliang and carefully went to wake Old Master Huang and Zhang Dachu. Finally, she woke Old Master Shen and Old Lady Shen when they were resting. Fortunately, Shen Miaoqing had told them early not to sleep too deeply. So, when she came to wake them, it went smoothly. Shen Miaoqing didn't have time to think much and, after returning to their original resting place, began to lead her family in their escape. As expected, Zhang Dachu's family was the fastest to follow her and run behind. Because Shen Miaoqing and Zhang's chosen resting places were on the outskirts, they left quietly without the sleeping disaster victims noticing. Although Shen Miaoqing had a map, it did not show detailed information about this mountain area. So, she was exploring the place carefully. Shen Miaoqing held a machete and tried to clear a path. The Zhang family members behind her also moved to the front and used their belongings to make way. Zhang Dachui had 5 sons, each very strong. With their help, the path was cleared quickly. However, before Shen Miaoqing and the others could go far, she faintly heard the roar of tigers and hurried footsteps behind them. She turned around and saw a shocking scene. The soldiers had already returned, though she didn't know exactly when. Without thinking, Shen Miaoqing pulled Lin Yang under a big tree to hide. Seeing her action, the others quickly looked for places to hide, afraid the returning soldiers might find them. The big tree Shen Miaoqing hid behind was about 100 meters from the disaster victims' gathering point. Under the faint moonlight and flickering fires among the victims, she saw the soldiers' movements clearly. The soldiers kept moving their hands, continuously releasing various wild animals and insects into the crowd. When the animals were freed from their cages, the soldiers quickly opened the wooden cages and then retreated swiftly. Seeing the soldiers retreating, the others also stopped worrying about being caught and hurriedly ran after Shen Miaoqing. They had no time to clear a proper path, so they roughly chopped away tall grass and branches blocking their way and forced their way through. They were running so fast that they dared not slow down. Their greatest fear was not the soldiers, but the wild animals the soldiers had brought. While Shen Miaoqing was panicking and fleeing, Old Master Shen, along with the Huang family and the Qin family, was also running away in a hurry. The Huang family was quick and decisive, managing to put some distance between themselves and the soldiers. However, Old Master Shen and the Qin family hesitated and looked around nervously. When the soldiers arrived among the crowd, they barely managed to prepare to escape. Seeing the soldiers already among the people, the Shen family and the Chen stopped in their tracks, crouched down in panic, and tried not to be noticed by the soldiers. Unaware, those soldiers' eyes never really looked at them. After the soldiers left, they heard the roar of tigers nearby, which made them panic and run away chaotically. At first, Shen Shirling felt rebellious and hesitant to run. Thinking that Shen Miaoqing was trying to escape, she didn't want everyone to follow her and was delaying their departure. "Grandma and Grandpa, if we run like this, we're going against the government, and it won't end well. Since nothing serious has happened yet, maybe we don't need to run so quickly." Shen Shirling's words made the hesitant people slow down. Although they kept packing their things, their steps froze. They wanted to leave, but also hesitated. Seeing everyone's attitude, Shen Shirling secretly felt pleased. Until the soldiers arrived, Shen Shirling still thought Shen Miaoqing dared to escape, and she believed they would be in trouble this time. But when they saw the wild animals, Shen Shirling's thoughts suddenly stopped. The others, who had been persuaded by Shin Shirling and hesitated, now deeply regretted their decision. Seeing the wild animals approaching, they abandoned everything else and started running. At this moment, Shin Shirling realized she was panicking and stumbled as she ran with the others. Su Chunchao, who already had a leg injury, ignored her injury and only wanted to run fast. She even forgot about Shin Sanling, who had a back injury. Just as Su Chunchao was running vigorously, Shin Shirling suddenly grabbed her hand. Startled, Su Chunchao slowed down significantly. "What are you doing? Let go. Run on your own." She tried to break free from Shin Shirling's grip. "Mom, I'm scared. My legs are soft." Shin Shirling refused to let go, her voice trembling. Su Chunchao also felt afraid. She looked up and saw her two sons running ahead, with Shin Sanling nearby. Even Old Master Shin and Old Lady Shin were walking faster than her. Seeing herself falling behind, she ignored everything else and focused on running hard. Shin Shirling, holding her hand all along, also sped up. Shin Shirling thought that running like this was faster than running alone. Although Su Chuancao's legs were injured, she was used to farm work and had good stamina. Seeing she couldn't shake her daughter, she resigned herself to it. Old Master Shen and Old Lady Shen were also running out of breath, but they dared not stop. At this moment, they regretted not having kept up with Shen Miaoqing earlier, when she was running. Meanwhile, Shen Miaoqing didn't know what was happening with them, but she guessed that these people were delaying their escape for various reasons. So, Shen Miaoqing only planned to warn them at first and didn't intend to wait until everyone was together before acting. She kept swinging her machete, trying to clear a path quickly. Luckily, her strength had increased, so she didn't feel tired now. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. She turned around and saw her mother had accidentally tripped over vines and fallen. But before falling, her mother was still trying to protect Shin Chaoqian. When Lin Yang fell, Shindali quickly stopped and wanted to help. But Shen Miaoqing was faster. She quickly put her machete back into her basket, helped Lin Yang up with one hand, and carried Shin Chaoqian with the other. "Can we keep going?" Shen Miaoqing asked quickly, frowning to check the situation. Lin Yang didn't hesitate and nodded quickly, indicating she was fine. Only then did Shen Miaoqing feel relieved and continued to carry Shin Chaoqian forward, occasionally looking back to check on Lin Yang. Seeing that Lin Yang was really okay and her speed hadn't slowed, Shin Miaoqing finally relaxed. Meanwhile, Shin Chaoqian in her arms felt her vigorous movements as they ran away. He wanted to speak and say he could run too, but he didn't say anything. He seemed to realize that if he tried to run himself, he would probably fall behind. He was so anxious that tears welled up repeatedly, but he dared not make a sound, afraid of disturbing everyone. Although Shin Chaoqian was small, he wasn't a clueless child. He understood that his presence was somewhat burdensome. If it weren't for him, his mother wouldn't have fallen earlier. If it weren't for him, his sister wouldn't have had to struggle so much to escape. He only blamed himself for being too young and not being able to help much now. Over there, Shin Chaoqian was also full of confusion, lying on his father's back, feeling nervous too. But no one paid attention to their thoughts now. Only the tense and rapid escape mattered. The Zhang family was clearing the way, and Zhang Dachu didn't know the direction, so they were wandering aimlessly all along. However, Shen Miaoqing soon carried Shin Chao on one arm and moved ahead to escape, while her free hand helped clear the way. Shin Miaoqing ran quickly, but her mind was racing. She knew they were still too close to the soldiers and needed to put more distance between them. They also had to find a safe hiding spot. Even though Shen Miaoqing and her group were running as fast as they could still hear the screams of the disaster victims in the distance, mixed with the roars of tigers and wolves. The victims, frightened by the sudden appearance of wild animals, panicked. Some couldn't even speak before being swallowed by fierce tigers. About 5,000 victims tried to escape in the chaos, but it was late at night, and the dark made it hard to see the way, causing many to trip and fall. On the ground, countless snakes and rats waited for them. The crying of children and the screams of the victims echoed loudly, making people feel terrified. The ones who caused this chaos, however, found the scene amusing and showed no mercy. In the eyes of those in power, these victims were like tiny insects, and their lives were as cheap as weeds. After some time, Shin Miaoqing and her group were exhausted but dared not stop. Their faces turned grim, and they panted heavily. They finally stopped because there was no more road ahead. Cliff, Zhang Dachui looked even more worried.
What do we do now?
Zhang Dachui's sons looked at each other nervously. Just as Zhang Dachui wanted to ask Shin Miaoqing for advice, she spoke first, "Go that way." Following her finger, everyone started clearing the path and moving in that direction. Shin Miaoqing had noticed the terrain since they arrived. The direction she pointed to was the side of a mountain cliff. She hoped to find a way down the cliff or a good spot nearby to rest temporarily. About half an hour later, Shin Miaoqing finally saw a suitable place. There was a faint cave, but it was hidden by thick vines and wild grass. If Shin Miaoqing hadn't looked carefully, she might have missed it. "Let's rest here." Shin Miaoqing's voice was loud enough to stop the Zhang family members from continuing forward. Zhang Dachui was confused about why they had stopped until he saw Shin Miaoqing walk into the hidden cave and suddenly understood. "How could I be so forgetful? I didn't notice this place before." Shin Miaoqing put down Shin Chao and then lit a torch, carefully approaching the cave to check inside, worried there might be wild animals. "I'll go with you." Her eldest son, Zhang Shanfeng, stepped forward, wanting to explore the cave together with Shin Miaoqing. Shin Miaoqing didn't refuse, and the two of them headed toward the cave together. Seeing that there was nothing unusual inside, Shin Miaoqing finally relaxed. Still, she carefully examined the cave again. After confirming everything was fine, she and Zhang Shanfeng went outside and called everyone to come in quickly. When Zhang Dachui entered, he saw that the cave was quite spacious, not as small as he had imagined. Once everyone was inside, Shin Miaoqing stood at the entrance, lost in thought for a moment. She didn't bother resting. "Grandpa Zhang, I think we need to go back and cover our escape route to hide the traces." As she finished speaking, Zhang Dachui quickly agreed. "You're right, you've thought everything through. That makes sense. You all go now." While speaking, Zhang Dachui also signaled his sons to go outside. Just as Shin Miaoqing was about to go out with them, Zhang Dachui hurriedly stopped her. "Young Miss Shin, just let them go. You shouldn't go out." Shin Miaoqing understood that Zhang Dachui was worried about her safety. At this moment, staying here was safer than going out. "Yes, Qinger, you should stay. I'll go out alone." Shin Daling also stepped forward, showing concern for his daughter after their tiring escape. Seeing this, Shin Miaoqing agreed, but she carefully instructed those going out to not only try to hide the trail they made, but also to create a few new paths to confuse others. Seeing that they took her advice seriously, Shin Miaoqing felt a little more at ease. After they left, she covered the cave entrance again, cautious as always. After finishing everything, Shin Miaoqing found a random spot inside the cave and sat down slowly, relaxing herself. The cave was dark and black, with only the light from Shin Miaoqing's torch. After confirming there was no danger, Shin Miaoqing extinguished the torch. Still, she worried that the light from the stone cave might be too noticeable in the dark night. Suddenly, everyone in the cave stopped talking. The air was so quiet that it seemed only their breathing could be heard. Shin Miaoqing didn't stay alone for long because she remembered her two younger brothers. She and Lin Yang each held one of them. Children have limited energy. It was around 4 a.m., so Shin Miaoqing didn't sing to comfort them for long. The little ones in her arms gradually fell asleep. Even Zhang Dachui couldn't help but close his eyes for a rest. Shin Miaoqing didn't dare sleep deeply, so she kept comforting Lin Yang, telling her to rest quickly. But Lin Yang refused, wanting to wait for Shin Dalong to return. Shin Miaoqing saw this and didn't try to persuade her further. She also didn't dare to sleep herself. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Huang family members initially saw Shin Miaoqing and the Zhang family. But because there were many people in the Huang family, their pace slowed down. Eventually, they couldn't keep up with Shin Miaoqing and the others. The other Shin family members and the Qin family moved even slower, unable to see clearly which way Shin Miaoqing and her group fled. They were all running chaotically. The most exhausted were Li Ernyang and Su Sanyang. Li Ernyang was pregnant, so running at such a fast pace was very difficult for her. When she fell behind due to stomach pain, luckily Shun Lichang and Shun Laifu, her brothers, carried her and kept running forward, so she didn't fall behind. Su Sanyang wasn't so lucky. Her two sons, Shun and Fu, struggled to run. They didn't look back at their family members at all, only focusing on escaping quickly. Shun Sanling thought he was doing well enough not to hold everyone back, especially since he was still injured and couldn't help Su Chunchao. Let go. Let go. Su Chunchao kept saying this over and over during the escape. But Shun Shirling, who was holding her tightly, ignored her. Shun Shirling was afraid and unwilling to let go. Before, she didn't do much work at home, so her speed was naturally slow. Ah! Shun Shirling cried out, and with her and Su Chunchao, there was a loud bang. Sun Shirling was following behind and accidentally fell, crashing heavily onto Su Chunchao. Fortunately, she was unharmed and used her strength to push down on Su Chunchao, with Su Chunchao helping her by acting as a cushion. Due to the force of the push, Su Chunchao also fell hard to the ground, pain flooding through her, and tears welled up in her eyes. However, no one stopped to check on her. Sun Shirling didn't want to worry about her, and quickly got up, releasing her grip on her mother's hand. Seeing more people running toward them and hearing the sounds of wild animals, she felt anxious and helpless. Before she could dwell on these feelings, she saw two older brothers she knew running toward her. "Help me," she cried with tears in her eyes, her voice full of pleading as she reached out her hand for them to pull her away. The brothers, Feng Hua and Feng Zhi, felt sorry for her and grabbed her hand, continuing to run. "Me too." Shi Chencao's voice was loud, but Sun Shirling bit her lip, seemingly not hearing her. The Feng brothers didn't hear Shi Chencao calling for help and naturally didn't turn back to assist her. Shi Chencao couldn't help but hit the ground hard in frustration, feeling angry at herself for not protecting her daughter. But she didn't have time to think further, because she looked back and saw wolves nearby. She quickly got up, ignoring her pain, driven by the instinct to survive, and ran even faster. However, her escape was reckless, and many other vulnerable people were also fleeing in different directions. Several wolves and a fierce tiger had set their sights on the fleeing crowd and were chasing relentlessly. Sun Shirling initially thought that with the help of the two brothers, her chances of escaping would improve. But when she looked back, she was nearly scared out of her wits. She saw that the tall tiger had already killed many of the people behind her and was now chasing her. "Faster. There's a wild tiger behind us," she urged, her voice trembling with fear. Brother Feng Hua and Feng Zhi both hurried forward with all their strength. But it was no use. Just as the fierce tiger leapt forward to attack them, Sun Shirling quickly broke free from their hands and forcefully pushed Feng Zhi away. Feng Zhi fell hard to the ground, and before he could react, he was caught by the tiger's claws and lost his life. Seeing this, Feng Hua was stunned. Sun Shirling cursed herself silently, thinking, "They're really useless." Without hesitation, she used her old trick again, pushing Feng Hua suddenly. Feng Hua, caught off guard, also fell to the ground. Sun Shirling didn't look back and ran forward quickly. Luckily, she reached a fork in the road. She hid herself carefully. At this moment, the tiger was focused on the two Feng brothers and paid no attention to Sun Shirling. She managed to escape, just in time. Sun Shirling gasped for breath, her steps unsteady, but she kept telling herself she was still alive. There was nothing wrong with wanting to survive. They were just too useless. After a while, the chaos in the forest gradually calmed down, and dawn broke. The crown prince, who had witnessed the whole scene, was in a good mood. Seeing that everything was almost over, he ordered his men to bring back his livestock. "By the way, find all the remaining ants and insects. Don't let them dirty this land," he said. Then, the crown prince left with his trusted guards, leaving the rest of the work to his private soldiers. After this incident, the number of disaster victims was halved, and nearly 1,000 were injured. Their injuries weren't only caused by wild animals and insects, but also by panic, trampling, and pushing each other. When someone finally organized to fight the animals, it was already too late. Two sides suffered. The people in the cave spent the whole night safely. In the morning, as sunlight shone into the cave, Shin Miaoqing finally felt that they were safe. When everyone was about to wake up, Shin Miaoqing closed her eyes for a moment. Once everyone was awake and making noise, she suddenly remembered something, opened her eyes, and stopped resting. She approached Zhang Dachui. "I think we shouldn't leave the cave for the next few days," she said straightforwardly. "That's fine. I agree with you," Zhang Dachui replied. After some thought, Zhang Dachui understood the reason behind it. Outside, things are probably very unstable. Going out now might be too dangerous. Last night, they examined everything carefully. The wild animals, snakes, and insects were released by the soldiers. But their actions seemed to be trying to wipe out these fleeing refugees. "Miss Shen, why do you think they are treating us like this?" Zhang Dachui was confused. He couldn't understand why the officials couldn't tolerate these disaster victims. Now, where should they go? Even if they manage to escape south, will they still be chased and killed? Shin Miaoqing was asked this question and didn't know how to answer. She also didn't understand why they were so eager to eliminate them. Shin Miaoqing only knew that these events were truly dangerous. How should she explain the reasons behind them? Perhaps it was the times. In her former country, such things never happened. No matter what, surviving is the most important thing. Shin Miaoqing finally decided after some thought. Zhang Dachui sighed again and said nothing, as if he had accepted his fate. Yes, surviving is the most important. At this moment, no one in the cave felt lighthearted. They couldn't understand why such disasters had fallen upon them. Shin Daoyang's thoughts were even heavier. He had studied for many years, and his teacher praised him as talented. But now, he also couldn't understand why the officials treated them this way. Shin Miaoqing didn't want to think too much anymore. She decided to focus on the present, avoiding unnecessary worries, which made her feel freer. She took out a clay jar, added fat mushrooms, lit a fire, and started cooking breakfast. Because there were still members of the Zhang family nearby, Shin Miaoqing didn't cook many fat mushrooms, just enough to fill their stomachs. She believed that having food at any time gave people strength. Only then could they face sudden dangers with confidence. Zhang Dachui was quite aware of this. Seeing others still cooking, he didn't look over but started preparing his own meal. Although Zhang Dachui's family was large, they were careful with their supplies. He also knew some medical skills, so secretly they had stored quite a bit of grain. After Shin Miaoqing finished cooking the fat mushrooms, she divided a bowl for each family member. However, Daoyang didn't want to accept to share at first and looked worried, hiding his distress behind a mask. Shin Miaoqing understood what Shin Daoyang was worried about. Although at first, she encouraged Shin Daoyang to run away for the safety of their family. But Shin Daoyang's mind was always on Old Master Shin and Old Lady Shin. Filial piety was very important to almost everyone here. Still, Shin Miaoqing advised him a few more times. "Only by filling our stomachs now can we have the strength to face unexpected problems." Seeing the worried looks from his wife and children, Shin Daoyang took the wooden bowl handed to him by Shin Miaoqing. Meanwhile, the other members of the Shin family, who were worried, found a place to rest. However, they weren't as lucky as Shin Miaoqing and the others. They didn't find a cave, and after a tiring night, they couldn't sleep. It was truly unlucky. They hid here, but not only were they bitten by mosquitoes from time to time, they also encountered a snake. So, the people fleeing didn't dare to close their eyes and rest. Mrs. Chen sobbed and cried. Because of this incident, her mother-in-law didn't escape in time and lost her life. Actually, it wasn't just Mrs. Chen. Anyone who ran away now looked unhappy. In the end, Shun Lichang stepped forward and said, "We can't go on like this. We've rested for a long time. Maybe we should find a place to stay and look for anyone who got separated." After thinking, Old Master Shin agreed. The separated Shin Shirling soon returned with Old Master Shin and others. "Where's your mother?" Shin Sanlang asked suspiciously because he noticed Shin Shirling wasn't with Xiao Chun Chao, and he remembered that his wife had run away with their daughter. I don't know. I got separated from my mother shortly after we left," Shin Shirling said nervously. Seeing this, Shun Sanling gave up and didn't ask more questions. What about your eldest uncle's family? Shun Shirling awkwardly changed the subject. Your eldest uncle's family has disappeared without a trace. They're so unfilial. They didn't even care about their parents and just ran away. Hearing about Shin Daliang, Shin Sanlang was furious and sarcastic in his words. But wasn't fifth sister earlier saying she wanted to escape? Shun Laifu didn't like the sharp words and defended himself. Moreover, at first they hesitated and didn't want to follow their eldest uncle's family to escape. They even thought about staying behind. If it weren't for fifth sister's reminder, they might not have survived until now. Shun Laifu thought clearly in his mind, but at this moment, he did not want to argue further. He simply spoke a few words to defend himself and then continued on his way. Everyone was thinking about finding a good place to rest. In a place they did not know about, a large group of soldiers was searching for survivors of the disaster. Many survivors did not want to go back, but they were forcibly taken away. The soldiers kept some behind to guard the survivors they had brought back, while the rest searched over the mountains for more survivors. Those who ran a short distance were almost always found easily. Inside the cave, Shen Miaoqing knew nothing about these events, but she sensed that the outside was unsafe. So, she was even less willing to leave the cave. The cave was hidden well and was some distance from where they had escaped earlier. Shen Miaoqing felt that now, this place was relatively safe. The people inside the cave spent the whole day mostly silent. Shen Miaoqing quietly worked on her things. She took a wooden stick from her basket, sharpened it, and wrapped some dirt in an old cloth. After finishing, she put it back in her basket. Lin Yang saw what her daughter was doing, but did not ask questions. She silently helped her daughter. Shin Chaoqian and Shin Chaotu, the two brothers, couldn't do much to help with sharpening sticks, but worked diligently to wrap mud. Shin Dalong was very restless and also started working on making wooden spikes like Shin Miaoqing. Zhang Dachu thought Shin Miaoqing's method was good and joined in with his sons. All day, Shin Miaoqing was either making wooden spikes outside or resting with her eyes closed, quietly entering her space to take care of her wild vegetables and fat mushrooms. Time passed quietly. Before they knew it, it was the next day. At noon, the hot sun shone down from the sky. The people inside the cave heard sounds coming from outside. Shin Miaoqing carefully picked up her prepared wooden stick. Lin Yang hugged her two children tightly. Shin Dalong and Zhang's family also looked cautiously at the cave entrance. Finally, Shin Dalong moved closer to the cave opening. Through the grass, he saw clearly who was coming. "It's the Huang family," Shin Dalong whispered softly, looking at Shin Miaoqing. Over these days, not only Shin Dalong but also Zhang Dachui instinctively trusted Shin Miaoqing. "Don't rush. Let's observe for a while and see if there are others with them." Shin Miaoqing always acted carefully. Shin Daliang and the Zhang family members listened carefully and observed for a long time. Until the Huang family gradually walked away, they still saw no other strangers. Seeing this, Shin Miaoqing decided to stop and signaled that the Huang family could come over and hide together. Shin Daliang and the second son of the Zhang family went out together, quickly following the direction where the Huang family had just left. Shin Miaoqing thought that the Huang family might learn more information by staying outside for another day. Everyone inside the cave was waiting quietly for their return. Soon, Shin Daliang and the second son of the Zhang family led the Huang family inside. As soon as old Master Huang entered the cave, he couldn't help but praise, "I didn't expect there to be such a cave here." Mainly, this wasn't the first time the Huang family passed by here. They had also traveled this way last night, but at night, they dared not make any noise while traveling and only quietly passed by. They didn't notice this place. The people inside the cave also didn't notice what was outside, so they missed it. The other members of the Huang family and old Master Huang had similar thoughts. They had also passed by here and didn't find this place. Recalling the various snakes, ants, and insects they encountered in the forest last night, they hadn't rested all day and couldn't help but praise that the people inside the cave were quite fortunate. They had found such a good place to rest so quickly. "Quick, find a spot to sit," Zhang Dachu greeted warmly when they came in. Old Master Huang was not very polite and led his family inside the cave, while also not forgetting to cover the entrance of the cave. By the way, what's the situation outside now? After Old Master Huang sat down, Shen Miaoqing asked about the current situation outside. Her question made Old Master Huang's brows furrow tightly in worry.
Sigh.
A heavy sigh fell. Seeing Old Master Huang like this, Shen Miaoqing could probably guess a few things. Old Master Huang calmed his mind and then said, I don't know why the officials want to kill everyone. We barely escaped from danger, but now they want to catch us and take us back. Old Master Huang became more excited as he spoke. Those who didn't want to go back but were caught. I saw it with my own eyes. They were going to be beaten to death. The rest of the Huang family looked worried as well. Luckily, they had some luck on their side. They saw what happened from afar, but were not discovered by the soldiers. Yesterday, after witnessing this, the Huang family members were very nervous and dared not reveal their location. Even now, they still looked anxious and uneasy. After hearing this, Shen Miaoqing also looked serious. As she expected, the soldiers did not plan to let the refugees go easily. Young Lady Shen, what do you think we can do now? Old Master Huang asked helplessly, hoping Shen Miaoqing could give them some hope. Let's hide first. Since ancient times, common people have had little power against officials. They are only a small group, and resisting is very difficult. Saving their lives is the most important thing. Today, perhaps because the Huang family joined in and learned about the outside situation, Shen Daliang felt even more anxious, worried that the Shen family's elders might be in danger. We can't fight the officials now. My grandparents, uncles, and aunts are all missing. It's all because our family is too weak to protect even ourselves. Sigh. Shen Miaoqing sighed heavily, her face showing pain. When Shen Miaoqing talks about the Shen family, she is just trying to act like she's doing her best on the surface. No matter what happens, the other members of the Shen family are still her relatives in name. Hearing her words, the Huang family also agreed and came over to comfort Shen Miaoqing. This isn't your fault. I told them to leave quickly, but they hesitated. Even if they wanted to protect themselves, it's hard now. Old Master Huang saw how the Shen family acted and didn't think Shen Miaoqing leaving first was wrong. Shen Daliang also knew he shouldn't act impulsively. He had to take care of not only himself, but also his wife and children. So he gave up on the idea of going outside today. That day, everyone in the cave was safe and spent another peaceful day. Shen Miaoqing's day was much the same as usual. On the third noon, Shen Daliang approached Shen Miaoqing, wanting to talk. When Shen Miaoqing saw her father coming, she immediately understood what he was thinking. Qing'er, I know you are sensible. I've been feeling uneasy these days. When I think of your grandparents over there, no matter what, I want to be honest with myself. Father, what about mother and the younger brothers? Shen Miaoqing's words carried a hint of indifference. She knew that Shen Daliang, in such an environment, would inevitably be affected. Respecting parents was necessary, even though old Shen and old Madame Shen had once considered abandoning them. But Shen Daliang, with his twin young children, didn't he need him too? Could it be that he wanted to leave all the responsibility to her mother? There are rarely perfect solutions in the world. Shen Daliang hesitated, his face showing a conflicted and bitter expression. Forget it, Dad. If you want to go look for them, just go. Shen Miaoqing truly didn't want to be the bad person, always stopping him. Miss Lin, it's my fault. Shen Daliang looked apologetically at his wife. Lin Yang shook her head with a gentle smile, softly touching her two sons beside her. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. In the end, Shen Daliang decided to go out and find the Shen family members outside. Shen Miaoqing's mind was racing. Dad, I want to go with you. No. Shen Daliang firmly refused. But Shen Miaoqing's decision couldn't be easily changed by Shen Daliang's words. Finally, under Shen Miaoqing's insistence, Shen Daliang had no choice but to give up reluctantly. When the Zhang family and the Huang family learned they were going out to find the scattered Shen family members, they tried to dissuade them, thinking it was too risky. Shen Miaoqing mainly went out because the area was full of forests and wild animals, which could provide plenty of food, and she also wanted to find the Shen family. Her confidence in going out to hunt for game came from her space. If it became too dangerous, she could hide somewhere, slip into her space, and no one would find her. Moreover, the mountains and forests here were dense, making it easy to hide her figure, so she didn't have to worry about being discovered. Zhang Dachu clenched his teeth, even thinking about going out with Shen Miaoqing to find people. Seeing how cautious Zhang Dachu usually was, Shen Miaoqing felt very grateful but also a bit conflicted about his kindness. Now that there were fewer people, it was actually easier for her to find opportunities to act alone and make full use of her space. But when there were more people, such chances would be rare. In the end, Shen Miaoqing and Shen Dalong left the cave together. Not long after they went out, Shen Miaoqing told Shen Dalong, "Let's split up to find them faster." After saying this, Shen Miaoqing didn't want to argue with Shen Daliang and quickly walked away. Shen Daliang saw that his daughter was clever and determined, and he knew he couldn't change her mind now. It was like in a cave, where they argued about whether she could leave the cave. He realized he couldn't win the argument and could only let her go. At this moment, Shen Daliang was mainly focused on quickly finding other members of the Shen family. After Shen Miaoqing left Shen Daliang, she remained alert and carefully observed her surroundings. From time to time, she heard birds singing. Looking around, she saw endless weeds and trees. After walking a bit, Shen Miaoqing made sure no one was nearby before carefully checking if there were any familiar wild vegetables around. In her previous life, Shen Miaoqing enjoyed watching educational short videos and was good at cooking, so she knew a lot about edible wild plants. However, at first, her luck was not good. She didn't find any edible wild vegetables or see wild chickens or rabbits running around. She sighed quietly, but didn't get discouraged. She kept searching for any food she could eat nearby. At the same time, Shen Miaoqing also carefully looked for any sign of the Shen family members. Honestly, she didn't want anything to happen to them now, especially since her information was still recorded in the household register and travel documents. She had considered secretly taking the household register and travel documents, but she quickly dismissed the idea. Not only because the Shen family would face many difficulties without those documents, but also because the household register and travel documents were kept close to old Master Shen. She didn't have the ability to directly take them from him. After thinking it through, Shen Miaoqing decided not to dwell on this and instead focused on what to do next, putting more energy into exploring the forest. Since arriving here, she hadn't enjoyed a good meal. She wasn't starving, but she was very lacking in oil and water. She thought of braised pork, dompa pork knuckles, crispy roast goose, and soy sauce duck, delicious dishes that appeared in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more carefully she observed her surroundings. Soon, Shen Miaoqing found quite a few wild vegetables nearby. This forest is rarely visited, so wild vegetables are abundant. Shen Miaoqing quickly reached out and started picking. Soon, her basket was filled with purslane, bitter lettuce, shepherd's purse, and others. While Shen Miaoqing was happily gathering plants, she suddenly noticed a small patch of large, brightly colored leaves nearby, shaped like mountain ginger. She walked over, examined them carefully, and then pulled one out. Sure enough, it was mountain ginger. The mountain ginger here is about half the size of regular ginger. Its root is smaller, with a dark yellow skin and bright yellow flesh inside. Shen Miaoqing sniffed it closely. A strong, spicy smell hit her nose, but there was also a special fresh scent. She was very happy. To make dishes taste better, seasonings are very important, and mountain ginger can help remove fishy smells, enhance flavor, and warm the body. However, Shen Miaoqing remembered that people here had never used mountain ginger before. She guessed they probably hadn't discovered its benefits yet. She quickly pulled out the small patch of mountain ginger and, along with the wild vegetables, put them into her space. After gathering the plants, Shen Miaoqing felt good and continued exploring the forest. Since she found mountain ginger, her focus shifted more to such ingredients. Soon, she found more wild vegetables and some mountain ginger again. While she was busy digging up plants, she suddenly heard some noise nearby. Shen Miaoqing immediately stopped what she was doing, carefully hid under a large tree nearby, and watched where the sound was coming from. She looked closely and saw several rabbits running away in different directions. Just then, a large wild boar charged out behind the rabbits. It looked to weigh at least 150 pounds. Shen Miaoqing was startled and instinctively wanted to hide in her space. But then she thought, wasn't she out here for these wild animals? If she could catch one of those rabbits, she could eat for a long time. Moreover, the rabbits were running toward her direction. Shen Miaoqing felt she must be very hungry to take such a risk. But she quietly took out a wooden stick, revealing her plan to catch the animals. So, Shen Miaoqing's steps did not move. She hid behind a big tree, waiting quietly for the wild rabbit to arrive. The rabbit, caught off guard and running away quickly, was indeed hit by Shen Miaoqing with a stick. Shen Miaoqing didn't think much and didn't dare to be greedy. After touching the fallen rabbit, she quickly moved into her space with both herself and the rabbit. Once inside her space, her racing heart calmed down a bit, mainly because the wild boar was still quite close to her. Shen Miaoqing saw that the rabbit inside her space was completely still. She observed carefully and suddenly had a bright idea. She thought, why didn't I think of this method before? Thinking of this, Shen Miaoqing remembered the wild boar outside. Her heart, which had just begun to settle after beating wildly, started pounding again. She thought about the many benefits of pigs. Sometimes boldness pays off, sometimes timidity leads to failure. After preparing thoroughly inside her space and carefully observing the outside situation, Shen Miaoqing decided to step out. Although she had a plan in mind, she still dared not act rashly. She returned to the same spot as before, under a huge tree. The only difference was that earlier, the wild boar had charged past, leaving some impact marks of varying depth on the tree. Shen Miaoqing watched the wild boar that had just gone away from under the tree. She could even see its faint silhouette. The wild boar, probably upset because it failed to catch the rabbit, was now smashing the weak trees nearby. Soon, one of the trees fell over. Its destructive power made Shen Miaoqing more nervous, and her palms even sweat slightly. After hesitating for just a moment, Shen Miaoqing released the rabbit she had tied with a rope inside her space. She tied it to a small tree next to the big one. She stayed hidden under the big tree, waiting for the right moment. The rabbit, although initially hit with a stick by Shen Miaoqing, was not seriously injured. When she released it, the rabbit couldn't help but cry out and tried to run away, but the rope kept it tightly bound, so it could only struggle helplessly. Meanwhile, the wild boar soon noticed the movement nearby. Seeing the rabbit, it became excited and charged fiercely toward the rabbit's direction. Not far away, the wild boar was moving so quickly that it was almost a blur. In just a moment, the wild boar and the wild rabbit were about to meet. The rabbit let out a frightened hissing sound. Shen Miaoqing was ready and waiting for the wild boar to arrive. The wild boar, unguarded, opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, ready to bite the helpless rabbit. At this moment, Shen Miaoqing quickly stepped forward and reached out her hand to touch the wild boar. With a mental command, she and the wild boar instantly disappeared into her space. Until the wild boar remained still inside the space, still showing its open mouth and sharp teeth, Shen Miaoqing still felt a strange sense of unreality. She took deep breaths to calm her excited heart. Soon after, she remembered the rabbit still outside, so she entered her space again and brought the rabbit inside. Looking at the basket, the rabbit, the wild boar, and all the items inside her space, Shen Miaoqing finally felt a bit more real. She was amazed that she could actually catch a wild boar using her space. As she guessed, animals placed inside her space remained still and inactive. Only animals that had not yet died outside could return to their original state when re-entered into her space. Shen Miaoqing couldn't hide her excitement. The wild boar weighed over 150 jin, about 75 kilograms. If she was alone, she could enjoy it for a long time. This wild boar could also be used to make oil. The oil could be used for cooking, so she wouldn't have to eat boiled vegetables anymore. She also remembered the millet inside her space. It was growing well, and once mature, she would have enough food. The wild boar meat could be cooked into rich braised pork, crispy pork belly, or stir-fried slices of meat. Just thinking about it made Shin Miaoqing happy. She wanted to sing loudly and felt confident about her unknown future. Now was not the time to deal with the wild boar and rabbit. Shin Miaoqing enjoyed her moment of satisfaction before leaving her space. It was still early and the hottest part of the day was coming. She continued searching in this area and found many small mountain fruits. They were sour with a hint of sweetness. Thinking of her two younger brothers in the cave, Shin Miaoqing carefully picked many of these mountain fruits, not minding the trouble. Then she continued to gather wild vegetables and mountain ginger. Shin Miaoqing thought that if the wild boar in her space wanted to get up, it would need quite a few ingredients. She worked hard to find more mountain ginger and hoped to discover even more. The afternoon passed quietly. The sun was setting, and the clouds on the horizon turned beautiful colors. Shin Miaoqing's harvest was quite good. She also found several plants that looked like chili peppers, but they hadn't borne fruit yet, so she couldn't be sure. She pulled them out and placed them in her space, planning to examine them carefully when she had more time. Before returning to her cave, Shin Miaoqing carefully checked her belongings. She had put a lot of wild vegetables and mountain ginger in her basket. She also carried a large amount of wild mountain fruit, planning to bring them home. Additionally, she had caught a wild rabbit, which she intended to bring back to her family for a hearty meal. Since Shun's family was not at home now, it was easier for Shin Miaoqing to take things out and eat. While searching for food that afternoon, she also kept an eye out for any signs of Shun's family members, but she didn't find any. Perhaps because she was walking in a relatively remote area for safety, where few people passed by. Otherwise, she wouldn't have encountered such a wild boar. Only because Shin Miaoqing had her space was she brave enough to go to such a distant place. That afternoon, Shin Miaoqing realized she had walked quite far from the cave. However, she didn't feel tired. Instead, she felt very energetic. Her improved physical condition was the reason. Because she had been running around a lot these days to escape hardship, her activity level today seemed relatively low in comparison. Shin Miaoqing was in a good mood today, but she didn't become overconfident. She remembered what old man Huang had said, that officials might come looking for disaster victims. If she faced a large group of soldiers alone, it would be very dangerous. Just as she was thinking about this, she saw a group of soldiers far away catching victims. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, Shin Miaoqing immediately hid in her space. From inside her space, she could clearly see the situation outside. About 20 soldiers had caught 7 victims. Among those victims, Shin Miaoqing recognized one familiar face, Su Chunchao. Su Chunchao was crouching timidly, hugging herself tightly with her hands, not daring to move. Shin Miaoqing clearly saw that Su Chunchao had marks from being whipped. At this moment, the soldiers seemed to have just caught a few more villagers and were hitting them hard with whips, apparently venting their anger. A bunch of lowlifes, they really know how to hide. It makes it hard for us to find them, said one soldier as he struck the whip down again. The villagers being beaten didn't dare to dodge. They could only crouch down quietly, afraid to move. How much longer do we have to look? The weather is so hot and uncomfortable, another soldier complained. Who knows? We'll wait until the higher-ups are satisfied. Keep searching and see if anyone's still missing, said the first soldier. The sooner we go back, the worse it is. I'd rather look a little longer. The soldiers' figures gradually disappeared into the distance, until they were no longer visible. But Shin Miaoqing still dared not show herself easily. Seeing that only Su Sanyang was caught, Shin Miaoqing guessed that Su Sanyang was probably alone. However, Shin Miaoqing had no intention to rescue her. Regardless of their relationship, she couldn't even take care of herself, let alone help others. By nightfall, Shin Miaoqing was sure no one was around, so she left her space and carefully headed back toward the cave. She remembered the path she took when she left the cave, so she wasn't worried about getting lost. But she was very cautious on this journey, and luckily, she didn't encounter any soldiers again, making it back safely to the cave. Qing'e, why did you go out for so long? Lin Yang asked worriedly as she hurried over to her. Shen Miaoqing saw that Shen Dalong had also returned, but no other members of the Shen family were there. She briefly explained that she had encountered soldiers outside and stayed hidden, which is why she hadn't come back sooner. Shen Dalong and Lin Yang were even more frightened after hearing this. "Next time, don't go out," Shen Dalong said with a frown. His words sounded a bit harsh, but they showed his concern. Today, when Shen Dalong went out searching for people, he realized how dangerous it was outside. He kept running into soldiers several times, and once he almost got caught. In such a dangerous situation, Shen Dalong deeply regretted letting Shen Miaoqing go out. He spent the whole day feeling anxious and worried. That day was exhausting. They couldn't find the Shen family members or Shen Miaoqing's daughter. Shen Dalong had just returned as it was getting dark. Shen Chaoqian and Shen Chaotu, the two brothers, anxiously watched the cave entrance that day. Children can't hide things well, and Shen Chaotu kept asking his mother, father, and older sister when they would return. At this moment, when Shen Chaoqian and Shen Chaotu saw their family members had come back, they felt much calmer. Especially Shen Chaotu, who eagerly followed Shen Miaoqing as soon as he saw her. His bright eyes reflected her image. "I'm fine. I was very careful." Shen Miaoqing saw her family's worry was genuine, and she couldn't help but feel touched. She quickly comforted them, particularly Shen Chaotu, who looked at her with shining eyes. Shen Miaoqing was so happy that she couldn't help but pick up her little brother. "Let me down, sister," Shen Chaotu, suddenly being lifted, blushed and looked shy. But his first thought was that his sister outside was already tired, and holding him would make her more tired. Shen Miaoqing smiled and didn't hold him for long, then put him down. Seeing that her parents wanted to say more, she quickly changed the subject. "I didn't find Grandpa and Grandma outside, but I caught a rabbit and dug up some wild vegetables." That. Lin Yang seemed hesitant, wanting to say something, but when she saw Shen Miaoqing holding a helpless rabbit from her basket, she swallowed her words. "Would you like sister to cook rabbit meat for you?" Shen Miaoqing smiled warmly, looking at her two obedient and adorable brothers. "Yes," Shen Chaotu nodded eagerly, even without fully understanding. Shen Chaoqian also nodded politely. Meanwhile, Lin Yang took the basket Shen Miaoqing placed on the ground and looked carefully at the many wild vegetables, surprised. Seeing her daughter's safe return, Shen Dalong knew she probably didn't want to hear his scolding, so he sighed and said nothing more. He silently decided in his heart that such danger must not happen again, and he would not agree to her going out next time. As Shen Dalong expected, Shen Miaoqing didn't like being scolded either. Right now, she was using dry firewood she collected to start a fire, boiling water to make rabbit soup, and preparing to grill rabbit meat. Seeing Shen Miaoqing busy, Lin Yang hurried over to help. In the cave, Zhang Dachu naturally saw Shen Miaoqing take out a rabbit. He couldn't help but praise, "Miss Shen, you really are talented. You managed to catch this wild rabbit." Shen Miaoqing responded modestly with a smile, "It's just some luck." Suddenly, she remembered something and leaned toward Zhang Dachu, saying, "I have a small favor to ask which isn't difficult. Just tell me directly." Zhang Dachu replied generously. "I want to exchange some salt with you, trading rabbit meat and wild vegetables," Shen Miaoqing explained without hesitation. On the surface, her family had no salt. It was always kept by Grandma Shen. As for why she didn't ask the Huang family, it was because they had already traded with them before. Moreover, Shen Miaoqing knew that at this time, each family's salt supply was just enough for themselves, not much more. Zhang's family didn't seem as poor as they appeared. "No problem at all," Zhang Dachu agreed quickly. This confirmed Shen Miaoqing's thoughts. Zhang Dachu hadn't eaten meat for a long time, and not only did he want to eat, but his 5 sons' eyes lit up at the thought of sharing a piece. Meat was always precious. Shen Miaoqing and Zhang Dachu agreed to trade 1 rabbit leg and many wild vegetables for 2 jin of salt. Zhang Dachu was willing to give more salt, and Shen Miaoqing initially thought getting 1 jin of salt was good enough, so she was surprised by his generosity. "Well, it's because I helped someone with a medical issue before. They had nothing to give, but they kept giving, and I ended up with quite a bit of salt," Zhang Dachu said with a smile, refusing Shen Miaoqing's polite decline. Should I prepare the rabbit meat first and deliver it to you? Or do you want it now? Shen Miaoqing understood that Zhang Dachu wanted to be kind, so she didn't refuse and accepted his offer happily. They're lazy and don't want to start a fire. If it's convenient, just cook it and bring it over. All right. After clarifying, Shen Miaoqing continued her work. With limited ingredients, she didn't plan to make anything too complicated. With Lin Yang's help, she quickly boiled water, then cleaned and skinned the rabbit, soaking it in salt water for half an hour to remove blood and gamey smell, before cutting it into 2 parts. Shen Miaoqing thought most people here eat boiled water and didn't want to be too special, so she directly cooked Zhang family's share into wild rabbit soup. Before escaping, Shen Daoyang's backpack had an iron pot because when Old Master Shen and Old Lady Shen decided to run, they divided many things for the Shen family to carry. The 2 elders also carried important items for eating and drinking, like the heavy iron pot. Old Lady Shen was reluctant to give it up, but others didn't want to carry it, so it was better for Shen Daoyang to take it. This made things easier for Shen Miaoqing. She washed the mountain ginger carefully, then put the wild rabbit meat and ginger into boiling hot water. When the blood stopped seeping out, she took it out, then changed the water and boiled it a second time, adding more ginger, fat mushrooms, and some wild vegetables. Shen Miaoqing wished she had jujubes, jade bamboo, Codenopsis, or Chinese yam. Those ingredients would make the flavor even better. Next to her, Lin Yang had never seen mountain ginger before. When she saw her daughter only boiled it once and then changed the water for a second boil, she felt it was a bit wasteful of water. But she didn't say much, and chose to let Shen Miaoqing do as she pleased. Lin Yang mainly thought she hadn't gone to school and didn't read much, unlike her husband and daughter, so she didn't question her too much. Shen Miaoqing kept a small piece of the pickled wild rabbit meat to roast. After dressing it, she set up a wooden rack and slowly roasted the meat, waiting patiently for it to cook through. She wasn't too worried about being discovered while cooking in the cave because she had observed that the cave was big enough, covered with layers of tall grass outside, making it hard to find. Shen Chaodu sat obediently beside Shen Miaoqing, admiring her smooth and skillful movements, and curiously looked at the wild rabbit meat on the skewer. "Will this taste good?" Shen Chaodu asked, looking at the gradually changing color of the rabbit meat with curiosity. He had a feeling that it must be very delicious. Shen Chaotian, sitting next to him, had the same question and couldn't help but look at Shen Miaoqing, waiting for her answer. They had never seen anyone cook like this before, so they found it fresh and interesting. "Yes, it's very tasty. Once it's roasted, you'll see." Shen Miaoqing replied generously, patiently answering their questions. "Big sister, how do you know how to do this?" Shen Chaotu continued to ask. "Learned from books. You can learn many things from them," Shen Miaoqing said as she touched her nose. She thought this wasn't really lying. "I also want to read books." This was spoken by Shen Chaoqian. He always thought it was impressive that his father was knowledgeable and understood many things because of reading. Now, seeing his older sister learn so much through reading, he secretly decided that in the future, he also wanted to read and understand things like his father and sister. Shen Chaotu looked at his sister, and then at his brother. He scratched his head and finally smiled, saying, "Then I also want to read books." Seeing this, Shen Miaoqing was both amused and pleased. She praised their ideas and continued to tell them many benefits of reading. Hearing this, Shen Chaoqian's desire to read became even stronger, while Shen Chaodu still only understood a little. He nodded blankly, not quite grasping the full meaning. Time quietly passed during their happy chat. Soon, Shen Miaoqing's rabbit soup and roasted wild rabbit were ready. Shen Miaoqing asked the Zhang family to bring things over, and Zhang Dachui came over with a clay pot. Seeing the wild rabbit meat and fresh vegetables cooking in the iron pot, Zhang Dachui immediately smelled a wonderful aroma. He had caught a faint scent from nearby earlier, and when he looked closer, he was surprised to see how good it looked. His eyes widened. Shen Miaoqing took Zhang Dachui's clay pot and filled it with lots of rabbit meat, some hearty mushrooms and vegetables, and plenty of broth. After filling the pot, Shen Miaoqing noticed Zhang Dachui staring blankly and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with this?" Her words pulled Zhang Dachui out of his daze, and he quickly and carefully took the clay pot from her. It's nothing. I didn't expect it to smell so good. It looks delicious, Zhang Dachui said sincerely with a smile. He had eaten wild rabbit meat before, but only washed it quickly and cooked it simply.
It didn't look as appetizing as this.
Seeing that Shen Miaoqing had given him a generous portion, Zhang Dachui's smile grew even wider. Shen Miaoqing just smiled and replied briefly, not saying much more. After Zhang Dachui left, Shen Miaoqing took a wooden bowl and started serving food to her family. One wild rabbit was quite large. Even after giving a good portion to Zhang Dachui, she still had plenty left. Be careful of the hot food, eat slowly, Shen Miaoqing warned as she handed the two little ones their meals, though she couldn't help but give a few more reminders. Although the children are only 5 years old, they can already eat on their own. After serving the food, Shen Miaoqing started to enjoy her own bowl of wild rabbit soup. She planned to drink a bowl first to settle her stomach before eating the roasted rabbit meat. She blew on the soup until it was just the right temperature, then carefully took a small sip. The soup was rich and fragrant, with just the right amount of salt, which enhanced the flavor and kept the original taste of the rabbit meat. The tender, soft rabbit meat melted in her mouth, spreading a smooth texture, while the mushrooms soaked up the soup, making them even more delicious and tender. Although there were some minor flaws compared to her previous meals, Shen Miaoqing was quite satisfied this time. Meanwhile, others who drank the rabbit soup didn't enjoy it as calmly as she did. Shen Chaodu sipped his soup slowly, finally tasting the tender, flavorful rabbit meat. He had never eaten anything so good before. He couldn't find the words to describe it. He just felt this was the best thing he had ever eaten. He wished he could eat it every day. At the same time, he felt even more admiration for his sister. Shen Chaodu shared the same feelings as Shen Chaodu, loving the delicious taste so much that he didn't want to stop eating. Lin Yang and Shen Dalong, who had just started eating, immediately noticed the different texture and flavor. They were surprised that their daughter had such skill. They exchanged glances, both thinking their daughter was truly talented. Then they stopped thinking and focused on enjoying the delicious food. Meanwhile, Zhang Dachui had finished dividing the rabbit soup and meat among his 5 sons, then started eating his own portion. The moment he took a bite, he was hit by the rich, fragrant flavor. The rabbit meat was tender and flavorful, leaving a lasting taste. He kept eating, unable to stop. Compared to his previous meals, this was like eating pig feed before. Seeing his bowl was already half empty, Zhang Dachui suddenly regretted giving so much to his sons. His boys were rough men. They could eat anything. Zhang's eldest son, noticing his father's gaze, quietly moved a few steps back, guarding his own bowl and food. He had never tasted anything so delicious and couldn't bear to lose it. Thinking of this, he ate even faster. Zhang Dachui. He only looked a little longer. Why is he hiding from him? Zhang Dachui then looked at the usually most sensible Zhang Laoxi, but this time, Laoxi was also avoiding eye contact, not looking at his father, and like Zhang Da's eldest son, he was eating faster. Third brother, Zhang Dachui wanted to say something, but he saw that Laoxi was already gobbling up most of the food in his wooden bowl. Seeing this, Zhang Dachui had to give up. They all lacked understanding. He just wanted to show some care, but they were all so guarded against him. The others only thought that since the delicious food was already in their hands, they didn't want to share anymore. Moreover, they knew their father's temper well. Zhang Dachui could only slowly enjoy the remaining wild rabbit meat in his bowl. The more he praised this rabbit meat, the more he liked Shen Miaoqing, and he even felt that the exchange had been a good deal. He had lived so many years and seen many things, but this was truly the first time he enjoyed such a delicacy. Shen Miaoqing didn't realize that just one bowl of her rabbit meat soup could cause such a big reaction. At this moment, Shen Miaoqing was taking the roasted wild rabbit meat off the fire, its skin golden and crispy, fragrant and tempting. One bite revealed tender, juicy rabbit meat with a delicate texture. Shen Miaoqing felt pleased and generously shared most of it with her parents and 2 brothers. The 2 different flavors of rabbit meat deeply satisfied everyone's taste buds. They all sighed that such delicious food was truly rare. Good. Eat up, Shin Chaodu said with his mouth full, not forgetting to praise. Shin Miaoqing was happy to see this, but still smiled and said, finish eating first, then talk, or you'll choke. Shin Chaodu nodded seriously, just like when he ate coarse bread before and got choked, scratching his throat. He didn't want that to happen again. Everyone except Shin Miaoqing was very satisfied with this meal, and their hearts were full of happy memories. If Shin Miaoqing knew how strongly they reacted, she would surely think that if there were more ingredients, it might even make their taste buds tingle with joy. At night, everyone in the cave was already asleep. Shin Chaotu was sleeping with a smile on his face, looking very satisfied. But in a place she didn't know about, Shin Miaoqing had already entered her space and started busying herself. When Shin Miaoqing first entered the space, she looked at her wild boar. After she was satisfied, she began planting the mountain ginger and wild vegetables she had dug up today. Especially the few plants that looked like chili peppers. She carefully set aside a special area and planted them with care. If only they were really chili peppers. Shin Miaoqing loves spicy food and has a deep fondness for chili peppers. She feels that chili peppers are her essential ingredient for happiness. After planting everything, Shin Miaoqing realized she forgot to give her two brothers some wild mountain fruit, so she decided to give it to them tomorrow. She thought the wild mountain fruit tasted pretty good, so she planted some more in the space. After finishing everything, it was getting late. Seeing the large wild boar, she knew it would take a lot of effort to process it alone. Since she didn't have many other things, Shin Miaoqing decided to wait until tomorrow to start working on the wild boar. Thinking about this, Shin Miaoqing left the space. Soon after, she felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep. Unbeknownst to her, the space quietly underwent some small changes. The next day, because Shin Miaoqing didn't come back late last night, Shen Dalong decisively refused to let her go out with him. But he's still worried about the elderly Shin couple, so he didn't want to give up searching. Today, Shin Miaoqing also didn't feel like going out, so she agreed with Shin Dalong and stayed inside the mountain cave. Breakfast was a quick boiled vegetable dish prepared by Lin Yang. Shin Dalong ate a few bites and then went out. Perhaps because the wild rabbit from yesterday was so delicious, Shin Chaodu felt that today's boiled vegetables didn't taste as good as before. But thinking about how hungry he was, Shin Chaodu didn't dare to be picky and ate his portion. Lin Yang knew today's breakfast wasn't as tasty as the wild rabbit her daughter cooked, but she thought it was just because the ingredients were different, so the flavor was different. Now was a time of scarcity, little food and clothing, so how could they expect to eat well? Shin Miaoqing didn't know their thoughts. After her two brothers finished breakfast, she took out the wild mountain fruit she forgot to give them yesterday. Here you go. Shin Chaotu saw the bright red wild mountain fruit, took a small bite, and found it sweet and sour. The taste was very good, and his eyes lit up instantly. Delicious. Shin Chaotu thought it was good, and also didn't forget to invite his brother and Lady Lin to eat. Shen Chao also took some and started eating, feeling that the taste was indeed very good. Lady Lin smiled and wanted to refuse, but after Shen Chao's repeated persuasion, she could only take a few bites, wearing a gentle smile on her face. Shen Chao also made sure his sister ate, but Shen Miaoqing refused, saying she had already eaten. Seeing how much he liked it, Shin Miaoqing smiled happily and wrapped a bunch of wild mountain fruits in a small cloth to let them enjoy slowly. In the cave, with nothing to do and unable to go outside, many people just sat quietly. Fearing patrols outside, they didn't dare to speak loudly inside the cave. After a while, Shin Miaoqing made an excuse that she was a bit tired and wanted to rest for a while, then slipped into her space. Lady Lin also had no suspicion and thought that resting more now was very important. When Shin Miaoqing entered her space, she first watered various plants with spiritual spring water, just like usual. Then her goal was to find the wild boar. She had seen others kill pigs before, but she had never tried to handle an entire pig alone. She only had a chopping knife, several clay jars, and a small wooden bucket. While Shin Miaoqing was thinking, she suddenly looked up and noticed something different in her space. From a distance, she saw a small wooden house standing nearby. Filled with curiosity, she approached the house. The house was some distance from where she usually planted things, so at first she didn't notice anything unusual. It was only when she got closer that she suddenly realized something was different. She pushed open the door and saw items that didn't belong to this era. Large bags of salt and sugar, several kitchen utensils, a kitchen knife, a basin, and a pair of chopsticks. Shen Miaoqing also clearly saw a box of sanitary pads in a transparent plastic case. But there was only one box, and the quantity was wrong. She remembered she had prepared a lot of supplies before, especially the sanitary pads. The only certainty was that these items were indeed from her previous stockpile. Although her health was poor back then, she was a food blogger and had done product promotions. She had received many items from brands, and she also had a good amount of savings. She believed that stockpiling supplies gave her a sense of security. So her space at that time was full of everything she needed. Shen Miaoqing finished examining the items in the middle and then started to look around the other parts of the wooden house. She saw a large wooden stake at the edge of the house. She approached it and looked closely but didn't find anything special. However, when she reached out to touch the stake, a screen-like device suddenly appeared. The screen displayed a message. Successfully planted more than 10 types of plants. Unlock new space features. You can choose 3 options within 6 hours. Because the time limit was exceeded, she randomly received items. 1 wooden house, 1 set of hygiene supplies, and 1 random kitchen item. Shen Miaoqing immediately understood what was happening. She had already thought about some space-related ideas before. The space could be upgraded to get more things. This change confirmed that her previous thoughts were true. She also realized a question. 6 hours time limit, and items are chosen randomly after the time runs out? This meant she could have freely chosen her items, but she missed that chance. Although she felt a bit disappointed, she was not too upset and instead felt grateful for this opportunity. She even started to wonder when the next reward would be triggered, perhaps after planting more than 20 types of plants? Shen Miaoqing was curious, but didn't get an answer. The screen on the stake only showed that message and nothing else. She looked carefully for a while but found no other special features, so she gave up. She then looked at the kitchen tools on the wooden table, knives, a basin, salt, and sugar. She felt they arrived just in time. As for the pair of chopsticks, she considered them a free gift and didn't pay much attention to them. The happiest part was using the sanitary pad. She still remembered the embarrassment of her last period without one. She thought the wooden house was just a nice addition and not very useful. The space could already hold things, and she didn't care much about where to store them. After finishing her look around, Shen Miaoqing happily took a big basin and a knife and left the wooden house. Having a knife made it easier for her to deal with the wild boar. However, boiling water was still a problem because she only had a small clay pot. To get hot water, she would need to boil it multiple times. Shen Miaoqing simply rinsed the wild boar with clean water, then washed the kitchen knife and moved the basin next to the boar, planning to use it to catch the boar's blood. Shen Miaoqing remembered her master killing pigs and tried to do the same. She used a sharp kitchen knife to stab the boar's neck, cutting major blood vessels and the windpipe, causing the boar to die quickly. Compared to regular farm pigs, wild boars have tough skin and thick meat, but luckily, Shen Miaoqing had gained some strength recently, so it wasn't too hard for her. She placed the boar's neck into a large basin to catch the blood. At first, she was a bit clumsy, and a lot of blood spilled onto the ground, and even stained her dress. But Shen Miaoqing didn't mind at all. She was busy, but managed to finish bleeding the boar smoothly. Throughout the process, the boar showed no reaction and quietly ended its life. Next, the water in the clay pot was boiling. Since she didn't have a big container for water, and the basin was used for the blood, she couldn't put the whole pig in the basin. So, Shen Miaoqing poured the boiling water directly onto the pig's body and parts, then filled the clay pot with cold water and put it back on the fire to boil. The next step was to remove the pig's hair. Hot water makes hair removal easier. Shen Miaoqing didn't have a special scraper, so she used her kitchen knife to scrape slowly. Repeating this many times, she managed to remove about half of the pig's hair. She was exhausted from the effort, panting heavily. Doing such a big task alone was truly difficult. It was indeed a sweet burden, Shen Miaoqing thought with a mix of tears and laughter. Then she was busy again. After removing the hair, she had nowhere suitable to place the pig. She moved all the wooden tables out of the wooden house. But another problem arose. Although she had become stronger, lifting the wild boar directly onto the table was still difficult. So, Shen Miaoqing decided to cut the boar into several parts first, then slowly place them on the table. Just as she was about to start cutting open the boar, she heard someone calling her. Without thinking much, she put down the knife and left the boar as it was, thinking it would stay fresh longer this way. Shen Miaoqing slowly regained consciousness and opened her eyes, meeting Lin Yang's worried look. "Get up and eat dinner. Also, your father has found your grandparents." Lin Yang's voice was very soft, with a hint of nervousness. Shen Miaoqing nodded to show she understood, then stood up and looked at the Shen family members who had just arrived at the cave. When Shen Shirling arrived, she saw Shen Miaoqing peacefully sleeping and resting. Her dissatisfaction almost filled her completely. Grandpa and Grandma are still outside suffering and working hard. How can you rest so comfortably here and not go to find us? Shen Shirling's voice was loud, and her displeasure was almost visible. Over the past few days, Shen Shirling had been very anxious outside, often fleeing in fear of being discovered by soldiers.
But why?
Why could Shen Miaoqing be so comfortable? Shen Miaoqing's eyes instantly turned cold. If you want everyone to be discovered, then keep shouting. Her voice was not as loud as Shen Shirling's, but it was loud enough for others to hear. Immediately, the Zhang and Huang families in the cave looked at Shen Shirling with displeasure. Old Madam, Shen also thought Shen Shirling's loud voice was inappropriate. Since Shen Shirling was close to her, she reached out and pinched Shen Shirling's hand, signaling her to stop shouting. Shen Shirling felt the pain but saw it was old Madam Shen's hand, so she dared not say anything and could only keep quiet. "Father and Mother, please sit down," Lin Yang said softly but bravely, encouraging old Master Shen and old Madam Shen to sit. The Shen family members were indeed tired and sat quietly in the cave to rest. "I just cooked some dinner. Father and Mother, please eat," Lin Yang continued, nervously glancing at Shen Daliang. Old Madam Shen was also very hungry. Hearing this, she looked at the pot of boiled wild vegetables, picked up a wooden bowl, and filled 2 bowls, one for old Master Shen and one for herself. Old Madam Shen's 2 bowls quickly emptied the pot, leaving only a little, as Lin Yang hadn't cooked much. Old Master Shen took the food handed to him by old Madam Shen and started eating silently. The recent days of fear and anxiety had made it hard for the Shen family to speak peacefully, and their hurried escape had left them with fewer and fewer belongings. Old Master Shen had also seen how unreliable his 2 sons were. Their speed in fleeing was no slower than his as a father, and sometimes they even abandoned the 2 elders completely. Old Master Shen was very angry, but chose not to vent his feelings. He only refused to talk to his 2 sons for now. Shen Erlang and Shen Sanling knew they had done wrong these past few days, but they were only thinking about their safety. They couldn't be blamed for that. They waited for their father to calm down, hoping nothing serious would happen. Lianyang's stomach was growling loudly. She was very hungry and also worried about the baby inside her. She decided to go find Lin Yang. "Big sister-in-law, I am really hungry. I have a baby in my belly too," Lianyang said, showing a rare kind face to Lin Yang. Lin Yang still looked a bit timid. She said, "There's some food left in the pot. Just serve yourself and eat. I'll cook more later." Lin Yang looked apologetically at her daughter Shen Miaoqing, feeling that the wild vegetables and food were brought back by her daughter. Shen Miaoqing didn't mind. When she saw Lin Yang looking at her, she just signaled that she was fine. This time, Lin Yang cooked quite a lot of wild vegetables. The Shen family each got a small bowl. Shen Chao took his bowl and started eating. He only took 2 bites and felt his stomach was still empty. At that moment, Shen Miaoqing shared her boiled wild vegetables with her 2 brothers. Not wanting to hear them refuse, she finished giving them the food and then put away the bowls. The two little boys looked uncomfortable but remembered how their older sister always said, "If she gives you food, just eat it. Don't push her away, or she'll be unhappy." So, they ate little by little, feeling proud of their sister's kindness. After eating, Shin Daoyang asked about old lady Shin's situation these days. Shin Miaoqing listened carefully. It was probably said that the Shin family members ran quite fast that day and weren't caught by the soldiers. But they hadn't found a good place to rest or hide in the mountains and forests these days. They kept moving around, running from place to place. Sometimes they could hear the soldiers catching people nearby. Even the Qin family was taken away by the soldiers. The soldiers beat the captured people with whips. Because of this, the Shin family felt very anxious. Li Ernyang especially worried. She thought that since she was pregnant and got hit, it might be deadly. Over these days, Li Ernyang was able to keep up with the Shin family's escape mainly because of her two sensible sons. As for Su Sanyang, they only said they got separated and couldn't find each other. Talking about Su Sanyang, Shin Miaoqing knows her whereabouts but is too tired to mention her. The matter has already happened, and talking more won't change anything. I wonder when those soldiers will leave here. Li Ernyang sighs heavily. Hearing this, the others fall silent because they also don't know what those soldiers still want. They can't understand why the soldiers are so cruel to them, the disaster victims, trying to wipe them out completely. Time passes slowly in silence, and soon it is evening. Perhaps because there are many familiar people in the cave, the anxious Shin family members finally relax a little and rest. Shin Miaoqing also lies down early, seeming to fall asleep, but she quickly slips into her space. Although she has already processed many wild boars, the next steps are even more complicated. She sees that the salted wild boar blood in the basin has already solidified, and the wild boar is lying on the ground. Shin Miaoqing takes a deep breath, rolls up her sleeves, and continues working. After cleaning her knife, she begins to cut open the wild boar. This process is difficult to do alone, but Shin Miaoqing is glad her knife is sharp and that she has enough strength. Although her current knife is not a special pig-killing knife, it is better than her rusty kitchen knife from before. First, Shin Miaoqing cleans out the wild boar's internal organs, keeping what should be kept and discarding what isn't. She even decides to set aside a special area in her space to store waste. Then she cuts the wild boar meat into many pieces, washes the meat and the wooden table, and places the meat on the table. Shin Miaoqing plans to preserve the large amount of wild boar meat by salting and drying it in the sun, but she can't eat so much on her own. She also intends to make more pork lard. Although the wild boar fat isn't as fragrant as farmed pig fat, it's better than nothing. Using a large iron pot to render the fat would produce a lot at once, but unfortunately, she doesn't have one now. She can only repeat the tedious process using clay and ceramic jars. She has stored quite a few clay and ceramic jars, which are suitable for rendering fat since they are fireproof. The rendered oil is stored in the same jars. After all this work, Shin Miaoqing manages to produce 3 jars of pork lard, leaving 1 ceramic jar for daily cooking. The remaining pork was washed clean. Some was cut into strips, while others were left in large chunks. Salt was added to marinate the meat to prevent spoilage. Fortunately, this time there was plenty of salt as a reward, which made things easier for Shin Miaoqing. She then built a sturdy wooden rack to hang some of the pork outside to dry in the sun and wind. Another portion was smoked slowly over charcoal fire to dry faster. Thinking of her family outside, Shin Miaoqing planned to make dried pork similar to dried rabbit meat, so it would be easy to carry and eat later. After working hard, she was almost finished, just needing to watch the fire one last time. At this moment, Shin Miaoqing felt very hungry, looking at the large bowl filled with wild boar blood. She wished she had rice. Pig blood porridge would be nice. She shook her head at the thought. In the end, she decided to cook some wild greens with pork, stir-fried pig blood with amaranth, and make pig blood soup and roasted wild boar trotters to treat herself. The small clay pot she used was put to good use. The wild boar meat in the space had a strong, gamey smell, so Shin Miaoqing added plenty of ginger slices while cooking to reduce the odor. The stir-fried greens with pork and pig blood were simple and quick to prepare. She hadn't eaten food cooked with pig fat in a long time, and although it wasn't perfect, she was quite satisfied. Next, she prepared the pig trotters. She boiled them in water with ginger slices until tender, then rubbed them with salt before slowly roasting over charcoal. Finally, she made pig blood soup by cutting the blood into pieces, slicing ginger, heating a small clay pot with oil, frying the ginger until fragrant, then adding water and the blood slices to boil, seasoning with salt. The dishes were plentiful, but she was a bit disappointed that there was little staple food. Shin Miaoqing casually picked up the chopsticks she received as a random reward and ate slowly, savoring the aroma and feeling very satisfied. The pig blood was tender, juicy, and melted in her mouth, offering a unique flavor. The pig blood soup was rich and delicious, and the pork was visually appealing and flavorful. Shin Miaoqing also planned to leave the space with a pot of slow-cooked pork bone soup. Despite lacking some ingredients now, she thought she could manage. The remaining pig blood was soaked in light salt water, changing the water daily to extend its shelf life by 2 or 3 days. After finishing everything, Shin Miaoqing left the space at midnight. Although her body was somewhat tired, her mind felt a rare sense of satisfaction, like the basic needs of life were finally met. The next morning, Shin Miaoqing woke up not too early. When she opened her eyes, the others had also woken up one after another, but no one made any noise. That morning, Lin Yang still cooked rice and used the wild vegetables Shin Miaoqing had brought back that day. However, although Shin Miaoqing had brought back many wild vegetables, it was not enough for the entire Shin family. Shin Miaoqing didn't mind these vegetables. She thought of them as repayment for some of the grain she had previously received from Old Lady Shin. Although the grain she got from Old Lady Shin was small, it was still food. Today, Lin Yang brought over a bowl of boiled wild vegetable soup for Shin Miaoqing. "Eat quickly," she said. Lin Yang's eyes were slightly lowered, hiding the emotions in her eyes. After thinking for a moment, she added, "Chinger about those wild vegetables." "Mother, it's okay," Shin Miaoqing interrupted her. She continued to move her hands, took out her wooden bowl, and accepted the bowl Lin Yang handed her. She poured some of the boiled wild vegetable soup into her bowl and then handed the rest back to Lin Yang. Shin Miaoqing could tell at a glance that this large bowl of boiled wild vegetable soup was probably saved from the food Lin Yang and Shin Daliang had set aside. After all, early in the morning, it was unlikely they had enough wild vegetables to fill such a big bowl for her. Although Shin Miaoqing was not hungry and didn't really want to eat the soup, she couldn't refuse directly, or it would seem suspicious. Lin Yang watched Shin Miaoqing hand her the bowl of soup, feeling even more anxious. The wild vegetables were brought back by her daughter risking danger, yet she had almost used them all without her permission to cook for the Shin family. Lin Yang felt guilty about her daughter. Shin Miaoqing had expected this. The Shin family had already seen the wild vegetables, and if they didn't take them out, they would likely be scolded and cause trouble. She patiently persuaded Lin Yang to leave, asking her to take the bowl of boiled wild vegetable soup back home. Shin Miaoqing looked at the bowl of boiled wild vegetable soup. Perhaps because it had been cooked for a while, the vegetables were very soft and had turned the soup a little green. Even without tasting it, Shin Miaoqing already knew what it would taste like. The food prepared by Lady Lin has become quite good because she pays attention to cleanliness. It no longer has black ashes floating in the soup like the dishes from earlier times. Shin Miaoqing remembers the bone broth still simmering in the space. She has no interest in the plain water-based wild vegetable soup. Thinking this, Shin Miaoqing doesn't want to trouble herself further. She places the wooden bowl aside, pretends to be sleepy, squints her eyes, and leans against the stone wall of the cave. In an instant, she is back in the space. Last night, Shin Miaoqing left quite a few coals. Even now, the bone broth remains warm. She added some ginger slices to the broth. The fishy smell is not strong at this moment. Without hesitation, Shin Miaoqing pours out her breakfast and begins to enjoy it. The bone broth contains plenty of pork, which has become tender and flavorful after a night of cooking. Each bite is fragrant and delicious. She thinks about how outside people are still eating water-cooked wild vegetable soup, while she can already drink this sweet and tasty bone broth. Suddenly, Shun Miaoqing realizes what happiness really is. It is all about contrast. After finishing, she remembers to water the plants in the space and check on her smoked pork. Shun Miaoqing moves quickly. When she leaves, only half an hour has passed. But as soon as she opens her eyes, someone jumps out to cause trouble. Your sister can sleep so peacefully. We never had such restful sleep when we were fleeing outside, and poor mother, we don't even know where she is now. As she speaks, tears flicker at the corner of Shun Shirling's eyes. Shun Miaoqing clearly notices that this female lead is now speaking less pretentiously than before, and instead, her words seem more deliberately targeted. However, Shun Miaoqing pays no attention. Since the time Shun Shirling grabbed her and caused her to fall, Shun Miaoqing has made up her mind not to get along well with this female lead. You want to sleep now, and no one will stop you. If you're worried about your mother, you can go look for her yourself instead of pretending here. Have you looked for her all this time? Shun Miaoqing's words are straightforward and even question her. Hearing this, Shun Shirling's face turns pale, and her expression becomes even uglier. Seeing her like this, Shun Miaoqing knows that Shun Shirling has never gone to look for her mother. But it's so dangerous outside. How can I go out alone? Are you trying to get me killed? As she spoke, Shun Shirling's tears started to fall. You can't even do things for yourself, so why blame others? You're just a petty clown, Shun Miaoqing said bluntly, her gaze cold. Meanwhile, Zhang Dachui overheard the conversation and felt disdain for Shun Shirling, who always caused trouble after returning. He thought to himself that if it weren't for Shun Miaoqing, they might not have survived until now. So he walked over. Hey, Shun family. Your granddaughter used to ignore the dangers of the cave and wanted to go out to find you all, almost getting caught by the soldiers. It was only because your eldest son strictly forbade her that she didn't leave the area. Zhang Dachui's words were a direct slap to Shun Shirling, who earlier claimed she dared not go find her mother. If I had a granddaughter like her, I'd be very happy. Also, I think the wild vegetables you ate this morning were brought back by your granddaughter, he added without hesitation. Old Shun's face darkened when he saw outsiders criticizing. Enough. Stop causing trouble, he told Shun Shirling. She looked more wronged, but dared not speak further. Shun Miaoqing gave Zhang Dachui a grateful look. Even without his support, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage, but words from others are more convincing and help her stand above the crowd. At this moment, Shun Shirling realized her mother wasn't here, and it seemed no one else was willing to defend her. She felt a surge of resentment toward her mother. If it weren't for trying to speak up for her, she wouldn't have been so humiliated. Seeing the situation calm down, Shun Miaoqing brought out a bowl of wild vegetable soup for Shun Chaoqian and Shun Chaotu to drink. We've already eaten. Shun Chaotu refused with a wave of his hand. Shun Chaoqian shook his head in agreement. Shun Miaoqing took some dried mushrooms from her clothes and handed them to them. I don't have much appetite, so you can share this for me. But sister, you're hungry, Shun Chaotu said with big eyes, confused. It's okay. Look at what you're eating. If I'm hungry, I can eat that and this, she replied. While speaking, Shun Miaoqing smiled and took out some wild mountain fruits. The two brothers finally believed her and accepted the boiled wild vegetable soup she offered. Shun Miaoqing also let out a sigh of relief. She didn't really want to eat. There was enough food in her space to last a long time. It was just inconvenient to take it out now. Lin Yang saw this scene and wanted to say something, but she held back. She could tell that her daughter truly didn't want to eat that meal, and her daughter was capable and wouldn't starve herself. Lin Yang also remembered carefully that during their escape, her two sons rarely complained about hunger, and they hadn't fallen ill like before. She realized something was wrong. Shun Miaoqing didn't know what others were thinking. Even if she did, she wouldn't mind. She didn't plan to hide her abilities forever. Her goal was clear. Even here, she wanted to survive and live well. As the sun rose and set, time slowly passed. The people in the cave sat quietly, almost motionless. They were still inside the cave, and occasionally they could hear voices, even more often than before. This noise made everyone more afraid to leave the cave. Shun Miaoqing also wondered why these soldiers could stay in this forest for so long. Initially, she thought that soon these soldiers would leave with the people to escape, since staying in the forest for too long would attract suspicion. She faintly guessed that something was wrong. If the soldiers wanted to kill the disaster victims directly, they could have done so at the city gates, like before. There was no need for complicated procedures like registering the victims and then bringing them here to kill them. The more she thought about it, the more Shun Miaoqing felt something was off. But Shun Miaoqing understood one thing. She couldn't completely change this situation, only maintain it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had quietly passed. Because of the frequent screams and cries from afar over these days, everyone in the cave was increasingly anxious and afraid to go outside. Their stored food had been greatly reduced. Especially the Shun family. Among the 3 households, they had the least food stored. Li Nyang looked worried and distressed. The food was running out, and she could feel her body feeling unwell. She was especially worried about her unborn child. Although the cave is safer than outside, it is still very hard to endure. There is no food, so how can we survive? Erlang, when do you think we can get out of here? Li Ernyang tugged at Shin Erlang's sleeve. It's too dangerous outside. Who knows when it'll be safe? Shin Erlang frowned and sighed heavily. But if we stay like this, what will happen to the baby in my belly? It's your child too, Li Ernyang said, gripping Shin Erlang's sleeve even tighter. I don't know what to do either. Shin Erlang, annoyed by Li Ernyang's constant nagging, turned his back and refused to look at her. She kept asking every day. If he had a way out, he wouldn't be sitting here. Li Ernyang was annoyed by his attitude. I think we shouldn't stay here any longer. Before, we were outside and nothing happened. We could dig up wild vegetables and roots to eat, instead of starving to death here. She reached out and pulled Shin Erlang's arm again. If you want to go out, go by yourself, Shin Erlang said impatiently, with a hint of irritation. You, Li Ernyang wanted to argue more, but Shun Laotai interrupted her. Enough. What kind of behavior is this? Shun Laotai looked upset, with a cold gaze that made Li Ernyang feel threatened. Li Ernyang fell silent immediately, but her face still showed her dissatisfaction. Shun Miaoqing watched nearby, knowing that these people would eventually try to leave. She didn't have any strong desire to go out herself, but seeing the reactions of her adoptive father and the brothers Shin Laichang and Shin Laifu, it seemed they really wanted to leave. Even the Zhang family and the Huang family were tempted to take risks and go out. Shun Miaoqing understood their thoughts. Compared to dying of hunger, risking everything might give a small chance of survival. Although Shun Laotai scolded Li Ernyang, Shin Laoyi didn't say anything, probably holding on to some hope inside. As expected, things unfolded as Shun Miaoqing predicted. By evening, Shun Laoyi and Huang Laoyi discussed the possibility of going out and returning later. Zhang Dechue listened nearby, but didn't speak. Although he lacked food, he still thought it wasn't worth risking his life. Compared to others, Zhang Dechue believed he could last longer than most. But Zhang Dachui also understood a simple truth. If others go out and bring back plenty of food, but his family has nothing, then in the future, he won't have anyone to go out with him. Zhang Dachui felt very conflicted. His eyes showed seriousness, and after thinking carefully, he suddenly saw Shun Miaoqing sitting in the corner of the cave. He stopped listening to Old Man Huang and Old Man Shin discussing, and instead ran over to find Shin Miaoqing. Seeing Zhang Dachui walking toward her, Shin Miaoqing couldn't help but think to herself that he was overestimating her. Miss Shun, tell me, what do you think we should do now? Zhang Dachui wore a slight smile, but his furrowed brows showed his worry clearly. Shun Miaoqing thought for a moment and said, follow the crowd. Do what others are doing. Well, Zhang Dachui roughly understood this idea, but he still wanted reassurance. After all, we can't just stay in this cave waiting to die. It's better to use the strength we still have now to plan ahead. Of course, there are risks involved. Shin Miaoqing still remembered Zhang Dachui's kindness earlier and didn't mind sharing more of her thoughts, which were truly what she felt inside. However, although her idea was good, Shin Miaoqing had no intention of going outside. After hearing her words, Zhang Dachui understood everything clearly. He thanked Shin Miaoqing and then left. The final decision made by the Huang family and the Shen family was to go outside. Zhang Dachui also planned to let his family go with him. This time, they decided to send a small group first to check the situation, with 3 people from each family. Zhang Dachui easily selected 3 people, and the Huang family did the same. When they arrived at the Shen family, the first to volunteer was Shen Daliang. Brothers Shen Lichang and Shen Laifu also agreed to go out. But Li Ernyang refused, saying, "Each family must send 1 person. You 2 can only send 1. Mother, no more arguments. Unless you want to make me angry to death." Li Ernyang felt like she had 2 stubborn mules. Others avoided such situations, but these 2 stubborn children insisted on pushing forward. "Second sister-in-law, why do you have to be like this?" Shen Hefu frowned. If the 3rd family sent someone, there was a high chance they would have to choose between his 2 brothers, and he naturally didn't want that. Before Shen Hefu could say more, Li Ernyang started scolding loudly, not caring about her face. Although Li Ernyang wanted to eat, she was unwilling to sacrifice her 2 sons. Shen Hefu's words acted like a spark, instantly igniting Li Ernyang's anger. Seeing Li Ernyang speak so harshly, Shen Hefu quickly interrupted. "Enough, enough. Second sister-in-law, do you have to be like this? You're really acting like a shrew." The shrew Shen Hefu mentioned was speaking softly, but he truly didn't want to hear Li Ernyang keep complaining and making trouble. Shen Lichang and Shen Laifu, the 2 brothers, saw their mother react so strongly. They looked embarrassed and didn't dare to oppose her anymore. They could only listen. After discussing briefly, Shen Lichang was the one to go out. Old Master Shen, seeing the situation, knew it wouldn't look good if they kept arguing, so he spoke. The 3rd family should also send someone. Once he said that, it was certain that someone from the 3rd household would go. Shen Sanling used his back wound as an excuse, saying he didn't want to go out and that his 2 sons should decide who would go. It was obvious he didn't want to take responsibility. Shen Hegui was clever and kept insisting that the older brother should take on more responsibility, mentioning that in other families, the older members usually went. Shen Hefu, seeing this, wanted to argue more because he didn't want to risk going out either. He just wanted to stay safe and enjoy the benefits. But before Shen Hefu could say much, old Master Shen decided that Shen Hefu, the older one, should go. Shen Hefu wanted to cause trouble, but now no one was supporting him, so he could only feel unhappy and give up. Meanwhile, Shen Shirling quietly watched from the corner, silent. Suddenly, her eyes flicked, as if she had an idea. Just before everyone went out, Shen Shirling stepped forward and said, "I worry about my mother still outside. Please, when you go out, help me watch for her movements." Shen Shirling's eyes turned red, and she looked genuinely worried. Some people thought her concern for her mother showed her kindness and filial piety. At that moment, Shen Miaoqing spoke. "Sixth sister has been worried like this. Why not take sister third's place and go look for her yourself?" Hearing this, Shen Hefu's eyes brightened. He didn't want to go outside because it was dangerous. Now he saw a good chance and quickly responded, "I think it's a good idea." Shen Shirling's face stiffened, and her expression became visibly unpleasant. This sixth sister is so worried about third aunt. She wouldn't be unwilling, right? Shen Miaoqing pressed on. For someone like her, using the same method was the best way to get results. I didn't. Shen Shirling initially wanted to politely refuse, but now she was being forced to stand there, leaving her unsure how to speak. "Then I'll stay, sister, you go." This statement from Shen Hefu was quite shameless, but he didn't seem to care at all. It made Shen Shirling feel stuck and unable to refuse. No. Shen Shirling hesitated, unable to explain herself clearly. Finally, old Master Shen frowned and spoke. "Ridiculous. How can a woman go out there?" "I'm not unwilling to go. I just don't want to hold everyone back," Shen Shirling quickly added, her voice tinged with nervousness. "I remember that Miaoqing from the Shen family and her father dared to go out looking for someone," Zhang Dachui said loudly. Shen Shirling clenched her teeth and said nothing, returning to her seat and sitting quietly, afraid of drawing attention to herself. Seeing this scene, Shen Hefu could only give up. He had been hoping for a small chance, but he didn't have high hopes. The group prepared to leave carefully. They observed the mountain cave closely before stepping out, making sure there was no unusual activity. Only then did they cautiously walk out. When Shen Shirling saw they had left, she finally let out a breath of relief. At the same time, her gaze darkened as she looked at Shen Miaoqing, her eyes full of hostility. It was all Shen Miaoqing's fault for coming out and embarrassing her. She was extremely vicious. Shen Miaoqing faintly sensed that someone's gaze was on her. She didn't tolerate it and turned her head directly, locking eyes with Shen Shirling, filled with resentment. Shen Shirling didn't expect Shen Miaoqing to suddenly turn around. She was stunned for a moment, then awkwardly lowered her head, avoiding Shen Miaoqing's angry look. After that, she didn't dare to look at her again. Seeing this, Shen Miaoqing ignored her and turned back to her resting spot, leaning against the stone wall to close her eyes and rest. In recent days, Shen Miaoqing often closed her eyes like this to rest. Lady Lin had gotten used to it and didn't say much. Shen Chaoqian and Shen Chaotu, the two brothers, also sat quietly in their places and never caused trouble. Shen Miaoqing also did this to make it easier for herself to enter the space. At this moment, she is already inside the space. Every time she enters, she carefully observes the growth of the plants she has cultivated. The large mushrooms are still spreading rapidly, and she can't remember how many times she has picked, cleaned, and dried them to hang out in the sun. Almost every day. She is increasingly sure that the environment inside the space is suitable for many kinds of plants to grow. Purslane, bittergreens, and shepherd's purse are all growing lush and green, and even the wild mountain fruit seedlings are thriving. The plants she focuses on, like wheat, peanuts, and sweet potatoes, are also growing very well. The wheat is in its short flowering period, the peanuts are flowering, and the sweet potatoes are starting to branch out. She guesses that these plants will soon bear fruit. However, she notices that these plants grow surprisingly fast. She remembers that she planted them not long ago, maybe less than a month ago. She thinks this must be closely related to the space and the spiritual spring water, which seems to be specially made for these plants. But this rest period is good news for her, especially for the few chili seedlings she brought back, which are now flowering thanks to the nourishing spring water. She is overjoyed. Looking at everything she has planted, she feels a strong sense of pride. The space is so vast that it seems endless, and she plans to fill it with all kinds of plants, continuing to clear and plant more. Only when it's full can she feel truly satisfied. She remembers reading online that Chinese people often have a gene for farming, and she feels her own farming gene might be awakening. In the past, she was a food blogger and later settled in a first-tier city, so she rarely farmed herself. Her experience with planting was only during childhood when her grandparents took her along to do some gardening. She used to not understand why her neighbors preferred planting seasonal vegetables instead of rare flowers in their large gardens, but now she understands better. After watering the plants, Shen Miaoqing went to check on her wild boar meat. There was no rain in the space, and the sun shone brightly every day. The drying of the wild boar meat was going very well. The smoked wild boar meat was already finished. Shen Miaoqing cut the dried meat into small pieces, which were tasty and easy to carry. She was very happy with this. As for the pig blood, because it couldn't be stored for too long, Shen Miaoqing had eaten a lot of it over the past few days. She also noticed that since she became stronger, her appetite had increased. She originally thought that being alone, she would have leftover pig blood she couldn't finish. But she found that she had consumed most of it herself. She didn't eat pig blood at every meal, but she ate plenty of pork, wild vegetables, mushrooms, and black fungus. She never felt she was depriving herself in these areas. While others worried about not having enough food, Shen Miaoqing was already worried about what to eat each day. She still felt that she needed more staple food. Meals without staple food felt incomplete. It was already evening. Shen Miaoqing was busy preparing her dinner. Over the past few days, she had eaten a lot of pork bone soup. Thinking about it, she felt her diet was getting a bit greasy, so she decided to make a simple boiled vegetable dish. She used fat mushrooms as the broth, with a variety of cleaned wild vegetables and black fungus. Suddenly, Shen Miaoqing felt like She was eating a vegetarian hot pot. Just the broth wasn't perfect yet. If she had a broth made from a hen, it would be even tastier. The sunset quietly disappeared without her noticing, and a faint purple hue spread across the sky. Soon, night fell. People who went out returned to the cave one after another as it got darker. When they entered, those in the cave could see that a few of the returnees looked unwell, supporting each other as they walked in. Especially Shun Hafu, whose face was pale, and he kept shouting, "Next time, I won't go out. I won't go out." Seeing this, the others quickly stepped forward to ask what had happened. After sighing several times, the group slowly explained the situation. When they first went out, they were cautious and everything went smoothly. They didn't encounter soldiers. But when they started digging for food, they saw soldiers in the distance. They had been quietly hiding so they wouldn't be noticed, but someone among them made a noise, which attracted the soldiers' attention. They hurriedly ran away and happened to encounter a gentle slope. They escaped down the slope and narrowly avoided being caught by the soldiers. Unfortunately, after jumping down, everyone, especially Shun Hifu, injured their legs to some extent. Shinda Lang and Shun Lai Chong helped him back along the way. Because of this, they hurriedly picked some wild grass roots and a few wild vegetables to return to the cave, not daring to stay outside for long. However, what they brought back was not enough for the family to eat for half a day. After this outing, they realized how safe the cave really was. That night, the atmosphere remained heavy and tense. Even though they had some food, most people in the cave still looked unhappy. Shen Miaoqing stayed quietly on the side, watching and waiting. She had a feeling that such things would eventually pass. She thought that, based on the original story, more plot developments would happen later, or maybe, as she suspected, something was wrong. Since they had new household registration papers and a route map, she didn't want to share her thoughts with others. It was better to wait and see how things unfolded over time. 2 days later, the people in the cave started to feel like they might break down. The environment was quiet and oppressive, and hunger made everyone anxious. The cave was very sealed, almost no light got in, and sometimes they couldn't even tell how much time had passed. This ignorance was even more frightening. One night, some couldn't sleep peacefully and quietly cried. Although they tried to hide their tears, the sounds still reached many restless sleepers, making everyone more nervous. "Grandma, I'm hungry." The next day, dawn was just breaking, but the cave was still dark. "Be good. Once you fall asleep, you won't be hungry." Old Lady Huang gently comforted her, fighting back her own sadness. The Huang family's elders loved their little granddaughter very much. If it weren't for urgent reasons, they would never let her go hungry like this. "I can't sleep anymore," she said. "Just close your eyes and you'll be fine." Huang Qiao stopped talking, but in a place where old lady Huang couldn't see, her eyes looked blankly upward. For the first time in a long while, Huang Qiao was starving like this. When she was outside, even if things were hard, she could still eat some roots to fill her stomach. Now, she had no roots left. After a long time, the daylight had become quite bright. Huang Qiao was so hungry that she felt dizzy and confused. She reached out and grabbed some mud from the ground, trying to put it in her mouth. But before she could swallow it, Grandma Huang noticed. "Oh no, you can't eat that." "Spit it out quickly," Grandma Huang said anxiously. Cough, cough. With that cough, Huang Qiao finally spat out the mud. Old Master Huang and Grandma Huang watched this scene with great sadness and helplessness. Shun Miaoqing also saw it and instinctively looked at her two younger brothers, reminding them, "You must not eat dirt, you know." Shin Chaoqian and Shin Chaotu nodded obediently. Shin Chaotu knew that dirt was not tasty at all because he had tried a little before, but he couldn't swallow it and had to spit it out. Seeing how the two brothers reacted, Shun Miaoqing sighed and shook her head. She had some food in her space, but it was hard to take out in this cave. She was always very careful. She mostly gave them dried mushrooms to eat, just enough to keep them from starving. Now, they were in the same situation inside the cave. Outside the cave, there was some food that could fill their stomachs, but those inside dared not step out. It was close but felt so far away, like they were worlds apart. Shen Miaoqing's food was easy to reach, but she still didn't dare to take it out because she didn't want to risk danger. No matter the reason, she didn't want to put herself in harm's way. Seeing his wife and children starving, Shen Dalong felt heartbroken and wanted to go outside. But others hesitated, afraid to leave, and only Shen Dalong wanted to go alone. Lin Yang and Shen Miaoqing didn't want him to go either. For a while, everyone was stuck in this tense situation. Meanwhile, on another side no one knew about, a disaster had already happened. The 100,000 iron cavalry of Shah Gugwa had entered many parts of Jungua's territory. Damn it! These Junegua people actually ran away so many times. What a broken shell of a country. The man in military clothes cursed loudly, his dark face showing obvious anger. For now, we can only wait until we reach Hezhou. I heard that Hezhou is a good place, and they won't lack food and drink, said another armored man, waving a skull in his hand, looking unconcerned. Exactly. Now, we can only cook some small children to boost the soldiers' appetites and fill their stomachs. The man in military uniform smiled cheerfully, but his smile carried a cold, chilling feeling. This was not the first place where the soldiers of Sego had caused destruction and theft along the border of the kingdom. Sego's attack was fierce and rapid, and they were getting closer to Hezhou. The soldiers guarding the kingdom's border had long since fled and disappeared without a trace. In recent days, wherever the Sego soldiers went, they committed acts of violence and plundered without mercy. The soldiers of Sego believed that the flesh of young children was tender and suitable for cooking as food, and indeed, they had done many such terrible things. How is the crown prince? Lu Jian, who was exhausted from rushing, heard about the prince being attacked again. Lu Jian was used to this. He didn't know how many times it had happened. He didn't expect that this time someone had truly taken advantage of the situation. The prince was stabbed in the left shoulder, and the blade was poisoned. The situation was quite serious. As soon as Lu Jian entered, he saw the prince weakly lying on the bed. Seeing Lu Jian come in, the prince asked aloud, "How did things turn out?" "Everything went smoothly and the remaining enemies have been eliminated," Lu Jian reported professionally. "They all want to fight for the top of power, but they never care about the common people below. They are forcing me." The prince's voice was filled with undeniable anger. Lu Jian did not reply, only listening quietly by the side. The prince had just won a battle against the nomadic tribes and was preparing to return to the capital. However, upon hearing that the situation in the northern 9 states was severe and that Sego was stirring, he was summoned by a royal decree to quickly lead his troops back, or he would be accused of treason. The prince's mother, the empress, and his grandfather also sent several letters, urging him not to cause more trouble and to hurry back to the capital. The prince cared deeply for the people in the northern 9 states, but could not disobey the order. Helpless, he could only hurriedly send people to handle some disaster relief and then begin the journey back to the capital, but along the way, he was repeatedly ambushed. The prince vented much of his frustration as if releasing a burden, but in the end, he could only shake his head and sigh. "General Liu, I still have to return to the capital, but I truly cannot leave this place behind. Would you be willing to stay and guard the northern 9 states for me? I accept the order." Lu Jian replied calmly, neither humble nor proud, with a steady expression. Lu Jian understood the danger in the northern 9 states, but he was indifferent. To him, life and death might just be a matter of time. Also, don't let Prince Lin cause trouble over there. The crown prince had only recently learned about this matter and found it all very absurd. "General Liu, you can use the soldiers from the 9 northern states. I can only keep 3,000 soldiers here. If you can hold your ground this time, it will be a great achievement. I will continue to request orders to send more troops." Lu Jian knew how many troops the Sand Wolf Kingdom had sent. 10,000 enemies against only 3,000. It was just to buy time. The scattered soldiers from the 9 northern states knew it was nearly impossible to win. Everyone understood this simple truth. But Lu Jian accepted the order without hesitation, without arguing for himself or asking for anything more. After Lu Jian left, the strategist Zhuo Wei hesitated for a moment beside the prince and said, General Liu is a rare talent in martial arts. It's such a shame to see him sacrifice like this. Yes, almost no one believed Liu Jian would survive the upcoming battle. It was a fight with little hope. During the previous battle against the nomadic kingdom, everyone saw how brave and skilled General Liu was. Zhuo Wei admired him and couldn't help speak up for him. I have no other choice. Only he can hold on a little longer and minimize casualties, the prince said heavily, closing his eyes and rubbing his aching forehead, his mind in chaos. Zhuo Wei kept silent, lost in thought, and didn't say more. Liu Jian rode quickly back to Hezhou with his 3,000 men. The first thing he needed to do on the way was to deal with the trouble caused by the prince's cousin. Meanwhile, inside a cave, the people held another meeting. No, I won't go out. It's too dangerous. Anyone but me can go. Shun Hefu was the first to oppose. Shun Higui said nothing and tried to hide nearby. The Huang family wanted to go out, but Zhang's family refused this time. The Shin family was also not getting along well, so they couldn't reach a decision quickly. Zhang Dachui wouldn't let his family go again. He was worried something might go wrong. He was always cautious. Moreover, Zhang Dachui had stored enough food from the last time, and he was confident he could last a few more days. So this time, he refused to take any risks. The Huang family was very anxious because they had run out of food. Old Master Huang was especially worried about his obedient granddaughter. Old Master Shin was also worried because the Shin family had no more food either. Finally, under Old Master Shin's strict orders, the Shin family had to choose one person to go. The eldest was Shun Dalong, the second was Shun Laifu, and the third was pushed and argued about. In the end, Old Master Shin decided that Shin Sanlang would go. The Huang family sent out 5 people, which was almost the same number as last time. After everyone left, Zhang Dachui came to see Shin Miaoqing again. I feel uneasy. I didn't dare let my family go. Do you think something is wrong with me? Shin Miaoqing paused for a moment. Recently, she noticed that Zhang Dachui was visiting her more and more often. If it wasn't her imagination, she could sense that Zhang Dachui's sons kept glancing at her in a subtle way. Thinking for a moment, Shen Miaoqing said, unless it's absolutely necessary, it's best not to go out. She guessed that the Zhang family wasn't short of food yet and wasn't risking their lives. If her guess was correct, the Zhang family probably brought back a lot of supplies. Zhang Dachui was also busy seeing doctors, so it was not strange if he had saved some things from others. Zhang Dachui smiled and kept talking to Shen Miaoqing about many things. Finally, he tentatively asked how she felt about his sons. Don't think my sons are rough, but they are all honest and hardworking. Zhang Dachui tried hard to praise his sons. Shen Miaoqing was silent. She realized she was right. Someone from the Zhang family was coming to her. She couldn't help but look at Zhang Dachui's sons. As soon as she looked at them, Zhang Dachui's eldest son, Zhang Dagong, and second son, Zhang Daliang, shyly avoided her gaze. Seeing these 2 strong men acting so shy, Shen Miaoqing fell silent. They're all good boys. You'll meet better ones in the future. She smiled, but her words of refusal were clear, and Zhang Dachui heard them well. He scratched his head and awkwardly smiled, feeling that his own sons were not good enough and that the good girls from the Shin family wouldn't be interested in them. Shen Miaoqing was puzzled. She couldn't understand why Zhang Dachui had these feelings, or why she and Zhang Dachui's sons, who had almost no contact with her, would have such thoughts. Zhang Dachui and the others had not eaten well these days. Although they had some food compared to other families, it was still the best they could get. Still, they couldn't stop thinking about the wild rabbit stew that Shen Miaoqing made that day. That taste was unforgettable. So, they started to hope that if they could marry Shen Miaoqing, and if times were peaceful, they could catch wild rabbits and enjoy that delicious dish again. Moreover, Zhang Dachui genuinely admired and liked someone as clever as Shen Miaoqing. If things didn't work out, that was okay, as long as they could become good friends and stay in touch later. If Shen Miaoqing knew that these people had such thoughts just because of a pot of wild rabbit stew, she would probably be speechless. After Zhang Dachui left, Shen Miaoqing suddenly remembered that in this era, Girls at 15 or 16 were expected to marry and have children. She was now 16, which was considered the right age for marriage by others. If not for the need to escape hardship, she might already be married. If she remembered correctly, someone had already come to see her with her sister Shin Shirling before. Luckily, she was not married yet. For Shin Miaoqing, being 15 or 16 in her previous life was just the age of a high school student who hadn't finished reading all the books. Furthermore, medical conditions here were poor. If she married and got pregnant at a young age, there was a risk of difficult labor. Thinking of this, Shin Miaoqing made up her mind. She wouldn't marry so early. She had never planned to marry someone hastily. She was alive to work for a better life. She didn't dislike love, but she wouldn't settle for just anyone without feeling it. It was getting late, but the people who went out still hadn't returned. I told you it was dangerous outside. You shouldn't have gone out. It's so late, and I'm worried they're in real danger, Shen Hefu muttered quietly. Nearby, Li Ernyang, who was walking back and forth angrily vented her frustration. It's not like you went out. Don't talk such cold words. If they bring back something, you won't get a single bite. Even old Master Shen and old Lady Shen looked at him with displeasure. They were in good spirits, but he was talking such unlucky words. Shen Hefu fell silent, afraid to say more. Nuanyang naturally heard those harsh words. Although she didn't say anything, she felt more anxious and uneasy inside. She stared intently at the cave entrance, quietly waiting for Shin Daliang to return. Shin Chaoqian and Shin Chaotu, the two brothers, also felt the tense atmosphere at the cave and grew restless and worried. As time passed, night deepened. Inside the cave, the Shun family and the Huang family couldn't sit still anymore. They couldn't sleep and kept their eyes fixed on the cave entrance. Shen Miaoqing also sighed quietly, thinking that it was so late. Something might have gone wrong. Either they were captured, encountered wild animals, or fell and got hurt. Shen Miaoqing silently considered all possible accidents and planned how to respond. Until early morning, those who had been waiting in the cave finally couldn't hold on and took short naps now and then. At this time, the people who went out returned, each with some injuries, and not all of them came back. Shen Miaoqing glanced over and immediately realized that Shin Daliang had not returned. Old Master Huang also noticed that two people from his family were missing. Where are the third and fourth brothers? Old Master Huang asked anxiously. Second Master Huang, despite his injuries, spoke with a trembling voice. The third and fourth brothers, along with Shin Daliang, fell off a cliff while escaping. When Lin Yang heard that Shin Daliang had fallen off the cliff, she couldn't believe it. She suddenly lost her strength and nearly fell to the ground. Shin Miaoqing quickly helped Lin Yang, preventing her from falling. Lin Yang tightly grasped Shin Miaoqing's sleeve, saying, This isn't true, it can't be. Shin Miaoqing softly comforted her. He only got hurt from the fall, it's not a big deal. Yes. He just fell. It must be minor injuries, Lin Yang murmured, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. After helping her sit down, Shin Miaoqing approached the returning people and carefully listened to what had happened. At first, everything went smoothly. We didn't encounter anyone until Shen Laifu spoke slowly and hesitantly. It was Second Master Huang who continued and recounted the story. They saw officials dragging a young girl forcibly, and when they saw this, they felt helpless. Although they were angry, they could only leave in frustration. Unfortunately, when they tried to leave, they were discovered by soldiers. They had to quickly run away. The soldiers were busy with their own affairs and didn't chase them immediately. Just when they thought they might escape, for some reason, the soldiers behind them kept chasing closely and refused to give up. So, they had to find a safe place to hide, and time kept passing. I remember now, I think they said that every time they catch a new victim, there's a reward. Shen Laifu spoke up when Huang Lao Er mentioned not knowing why the soldiers were chasing so long. Huang Lao Er thought for a moment and nodded, then continued, until it was very late. The soldiers decided it was too dangerous to stay in the forest at night, and finally left. Just as we all heaved a sigh of relief and tried to hurry back to the cave, We ran into a fierce tiger. We had to run in different directions quickly. The tiger kept chasing Shin Laodang and Lao Sen Laosi. Unfortunately, their path led to a cliff, and in the end, they fell down. After saying this, Huang Lao couldn't help but tear up, his voice trembling. Shen Laifu also couldn't hide his pain, watching helplessly as they fell. A feeling of powerlessness overwhelmed him. Moreover, among those people was his kind-hearted uncle. Li Ernyang tightly held Shin Laifu's hand, feeling grateful that it wasn't her son who was in trouble. Old Master Shen remained silent, his face emotionless. Old Lady Shen couldn't help but sigh. After hearing the story, Shin Miaoqing's heart trembled. She then asked in a calm but cautious voice, "How high was the cliff? We only saw them fall from afar, and the tiger was still lurking nearby. We didn't dare look back, so we didn't see clearly." Huang Lao hesitated for a moment and explained carefully after recalling the details. Shin Miaoqing had many thoughts running through her mind. To outsiders, she looked as if she was lost in thought. Meanwhile, Shin Shirling, who also caught this news, suddenly brightened her eyes as she saw her father return safely, while her uncle was so unlucky. It must be because the fortune-teller said she was destined for wealth and happiness, and everyone around her would be blessed. Naturally, Shin Miaoqing didn't have such good fortune. Thinking of this, Shin Shirling suddenly stepped forward, her face showing worry. "Sister, please accept my condolences. I didn't expect Uncle to be so unlucky." Shin Miaoqing's thoughts were interrupted. Seeing the sudden person jumping out, her face displayed a look of glee that she couldn't hide. Shin Miaoqing felt even more upset. "Please mourn for yourself. Can you stop smiling on your face? Do you really enjoy it when others have problems?" Shin Miaoqing spoke sharply and without mercy. Hearing this, Shin Shirling instinctively touched her own face. She clearly wasn't smiling. The Huang family members also heard Shin Miaoqing's words. Their suspicious gazes immediately focused on Shin Shirling. At this moment, the Huang family was mourning the loss of 2 people. Their emotions were overwhelming, and they had nowhere to vent. Shin Shirling, surprised, touched her face, which was noticed by others. Everyone looked at her with strange eyes. Realizing the unkind looks from others, Shin Shirling bit her lip. She wanted to say something to defend herself, but Shin Miaoqing's cold, sharp gaze froze her. She fell silent and couldn't speak. Shin Zhaoqian and Shin Zhaotu overheard some of the conversation from afar but couldn't hear clearly. They didn't understand everything, but as children, they knew their father had gone out with everyone, but he hadn't come back yet. Seeing their mother's dazed face, with red eyes and tears on her cheeks, the 2 children dared not ask further. They could only wait for their older sister to return. When Shin Miaoqing came back, Shin Zhaotu asked first, "Sister, where is Dad? Why hasn't he come back yet?" The little boy's eyes were clear, full of confusion and doubt. Shin Miaoqing's expression was dark and uncertain. She didn't know how to answer. Finally, Shin Miaoqing thought for a moment and sighed, saying, "Dad won't be back so soon. He'll come back later." Shin Miaoqing didn't want to face the harsh truth with the children just yet. Mother Lin was still crying in confusion, not knowing what to do. Shin Miaoqing sighed and found Shin Laifu, asking him to tell her the approximate location of the cliff where Shin Dolly fell. "Fourth sister, what are you going to do?" Shin Laifu was also hurt but remained cautious, afraid Shin Miaoqing might do something reckless. "I want to go find my father," Shin Miaoqing said directly, not hiding her feelings. Not only because she wanted to repay the kindness of this body by living a new life, but also because she remembered how Shin Dezhong was stabbed in her back before. More importantly, Shin Miaoqing felt that if she didn't go this time, her heart would probably never be at peace. She was not reckless. Just like last time, she had space to move freely. No matter what, she would be careful not to put her life in danger. This is impossible. It's very dangerous outside, and going out now is even more risky, Shin Laifu hurried to persuade her. "Yes, fifth sister, we know you're worried about Uncle Dezhong, but this is really not a good idea," Shin Laichong also advised. The other members of the Shin family, hearing Shin Miaoqing's words, thought she was probably crazy to take such a risk. Shen Miaoqing understood that they cared, but her mind was made up, and her attitude was firm. After several attempts to change her mind, Shen Laifu finally told her about the cliff's location, as he saw she wouldn't listen otherwise. Even after revealing the place, Shen Laifu couldn't help but keep urging her. There are fierce tigers and soldiers outside. It's just too dangerous. Shen Miaoqing thanked him again, then went to buy some emergency hemostatic medicine from Zhang Dachu. No matter what, being fully prepared was always wise. Zhang Dachu saw Shen Miaoqing's determined look and couldn't help but advise her not to take such risks, as her life was more important. Shen Miaoqing appreciated his concern, but didn't change her mind. Once she was ready, Shen Miaoqing prepared to leave. Meanwhile, Shen Shirling, who watched Shen Miaoqing make such a decision, couldn't hide her schadenfreude. Shen Miaoqing was probably just unlucky. She was the one who decided to go, so if something happened, it was her own fate. Lin Yang only found out Shen Miaoqing was leaving to find Shen Dezhong when she was about to depart. Lin Yang immediately showed resistance, grabbing Shen Miaoqing's hand and refusing to let her go. Zhang Dachu also saw what was happening and united with Lin Yang, advising Shen Miaoqing not to go outside. The outside was so dangerous. Going out was like inviting death. The Huang family members saw this and felt deeply moved. Old Master Huang was also worried about his two sons who had been hurt, but he had no intention of going out to find them. He simply didn't want the living to keep risking their lives. Seeing so many people come out to comfort her, Shen Miaoqing felt a bit overwhelmed. Although she understood everyone's concern, she still felt tired from dealing with it all. Watching Shen Miaoqing silently, Shen Shirling secretly despised her, thinking, why are they trying to comfort her? If she wants to die, just do it quickly. Since Shen Miaoqing slapped her, Shen Shirling hated her completely. Shen Miaoqing didn't know what Shen Shirling was thinking. She was still determined to go out and kept promising to be careful. When Lin Yang still refused to let go, Shen Miaoqing had no choice but to pry her hand away and habitually carry her basket on her back. Mother, I know you care about me, but I really don't want Dad to get into trouble. Maybe there's still a chance. Please stay and take care of my two brothers. They need you. After saying this, Shen Miaoqing looked around the mountain cave to make sure no one was there, then turned and left. Lin Yang was crying uncontrollably inside the cave, tears falling like beads that had broken loose, desperately streaming down her face. Shen Chaoqian and Shun Chaota looked at each other, unsure what to do, and in the end, they could only quietly stay with their mother. Zhang Dachui also couldn't help but praise inwardly. This girl Shen was very loyal, but unfortunately, she didn't listen. The outside was so dangerous now. Thinking of this, Zhang Dachui sighed, hoping she would return safely. Finally, Shen Miaoqing cautiously moved toward the direction Shen Laifu had mentioned, not daring to relax at all. It was still early, just past dawn, and the quiet forest was filled only with bird calls, nothing else. Her journey went smoothly. Maybe because it was so early no soldiers or officials were out. Shen Miaoqing guessed it was just after 5 in the morning. Walking along, she only encountered a snake that had slipped out onto the path. After quickly hitting it away with a stick she carried, she continued forward. Soon, Shen Miaoqing reached the cliff that Shen Laifu had described. From her perspective, the cliff was deep but not bottomless, about 6 or 7 stories high. Looking out, the cliff was covered with dense branches and weeds. If Shen Daliang had been lucky enough to be caught by the trees, it might have softened the fall, and he probably wouldn't have been hurt. Shen Miaoqing could only quietly hope that Shen Daliang's luck would be better. Shen Miaoqing continued walking along the edge of the cliff, trying to find a way down. After a long walk, with many twists and turns, branches caught on her clothes, tearing a hole. Tall weeds and bushes also scratched her skin. She was already sweating lightly, feeling a sticky, prickly itch. Feeling helpless, Shen Miaoqing had no choice but to take out her chopping knife from her basket to clear the way. She was alone this time. Even though she was strong, her pace slowed down inevitably. Along the way, she found many familiar wild vegetables, but she had no time to pick them. She was eager to reach the bottom of the cliff quickly. Only if she found something edible that her space didn't have would she stop briefly to pick some and store them. She didn't waste much time doing this. She thought that planting more different kinds of plants would help her space upgrade. Now was a good chance, and she didn't want to miss it. In the early morning, the most common things growing in the mountains were mushrooms. Shen Miaoqing collected all the safe, edible types she could find for her space. She had a good sense of direction and didn't go the wrong way. Still, she marked small signs along the way to help her recognize the path. After a long time, the sun had risen high and the forest was fully bright. Shen Miaoqing finally reached the bottom of the cliff. As soon as she arrived, she carefully looked for Shen Dalong's figure. She wouldn't miss any sign of a person. The cliff was quite large, so finding him was not easy. Another snake appeared, flicking its tongue and looking in Shen Miaoqing's direction. The snake was hiding among dense grass. If Shen Miaoqing hadn't carefully observed her steps, she might have stepped on it. She used her wooden stick to fiercely drive the snake away. She also became more cautious, tapping her long stick on the ground as she moved forward. This way, even if there was a snake, it would be startled and run away before she got close. By noon, with the sun shining brightly, Shen Miaoqing had searched the area thoroughly. Finally, she saw a distant figure. She hurried forward. Upon closer look, it wasn't Shen Dalong but someone from the Huang family. Shen Miaoqing recognized their face. She checked if the person was still breathing by feeling their nose.
No breath.
She then pressed her hand to their chest and confirmed they had no heartbeat. Shen Miaoqing was not surprised, because she clearly saw that the Huang family man had hit his head on the ground, leaving a big hole at the back of his head. Checking his breathing again was just to confirm his condition. After confirming, Shen Miaoqing felt a heavy worry in her heart, fearing that Shen Dalong might also have suffered a similar injury. There were members of the Huang family nearby, so Shen Dalong could be close by. She stopped paying attention to the injured Huang family man on the ground and focused on searching for Shen Dalong. Soon, as Shen Miaoqing suspected, she found Shen Dalong nearby. She saw that Shen Dalong was barely alive, his face pale, lips purple, but she could still sense he had some awareness. Shen Miaoqing quickly ran over and asked with concern, "Father, what's wrong?" This question was also to wake Shen Dalong, who was about to faint. Sure enough, Shen Dalong opened his eyes groggily. It seemed he might have had a hallucination because he thought he heard his daughter's voice. Seeing Shen Dalong like this, Shen Miaoqing spoke more to reassure him. Shen Dalong confirmed that it was really his daughter, but she wondered why he was alone here, as it was very dangerous. Shen Dalong's mind was confused, but he still instinctively answered, "My leg." Shen Dalong's voice was weak and strained. Shen Miaoqing then noticed Shen Dalong's legs, which were covered in blood and stained the surrounding clothes. She examined briefly. Though she didn't know much about medicine, she could tell that Shen Dalong's left leg was worse. At first, some clothes covered the injury, so she hadn't seen it clearly. When she lifted the cloth slightly, she saw that the left leg was swollen, deformed, and the skin was purple and blue. The right leg had obvious bruises and scratches, with clothes and flesh stuck together. Shen Miaoqing only dared to lift a small corner of the cloth, gasping in shock. She carefully checked Shen Dalong's other parts. Apart from the serious leg injury, the rest of his body wasn't as badly hurt. She also examined Shen Dalong's head again, confirmed there was no fatal injury, and finally relaxed a little. Shen Miaoqing guessed that Shen Dalong was so weak now probably because he had been injured for a long time and lost a lot of blood. In just a short time, Shen Dalong was so weak he could hardly keep his eyes open. He felt dizzy and every breath brought sharp pain. Thinking of his wife and children, Shen Dalong was reluctant to give up and kept holding on. Shen Miaoqing also found the situation very difficult. It seemed she was taking out a water pouch from her backpack, but in fact, she was using a space to hold spiritual spring water. She supported Shen Dalong and gave him some water. Although this spiritual spring water doesn't have much effect on people, it is much better than regular water and is cleaner, making it suitable for Shen Dalong to drink and rehydrate. After drinking, Shen Dalong's condition did improve somewhat. Next, Shen Miaoqing focused on Shen Dalong's leg. She quickly recalled how to handle an urgent leg injury. Fortunately, her close friend was a doctor, and she had learned some basic first aid skills. "Father, I need to treat your wound briefly," she said. Before starting, Shen Miaoqing reminded Shen Dalong. She washed the wound with spiritual spring water, then applied hemostatic powder given by Zhang de Chue, and finally wrapped it with a relatively clean cloth. Shen Miaoqing looked around. The place where Shen Dalong was now was quite good. There was a tree on the cliff providing shade and some concealment and safety. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found him so late. While Shen Miaoqing was treating Shen Dalong's wound, he was not completely unaware. The pain in his leg made his forehead sweat profusely. Worried he might faint, Shen Miaoqing kept talking to him. Shen Dalong responded intermittently. Back then, when that fierce tiger was about to pounce, we fell down. I don't know what happened to the two brothers from the Huang family. Shen Miaoqing knew well what had happened to the Huang family, but she didn't want to tell Shen Dalong now, to prevent him from worrying too much. I fell down, and was caught by a branch during the fall, so I kept falling further. Father, you're so lucky. You'll definitely turn misfortune into blessing, Shen Miaoqing comforted him. As she expected, the dense foliage here prevented serious injury, and the Huang family members were less fortunate. As for the other Huang family member, Shen Miaoqing had no time to worry about him now. But my leg. Shen Dalong could feel his leg was badly injured. He was understandably discouraged. It will get better. Living is the most important thing, Shen Miaoqing reassured him. Shen Dalong nodded slightly, seeming to have no more strength. His voice grew weaker as he continued speaking. At this moment, Shen Miaoqing had already treated his wounds. She roughly judged that Shen Daliang was unlikely to be in serious danger, so she no longer forced him to speak. After all, she had already learned most of what she needed to know. Shen Miaoqing also knew it wasn't the right time to return to the cave, not to mention there might be soldiers above. Furthermore, Shen Daliang's condition was delicate. Even if she could carry him back, his leg was not suitable for movement right now. Shen Miaoqing sighed. After staying with Shen Daliang for a while and seeing his condition not worsen and his legs stop bleeding, she began searching nearby the cliff. She looked for edible plants and also tried to find another person from the Huang family. The terrain near the cliff was relatively flat, unlike the thorny area above, which required constantly chopping through bushes with a knife. This time, Shen Miaoqing deliberately stopped to look for edible plants. She found quite a few wild vegetables. She dug some up and placed them in her basket. Soon, she made a surprising discovery: wild scallions. Without hesitation, she picked a bunch and stored them in her space. She left a few behind in her basket, as she always preferred to be cautious and keep some supplies. Wild scallions are spicy and warm in nature. Eating them regularly can boost intelligence, strengthen courage, aid digestion, increase appetite, and improve taste, making them good for seasoning and flavoring dishes. Thinking about the benefits of wild scallions, her hands moved quickly, and she easily harvested a small bunch in just a few moments. Then, Shen Miaoqing continued walking around the area. Shen Daliang and the Huang family members were not far apart. Soon, she found another person from the Huang family. After careful examination, she saw that this person still showed signs of life. Shen Miaoqing tried her best to help treat his wounds. Like Shen Daliang, he had fallen and injured his leg, but he was even more unlucky. His hand was badly hurt as well. A large amount of blood was shocking to see, and his arm was torn and bloody. While treating him, Huang Laosi opened his eyes and saw Shen Miaoqing clearly. He didn't expect anyone to save him and thought he was surely going to die this time. Shen Miaoqing had no time to worry about what others thought. She didn't bother asking questions. Whether he could survive depended on his fate. She was just doing her part to help. After finishing, Shen Miaoqing left. Since it wasn't safe to move his body now, she decided to let him lie here a bit longer. Shen Miaoqing continued to walk around the cliff, discovering many new things such as wild herbs, thorny plants, wild amaranth, and mountain fruits. She gained a lot from her collection. She picked many of these and stored them in her space, leaving only a small amount in her basket. It wasn't until Shun Miaoqing's stomach started to growl that she remembered she hadn't eaten anything today. She also thought about Shen Daliang, who seemed to be in the same situation. Neither of them had eaten. Shen Miaoqing quickly entered her space, eating some dried wild meat and fat mushrooms. She also used the reward sugar she had and soaked it in a large water pouch filled with sweet sugar water. After coming out of her space, she gave the sweet sugar water to Shen Daliang to drink. The sugar could quickly restore energy, making it perfect for him now. She supported Shen Daliang and gently fed him the sugar water. Shen Daliang couldn't see the color of the water clearly, but he found it strangely very sweet. Before Shen Daliang could ask, Shen Miaoqing explained, "I saw a small edible mountain fruit earlier and dropped its juice into the water pouch. The water is quite sweet." Shen Daliang was feeling dizzy, but after hearing her explanation, he didn't doubt her. As the sky darkened and the sun began to set, Shen Miaoqing decided it was time to leave the cliff. Thinking about the people in the cave and Shen Daliang's current condition, she carefully considered her options. In the end, she chose to carry Shen Daliang back directly. First, it was dangerous to stay here at night. She was worried about leaving Shen Daliang alone, fearing something might happen, especially since the trip there and back took too long. Second, the Shen family in the cave might not be willing to come out and help. Even if they were willing, it would probably take more time. Shen Miaoqing found it troublesome, but since she was strong now, carrying Shen Daliang was easy for her. Her main worries were injuring his leg again and encountering soldiers. She could escape to her space herself, but couldn't bring Shen Daliang with her. As for the surviving Huang family member, Shen Miaoqing couldn't guarantee her own safety, so she didn't include him in her thoughts. If she managed to return to the cave safely, she would naturally inform the Huang family. What they did afterward wouldn't concern her anymore. At first, Shen Daliang refused when he learned Shen Miaoqing intended to carry him back like this. But Shen Miaoqing didn't give him a chance to refuse. She just told him briefly, "Dad, if you care about my safety, please don't make any noise from now on." After speaking, Shen Miaoqing forcefully carried Shen Daliang onto her back. She then put her basket into her space and decided not to take it out again, since now she couldn't carry the basket while carrying Shen Daliang. Shen Daliang sighed with a small smile, thinking that when Shen Miaoqing couldn't carry him anymore, she would naturally give up. He didn't blame anyone for not coming to find him. Although he wanted to survive, he also didn't want to delay others' lives. He was surprised that his daughter came to find him. Initially, Shen Miaoqing thought she was strong but might find it a little hard to carry Shen Daliang, but to her surprise, she carried him easily without any effort, walking at a steady pace. After a long while, Shen Daliang, feeling dizzy, thought he had been set down, but when he tried to gather his strength, he realized he was still on his daughter's back. His small body and light back seemed fragile, as if he might fall with a slight pressure, but somehow, she had been carrying him for so long. Shen Daliang couldn't understand why, but in a place no one knew about, tears welled up in his eyes. Shen Miaoqing didn't know Shen Daliang's condition. She moved quickly but carefully all the way. Finally, they left the cliff and reached the mountain. Shen Miaoqing knew the way, following the path she had cut with her axe earlier today, so she didn't need to make a new path, making her faster than in the morning. Until it was completely dark and the sun was gone, Shen Miaoqing heard strange sounds from afar, like fighting, mixed with voices talking. She immediately became alert, looked around, and found a hidden spot to hide Shen Daliang, carefully observing the situation nearby. "Is that not General Liu? What do you want?" The prince's voice was lazy, leaning on the soft seat of the carriage. Liu Jian, who had just arrived in Lan City, received news that the refugees were on this mountain. He led people up the mountain and now faced the prince in a standoff. "The crown prince has ordered the release of the refugees," Liu Jian said coldly. He quickly glanced at the number of refugees. There were barely 1,000 left. The original 5,000 had dwindled to so few in just a few days. "Let these lowly refugees go. Who will play with the little ones then?" Prince Lin still wore a smile on his face, but the smile carried a very cruel meaning. Prince Lin had already been off the mountain for a long time. Today, he suddenly felt like going up the mountain to play, but He didn't expect that shortly after, Lu Jian brought people here. Prince Lin felt very annoyed. Seeing this, Lu Jian drew his sword and quickly approached Prince Lin, holding the sword so it was right at his neck. Prince Lin's face stiffened, then he became angry. "How dare you?" Lu Jian moved his sword even closer to his neck, causing Prince Lin to fall silent. The man in front of him was tall and strong, with a cold face and dark eyes filled with a chilling, killing intent. Prince Lin felt that this person was really going to kill him, and he immediately became scared. No one had ever dared to treat him like this. He had always been lucky and smooth, so how could he compare to those who fought on the battlefield? "Stop them," Lu Jian ordered. "Stop now. All of you, stop right now." Prince Lin hurriedly obeyed, quickly doing as Lu Jian said. The people Prince Lin brought immediately stopped when they heard the command, not daring to make any other move. The soldiers Lu Jian brought saw that Prince Lin's men had stopped, so they also paused their actions. "Is it enough now?" "Let me go quickly," Prince Lin urged anxiously. But Lu Jian's hand holding the sword still didn't move, and his dark eyes showed a mysterious expression. Meanwhile, in a hidden spot, Shen Miaoqing watched everything and felt a small stone in her heart loosen a little. From these words and their confrontation scene, Shen Miaoqing guessed roughly what had happened. It was just some high-ranking people who didn't treat the lives of disaster victims as lives, casually killing them. And the dead disaster victims were buried here just like that, and probably no one would seek justice for them. Shen Miaoqing only hoped that the person called General Lu by others could keep the situation under control. Only then could they continue their journey and find a good place to settle. After Lu Jian's men counted the number of disaster victims and untied those who had been bound, and once the situation stabilized, Lu Jian slowly lowered his sword. He could kill this spoiled prince, but not at this moment. He had more important things to do. The prince, after Lu Jian released him, felt very angry but dared not say anything more. He could only lead his people away. At this moment, only about 1,000 people were following Prince Lin as they retreated. In just a short fight, facing the 3,000 men brought by Lu Jian, Prince Lin's people clearly couldn't compare. Nearly 200 of them were lost in an instant. Because of this delay, the sky had already become completely dark. Shen Miaoqing saw that these people hadn't left much, so she could only stay still, not daring to make any move. Behind her, Shen Daoyang also cooperated well, remaining silent. Not long after Prince Lin and his men left, his close confidant, the commander, saw his face was not looking good and comforted him. "Lu Jian really thinks he's something special. Bah, he's not even worthy to carry your shoes. Yes, he's just a country bumpkin. Nothing at all," another confidant agreed eagerly. Their chatter seemed to lift Prince Lin's dark, gloomy face a little. As they continued walking, suddenly Prince Lin saw something pure, white dash across the distance. His curiosity was piqued. "Did you see that white animal running over there?" Prince Lin asked, resting his chin, looking interested. The few confidants beside him exchanged glances. They hadn't seen anything. Finally, a confidant named Zhao spoke up. "Yes, I saw it. It looked like a white fox." "It's because your highness is blessed that you get to see such a rare creature." With Zhao's words, the others also spoke up to agree, knowing well that the prince loved rare animals and treasures. Seeing him like this, they thought he was even more interested. Naturally, they wouldn't dare to offend him. "I heard white foxes are very spiritual." "That's a good omen. Since you all say so, go quickly and catch it for me." As soon as Prince Lin finished speaking, a team of soldiers stepped forward and headed in that direction. To be safe, they sent out a large group, up to 100 men, each time they received such an order, to prevent another failure like before and face severe punishment. After a long time, no news came back. Prince Lin's face grew more and more impatient. "Good-for-nothings," he muttered angrily. His companions immediately tried to comfort him. It should be soon. But not long after, instead of the white fox, they returned with 2 furious tigers. Prince Lin looked surprised at first, then his face lit up with joy. "Capture them alive for me," he ordered. He didn't want to miss the fun of catching these enemies easily. However, his order made the soldiers below suffer. The two fierce tigers were already very dangerous, and when the soldiers got close, the tigers charged straight at their vital points. Soon, many soldiers were injured or killed trying to subdue the crazy tigers. Despite the bloody scene, the man sitting above watched with great interest and laughed loudly. But as time went on, Prince Lin couldn't keep smiling. Many soldiers had already died, and nearly 100 were hurt trying to catch the tigers. Suddenly, a large pack of wolves appeared, more than 50 wolves in total. "Keep going. Capture those wolves and leave me some alive," he ordered again. He still believed his larger numbers would help, even though he felt something was wrong. He insisted on his plan. Unaware of what was happening, some soldiers who were unhappy finally lost their patience. They saw the chaos and, under cover of night, secretly opened the cages holding the wild animals that Prince Lin had brought up the mountain. Once free, they quickly ran away. Prince Lin and his trusted officers had no idea what was happening. By the time they realized, the scene was already chaotic. The two tigers, which had been captured alive, broke free and continued attacking the soldiers. Meanwhile, someone came forward to report the situation to Lu Jian. The report ended with, "Prince Lin's side is in chaos. Should we go to help?" Lu Jian didn't answer immediately. He paused and then said, "Tell the refugees to stay away from that area." His subordinates understood his meaning and stopped asking about Prince Lin's situation. They knew that causing trouble for oneself was a bad idea. Lu Jian had already shown mercy by not acting himself, and now he wouldn't interfere in that matter. In fact, Prince Lin's place wasn't far from them, about 15 minutes' ride at most. Shen Miaoqing had been hiding there for a long time. Using the faint light, she watched the officer, General Liu, from afar. She vaguely remembered him, but not much. Sing Miaoqing kept a steady stance, her legs starting to go numb. She noticed that the people nearby didn't seem to mean any harm to the disaster victims. Carefully, she shifted her position slightly, wondering why Shen Daliang behind her showed no reaction at all. Suddenly, she thought of something and gently checked Shen Daliang's forehead. It was very hot, and she realized that if she delayed any longer, it could be very dangerous. She decided to carry him and quietly leave, even though there was a risk of being seen. She had no other choice. She couldn't stay there forever. Lu Jian was always alert and observant. When he saw Shen Miaoqing move, he immediately noticed something unusual. He quickly approached her quietly, moving carefully so she wouldn't notice. By the time Shen Miaoqing turned around, she accidentally made eye contact with Lu Jian. Both of their eyes showed caution, and for a moment, they said nothing. Eventually, Lu Jian was the first to react. After sizing her up, he decided she probably wasn't a threat. Seeing that she didn't say anything and was still walking forward, Shen Miaoqing tentatively took a step and continued on her way, needing to find a safe place to rest Shen Daliang. She was relieved when she saw that the person behind her didn't react much, so she quickened her pace. Watching her small figure disappear into the distance, Lu Jian suddenly remembered a time when she had been fierce and cautious, quietly killing a man in black. Her back now looked just like that time. Despite her small size, she carried a tall, strong person on her back and seemed unstoppable. Lu Jian's thoughts drifted away but quickly pulled himself back and turned to leave. After walking a long way, Shen Miaoqing looked back carefully. Seeing no one behind her, she finally felt a little at ease. She was cautious because someone had suddenly appeared behind her without her noticing. But since that person hadn't tried to attack her, she didn't think much of it. She knew others might be trained and skilled enough to stay hidden from her. As night fell, Lin Yang inside the cave was anxious and had cried many times. Beside her, Shen Chuangqian and Shen Chuangtu were also confused and unsure of what was happening. "I only know that after my father left, he never came back. Now my older sister has gone out and also hasn't returned. The sight of loved ones missing makes the two little ones feel very scared. Furthermore, their mother keeps wiping tears in front of them, which makes them even more uneasy." Shen Chaotu pouted several times and tears kept flowing, but because of Shen Qian's warning, He dared not make a sound while crying. Sun Qian was also afraid, but he remembered his father saying that crying can't solve problems. Still, his eyes always felt sore and bitter. Watching the chaotic scene at the Shen family house, Shen Shirling felt a strange sense of happiness rise in her heart. She knew that Shen Miaoqing was definitely going somewhere she wouldn't return from this time. Shen Miaoqing wanted to go to her death, and no one could stop her. It was just a pity for her grieving family. Shen Miaoqing is a heartless and unfaithful person, abandoning her own mother like that. Thinking of this, Shen Shirling's eyes showed an undeniable joy, but she also sighed as if feeling regret. Hey, your father called you. What are you daydreaming for? Shen Heguai looked at his younger sister with some dissatisfaction.
Ah.
Shen Shirling was stunned and finally came back to herself. That day, Shen Sanling went out with Shen Dalong and others. Although he luckily escaped danger, he tripped badly on the way back. That fall made him grimace in pain, and he spent the whole day asking his children to do things. But Shen Sanling couldn't command his two sons, so he kept ordering Shen Shirling. Just now, Shen Sanling told Shen Shirling to bring water to him. Shen Shirling felt annoyed when she realized this. Why did everything have to be her? Her father was clearly biased, not even asking her two brothers. Her brothers were really lazy and didn't bother to help their own father. With an impatient attitude, Shen Shirling still handed the water pouch to Shen Sanling.
Ah!
Along with screams of pain, the group of soldiers guarding Prince Lin suffered heavy casualties. Someone, come protect me. Seeing the situation getting worse, Prince Lin, supported by his trusted men, tried to escape first. But suddenly, a fierce tiger pounced on them. Instantly, Prince Lin's trusted men scattered, and the tiger was the one he had previously kept. As the others scattered, the tiger was about to pounce toward him. Prince Lin held a beautiful sharp sword and pointed it at the fierce tiger, shouting, "Go away, beast, go away." It seemed that only this could give him courage. Ah! A scream rang out as the tiger lunged at Prince Lin. Originally, its bite was aimed at a vital spot, but Prince Lin narrowly avoided it. However, the tiger still managed to bite into his thigh. Blood poured out as the tiger tore off a piece of flesh, and Prince Lin couldn't help but cry out in pain. At this moment, some of Prince Lin's guards saw his situation and bravely stepped forward to pull him away. This caused the wound to reopen, and Prince Lin shouted in agony, but he was too focused on escaping to care. It wasn't until a group of about 100 people who had gone out looking for the white fox returned that they managed to leave the area, narrowly saving their lives. Meanwhile, the wild animals were not subdued and eventually died, along with many soldiers. It was a case of raising a tiger only to invite disaster, a lesson learned the hard way. Lu Jian probably knew what was happening over there, but he showed no intention of helping. Only after everything was quiet did Lu Jian lead the soldiers and the refugees down the mountain. Seeing the tragic, dazed refugees, Lu Jian suddenly remembered the weak woman he had met earlier. She seemed to be one of the refugees too. Thinking about their situation, Lu Jian understood why she was no longer with the others. He didn't dwell on it and focused on leading the refugees away. This was just a side task for him. His main goal was not here, so he wouldn't stay long in Lan City. Meanwhile, Shen Miaoqing took quite some time to finally return to the cave. On the way, she heard various sounds of wild animals, fighting, and people's screams nearby. Shen Miaoqing knew that was the path down the mountain. Thinking about the people going down, she guessed who might have had trouble. As Shen Miaoqing entered the cave, the most surprising person was Shen Shirling. Shouldn't Shen Miaoqing have died by now? Shen Shirling looked at Shen Miaoqing from head to toe, hoping to see some injury, but found nothing. Why was she alive and well? Shen Shirling looked upset. "Qing, you're back." Lin Yang saw Shen Miaoqing and immediately burst into tears. Seeing Shen Miaoqing's father, Shen Daliang, with many scars on his back, Lady Lin's tears couldn't be stopped from falling. Shen Chaoqian and Shen Chaodu quickly came over, their faces full of worry for their father and sister. Shen Miaoqing didn't have time to explain everything to them now. "Mother, Grandpa Zhang came to see Dad." As she spoke, Shen Miaoqing carefully set Shen Daliang down and checked his temperature again. She was worried that if the fever continued, Shen Daliang might become confused. Usually, such serious injuries often cause fever. Lady Lin heard this and finally reacted. She hurried over to call Zhang Dachu. When Zhang Dachu saw Shen Miaoqing come into the cave, he noticed Shen Daliang's condition. After thinking for a moment, he decided to bring his medical tools to help. Because Lady Lin was about to call Zhang Dachu, he arrived with his things and started to look after Shen Daliang. Shen Miaoqing knew that medical work should be done by professionals. Seeing Zhang Dachu carefully examining Shen Daliang, she felt a little more at ease. Then, Shen Miaoqing went to the Huang family and said, "Grandpa Huang, I found your two sons, but the situation isn't good. One was dead, and the other was injured. It was a cruel situation." Shen Miaoqing explained gently, and in the end, they decided to leave the decision to the Huang family. The cliff is dangerous. One has already passed away, and the other is badly hurt. I'm afraid he won't last long. When I returned, I saw a large group of fierce animals not far in the forest. After Shen Miaoqing finished speaking, the Huang family members all fell silent, waiting for old Master Huang to speak. Having said everything about the pros and cons, Shen Miaoqing felt she had done her best. She didn't say more and turned to check Shen Daliang's condition. Her mother and two brothers kept glancing at her from time to time, and Shen Miaoqing could still feel their concern. "Father, this." Seeing that old Master Huang hadn't spoken for a while, the fifth son of the Huang family couldn't help but remind him. He had a close bond with his brother since childhood and was very anxious. Especially knowing that one of his brothers was still alive made it even harder for him to accept the thought of losing them. The third and fourth brothers' wives also shed tears, feeling very sad. They wanted to ask for help for their husbands, but didn't know how to start speaking. They knew that if they sacrificed other family members to save their husband, they would feel very guilty inside. So, they left the final decision to Old Man Huang. Several young children who followed the wives of the third and fourth sons were confused and very scared. Seeing this, Old Man Huang was silent. He didn't want his third and fourth sons to get into trouble, but most of his other sons, except the sixth, had families and children. He couldn't bear to ask them to risk their lives. Oldest son. Old Man Huang hadn't finished speaking when he saw his eldest son's wife tightly holding onto his sleeve. It was clear she didn't want her husband to take risks. Just as Old Man Huang was about to sigh and give up, the eldest son spoke. "Dad, I want to find the third and fourth sons." The eldest son was afraid that if he thought about the third and fourth sons later, he would regret not helping them. Besides, the third and fourth sons were also caught in this trouble while trying to find food for the family. His wife saw she couldn't persuade her husband and silently shed tears, saying nothing more. With the eldest son leading the way, the second, fifth, and sixth sons also wanted to go out and find people. Their family members were reluctant, but ultimately couldn't stop them from going. They initially thought the third and fourth sons were surely dead, but now that they knew at least one was still alive, they didn't want to give up, no matter how dangerous it was. However, in the end, Old Man Huang kept the sixth son behind. He was happy that the brothers helped each other, but since the sixth son was still young and not married, Old Man Huang didn't want him to take risks. What happened with the Huang family was something Shen Miaoqing didn't know about. At this moment, her focus was entirely on Shen Daliang's injury. Zhang Dachu saw such a large wound and gasped in shock. He quickly began to carefully treat Shen Daliang's injuries. Finally, Zhang Dachu gave some medicine and said, "This medicine needs to be boiled and drunk. It should help reduce the fever. But his leg is seriously injured, and I can't do much about it." After speaking, Zhang Dachu sighed deeply. There was a long road ahead, and Shen Daliang's leg might be permanently damaged. Shen Miaoqing clearly understood what Zhang Dachu meant and knew he had done his best. She expressed her deep gratitude. After speaking, Shen Miaoqing took off her cloth bag and handed it to Zhang Dachu. This bag was prepared earlier by Lady Lin for Shen Miaoqing. Shen Miaoqing found it convenient and, after placing her basket directly into her space, she also packed many items into the bag. Wild mountain fruits, fat mushrooms, wild vegetables, and other things filled the bag completely. During this time of fleeing from hardship, food was very scarce, so Shen Miaoqing's gift was quite valuable. Zhang Dachui initially wanted to refuse, but Shen Miaoqing insisted strongly and pushed the bag into his hands. Grandpa Zhang, I don't have anything fancy to give you in return right now. This is just a small token of my gratitude. Seeing Shen Miaoqing's firm attitude and unable to refuse, and remembering that his medicine wasn't cheap either, Zhang Dachui originally planned to keep it for emergencies for his family. In the end, he accepted it. Seeing this scene, Lady Li couldn't help but think about what was inside the bag. It looked full and likely contained something good. It would be a waste to give all of it to outsiders. After accepting the bag, Zhang Dachui thought carefully and patiently advised Shen Miaoqing on various precautions. Shen Miaoqing listened carefully, memorizing every word without missing a detail. Lady Lin, standing beside Shen Miaoqing, naturally didn't miss Zhang Dachui's advice and silently remembered the precautions in her heart. Meanwhile, Old Master Shen and Old Lady Shen only took a quick look at Shen Dalong. After inspecting him, they sighed repeatedly but didn't say much and turned to leave. Old Master Shen sighed secretly, thinking that the main household was completely useless now. If they continued to rush to escape hardship, wouldn't they just be a burden? Old Lady Shen was more concerned, but when she saw her husband's unhappy expression, she immediately understood his meaning. The main household was no longer useful. They would probably have to abandon it. Although Old Lady Shen felt reluctant, she knew she had more than one son. For long-term plans, taking her eldest son along was clearly not a good idea. Thinking of this, when she saw her husband turn and leave directly, she didn't dwell on it further and followed him. She took a few more looks, worried that her feelings of reluctance and concern would grow stronger. Brothers Shen Lichang and Shen Lifu also cared deeply and stayed behind, sincerely hoping Shen Dalong would recover. Meanwhile, Shen Shirling, who was watching the whole scene, frowned. Why was it that others faced danger and accidents outside, but Shen Miaoqing was completely safe? Shen Shirling suddenly looked away from Shen Miaoqing and turned her gaze toward Shen Daliang. An idea struck her, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Since Miaoqing cares so much about her good father, she probably wants to stay and keep him company. As for the eldest uncle, whose leg is badly hurt, he can't escape with everyone else, so he won't hold them back. It would be just fine for their family to stay here. Without his protection, their family might face some hardships, but nothing too serious. Her actions are just to think of everyone's safety. Thinking this, Shen Shirling seemed to persuade herself and moved closer to Li Ernyang. Li Ernyang was startled when Shen Shirling suddenly appeared in front of her. "What are you doing?" Li Ernyang's attitude wasn't very friendly. She patted her chest, still nervous. Shen Shirling's expression was a bit stiff at first, then she quickly calmed down and smiled warmly. "Second Annie, I just thought about the little brother in your belly. He must be very lucky." She reached out with a friendly gesture, and seeing Shen Shirling's kind face and her concern for her child, Li Ernyang's mood improved. "Of course, my child will definitely be very good." Seeing this, Shen Shirling sighed slightly, biting her lip as if she had something to say, but hesitated. "Just tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Li Ernyang was straightforward and didn't want to beat around the bush. "It's just that I feel sorry for your brother in your belly. It's a pity that now is the time to escape, or he could be born healthy and well-fed. But now, with the big uncle's family facing such trouble, it might be even harder for them in the future." Shen Shirling's words touched Li Ernyang's heart, and she looked thoughtful. "The main house is just a burden now," Li Ernyang murmured softly. For her unborn child, Li Ernyang thought it would be good if she could persuade the main family not to escape with everyone else in the future. Seeing her goal was almost achieved, Shen Shirling couldn't help but smile. She was thinking for everyone's sake. But Li Ernyang wasn't a fool. After a moment of thought, she understood Shen Shirling's hint. She wanted to use her as a tool. Li Ernyang felt disdain deep inside, but then she thought for a moment and smiled. "Poetry Ling, you are quite thoughtful for your family. But I'm afraid just convincing the main household not to flee and to stay and rest isn't enough. You might also mention it to your father. Hearing this, Shin Shirling's smile on her face immediately froze. It would be so much better if your mother were still here. Usually, I haven't had much chance to talk with your mother. Lee Earnyong suddenly remembered the missing Su Sanyang. After Lee Earnyong spoke, Shin Shirling's face looked even worse. She knew very well that if her mother were here, it would be much better. At least, if she mentioned it to her mother, she wouldn't have to act as the messenger herself. However, at that moment, the situation was urgent. It wasn't that she wanted to abandon her mother on purpose. Her mother was just unlucky. The night grew darker like a heavy cloud, and tonight there were fewer stars, only a few bright ones near the moon. Tonight, the second and third households each had their own secret plans, but for the same matter, they surprisingly agreed. Shin Shirling saw her father and the second household's uncle and aunt quietly go to find Old Master Shin and Old Lady Shin. She felt a sense of relief and secretly rejoiced, proud of her efforts in mediating. Just as they were chatting happily, the three members of the Huang family returned with someone. "From the Zhang family, please help me take a look at my fourth son," someone called out. Old Master Huang saw his son return, and a small weight seemed to lift from his heart. But then he remembered the injury and quickly called Zhang Dachin. Zhang Dachin got up from a simple bed, took his tools, and went to examine old fourth Huang's injury, following a process similar to when he treated Shin Daliang before. However, because it was dark outside, he had to rely on the flickering firelight for illumination. Fortunately, that girl from the Shin family applied some medicine to him, or his injury might not have held up this long, Zhang Dachin said slowly after finishing the treatment. After thanking Zhang Dachin, many members of the Huang family looked at Shin Miaoqing with gratitude. "Dad, outside really is as Miaoqing said. It seems the soldiers have withdrawn. Besides hearing the sounds of wild animals, we haven't seen any soldiers," Huang Wuwu said excitedly. This caused a big ripple. These words were indeed spoken by Shin Miaoqing earlier. At first, the people outside were doubtful. After the storm subsided, there were no more sounds of soldiers or officials, just calm. This made most people believe they could leave now. Huang Laowu, excited, spoke loudly, and everyone in the cave cheered happily. "Doesn't that mean we can finally leave this place?" Shin Shirling said first. "Finally, we can get out of this terrible place. And maybe we can leave the whole big family behind? This place is full of wild animals, which is dangerous, but she believed her sister could turn bad luck into good fortune." Shin Shirling's words reflected what everyone else in the cave was thinking. They had stayed inside for days, hardly going outside, and the endless time made everyone anxious. When they suddenly heard this news, they all froze in surprise. "Qing girl knew this news, but didn't tell us earlier," Lee Earnyong said with some blame. Shin Miaoqing didn't reply. Now was just the calm before the storm, and she quietly waited to see what they would do next. Shin Miaoqing could tell that Old Master Shen and Old Lady Shen had already been persuaded. The scene was no longer as it used to be. It seemed they couldn't stay with the Shin family anymore. From the moment Shin Miaoqing saw the injury on Shin Dalong, she knew this would happen. Shin Dalong also wasn't fit for a long journey right now, so Shin Miaoqing was prepared for them to part ways with the big family. "By the way, Qing girl, Annie thinks that your father is seriously injured now. Continuing to run and hide might be too much for him. I think you should stay here for a while," Lee Earnyong said, her eyes spinning with scheming. But before Shin Miaoqing could speak, her two brothers, Shin Laichong and Shin Laifu, quickly opposed. "Mother, with the big uncle situation now, how can we just leave him? Exactly, isn't that like abandoning him?" Both shook their heads against Lee Earnyong's idea. Seeing this, Lee Earnyong's forehead started to throb. These two little rascals always disagreed with her. Second uncle's wife is only thinking of the big uncle. It's true that it's hard for him to travel now. Shin Shirling came forward to speak up, but her words were softer, and her face showed a caring attitude. If someone only looked at her appearance and didn't listen to her words, they would think she was sincere. Just as Shin Laichong and Shin Laifu, the two brothers, wanted to say more, Shin Erlang and Lin Yang each pulled one aside, signaling them to mind their own business. Shin Miaoqing observed calmly, watching Lin Yang and Shen Dawang, who was lying down, carefully. She knew that although Shen Dawang hadn't opened his eyes, he was still awake and could probably hear everything. Shen Miaoqing planned to wait until Old Master Shen and Old Lady Shen spoke before starting her own plan. For now, she wanted the members of the main family to remember this lesson well. She wanted them to understand that in the Shen family, the parents saw them as so insignificant that they could be easily abandoned. Perhaps this would help prevent future trouble. Seeing that Shen Miaoqing hadn't spoken, Lady Li, ignoring her two sons' protests, continued to nag. Back then, we warned you that fleeing would be dangerous. If you had stayed at home and kept watch, none of this would have happened. Then Shen Erling chimed in. Exactly. Brother's downfall is his own fault. Seeing that his second brother had said so much, Shen Sanling added, Brother also said that fleeing wouldn't trouble us. Now he's crippled and with two younger ones, if we keep traveling together, what do you think will happen? They kept criticizing Shen Dawang one after another, clearly showing they wouldn't help him in the future. Shen Lichang and Shen Lifu wanted to help but had little influence. Their words were ignored, and their efforts to assist were completely overlooked. Meanwhile, Shen Dawang, lying there, was moving his fingers slightly, restless, and trying to twist his body. His brows were tightly furrowed, as if struggling to open his eyes. Shen Miaoqing saw this and guessed that Shen Dawang would wake up soon. Although Shen Dawang's mind was foggy, he could clearly hear his two brothers talking. Their words were harsh and cold, and he felt a deep chill in his heart. He knew he was unlucky, caught in this disaster. It was normal for his brothers not to want to help, but their indifference still hurt him deeply. Old Master Shen, seeing that the situation had reached this point, agreed calmly. You have a point. Given the current state of the main family, it's indeed not suitable to keep fleeing and traveling. Stay here. Sir, are you going to abandon our entire family? Shen Miaoqing spoke up after Old Master Shen began to speak. Her straightforward and sharp questioning made Old Master Shen furrow his brow. Older sister, the Old Master is only thinking of everyone's good. He has no choice but to make this decision, Shen Shirling said, looking at Shen Miaoqing. Old Master Shen was pleased with Shen Shirling's words. He disliked Shen Miaoqing's sharp tongue and her tendency to be overly competitive. Don't hold any resentment against the main family. This decision was made because we had no other choice, Old Master Shen said patiently. He had been waiting for others to speak first, wanting to save face and avoid being seen as a ruthless person who abandoned his descendants. Sir, if you abandon the main family directly, how are we supposed to survive? We don't have household registration or travel permits. The mountains are full of wild animals, and now my father is injured. Are you trying to force us to die? Shen Miaoqing's words were full of emotion. She suppressed her coldness and wore a look of sorrow, as if the news had struck her deeply, making others feel moved. Her voice was loud enough that everyone in the cave turned to look at Shen's family. Seeing this, Old Lady Shen hesitated for a long time before suggesting, how about bringing along Brother Qian and Tu Ge? But as soon as she spoke, before Old Master Shen could reply, second sister-in-law Li's face darkened. Mother, if we bring those two little ones who will have the energy to take care of them, no matter what, my brother and I will take care of them ourselves. We won't trouble Auntie, Shen Miaoqing said sincerely, which only made the other two families in the cave look down on Shen's family for their attitude. When Shen Chaoqian and Shen Chaodu heard this, they couldn't help but lean closer to Lin Yang and Shen Miaoqing. They didn't want to leave their parents and older sister feeling anxious and uneasy. Second sister-in-law Li sneered and rolled her eyes. That's best. No one has the spare time to look after your children. Old Lady Shen thought for a moment and then remained silent. The second family was right. Without the main family, they truly lacked the strength to care for two children. Watching all this unfold, Zhang Dachui couldn't help but gasp in shock. He thought to himself that the Shen family was truly cold and unfeeling. How can the Shen family, no matter what, be so heartless? Shen Daliang is your son. You just brought him back and now say you don't want him? That's too cruel, Zhang Dachi said, looking at Old Master Shen. Zhang Dachi knew Shen Miaoqing was from the main Shen family. If the Shen family had fled hardship, they probably wouldn't have brought Shen Miaoqing along. So, Zhang Daqi's words were also meant to help Shen Miaoqing. Moreover, he felt that the Shen family's cold-heartedness was truly shocking. That's true. The Shen family, Shen Daliang, was lucky to survive. It's not easy. To abandon him now would be too cruel, old Master Huang said after seeing Huang Laoxi's condition. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but support Shen Miaoqing. Thanks to Shen Miaoqing's help, the Huang family was able to save Huang Laoxi. At this moment, old Master Huang naturally supported Shen Miaoqing. Furthermore, old Master Huang felt deep sympathy for Shen Daliang's injuries. He believed that, even in difficult times, he wouldn't abandon his own son. So, he looked down on old Master Shen's behavior of abandoning his family. When old Master Shen saw outsiders speaking up, he felt embarrassed and looked displeased. His face darkened, and he was even more annoyed with Shen Miaoqing for speaking so loudly and bringing others over. I'm doing this for the sake of the main Shen family. His leg is badly injured. He can't walk. The 2 younger children of the main Shen family can go with him. It's also good for the family to leave 2 people behind to take care of Qing Shan, old Master Shen said, trying to save face. Originally, old Master Shen had planned not to take the 2 younger children of the main Shen family. Although they were his grandchildren, he had more grandchildren, and they didn't have enough strength to care for everyone. But now, for his own face, he had to suggest this. I don't want to leave my parents. Shen Chaoqian understood what old Master Shen meant and was very reluctant to leave his family. He thought everyone else would dislike them, but only his parents and older sister wouldn't. I don't want to either. Shen Chao too hid behind Shen Miaoqing and spoke with his older brother. Just thinking about leaving his parents and sister made him pout and want to cry. Seeing this, Lin Yang felt heartache. She didn't want her children to go far from her. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she was at a loss. Shen Dalong heard everyone's words throughout, and with great effort, he opened his eyes. He saw his father's cold face clearly, as well as his mother and younger brothers in different expressions. Tears quietly fell from his eyes at this moment. For so many years, no matter how cold his parents were to him or how they ignored him, he never cared. He even thought it was because he wasn't good enough. He always tried to do better, earning money each month through hard work, almost all of which he used to honor his parents. During their escape from poverty, he endured hardships without complaint. Now that something had happened, he realized that his parents had never truly valued him. Unaware of Shen Dalong waking up, old Master Shen only secretly looked down on the 2 children in the main house, thinking they were immature. Meanwhile, Shen Shirling, standing nearby, couldn't help but secretly smile at the scene. It's really a pity. These 2 children are so naive. If they had gone with everyone else, maybe they could have survived, but they insisted on staying behind to suffer. Seeing this, Shen Miaoqing thought it was about time. She still wore a look of pain and sadness on her face. Sir, I know this is your good intention, but my 2 younger brothers are still young and depend on our mother. Others don't have the energy to take care of them. We also don't want to delay everyone. Shen Miaoqing protected her 2 brothers and clearly expressed her disagreement with letting the children leave. Then she added, but in these mountains and forests, it is truly dangerous. When I went out that day, I heard many wild animal howls, which was really frightening. My father has worked hard for the family all these years, giving you both money every month. Even if we can't take my father with us to escape now, we should leave some silver for the main house to use for self-defense. I also want to take my father to treat his leg. Shen Miaoqing subtly revealed her purpose. All the silver Shen Dalong earned over the years was in old Master Shen's hands. Even if the Shen family wanted to leave Shen Dalong behind, they would have to pay a price. Now, Shen Miaoqing didn't expect them to have food to eat, but silver, money, was important. Even if they didn't need it now, who knew what the future held? But once Shen Miaoqing expressed her desire for money, others were unwilling. They knew how important silver was, and giving money to a dying person seemed like a waste. Old Master Shen was also reluctant deep down, but he couldn't say so now because he didn't want to be seen as heartless. He was secretly thinking of a plan. Li Ernyang saw that everyone looked unhappy but didn't speak out. She felt uncomfortable at the thought of having to give them money. Now, we don't really need money, so giving it to you won't help, she tried to resist. Old Master Shin continued to watch silently. Auntie, if we don't have money, we could at least leave some food. We can't let the main family starve right away, Shin Miaoqing said, trying to make a point. Right now, food was even scarcer than money. Even if they had money, they couldn't buy food, and the Shin family didn't have much food either. Li Ernyang was choked up. She still wanted food. Was she dreaming? They had almost no food themselves. Shin girl is right. We can't leave nothing behind. We shouldn't let the family starve, someone said. Exactly. Shin Miaoqing only wants money to treat her father's leg. She's sensible. Others agreed. The people in the cave discussed, mostly supporting Shin Miaoqing. Especially Zhang Dachu, who understood well. He feared the Shin family might really abandon them. Shin Miaoqing's actions were just to get more supplies, which was understandable. He was happy to come out and speak up for her. Old Master Shin saw this too. He understood Shin Miaoqing's plan, but he also knew that if they wanted to leave them behind, they had to give something. Otherwise, his reputation would suffer. Of course, we can't leave you with nothing. But you know, times are hard, and we don't have much, Old Master Shin said after thinking carefully. He agreed to give some money, but he didn't plan to give much. Shin Miaoqing knew his intention. Her bright eyes kept watching him, as if waiting for him to hand over the money. Old Master Shin felt uncomfortable under her gaze. He looked away and saw others in the cave also watching him, waiting for him to give the money. His face darkened. He had planned to wait until things settled down, then secretly give some supplies to the main family. But now, Shin Miaoqing's attitude made it clear she wanted to make everything public. Feeling stuck, Old Master Shin had no choice but to go and get the money. It was nighttime, and the cave was dimly lit. Old Master Shin had some different thoughts in mind. Since he was willing to give now, it was not a bad idea. In the dark night, who could see clearly how much he had given? Shin Miaoqing saw through Old Master Shin's intentions. She smiled and took the copper coins he handed her. 1 coin, 2 coins, 3 coins. What are you doing? Old Master Shin interrupted her counting, his face dark as a pot. I'm just worried about the amount being correct, so I want to count carefully, she replied. Without hesitation, she moved closer to the fire and started counting again. From inside the fire and the cave, the people could see her actions clearly, watching her count carefully one by one. Everyone was curious. The people in the cave also wanted to know how much silver Old Master Shin had given. They stared at Shin Miaoqing's hands without blinking. Seeing this, Old Master Shin's face was hard to hide his embarrassment. The silver he had casually given was just about 30 copper coins. He was about to be laughed at, so he quickly tried to save face. You little girl, so impatient. I haven't finished giving the money yet. He then reluctantly handed out 1 or 2 silver coins. Shin Miaoqing saw the silver coins and felt happy. She took them without hesitation. She guessed that this was probably the limit Old Master Shin could give. If he gave more, he might lose face, and he probably wouldn't want that. Seeing this, Shin Miaoqing stopped. She knew deep down that Shin Daliang had given more silver over the years, but money was easy to give, not so easy to take back. Now that her first goal was achieved, she continued, Grandpa, if my father's health improves in the future, we can come find you. But without household registration and a travel permit, we still can't leave. She sighed heavily, looking very sad. A travel permit is just one, and I can't give it to you. Old Master Shin firmly refused. Without the permit, they couldn't leave. Grandpa, I don't mean for you to give me the permit. Just giving us the household registration would be enough, right? Otherwise, no matter where we are, people will see us as outsiders, Shin Miaoqing explained clearly. The new household registration was made by writing each person's information on a special thin wooden piece, stamping it with a special seal, and then linking them together. This method was effective in preventing forgery. The Shin family's household registration was kept under Old Master Shin's name, but this registration could be removed if needed. Shin Miaoqing's main goal in causing all this trouble was for this reason. Household registration is very important. All the household registration documents were in the head of the family, and under normal circumstances, they could not be issued to individuals. Old Master Shun looked hesitant, but after a few words from Shin Miaoqing, he patiently handed over the household registration of the main Shin family to her. When Shin Miaoqing finally saw the registration in her hands, she felt more at ease. Shin Miaoqing looked at the household registration, checked it carefully, and then put it away. Next, she took out paper and a pen. Grandpa, I know there's only one copy of the travel permit and I can't take it, but I feel uneasy. In the future, I won't be able to find you easily, so I want to copy the travel permit, explain the situation, and sign my name. Shin Miaoqing was always cautious. She knew she might not get the original permit, but she wanted to reduce the risk as much as possible. Why make things so complicated, sister? It's getting late. It's better for Grandpa to rest now, Shin Shirling thought to herself, feeling that all this effort was pointless. Trouble? Sick, sister. Do you already think our family is a burden? Do you remember when you were seriously ill that year, and I had to borrow money to pay for your treatment? And also, Shin Miaoqing kept talking about how much the main family had contributed over the years. The more she spoke, the darker old Master Shin's face became. He felt that praising the main family so much made their family seem heartless now, and it would only bring gossip and criticism. Enough, it's not a big deal. If you want to copy it, go ahead. Old Master Shin quickly interrupted, tired of Shin Miaoqing's endless talking. Seeing that Old Master Shin had already spoken, Shin Shirling gave up. Since they were all going to be left behind anyway, they might as well act like fools now. Shin Miaoqing didn't care what they thought. She took the travel permit and started copying it. Fortunately, she had an interest in calligraphy and had studied it seriously for a while, so copying wasn't too difficult. But since the booklet contained mostly detailed content, it took some time to write everything down. Under the dim firelight, Shin Miaoqing carefully wrote each stroke, paying close attention. During this time, Old Master Shin kept waiting because the guide was not in his possession, which made him feel uneasy. Shin Miaoqing understood his worries. After copying the document, she made the Shin family sign or seal it, then returned the original to Old Master Shin. If anyone was unwilling, Shin Miaoqing would start explaining how good Shin Daliang was to them. Now that Shin Daliang was injured, they didn't want to involve their eldest brother, and they wouldn't even help with such a small matter. Everyone, tired of Shin Miaoqing's approach, hurriedly signed or sealed the documents. Every time Shin Miaoqing said this, Zhang Dachu, who was nearby, would step in to support her, and sometimes the Huang family members would also join in. With the support of these people in the cave, the Shin family members didn't want to cause trouble. Overall, Shin Miaoqing's plan went smoothly this time. After a busy day, Shin Miaoqing packed away the guide and prepared to rest. As Shin Shirling had said, it was already late at night. The reason most people in the cave didn't want to sleep early was not just because of other matters but also because everyone had their own secret thoughts. Lin Yang watched over Shin Daliang. After Shin Miaoqing comforted her two brothers, she lay down to sleep. Most of the people in the cave had already fallen asleep. Except for a woman sitting across from Shin Miaoqing, lying on her side in the deep night, her eyes fixed on Shin Miaoqing, who seemed to be asleep. This woman was Li Xiuhua, the wife of Huang's third son. Li Xiuhua had been trapped in the pain of losing her husband and found it hard to move on. She used to think she wasn't the only one who lost her husband. The women of the Huang family's fourth branch also lost their men. They could have shared their grief. But she wondered why the Shin girl had saved the man from the fourth branch, but not her husband. Li Xiuhua also felt she was useless. She hadn't given birth to a child for Huang's third son, who treated her very well. Now that her husband was gone and she had no children, she felt lonely and helpless. Thinking of this, Li Xiuhua became anxious and started to have other thoughts. Why could Shin Miaoqing save her father and the man from the fourth branch, but not her husband? The more she thought about it, the more restless she became, filled with jealousy. Although Shin Miaoqing was tired, she usually didn't sleep deeply. Just after lying down, she felt as if someone was watching her from behind. She quietly opened her eyes and looked toward the source of the gaze, but the faint glow of the charcoal fire in the cave made it hard to see who was watching her. However, Shen Miaoqing could roughly guess that the person was from the Huang family. She remained alert, quickly thinking about possible conflicts between her and the Huang family. The next morning, the sky was already bright. Inside the cave, people were talking freely. Those soldiers have already left. We should leave the mountain quickly. Shun Hefu from the third household was eager to leave. I agree. There are so many wild animals here. Staying every day is frightening, Shun Hegui echoed. They took their father, Shun Sanling, to discuss leaving the mountain with Old Master Shin. Old Master Shin naturally wanted to leave, but he had no intention of escaping separately from Zhang and Huang families. He could only smile and go to ask Old Master Huang when they planned to leave. The Shin family, it's not that I don't want to go, but my family, Old Master Huang sighed. He wanted to stay a few more days in the cave so his fourth son could recover his strength. Old Master Shin's face stiffened. Huang's concern for his injured son made Shin seem unkind for wanting to leave quickly. He said a few caring words, then turned around with a dark face. When will we leave this terrible place? Shan Hefu impatiently pressed. Hearing this, Old Master Shin, already angry, snapped, If you want to leave, just go. Every day you're here complaining. What good are you? If the third household hadn't been urging him, he would have gone to ask with a fake smile. Seeing Old Master Huang so angry, Shin Hefu fell silent and dared not speak further. Shan Hegui, besides Shin Hefu, also stopped talking. Luckily, he was just scolding his brother and not himself. He felt quite fortunate. The Shin family saw Old Master Shin so angry and didn't dare to go forward again. Shin Miaoqing didn't care about all this. She had already achieved her goal. Once the Shin family left, she didn't know if they would meet again in the future. Shin Miaoqing helped Lady Lin take care of Shin Dalong. Mother, you haven't slept all night. Please go rest now. I'll stay here. Lady Lin hesitated, still worried about Shin Dalong. Shin Miaoqing urged her gently. If you overexert yourself, it won't be good. Don't worry, I believe father will be fine. Lady Lin hesitated again, then finally decided to lie down and rest, but as she turned away, she quietly wiped away tears. As noon approached, everyone in the cave started feeling hungry. Since we can't leave the cave now, maybe we can go out and find some food, suggested Lady Li. Shin Erlang and Shin Siling also thought so. They believed that if there were no soldiers outside, it probably wouldn't be so dangerous anymore. When they were in the village before, going up the mountain during the day was usually safe. The wild animals mostly came out at night. Besides, they were very hungry now. The few times they went out, they didn't bring back much food, and many of them were injured. Old Master Shin also shared this idea. He went to ask Zhang and Huang families if they wanted to team up to look for food. Although Old Master Huang knew going outside could be dangerous, he thought that given their current situation, they had no choice but to go out. He also planned to stay a few more days, so food and water were essential. Zhang Dachu felt the same way. He thought that without soldiers outside, it would be much safer. He agreed to let his sons go out this time. Before they left, Zhang Dachu told them, The world is big, but no matter what, saving your lives is the most important. His three sons nodded in agreement. They were used to hearing this every time Zhang Dachu sent them out. The number of people in the cave decreased significantly. Time kept passing. Lady Lin had fallen asleep. Shin Miaoqing also fed Shin Dalong some spiritual spring water as he gradually woke up. She checked and saw that Shin Dalong had already broken his fever, which she felt relieved about. It was good he didn't keep having a high fever, or it would be dangerous. Medical conditions were poor now, and Shin Miaoqing was worried that Shin Dalong's wounds might worsen and cause repeated fevers. Although Shin Dalong was awake, he still looked worried and preoccupied. He has always found it hard to accept reality. His legs are disabled, and his parents have abandoned him. What will happen to his wife and children? How can he take care of them? Shin Daliang feels very confused and becomes quite depressed. Shin Chaoqian and Shin Chaodu, the two younger brothers, stay close to Shin Daliang, quietly keeping him company. They don't speak, afraid that talking might disturb his rest. Meanwhile, Li Xiuhua's gaze never leaves Shen Miaoqing. Seeing this warm scene makes her feel even sadder. Why do so many people go out, but only her husband has died? Initially, Li Xiuhua was praying that even if Shen Miaoqing found Shen Daliang again, she wouldn't want him to come back to life. But when she saw Shen Daliang wake up and look better than before, she realized she couldn't deceive herself anymore. Just then, Huang Laosi also slowly wakes up. Huang Laosi's wife is overjoyed and can't help crying happily. He's finally awake. Oh my, I was so scared. Huang Laosi and Huang Laotai also come closer, asking about Huang Laosi's condition with concern. While the Huang family focuses on Huang Laosi, Li Xiuhua feels even more overwhelmed with sadness. Suddenly, Li Xiuhua seems unable to control her emotions. She runs forward like she's lost her mind, trying to headbutt Shen Miaoqing. The event happens very quickly, but Shen Miaoqing had expected this. When Li Xiuhua rushes forward with her head, Shen Miaoqing quickly blocks her to prevent her from hitting Shen Daliang and the two younger brothers. Her hair is sticky and has a strong, unpleasant smell. Shen Miaoqing doesn't have time to dislike it and continues to block her. Luckily, Shen Miaoqing is very strong, or she wouldn't have been able to stop Li Xiuhua's force. Shen Chaoqian and Shen Chaotu are stunned and confused, not understanding what just happened so suddenly. What are you doing? Shen Miaoqing shouts loudly while holding Li Xiuhua back, attracting others' attention. Seeing she can't headbutt Shen Miaoqing, Li Xiuhua changes her strategy. She lifts her head, trying to grab Shen Miaoqing's hair with her hands. But Shen Miaoqing, as if she had expected this, grabs her hand when she reaches out. Shen Miaoqing is very strong and tightly holds Li Xiuhua's hand, making her unable to move. At this moment, the Huang family members realize what's happening and rush over quickly to try to stop them. Li Xiuhua seemed to be acting wildly at this moment. When her hands couldn't do the job, she started kicking with her feet. Shen Miaoqing saw her actions and pushed her away rudely, causing Li Xiuhua to fall to the ground. Third wife, what are you doing? Old Lady Huang scolded. The other sisters-in-law quickly stepped forward to hold Li Xiuhua's hands, afraid she might lose control again. Ugh ugh ugh. Li Xiuhua sat there crying silently. Shen Miaoqing looked coldly at the woman who suddenly attacked her, showing no friendliness. If Shen Miaoqing weren't strong, she might have been hurt badly by her. She had seen how village women fought before. Pulling hair and bumping into people were common, but these methods were also very painful. Since the third wife kept silent, old man Huang spoke first. Shen girl, I want to say sorry first. Shen Miaoqing still showed no expression, her eyes on the crying Li Xiuhua. Shen Chaotu pulled at Shen Miaoqing's sleeve, wanting to know if his sister was okay. Shen Miaoqing gently patted their small heads, signaling she was fine. Third wife, why did you hit Shen girl? Old Lady Huang asked again, a bit impatient seeing Li Xiuhua crying.
Why?
Why didn't she save my third son? Ugh ugh ugh. Li Xiuhua finally spoke, hitting the ground with her hand. Shen Miaoqing felt confused. She wasn't a fairy. She couldn't save everyone. Moreover, she cared so much about her husband, so why didn't she go to help? Instead, she only blamed others. Shen Miaoqing thought this was unreasonable. She's just a young girl. How could she save so many people? Old Lady Huang pitied Li Xiuhua, who had just lost her husband, and spoke kindly. Old man Huang was the biological son of Old Lady Huang, and she felt mixed emotions about him. But she was reasonable and knew that her third son's trouble had nothing to do with Shen Miaoqing. Their family should be grateful that she saved the fourth. She could save the fourth family, so why not mine? She even helped bandage their wounds. Why didn't she help with mine? Maybe because Shen Miaoqing didn't help bandage her man's wound. That's why she was upset. Li Xiuhua firmly believed this, and others found it hard to change her mind. That's absurd, truly absurd. I also feel sorry for the third son, but there's nothing we can do now that he's faced such a terrible misfortune. Old Lady Huang tried to explain, but Li Xiuhua refused to listen. Li Xiuhua looked at Shen Miaoqing with a resentful gaze. You're so concerned about your man. Why don't you go find him yourself? Shen Miaoqing bluntly exposed Li Xiuhua's fake concern. Li Xiuhua seemed not to hear Shen Miaoqing's words and continued to make a fuss. I don't care. Why is everyone else alive, but I lost my man? Boo-hoo. Shen Miaoqing also realized that this person was not reasonable at all, stubbornly clinging to her own rigid beliefs. Enough, take her away. Old Master Huang also didn't want to listen to Li Xiuhua's nonsense. The others in the Huang family also thought Li Xiuhua's behavior was inappropriate and followed Old Master Huang's lead, pulling her away from Shen Miaoqing. Shen Miaoqing had no intention of arguing further with Li Xiuhua. Seeing her leave, she said no more and sat back in her original spot beside Shen Daolong. Old Master Huang felt deeply guilty toward Shen Miaoqing and kept apologizing on Li Xiuhua's behalf. Thinking about how the Huang family had spoken up for her last night and knowing that Old Master Huang had no son, Shen Miaoqing decided not to hold a grudge against him. As for Li Xiuhua's words, Shen Miaoqing didn't feel any extra pity. It was enough that she didn't scold her harshly. After finishing his apology, Old Master Huang thought for a moment and went to get some copper coins, wrapping them up to give as a token of apology to Shen Miaoqing. Shen Miaoqing initially wanted to refuse, but Old Master Huang insisted on giving her something. Young Miss Shen, I truly apologize for what happened earlier, and I also want to thank you for helping us save our fourth son. I only have this small token to repay you. If you refuse to accept it, I will feel very guilty. Seeing that she kept refusing, Old Master Huang persisted, and Shen Miaoqing finally accepted it. This eased Old Master Huang's mind a little. He had originally planned to give some gifts as thanks. He was waiting for the people who went out to bring back food before giving more, but given the current situation, he could only give some copper coins as a token of thanks for now. Old Master Huang secretly decided that once the people returning with supplies arrived, he would also give some food to Shen Miaoqing. Like others, he believed that without soldiers outside to catch people, those who went out should be able to bring back some supplies in any case. Shen Miaoqing briefly looked at the copper coins given by Old Master Huang. 2 strings of coins, totaling 600 copper pieces. 600 coins are not a small amount. Shen Miaoqing could tell that Old Master Huang was genuinely grateful. No one would dislike having more money, and since others wanted to give, she had her reasons for accepting. She didn't think much and carefully stored the coins. Just then, Lady Lin was awakened by the commotion and was now asking about Shen Miaoqing's condition with concern. Shen Miaoqing indicated she was fine. Lady Lin suggested she rest a bit, and Shen Daliang would stay to watch over her. Seeing that Lady Lin insisted, and noticing her spirits had improved, plus Shen Miaoqing still had things to do, she finally agreed. After settling back into her spot, Shen Miaoqing looked at Li Xiuhua to confirm she was well guarded by the Huang family. Only then did she feel at ease and close her eyes. In the blink of an eye, she was back inside her space. Because she had been busy all day yesterday, she hadn't yet planted the things she picked while looking for Shen Daliang in her space. Now that she had time, Shen Miaoqing thought about planting those items. The most abundant harvest this time was mushrooms. White mushrooms, shiitake, flat mountain mushrooms, tea tree mushrooms, and about 8 types in total. She carefully planted them all. She also planted wild scallions, as Shen Miaoqing liked things that could enhance flavor and aroma. Soon, she had planted a small patch of wild scallions. Next, she planted burdock, prickly grass, wild amaranth, and wild mountain fruits like south candles. Suddenly, Shen Miaoqing expanded her planting area again. Fortunately, the space was good for plants, with a long shelf life. After a night, the plants she stored inside were unaffected. She used spiritual spring water to water all the plants in her space. After watering, they looked even more lively and full of energy. Then, Shen Miaoqing saw a flash of light again from the wooden cabin. Remembering her previous strange encounter, she quickly walked over to the cabin without hesitation. When her hand touched the wooden post, the device resembling an electronic screen appeared again. On the screen, it showed that more than 20 types of plants had been successfully cultivated, unlocking a new space reward. She could freely select 6 items within 6 hours. The available items to choose from include 1 large iron pot, a pair of slippers, one clothes hanger, a family medical kit, a full-length mirror, a bag of rice seeds, a bottle of mineral water, a towel, a planting book, a bag of cabbage seeds, a bag of ham sausages, and a pack of instant noodles. Shen Miaoqing looked at these various items with great happiness and immediately began to choose. She knew that if she didn't select now, the rewards would be randomly given to her when the time was up. So, she decided to pick her items now. Her first choice was the family medical kit, followed by the rice seeds and the large iron pot. Next, she chose the cabbage seeds and the planting book. Finally, she picked the pack of instant noodles. At this moment, slippers, the full-length mirror, clothes hanger, and towel were not her top priorities. Mineral water was also not a concern because her space's endless spiritual spring water was more than enough to drink. When choosing between instant noodles and ham sausages, Shen Miaoqing preferred the more filling noodles. After making her selections, she clicked confirm. Instantly, her chosen items appeared neatly arranged inside the wooden cabin. She happily went to check. Opening the medical kit, she saw disinfectants like alcohol, iodine, hydrogen peroxide, and other medical supplies such as gauze, triangular bandages, band-aids, and bandages. There were also common and emergency medicines, including painkillers, cold medicine, fever reducers, and hemostatic drugs. All kinds of medical instruments and first aid tools were also included. The medical kit was quite large, and Shen Miaoqing felt even more excited upon seeing it. With these first aid supplies, she wouldn't be helpless if anything happened in the future. She could also use them to treat Big Brother Shen if needed. She silently considered the usefulness of this medical kit. Next, she opened the planting book. It contained detailed planting instructions that were clear and easy to understand. She felt she had gained a lot from it. After all, she had never learned systematic planting knowledge before. Now, with this book and the special nature of the space's spiritual spring, her abilities would be greatly enhanced. After reviewing her options, Shen Miaoqing planned to plant the rice seedlings and cabbage seeds in the space's soil. The 2 bags of seeds were not few, and rice seeds require soft soil and plenty of water. Therefore, Shen Miaoqing couldn't finish such a big task quickly. She had to settle for planting cabbage seeds first, as growing cabbage was relatively easier. Since she had already cleared some land in the space before, Shen Miaoqing soon planted all the cabbage inside the space. However, right after planting the cabbage, she heard her stomach growling. Remembering the instant noodles she had just received, she boiled some water and soaked the noodles. In less than 10 minutes, the fragrant noodles were ready. Instant noodles can become boring if eaten often, but eating them occasionally feels very tasty. At this moment, the smell of the noodles was very strong, and the noodles were soft yet chewy. Shen Miaoqing ate happily, taking one bite after another. After finishing the noodles, she sat down to rest for a while, then resumed her busy work of clearing the land. Time passed unknowingly, and Shen Miaoqing was so busy she forgot about the time. During this time, she didn't feel tired at all. She could sense her body was getting stronger, and her strength had increased. It wasn't until she heard noisy sounds outside the space that she put down her work, quickly slipped out, and opened her eyes to see what was happening. When Shen Miaoqing left the space, it was already evening. She saw that the people returning looked very frightened. "What's wrong? Why does everyone look so panicked?" Old Shen asked, noticing their worried expressions. "There are fierce tigers outside," Second Shen stammered. "And a pack of wolves," Third Shen added. "Let's leave this mountain quickly." "I don't know why, but there are so many wild animals here now," Second Shen said eagerly, wanting to escape this scary place. Zhang Dachu also listened and asked his son for details. Old Zhang explained everything clearly. It was basically that everything had been going smoothly. They found many edible wild vegetables and dug bark and roots, filling their baskets with supplies. Just as they were planning to find more, they saw many fierce animals from the high ground on the mountain. They were so frightened that everyone ran back to the cave. They were just lucky this time, avoiding direct encounters with tigers and wolves. Otherwise, they might not have made it back. "Dad, I think we should go down the mountain first." Fourth brother's still not fully recovered, but he can be careful and carried down. It shouldn't be too dangerous, suggested Old Huang. Old Huang nodded in agreement. The wolves and tigers hadn't blocked the mountain path yet, but if they waited too long and the beasts blocked the exit, they would be trapped here. Everyone who returned from the trip was urging to leave quickly. Except for the main family, most of the Shen family was eager to go down the mountain. Old Shen thought for a moment and decided to leave immediately. What about the eldest uncle's family? Shen Lichang wanted to persuade them. But at this moment, only his younger brother Shen Lifu paid attention to him. The others were busy packing their things and preparing to leave. Stop hesitating, you two. Hurry up and go, Lin Yang impatiently urged. Shin Erling echoed, your mother is pregnant with another brother. Just take good care of her. You don't need to worry about others. The brothers hurriedly gathered their things, took some wild vegetables from the basket to give to Lin Yang, and finally had to leave with the others from the Shin family. Lin Yang saw this and wanted to stop them, but she knew it was a waste of time. She understood her two sons well. If she told them to abandon everything from the main family and leave nothing behind, they probably wouldn't leave at all. So she gave up. It's really the main family's gain. Shin Shirling was overjoyed to finally leave this broken cave. She couldn't hide her happiness, especially when she saw Shin Miaoqing's family being abandoned and left behind in the cave. She felt even more excited. There are many wild animals in the mountains. Good luck, sister. Unfortunately, we probably won't see each other again, Shin Shirling thought with a smile. Shin Miaoqing watched these people hurriedly pass by her without any emotion. She didn't like the Shin family much to begin with. They only stayed together for safety. Meanwhile, Shin Chaoqian and Shin Chaotu, the two young boys, looked panicked and clung tightly to their parents and older sister. After the Shin family left, Lin Yang couldn't hold back her tears and was overwhelmed with sadness. Shin Daliang seemed to have prepared himself mentally many times. Now that his parents and younger brother had left, his face showed no emotion, but inside, he felt cold and empty. Aside from old lady Shin, he quickly looked back once. The others barely glanced back, only thinking of escaping quickly. Old lady Shin also only took a quick look before continuing to leave. Soon after, the Shun family members had left the cave. Zhang Daliu came to say goodbye to Shin Yaoqing and planned to leave as well. He left some wild vegetables and medicine for Shin Daliang. Although Zhang Daliu admired Shin Yaoqing, when it came to protecting his family's safety, he chose to prioritize himself first. Shin Miaoqing understood Zhang Daliu's actions and appreciated that he had brought medicine and vegetables, which showed his kindness. Zhang Daliu hurriedly left, and Shin Miaoqing couldn't refuse his kindness, so she accepted it. She thought that if there was a chance in the future, she would repay him if she could. Old man Huang also sighed and decided to listen to his eldest son's advice and leave the mountain first. He brought a lot of wild vegetables and food, then quickly said goodbye. Li Xiuhua looked at Shin Miaoqing with resentment, and the Huang family felt helpless about her behavior. They thought it was better not to let Li Xiuhua and Shin Miaoqing stay together. The eldest and second sons of the Huang family took turns carrying old Huang Si down the mountain. Soon, the Huang family packed up and left the cave. Within 15 minutes, the cave was empty, leaving only Shin Daliang, Lin Yang, Shin Miaoqing, and her two brothers. Lin Yang still couldn't get used to this situation and kept crying. Shin Chaoqian and Shin Chaotu, the little boys, saw their mother crying so sadly and felt uneasy too. Only Shin Miaoqing remained calm and indifferent, as she had expected. She didn't have deep feelings for these people and felt nothing at this moment. For Shin Miaoqing, their departure made it easier for her to take things out of her space. After they left completely, she made sure to seal the cave entrance again. She even cut some thorny plants nearby and placed them around the entrance before sealing it tightly. With these thorny things, if someone tries to come in again, they will definitely make noise. Seeing the empty cave, Shin Daliang sighed deeply and looked at Lin Yang and his children. His voice was choked with emotion. It's my fault. I have burdened you all. Shin Daliang felt very guilty. He sensed the pain in his leg and felt hopeless. Lin Yang shook her head, tears in her eyes, and held Shin Daliang's hand. You're not a burden. As long as you're alive, that's enough. To Lin Yang, Shen Daoyang's life was more important than anything else. Originally, Shen Daoyang had told Shen Miaoqing and Lin Yang to take Shen Chao and Shen Cha too, and leave the cave with the main group, not to worry about him anymore. But both Lin Yang and Shen Miaoqing refused this idea. Dad, I believe your leg will get better someday. Shen Miaoqing knew Shen Daoyang cared a lot about his leg. She said this to encourage him. And her words were not unfounded. Zhang Dachu also said the same. Shen Daoyang's left leg was indeed badly injured, but his right leg was only scraped. The wound looked scary but didn't damage the tendons or bones. With good rest, walking again would definitely be fine. Shen Miaoqing thought that with the medicines in her space, the wound might heal faster. As for Shen Daoyang's left leg, Zhang Dachu once said it was probably useless because the knee joint was broken and he couldn't do anything about it. Shen Miaoqing didn't speak at the time, but carefully observed Shen Daoyang's leg. It didn't seem as serious as Zhang Dachu said. It looked more like the knee joint was dislocated. Shen Miaoqing remembered that in modern times, if such a fracture happened, it wouldn't mean the leg was completely useless. When she was a child, Shen Miaoqing had fallen and dislocated her arm. It looked broken and limp, but after a doctor reset it, her hand recovered quickly. Shen Miaoqing thought Shen Daoyang's situation was somewhat similar to hers before, but she didn't know any massage or reset techniques. She only vaguely remembered the doctor's movements and some science videos she had seen. Based on Zhang Dachu's treatment at that time, it seemed that the people here didn't have similar medical skills. Shen Miaoqing could only use the space medical kit to treat Shen Daoyang's scratches. As for everything else, she truly felt helpless. But deep inside, she wondered if she should just let Shen Daoyang remain dislocated, completely losing one leg. Meanwhile, Shen Daoyang heard Shen Miaoqing's comforting words about his leg healing, and a faint smile appeared on his face. The smile seemed to comfort Shen Miaoqing and himself. Shen Daoyang wasn't sure if he could stand again. He didn't expect both legs to fully recover, but he still hoped to stand up someday. He didn't want to become a burden that relied on others. Seeing Shen Daoyang's expression, Shen Miaoqing knew he didn't believe her words. She didn't say anything more. As time passed, Shen Miaoqing noticed her two brothers' stomachs start to rumble. She decided to prepare dinner using a clay pot. Lin Yang had wanted to come and take over the cooking, but Shen Miaoqing stopped her. She didn't want to eat plain, tasteless boiled vegetables again. Mother, you should go rest. I can handle everything here. There were no other dangerous people around. Shen Miaoqing planned to show her cooking skills and make a tasty, hearty meal. Seeing Shen Miaoqing's firm attitude, Lin Yang had no choice but to go back and rest, occasionally checking if Shen Daoyang needed help. Shen Daoyang couldn't move his legs now, and all his eating, drinking, and bathroom needs were on the grass mat. Lin Yang was diligently taking care of him. Shen Miaoqing looked at the remaining food supplies. The wild vegetables sent by the Zhang and Huang families were quite a lot, along with some roots, grass, and mushrooms. The Shen family only gave some silver money, and Shen Lichang and Shen Lifu also brought some wild vegetables. They didn't leave anything else. Old Master Shen, Grandma Shen, and Shen Daoyang's two brothers didn't want to leave Shen Daoyang's family any small benefits. Shen Miaoqing didn't care whether the Shen family kept anything or not. She had already gotten what she wanted. Although the copied route guide had some flaws, it was better than having nothing at all. Seeing these wild vegetables, tree bark, and other things, Shen Miaoqing guessed that if they kept eating frugally, these supplies could last their family of 5 for several days. Shen Miaoqing didn't plan to be so frugal. Not only did she need to replenish nutrients for Shen Daoyang, who was injured, but the two younger ones were also growing and developing. Shen Miaoqing couldn't bear to restrict herself when she had the chance. When the wild vegetables ran out, she could quietly store some for later or make an excuse to go outside and bring some back. After thinking this through, Shen Miaoqing realized a problem. Even if she wanted to, she didn't have enough ingredients. Her options were limited. The items in her space hadn't been properly prepared yet, so she decided to make simple dishes. Silently, Shen Miaoqing sneaked out some pork fat from her space and cooked a lot of wild vegetables. Next, she planned to make a big pot of mushroom soup, cooking all the mushrooms at once since they didn't have many. Most of the water came from the water pouch she carried. She wasn't worried about them noticing anything strange about the water. If Lin Yang asked, she could say she found a spring outside. Shen Miaoqing washed the mushrooms, tore them apart, and soaked them in warm water. Soaking mushrooms in warm water helps make the soup richer and tastier. Then, she prepared the broth. She added some water to a clay pot, quietly took some ginger slices from her space, and put them in to cook, which could help remove any fishy smell. Once it boiled, she turned the heat down to simmer and stirred occasionally with a wooden spoon to prevent the mushrooms from sticking to the pot. Soon, a fragrant mushroom soup was ready. Shen Miaoqing thought that if she had a hen to add, it would be even more delicious. The stir-fried wild vegetables and mushroom soup were so tasty that Shin Chaoqian and Shin Chaotu, the two little boys, had bright eyes and couldn't take their eyes off Shen Miaoqing. Shen Miaoqing smiled at the sight, divided the mushroom soup into their bowls, and waited for them to eat the soup to fill their stomachs. After that, they continued eating the stir-fried vegetables. Both portions were quite large, and they ate happily. Delicious. Tastes great. As they spoke, their hands kept moving, fully focused on the tasty food. Shin Chaoqian and Shun Chaotu both felt that the dishes their sister cooked were different from what they had eaten before. They couldn't quite describe how, but they knew it was extremely delicious. When Lin Yang and Shin Daliang ate, they were both surprised. The taste of the wild vegetables was completely different from the usual boiled ones. It was fragrant, well-balanced in saltiness, crisp and not greasy. Unknowingly, Lin Yang and Shin Daliang finished the food in their wooden bowls, followed by the mushroom soup, which was delicious and almost made their taste buds tingle. The mushrooms were especially tender and fragrant, and this time, they all ate very happily. Shen Miaoqing also finished her portion. She didn't react much. The taste was okay, but not extraordinary, just a simple home-style dish. For Shin Daliang, Lin Yang, and the two little ones, however, it was a rare treat. Especially because, compared to plain boiled vegetables, and after a long period of hunger, this meal, which Shen Miaoqing didn't find perfect or stunning, was seen as perfect by them. Why does this wild vegetable smell so good? Lin Yang asked curiously. She had never seen anyone prepare wild vegetables like this, bright in color and rich in aroma. This is made with some wild rabbit oil left from roasting a rabbit last time. Dishes cooked with oil tend to be more fragrant, Shen Miaoqing explained calmly, with a light and relaxed tone. Shen Miaoqing was so composed because she knew that the people here didn't usually use oil for cooking. This method was new to Lin Yang and the others. In her mind, she thought that dishes cooked with pig fat would be even more fragrant and tastier. Really? You're amazing, Qinger, to have discovered this method, Lin Yang praised. In her eyes, all these cooking methods were thought up by Shen Miaoqing. I just find this interesting, Shen Miaoqing continued, setting the stage for making more delicious food in the future. Lin Yang didn't notice anything suspicious and simply praised Shen Miaoqing's cleverness and skill. Shen Miaoqing smiled quietly, finished her meal, and then returned to her sleeping spot to sit down. Things went smoothly for Shen Miaoqing in the cave, but it seemed that the people coming down the mountain didn't have such luck. Especially the Shen family, they were the first to encounter the mountain leopards. The leopards were quite large, and there were several of them, which frightened the Shen family a lot. They quickly ran away in panic. They are now quite far from the cave and do not want to go back up the mountain. In the chaos, they managed to split up the Shen family. Shin Shirling sees the scene and screams loudly. She quickly hides behind her older brother, Shin Hefu, clutching his clothes tightly. Shin Hefu is terrified and does not want to face this situation. He starts to run away, not caring about protecting Shin Shirling. Shin Shirling refuses to let go, holding on to Shin Hefu's clothes even more tightly, running at his pace. Shin Hefu, however, is no longer as helpful as Su Chunchao was before. Previously, Su Chunchao was bitten by a snake and had to let go of Shin Shirling. Now, when Shin Hefu feels Shin Shirling grabbing his clothes, he shouts loudly, "Shin Shirling, let go of me. Stop holding on." Shin Shirling bites her lip, her face full of fear, but she still refuses to loosen her grip. Seeing this, Shun Hafu speeds up. Even though Shun Shirling's grip is holding him back, he runs faster than before. Shun Shirling, however, cannot keep up as her strength wanes. She gradually loses her hold on Shun Hafu's clothes. Her face turns very pale, and when she sees the leopard behind her about to catch up, she grits her teeth and speeds up, pushing Shun Hafu away with force. Shun Hafu loses his balance and falls to the ground. Seeing that the leopard's target is her brother, Shun Shirling quickly runs in a different direction from Shun Hafu. Shun Hafu looks confused at first, but when he sees the leopard approaching, he forgets everything else and quickly gets up to run again. Shun Hafu's greatest strength is his speed. For a moment, the leopard does not catch him. Meanwhile, Shun Higu, unfortunately, is not so lucky. He gets bitten on the foot by a leopard, causing pain and fear. He screams loudly, overwhelmed by the pain and terror. Eventually, the Shin family encounters members of the Zhang and Huang families, who are also fleeing. Seeing the number of people, the leopards do not attack immediately. The leopard on Shin Higu is driven away. Meanwhile, Li Ernyang, who fell while fleeing in a hurry, is crying out in pain. Seeing the leopards still showing signs of wanting to attack, the Zhang and Huang family members brandish sticks and scare the leopards away. Only then do the Shin family members finally breathe a sigh of relief. Next, there were two loud screams, both calling for Zhang Dachu to come and see. "I still have a life inside me. Please don't fight with me." Li Ernyang worriedly covered her belly, while loudly scolding Shun Higuei. "I hurt my foot. There's blood. So much blood." Shun Higuei ignored Li Ernyang's words and kept shouting. Zhang Dachu didn't do much. He just watched as the two argued back and forth. In the end, old Master Shen, looking unhappy, asked Zhang Dachu to check Li Ernyang first, then Shun Higuei. Zhang Dachu carefully examined Li Ernyang. Seeing no bleeding or signs of miscarriage, he guessed the baby was fine. "She's just scared from the shock and has some scratches. She'll be okay after a rest." As soon as Zhang Dachu finished speaking, Shen Higuei hurriedly urged, "Then come look at my foot. It hurts so much." Shun Higuei kept his hand over his injured foot, trying to stop the bleeding. Zhang Dachu tried twice to move his hand, but failed. He said impatiently, "Are you planning to keep holding it forever? Let go quickly." Shun Higuei finally realized and slowly moved his hand away. Zhang Dachu looked at the wound. It was quite deep and had some flesh bitten off. He stopped the bleeding and wrapped it with a cloth strip. Shun Higuei still felt uneasy, but clearly Zhang Dachu didn't have much patience. After a few simple words, he told Shin's family to pay him. This time, Zhang Dachu asked for quite a lot of money, making old Master Huang look a bit upset. Zhang Dachu nonchalantly said, "If you don't pay, don't call me next time something happens." Old Master Shin finally forced a smile and handed the payment to Zhang Dachu. After receiving the money, Zhang Dachu immediately smiled happily. It's the Shin family's good work. Although Zhang Dachu didn't like how the Shin family treated Shin Miaoqing, no one would refuse a good deal. Old Master Shin's dark face still wore a fake smile. This time, the Shin family didn't dare to leave alone, and they followed closely behind the Huang and Zhang families as they went down the mountain. Night fell. The moon shone brightly. Inside the space, Shin Miaoqing was still busy. Growing rice was a big project, and clearing the land alone took a long time. Especially since Shin Miaoqing's space didn't have handy tools, she had to rely on her strength to clear the land. She cleared away excess gravel and plowed the land more deeply to improve the soil structure, making it more breathable and better at retaining water. Next, she focused on irrigation. Shin Miaoqing thought to herself that she was lucky the spiritual spring in the space was growing larger, or there wouldn't be enough water. Shin Miaoqing dug channels to guide water from the spring to water the land. The final step was planting rice seedlings. When planting, she just needed to pay attention to the spacing and density of the seedlings to ensure each rice plant received enough sunlight and nutrients. Shin Miaoqing worked so hard, she lost track of time. When her throat was dry and painful from thirst, she realized it was already late. She drank some water, tidied up her work, and finished planting a large area of rice. The space also experienced day and night cycles. However, the moonlight in the space was very bright and did not interfere with Shen Miaoqing's diligent work. After everything was done, Shen Miaoqing finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. She felt covered in dirt and grime. Thinking that only a few people were outside, she felt less worried. She gave herself a thorough wash, feeling the cool water flow over her skin. Every inch of her skin cheered, and she felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Shen Miaoqing sighed happily. Since arriving in this world, this was the first time she felt so relaxed and comfortable. Although there was spiritual spring water in the space before, it was never as abundant as now. In the past, she only wiped herself with some water, not as carefully as she did now. She used to be too afraid to wash herself thoroughly because she was so thirsty she thought she might die. There was no time or mood for bathing when she was that desperate. If she was too clean, it would seem out of place among others. Shen Miaoqing understood this well and always kept a low profile. After finishing her work, she went to sleep late at night. Probably exhausted, she slept quite peacefully. But she remained alert. She placed many noise-making objects at the cave entrance, such as clay pots, ceramic jars, and some dry firewood and straw. She made sure that if anyone touched these objects, they would wake her up. Only then did she feel safe enough to sleep. When very few people knew, Lu Jian and his subordinates arrived at Hezhou. Hezhou's 13 cities were full of danger. Lu Jian, who had led some disaster victims down the mountain earlier, felt helpless and couldn't manage much. He simply told those victims to take their household registration and travel documents and continue heading south. His decision matched the wishes of the disaster victims who had experienced life and death. When Lu Jian just led 3,000 soldiers away, the victims scattered and fled. Among the victims was a figure dressed in tattered clothes, face full of fear. Her body was covered with whip marks. Seeing the people around her running in all directions, Su Chunchao was even more helpless. She didn't know where she should go now. Surviving this long was a miracle. It was all thanks to her stubborn will to live. When she was hungry and couldn't stand it, she ate grass from the ground. When there was no grass, she ate dirt. During this time, she was whipped many times. Her spirit was a bit dazed. After being rescued, she didn't know where to go now. In another place, also late at night, General Liu, "What brings you here?" asked a fat man with a smile on his face, but his tone was clearly unfriendly. "Quickly gather all the soldiers from the 13 cities of Hezhou," Lu Jian said seriously, ignoring the man's hostility and provocation. "Why should we listen to you? Who are you in Hezhou? How dare you give orders here?" Another slightly fat man sneered. Lu Jian didn't want to waste time arguing with them. He drew his sword and pressed it against the speaker's neck. "Disobedience, kill." The sharp sword gleamed coldly in the moonlight. His voice was icy and piercing. His serious face made it clear he was not joking. It seemed that in the next second, the sword might cut his throat. The thin man immediately froze in fear, not daring to move. Lu Jian's 3,000 soldiers also drew their swords in unison. The sight shocked those with doubts, leaving them speechless. Lu Jian understood the situation well. If he didn't use such swift and harsh measures to deal with these doubters, it would only delay things. Next, he used the same ruthless method to stabilize the army and prepare for the coming enemies. After continuous days and nights of travel and handling affairs, Lu Jian finally returned home, feeling exhausted and leaning on his forehead. Lu Jian didn't care much about other things, but aside from being starving, a wave of hunger swept over him. Just as he was about to go out to find food, he coincidentally met his old friend Su Tong, who brought some dry bread. Su Tong joked, "Are you going out to find something to eat?" Lu Jian nodded in agreement, reaching out to take the dry bread handed over by Su Tong. Lu Jian didn't hesitate much and started eating the bread with water from his water pouch. This was made by the new cook in the camp. "It should be pretty good. I haven't eaten it yet, so don't eat it all at once." Seeing all the dry bread in Lu Jian's hands, Su Tong quickly stepped forward and took one to eat himself. He took a big bite, but immediately sensed something was wrong. Cough, cough, cough. A strong cough sounded. The bread was salty and made his throat sting. Su Tom wanted to take the water pouch from Lu Jian, but Lu Jian dodged and kept eating his own bread. Unable to get the water, Su Tom quickly took his own water pouch and gulped down a big sip. After a moment, he recovered and said, "That new soldier really isn't good. Is all that salt meant to be free? They're pouring it all in." He looked at Lu Jian with a puzzled expression, still annoyed about the salty, throat-stinging bread. "It's so salty and harsh, yet you still seem to enjoy eating it. It almost makes me think it's delicious." Lu Jian didn't reply. He continued eating his dry bread. Compared to eating bark and roots, these dry biscuits weren't too bad. He understood one thing. It was late, and finding food was no easy task. There was no room for him to be picky. Although he loved good food, he never complained about what he ate. As long as he could fill his stomach, that was enough for him. The next morning, soft sunlight shone through the cracks in the cave onto the corner. Sun Maoqing slept for a long time. Since no one disturbed her the whole time, she woke up naturally at dawn. She stretched lazily, then closed her eyes and quickly entered her space. She washed herself and watered the plants inside with spiritual spring water. Sun Maoqing was glad that even without fertilizer, the plants in her space grew very well. It saved her a lot of effort. The plants inside the space were thriving, and Sun Maoqing felt very happy as she left the space. Today, she planned to go out again and find more things to plant. As she got up, Lin Yang, who was mending clothes nearby, called out, "It's time to eat. I've left some food for you." Liney's voice was gentle, and she was sewing up clothes that Sun Maoqing had accidentally torn earlier. Sun Maoqing felt warm inside and said, "This clothes isn't a big deal. There's no need to go to so much trouble to fix it." She appreciated Liney's effort, knowing she had a busy morning cooking and caring for Shindaliang, and now she was sewing her clothes too. "It's okay. I have nothing to do now anyway," Liney replied with a faint smile, continuing to sew. Seeing this, Sun Maoqing said nothing more and turned to look at the food Liney had cooked that day. Her mood wasn't as wonderful as before. The meal included boiled wild vegetables and water roots, with a generous amount of mostly wild vegetables. Sun Maoqing also glanced at the basket where the dishes were placed. The amount was similar to what she had cooked yesterday. She quickly understood that her mother was saving some food for herself, eating less so Sun Maoqing could have more. That bland-tasting boiled wild vegetables had become quite precious now. Sun Maoqing felt touched but didn't want to continue living a hard life. She took a few bites and then put down her wooden bowl. Next, she scooped the remaining food and placed it beside Liney. "Mother, you should eat more too. If you're hungry and fall ill, that would be a big problem." Liney's voice was very soft, and her face showed obvious panic, clearly not good at lying. "I've already eaten. You keep the rest," she said. Sun Maoqing knew that if she didn't eat at all, her mother might feel even worse. "I don't need much. Just finish what you have," Liney continued to persuade. Sun Maoqing didn't reply further. She patted her two younger brothers' heads and pinched their small faces. Although they looked a bit thin, their cheeks still had some flesh, which Sun Maoqing was satisfied with. But they hadn't washed in a long time and looked a little dirty. Sun Maoqing wanted to find a chance and a good excuse to bring back more water, especially since there was still a wooden bucket in the cave. "I'm going out," Sun Maoqing announced to Liney. Liney quickly stood up.
No.
"It's too dangerous outside." Her face was full of worry. Even the people in the cave had hurried down the mountain because of the danger outside. Liney couldn't possibly feel at ease letting Sun Maoqing go out and take risks. Sun Maoqing knew her mother wouldn't agree easily. She moved aside the things she had placed at the cave entrance last night and tried to persuade her. "I won't get into trouble. Before, I carried Dad back from such a far distance, and nothing happened." "Mother, you don't need to worry too much," Sun Maoqing said confidently. It was because she had the special ability to enter a space for safety at any moment that she felt so sure of herself. Mother Lin still disagreed and continued to persuade her. "It's different now. We still have food and drink. Why risk going out? Mother, we can't just sit and wait." I can run faster now, and I have gained a lot of strength. You don't need to worry. As Shen Miaoqing finished speaking, she had already cleared a path at the entrance of the cave and was about to leave. No, it's still too dangerous. Mother Lin tried to stop her from going out. Mother, don't worry. You stay here and take good care of Dad and the brothers. I won't go far, just for a little while, and I'll be back soon. After Shen Miaoqing insisted and repeatedly promised she wouldn't be gone for long, Mother Lin finally convinced her. Be careful and stay safe. Come back quickly. Mother Lin watched Shen Miaoqing's figure gradually disappear and loudly reminded her. Mother Lin furrowed her brows, her face full of worry. She sat beside Shen Dalong, hesitant to speak. Shen Dalong looked at her, and everything was understood without words. They both sensed that their daughter was different from before. Shen Miaoqing seemed to be changing gradually, with signs that could be observed. People who didn't know her well wouldn't suspect anything. But for the two people who had raised Shen Miaoqing for so many years, the change was very obvious. Could it be that Qing'e has come back? Mother Lin's voice was choked with emotion. Mother Lin could never forget how smart and bright Shen Miaoqing was before she was 7. But after she accidentally fell into the water at age 7, everything changed. When she woke up, Shen Miaoqing was dull and quiet. Although obedient and hardworking, she responded slowly, and her eyes always looked dull, as if something was missing. The couple even went to ask a master at a stone temple. The master only said a few words, roughly suggesting that perhaps she had lost part of her soul due to danger, to save her life. Without a complete soul, a person would lack spiritual energy. They had hoped for many years that their daughter would be as smart and lively as before, but she still couldn't recover. Now, seeing Shen Miaoqing acting just like their old daughter, they both hoped that it was really true. On the other side, Shen Miaoqing finally left the cave. As she left, she made sure to restore the cave to its original state. Then she carefully continued to move forward, remaining alert since she had just exited the cave. During her previous trips, she was in a rush, but this time she had time to carefully observe her surroundings. Shen Miaoqing found a few common wild vegetables nearby, which she also stored in her space. However, her main goal was not to gather these vegetables, but to find more new plants to grow in her space. She didn't randomly dig up wild grass to plant because she had tried before, and her space didn't recognize the value of those wild plants. So, she had to work hard to unlock new species. There weren't many new plants near the cave, only one new wild vegetable in small quantity. If Shen Miaoqing hadn't been paying close attention, she might have almost missed it. Frustrated, she continued to explore further. Suddenly, she saw some animals running through the forest from a distance. Without thinking much, Shen Miaoqing confirmed that it was not a person and quickly hid in her space for safety. In her space, Shen Miaoqing could clearly see what was happening outside. It wasn't dangerous creatures, but a few wild rabbits running by. After they passed, no other wild animals appeared. Only then did she feel relieved and come out of her space. She realized she was too cautious, always hiding at the slightest movement. Thanks to her careful nature, Shen Miaoqing had avoided danger several times by quickly retreating into her space when fast-moving predators appeared, staying safe each time. She was interested in the wild rabbits, but this time she wasn't as lucky as before. Usually, she only found injured or lucky wild animals. The rabbits were running too fast for her to catch up. As soon as she approached, they disappeared from sight. She tried several times but failed, so she gave up. It was better to spend her time eating wild boar meat from her space. Although most of her pork had turned into dried meat, Shen Miaoqing thought that if her space kept upgrading and offering rewards, she might even get a refrigerator someday. This idea motivated her even more, so she continued to look for new plants diligently. Although the daylight was already bright, it was still early, and there was some dew on the ground. In an unknown corner of the mountains, various wild mushrooms were blooming. Shen Miaoqing kept moving among these wild mushrooms, picking large amounts at a time. She was very glad that she liked cooking because it helped her learn about different types of mushrooms. She knew that different mushrooms had different tastes, and she valued this knowledge very much. If she didn't recognize a mushroom, she wouldn't dare to pick and eat it, since many mushrooms are poisonous. Since she wasn't in a hurry this time, Shin Miaoqing looked carefully and soon found several types of mushrooms that weren't in her space. Next, she looked for wild vegetables. She dug up quite a few, though there were fewer varieties than mushrooms in her space. Then, her attention turned to wild mountain fruits. She only had 2 kinds of mountain fruits planted in her space. Without much thought, Shin Miaoqing put all the wild mountain fruits she found into her space, including dragon lotus fruits, mulberry fruits, mountain flowers, and others. For convenience, she directly uprooted small mountain plants to transplant into her space, also picking many of their fruits. She was especially happy to find mountain nuts. She remembered the times she went up the mountain with her grandparents to pick mountain nuts. That was a very happy time for Shin Miaoqing, and she still remembered it clearly. She picked many mountain nuts, dug up whole plants to grow in her space, washed the mountain nuts with water from her space, and then started eating them. The taste was the same as before, but it felt like the people and events from that time were distant memories. When she was in her 3rd year of high school, her grandparents passed away. It was a critical time for her college entrance exams, and her father, who had remarried, didn't tell her the news immediately. By the time she found out, her grandparents had already been buried, and she didn't get to see them one last time. She only learned from her second aunt that her grandparents had been thinking of her before they died, wishing her safety, happiness, and a long life. Shin Miaoqing was upset that her father didn't tell her right away, but he just said that exams were more important. Many years later, when Shin Miaoqing was successful in her career, her father, who had remarried, still hadn't had more children. Seeing that there was really no chance left, her father finally remembered her and repeatedly asked Shin Miaoqing to come home. However, Shin Miaoqing only said her work was more important and sent him away. Shin Miaoqing continued to pay her elderly care money on time, but some things, once broken, could not be fixed no matter what. She only wanted to live peacefully and happily, just as her grandparents wished, and to have a long, good life. She didn't achieve her goals in the past life, but in this life, she just wanted to live well, no matter what. As Shin Miaoqing drifted into her memories, her space filled with new wild vegetables and mushrooms. This time, she took a different path than before and discovered a clear mountain spring. However, this spring was quite far from the cave, which was probably why no one had found it. Watching fish jump out of the spring water now and then, Shin Miaoqing's eyes lit up. But she didn't have the right tools at hand, and even though Shin Miaoqing knew how to swim, she didn't dare take that risk. She was already thinking of ways to catch fish and finally decided to take out the basket from her space. She planned to use the basket as a trap, guiding the fish into it with the natural flow of water, with bait inside. After setting everything up, Shin Miaoqing nodded with satisfaction. Then she left to look for new plants, planning to check the trap later to see if she had caught anything. She hadn't eaten fish in a long time, and recalling how delicious it was, Shin Miaoqing felt full of anticipation. Next, she continued exploring the mountain cave, constantly searching and feeling her way. Unknowingly, a lot of time had passed. The midday sun was very strong, easily making people feel dizzy and exhausted. But Shin Miaoqing didn't feel very tired. Walking for so long was now easy for her. It was no longer like when she first escaped the famine, when her feet would blister and ache after just a short walk. She was very satisfied with her current physical condition. During this time, Shin Miaoqing found many mushrooms, wild vegetables, mountain fruits, and even wild garlic. Now she had gathered scallions, ginger, and garlic. Thinking of the mountain spring, if there were fish, she could use the scallions, ginger, and garlic to remove the fishy smell. Shin Miaoqing secretly looked forward to it. As Shin Miaoqing had this idea, she quickly moved closer to the mountain spring. She happily lifted her basket and carefully looked inside, surprised to find 2 fat fish. Shin Miaoqing was very pleased and examined the fish closely. She liked them more and more, especially noticing they were both grass carp. She had heard before that grass carp from mountain springs are famous for their tasty meat and are considered a rare delicacy. Because these fish grow in pure, clear mountain spring water, their flavor is especially fresh. Shen Miaoqing was very excited about this. She placed one grass carp in her space to raise and planned to take the other home to share with her family. The fish weighed about 4 or 5 jin, enough to eat and fill everyone up. She returned happily to her mountain cave, first putting everything into her space. When she was close to the cave, she took the items out. It was getting late, and Lin Yang inside the cave was walking back and forth, worried that Shen Miaoqing might encounter danger outside. This time, Shen Miaoqing brought along the basket that Shen Dalong had used before. It was just right to pack her things, so she used that basket. She still put her own basket back into her space. She carefully wet Shen Dalong's basket with water to make her feel safe as she headed toward the cave. Following the same steps, Shen Miaoqing moved the obstacle away from the cave entrance and then put it back. Before entering the cave, she called out softly, "Mother, I'm back."
King Air.
"Come in quickly," Lin Yang responded hurriedly, rushing to help move the obstacle. Hearing Lin Yang's voice and the anxious footsteps made Shen Miaoqing feel at ease. She was cautious because she was afraid there might be others inside the cave. She always acted carefully. She didn't doubt that if she found out someone inside wasn't her parents or brother, she would instantly hide in her space. Just hearing voices without seeing people was enough to keep her safe, even if others found it strange. When Shen Miaoqing entered the cave and saw her parents and younger brother safe and sound, she finally relaxed. When Lady Lin saw Shen Miaoqing come in, her eyes instantly turned red. She pulled Shen Miaoqing to look her over carefully from head to toe. "Nothing happened, right?" "I'm fine, really." "Nothing at all. Don't worry," Shen Miaoqing said cheerfully, trying to comfort Lady Lin. "That's good. That's good. You promised you'd be back soon. Look at the sky. It's so dark now, and you're only just returning." Lady Lin couldn't help but scold her gently. "It's so dangerous outside. Many people wouldn't risk going out, but you, my child. Sigh, next time, you're not allowed to go," she warned. Lady Lin sighed deeply. Deep down, she hoped her daughter could stay safe inside the cave without facing those dangers. "If I really run out of food, I'd rather take the risk myself than let you go," she added on endlessly. Shen Miaoqing wanted to speak several times, but couldn't get a word in. She decided to let Lady Lin finish, understanding that her worry came from love. Shen Miaoqing was willing to listen. Shen Chaoqian and Shen Chaodu also came along, standing on either side of Shen Miaoqing. Their eyes sparkled as they looked at her happily. They were very glad their sister was back. Shen Chaotu was especially excited. He immediately hugged Shen Miaoqing's leg. "Sister, I missed you so much." Shen Miaoqing didn't miss the little guy's words and felt both amused and a bit surprised. She wondered who had taught him to say such things. She first spoke to Lady Lin. "Mom, look, I haven't even put down my basket yet." Her words brought Lady Lin back to her senses. "Oh, I guess my eyes aren't good enough. You'd better put it down and rest for a bit." Then Lady Lin reached out and took the basket from Shen Miaoqing's back. As Shen Miaoqing handed the basket to Lady Lin, she took a moment to smile at her two younger brothers. Then she teasingly asked Shen Chaodu, "Who did you learn that from? Kids your age, you should know what it means to miss someone. I learned it from Dad and Mom. I overheard them talking, so I asked. Missing someone means thinking about them in your heart. When sister isn't here, I really miss her, so I feel that way," Shen Chaotu explained seriously, as if he understood perfectly. Shen Chaoqian couldn't help but clutch his clothes tightly in his small hands. Deep inside, he also missed his sister very much, but unlike his younger brother, he wasn't as good at talking about his feelings. Shen Miaoqing saw this and felt even happier, her smile deepening. "Your older sister also cares about you very much." Shen Miaoqing showed no favoritism and gently patted the small shoulders of the two children. When Shen Chaoqian saw her gaze fall on him, he felt very happy inside. "Your sister also brought back something good. Just wait and see. What is it?" Shen Chaozu asked curiously. Although Shen Chaoqian didn't ask, his face was full of doubt. Children are always curious about the unknown, and Shen Chaoqian and Shen Chaozu were no exception. "Guess," Shen Miaoqing said with a playful smile, her face still full of joy. While speaking, she headed toward the place where Lin Yang had placed the basket. The brothers looked at each other, then decided to follow Shen Miaoqing. They just wanted to stay with their sister, not because they were curious about the surprise. Shen Miaoqing didn't plan to hide it from them for long. She took out a big grass fish from the basket. As soon as she revealed it, the two little kids' eyes lit up instantly, and they exclaimed, "Wow, such a big fish." Seeing their admiring expressions, Shen Miaoqing felt happy and thought it was getting late. She decided to cook the fish for dinner. Although she had already eaten quite a bit during the outing, perhaps because she was growing stronger and healthier, her appetite was increasing rapidly. So at this moment, Shen Miaoqing really wanted to enjoy a delicious fish dinner. "You went into the water," Lin Yang exclaimed loudly when she saw the fish. She rushed over to Shen Miaoqing and tightly grabbed her, tears falling down her face. This sudden reaction stunned Shen Miaoqing for a moment, but after a while, she understood and quickly explained, "I didn't go into the water, really. I don't want you to worry. My clothes are dry. How could I have gone into the water?" Lin Yang's reaction remained intense, her emotions still very excited, as if she couldn't calm down. Seeing this, Shen Miaoqing repeated herself several times and even held Lin Yang's hand, asking her to touch her clothes. After a long time, Lin Yang calmed down, wiped her tears, and whispered, "It's good that you didn't go into the water. It's good that you didn't." Soon after, she added, "You must not go into the water again in the future." Shen Miaoqing was confused, but when she saw Lin Yang react strongly, she obediently nodded and agreed. Actually, even if Lin Yang hadn't spoken, Shen Miaoqing wouldn't easily go into the water outside, no matter how shallow it looked. She wouldn't risk it. After a while, Lin Yang seemed to calm her emotions and change the subject, asking, "Qing'er, how did you catch such a big fish?" In their village, they also had a river, and during the flood season, some people were lucky enough to catch fish. But she had never seen such a big fish before. "I put a basket in the water with some bugs inside, and the fish swam into the basket on its own. Look, the basket is still wet," Shen Miaoqing explained carefully, seeing that Lin Yang was feeling better. Lin Yang looked at the basket again, confirming it was wet, and finally believed her. "You're so clever, Qing'er," she said. "Have you not eaten dinner?" "I just killed a fish to eat," Shen Miaoqing said slowly, seeing that Lin Yang was no longer so persistent. "Let me help you," Lin Yang offered, preparing to come over and help Shen. "I can do it alone," Shen Miaoqing refused gently, pushing Lin Yang back to finish preparing. She noticed that Lin Yang's face still looked a little unsettled, and she felt more comfortable doing it herself. Lin Yang hesitated and wanted to say something, but Shen Miaoqing gently pushed her away. "Just stay, and keep your father company." Lin Yang could only give up, hesitating and stopping herself from speaking. In the end, she sat beside Shen Daliang and started talking to him. Their voices were very soft, and Shen Miaoqing couldn't hear what they said. She wasn't interested in eavesdropping either, so she didn't know the topic of their conversation. Just now, when Shen Chaoqian and Shen Chaodu saw Lin Yang come over, they immediately questioned her and started crying. Both of them were stunned and unsure what to do. It wasn't until Lin Yang left that the two children approached Shen Miaoqing again. "Mother, what happened just now?" Shen Chaodu asked confused, looking up at Shen Miaoqing with full of doubt. "Mother was just worried about me." "It's okay," Shen Miaoqing patiently explained. "It's like when you accidentally fall down before and mother worries a lot, that's all." She used simple words to make it easy to understand. The two children immediately understood. Shen Chaoqian then said, "Sister, be careful when you walk, don't fall." "Yes, we are worried about sister too," Shen Chaodu added. Seeing the serious expressions on the two kids' faces, Shen Miaoqing smiled again. Next, Shen Miaoqing began to prepare the fish. She planned to stir-fry half, and use the other half with the fish head to make soup. Especially for Shen Dalong's health, drinking more fish soup would be just right. However, Shen Miaoqing prefers strong flavors and unfortunately, the peppers in her space haven't ripened yet, they only bloomed. She thought that the peppers should be ready soon. When they grow, she can use the space's fish to make a spicy dish. While she was handling the fish, Shen Chaoqian and Shen Chaodu still didn't leave, curious to watch Shen Miaoqing's actions. "At first, I might smell a bit fishy when I prepare it. Are you two not leaving?" Shen Miaoqing asked in advance. Both shook their heads at the same time, still curious about her work. Seeing this, Shen Miaoqing didn't mind them anymore. After all, being cooped up in the cave all day was boring, so letting them watch wouldn't hurt. She lit a fire and boiled water in a clay pot, adding slices of ginger to it for later use in making fish head soup. Knowing she didn't have cooking wine to remove the fishy smell, she added more ginger slices. Next, she placed the fish on a wooden cutting board and used the back of her knife to remove the fish scales. She paid special attention to the tail and belly areas to ensure all scales were removed completely. Then, she cut open the fish's belly and took out the internal organs, including the gills, teeth, black membrane, and fish line. While doing this, Shen Miaoqing looked up to see how the two little ones reacted. Shen Chaoqian was not scared and watched her movements with interest. But Shen Chaodu was frightened by the fish blood that suddenly flowed out, feeling it was a bit too fishy and unpleasant. He covered his eyes with his small hands, peeking through a small gap. Shen Miaoqing smiled without losing her cheerful expression and teased, "If you're scared, you don't have to watch. Later, this will go into the stomach too. Are we eating this?" Shen Chaodu swallowed hard, looking at the scattered scales, bloodstains, the unpleasant smell, and the fish with a big hole. He felt even more scared inside. "Yes," Shen Miaoqing said seriously, trying to hide her smile. Shen Chaotu was silent for a moment and pouted. He kept thinking about whether the fish would grow scales if it ate into his stomach. Would his whole body be covered with scales then? He thought that everyone else wasn't afraid and nothing happened, but because he was scared of the fish, his body might grow scales. He knew that food was precious and going hungry was uncomfortable, but he really seemed afraid to eat the fish. After thinking for a while, Shen Chaodu tentatively asked Shen Miaoqing, "Sister, can I not eat it?" Shen Miaoqing raised an eyebrow. She didn't realize Shen Chaodu was thinking so much, and just thought the little guy was scared after seeing the scene, and didn't dare to eat the fish. "Are you sure?" "Fish is very tasty," she said. "I'm sure." Shen Chaodu nodded quickly. Shen Miaoqing smiled, and didn't force him. "All right, then go sit over there and play." She thought that once the fish was cooked, the little guy would probably regret not eating it. Shen Chaotu looked toward Shen Chao in front of him, wanting to leave with his older brother. But Shen Chao didn't seem afraid of the fish at all, and was still very interested, his eyes never leaving the fish. Shen Chaotu tugged at Shen Chao, hoping his brother would leave with him, but his brother refused coldly. "You go sit over there by yourself." "I'm not going." Seeing this, Shen Chaotu could only leave alone. He couldn't understand why his brother and sister weren't afraid of the fish, even though it looked so scary. After sitting down nearby, Shen Miaoqing continued to work. Soon, she finished cleaning the fish's insides. She rinsed the fish with clean water to make sure the skin and inside were completely clean, with no blood or strange smell. She cut off the fish's head and removed any extra teeth. While doing this, the water had already boiled. Shen Miaoqing put the prepared fish head into a clay pot, then took some firewood and turned the stove to low heat to slowly cook it. She occasionally skimmed off the foam with a wooden spoon. When the fish soup turned a milky white, she added some salt for flavor. Then she continued simmering to make the soup thicker. Shen Miaoqing wished she had goji berries. The soup would be richer with them. By this time, the fish head soup was fragrant and ready. Shen Chao, feeling bored sitting alone, kept sneaking glances toward Shen Miaoqing as she cooked. The aroma from the fish head soup made him very curious and eager to try. At this moment, Shen Miaoqing was not distracted by Shen Chaotu's secret watching. She focused on preparing the other half of the grass carp. It was getting late, and she was feeling very hungry. Before frying the grass carp, Shen Miaoqing first marinated the fish with salt and slices of ginger. Then she prepared the ingredients, washed and sliced wild garlic, shredded mountain ginger, and cleaned wild scallions. Shen Miaoqing had already prepared plenty of scallions, ginger, and garlic in her basket, so she didn't need to take anything from the space. Even if she needed to, she could just reach into the basket to hide her movements, and Shen Chaotu nearby wouldn't notice any change. At this moment, Shen Miaoqing was secretly taking pork fat from the space into her basket. She remained calm and composed as she heated the oil in a pot. When the oil was about 70% hot, she added the marinated fish pieces to fry until golden on both sides. Next, she pushed the fish aside, added the scallions, ginger, and garlic to stir-fry until fragrant. She then mixed the cooked vegetables and fish, seasoned with a little salt, and added a small amount of water to let the flavors meld. The stir-fried fish was now ready. Shin Miaoqing then used the hot clay pot to quickly cook a plate of fresh, crispy wild vegetables. Finally, she tidied up and cleaned everything, completing her meal preparation. The aroma was irresistible, and the colors looked tempting. Shin Chaotu, who had been secretly watching all along, was now staring intently. It smelled so good it almost made him faint from hunger. He had forgotten his earlier words about whether he could skip eating and was now eagerly looking forward to Shin Miaoqing's delicious food. He had eaten her cooking before and always felt very satisfied. Now, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva and breathe in the fragrant air. After Shin Miaoqing finished everything, she saw Shin Chaotu's adorable, greedy expression and couldn't resist teasing him a little. "Dinner is ready." As Shin Miaoqing finished speaking, Shin Chaotu ran over quickly. Shin Miaoqing first served 2 bowls from a wooden bowl and set them aside for Shin Daliang and Lin Yang, then directly handed them to the two of them. "There's so much. I don't need this much. You should keep some for yourselves," Lin Yang repeatedly refused. She had initially planned to eat just a little herself, but unexpectedly, her daughter had brought the food directly to her. Shin Miaoqing knew that Lady Lin would react this way. She placed the bowl beside them and said, "I cooked a lot, enough for everyone. If you don't eat it all, it will be wasted." Her words slightly eased Lady Lin's worries, but she still wondered if eating so much was too wasteful, especially since they were still fleeing from hardship. She remembered that when she was pregnant with twins, she never ate this much. Shin Miaoqing was about to go back to serve soup to the 2 little ones when she suddenly remembered something and warned, "There are fish bones in this fish, so be careful when eating." Lady Lin nodded to show she understood. She wanted to feed Shin Daliang first, and then eat herself. However, Shin Daliang's injuries were mainly on his leg, not his hand. Today, he could barely sit up, and he didn't want Lady Lin to serve him anymore. Lady Lin had no choice but to stop, and the 2 of them started eating. As soon as they took a bite, they were amazed by the fresh, tender fish soup. They already knew Shin Miaoqing was a good cook, and her dishes tasted much better than others, but at this moment, they were still so surprised they couldn't speak. They bit into the fish, feeling its soft, delicate texture, smooth as silk, irresistible to stop eating. They quickly continued eating without stopping, forgetting to talk, blowing on their fish soup to cool it down, and taking one bite after another. They felt this delicious food was like a heavenly treat. Shin Miaoqing didn't know how they felt, but she thought they were probably quite satisfied. At this moment, Shin Miaoqing was serving food to Shin Chaogang and Shin Chaotu, the 2 brothers. She first filled a big bowl of fish soup for Shin Chaogang and gave the same warning, "There are fish bones in the soup. Don't swallow them. Spit them out, okay?" Although Shin Miaoqing tried to remove as many fish bones as possible when preparing the fish, she couldn't get them all out. Shin Chaogang was only 5 years old, so she naturally reminded him more. At this age, in her old times, children would have their parents carefully pick out the bones when eating fish. But clearly, here, children of this age didn't need to be fed by others. Even if Shin Miaoqing wanted to help feed them, they probably wouldn't agree. Still, Shin Miaoqing thought it was good that they could eat independently and sensibly. She didn't want to be a nanny. Although she liked her 2 younger brothers, she wasn't yet at the point of doing everything for them. Shin Chaoqian carefully remembered Shin Miaoqing's instructions, feeling happy inside. She nodded politely and said, "I understand." Watching her older sister talk to her brother and give him instructions, Shin Chaotu also looked at Shin Miaoqing with bright eyes, waiting for her to serve him soup and give him advice. Shin Miaoqing naturally saw Shin Chaotu waiting and only spoke with Shin Chaoqian for a moment. "This is fish soup. You said you didn't want to eat it earlier, but I also cooked wild vegetables. You can eat the vegetables." Shin Miaoqing reminded him of what he had said before. Shin Chaotu then remembered his words and scratched his head. Then I'll eat the vegetables. Actually, he still wanted to try the fish soup that smelled very good and looked delicious. But he had already said he wouldn't eat it. Now wanting to eat it again, he wondered if that made him untrustworthy. Their father had told them that honesty is important, but still he wanted to try the fish soup. Seeing his conflicted expression, Shin Miaoqing's eyebrows were still furrowed, and her gaze flickered. She found him adorable and decided not to tease him further. But if you want to try the fish soup, it's okay. Just give it a try, she said kindly. Really? Shin Chaotu's eyes lit up instantly, and his previous hesitation disappeared, replaced by happiness. Of course, Shin Miaoqing replied confidently. The young girl smiled beautifully, her eyes curved like crescents, shining with a gentle light, full of warmth. When Shin Chaotu received the fish soup, he was very happy, smiling happily. Seeing this, Shin Miaoqing worried he might eat too quickly, so she reminded him to be careful of fish bones. Finally, she also served herself a bowl and began to enjoy it. It had been a long time since she last ate fish, and she thought the fish was cooked quite well. Because she had cleaned the fish thoroughly from the start and removed the fishy smell well, she didn't notice much fishy taste. Instead, it smelled very fragrant and tempting. The fish was tender and delicious, with a unique texture and a lingering aftertaste. Shin Miaoqing was very satisfied with her meal. Meanwhile, Shin Chaotu blew on a spoonful of fish soup carefully, then took a cautious sip. The soup was sweet and fresh, immediately capturing his attention. Next, the tender fish meat melted in his mouth, and he loved it very much. Shin Chaotu still felt regretful for saying he didn't like fish. He realized it was very silly and decided he would love eating fish from now on. As for his initial fear, it had long been forgotten, replaced by only the delicious food in front of him. Shin Chaoqian was also deeply attracted by the fish soup in front of him. He was very happy with tonight's dinner and enjoyed the fish soup in his wooden bowl with great pleasure. Shin Miaoqing saw everyone had finished a bowl of fish soup to settle their stomachs before sharing the stir-fried fish pieces and wild vegetables. Each person's wooden bowl was full of fish meat. Seeing this, Shin Chaoqian and Shin Chaotu's eyes lit up with anticipation as they watched Shin Miaoqing serve the fish pieces. They could already smell the delicious aroma, and they knew without thinking how tasty it was. Their mouths kept watering. Meanwhile, Lin Yang felt even more uneasy. How can they eat so much? She thought. She had lived so long and never seen anyone eat so well. After Shin Miaoqing comforted her briefly, she returned to her seat and continued eating. Even after sharing a lot, they still saved quite a bit of fish. When she carefully counted, Shin Miaoqing had eaten the most among everyone. Today, she had burned a lot of energy, so her appetite was bigger. She didn't want to let her stomach go hungry. The aroma of the stir-fried fish was even stronger, with a crispy outside and tender inside. Compared to the fish soup, Shin Miaoqing liked the taste of the fish pieces more. It would have been even better if there was some rice or plain porridge to go with it, but Shin Miaoqing felt disappointed. However, thinking about the wheat and rice seedlings in her space, she felt hopeful and motivated. Every day, she kept thinking about the various plants in her space. Meanwhile, Shin Chaoqian just finished eating the stir-fried fish and felt like he had opened a new world. The new taste made him very excited. He also admired his sister even more, looking at Shin Miaoqing with pure admiration. Big sister, this is so delicious. You're really amazing. Shin Chaoqian blurted out with praise. Yes, it's very tasty, Shin Chaoqian agreed, nodding. He didn't forget to take another bite himself. Seeing how happy the children looked, Shin Miaoqing couldn't help but laugh. If you like it, eat more. Especially Shin Chaoqian, who had always been calm and steady, now looked lively and full of energy. The charm of the stir-fried fish pieces made even Lin Yang on the other side, and Shin Dalong, who had just sat up, nod repeatedly, not sparing any praise. They kept praising Shin Miaoqing's cooking skills, just like Shin Chaoqian, and occasionally took a few bites themselves. When the fish pieces entered their mouths, they first felt the crispy outer skin, followed by the delicate and fresh fish meat. The fragrant, crispy taste layered on the tongue, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Everyone happily enjoyed this rare delicacy. Seeing this, Shen Miaoqing felt even happier and full of a sense of achievement. After all, no cook would be unhappy to receive sincere praise for their hard work. In short, everyone in the cave ate until they were very full, their bellies round and happy. After the meal, Lin Yang took the initiative to clean the dishes, telling Shen Miaoqing not to worry about cleaning up. Shen Miaoqing didn't refuse. However, when she saw the two children sitting nearby, she thought for a moment and asked, "Did you enjoy dinner tonight?" "Very happy." The children replied in unison. "Do you think it's better to wash your own bowls and utensils after eating?" Shen Miaoqing gently suggested. She didn't believe children should do nothing. Although Shen Miaoqing let Lin Yang clean the clay and ceramic pots, she would definitely wash her own wooden bowl herself. Shen Chaoqian was the first to nod and took his wooden bowl to wash. He knew that his sister was going out to find food and cook. His mother also needed to take care of their father and was now washing pots. He should do what he could. Shen Chao also followed Shen Chaoqian's example, washing his own bowl thoroughly. Seeing how obedient and sensible the two children were, Shen Miaoqing felt very pleased. "Qing'er, maybe we should just forget it. There's not much water left, and I can wash it myself," Lin Yang said. Although she didn't oppose Shen Miaoqing's idea, she was still concerned about the water. The water in the wooden bucket was only half full. "Mother, it's okay. I can fetch water again tomorrow. Look, there are fish, so we won't lack water," Shen Miaoqing explained. If she hadn't gone out today without a water container, she would have brought water back already. "But it's dangerous outside." "Qing'er, you should go out less," Lin Yang said, her heart always uneasy whenever a family member went out. Shen Miaoqing touched her nose. Although she appreciated Lin Yang's concern each time, she still had to repeatedly comfort Lin Yang, who was worried. Originally, Shen Miaoqing was not very good at comforting others, but now she had become more skilled at comforting Lin Yang. She quickly changed the subject with a few words. "By the way, Qing'er, later I want to talk to you with your father," Lin Yang said after hesitating for a moment. Shen Miaoqing was confused, not knowing what Shen Daliang and Lin Yang wanted to discuss with her. She quietly waited. Soon, Lin Yang finished cleaning up and took Shen Miaoqing to Shen Daliang's bed. Over there, Shen Chaoqian and Shen Chaodu brothers were carefully washing wooden bowls. "Father, how is your leg injury feeling?" Shen Miaoqing asked as soon as she reached Shen Daliang's bed, showing concern. "I'm fine, no need to worry," Shen Daliang replied with a gentle smile. He didn't want Shen Miaoqing to worry too much and didn't tell her the full details. But Shen Miaoqing knew that Shen Daliang's words were probably just to comfort her. With such a serious leg injury, it couldn't really be fine. Originally, Shen Miaoqing planned to wait until later to take out disinfectant to thoroughly clean and treat Shen Daliang's injured leg, then apply some ointment. However, she didn't expect that right after dinner, Shen Daliang and Lin Yang would come to talk to her. Now, Shen Miaoqing nodded in response, indicating she understood Shen Daliang's words, and waited for him to continue. Shen Daliang exchanged a look with Lin Yang, then he spoke first. "Qing'er, you've changed." Hearing this, Shen Miaoqing's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he had discovered she was not the original owner? At this moment, Shen Miaoqing's mind raced with countless ways to respond. She knew occupying someone else's body was wrong, but she couldn't control that. Moreover, she asked herself honestly, she had been doing quite well, treating the original owner's family kindly and even changing their tragic ending in the story. While Shen Miaoqing was lost to her thoughts, Shen Daliang continued, "Qing'er, do you remember what happened before you turned 7? "Yes, Qing'er. That was before you fell into the water at age 7. Lin Yang added quickly, her eyes full of tension and hope. Shen Miaoqing kept trying to recall her memories of before she was 7, focusing on the incident of falling into the water. She seems to have faint memories, but they are not clear. She doesn't know how to explain, so she can only stay silent for now. Shen Daliang and Lin Yang saw this, and exchanged a glance. Although Lin Yang looked a little disappointed, she quickly regained her composure. Shen Daliang continued speaking, with a tone of helplessness. "Qing'er, your behavior now is very similar to when you were 7 years old. Since you fell into the water back then, you've changed. Only now, dear mother, and I feel like you've truly come back." Hearing this, Shen Miaoqing was even more stunned. She didn't realize the original owner had such an experience. She always thought the original was just a quiet, reserved person. Seeing Lin Yang's reddened eyes and Shen Daoyang's sincere expression, Shen Miaoqing began to believe what they said. But she was still wondering, what does it mean to have completely come back? Before she could be more confused, Shen Daoyang and Lin Yang spoke to each other, sharing their thoughts. They said Shen Miaoqing's behavior before age 7 was exactly the same as now. "So, I was missing a soul before." Shen Miaoqing summarized what they said. She still found it hard to believe, but then she thought of her own space and her rebirth through a book. Perhaps it wasn't so unbelievable after all. Shen Daoyang and Lin Yang looked at Shen Miaoqing and nodded repeatedly. "Are you sure you didn't mistake?" Shen Miaoqing still tested with suspicion. She neither admitted she was an outsider nor immediately denied their words. "You've been raised by me since I was a child. I couldn't be mistaken." Lin Yang's tears fell continuously, but her tone was more serious than ever. Shen Daoyang shared the same attitude, looking at Shen Miaoqing sincerely, both appearing as if they had regained something precious. "But you might not remember it yourself. No matter what, we know you are our daughter." In the end, Shen Daoyang took the initiative to give Shen Miaoqing, still confused, a way out and comforted Lin Yang, who was crying. Shen Miaoqing only felt even more dazed when she returned to her bed. Could it be that she really is part of the original owner? Lying on the bed, she turned over and over, her mind swirling with thoughts. Actually, she felt that the original owner and she might really be connected. Otherwise, why would they share the same name so coincidentally? And since the original is gone, she has come here. According to Shen Miaoqing's understanding, this might be like the parallel worlds others talk about. Maybe each person exists somewhere unknown, as another version of themselves. In this way, she is both the original owner and the original owner is her. They are the same yet different. Shen Miaoqing thought a lot, but in the end, she decided to give up. Anyway, no matter what, she would continue to live well. It's not bad to treat the original owner's family as her own family, just to live on for the original owner. Or, as Lin Yang and Shen Daoyang said, she might be the original owner herself. Here, she has loving parents and 2 adorable brothers. Isn't that also a kind of happiness? As long as this family remains good, she will treat them well. Thinking of this, Shen Miaoqing no longer overthought and focused on living well in the present. In the blink of an eye, Shen Miaoqing returned to the space. Today, she hadn't planted the items she found yet. She guessed that planting these items today might unlock another reward. This time, she planted more wild mountain fruits along with some wild vegetables and mushrooms, about a dozen new species. She didn't need to wait for the wooden house to glow and give a prompt. She went straight into the wooden house's electronic screen to check. On the large blue screen, it said she had successfully planted over 40 types of plants, unlocking a new space reward. She could choose 12 items freely within 6 hours. Shen Miaoqing was very happy. She knew that this time there would be 40 types. Last time there were only about 20, and now with a dozen more, the reward was naturally bigger. Then, she focused on the available reward items. The options included a disposable cup set, 2 large bags of seasoning, a pair of scissors, 2 bottles of vinegar, a set of bowls and chopsticks, a large refrigerator, a bathtub, a bottle of toner, a beautiful bag, a calligraphy brush, a keychain, a plush toy, a bottle of body wash, shampoo, 10 packs of tissues, a pack of toothpicks, a comb, a mirror, a full medical knowledge book, a plant encyclopedia, and 5 sets of underwear. Shen Miaoqing looked at the items she could choose from. Some were very useful, while others had little effect. Overall, she was quite satisfied. No matter what, these rewards were better than nothing. Shen Miaoqing first chose the refrigerator and 2 books. She believed the space-produced refrigerator should work, and since she had 12 chances to choose, she thought it was worth a try. If it really worked, she would have gained something, and the 2 books would be even more useful. Shen Miaoqing needed to learn about new plants, and the medical book might help her in emergencies. She felt that learning new things in this place was always helpful. Then she continued to pick out underwear, seasoning, vinegar, a set of bowls and chopsticks, scissors, tissues, shower gel, shampoo, and a mirror. She tried to choose items suitable for herself. She wasn't interested in small toys like combs, keychains, or dolls right now. She focused on practical items. Once she finished choosing, the items appeared instantly in the cabin. When her large refrigerator landed, the cabin's size increased a bit. Shen Miaoqing was surprised to see this. She thought the cabin was always small, but it could expand. The new refrigerator was surprisingly large, equal to 2 of her old refrigerators and with 4 shelves. After seeing the size of the refrigerator, Shen Miaoqing quickly opened it. The cool air made her very happy. It was great that the refrigerator didn't need electricity to work. She then checked the other items. The set of bowls and chopsticks had over 50 bowls, with 10 in each set, of different sizes. There were also more than 50 pairs of chopsticks. She felt she had made a good choice with the bowl and chopstick set. The seasoning and vinegar had a lot, enough for her to use for a long time. The quality of her underwear was also very good, and she was very satisfied. The tissues came in 10 packs, which was a lot. She would need them because she was not used to using tissues after using the bathroom here. The remaining scissors and mirror were of good quality. She planned to use the shampoo and shower gel next time, but she was worried about strong smells and didn't dare to use them casually. After checking everything in the space, Shen Miaoqing carefully examined the section about leg injuries in the medical book. Once she had seen enough, she took out gauze, disinfectant, and ointment from the medical box, disguised herself briefly, and then left the space feeling satisfied. It was already late, and the cave was completely dark. Shen Dalong was lying on a mat, while Lin Yang was over on the other side, tending the fire. "Father, I found some medicine today. Can I change the bandage for you?" Shen Miaoqing asked as she approached Shen Dalong. Yes, Shen Dalong trusted Shen Miaoqing completely. He remembered how she had treated his injuries that day and had no objections now. It was only when Shen Miaoqing was about to change the bandage that she realized her night vision had improved quite a bit. She could now see clearly the condition of Shen Dalong's leg injury. Using the faint light from Lin Yang's fire, Shen Miaoqing carefully removed the cloth wrapped around Shen Dalong's leg. The cloth was the same one Zhang Dachui had used that day, and it hadn't been changed since. Although Zhang Dachui had left some herbs, Shen Dalong thought it was still early and didn't need to change it so soon. Plus, Lin Yang was very skilled at changing the bandage and applying medicine. Shen Dalong didn't want to upset Lin Yang by seeing his injury again, so he hesitated to have it changed. He only agreed when Shen Miaoqing came to do it. Although Shen Dalong knew his leg was probably beyond saving, he still held onto some hope. Shen Miaoqing carefully cleaned the wound with disinfectant after removing the bandage. She saw that Shen Dalong's leg was still swollen and raised, with little improvement. He was now fully conscious, and his minor cuts and bruises had started to heal. However, the wound on his leg hadn't changed much. It had turned from bright red to a deep brown and was swollen. Shen Miaoqing guessed that the herbs Zhang Dachui used were probably for stopping bleeding. The wound would need a long time to scab over and heal. She carefully disinfected Shen Dalong's wound, warning him gently, "Father, it might hurt a little at first." She wanted to prepare him mentally for the pain. "It's okay," Shen Dalong replied. Shen Dalong spoke in a calm voice, seeming to not want Shen Miaoqing to worry too much. Shen Miaoqing was sitting with her back to Shen Dalong, so he couldn't see her hand movements clearly. She used a cotton swab dipped in disinfectant to clean Shen Dalong's wound, then applied ointment, wrapped it with medical gauze, and finally covered it with a cloth strip, making it look similar to before. She treated the other leg in the same way. Soon, Shen Miaoqing finished her work. When she looked back at Shen Dalong, she saw a light layer of sweat on his forehead, his brows furrowed, but he remained silent. "Father, are you feeling okay now?" Shen Miaoqing had not heard him make any sound and thought he might not be in much pain. But now she saw that it was not pain, only that her father was better at enduring it. "I'm fine," Shen Dalong said, forcing himself to shake his head. Seeing this, Shen Miaoqing gave him some water to drink and wiped the sweat from his forehead. You should try to rest now. After saying that, she returned to her own seat to rest and, under the dark night, put her gauze and medicines back into her space. At this moment, Lin Yang went over to check on Shen Daliang. Earlier, when Shen Miaoqing was applying medicine, she told Lin Yang to stay back and not come over to avoid affecting her work. Lin Yang, worried about disturbing Shen Miaoqing, didn't dare go closer and went to sleep with the two children after lighting the fire. Now, seeing Shen Daliang's wound, Lin Yang wanted to say something, but Shen Daliang quickly reassured her, "It's time to rest." "I'm fine." Lin Yang then gave up and lay down nearby, watching him with concern. By then, it was very late. Shen Miaoqing had just returned to her bed when she started to fall asleep. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Shen Miaoqing woke up surprisingly early, and Lin Yang and the others hadn't woken up yet. She thought for a moment, then entered her space, boiled some wild vegetables in an iron pot, and made a mushroom soup. If it weren't for the difficulty in explaining where the meat came from, Shen Miaoqing would have cooked some meat too. She ate her portion inside the space, then went out to the cave and placed the food she cooked into a clay pot. Once Lin Yang and the others woke up, they could start breakfast directly. After finishing everything, Shen Miaoqing carried a wooden bucket and left the cave on her own. Otherwise, when Lady Lin wakes up, she will need more persuasion to let me leave. The morning forest seems to be covered in a light, gentle mist, creating a mysterious atmosphere, with dew still hanging on the green grass. Shen Miaoqing carries a basket on her back and holds a wooden bucket, breathing in the fresh air as she walks along the winding mountain trail. After leaving the cave, seeing no one around, she places the basket and bucket into her space, feeling relaxed as she continues her journey. Thinking about the delicious grass carp from yesterday, Shen Miaoqing goes to the mountain spring again, setting her basket and trap in the same way, planning to check back later. Everything depends on fate. Shen Miaoqing guesses that the fish here haven't been caught much, making it easier to trap them. She thinks that the spring water in her space is clearer and cleaner than the mountain spring water, so she fills half her bucket with mountain spring water and the other half with spiritual spring water. After finishing these tasks, Shen Miaoqing continues walking through the mountains. Recalling the place where wild rabbits appeared yesterday, she knows it's difficult to catch a rabbit directly with her abilities. So she plans to set some traps, hoping to catch a rabbit by luck. She quickly digs the traps, setting up light, fragile wooden sticks, covering them with dry leaves, and placing sharp spikes at the bottom. After setting traps in the area where rabbits were seen yesterday, she thinks for a moment and digs more traps on a small, difficult hillside where rabbits might also appear. Shen Miaoqing is very skilled at manual work, and now, with her strength increased, she digs more than 20 traps in one go. Small changes lead to big results. Shen Miaoqing believes that the more traps she sets, the greater the chance of success. After finishing the rabbit traps, she starts to walk away, carefully observing her surroundings for any unusual signs. In the mountain morning, mushrooms are always abundant. Shen Miaoqing can't find new plants at the moment, but she stops to pick some mushrooms anyway. After all, no one would complain about having too much edible food at this time, and it's always good to be prepared. By noon, Shen Miaoqing has found many new wild fruits, vegetables, and some mushrooms. She plans to walk a little longer before returning to check the mountain spring and rabbit traps for any harvest. Just as Shen Miaoqing was about to give up and turn back, her eyes suddenly brightened. She saw what seemed to be a large bamboo grove in the distance. Shen Miaoqing quickly moved forward to check. At that moment, a green snake suddenly appeared. Fortunately, Shen Miaoqing was careful when walking and did not step directly on it. After scaring the snake away, Shen Miaoqing continued on, still cautious and alert. Today, during her journey, she had already encountered many snakes in the forest, which remained dangerous. She even came across a large tiger. Shen Miaoqing hid in her space for a long time until the tiger left, then she came out again. Over the past 2 days, Shen Miaoqing had dealt with such situations many times, so she was not too frightened when she saw the snakes. When she reached the bamboo grove, she realized it was very large. She could even smell the fresh scent of bamboo in the air. The bright green bamboo leaves swayed gently in the breeze, making soft rustling sounds. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, creating patches of dappled light. Shen Miaoqing felt happy inside. Her mind was filled with ideas about how to use bamboo, including bamboo shoots, bamboo chickens, bamboo insects, and bamboo fungi. Her imagination matched her actions. In this large bamboo forest, the most abundant thing was bamboo shoots. She quickly dug up many bamboo shoots. To facilitate planting in her space, she even dug up some half-cut bamboo stalks, planning to plant them directly in her space. In some regions, bamboo shoots are considered essential for both living and eating. Shen Miaoqing also loved the taste of bamboo shoots: fresh, tender, delicious, nutritious, and good for appetite, digestion, detoxification, and beauty. She gathered many bamboo shoots from this big bamboo forest. During her collection, she also caught some bamboo insects, which are rich in protein and taste somewhat like cream. They are delicious when fried. She even found several bamboo chickens. These birds fly low and short distances, making them easier for Shen Miaoqing to catch. If she remembered correctly, bamboo chickens are protected animals, but in this situation, she couldn't care too much. Moreover, this large bamboo forest had plenty of bamboo chickens, so catching a few didn't make much difference. Bamboo fungi, a rare and valuable edible mushroom, are quite expensive. Shen Miaoqing also found many in this bamboo forest. Originally, Shen Miaoqing planned to return at noon to check the trap, but at this moment, she decided to focus on the bamboo forest first. Shen Miaoqing's figure kept moving through the bamboo grove, working tirelessly and busily. Time quietly passed as she worked, and before she knew it, the sun was about to set. The clouds in the sky turned red from the sunset, creating a bright and beautiful scene. During this time, Shen Miaoqing ate lunch and hardly stopped. Seeing that it was getting late, she finally left the bamboo forest. Even after a busy day, the forest didn't seem to change much. The things she took away alone were insignificant in this large bamboo forest. Shen Miaoqing knew a bit about how quickly bamboo reproduces, so she wasn't worried about damaging the environment. She thought she could come back to this bamboo forest another time. As the sunset and evening glow appeared, Shen Miaoqing happily left the forest. Remembering that there was a basket with a hole in the cave, she didn't forget to cut some bamboo and put it into her space to take home later. The moment she left the bamboo forest, she went to check her wild rabbit traps for any catch. At first, she saw nothing, until she noticed some movement in one trap. She went over and found a wild rabbit injured by a thorn. Shen Miaoqing happily picked up the rabbit and placed it into her space. Finally, she had a catch, which made her feel that her effort in setting so many traps was worthwhile. As long as she caught something, she was already very satisfied. Next, she continued checking her rabbit traps but found nothing. It wasn't until she went to the small hill to check the traps there that she discovered another catch. And this time it was a big one. She caught 3 rabbits. Shen Miaoqing guessed that these rabbits might have been traveling together, which is why they accidentally triggered her closely connected traps. She happily collected the 3 rabbits and walked cheerfully toward the mountain spring. However, the basket trap at the spring didn't yield as much as yesterday, only a grass carp. Still, Shen Miaoqing was very pleased. Today was a fruitful day. She couldn't help humming a little tune as she happily headed back home. But her eyes still kept watch on the surrounding path. She moved back carefully and quickly. After all, if there was no urgent matter, Shen Miaoqing wouldn't want to stay too long in this dangerous forest. The forest at night is even more dangerous than during the day. The sunset has already fallen, leaving only faint light. Fortunately, Shen Miaoqing didn't need to carry many things. She stored her harvest in her space. She moved quickly on her way. Soon, Shen Miaoqing was close to returning to the cave. As she approached, she took out the prepared items from her space: various wild vegetables, mushrooms, some bamboo shoots, a fish, and a wild rabbit. Her basket was full. These supplies would last them a long time. Shen Miaoqing didn't see the need to take all the wild rabbits at once. Outside, wild rabbits are harder to keep fresh, so she kept some in her space and took them out gradually as needed. She also kept some stored food for herself. Her space still had plenty of wild boar meat and a fish. She didn't mind taking out these items herself. Shin Miaoqing carried her basket, holding 2 long bamboo sticks in her left hand and a bucket of water in her right. She didn't feel the weight at all and walked easily. Shin Miaoqing is always kind to others, and she doesn't hesitate to return kindness. Moreover, she believes that what she's doing now is what she can manage at the moment. She feels no pressure. Inside the cave, Lin Yang was still looking around the entrance, waiting for Shin Miaoqing to return. When she heard some movement outside, she immediately rushed over to see if her daughter had come back. Lin Yang even regretted that she had slept so long. Her daughter had prepared a meal and left, yet she hadn't woken up. If she had, she could have advised her daughter not to go out. The wild vegetables in the cave could last a long time, and there was no need to take risks outside. Lin Yang's worry was uncontrollable. Her brows furrowed tightly. Where is Qing'er? Why isn't she back yet? Shen Daliang comforted Lin Yang, trying to ease her worries, but he was still concerned himself. From time to time, he looked toward the cave entrance along with Lin Yang. The two of them waited together for Shin Miaoqing, who hadn't returned. Shin Chaoqian and Shin Chaotu, the 2 brothers, also waited patiently with their parents, hoping their sister would come back soon. As Shin Miaoqing entered the cave, Lin Yang immediately went to greet her. Seeing that she was still holding so many things, I quickly took them from her and placed them on the ground. Qing'er, these things are so heavy. Why did you bring so much back? When Lin Yang saw the full bucket of water, the heavy basket, and the long bamboo, she couldn't help but feel worried for Shin Miaoqing. Shin Miaoqing understood Lin Yang's concern. Despite her worries, she accepted her care and promised not to go out tomorrow. She truly had no plans to go out tomorrow. The supplies she gathered today would last quite a while, and taking a rest for a day was no problem. Older sister, are you alright? Only after Lin Yang put down the things did Shin Chaoqian and Shin Chaotu, the 2 brothers, find a chance to step forward and ask about Shin Miaoqing. I'm fine. Look, sister brought back more fish and a wild rabbit, Shin Miaoqing said with a gentle smile. Fish! Shin Chaotu's eyes lit up instantly, seeming to recall the delicious taste from yesterday. Shin Chaoqian also happily looked at the fish Shin Miaoqing brought back. Seeing their reactions, Shin Miaoqing felt good inside. Tonight, Shin Miaoqing cooked again. The 2 brothers watched and occasionally helped wash vegetables or pass items. Tonight, she made stir-fried bamboo shoots with rabbit meat, bamboo shoot fish soup, and stir-fried mushrooms. The dishes were rich, colorful, fragrant, and tempting, making everyone drool and enjoy every bite. Tonight, everyone in the cave ate until they were full and happy, feeling that life was so wonderful it seemed unreal. They were especially impressed by Shin Miaoqing's cooking skills. As usual, Shin Miaoqing used the night to plant everything she had found today in her space. Bamboo, bamboo shoots, and bamboo fungi were relatively easy to grow. Shin Miaoqing planted them quickly. She also planted other wild vegetables and mushrooms she found today. After planting everything, Shin Miaoqing turned her attention to the wild rabbits. She still had 3. These 3 rabbits were all motionless, just like the wild boar she caught earlier. Shin Miaoqing realized that the space's ability had both advantages and disadvantages. Luckily, these 3 rabbits hadn't been directly injured by the wooden spikes. If she could raise animals in the space, given how quickly rabbits reproduce, she probably wouldn't need to worry about eating rabbit meat in the future. Shin Miaoqing felt it was a pity, but then thought about the space rewards. Maybe one day, she could really make it happen. She considered it and decided not to handle the 3 wild rabbits for now. They weren't fully dead yet, and leaving them as they were outside wouldn't make much difference, so there was no need to bother. Thinking about what she planted today, Shin Miaoqing walked confidently toward the wooden house to see what rewards she could claim today. Inside the wooden house, the blue screen showed that she had successfully planted over 50 different plants, unlocking a new space reward. She could choose 15 items freely within 6 hours. This time, she could pick quite a few items, but it seemed her luck wasn't very good. Many of the items that appeared looked like small, useless trinkets. It wasn't until her eyes landed on the detoxifying pill that she felt pleased. She immediately clicked to select the detox pill. There was only one detox pill, but it could analyze toxins. As long as she wasn't dead, it could cure any poison she had. Shen Miaoqing thought this was very valuable and realized that the space reward still held surprises she didn't know about. Not only could she retrieve things she had collected before, but she could also get items she thought didn't exist. She thought that since she had been reborn, had a space, and even gained more strength, almost anything seemed possible now. Feeling very happy, she carefully stored her items. Besides the detox pill, she also chose some science books, soy sauce, cooking wine, and seasonings. Other items like small wooden stools, toothbrushes, toothpaste, mouthwash cups, and skincare products she picked. Items like hairpins, headbands, small hair ties, and clips, which seemed less useful, she didn't choose. Shen Miaoqing felt that the space rewards were like a lottery in a game. There might be good things, but there could also be useless ones. Still, it was better than nothing, and she was quite satisfied. After organizing everything, she sat on the wooden stool she had just received and carefully studied the books she had gained. She believed that the more skills she learned, the more useful they might be in the future. Especially the plant encyclopedia over there. Shen Miaoqing thought she would need it later to identify plants. She put a lot of effort into studying it carefully. Time passed quickly, quietly slipping away. Shen Miaoqing and the others had been in the cave for more than half a month. During this time, except for Shen Miaoqing, no one else went outside. When Shen Miaoqing went out, her activities were similar to usual. She often went to the mountain spring and bamboo forest to catch fish and dig bamboo shoots, setting traps for wild rabbits and pheasants. But mainly, she explored different parts of the forest to find new plants to plant in her space. In the cave, Shen Dalong's condition improved gradually after Shen Miaoqing treated his injuries multiple times. His healing sped up. The wound on his right leg had already scarred over, but his left leg still couldn't support weight. Shen Dalong felt that one of his legs was probably completely useless now. However, he could now lean on a wooden stick to stand, which made him feel somewhat relieved. To avoid worrying his family too much, Shen Dalong always tried to stay positive. But deep inside, he still felt sad and regretful that he couldn't take better care of his family. He was also guilty for relying on his wife and children every day. Shen Miaoqing naturally knew about Shen Dalong's leg condition. She was conflicted inside, wondering if she should try to fix his leg now, since the timing seemed right. His external injuries had almost healed, but his bones were still dislocated at the joints. If she could put the bones back in place, his leg might have a chance to walk normally again. After reading several medical books in her space once more, Shen Miaoqing gathered her courage and decided to set Shen Dalong's leg bones. But before doing so, even though she had made up her mind, she planned to explain the situation clearly to Shen Dalong. She hadn't attempted to set his bones before because she wasn't a professional and her medical skills were limited. She only knew some basic knowledge. Also, she wasn't sure if Shen Dalong would agree, because if she made a mistake, it could leave him unable to stand ever again. "Dad, I had a dream last night. In it, an immortal taught me how to treat your leg injury, but I'm not sure if it will really work," Shen Miaoqing said. She knew she could only proceed with treating Shen Dalong's leg if he was aware and agreed. Shen Miaoqing could only come up with this excuse, since Shen Dalong and Lady Lin firmly believed that the old healer had said she was missing a soul at that time, and now she had returned. So, she pretended to be dreaming, using a method from her dreams, and they probably wouldn't suspect anything. Shen Miaoqing didn't really want to say she learned it from a book, but when she fled during the famine, Shen Dalong didn't bring any books to keep her simple luggage. In the forest, she had no reason to say she obtained any books, so the best way was to say it was a dream. Hearing this, Shen Dalong's face lit up with joy. He just wanted his leg to get better, even in his dreams. Lady Lin also hoped Shen Dalong would recover soon. "Then try it quickly," she urged, not doubting at all, and even thought that her daughter was lucky, favored by heaven, which was why she knew this method. "Father, what do you think? I'm worried that if I make a mistake, your leg might never recover," Shen Miaoqing still wanted to wait for Shen Dalong to decide, since it was his leg after all. She usually liked to do things she was confident about, and if she had to do something uncertain, she would prepare for the worst. In such cases, she would tell others the worst possible outcome so Shen Dalong could choose for himself. Shen Dalong sighed with a bitter smile. My leg is already useless now. If there's even a small chance, I must try no matter what. He understood that if he was lucky enough to have a chance to get better, he would be happy inside. Even if it didn't work, he wouldn't blame anyone. Seeing this, Shen Miaoqing made up her mind and asked Lady Lin to take the two younger brothers away for a while. Then she told Shen Dalong to lie down and close his eyes. She didn't want to be disturbed or distracted, so she asked them to leave. Father, I'm about to start. This might be a little painful, please bear with it, she warned in advance. After Shen Dalong nodded, Shen Miaoqing began. The first step was to feel the bones with her hands, to check for dislocation and determine where to apply force. Next came the pulling, lifting, and shifting techniques. Throughout this process, Shen Miaoqing was very careful and gentle, slowly performing the treatment. As time went on, Shen Dalong sweat profusely and endured the pain, until Shen Miaoqing finished the bone setting. Carefully lowering Shen Dalong's leg, Shen Miaoqing then used medical plaster from her space to fix it in place. She wrapped it with gauze and finally tied a cloth around it. Only then was her work complete. Shen Miaoqing let out a sigh of relief. After cleaning her hands, she poured a bowl of water for Shen Dalong and helped him drink it. Meanwhile, Lady Lin was still turned away, holding two children and staying still, afraid to disturb Shen Miaoqing. After finishing her work, Shen Miaoqing informed them all. Lady Lin stepped forward to ask about the situation with concern. Shen Miaoqing also drank the water in her hand and said slowly, we need to keep resting to see how things develop. Good.
Qing, you've worked hard, they said.
Big sister, you've worked hard too. Shen Chaoxian and Shen Chaotu, the two brothers, also spoke. During this time, the two brothers had become loyal fans of Shen Miaoqing and admired her skills very much. But for Shen Chaotu, he still liked Shen Miaoqing's cooking the most. He thought whatever her sister made was always very delicious. Even the yellow earth might smell good in her hands. Shen Chaoxian, on the other hand, loved Shen Miaoqing's reading skills. Recently, whenever he asked how she learned these abilities, she would say she learned from books. Unbeknownst to Shen Miaoqing, Shen Chaoxian already thought she was extremely talented at reading. He secretly decided that he also wanted to learn more from books in the future. Shen Miaoqing, however, didn't realize how many thoughts were in the children's minds. After finishing the leg correction for Shen Dalong, the heavy burden in Shen Miaoqing's heart finally eased. Now, it all depended on Shen Dalong's recovery. She had done everything she could. Shen Miaoqing planned to leave this place once Shen Dalong's injuries improved. She didn't intend to stay in the mountain forest forever. The conditions here were poor, and it was not a place for long-term living. There were many wild animals, snakes, insects, and ants. Even if she could hide from these animals in her space, what about others? Would they have to hide in this cave forever? In the past half-month, it rained several times in the mountain forest, especially one heavy rain that almost flooded the entire cave. They were all quite miserable inside the cave, no place to hide, and even their bedding had mold. This kind of life is not what Shen Miaoqing wants. She doesn't want to stay confined in this small place that is lacking in many ways. In the past half-month, Shen Miaoqing has explored almost the entire mountain. She has collected many rare wild vegetables, fruits, and mushrooms, and now has almost everything in her space. She has also gathered many herbs. After half a month of effort, Shen Miaoqing has unlocked over 150 new species. She then realized that when she unlocked her 100th plant, her space experienced its first major change. Now, her space can actually be used for farming, and it is very user-friendly. At first, everything she brought into the space was static. She could only move them if she decided to, and even then, stopping them was just a thought away. Shen Miaoqing is quite happy with this feature. As she plants more in her space, she unlocks more small items. The chance of getting good things from her searches is still low, and many items keep appearing repeatedly. For example, she already has a large stock of tissue paper in her space. She also collects small tools like clips, choosing several of each. She begins to wonder if her luck is really that bad, or if the space's rewards are becoming more and more disappointing. Today, Shen Miaoqing finally found a few new wild vegetables, bringing her total to over 160 different plants. On the blue screen in her wooden house, it shows that she has successfully planted over 150 types of plants, unlocking a new space reward. She can choose 48 items freely within 6 hours. She quickly notices packages of tissues, 3 large packs, 3 medium packs, and 3 small packs.
Shen Miaoqing.
Tissues again. She feels stuck with tissues. Besides the tissues, Shen Miaoqing carefully looks around and finds salt, small wooden tables, cakes, and other items. After choosing what she needs most, she continues walking through the forest. In these half months, Shen Miaoqing has become very familiar with the paths in the forest. She even used her previous method to trap a wild boar and placed it in her space. She hasn't processed the boar yet, leaving it still and motionless in her space. The wild boar over there was quite large. Shen Miaoqing didn't think she could raise it, especially since she wasn't short on pork right now. There was no need to deal with it so quickly. She thought that if she released the wild boar, all her plants in that area might be destroyed. Speaking of planting in her space, Shen Miaoqing was happiest about the wheat that had already ripened. She had planted another batch. The last time she planted wheat, it wasn't many, and she felt a bit regretful. But her rice in the space was also showing signs of ripening, and Shen Miaoqing was very excited about the white, fluffy rice. Just as Shen Miaoqing was about to leave this place and head back to the bamboo forest, she suddenly heard voices nearby. Using the trees as cover, she looked carefully at what was happening. Since she was close to the foot of the mountain today, she wasn't surprised if someone came here. "Boss, does this girl really want to give her up?" A woman hesitated while holding a child. She felt it was a pity to waste so much food on her and then just abandon her. What? Do you still want to eat her? Just throw her away quickly, so there won't be any trouble later, the man urged, pushing the woman. The small girl in the woman's arms had a bump on her head and looked unconscious, but she was still reaching out with her tiny hand, as if trying to grab something. What if the family comes looking for her? "It seems like this girl is quite important," the woman said again. "Our family is leaving here soon, so we don't care much about that. If they come looking, just say she died of illness. No one has come for her after 3 years. I think they just don't want her," the man said, trying to comfort the woman. The woman hesitated no longer and directly threw the girl into the forest. "Let's go quickly. I heard there are wild animals in these woods," she said, dropping the hot potato and grabbing the man's arm, eager to leave. In her heart, she sighed. If it weren't for trying to avoid trouble, she would have sold the girl directly. But first, there was no one willing to buy her. Even if she sold her as food for starving refugees, what could they pay? As her family had said, just abandon her. It would be easier. Anyway, when the girl's family brought her here, they left behind quite a few good things. Shen Miaoqing watched this scene from nearby, hearing the conversation between the man and woman. She also listened carefully. Seeing the little girl being casually left behind, Shen Miaoqing stayed where she was, observing. Usually, she felt she shouldn't help because the girl was so small. If she helped, she would likely have to run away with her later. Their family was already weak and sick, and escaping would be very dangerous. Bringing a little girl along might cause more trouble and danger. However, from a humanitarian point of view, Shen Miaoqing, who had received many years of education in modern times, couldn't bear to see the girl die. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to go closer and check on her. When she approached, Shen Miaoqing knelt down and looked at the girl. The girl had fair skin but was very thin, making her look weak and sick. Her forehead had a wound that had stopped bleeding but was not bandaged. The girl's brow was tightly furrowed, showing she was very uneasy and seemed to sense what was happening around her. Shen Miaoqing took some medicine from her medical kit in her space and carefully cleaned the girl's forehead wound. She then applied ointment and wrapped it up. After treating the forehead, She looked to see if the girl had any other injuries. She saw that her arm, hidden under her clothes, was bruised and covered with marks from being grabbed and hit. Her small palm had a layer of calluses. Shen Miaoqing guessed what kind of hardships this girl had faced before. She sighed, thinking about how difficult life was in this era. Furthermore, from what she overheard between the man and woman, it seemed the girl was not their biological child. No wonder she was treated so badly. While Shen Miaoqing was tending to the girl's hand injuries, suddenly, the girl opened her eyes. She was scared and crying out, "Don't leave me. Don't." Tears filled her eyes, and her body trembled with fear. She was panicked and didn't know what to do. Seeing this, Shen Miaoqing gently patted her back to comfort her. As she felt the touch on her back, the girl finally realized there was someone in front of her. Through the clear tears, the little girl gradually saw the person in front of her. When she looked into the bright, pure eyes and gentle face, she felt an unusual sense of closeness. Her tears stopped, and she stared blankly at Shen Miaoqing. Shen Miaoqing looked at the dazed little girl. Seeing that she had almost finished treating her wound, she put her things into the basket. The basket she used now was woven from bamboo by Xin Dalong and Lin Yang together. "Do you have anywhere to go?" Shen Miaoqing asked. Although she knew the girl probably had no place to go, she still asked hopefully. Even though Shen Miaoqing believed she could feed the girl, taking her along to escape the famine might be troublesome. She hoped the girl would find a better place. After Shen Miaoqing asked, the girl came back to herself. She still looked shy, but inside, she was less scared. I have nowhere to go." Her voice was very soft, but Shen Miaoqing heard it clearly, an expected answer. For a moment, Shen Miaoqing didn't know what to say. She sighed gently. Maybe meeting was fate. Seeing that Shen Miaoqing had no response, the girl couldn't help but reach out and grab Shen Miaoqing's sleeve. "Please, can you take me with you? I eat very little and I can do many things. I am very capable." The girl was begging Shen Miaoqing to take her in, but she also felt she was being too selfish. Others had already helped her with her wound, yet she still forced someone to take her in. Her parents didn't want her anymore, so how could she ask others? Her father and mother said she was a burden, a troublemaker who would waste a lot of food. She felt conflicted and guilty. The girl thought this and felt she was being shameless. She slowly let go of Shen Miaoqing's sleeve. Shen Miaoqing didn't know what the girl was thinking. She carefully chose her words and asked, "If you come with me, you might face many hardships in the future. Can you endure that?" Hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up immediately. I'm not afraid of any hardship. Please take me with you." Shen Miaoqing reached out and patted her head. Seeing how sincere and obedient the girl was, she felt a bit sad. "What is your name?" "I don't know. They all call me." The little girl lowered her head, as if she found it hard to say what she wanted to. Shen Miaoqing immediately understood what was going on. "It's okay, let's walk and talk." As she spoke, Shen Miaoqing reached out her hand, trying to help her up. Helping others is what she does best, and she felt lucky to have met this girl. The little girl shyly reached out her hand to Shen Miaoqing. The warmth from her palm made her pause for a moment. Looking at the person walking ahead, she felt so safe. Shen Miaoqing led the way, with the little girl following closely behind. Shen Miaoqing decided not to go to the bamboo forest for now. She planned to take the girl back to the cave first. This forest could be dangerous at any time, and Shen Miaoqing thought it was safer to have someone with her in case of trouble. "Do you have anything you like?" Shen Miaoqing asked softly, considering the girl's feelings. "I don't." The girl still kept her head down, her voice very soft. Shen Miaoqing felt a bit troubled. She wasn't sure how to get along with her. After thinking for a moment, she decided to tell her about herself first. "I have parents and 2 younger brothers in the cave on the mountain. They are all very kind. You don't need to worry. Also, we plan to leave soon to escape the famine, so the days ahead might be a little hard." She explained her situation in advance. She wasn't worried that a little girl would affect her. Sharing basic information with such a young child was okay. "If you don't want to escape, I can help you find a place with the local officials when I go down the mountain later, or try to find you a good place." Shen Miaoqing knew her hope might be slim, but she wanted to try her best and feel no regret.
No.
Sister, I want to stay with you. The girl tightly held Shin Miaoqing's hand, her face full of fear and worry. Shin Miaoqing could only softly comfort her again. The girl walked very slowly, but she tried her best to keep up with Shin Miaoqing. Shin Miaoqing was sure she wasn't lazy. To go faster, Shin Miaoqing decided to pick her up. Walking around in the forest with a small child was too dangerous. I can walk by myself, the girl quickly spoke, thinking Shin Miaoqing was annoyed by her slow pace and wanting to prove she could walk on her own. You are very brave, but it's not safe now. We should hurry and keep moving, Shin Miaoqing explained. By the way, how old are you this year? Shin Miaoqing asked curiously. The girl in her arms was light and thin, probably smaller than her two brothers. I'm 4 years old, the girl replied. Feeling the warmth of Shin Miaoqing's embrace, her voice was less timid than before. Shin Miaoqing thought she looked only 3 because she was so small and skinny. How about I give you a nickname? Let's call you Little Fortune, Shin Miaoqing suggested, feeling that not having a name made it hard to call her. Little Fortune? I have a name now. The girl's parents had always called her names like Scammer or Little Troublemaker, and they never thought of giving her a proper name. She admired Xiaohua because, even though Xiaohua's family didn't love her much, at least she had a name. Yes, Little Fortune, like happiness from the sky, Shin Miaoqing said with a smile. Little Fortune smiled happily, clearly pleased with her new name. Sister will also be lucky. Shin Miaoqing carried Little Fortune on her back, with a basket, and continued walking home. It was still a long way back to the cave. Although Shin Miaoqing kept talking to the girl, she remained alert, watching the mountain path carefully. Today, surprisingly, the path was very peaceful. No wild animals appeared, not even the snakes Shin Miaoqing often encountered. She thought maybe doing a good deed today brought her good luck. Feeling this way, Shin Miaoqing felt much happier. Sister, why are you here? Little Fortune, sensing Shin Miaoqing's friendly attitude, started to ask her questions more confidently. I came out to find some things. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, right? I still have some mountain fruits. You can eat a little to fill your stomach, Shin Miaoqing said. She reached into her basket and took out a few large wild mountain fruits, handing them to her. I'm not hungry, sister. You keep them. Little Fortune refused, shaking her head. She hadn't done anything to deserve food. I don't need this much. Just take it and eat, Shin Miaoqing said, placing the fruits into her arms without waiting for her approval. Then she continued on her way. Little Fortune looked at the bright red mountain fruits in her hands and swallowed hard. She hadn't eaten for almost 2 days and was very hungry. Little Fu seemed to smell the sweet aroma coming from the mountain fruit. In the end, she couldn't resist the temptation and took small bites of the fruit. The sweet taste spread in her mouth, making her feel so happy that she couldn't help but squint her eyes. At home, she usually ate tree bark and grass roots, and sometimes had nothing to eat at all. In her memory, she had never experienced such a sweet taste before. She thought, my sister is so good. I hope she can get everything she wishes for. Little Fu silently prayed in her heart. At that moment, Shin Miaoqing's eyes suddenly brightened, and she quickly stepped forward. She couldn't believe her luck today. She actually found ginseng. She confirmed again and again that it was really ginseng. Shin Miaoqing gently put Little Fu down and carefully dug up the ginseng plant. The roots of the ginseng are very important, so she dug slowly over a wide area to avoid damaging it. She remembered she had been here several times before, but she never found ginseng until today. Looking at Little Fu standing nearby, Shin Miaoqing felt that her good luck might be thanks to Little Fu. After all, Shin Miaoqing knew from experience that luck can vary. In the past, winning in games often depended on luck, and even in space lotteries, good items were rare. So, why was she so lucky today? Little Fu, you must be a little lucky star, Shin Miaoqing said, looking at the ginseng with a happy mood. She ignored her own thoughts and couldn't help but hug the little girl beside her, smiling happily. The Little Fu being hugged blushed quietly, feeling shy and a bit confused about where to put her hands. She had never been treated so intimately before, but she didn't dislike it at all. Instead, She felt an indescribable sweetness in her heart. Shun Miaoqing released her after a while, thinking that such a close gesture might be too intimate, so she let go of little Fu. After putting the ginseng away, Shun Miaoqing continued her journey with little Fu. The trip went smoothly, and before long, they entered a cave. Lin Yang was initially surprised that Shun Miaoqing had returned so early today. But in a moment, seeing the little girl beside Shun Miaoqing, her face showed confusion. Not only Lin Yang, but Shun Dalong also looked at little Fu with curiosity. When Shun Zhaoqian and Shun Zhaodu brothers ran to find their sister, they noticed a person and looked at Xiao Fu with curiosity. Xiao Fu was a little scared under so many eyes, lowering her head and feeling uneasy. She couldn't help but move closer to Shun Miaoqing, the only person who made her feel somewhat safe, and unconsciously grabbed Shun Miaoqing's sleeve. Seeing this, Shun Miaoqing, who had just put down her basket, quickly explained Xiao Fu's background. At the same time, she reached out to gently pat Xiao Fu's head, trying to make her relax. She's also an unfortunate child. Since they've met by chance, let's take her along, thought Lin Yang and Shun Miaoqing alike. Shun Dalong naturally had no objections, silently feeling the hardships of the world. After hearing Shun Miaoqing's story about Xiao Fu, Lin Yang showed a kind smile when facing her and spoke softly. I'll go prepare a bed for her, Lin Yang said as she started to act. She also took out a lot of dry grass from her bed, laid a mat, and brought a relatively clean quilt. Since Shun Miaoqing discovered the bamboo forest, Lin Yang and Shun Dalong, who had been resting in the cave, had woven many things from the bamboo Shun Miaoqing brought back. They made mats, straw hats, bamboo baskets, and baskets, all crafted with delicate skill that Shun Miaoqing couldn't help but praise. Initially, Shun Miaoqing saw them staying in the cave all the time and often daydreamed, so she thought it would be better to keep busy. Therefore, she brought back a lot of bamboo and other materials for them to weave and pass the time. Now, in the cave, everyone's mats had been replaced with new ones, and even Xiao Fu, who just arrived, had a new mat. Shun Zhaoqian didn't show much joy about the new arrival, Xiao Fu, but he still welcomed her since she was brought by his sister. Recently, Shun Zhaoqian had been studying characters with Shun Dalong every day, listening to stories, and just now he was learning from Shun Dalong. Shun Zhaotu, unlike his brother, wasn't as eager to learn and often felt sleepy when reading. He was bored staying in the cave all day and couldn't go outside, so he had started learning a little. At this moment, when Shun Zhaotu saw someone new arrive, his eyes lit up. He immediately took out some wild fruit he had hidden and shared it with Xiao Fu. Here, have some to eat. Shun Zhaotu smiled warmly, showing his two small tiger teeth. Xiao Fu looked at the wild fruit suddenly offered and instinctively waved to refuse. I don't want it. Her sister had already given her an apple earlier, and she had already eaten today. She absolutely couldn't eat more. Her parents had told her before that eating too much could make others dislike her. She didn't want her sister's family to look down on her. It's okay, just take it. Big brother is very kind and just wants to be friends with you, Shun Miaoqing said gently, trying to help Xiao Fu feel comfortable. Play here, I'll go make dinner. Xiao Tu, take good care of your sister, okay? Shun Miaoqing reminded him. Shun Zhaotu nodded seriously. I will take good care of my sister. He was now a big brother. He had a sister, and he was very happy about it. His tone was even more serious. After spending some time together, Shun Miaoqing had a good idea of Shun Zhaotu's personality. He was basically a playful child, but now, for their survival, he had to stay in this small cave. Shun Miaoqing thought it was good to have Xiao Fu playing with him. She could see that Shun Zhaotu didn't really like studying, but she didn't mind. Not everyone is born with a talent for reading. For Shun Miaoqing, it was enough if Shun Zhaotu could read simple words and understand basic things. She didn't mind if he wasn't good at poetry or literature. Xiao Fu looked at Shun Zhaotu with a shy expression, but encouraged by Shun Miaoqing, she still took the wild fruit from him. Meanwhile, Shun Miaoqing went to another side to start preparing dinner. In her past life, she was a food blogger mainly because she loved cooking and enjoyed the process. After cooking, her mother and two brothers always helped clean up. During this time, Shen Miaoqing usually cooked, making the food tastier so everyone would enjoy it. She was happy too. Most importantly, Shen Miaoqing really didn't want to eat the plain, watery soup made by her mother. She wouldn't refuse to eat it, but she felt there was no need to suffer for her taste. While Shen Miaoqing was cooking, Shen Chaotu and Xiao Fu were also getting along happily. Shen Chaotu was good at talking, and even if Xiao Fu didn't respond much, he kept chatting happily. Let me tell you, my sister is very amazing. The food she makes is super delicious. You'll see in a moment. Yes, sister is very talented. Xiao Fu agrees happily. She also likes her sister very much. Every time I eat my sister's cooking, I feel so happy. Have you ever caught a bird? The kind that flies in the forest. I saw the neighbor's dog do it before. Let me tell you a secret. My brother, the one studying with Dad, looks very serious, right? But you don't know, he used to secretly wet the bed. Shen Chaotu. On the other side, Shen Chaowen, who was quietly reciting poetry, heard this and immediately stood up, hitting Shen Chaotu on the forehead with a book. Does this silly brother really think his voice is that quiet? Shen Chaowen was angry. Why does his brother always have to say everything out loud? Shen Chaotu covered his head, didn't make a fuss after being hit, and grinned widely. He also pulled Xiao Fu away from Shen Chaowen. Xiao Fu couldn't help but laugh at Shen Chaotu's funny behavior. She wasn't that shy anymore and just ran away with him. Thanks to Shen Chaotu's talkative nature, Xiao Fu and he got along very well. They often burst into laughter together. Shen Miaoqing, who had been quietly watching Xiao Fu, saw how happy they were and felt relieved. She focused on preparing dinner for the evening. Xiao Fu's small face showed a faint smile. Even while playing with Shen Chaotu, she kept secretly glancing toward Shen Miaoqing. Xiao Fu thought no one noticed her actions, but Shen Miaoqing saw everything. She thought the little girl was really adorable. Since Xiao Fu just arrived, Shen Miaoqing decided to cook 2 more dishes. However, since children have weak stomachs, she couldn't make the food too greasy or salty tonight. So, she planned a relatively light dinner. Today, Shen Miaoqing came back early. The sun hadn't set yet, and the sky was painted in orange and red. It's already August, and the weather in Lanzhou isn't as hot as when they were fleeing from danger before. This time of year is quite comfortable, but Lanzhou has frequent rain, so she had to worry about the mountain cave flooding from time to time. Shen Miaoqing felt she had enough time today and slowly prepared dinner. The things in her basket hadn't been seen by Lin Yang yet. Lin Yang was still preparing a bed for Xiao Fu. Shen Miaoqing thought for a moment and took out a fish from her space, as if she had caught it today, along with some wood ear mushrooms and seasonings. Although she had many food items in her space, many were not convenient to take out, especially wheat, cabbage, and corn. Shen Miaoqing didn't want to worry too much and planned to find opportunities later. She took out a sizable fish, quickly cleaned it, sliced it, and prepared to make a mushroom and fish slice soup. She could easily add seasonings and other ingredients during cooking without others noticing. Next, Shen Miaoqing stewed some rabbit meat, stir-fried a couple of wild vegetables, and prepared a cold dish with wood ear mushrooms. With plenty of time, Shen Miaoqing cooked everything at a steady pace, finishing quickly. The delicious aroma filled the air, making Shen Chaotu and little Fu, who had been talking, unable to take their eyes off her. Shen Chaotu had gradually gotten used to this smell over the past half-month, but little Fu, hearing it for the first time, couldn't help but swallow nervously. I told you, my sister's cooking is super fragrant and really tasty. Shen Chaotu proudly boasted. Little Fu nodded blankly, her round eyes still fixed on Shen Miaoqing, curious about how she could produce such a wonderful smell. Dinner is ready. As Shen Miaoqing's voice fell, Shen Chaotu pulled little Fu over. Until little Fu carried her wooden bowl, filled with fish and fish soup, she still felt a bit unreal. Earlier that morning, she had been crying and begging her parents not to abandon her. But now, looking at the kind smiles around her and holding warm fish soup, she felt comforted. Try it, it's very tasty. Shen Chaotu saw little Fu staring blankly and eagerly encouraged her to taste Shen Miaoqing's cooking. I can't eat. Little Fu was still afraid. They had taken her in already, so how could she still enjoy such good food? Why not? It's delicious, really good. Shen Chaodu quickly misunderstood and thought little Fu didn't like it, looking confused. Shen Miaoqing immediately understood what little Fu was worried about and softly comforted her. Since I chose to bring you back, you're just like everyone else here. Try it, please. If you don't drink, I'll think you're rejecting me. I don't. It's delicious. Xiao Fu hurriedly explained and took a small sip from the wooden bowl. The delicious, fragrant fish soup spread across her mouth, making her eyes shine with joy. She had never experienced such a tasty meal before. Delicious. This compliment was more genuine than before. Seeing Xiao Fu finish the fish soup, Shen Miaoqing felt satisfied and added some comforting words. Xiao Fu's clear, bright eyes looked at Shen Miaoqing, shining like stars in the night sky, full of childlike innocence. Seeing her small, cute, and obedient appearance, Shen Miaoqing felt her heart soften and her affection for the girl grew. Shen Miaoqing had always liked soft, adorable children and cute, cuddly animals. She had raised several cats before. She was happy to find such lovely children in this world. Xiao Fu, comforted gently by Shen Miaoqing, couldn't help but smile happily. She couldn't refuse Shen Miaoqing's kind offerings and obediently drank the fish soup from the wooden bowl. After eating the fish, Shen Miaoqing also served her many dishes. The tender rabbit meat was tasty, the wild vegetables fresh and crisp, and the cold marinated wood ear mushrooms crunchy and refreshing. Each bite brought Xiao Fu a new surprise. Seeing Xiao Fu look so satisfied while eating, Shen Miaoqing felt happy inside. After dinner, Shen Chao too continued playing with Xiao Fu, while Shen Chao learned from Shen Daliang, and Lin Yang was weaving a bamboo basket. Shen Miaoqing chose to relax and play happily with Xiao Fu and Shen Chao Tuesday. Soon the three of them were playing together. Xiao Fu felt both happy and a little worried. Even at bedtime that night, she still thought everything was so wonderful, like a dream. In the dark, Xiao Fu secretly opened her eyes, reluctant to sleep. She was afraid it was all just a dream, and that once she woke up, everything would be gone. Shen Miaoqing, meanwhile, quickly slipped into the space as she lay down. Lin Yang was the first to notice Xiao Fu's unusual behavior. She comforted the girl softly and gently helped her fall asleep. Lin Yang felt a deep sympathy for this little girl, as she often reminded her of Shen Miaoqing's childhood. She was so adorable, so tiny. With Lin Yang's gentle coaxing, Xiao Fu gradually let go of her fears and vigilance and drifted into a peaceful sleep. In the space, Shen Miaoqing specially set aside a small area to store the ginseng she dug up today. In a herbal book from the Space Rewards, Shen Miaoqing found a record about this ginseng. Wild ginseng is rare, expensive, and highly effective. She guessed that her wild ginseng is at least 100 years old. After planting the ginseng and watering it with spiritual spring water, Shen Miaoqing felt satisfied and grounded. She stayed in the space for a while before leaving peacefully and falling asleep. Tonight, the moon is bright and gentle, casting a soft glow over the lonely night. The people in the cave sleep soundly, everything feeling calm and stable. The next morning, the sun rose. Today, Shen Miaoqing woke up very early, before anyone else. As usual, she cooked breakfast and then went outside. Yesterday, she left early and returned quickly, so she didn't find many things. She planned to go out longer today. She sealed the cave entrance as usual. When she was a little distance away from the cave, she decided to take her breakfast out of the space to eat. She had prepared pancakes and buns in the space for breakfast. Every time Shen Miaoqing used something from the space, she looked around carefully for any unusual signs. Today, when she looked back, she saw something different, movement in the trees nearby. Looking closer, she saw a piece of clothing sticking out, and she immediately understood what was happening. She turned back and pulled out her little follower. "Little Fu, why are you following me?" Shen Miaoqing asked, looking at the small girl with her head lowered. She hadn't noticed when the little girl had come out. I just want to follow sister," little Fu whispered softly, afraid to meet Shen Miaoqing's gaze. Little Fu, do you know that the mountain forest outside is dangerous? Shen Miaoqing tried to explain the risks. Facing a 4-year-old, she couldn't be too stern and tried to reason with her. Little Fu was still holding her dress and hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "It's dangerous." "Sister, is it okay if you don't go out either?" Shen Miaoqing was surprised by the girl's words. Could it be that she followed her out at such a young age because she was worried about her getting into danger? Sister has the ability to protect herself. Little Fu doesn't need to worry. Shen Miaoqing gently patted the little girl's head. "I'll take you back to the cave first." Although it was a bit of a distance to the cave, Shen Miaoqing wanted to ensure her safety and decided to bring her back. "I want to stay with sister." Little Fu didn't want to go back. She felt that once she couldn't see her sister, she would feel anxious and scared. "Be good, Little Fu. Listen to me. Sister will be back soon after she goes out." Shen Miaoqing held Little Fu's hand and started walking back. Little Fu bit her lip and said nothing. She wanted to refuse to go back and stay with her sister, but she also didn't want to disobey her. Near the cave, Little Fu finally spoke. "Sister, take Little Fu with you." She felt very uneasy inside, always worried that if her sister didn't stay with her, her heart would be in a mess. Shen Miaoqing couldn't agree. A 4-year-old child, if something happened, she could hide in her space, but how could she bring her along? "Go inside quickly," Shen Miaoqing said as she watched Little Fu enter the cave. Then she finally relaxed. Then Shen Miaoqing set out again. When she reached a spot similar to where she had been earlier, she checked to make sure no one was around, then stopped to have breakfast and drink some water. After finishing her steamed buns and taking a few sips of water, she saw a small figure in the distance. That tiny figure saw Shen Miaoqing looking at her and quickly crouched down, covering her eyes with her hands as if to hide from her. Seeing Little Fu's small figure, Shen Miaoqing felt both annoyed and amused. She walked over and grabbed her, lifting her up. "Why did you come out again?" Little Fu's hand, covering her eyes, revealed a small gap, and she didn't dare look directly at Shen Miaoqing. "By the way, how did you come out?" Shen Miaoqing asked again, checking for any other injuries on her. She was truly confused. She had placed many thorny plants at the cave entrance to block it. Logically, a little girl like Little Fu shouldn't have been able to move so much stuff. So, how did she get out? "I just climbed out myself," Xiaofu said with innocent eyes, as if it was a simple thing. If it weren't for the dense obstacles blocked by Shen Miaoqing would think it was an easy task. Shen Miaoqing looked at the little girl who insisted on following her and felt helpless. She thought that today, Xiaofu was determined to stick with her. "Can you stay quietly in the cave and wait for me to come back?" Shen Miaoqing asked, trying to persuade her. "I want to follow you." "I won't cause trouble," Xiaofu said softly, lying on Shen Miaoqing, with a firm look in her eyes. Shen Miaoqing sighed. She knew that if she sent Xiaofu back again, she might sneak out secretly. It was better to keep her close now. "Just this once, okay?" "No, next time." Shen Miaoqing thought it would be good to let Xiaofu experience walking on the mountain trail. She believed the girl would give up soon, and then she could send her back to the cave. Thinking this, Shen Miaoqing gently put Xiaofu down and started walking according to her plan. But she didn't forget to take out some sweet wild fruit from her space to fill Xiaofu's stomach. She guessed that Xiaofu probably hadn't eaten breakfast before coming out. Xiaofu took the mountain fruit from Shen Miaoqing, smiling brightly. Shen Miaoqing didn't look at her much and focused on her task. First, she went to the mountain spring to put the basket. Then she planned to check some places she hadn't visited in a while for new discoveries. Shen Miaoqing was much older than the 4-year-old girl, and because she was in good health, she walked faster. She deliberately quickened her pace, and soon left Xiaofu behind by a good distance. Seeing Shen Miaoqing getting farther away, Xiaofu started to run, not wanting to fall behind. Shen Miaoqing kept a steady distance, so Xiaofu wouldn't completely fall out of sight, but she also wouldn't catch up immediately. She maintained a gap each time. Watching the girl run out of breath but still insist on catching up, Shen Miaoqing felt a bit soft-hearted, but she didn't stop walking. Although she was ahead, Shen Miaoqing kept hitting the grass path with her stick to scare away any snakes. She was clearing the way to prevent snakes from surprising Xiaofu behind her. Shen Miaoqing was walking and thinking at the same time. She still couldn't understand Xiao Fu's stubbornness. Clearly, she wasn't unwilling to go back, so why did she insist on coming along? Seeing Xiao Fu falling further behind, Shen Miaoqing finally stopped and looked back. Xiao Fu, did you see? If I don't carry you and walk together, you'll keep falling behind. I have to wait for you, and that will waste time. Shen Miaoqing looked serious and spoke very earnestly, her eyes fixed on Xiao Fu's forehead, which was beginning to sweat.
I'm sorry.
It's my fault. I'm too useless. Xiao Fu felt very guilty and looked confused. All right, I'll take you back now. Be good and don't come out again, okay? Shen Miaoqing repeated her request. Hearing this, Xiao Fu bit her lip and shook her head, refusing Shen Miaoqing's offer. Shen Miaoqing couldn't help but laugh and cry at Xiao Fu's stubbornness. Did she pick up a little stubborn kid? Seeing that they were getting farther from the cave and that the child was unwilling to go back, Shen Miaoqing knew that sending her back now would waste a lot of time. She decided to just take her along. She quickly scooped up the panting little girl and carried her. In case of danger, holding her might be faster, and it would save some time on the way. Shen Miaoqing carried Xiao Fu towards the mountain spring. Once again, Xiao Fu was held by Shen Miaoqing, stiff and shy, not daring to move. But she also realized that her sister planned to take her along. Xiao Fu rested her small head on Shen Miaoqing's shoulder, smiling happily. Even while carrying Xiao Fu, Shen Miaoqing walked at a steady pace. She thought Xiao Fu was too thin and hardly felt any weight. As they walked, Shen Miaoqing kept paying attention to the surroundings for any danger or new discoveries. Everything went smoothly, just like when she took Xiao Fu back yesterday. She didn't even see a snake, which was different from her usual encounters. Shen Miaoqing didn't think much and, with Xiao Fu, soon reached the mountain spring. She placed Xiao Fu aside and prepared to set up the fish trap in the spring using the basket and fishing net she had left nearby. Stay here and wait for me. Don't move around or get close to the water. The water is dangerous. Call me if anything happens, Shen Miaoqing carefully instructed. Little Fu was very close to her, easily within sight when Shen Miaoqing looked up. However, Shen Miaoqing was cautious and carefully reminded her. Little Fu nodded obediently, indicating she understood. Only then did Shen Miaoqing feel at ease and begin setting traps in the mountain spring. She didn't place traps in the same spot all the time. She kept changing locations to increase her chances of catching fish. Thanks to Shen Dalong and Lin Yang's weaving skills, and following Shen Miaoqing's instructions, she now had several fish baskets besides the back basket, specifically for catching and storing fish. They expanded their fishing area, and over these days, they almost never lacked fish in the cave. Sometimes luck wasn't on their side, and they would have empty catches, but Shen Miaoqing always stored fish at her space when she had a good harvest. If she had no catch, she would take out 1 or 2 fish from her space. While Shen Miaoqing was focused on placing traps in the mountain spring, Little Fu's gaze never left her. Seeing her sister moving further away and constantly changing position, Little Fu also wanted to follow closely. But, remembering her sister's words not to move around randomly, she hesitated and didn't follow. Watching Shen Miaoqing busy at work, Little Fu looked at her small arms and hands with some frustration, feeling she couldn't help much. Suddenly, as Little Fu was lost in thought, she felt a strange unease in her heart and kept watching Shen Miaoqing. Big sister, be careful, Little Fu's young voice was loud. Shen Miaoqing immediately heard her and turned around to see a venomous snake silently crawling near her feet. The snake flicked its tongue, about to bite her. Shen Miaoqing, panicking, quickly grabbed her nearby axe and struck the snake. Then she hurried to get away from the snake. At the same time, Shen Miaoqing remembered to aim for the snake's vulnerable spot and used a long stick to hit it hard. The force was so strong that the snake was instantly bloodied and battered. Shen Miaoqing still felt scared afterward, wondering how the snake had managed to sneak so quietly to her feet. If Little Fu hadn't shouted, she might not have looked back in time and could have been in real danger. Shen Miaoqing recognized the snake as a silver-ringed snake, which is almost certainly deadly if bitten. Shen Miaoqing thought to herself that even if she had a space to hide in, she would still be caught because that snake was really unpredictable. She guessed that only the detox pills in her space could cure the poisoning. While Shen Miaoqing was lost in thought, little Fu had already run to her side, looking worried and caring as she looked at Shen Miaoqing. Shen Miaoqing quickly hugged the stumbling girl and moved her away from the dead poisonous snake. "I'm fine. Thank you, little Fu, for warning me." Shen Miaoqing also reached out with her other hand to gently pat little Fu's back, thanking her for the timely warning. While speaking, Shen Miaoqing carried her basket and scattered belongings, leading little Fu away from the mountain spring. Her fish basket was the last one she had. She had already packed the others. Originally, Shen Miaoqing planned to put away the fish basket and leave, but she didn't expect such an incident to happen. "Big sister, Kong," little Fu said seriously, holding Shen Miaoqing tightly with both hands. Little Fu, too. Shen Miaoqing's heart trembled. This young girl was really adorable. Her mood, which had been upset from almost being bitten by the snake, eased a lot. Shen Miaoqing carried little Fu as they walked toward the bamboo forest, being very cautious. Unexpectedly, while carrying little Fu, no snakes appeared, and even the mosquitoes were fewer. At this moment, Shen Miaoqing began to sense that something was wrong. Looking at the soft, lovely girl in her arms, she thought for a moment and asked, "Little Fu, how did you see the snake just now?" If she remembered correctly, little Fu had been a little distance from her earlier. How did she know about the snake so quickly? And why had little Fu been following her? Shen Miaoqing guessed the answer, but chose to test her by asking. Little Fu didn't think much and honestly said, "I just had a feeling inside that something was wrong, that sister might be in danger, so I said that." While speaking, little Fu seemed to remember something, her eyes looking a bit sad. Her voice became softer, and her tone was a little uneasy. Children's emotions change very quickly. Shen Miaoqing noticed her mood shift and asked gently, "Little Fu, did something unhappy happen to you?" Hearing Shen Miaoqing's question, little Fu hesitated but finally spoke. "I used to feel this way when I was with my parents too. But every time I try to tell them, they ignore me. Later, when something happened, they all blamed me. Said I was bad luck, a troublemaker." Little Fu leaned on Shen Miaoqing's shoulder, speaking softly and feeling scared that she might be disliked again. Shen Miaoqing understood little Fu's fear and spoke even more gently. "I think it's great that little Fu has such abilities, like helping people avoid risks." Her praise made little Fu's eyes light up. Her sister was different from others. She wouldn't dislike her. At the same time, through little Fu's words, Shen Miaoqing realized more deeply that her suspicions were correct. While Shen Miaoqing and little Fu chatted casually, they soon arrived in a bamboo forest. Little Fu looked at the large bamboo grove with curiosity. Shen Miaoqing put her down and said, "Just stay close to me and don't run off." Little Fu was very happy to be able to stay with Shen Miaoqing this time, relieved that she wouldn't have to wait in one place anymore. The two of them started busying themselves in the bamboo forest. Although Shen Miaoqing had collected many bamboo-related items before, she didn't want to go to new places to find more species, especially since she was with a young child and didn't want to go back too soon. So, she decided to explore the familiar bamboo grove, digging for bamboo shoots and mushrooms. It was Little Fu's first time in such a place. After Shen Miaoqing taught her how to identify mushrooms, she couldn't help but call Shen Miaoqing whenever she saw a mushroom, eager to dig it up. When Little Fu held a handful of mushrooms and brought them to Shen Miaoqing, she received lots of praise. She felt a little shy, but was more motivated to look for mushrooms. Shen Miaoqing explained that mushrooms like lingji were easier to pick, which was suitable for a child like Little Fu, and also fulfilled her desire to help. Soon, Little Fu found a large patch of mushrooms again. After Shen Miaoqing agreed, she excitedly ran toward that patch. Shen Miaoqing. She clearly remembered visiting the bamboo forest many times, so why hadn't she discovered such a large patch of bamboo mushrooms before? Shen Miaoqing secretly sighed. Perhaps her luck had been used up on rebirth and her space. She comforted herself this way and immediately felt much better. While Xiaofu was busy digging for bamboo mushrooms, Shen Miaoqing also saw many bamboo shoots nearby. She grabbed her tools and headed toward the shoots. She estimated that she and Xiaofu were not far apart, just a few dozen steps away, and could see each other easily. Shen Miaoqing squatted down and started digging with her makeshift wooden knife. They didn't have proper tools like a hoe. When the Shen family left, they took almost all their iron tools. Shen Miaoqing dug for a long time until her basket was nearly full. During this time, Xiaofu kept bringing her more bamboo mushrooms. Seeing the fresh, large bamboo mushrooms, Shen Miaoqing praised Xiaofu. Xiaofu is amazing. When we go back, we can cook delicious food with the mushrooms you found, okay? Xiaofu nodded repeatedly. She had run several times, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She smiled brightly, her cheeks flushed. Shen Miaoqing patted her head, a gentle smile on her face. Their trip to the bamboo forest seemed smooth until Shen Miaoqing saw that she had almost finished digging. Just as she was about to take Xiaofu to check the fish and rabbit traps, Xiaofu suddenly ran over and grabbed Shen Miaoqing's hand. "Big sister, we need to leave now, this place." Xiaofu's uneasy feelings surged again. She wanted to pull Shen Miaoqing away, but couldn't explain why. Shen Miaoqing understood her feelings. Without hesitation, she packed up her basket, picked up Xiaofu, and quickly turned to leave the area. At that moment, several unexpected figures suddenly appeared. This time, the three wolves sneaked out quietly from behind Shen Miaoqing and rushed toward her at high speed. Shen Miaoqing looked back from a distance, her heart jolted. These wolves appeared so suddenly. If they lunged at her back, she might not die, but would definitely get hurt badly. She ran quickly. She was strong and had a lot of energy. Carrying her basket and a child, she ran very fast. She had already started to retreat from the bamboo forest early, and soon, Shen Miaoqing managed to escape from the three wolves. Until she reached a safe place and stopped running, Shen Miaoqing finally looked at the little Fu in her arms. This girl must be like the lucky koi in the novels she read, someone who can foresee trouble, bring good luck, and turn misfortune into blessing. One incident after another confirmed her suspicion about Xing Fei in her heart, making Shen Miaoqing doubt her. After all, these two dangers were both avoided thanks to little Fu's warnings, allowing her to escape unscathed. In fact, over the past half-month, Shen Miaoqing had gone out many times. Although her space served as a safe refuge, she still got hurt and faced many dangers. Though her life wasn't in danger, it was still very difficult and risky. Shen Miaoqing took these risks because the rewards were worth it. Seeing her space filling up with more and more supplies, Shen Miaoqing no longer cared about minor injuries. She had almost never let Lin Yang and Shen Dalong suspect anything. Otherwise, she knew they would keep urging her not to go out. Since the events had already happened, there was no point in fussing over it. She had plenty of medicine in her space, and because she healed faster than ordinary people, she didn't worry about it much. But when she saw little Fu able to resolve the dangers from the poisonous snake and the wolf, Shen Miaoqing was very happy. She also remembered the ginseng, which must have been lucky because of little Fu's help. Thinking this way, Shen Miaoqing's mood improved a lot, and she once again expressed her gratitude to little Fu. "Little Fu, you're so amazing. Luckily, I had your warning." Little Fu looked at Shen Miaoqing's face full of relief and confirmed once more that Shen Miaoqing was different from others. She didn't think the danger from the wolf was caused by herself, and she even praised herself. Someone as good as her sister should have all the good things. Little Fu silently thought to herself. As her thoughts settled, Shen Miaoqing, who had been paying attention to the surroundings, suddenly spotted a ginseng. She couldn't help but open her eyes wide, checking several times. Yes, it was a ginseng, and it was so lucky. Shen Miaoqing repeated yesterday's steps happily and carefully stored the ginseng away. Soon after, she carried little Fu and didn't walk far before she saw several lingji mushrooms. Her joy deepened, and she couldn't help but hold little Fu a little tighter. "You really are my lucky treasure." Shen Miaoqing understood why the lucky fish treasure in the story was so popular. If she were in her place, she would like it too. Shen Miaoqing, carrying little Fu, walked more quickly. She noticed that when she held little Fu, they didn't encounter any dangers along the way. They successfully reached the mountain spring. Shen Miaoqing put away the basket from the water, feeling she had gathered quite a bit today, so she decided to head back with little Fu. It was noon, and the weather was hot and stuffy. Shen Miaoqing was also careful because little Fu still had injuries on her forehead and body, so she couldn't walk for too long. When Shen Miaoqing and little Fu returned to the cave, Shen Chaotu was the first to come out to greet them. "Little Fu, where did you go just now?" Shen Chaotu asked with obvious worry in his voice. He was used to seeing his sister go out, but when he saw little Fu missing, he was frightened. To Shen Chaotu, little Fu was even smaller than him, so her sudden disappearance was very dangerous. Little Fu didn't reply right away. She still held on to Shen Miaoqing's sleeve, looking surprised and unsure because of the sudden concern. Finally, Shen Miaoqing spoke. "It's okay. Little Fu just went out for a little reason. She's safe now." Shen Miaoqing didn't want to tell him that little Fu had sneaked out, mainly because she was worried that the children might imitate each other. If Shen Chaotu became curious about the outside and sneaked out someday, it wouldn't be good. Seeing Shen Miaoqing come out to speak, Shen Chaotu didn't ask further and his worries eased. Soon, the two children happily played together again. Especially Shen Chaotu, who was good at talking, quickly forgot about what had happened earlier. "Little Fu, I have to tell you, breakfast today was really delicious. You probably didn't eat much. My mom even saved a portion for you. Little Fu, let me tell you, last night Seeing how well the two got along, Shen Miaoqing didn't say anything more. After tidying up her things, she moved closer to Shen Dalong. "Father, how do you feel about your leg today?" At this time, Shen Dalong was able to stand easily on one leg and handle his own affairs. He was reluctant to trouble Lin Yang too often. The other leg, which Shen Miaoqing had previously injured, was also better than before, but he still couldn't use much strength. Although he hadn't fully recovered yet, Shen Dalong could feel some improvement, and he was very happy. His tone was much more relaxed when he spoke, saying, "I feel much better now." Lin Yang was genuinely pleased to see Shen Dalong's leg recovering well. Shen Miaoqing carefully asked Shen Dalong about how his leg felt in detail. Shen Dalong answered each question carefully, and Lin Yang added some details as well. After receiving fairly good answers, Shen Miaoqing felt more at ease. Then she decided to share her thoughts with them. "Parents, we can't stay in this cave forever." Lin Yang and Shen Dalong looked at each other, both guessing that this day would come eventually. They knew the conditions inside the cave well. Even if no wild animals had entered recently, they couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't come in someday. Even without wild animals, there was the risk of flooding during rain, since their location was low and water could flow into the cave. There was also the danger of snakes sneaking in at night. Fortunately, they hadn't been bitten, and they managed to chase the snakes away in time. But ever since that snake came in, Shen Miaoqing and Lin Yang hardly dared to sleep deeply. Lin Yang was especially worried and kept waking up during the night. Shen Dalong was in a better mood about leaving the cave, but he still couldn't help feeling a bit discouraged. "It's about time to leave. It's a pity my leg is holding me back, or else." Before Shen Dalong finished, Shen Miaoqing interrupted his gloomy words. "Dad, now that you can walk, your leg will definitely heal faster over time." She said this in advance to help them prepare mentally. Lin Yang also comforted Shen Dalong. Shen Dalong realized his words might not be appropriate and quickly said it was fine, then changed the subject to leaving the cave. "By the way, Qing'er, where do we plan to go after leaving the cave?" "South," she replied. No matter how they looked at it, the south was the best choice. Under the emperor's feet, a land of wealth and prosperity. Shen Miaoqing has a map, household registration, and handwritten directions, which give her some confidence. "Then, when shall we leave?" Lin Yang hesitated but asked. "In a little while, after Dad's leg gets better." Shen Miaoqing didn't specify a date. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang nodded and agreed. Yes, that makes sense. Dalong Shen wanted to say something but held back, understanding that they all meant well. Not far away, Shen Chaowen, who overheard everything, looked thoughtful, lowering his head. At this moment he began to understand some things. He also worriedly looked at Shen Dalong's leg, wishing that Dad hadn't had an accident. Meanwhile, Shen Chaotu and Xiao Fu didn't hear the conversation and continued happily talking. After finishing her chat, Shen Miaoqing and Lin Yang started preparing lunch. Earlier, Shen Dalong still needed care, and Shen Miaoqing thought Lin Yang was working hard, so she didn't ask her to help. Now that Shen Dalong was doing better, Lin Yang didn't want to watch Shen Miaoqing work alone all the time. She occasionally helped with cooking or cleaning up after meals, and she was very curious about how Shen Miaoqing made such delicious food, wanting to learn. Shen Miaoqing noticed Lin Yang's intentions and was happy to teach her about cooking. Lin Yang learned seriously, and Shen Miaoqing enjoyed teaching. Together, they prepared a tasty meal. Everyone was very satisfied and kept praising the food, especially Xiao Fu, who ate until he was full, with bright eyes, seeming a bit surprised. Shen Miaoqing didn't interfere much, letting the children gradually get used to it. In the evening, as it grew darker, Shen Miaoqing came again to change Dalong Shen's dressing. She always waited until others looked away, so she wouldn't be nervous or shaky, before helping Dalong Shen lie down and start the treatment. This way, she could easily use her space to apply medicine to him. The others didn't suspect anything, and Shen Miaoqing successfully finished dressing Dalong Shen's wound again. The surface injuries had mostly scabbed over and were healing well. After finishing everything, Shen Miaoqing just paused. When she looked up, she saw little Fu with her back turned to her. Shen Miaoqing had just finished tidying up, and little Fu immediately turned around to look at her. The girl's hair was messy and greasy, and her face was covered with dirt, probably from playing with Shen Chaotu. Yesterday, Shen Miaoqing brought little Fu home and, because she had many wounds, only cleaned her face briefly. Tonight, Shen Miaoqing helped little Fu wash again, using warm water and a cloth to carefully clean her dirt-covered body. Little Fu obediently stood still, letting Shen Miaoqing do her work. Shen Miaoqing looked at little Fu's hair, which was yellow and greasy, as if she hadn't washed it in a long time. However, Shen Miaoqing checked her hair and didn't find any fleas, probably because her hair wasn't very long. Although Shen Miaoqing wanted to wash the girl's hair thoroughly, her forehead wound was too close to her hair, and she was afraid water might get into the wound. But Shen Miaoqing secretly decided that once little Fu's forehead wound healed a bit more, she would give her a thorough wash. Just then, Lin Yang came over holding a set of small clothes. This is an old set of clothes I made for her. I don't have better fabric right now, so I couldn't make new clothes. Shen Miaoqing looked at the clothes Lin Yang had sewn. The stitches were neat, and she had chosen the best fabric she could find. The color was bright pink, a sign of care. This kind of pinkish fabric, Shen Miaoqing remembered, was probably bought by Shen Daliang when he married Lin Yang. Lin Yang hadn't worn it much, always kept it carefully. "Mother, these clothes are really pretty. Little Fu, do you like them?" Shen Miaoqing praised and asked with a smile. Little Fu's eyes lit up as she looked at the small clothes, but she also looked a bit stunned. "Are these for her?" She looked down at her own dark gray clothes, patched in many places, with some holes still visible. She had never had such beautiful clothes before. When little Fu came back to herself, she spoke hesitantly. I like them. Thank you." Seeing her happy and pleased, Lin Yang also felt happy and handed the clothes to Shen Miaoqing. As she turned away, Lin Yang was secretly thinking that making little Fu's clothes was easy, but the clothes she had promised Shen Miaoqing still weren't finished. Thinking that her daughter was already so grown up and had so few new clothes, Mother Lin sighed quietly, feeling she was too helpless. But then she remembered that her own dress was almost finished, and a small feeling of happiness rose in her heart. Suddenly, she hesitated, unsure if her daughter would like it. Shen Miaoqing didn't realize that Mother Lin was so thoughtful. After carefully cleaning little Fu, she changed her into the new clothes Mother Lin had made. Seeing that little Fu's eyes never left the outfit, Shen Miaoqing knew the girl probably liked it very much. After changing into the new clothes, little Fu seemed a bit unsure of how to hold her hands, but she found the outfit very comfortable. Shen Chao too noticed little Fu wearing the new clothes and praised her enthusiastically. "Wow. Little Fu, you look so beautiful. Your clothes are lovely too." Shen Miaoqing watched the children interact and found it quite amusing. Her brother was so thoughtful. He first praised the girl, then her clothes. After a while of praising, Little Fu blushed shyly. Shun Miaoqing smiled quietly and didn't interfere with their play. She simply washed her face with warm water from the cave, as she now had better bathing facilities in her space. Before, she had used a bathtub and a basin, both of which she liked quite a lot. She was quite satisfied with them. As for why she also washed outside, it was just to keep things discreet.
Soon night fell.
Tonight was Little Fu's second night sleeping in the cave, and she felt this life was very wonderful. She closed her eyes, thinking that she must be very happy tonight and would sleep peacefully. Mother Lin also saw that Little Fu could fall asleep easily on her own, so she didn't pay much attention tonight. As the night deepened, everyone in the cave gradually fell asleep. Even Mother Lin closed her eyes for a light rest. Suddenly, Little Fu opened her eyes sharply, a cold sweat on her forehead. Her eyes were full of fear and panic. In her dream, she was back with her parents, being scolded and hit. Her brother didn't believe her when she fell, and her mother, who was supposed to watch her, said she had pushed her brother down. When her father returned, he held a wooden stick and started hitting her. She saw her sister, ate well, and wore new clothes. All of it was just a dream. Because she was abandoned, she was about to be swallowed by a fierce tiger. Xiao Fu, scared, opened her eyes and dared not sleep again. Her gaze stayed on Shun Miaoqing nearby. Her sister was still there, her new clothes were intact, and the previous scene was just a dream. Xiao Fu wanted to go closer to find her sister, but was afraid of disturbing her rest, so she hesitated. In the end, Xiao Fu couldn't hold back anymore. She tiptoed slowly toward Shun Miaoqing, hoping to lie down nearby. Anyway, she was used to lying on the ground at home. Xiao Fu had already gotten used to it. Just as Xiao Fu lay down, Shun Miaoqing, who usually had shallow sleep, sensed something unusual and woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw Xiao Fu lying on her ground, and their eyes met. Although Shun Miaoqing didn't understand what was happening, she didn't ask much. She waved her hand to signal Xiao Fu to come over. Xiao Fu tiptoed over, her face full of worry, feeling she had disturbed her sister, and felt it was wrong. Shun Miaoqing gently brushed off the dirt on Xiao Fu and moved aside to make space for her. She didn't blame Xiao Fu for lying on the ground. She guessed that the girl probably didn't sleep well to be like that. "Lie down and go to sleep," Shun Miaoqing said softly. Xiao Fu obediently followed her, her anxious heart calming a bit. At first, her body was stiff when she lay down, but soon she felt safe lying next to Shun Miaoqing and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Seeing her sleep so peacefully and her closeness growing, Shun Miaoqing just smiled and didn't move her away. Although Xiao Fu was a bit dirty, Shun Miaoqing wasn't a cleanliness fanatic, so she didn't mind this small issue. Soon after, Shun Miaoqing closed her eyes again. And Xiao Fu, like that, slept peacefully through the night without dreams. The next day, at dawn, when Xiao Fu opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Shun Miaoqing. She was still clutching her sister's clothes. They were so close. Xiao Fu felt warm inside and smiled happily. When Shun Miaoqing opened her eyes, she saw a silly, smiling child. Since it was still early, Shun Miaoqing let Xiao Fu sleep a little longer. She closed her eyes again to rest. Little Fu obediently closed her eyes, but after a short while, she reached up to cover her eyes again, secretly peeking at her sister. Soon after, Little Fu saw Shun Miaoqing seem to have fallen asleep, so she pretended to be asleep herself, hugging Shun Miaoqing closer and burying her face in her sister's shoulder, while secretly smiling. Shun Miaoqing didn't notice Little Fu's small actions because she had already entered the space. Usually, Shun Miaoqing would go into the space at night to plant things or come in right after waking up in the morning. Especially today, Shun Miaoqing suddenly remembered the ginseng and reishi mushrooms she dug up yesterday. She hadn't planted them yet and was eager to plant them quickly. There were also several new items she hadn't planted yet. Shun Miaoqing estimated that once she planted everything, she would have about 117 different types of plants. Then she watered all the other plants in the space with spiritual spring water. Next, she took care of her breeding area. Since she unlocked the ability to breed over 100 species, Shen Miaoqing had been raising a bunch of rabbits and a wild chicken in her space. The wild chicken was hard to catch and rare, so she only had one. As for the wild boar, Shen Miaoqing didn't plan to raise one because if it escaped, it might damage her precious plants. Also, there were too many rabbits, and feeding them took a lot of grass, which was a big task. So, Shen Miaoqing specially planted a patch of grass for the rabbits. Listening to the rabbits' soft squeaks and gnawing sounds, Shen Miaoqing felt it was a truly sweet burden. As for why she took little Fu to the wild rabbit nest that day, it was mainly to find a legitimate reason to take out the wild rabbits. The number of rabbits had grown so large that she was starting to get tired of eating them. Fortunately, the space grew grass quickly, and the space was big enough to accommodate all these rabbits. After feeding them, Shen Miaoqing went back into the wooden house. As she guessed, she had unlocked over 170 plant species and could choose 5 items freely within 6 hours. She rubbed her hands together and silently hoped for good luck this time. Then she looked at the big screen. The first thing she saw surprised her greatly. Her eyes widened with joy. The large screen first displayed a complete guide to martial arts secrets. Shen Miaoqing immediately clicked to see the details. Learning this martial arts secret could strengthen the body and improve physical fitness. After glancing over it briefly, Shen Miaoqing confidently chose to claim one first. She was very happy to receive this secret, but she didn't have high expectations for the remaining rewards. Usually, whenever Shen Miaoqing found something good, the rest were mostly trivial or useless items. However, this time, she was surprised because, after scanning through, she noticed a change related to a spatial ability. The time flow within the space was altered, at a ratio of 1 to 10. This meant she could stay inside for 10 hours, while only 1 hour passed outside. When she saw this feature, Shen Miaoqing's smile stretched from ear to ear. This ability was amazing. She even started to think about staying inside the space forever. But just as this idea formed, a warning suddenly appeared in her mind. Without anyone notifying her, the warning suddenly popped up in her thoughts. It said that if she stayed inside the space for 10 consecutive days without leaving, a protective mechanism would activate, preventing her from entering the space for 10 days. Shen Miaoqing immediately gave up the idea of staying inside forever. She had only been thinking about it, and now she realized she could extend her stay in the space as long as she wanted, as long as she didn't stay continuously for 10 days. Since the outside world's time flow was different, she thought she could use this time to study the martial arts secret. Once she learned some of it, she would be more confident when she set out to escape and survive. Thinking of this, Shen Miaoqing felt very happy. She hadn't expected the rewards to be so good this time. After organizing her thoughts, she eagerly looked forward to the next rewards. There was a complete set of cosmetics, a drawing board, a phone case, a 12-color ballpoint pen, and cartoon stickers. After seeing about 20 more trivial items, Shen Miaoqing sighed. She realized she shouldn't have too high expectations. Finally, she reached the last reward, a health pill. Shen Miaoqing looked at it and thought it was a good item, enhancing physical strength, increasing power, and improving endurance. Everything else is fine, except for this increased strength. Shen Miaoqing looked at her hands, which could easily lift a bathtub filled with water, and fell into deep thought. If she kept going like this, she might really be able to pull out a willow tree by its roots. Shen Miaoqing chuckled to herself. This was great, first Lu Jishan, then her pulling out willow trees. No. She thought she could pull out 2 more. With this happy thought, Shen Miaoqing quickly claimed her rewards. She checked the details of the strengthening pill, ensuring it was safe and had no other harmful effects before taking it. After swallowing the pill, Shen Miaoqing tested her strength again and felt it had increased quite a bit. She had been worried she might lose control of her power, but after trying, she felt no pressure at all. Next, Shen Miaoqing eagerly opened the martial arts secret book. Shen Miaoqing. She remembered her past studies. She skimmed through the words on the pages, then continued flipping through the book. However, just as she was getting interested in the video tutorials and wanted to learn along, a message appeared. Experience for 30 seconds has expired, followed by To unlock more content, please study carefully and pass the exam. Shen Miaoqing thought for a moment. She understood that she needed to first learn from the text, then pass a test before practicing the skills. After thinking for a couple of seconds, she decided, learn first, test later. Good things are worth working hard for. Shen Miaoqing used to be a liberal arts student and was quite good at theoretical learning. She had always studied hard, and now she was even more focused. With the martial arts secret book hanging in front of her, Shen Miaoqing was fully committed to studying. When she chose her rewards earlier, she picked a desk, chair, ink, paper, and brushes, as well as modern pens and paper, which she also selected. Now, she arranged her study materials and began systematically learning the knowledge in the martial arts book. She thought that since the space and outside time were vastly different, she might as well study in the space for 5 hours. It was also a good chance to test the space's functionality. 2 hours slowly passed, and no one came to call her outside the space. The sky outside remained about the same as when she entered. Seeing this, Shen Miaoqing felt more at ease. After fully immersing herself in studying, Shen Miaoqing almost reached a state of total focus, studying very seriously. As she studied more, the time inside the space quickly went by. It wasn't until Shen Miaoqing felt her stomach rumbling with hunger that she realized she had been inside the space for 4 hours. She stretched her muscles and decided to make some delicious food to reward herself. Although she had already planted the second crop of wheat in the space, the flour she used was from a previous space reward. The wheat she collected still needed many steps to turn into flour. Shen Miaoqing didn't have enough time every day, and since she still had some flour left, she wasn't in a hurry to process the wheat. Storing wheat at room temperature in a dry place can keep it for a long time. The space's good conditions, no humidity, pests, or mold, made her feel quite confident. Thinking about how the space's accelerated time flow could help her, Shen Miaoqing decided to start grinding the wheat into flour. Fortunately, she had a flour mill from a previous space reward. Now that she was stronger, she thought it would be easier to use. Today, Shen Miaoqing felt especially hungry. She didn't want to starve herself, so she took some snacks from the space to fill her stomach before starting to make dumplings and buns. She planned to use up all the flour from the space reward, as she didn't have much left anyway. She prepared several fillings: pork, fish, vegetarian, cabbage, and more. To make tasty dumplings, besides good fillings, the wrappers and boiling time were also important. Proper cooking kept the dumplings firm, smooth, and not broken or sticky. The same principle applied to buns. Good fillings, proper dough fermentation, suitable wrappers, and steaming with cold water to ensure even heating and perfect timing. Once everything was ready, Shen Miaoqing carried the steaming dumplings, their aroma filling the air. The translucent, shiny dumplings looked tempting, and biting into one released flavorful juice that exploded in her mouth, leaving a delicious aftertaste. She had made a large plate of dumplings all by herself and still felt not fully satisfied, so she saved some to eat with buns later. The steamed buns are just as fragrant and tempting, with soft yet non-greasy skin and juicy, delicious filling. The rich filling and tender dough blend perfectly in the mouth, making Shen Miaoqing unable to stop eating. Currently, her appetite is enough for 3 people. So, she almost finished all the dumplings and bread she made herself. At the same time, Shen Miaoqing doesn't gain weight easily. The food she eats helps her regain energy. She no longer looks as she did when she first arrived. Her face is still pretty, but because she lacked nutrition, her face was pale and lacked spirit. After eating well, Shen Miaoqing feels very happy. She also feels a little sad because outside, others don't have her good fortune. They can't enjoy such tasty food alone. After filling herself up, Shen Miaoqing relaxes for a couple of minutes and then lies flat on the wooden bed in her space to rest. She feels very satisfied with this kind of life. Seeing that everything she needed to do in her space was almost finished, Shen Miaoqing slowly got up and left. When she just opened her eyes, she saw little Fu sticking to her like a small octopus. Shen Miaoqing remembered the spiritual herbs like ginseng and lingji she obtained, and it seemed some of her luck was thanks to the little girl. Considering the recent lottery and her good fortune in getting so many valuable things at once, Shen Miaoqing felt that her luck was partly due to little Fu's blessing. Thinking this way, her eyes brightened at the sight of little Fu clinging to her. However, she then realized a concern. If her good luck depended on little Fu, was she taking away little Fu's luck? Could it harm her? This thought made Shen Miaoqing feel uneasy. She didn't want to exploit a 4-year-old girl or cause her any harm. Just then little Fu also woke up. Shen Miaoqing held her hand and asked, "Little Fu, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Little Fu rubbed her sleepy eyes, seeming to not hear Shen Miaoqing clearly at first. Shen Miaoqing waited until she was more awake before repeating her question.
I'm fine.
Little Fu replied with a sweet smile. Big sister cares about me so much. I had a bad dream last night, so I came to see my sister. Xiao Fu quietly glanced at Shen Miaoqing again. Seeing that Shen Miaoqing's face looked fine, she felt a little more at ease. Hearing this, Shen Miaoqing didn't ask too many questions. She gently patted the girl's shoulder to comfort her. Shen Miaoqing thought that maybe at first she didn't notice any changes, so she planned to observe her more carefully later. It's okay. If Xiao Fu has any problems in the future, she can always come to me, Shen Miaoqing said softly to reassure her. Whether Xiao Fu is truly the lucky girl she imagined or not, her arrival has made her feel more fortunate, which is a fact. So, Shen Miaoqing was very willing to take care of the girl. Because she spent a bit more time in the space today, Lin Yang was preparing breakfast. When Shen Miaoqing saw that Lin Yang was almost finished, she didn't go over to help anymore. When Lin Yang's dishes were handed out, Shen Miaoqing didn't feel anything special. Although she had already eaten breakfast, she didn't find Lin Yang's boiled vegetables unappetizing, because her appetite was quite good now. She could finish a large bowl of food easily. However, Shen Miaoqing thought it wasn't necessary. After a few bites, she shared her food with Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu wanted to refuse at first, but Shen Miaoqing didn't give her a chance. She just told her to eat more. Although Shen Chao didn't dislike Lin Yang's boiled vegetables and ate obediently, he still couldn't help but think about the delicious meals Shen Miaoqing made. Because of this simple, watery dish, her previous cooking seemed especially tasty in comparison. Lin Yang, though she had learned some cooking from Shen Miaoqing, felt she didn't know enough and didn't want to waste the fish and wild rabbits Shen Miaoqing brought back. So Lin Yang decided to cook her own specialty, boiled wild vegetables. She also ate some. From the first bite, she could tell there was a difference between her cooking and Shen Miaoqing's. Not just in taste, but even the dishes they cooked looked different. Lin Yang was worried the wild vegetables might not be cooked enough, so she cooked them a bit longer, making them softer and more mushy. As for the salt, she added a little this time, which was better than before, less salty. The others didn't say much. Although they had eaten good food, now even simple boiled vegetables didn't bother them. They had experienced hard times when there was nothing to eat. The memory of being hungry was still fresh in their minds. Breakfast ended so simply. In recent days, Shen Miaoqing didn't plan to go outside again. She had plenty of supplies in her space and didn't urgently need anything, as her food was enough. It was better to stay in the cave and learn more from the martial arts secret book. Another reason was that Shen Miaoqing didn't want Xiao Fu to secretly follow her outside again. She also wanted to observe whether Xiao Fu would have any bad reactions. After thinking it over, Shen Miaoqing decided that going out was not suitable for now. As long as she stayed in the cave, Shen Miaoqing often closed her eyes to rest. The people in the cave, like Lin Yang and Shen Dalong, were already used to it. After breakfast, Shen Miaoqing leaned against the stone wall of her bed, pretending to rest with her eyes closed, but in fact, she had already slipped into her space. After eating and drinking enough, she continued her training. The martial arts secret book contained a lot of theoretical knowledge. At first, Shen Miaoqing found it boring, but she kept her spirits up and studied carefully. Whenever she felt like giving up, she watched video tutorials to motivate herself. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 days went by. Shen Miaoqing gained a lot from studying the martial arts secret book and was very satisfied with her progress. Meanwhile, Shen Dalong's leg injury was healing well, and he could walk now. Without heavy loads, he could manage to travel. Xiaofu's forehead and body injuries also healed, and during this time, she became much more cheerful. Xiaofu and Shin Chaotu's relationship was very close. They almost played together every day. Shin Chaotu liked the feeling of being a big brother and enjoyed having someone to play with. Xiaofu appreciated Shin Chaotu's care. They quickly became very close, and their bond was obvious. Today, Shen Miaoqing had just returned from outside when it started to drizzle lightly. The sky outside the cave was gradually darkening, and the air felt damp and hot. Shen Miaoqing sighed quietly, worried that it might rain again. Shen Miaoqing quickly packed away everything she could carry. Lin Yang and Shin Dalong in the cave also hurriedly tidied up their beds and belongings. Fortunately, Lin Yang and Shin Dalong had woven many baskets earlier, so they could now store their items inside them. Shin Chaoqian and Shin Chaotu looked alert as well. Neither of them was new to heavy rain, but the nearly flooded cave made them feel scared. Xiao Fu was a bit confused because it hadn't rained during her time here. Seeing everyone so alert, she also looked nervously at the cave entrance with a fierce little expression. Soon, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Strong winds blew, dark clouds gathered, and large raindrops pounded down. Before long, the cave was filled with water. Shin Miaoqing carried a basket on her back and held 2 more baskets, all filled with things. Shin Dalong took 1 basket, Lin Yang took 2, and Shin Dalong originally wanted to take the basket from Shin Miaoqing, but she didn't let him. For Shin Miaoqing, this weight was nothing. If she wanted, she could carry everything alone. But she didn't want to draw too much attention. Time passed, but the rain outside showed no signs of stopping. Lightning split the sky again, followed by deafening thunder. Xiao Fu instinctively covered her ears and shrank back in fear. After the thunder, she hurriedly ran to Shin Miaoqing's legs and buried her face in her lap. Shin Miaoqing knew the child was frightened. She thought for a moment, then moved the left basket to her other hand and picked up 2 baskets with one hand. Next, she reached down and gently lifted Xiao Fu into her arms. Xiao Fu, who had been looking down, looked up in surprise. Her face was full of shock. With so many things in her sister's hands, how could she still hold her? Xiao Fu can stand by herself. No need to be carried, Shen Miaoqing said. Xiao Fu realized this and instinctively tried to get down, worried that Shin Miaoqing, holding so much, might be distracted and unable to care for her properly. It's okay, Shin Miaoqing said calmly, not letting go. She still held the little girl securely. The weight was nothing to her. On the other side, Shin Chaoqian and Shin Chaotu saw Shin Miaoqing holding 2 baskets with one hand and looked a bit surprised. But then, the 2 of them moved closer and used their hands to support the bottom of the basket, trying to lighten Shin Miaoqing's load. Shin Miaoqing immediately lifted the basket a bit higher and said, "You don't need to help. Just stand steadily." Her firm refusal made the 2 little ones stop insisting. During this rain, Xiao Fu had been staying in Shin Miaoqing's arms, so he was less worried about the current situation. Maybe because his sister was here, he felt more at ease.
Xiao Fu thought silently.
Shin Miaoqing held 2 baskets with one hand, surprising Shin Dalong and Lin Yang. They also wanted to help carry, but Shin Miaoqing didn't agree. "I've grown stronger, so this isn't heavy for me." Although they meant well, Shin Miaoqing truly did need help. She also planned to gradually show that she had great strength because she knew she couldn't rely on her strength forever. After more than an hour, the rain finally stopped. By then, the water inside the cave had risen to Shin Miaoqing's calves. "We should leave this cave now." As Shin Miaoqing finished speaking, it officially meant they would set out again on their journey to escape hardship. Shin Dalong naturally had no reluctance. He already felt guilty for making his family stay in the cave so long. The cave was tough to live in, and his daughter had to go out and take risks every time. Shin Dalong had long wanted to leave this place. Lin Yang looked concerned as she glanced at Shin Dalong's leg, hesitating. She opened her mouth to say something but was stopped when Shin Dalong reached out and pulled her hand. "I'm fine. We really should leave now." Seeing Shin Dalong's words, Lin Yang didn't say more. We leave tomorrow, Shen Miaoqing decided. It was already late in the day, and the weather might turn rainy again, so Shen Miaoqing didn't plan to leave immediately. Lin Yang and Shin Dalong nodded in agreement. Then Lin Yang went to find Shin Chaoqian and Shin Chaotu, the brothers, and explained that they would leave the cave tomorrow. The brothers recalled the days of fleeing hardship, fatigue, hunger, thirst. Even with Shen Miaoqing's occasional help, their journey was still very difficult. Although Shun Chaoqian and Shun Chaotu both did not want to live the old life anymore, they knew it was something they had to do. Xiao Fu had been staying close to Shen Miaoqing and heard the news about leaving. But for Xiao Fu, as long as she was with her sister, she didn't care where they went. Xiao Fu, when we leave the cave, we will have to travel every day, and it will be very tiring, Shen Miaoqing said again to prepare the girl mentally. Xiao Fu is not afraid of hard work, as long as she's with sister. Xiao Fu remembered Shen Miaoqing saying she could find someone else to take care of her, but she didn't want to leave her sister. Seeing this, Shen Miaoqing patted the girl's back and said nothing more. The rain had come suddenly, and everyone in the cave was caught unprepared. Even the stones Shen Miaoqing had brought back earlier had been submerged because they were low and the water rose quickly. When Shen Miaoqing saw the rain had stopped, she put Xiao Fu down. Then she used one hand to lift the stones and raise them higher, soon surpassing the water level in the cave. She placed a basket in her hand down. The stones were uneven, so Shen Miaoqing had to press them with her leg to keep them from falling. After freeing her hands, she sorted the items in her backpack, pressing and packing them into one basket. Both baskets contained edible wild vegetables and mountain fruits she had brought back earlier. Shen Miaoqing knew she would have to leave soon, so she had taken a lot of wild vegetables from her space. However, Lin Yang thought these vegetables shouldn't be pressed too tightly, or they would rot. Now Shen Miaoqing couldn't care about that and pressed them tightly, trying to combine the two baskets into one. Then she asked Shin Daliang to help support her, while she carried the basket on her back and started clearing water from the cave. She had experience dealing with water accumulation before, so she handled it skillfully now. She had dug several drainage channels earlier, but with so much water, they weren't enough. Now the water had stopped flowing continuously, so she pushed the water towards the drainage channels repeatedly until the cave was dry. Lin Yang wanted to help but was holding something and couldn't spare her hands. Meanwhile, Xiao Fu, Shin Chaoqian, and Shin Chaotu, who had no tools, used their small hands to push the water out. Originally, they were all just helping seriously, until Shin Chaotu accidentally splashed water on Shin Chaoqian as he was walking by. Shin Chaotu received a resentful look from Shin Chaoqian. Embarrassed, Shin Chaotu rubbed his nose and smiled. I didn't do it on purpose. Shin Chaoqian didn't say much and continued to bend down, pushing water. But soon, he felt a chill behind him. Turning around, he saw it was his silly younger brother again. Brother, I really didn't mean to this time. Shin Chaotu truly wasn't lying. He had pushed too hard earlier and accidentally splashed water on his brother. Shin Chaoqian silently moved away from his silly brother. Just when Shin Chaotu thought his brother wouldn't hold him responsible again, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Turning around, he saw his brother a short distance behind, still calmly pushing water, looking completely unaffected, as if he hadn't been splashed. But his sister was at the front and Xiaofu was beside him, so that wasn't possible. Their parents weren't nearby either, so that definitely wasn't it. The only possibility was that Shin Chaoqian, standing behind him, was the one who splashed water. However, Shin Chaotu felt guilty because he had accidentally splashed water on his brother twice. After thinking about it, he decided not to argue with him. But soon after, Shin Chaotu felt another chill behind him, and water droplets fell on his face. Brother, you've gone too far. He had splashed so much water on him, but he hadn't done it on purpose this time. Shin Chaoqian. Could he say that he had also been careless just now? Clearly, Shin Chaotu didn't believe him. Before long, the brothers started a water fight, splashing each other back and forth, both soaked. But Shin Chaotu found it quite fun and burst out laughing. His brother really looked like a drenched chicken. Shin Chaotu rarely saw his brother lose composure like this. Usually, he acted so serious, it wasn't fun at all. Xiaofu watched from the side, seeing Shun Chaotu laugh happily. She also started to smile and looked at them with bright eyes, as if she wanted to join in. Shun Chaoqian. He shouldn't have paid attention to his silly younger brother. Did he really think he was much better now? Soaked from head to toe, with messy hair, he looked like he had just run out of a beggar's pile. Shun Chaoqian silently thought to himself, Little Fu has probably been with his silly younger brother for too long, so he's a bit naive. Shun Miaoqing saw this scene early in the morning, but didn't plan to stop them. If the children want to play, let them. They can wash up later. Playing is a child's natural nature. Being in the cave limited their space. Now that they have a chance to have fun, Shun Miaoqing is happy to see it. If they happen to get sick, it's a good lesson for them. She still has plenty of medicine in her space and worries about bigger problems. Especially Shun Chaoqian, Shun Miaoqing thinks he's too reserved and could use some playtime to relax. As for Lin Yang and Shun Dalong over there, even if they want to stop the children, they can't put down what they're holding. They might say a few words, but the children, caught up in their fun, aren't paying attention and continue playing freely. Until the water inside the cave gradually decreased, Shun Chaoqian truly didn't want to play with the two silly kids anymore, and the water fight finally stopped. Shun Chaoqian and Little Fu looked at each other, then both smiled at the same time. At this moment, Lin Yang, seeing the water in the cave almost cleaned up, was already boiling hot water. She had just put firewood into the basket, so there was still enough wood to boil water. Shun Miaoqing took Little Fu to change clothes and wash up, while Lin Yang took the other two to do the same. Seeing the happy little girl, Shun Miaoqing also smiled, feeling she had become more lively and cheerful. Shun Miaoqing carefully wiped the little girl with hot water, and the girl cooperated very well. She had already washed Little Fu's hair carefully before, and now she washed it again. Once Little Fu's hair dried, Shun Miaoqing used a hair ribbon to braid a pretty little braid for her. Her originally dry and rough hair had become shiny and smooth after nearly half a month of care. It felt really nice to the touch. Shun Miaoqing thought to herself. She also took out a lot of ginger slices from her space to boil water for them to drink, to ward off the cold and prevent them from catching a real cold. Tonight, the night was deep, and a gentle breeze brought a slight coolness. The remaining raindrops on the leaves fell slowly, making soft sounds. Shun Miaoqing continued studying martial arts secrets in her space. After so many days of learning, she had only just grasped some basic cultural knowledge and had just started practicing physically for a short time. Every day, they also spend a lot of time building a strong foundation and practicing basic physical skills. However, Shun Miaoqing believes that learning theoretical knowledge is very useful. At least, when she starts practicing, it helps her improve her speed and understanding. Outside the cave, Lady Lin couldn't sleep all night. Shun Dalong noticed her restlessness and gently patted her hand to comfort her, saying, "It's okay. If it's okay, then why can't you sleep late at night?" Lady Lin asked back. Although she understood the reasoning, she couldn't help feeling worried inside. Their small group was injured and vulnerable, which made her very anxious. Lady Lin thought that even if her daughter was capable and had returned to her old self, Shun Miaoqing's abilities were limited. How could she take care of so many people alone? No matter what, I believe we can get through this smoothly. We leave tomorrow, so we shouldn't travel tired and unenergetic, Shun Dalong said patiently, trying to calm Lady Lin's worries. That's right. You should rest early too, she replied. Since they had to set out the next day, Lady Lin reminded Shun Dalong to rest as well, so they wouldn't fall behind due to exhaustion. As for the children, they had already fallen asleep quietly, especially Little Fu, who was sleeping soundly and peacefully. The next morning, dawn broke, and the sky was slightly bright, with warm sunlight shining down. Lady Lin was the first to wake up and started preparing things early. When Shun Miaoqing and the others woke up, Lady Lin had already cooked breakfast. It was still the familiar boiled dishes, and everyone ate quickly without delay. Before leaving, Shun Miaoqing and Lady Lin checked the supplies in the cave again: dried wild vegetables, dried rabbit meat, bedding, a wooden bucket with a cover, and other essentials, making sure nothing was forgotten. Once everything was confirmed, the group left the cave. Shun Miaoqing, Lady Lin, and Shun Dalong each carried a basket. Since baskets were inconvenient to carry, they didn't bring all of them. Some baskets had been used for collecting firewood before, so not bringing them now didn't matter. Because they had several baskets, Shun Dalong had made many simple, portable ones earlier. Shun Miaoqing chose to carry the heaviest basket first, which was a wooden bucket filled with water. Lin Yang wanted to stop her, but Shun Miaoqing, who was determined, kept going. Although Shun Miaoqing was strong, she didn't plan to carry the load all the way. She secretly emptied the water from the bucket into her space and sealed the basket tightly. If she hadn't opened it suddenly, no one would have noticed the change. Before leaving, everyone couldn't help but look back at the cave where they had stayed for over a month. The moss-covered stone walls had been cleaned and tidied up, and the loose stones had been cleared away, leaving a flat ground. "Let's go," Shun Miaoqing said, carrying the basket on her back and holding Xiaofu's hand as she led the way. People need to learn to say goodbye, but also believe that better days are ahead. Lin Yang no longer hesitated. She held one child in each hand and followed Shun Miaoqing down the mountain. Shun Dalong was at the back, holding a wooden stick for support. Although he also carried a basket, it held only a few dried vegetables and wild rabbit meat. Shun Dalong mainly relied on his right leg and the stick to walk steadily. Shun Miaoqing, considering the children and Shun Dalong, didn't walk too fast. As she led the way, she kept hitting the ground with her stick to clear the path. The trail down the mountain was the safest route she had found, and wild animals rarely appeared here. Still, Shun Miaoqing remained cautious. She noticed that when pulling Xiaofu along, they rarely encountered snakes, and even if they did, they were harmless. When Shun Miaoqing struck the ground with her stick, the non-venomous snakes were frightened away quickly, with no intention of lingering. Their descent was smooth overall, and they didn't encounter any large wild animals. However, they did come across a rabbit that suddenly darted out. Shun Chao, too, was very interested in the rabbit, his eyes shining with excitement. But he remembered Shun Miaoqing's warning before leaving. He must not run around outside, because it was very dangerous. After successfully reaching the bottom of the mountain, Shun Miaoqing led everyone along the route toward Lanzhou. The distance to Lanzhou was not far, about 40 miles. As long as they walked at a steady pace and didn't go too slow, they should reach before dark. Lanzhou is an important stop on the way south. Unfortunately, they were forced to climb over the mountain. Otherwise, they would have already passed through this area. The descent was not short, and the mountain path was rough. After walking down, a few children had already started to sweat on their foreheads. "How do you feel?" Shun Miaoqing asked, paying attention to Xiaofu's changes. Since they managed to go down the mountain smoothly, it was probably thanks to Xiaofu's good luck. When they had traveled about 1/3 of the mountain path, Shun Miaoqing planned to carry Xiaofu, but Xiaofu insisted on walking by herself. Shun Miaoqing didn't force her, but kept an eye on her health. "Xiaofu is fine." Xiaofu wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled. Shun Miaoqing patted her head and looked at her two younger brothers. Although they also sweat a little, they seemed okay. There was no problem with Shun Dalong either. After confirming everyone was fine, Shun Miaoqing started walking again. It was still morning, and the early sunlight was not very hot. The muddy road under their feet had been washed by yesterday's rain, and was a bit muddy. Sometimes, if they weren't careful, mud splashed onto their clothes. Shun Miaoqing carried a basket on her back, walking lightly, but she slowed down to wait for everyone. At the same time, she was thinking that, given the current situation, it would be great if they had a cart pulled by oxen. She wondered if she could get permission to enter Lanzhou City. If so, she really wanted to buy a cart there, which would make traveling much faster. On the other side, Xiaofu was walking continuously for the first time over such a long distance. Unknowingly, sweat soaked her back and clothes. But Xiaofu thought that, even so, it was better than at home, where she had endless laundry, chores, and constant scolding. She couldn't fall behind. She had to work hard to keep up with everyone. Shun Chaoqian and Shun Chaodu, who had experience fleeing and rushing on the road, still found it easier to walk now, even though their pace was slower than before. Another hour passed, and the sun grew hotter, causing everyone to sweat more. Seeing that Xiaofu was truly tired and her face was flushed, Shen Miaoqing decided not to ask anymore. She simply picked her up. The girl, who had been gritting her teeth to persevere, suddenly floated into the air, leaving her momentarily stunned. By the time she recovered, she was already in her sister's arms, with a water pouch still in her hand. Drink some more water. In mid-August, the mornings and evenings are quite cool here, but now the heat is rising. Little Fu obediently drank the water, then wanted to walk on her own, but Shen Miaoqing didn't agree, and continued to carry her. Seeing this, Lin Yang couldn't help but worry and said, "Qing'er, maybe I should carry her instead. Your backpack and water bucket are too heavy for you." "I'm fine, mother. You just watch over the younger brothers for a while." Although the two younger brothers can still keep going, Shen Miaoqing feels it's better not to let the children walk so long without rest. It's best to take turns carrying them when needed. Lin Yang, seeing her insist, had no choice but to give up. Time quickly passed to noon, and the sun was even more intense. Seeing the weather grow hotter and more stuffy, Shen Miaoqing kept looking for a good place to rest nearby until she found a shady spot under a tree. Only then did they stop. Everyone except Shen Miaoqing let out a sigh of relief. "We'll wait until the sun goes down a bit before we set off again. Traveling in such heat is quite difficult." After saying that, Shen Miaoqing took out some things from her backpack to prepare lunch, and she also secretly took out water from her space to put in a wooden bucket. The bottom of her backpack was reinforced multiple times, or it wouldn't hold such a large bucket of water. Lin Yang wanted to come help cook, but Shen Miaoqing told her to lay out some mats, so everyone could rest during this break. Hearing this, Lin Yang and Shen Daliang started laying the mats, and the children helped out sensibly. Meanwhile, Shen Miaoqing quickly started the fire, planning to cook something nice to reward everyone for their hard journey. She cooked a wild rabbit, made a cold dish with wood ear mushrooms, stir-fried some wild vegetables, and also prepared a wild chicken to stew into soup. The aroma of the dishes spread out, making the children's mouths water and their fatigue disappear. They watched Shen Miaoqing eagerly. After everything was ready, Shen Miaoqing asked Lin Yang to bring the dishes over first. While everyone's attention was on the food, she took out some sugar from her space, melted it simply over a fire, and then stuck the cooled, hardened sugar onto clean wooden skewers to make candy sticks. All that was left was to wait for the sugar sticks to cool and harden, which was perfect timing for a meal. The wild chicken meat was fragrant and tasty, the crunchy wood ear mushrooms and wild vegetables were refreshing, and the chewy wild rabbit meat made every bite satisfying. At this moment, almost everyone was focused on their bowls, not even wanting to speak, just eager to eat the delicious food. Watching the children with their cheeks puffed out from eating, Shen Miaoqing touched her nose. They were eating so quickly because, in the past half-month, she had been busy studying martial arts secrets and hadn't cooked for many days. When Shen Miaoqing was very focused on learning martial arts, she even found excuses to leave the cave. She would then immediately go into her space to study, and when enough time had passed, she would pick wild vegetables and bring back 2 rabbits. This caused her to cook less and less during that time, leaving the cooking to Lin Yang. Lin Yang's cooking wasn't bad. It could keep them from starving, but it wasn't particularly delicious. Although everyone liked Shen Miaoqing's cooking, they never asked her to cook. They only did so if she wanted to. They understood that it was already difficult for Shen Miaoqing to go out alone to find food, so they didn't want to tire her out too much. So, at this time, it was rare for Shen Miaoqing to cook, and everyone ate quickly, as if a strong wind had swept through, finishing the food in no time. Shen Chao too even burped happily, saying, "Sister, you're amazing. Your cooking is really super delicious." The others nodded in agreement, especially Xiao Fu, who ate the slowest, still holding a chicken leg and nodding like a chick pecking rice. Shen Miaoqing smiled quietly, not saying much, feeling quite happy inside. But sometimes she cooked based on her mood. If she felt like it, she would do it. After everyone was full and satisfied, they began their afternoon rest, but Shen Miaoqing didn't plan to sleep. Now, unlike before in the remote mountain cave, there was a chance that other disaster victims might suddenly appear. If other victims suddenly came with the intention to rob them, and they were all asleep, that would be very dangerous. Lin Yang and Shin Dalong couldn't bear to let Shen Miaoqing stay guard alone for so long, so the three decided to take turns watching. They also agreed that in the future, especially at night, someone must stay awake to keep watch. In this era of disaster and famine, being cautious and careful was very necessary. By around 3 p.m., avoiding the hottest and brightest part of the day, they finally resumed their journey and set off again. Shen Miaoqing planned to start walking at this time and continue until after 7 o'clock. This way, they wouldn't delay their arrival in Lancheng, and likely, they would reach Lancheng tonight. Perhaps because they had just enjoyed a delicious lunch, their pace was even faster than in the morning. Xiao Fu was walking on her own at first, just like in the morning. When Shen Miaoqing saw they were close, she picked up the girl and carried her, letting her walk on her own for a while now and then. Shen Chaoqian and Shen Chaotu were doing the same, but now they were carried for shorter periods, especially since they no longer needed to rush without stopping, covering over 50 miles in a day. Today, their goal was to walk more than 40 miles, and after resting for a long time and eating well, they felt lighter and more relaxed. Time passed along with their journey, until the sun gradually set and the evening glow turned the sky red. They were just about to reach Lancheng. When it was completely dark, they finally arrived in Lancheng. Based on past experience, Shen Miaoqing didn't dare go straight to the city gate with everyone. Instead, she watched the city from a distance. Outside the city gate, there were a few disaster victims standing sparsely, but it seemed they weren't allowed to enter. From afar, Shen Miaoqing saw a notice, but she couldn't read it clearly from that distance. She told everyone to stay calm and not to move around, then went closer to read the notice herself. "Be careful," Lin Yang said with concern. Shen Miaoqing, already about to walk toward the gate, nodded in acknowledgement. When she approached and read the notice carefully, she saw that it stated that people who were not from Lancheng or nearby villages under its jurisdiction were not allowed to enter the city. They also couldn't stay in Lancheng for too long, and the notice specified the hours when entry was permitted. Shen Miaoqing wasn't surprised by this. Most cities wouldn't allow disaster victims inside easily. There were many victims, and letting them all in would be like inviting trouble. If hungry and desperate victims entered to steal, it would cause chaos, making everyone uneasy. Furthermore, going south does not necessarily require passing through Lan City. In fact, taking another route might be closer. This is the route Shen Miaoqing discovered by studying the map. However, Shen Miaoqing insisted on visiting Lan City, mainly because she hoped that if she was lucky enough to enter, she could buy a cart to make traveling easier. Looking at the notice, Shen Miaoqing quickly thought of a way to get into the city. While she was lost in thought, a woman dressed in gray linen suddenly patted Shen Miaoqing on the back. "Young girl, what does that notice say?" Shen Miaoqing was startled back to awareness. She looked at the woman in front of her, who carried a basket on her back. Her linen clothes were patched many times, and the original gray fabric had faded and lost its shine. The woman was accompanied by a somewhat simple-minded young man, who kept holding tightly to her dress and looked in one direction with blank eyes. Suddenly, Shen Miaoqing had a bright idea. "This notice says only people from Lan City and nearby areas can enter." "Grandma, are you from Lan City?" Shen Miaoqing explained the content of the notice to the woman, while also trying to gather more information from her. "I'm not from Lan City, young girl. I'm a villager from Dashan village nearby," the woman replied warmly, showing friendliness. "Grandma, are you heading into the city?" Shen Miaoqing asked with a smile. She could tell that the woman was carrying a basket filled with firewood, which was so heavy that her back was slightly bent. It looked like she was going into the city to sell firewood. "Yes, I just set out today and was delayed, so I just arrived and saw this notice. There used to be no notices, but now many people are gathered here to look at it. I can't read, so I don't know what it says," the woman said cheerfully, smiling kindly. "Thank you, young girl," she added gratefully. "You're welcome, Grandma. But since the city gate is closed, and the notice has also changed the times for entering and leaving, you should be aware," Shen Miaoqing reminded her. "The city gate closes at the hour of Yu, around 7 p.m., and opens at the hour of Mao, around 5 a.m. meaning it closes at 5 p.m. and opens at 6 a.m. At this moment, it was already past 6 p.m. in the afternoon. Oh no, the time has passed, the woman sighed heavily. In the past, the city gates only closed at dusk, but now they closed so early. The old woman felt regretful. It seemed her trip was in vain. She wondered why no one was entering the city now. It turned out that she hadn't been to Lawn City for a while, and today was a rare chance for her to come. She didn't expect a new notice to be posted. Feeling the weight of the firewood on her back and looking at her son, who had become quite simple-minded, the old woman felt her life was very hard. Shun Miaoqing also saw the old woman's difficulties and asked kindly, "Grandmother, are you planning to sell firewood in the city?" The old woman was upset inside. When she saw someone showing concern, she couldn't help but pour out her troubles. "Yes, I was hoping to sell more firewood to earn a bit of money, but now the city gates won't let me in." She had a friend in the city who bought her firewood every month, so she always made a special trip to deliver it. Because she was the only one willing to take care of her son, and her son was quite simple, she had no choice but to bring him along every time she came to Lawn City. Carrying firewood and her son, with a long journey ahead, each trip took a lot of time. Seeing that the old woman wanted to continue talking, Shin Miaoqing responded with more concern, "Grandmother, if you go back now, it will take a lot of time. It's already dark, and you're carrying such heavy firewood. Alas, there's nothing I can do. The outside world is quite unsafe, and with just me and my son, we can't do much. Grandmother, would you like to stay with my family for the night and go home tomorrow?" Shin Miaoqing kindly invited. The old woman hesitated, and at this moment, her eyes showed a bit of curiosity. Shin Miaoqing no longer kept her intentions secret. "I just want to go into the city with you tomorrow." She spoke softly, still smiling. The old woman looked Shin Miaoqing up and down. Someone asking such a thing was probably a refugee fleeing hardship. "Are you a refugee?" she asked cautiously, knowing the answer but still wanting to confirm, her voice very soft. Shin Miaoqing's face, which had been smiling, now showed a hint of pain. "Grandmother, to tell you the truth, a long time ago, my grandparents, uncles, and aunts fled together with others. My father went out to find food but accidentally hurt his leg again. My younger brother and sister are also weak." Shin Miaoqing held the old woman's hand and sadly told her about her hardships, mixing truth and falsehood. The old woman looked sympathetic and sighed, then began to share her own sad past. "It's all because of my late husband, who left me with a foolish son. I couldn't bear to abandon him, and my in-laws are also quite biased. They took turns talking, and their stories sounded quite pitiful. After this exchange, their relationship grew a bit closer." Shin Miaoqing kept pretending to be helpless, and also hinted that her family still had some small savings. The old woman felt more connected to her. "Big sister, I've loved my son so much all these years. When I went to pray to the gods, I even met a fortune teller who said my son has good luck. I believe it. Once I earn a bit more silver, I can surely help my son recover from his illness. Your grandparents and uncles are really unreasonable. The term little girl was used before, but now it changed to big sister." Shin Miaoqing was happy to make friends and kindly called the old woman big sister. The old woman smiled and said, "At my age, I can't really take that title, sister." "No, you can. I called you mother-in-law earlier to show respect." The old woman's face lit up with a smile, and her worries eased. As they talked, she agreed to go to the city with Shin Miaoqing the next day. Shin Miaoqing was very happy and helped the old woman carry a basket of firewood, leading her and her son to Lin Yang's place. She also warmly asked Lin Yang to prepare beds for them. Lin Yang didn't think much and followed Shin Miaoqing's words, setting up the beds. At this moment, the old woman suddenly realized something was a bit off. If she brought a runaway family into the city, it might cause trouble for her and her son. After sitting on the bed Lin Yang prepared, the old woman took Shin Miaoqing's hand, hesitating to speak. Seeing her hesitation, Shin Miaoqing quickly reassured her, saying, "Big sister, you are so kind. I haven't met such a good person in a long time. Just now, the older sister said that for convenience, there's no need to carry the household registration every time. Just registering information at the city gate is enough." I believe we won't have any problems. When the time comes, we can. Shen Miaoqing discussed the details of entering the city with the old woman. After talking about these details, Shen Miaoqing immediately said, "If you help me this time, I won't forget your kindness. I'm also willing to help your son as well." She then placed some copper coins into the old woman's hand and repeatedly promised that after everything was done, she would give more silver. The old woman pretended to refuse politely, but soon she pocketed the silver and even smiled more genuinely. Shen Miaoqing wasn't worried that the old woman would run off with the money. First, she still had a basket of firewood, and secondly, there were people guarding the town at night. If the old woman tried to leave, she would make a lot of noise, so Shen Miaoqing felt very secure. Before leaving the old woman's bed, Shen Miaoqing also gave some candies to her son. These candies were made by her earlier. They were originally for the children to eat, but she was worried they might eat too much at once, so she didn't give them all at once and kept some for herself. The old woman found her useful now and was happy to accept more. After all, this was a kind of fate. During their chat, Shen Miaoqing also learned quite a bit about the old woman. She knew her background, which made things easier. The old woman was talkative and even revealed the names of her late husband and parents-in-law. Shen Miaoqing didn't plan to stay long here. She just wanted to buy some things in the city and leave Lan City the next day. She also told the old woman that the information she gave was partly true and partly false, and she didn't specify the exact location, so she wasn't worried about the old woman spreading rumors later. She believed that after doing this, the old woman wouldn't dare to tell others, since this kind of thing wasn't proper. The old woman's simple-minded son saw Shen Miaoqing give him candies. Without hesitation, he stuffed them into his mouth, happily feeling the sweet taste, and even jumped with joy. Seeing her son happy, the old woman felt good too, and she was very pleased with how well Shen Miaoqing handled the situation. After returning, Shen Miaoqing made sure to explain the situation clearly to Lin Yang and Shen Dalong. All the silver coins given by old Master Shen, along with over 30 copper coins and the 600 copper coins from the Huang family, are now with Shen Miaoqing. Originally, Shen Miaoqing wanted to keep the money safe for them, but both Lady Lin and Shen Daliang refused. They believed that since Shen Miaoqing earned the money, it should belong to her. When they heard Shen Miaoqing planned to go to the city, they worried about her safety. However, after Shen Miaoqing persuaded them, they chose to respect her decision. Over time, they realized Shen Miaoqing was a clever girl. Once she decided to do something, she would do it, even if they disagreed. As parents, they couldn't help but worry and ask questions. "Even if you give away all that money, it still might not be enough to buy a cart," said Shen Daliang. He often did business in the town and knew the prices of carts. Especially now, with the economy bad, silver isn't worth as much. A cart that used to cost 2 silver coins now costs 3. While talking, Shen Daliang took out his last bit of silver, only 500 copper coins, that he had saved. He had earned copper coins from his work, but apart from some to buy medicine for his weak children, he gave most of it to old Master Shen. Over the years, he had saved carefully and only kept this much. Dad isn't very capable, only saving this much copper coins. "Qinger, even if we can't buy a cart, it's okay. We can buy some food and things you like," Shen Daliang said gently, feeling guilty for making his family suffer. "If we can't buy a cart, we can buy a hand cart," Lady Lin suddenly said. She remembered that hand carts were cheaper. They had enough silver to buy one. Though pulling a hand cart is hard, it's better than carrying things on the road. Lady Lin already imagined herself pulling the hand cart. Shen Miaoqing held the copper coins Shen Daliang handed her. Listening to their conversation, she didn't speak right away. After they finished, Shen Miaoqing moved closer and said, "Mother and father, don't worry. I found a ginseng on the mountain earlier. I think I can exchange it for quite a bit of silver." Shen Daliang and Lin Yang heard this and were immediately surprised. Lin Yang quickly signaled Shen Miaoqing to stop talking, as they shouldn't reveal their wealth. Shen Daliang looked around carefully to see if anyone was paying attention to them. Since they chose a quiet, less crowded place to rest, no one was watching them at the moment. Although Shen Daliang knew his daughter was clever, he still warned her, "Qinger, be careful outside. People can be tricky. Stay low-key. He was worried that Shen Miaoqing might attract trouble because of her large amount of money. Shen Miaoqing understood that the ginseng was valuable and that selling it would bring in a lot of silver, which might make her a target. She would be cautious. She also knew some martial arts, which gave her confidence. But now, facing Shen Daliang and Lin Yang's concern, she obediently said she understood. After she told them everything and listened to their advice, she went back to her bed to rest. That night, Lin Yang and Shen Daliang told her she didn't need to stay awake, so she could sleep peacefully. However, Shen Miaoqing still followed her usual routine. First, she entered her space to prepare and freeze breakfast for the next day. Then she started studying her martial arts manual. She had been practicing fists and kicks before, but this time she learned about using a knife. Even without a real sword, she could use a stick or similar object. Shen Miaoqing practiced each move carefully and was very interested in learning. Martial arts require good physical strength, stamina, and overall health. Shen Miaoqing always paid attention to these aspects. As she studied more deeply, time passed quietly. Night fell, and Shen Miaoqing, feeling very tired, decided to sleep directly in her space. The next morning, Shen Miaoqing woke up very early. The old woman hadn't woken up yet, and the city gates of Lansheng hadn't opened. When she got up, Lin Yang had already cooked breakfast. A mother worries when her child travels far. Lin Yang urged Shen Miaoqing to come and eat breakfast. It was boiled wild vegetables, but Lin Yang's cooking had improved a lot. Today, she added some wild rabbit meat to the dish. The combination of water-boiled vegetables and meat didn't taste very good, but Shen Miaoqing understood that Lin Yang thought meat was good, and since she didn't know how to cook other dishes, she used this method to prepare her food. Previously, Shen Miaoqing had also taken out some oil to let Lin Yang try, but Lin Yang didn't do well with it later. Using a clay pot to stir-fry was quite difficult for her, so in the end, it turned out a bit burnt. Lin Yang felt it was a waste of food, so she was reluctant to try cooking. Shen Miaoqing didn't force her and ate quite a bit of the boiled wild vegetables and wild rabbit meat that Lin Yang handed her. She was now eating more than usual. Even this bowl was quite large. Others would have been full already, but Shen Miaoqing still felt she only just filled her stomach a little. After finding a chance to enter her space, Shen Miaoqing heated up the breakfast she made last night and ate quite a bit more, feeling refreshed. As the city gate was about to open, the old woman finally woke up. Lin Yang had cooked a lot of wild vegetables, enough for herself, her son, and the old woman. Seeing this, Shen Miaoqing brought 2 bowls of boiled wild vegetables over, which were quite generous in portion. The old woman was surprised and delighted, not expecting to have so many vegetables to eat. Her face was full of smiles, and her wrinkles showed. She kept saying, "Big sister is so honest and kind, I feel a bit embarrassed." Later, "We still need your help, big sister. There are quite a few people lining up to enter the city this morning, so we should go queue up too," Shen Miaoqing said gently with a smile. "Yes, that's right. I should have remembered that myself," the old woman replied. She quickly ate the boiled wild vegetables and then fed her son. The old woman was quick, but her son took some time to get ready. However, Shen Miaoqing didn't mind the wait. She mentioned it earlier just to remind the old woman that they would go into the city together today. After the old woman finished feeding her son, he started to lie on the ground and refused to move, saying he didn't want to get up. The old woman urged him, but he screamed and refused to cooperate. She could only patiently coax him again and again. It was clear that he was still unwilling to leave after waking up early and was becoming more irritable. Seeing this, Shen Miaoqing understood why the old woman was delayed before leaving. Looking at her exhausted expression and feeling a bit guilty, Shen Miaoqing couldn't help but sympathize with her. In this era, the lives of ordinary people are very hard, especially now with natural disasters and calamities. Shen Miaoqing remembered that yesterday, the old woman's son liked those sugar candies. She took out quite a few from her space and handed them to the old woman. "I saw he liked to eat this yesterday. Sister, maybe you can give it to him to try." The old woman was fed up with her son's fuss and took the item to try. "Thank you, dear sister. When she gave her son the candy, surprisingly, he calmed down and started eating it. Seeing this, Shen Miaoqing quickly encouraged him, "As long as you behave and go with us, I will give you more candy later." The old woman understood Shen Miaoqing's meaning and comforted her son. "Yes, Dezhuang. Be good and listen to us." Dezhuang looked at his mother, then at the candy in his hand, and finally agreed to cooperate and walk along. Seeing her son was willing, the old woman quickly packed her basket and, together with Shen Miaoqing, took her son to join the queue to enter the city. After saying a quick goodbye to her parents, Shen Miaoqing headed toward the city gate. It was getting brighter outside, and many people were already waiting at the gate, making it lively. They arrived just as they reached the middle of the line. When the city gate opened, Shen Miaoqing watched from afar how the soldiers let people in. After registering their details and paying a small fee, they could enter. The old woman felt nervous as they got closer to the gate, repeating the information they had agreed on yesterday in her mind. Shen Miaoqing knew she was nervous, as getting caught doing this was not good. But now, with no way to turn back, she felt a little anxious too, though she kept calm and tried to comfort the old woman. When it was finally their turn, a soldier at the gate yawned and looked them over with impatience. "Name, village address. What do you want to do in the city?" The old woman spoke nervously, hunched over, and recited the information she had memorized. "My name is Yang Dahu. This is my son Yang Dawei, and this is my niece Yang Qingqing. We come from Daong village, and we want to sell firewood in the city." While speaking, she pointed to the firewood in her basket. Her voice was quiet, but she managed to say everything smoothly. Since only Shen Miaoqing's information was false, the rest was true, so she spoke fairly confidently, though she still felt uneasy inside. Sing Miaoqing followed nearby, paying attention to the soldiers' expressions. The soldiers didn't ask many questions. After glancing at them a few times, they recorded the information. The soldier who usually checked the gates was familiar with the nearby villages. Also, the woman's accent was from Lan City, so the soldiers didn't suspect anything. 6 copper coins. The gatekeeper soldier recorded the information without raising his head. Seeing that the woman wasn't suspected, she quickly took out 6 copper coins and handed them to the soldiers efficiently. The soldiers didn't say anything more, just urged them. "Hurry up, next person." The woman pulled her son along, and Shen Miaoqing followed behind, smoothly entering the city. Until they reached a quiet place, the woman patted her chest, still feeling nervous. "Young sister, I was really anxious just now. It was too intense. Next time I won't do such things." Seeing this, Shen Miaoqing smiled and praised. "It's thanks to your cleverness, big sister. I only did this once. Next time, I definitely won't dare again. Because there won't be a next time in Lan City. All right, young sister, I need to go sell firewood now. I didn't deliver it yesterday, and I wonder if people will be angry." She hurriedly left, but then remembered something and added, "We'll meet here at noon to go out through the city gate. Young sister, if you need medicine, you should buy it quickly. There's a pharmacy just around the corner." The woman was quite familiar with Lan City and pointed a path to Shen Miaoqing. "Thank you, big sister. You're so kind. I won't delay you much." Shen Miaoqing responded happily. Seeing this, the woman finally felt reassured and took her son in another direction. Shen Miaoqing went the opposite way with the woman. She hurriedly took twists and turns until she entered a deserted alley. She slipped into the space and quickly used the cosmetics she earned as a reward to disguise herself. For safety, to avoid unnecessary trouble, she planned to use a different identity to sell Ganoderma and buy a bull cart. After all, if she and the woman appeared as a poor family and left the city with a bull cart, it would easily arouse suspicion from the soldiers at the gate. There is also the concern that, if Shen Miaoqing remembers correctly, the price of reishi mushrooms is not low. If she sells it and gets money, she might attract unwanted attention and cause trouble. Shen Miaoqing plans to sell the reishi mushrooms, then return to her space, change her appearance, and buy a cart. She will put the cart in her space and take it out later. Thinking this, Shen Miaoqing quickly finished covering her face to hide her features. However, changing her body shape was difficult, so she decided to darken her fair face and arms, making her skin several shades darker. She also made some small changes to her features. She changed into a worn-out gray outfit, with mud on her hands and body, messy hair, and a look that was hard to tell if she was male or female, making her look like she came from a group of beggars. Seeing that her original face was unrecognizable, Shen Miaoqing was satisfied and left her space. Although she had been working on things inside her space, only about 5 or 6 minutes had passed outside. Instead of going to the pharmacy the old woman mentioned, Shen Miaoqing chose to investigate on her own. The old woman said that the pharmacy there had cheap prices, but the way they bought medicine was different. Indeed, there were many beggars in Lan City. Shen Miaoqing took out a copper coin and gathered a lot of information. To maximize her gains, she decided to go to the largest pharmacy in Lan City. She wanted to sell her reishi mushrooms because she had 3 in her space. Selling 2 wouldn't be a problem. As for ginseng, she only had 2 in her space, and they were different varieties. Shen Miaoqing was reluctant to part with her ginseng. When she arrived at the pharmacy, the staff was not very friendly, but they didn't deliberately cause trouble either. "A customer here to buy medicine?" A middle-aged man sitting behind the counter asked politely. Seeing this, Shen Miaoqing couldn't help but think that this pharmacy was well regarded. "No, I'm here to sell things. Do you buy medicinal herbs?" she asked first to clarify. "Of course we do," the middle-aged man said casually, as many people came here to sell herbs regularly. Usually they only bought cheap herbs, but if the herbs looked good and there were many, he would consider buying them. Shen Miaoqing nodded and then took out a reishi mushroom, handing it over. "I wonder how much silver I can get for this?" Shen Miaoqing has a complete book on plants, so she knows that her reishi mushroom is not the rarest or most valuable variety, but it is still quite uncommon. The middle-aged man was initially not very concerned. He casually glanced and noticed the intact, good-quality reishi mushroom in Shen Miaoqing's hand. His eyes brightened. This was a rare find. He took the reishi mushroom and examined it carefully before saying, "I can offer you at most 5 taels of silver for this mushroom." Shen Miaoqing estimated that this price was already good. Even if she sold it elsewhere, it would probably fetch about the same. She was satisfied and decided she didn't want to go through the trouble of shopping around. She was ready to sell it to this shop. However, Shen Miaoqing didn't miss the chance to negotiate. "I also have another reishi mushroom like this one. If I sell both here, can you offer a better price?" She then took out another mushroom and handed it over. The middle-aged man was surprised to see that she had 2 such mushrooms. He took the second one and checked it to confirm its quality. He looked at Shen Miaoqing, who was dressed in ragged clothes, and thought for a moment before speaking. "Your mushrooms are quite good, and since you have 2, I can offer a little more. Let's add 1 more tael to the base price of 10 taels." Shen Miaoqing was pleased with this offer. She originally thought she might get half a tael more, but now she was getting an extra 1, equivalent to 1,000 copper coins. This person was honest. Of course, the herbal shop wouldn't lose money. If they processed and sold the mushrooms well, they could even make a profit of half a silver tael. But professional work should be left to professionals. Making medicines was time-consuming and labor-intensive, so Shen Miaoqing didn't have much interest in that aspect. Shen Miaoqing had no objections to the price offered by the middle-aged man. After handing over the mushrooms, she successfully received the silver. However, a thin man nearby, also selling herbs, watched Shen Miaoqing with wide eyes when he saw how much silver she got. His gaze was very obvious. Shen Miaoqing found it hard to ignore. She didn't want any trouble, so while the thin man was still selling herbs, Shen Miaoqing quickly slipped away. When the thin man finished selling his herbs and looked around, Shen Miaoqing was already gone. The thin man sighed regretfully. As he wandered around Lan City, he kept an eye out for anyone wearing old clothes, with dark skin or short stature. Meanwhile, Shen Miaoqing had already changed into a new outfit that morning, removing her dark skin tone with makeup and switching to cleaner clothes. However, her skin color was still covered with thick foundation that didn't blend well, leaving uneven patches and cakey spots. Her cheeks had heavy blush, and her lips were painted with uneven, bright lipstick. Others would see her as a vain woman who overdid her makeup, and at first glance, she might even be startling. But Shen Miaoqing was quite satisfied. As long as it worked, she didn't care what she looked like. When she left the street, she attracted some glances, but most people looked away quickly. She had previously asked around where to buy a cart in Lawn City, so now she headed straight to the cart seller. When she reached the shop, she lifted her chin arrogantly and said sharply, "How much do you sell your carts for?" The shopkeeper finally noticed her and hurried to greet her happily. But when he saw her face, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth in surprise. His 3-year-old daughter was even more direct. She cried out in fear, "Wow, what a scary monster." Shin Miaoqing was speechless. Was it really necessary to exaggerate so much? Was she really a monster? The child was truly unlovable, even less adorable than her own little Fu. Seeing this, the shopkeeper quickly told his wife, "Hurry and take her inside." Once the girl was taken away, the shopkeeper approached with a forced smile. "My daughter doesn't know better. Please forgive her and don't take it to heart." Shin Miaoqing snorted. "That yellow-haired girl is really clueless. These makeup items on my face aren't cheap." She said this mainly to let the shopkeeper know she was from a well-off family who could afford a cart. Sure enough, hearing this, the shopkeeper thought she had potential to buy a cart and became even more eager to sell to her. "Honestly, my ox cart is definitely the best in Lawn City. Look at these oxen, strong and healthy, and this cart is made from quality wood, so it's very durable," the shop owner kept talking enthusiastically. Shin Miaoqing watched carefully and thought it was indeed quite good. "All right, just tell me the price. How much for this ox cart?" Shin Miaoqing showed a bored expression, acting as if she had plenty of money and wasn't worried about the cost. Good. This ox cart only costs 3.5 taels of silver," the shop owner said, his eyes spinning as he watched Shin Miaoqing's reaction, hoping she would buy it without bargaining. He was asking a high price, thinking Shin Miaoqing would just buy it straight away. Shin Miaoqing saw through his little trick, but didn't mind. Her goal was just to buy the cart. "Okay, that's fine. I can pay that much," she agreed easily. The shop owner's eyes lit up, and he looked at her like she was a treasure. Even her fancy makeup made her look kind and friendly in his eyes. "All right, customer, we just need to register your information now," the shop owner said with a friendly smile, showing some wrinkles on his face. "Register my information? That's too much trouble." Shin Miaoqing frowned, feeling unhappy. "Yes, just a quick household registration check," the shop owner explained patiently. "It's too troublesome. I just want to buy a cart for my cousin who married and moved to Daeong Village. I only brought silver today, not household registration papers or anything else." "Boss, can you skip the registration? Just give me the purchase receipt, and I'll pay you the silver," Shin Miaoqing said with a look of annoyance. She was willing to pay a high price because of a household registration issue. If she were from Lawn City, it would be easier, but unfortunately, she wasn't. Non-local residents and nearby people couldn't buy things like ox carts without proper registration. "That customer, that's not allowed. It's against the rules." The shop owner looked troubled. Clearly, making money wasn't easy. "That's not a big deal. If you're slow and hesitant, I can just go somewhere else," Shin Miaoqing said firmly. Shin Miaoqing's face showed even more impatience, and in the next moment, it looked like she was about to leave. The shop owner suddenly panicked. "Sir, please don't go. We can talk this over. The registration is required by the authorities. I really can't decide on my own." Shin Miaoqing interrupted the shop owner before he could finish his long explanation. "How can you do business like this?
No wonder no one is buying.
Don't let your cows starve because you can't feed them. Anyway, I'm leaving it here. If I have to register my information, I won't buy anything. I already said I didn't bring my household registration papers, and this is such a hassle." Her words sounded a bit harsh and seemed to take a firm stance. But her words were also true. When she first arrived, she noticed that the business selling ox carts was very slow, and the owner looked worried. The current situation was tough. The chaos and disasters had affected this area, even though Lawn City still seemed peaceful and prosperous on the surface. But underneath, prices were rising, food was hard to buy, and silver was not as valuable as before. So, now ox carts were expensive, and Shin Miaoqing understood there was a reason for that. Otherwise, according to what Shin Dalong had said earlier, A cart could be bought for 2 taels of silver, but now it cost over 3 taels. Given the current situation, Shun Miaoqing dared to try this approach. She guessed that the shop owner was really in need of silver, even willing to risk not registering just for the money. Sure enough, when the shop owner heard Shun Miaoqing's words and saw her eager to leave, he became very anxious. He was torn inside, should he sell or not? While the cart shop owner hesitated, Shun Miaoqing decided to add fuel to the fire. It seems there's also a cart seller across the street. If you refuse, please, don't do that. We're just trying to negotiate. The shop owner immediately became uneasy. He hurriedly stepped in front of Shun Miaoqing to stop her from leaving. I only glanced from afar, but I heard your neighbor's carts are a bit cheaper, Shun Miaoqing said thoughtfully. His prices are lower because his cows aren't as good and his carts aren't well made. If you go there, you'll definitely lose out. Thinking about how the other shop was deliberately lowering prices, making an already bad business worse, the shop owner felt very uncomfortable. Forget it. You don't need to register your household registration, but at least tell me some information about yourself, the shop owner reluctantly said, wearing a forced smile. He remembered that his father-in-law's family still raised cattle. If they needed to check details, he would just register his father-in-law's name, saying he bought a cow from there. After all, the cattle he had were originally raised with his father-in-law. Seeing that her goal was achieved, Shun Miaoqing didn't want to waste more time. Just register my cousin's information. The cow will be at her place anyway. Since you can find my cousin, you'll know where I am. Shun Miaoqing casually lied. That works too, the shop owner thought. Since it was like that, it didn't matter to include these small details. My cousin is married in Daeong village. Her name is Chun Huaying. She's smart and clever. She's not as pretty as me, but she's still quite nice. Shun Miaoqing rambled on with useless information, but it made the shop owner more certain that she was from this area. After all, she came to buy a cart. Her clothes and appearance weren't very fancy, but they were bold, so it seemed there was nothing suspicious. The shop owner silently guessed this. Shun Miaoqing's outfit was made by Lin Yang earlier. The fabric wasn't particularly good, but it was new and sewn tightly. She deliberately chose this outfit to match her face's disguise. After the shop owner finished collecting some information, he also taught Shun Miaoqing how to drive the cattle cart. My cattle are very gentle and easy to handle, he said proudly, because he had put a lot of effort into raising them. Shun Miaoqing appeared indifferent on the outside, but when the owner explained how to drive, she listened very carefully and kept a close eye on the cattle's condition. After spending some time learning how to drive the cart, Shun Miaoqing paid the shop owner. When he received the money, he couldn't hide his smile. It was a rare day to open for business. Maybe I can help you deliver the cart home, the shop owner said enthusiastically, secretly hoping this generous customer would come back to buy more cattle in the future. No need, Shun Miaoqing replied directly and drove the cart away. Early in the morning, Shun Miaoqing had already scoped out the location. She was just waiting for the deserted place to hide the cart in her space. In Lan City, families who could afford ox carts were considered quite ordinary, while wealthier families often used horse-drawn carriages. Therefore, when Shun Miaoqing traveled in an ox cart, she didn't attract much attention. Soon, she drove the ox cart into a quiet alley, then disappeared along with the cart and herself. Once inside her space, Shun Miaoqing quickly practiced driving the carriage again. Thanks to the different flow of time inside her space, she had plenty of time to practice. When she felt confident enough, she removed her disguise and changed back to her original city outfit before leaving the space. It was still early, and Shun Miaoqing checked her silver, which was about 8 or 9 taels. She decided to go out and look around for things to buy. She noticed that around Lan City, there were very few food stalls. Most stalls sold handmade bamboo baskets, woven baskets, hair accessories, pottery jars, and similar items. Seeing the pottery jars, Shun Miaoqing remembered that although she had a large iron pot in her space, she didn't have one outside. She entered the shop that sold iron pots and asked about the price. It was 350 copper coins. Tools made of iron were generally expensive, so the price was expected. Still, Shun Miaoqing tried to bargain. She saw the shop owner holding a baby and soothing it. She sweetly complimented, "Boss, your baby looks so handsome. He must be very lucky." The shop owner looked up at Shin Miaoqing after hearing this, feeling pleased. "Yes, indeed. My little treasure is very well behaved. I've rarely seen a child as obedient as yours. Your iron pots are also good, clean and tidy shop, very pleasant to look at. Plus, boss, you seem to be a good person with a kind face. You don't look much older than me." Shin Miaoqing continued to praise sincerely. "You have a way with words that makes people happy. As for your iron pots, they're top quality, very durable and long-lasting." The shop owner chuckled, covering his mouth, and looked at Shin Miaoqing's young face. Thinking about her words, he felt even happier and became more friendly. Shin Miaoqing kept praising, quickly building a good relationship with the shop owner. When she bought the iron pot, he even gave her a 50 copper discount. "Boss, you're really kind. For this price, when I go back, I will definitely tell everyone how good your pots are. You speak so nicely. I'm not a stingy person. My little Bao also likes you. Come again, next time." The boss smiled happily as she said goodbye to Shin Miaoqing. She had never met anyone so good at praising herself. The boss felt very happy and didn't mind losing a few copper coins. Usually, when others came to buy iron pots, they always tried to bargain and criticized her store for being too expensive. The boss disliked that, but this time she saw a special young girl. She was happy to earn a little less money. Shin Miaoqing felt even more satisfied. Of course, she wanted to pay as little as possible, but it was just a few kind words. After buying the iron pot, Shin Miaoqing placed it carefully in her basket. Soon, when no one was around, she quietly stored the pot into her space. Then, she started to browse again, thinking about what else she needed. Soon, Shin Miaoqing noticed a young girl selling hair ties on the street. The girl shyly called out to sell her hair ties at her stall. Shin Miaoqing saw that the hair ties were pretty and the colors were nice. She thought they would look cute on little Fu, so she stopped and began choosing from the stall. The young girl selling hair ties felt even more nervous when Shin Miaoqing stopped to look. Her mother was sick, and her grandmother had gone shopping. Now she was alone selling things and felt a bit overwhelmed. But she knew that selling the hair ties was good. Seeing someone interested in her hair ties, she gathered her courage. "My hair ties are very pretty. Sister, you will look nice wearing one too." Hearing the clumsy sales pitch, Shin Miaoqing didn't hold back her praise. "They are very pretty and delicate." While talking, she picked out many hair ties, not only for little Fu but also for Lin Yang. Of course, she didn't forget to choose some she liked for herself. The young girl saw Shin Miaoqing holding so many hair ties, and her eyes widened. When Shin Miaoqing asked how much they cost, the girl shyly quoted a price. 20 copper coins. Shin Miaoqing saw nearly 10 hair ties and headbands in her hand and happily paid the coins. Small items like hairbands do not cost much copper money, so Shin Miaoqing does not bother to bargain. When the young girl received 20 copper coins, she felt very happy. She tightly held the coins in her small hand, waiting for her grandmother to return. Watching Shin Miaoqing walk away, the girl felt very grateful. This was the first time she sold something alone. Shin Miaoqing was unaware of the girl's feelings. After leaving with the hairband, she went to a clothing shop, bought 2 good sets of clothes for herself, and also purchased a lot of fabric, spending about 1 or 2 silver coins. Clothes were not cheap, and the fabric was also good quality. Shin Miaoqing bought ready-made clothes because she thought it would be convenient if she needed to change clothes again. Next, she bought cloth shoes for everyone at home, guessing their sizes, though she wasn't sure if they would fit. The shoe shop owner said that if the cloth shoes didn't fit well, they could be adjusted. Shin Miaoqing noticed that Shin Daoyang's cloth shoes were worn out and no longer wearable. He was now wearing straw sandals and Lin Yang and others' cloth shoes were all patched. Only her own cloth shoes were still in decent condition. Now was a good opportunity to buy everyone a pair. After buying the cloth shoes, Shin Miaoqing went to the bookstore. She bought ink, paper, and inkstones, along with some books for children's early education and books about understanding reason. However, the practical science books she wanted were few, and the only herbal book she found had very little content, nothing as comprehensive as the one in her space. But to be prepared for any situation, Shen Miaoqing bought them all. Opportunities to go to the city might not come often. Seeing that the time was almost up, Shen Miaoqing finished her shopping. Many of the items she bought, even some from her space, could be taken out later when she returned. In Lan City, the things she could buy were not many, especially food items, which were scarce. There was flour, but of average quality and very expensive. There were only a few shops open selling food, and their prices were high. The taste was also not very good. Many dishes were familiar water-boiled dishes, but business was good. Shen Miaoqing thought that if she had a chance to open a restaurant, it would definitely be popular. She also noticed this was a business opportunity. Shen Miaoqing arrived early at the agreed meeting place to wait for the maid to go out of town together. During the wait, she kept thinking carefully about future plans. She didn't wait long before the maid and her son arrived, but the maid looked unhappy. Only when they returned did Shen Miaoqing learn that the maid hadn't delivered firewood on time yesterday, and the family she had arranged with had taken firewood from someone else. However, Shen Miaoqing understood it wasn't easy for the maid to carry firewood into town, so after much pleading, she bought the maid's firewood at a low price. The maid was very regretful, blaming herself for not delivering the firewood on time, which meant less money. Still, for her son's sake, she went to buy medicine. All this running around took some time. After hearing this, Shen Miaoqing comforted the maid and then left Lan City with her. Once they were far from the city gates and there were no people around, Shen Miaoqing handed the maid 2 coins she had prepared. "Big sister, meeting like this is also fate. This is a thank you for you. But it's getting late, and the outside is chaotic. You should go back to the village early," Shen Miaoqing said kindly, urging the maid to leave. The maid shook the cloth bag Shen Miaoqing handed her, looked inside, and immediately smiled happily. Her earlier frustration over earning less money because of the firewood shortage disappeared. The maid then talked more kindly with Shen Miaoqing before taking her son and leaving. As she left, her steps were light, and she felt very happy. Perhaps this misfortune turned into good luck. After the maid was far away, Shen Miaoqing found a quiet place to release her cart. She also took out the items from her basket, especially the iron pot. She also brought out cloth, hair ties, shoes, books, and other items meant for them. She didn't hide anything. Besides the things she sold in Lan City, Shen Miaoqing also took out a lot of salt and food like flour from her space. It was a full load, and Shen Miaoqing felt quite satisfied. She quickly drove her ox cart toward Lin Yang's place. Sitting on the ox cart, the speed wasn't very fast, but it was faster and easier than walking. She hummed a little tune as she headed back with her things. Seeing Shen Miaoqing bringing back so many things, everyone's eyes widened with disbelief. "Big sister, how are you driving an ox cart?" Shen Chaodu was the first to rush forward, staring intently at the cart Shen Miaoqing was driving. He felt very proud. In the village, Ergo often showed off his ox cart to him, so Shen Chaodu was naturally very jealous. Now, seeing Shen Miaoqing return with a cart, Shen Chaodu was surprised. Although Shen Chaodu didn't ask, his expression and Shen Chaodu's curiosity were the same, wondering where Shen Miaoqing's ox cart came from. Lin Yang and Shen Dalong had some guesses, but when they saw the real ox cart arriving, they still found it hard to believe. They couldn't believe they now owned an ox cart that even their parents wouldn't buy. Xiao Fu wasn't as curious about the cart as others. Her eyes stayed on Shen Miaoqing. When she saw Shen Miaoqing return, she was very happy and looked at her as if stars were shining in her eyes. Shen Miaoqing stopped the ox cart and got off to help load things onto it, but she didn't answer their questions immediately. "We'll leave here first and talk more later." Although there were fewer people resting around, it wasn't completely safe. More people meant more trouble, especially since their family had many children and no strong workers, and now with the ox cart, they attracted more attention. Shen Miaoqing had learned martial arts, but didn't want to encounter too much trouble. Lin Yang and Shen Dalong cooperated fully, placing their baskets and other items onto the cart, then helping the 3 children onto it. Seeing Shen Dalong and Lin Yang hadn't yet gotten on, Shen Miaoqing urged, "Parents, Hurry, and get on the cart. Can the ox handle all of us if we get on? Lin Yang hesitated. No problem, just get on quickly, Shen Miaoqing reassured her. Get on, Shen Dalong agreed, seeing that his daughter wasn't joking. The cart wasn't very big, but it was enough to hold all of them. Once everyone was seated, Shen Miaoqing started the cart and set off. After leaving Lan City for a while, they finally started talking. Shen Chaodu couldn't hold back and asked, Sister, did you buy this ox cart? Yes, Shen Miaoqing, having some free time, was happy to answer the child's question. Wow, sister, you're so amazing. Shen Chaotu's eyes widened with admiration as he looked at Shen Miaoqing. Xiaofu, do you think so too? Sitting in this ox cart is really comfortable, Shen Chaotu said eagerly, eager to share his thoughts. Sister is great, very comfortable, Xiaofu nodded happily, pecking like a little chick and also praising Shen Miaoqing. Seeing Xiaofu agree, Shen Chaodu turned to ask Shen Chaoqian. Shen Miaoqing found the children arguing quite amusing and remembered the things in the basket. Mother, in the basket I bought cloth shoes when I went to town. Take them out and see if they fit. Lin Yang heard this and opened the basket Shen Miaoqing had placed on the ox cart from the start. Seeing the contents inside, Lin Yang was surprised. You child, how did you buy so many things? The basket was full of cloth shoes, books, flour, fabric, and more. Shen Miaoqing touched her nose, thinking, these are just a few things, not much at all. Fortunately, Shen Miaoqing had bought a lot of fabric instead of ready-made clothes, because she thought not everyone might fit the clothes. Otherwise, Lin Yang would worry about wasting so much money. Seeing so much fabric, Lin Yang already felt distressed. Why buy so much fabric? Just buy some for you, Xiaofu, and the brothers to wear. Why do you need so much? Because you and Dad also need some. Anyway, forget about the fabric for now. Let's see if the cloth shoes fit first. Shen Miaoqing quickly changed the subject. Shen Daliang looked at all the books, ink, paper, and the fabric for the shoes she prepared. He felt warm inside, understanding that his daughter bought all these because she cared about them deeply. Lin Yang, hearing this, focused on the cloth shoes. The fabric used was very good. She touched it and felt that it was very soft. She thought about putting them on the children first. But Shen Chaoqian took the cloth shoes himself. Mother, these shoes look so nice. I'll wear them myself. Shen Chaoqian also liked the cloth shoes in his hand, but he liked the books brought back by his older sister even more. He had just looked at them and found many that could be used for learning. His father also said that these books would be useful to him, and the ink, paper, brush, and inkstone were very helpful as well. Shen Miaoqing also said that these books and writing tools were for their use. I can wear them myself too. Shen Chaoqian and his older brother had the same idea. He took the cloth shoes and started trying them on. Xiaofu too. Seeing everyone doing the same, Xiaofu also took her pair of slightly pink cloth shoes. She took off her grass shoes and put on the soft cloth shoes. Her previous shoes were also worn by herself, so putting on shoes was very easy for Xiaofu. So this is what cloth shoes are. They feel soft when worn, unlike the grass shoes her brother had discarded before, which hurt her feet. They also fit better than her old grass shoes. Xiaofu kept looking at the cloth shoes with great love and happiness. Everyone else also changed into cloth shoes one after another and was very satisfied. Although they didn't fit perfectly and were a bit big, it was better to be a little loose than too tight, so her feet wouldn't be squeezed. My cloth shoes fit well and feel very comfortable. Brother and Xiaofu, what do you think? Shen Chaoqian was always the first to share his opinion and didn't forget to ask others what they thought. When everyone agreed with him, Shen Chaoqian felt satisfied. Lin Yang thought that buying so many things was a bit expensive, but when she put on the comfortable and pretty cloth shoes, she couldn't help but feel warm inside. Then Lin Yang noticed a small part of the basket's bottom, where there was an iron pot. The iron pot wasn't cheap either. Lin Yang wanted to say something, but Shen Miaoqing spoke first, just in time to stop her. I also bought quite a few hair ties and headbands. They look nice. Mother, this one is for you, and these are for Xiaofu. Shen Miaoqing handed over the hair ties and headbands twice. She had kept small items like headbands with her, not putting them in the basket. Lin Yang looked at the colorful headbands and hair ties and couldn't help but blush. I'm already this old. I don't need these things anymore. You look very nice, and you can use them anytime, Shen Miaoqing said with a smile. She was in a good mood. The ox was indeed, as the boss said, gentle and easy to handle. Yes, mother can also use it, and she looks very beautiful. Shen Chao too also said this with a bright smile and sincere eyes. Shen Chao Qian and Xiao Fu came out to agree and nod. They said it was beautiful. Shen Delang had a gentle smile on his face, and his eyes focused on Lady Lin. Lady Lin felt shy when she heard this. They said it, but it's okay. Why do you say the same? After she spoke, she avoided Shen Delang's gaze and started sorting the things on the ox cart. Shen Delang continued to help pack up, saying, I'm telling the truth. Lady Lin shot a harmless glare at Shen Delang but ignored him and focused on her work. Shen Delang still had a gentle smile. He married Lady Lin despite his family's disapproval, because he liked her. Even though his parents liked him less, Shen Delang never regretted it. When Lady Lin gave birth to Shen Miaoqing and was injured, making it hard for her to get pregnant for many years, everyone looked down on him, saying he would have no children. Shen Delang never regretted and always protected Lady Lin. Lady Lin felt guilty and wanted to have a son for Shen Delang. Shen Delang always said it was okay if they didn't have one. In this place, passing on the family line through sons was very important. Lady Lin loved Shen Miaoqing but also hoped to have a son. Even though Shen Delang said it was okay if they didn't have a son, as long as their family was happy, Lady Lin still hoped for one. Finally, after a long time, Lady Lin became pregnant again and had twins. However, Old Master Shen and Old Lady Shen had deep-rooted dislike for the main house and looked down on Lady Lin for not having a son. Even when she had 2 boys, they didn't show much kindness. Time passed unknowingly while they talked and laughed together. Seeing that it was getting late, Shen Miaoqing found a good spot and stopped the ox cart to stay overnight. When she tied the ox to a big tree and was about to start cooking dinner with Lady Lin using an iron pot, she lit a fire and was about to stir-fry some wild vegetables she had washed. At that moment, a group of about 10 or so people appeared not far from them and stopped nearby. It looked like they planned to stay overnight there. Mother Lin felt nervous seeing so many people. She hesitated and said, Qing are we? Although they had packed their belongings into 2 large baskets and the rest were empty, their ox cart and the small children made them look easy to target. Mother Lin felt worried. Shen Miaoqing knew they appeared vulnerable to others, but there was nothing they could do. They could only prepare to defend themselves or escape. It's okay, Mother. You go help watch the younger brother and little Fu, so they don't run around, Shen Miaoqing said calmly and confidently. Seeing Shen Miaoqing so relaxed, Mother Lin's anxiety eased a little. She decided to follow Shen Miaoqing's advice and helped Shen Dalong watch the children. Tonight, Shen Miaoqing also made a lot of pancakes with flour. Even if there was danger, they needed to fill their stomachs to have the strength to fight or run away. Meanwhile, among the 10 or so people, their attention naturally focused on Shen Miaoqing and the others. There were 3 children, 2 women, and a man with a hurt foot. They all looked weak. But they had an ox cart with 2 large baskets inside. 3 strong young men looked at it greedily, exchanging glances. Another thinner man looked not at the cart but at the woman walking around with the children. Big brother, maybe we should. Their thoughts were clear without words. The other 3 nodded in agreement. An older man spoke first. They have so many little ones. It's not easy for them. He knew his sons had those thoughts, but he felt it wasn't right to do anything. Yes, the old man is right. We still have some food, so maybe we shouldn't think about it too much, said the older woman, supporting her husband's idea. She thought stealing was wrong. Mother, we only have this much food. How long can we last? Don't you want to see us starve? A man said angrily, not taking his parents' words seriously. The other family members ignored them. The old couple's words had no real power. Over the years, the 2 elders have been gentle and relaxed in nature, but they do not control their sons well. They hope to rely on their daughters-in-law, but it's clear that these daughters-in-law share the same ideas as their sons. They are all filled with greed for the things on the ox cart. The two elders can only sigh repeatedly and choose to ignore the situation, pretending nothing is happening, quietly staying silent nearby. They think their sons just want to take some things, so it probably won't be too serious. After all, their family also lost many things to theft before. Meanwhile, Shen Miaoqing, who is cooking rice, doesn't know exactly what these people are thinking, but she is mentally prepared to respond. She has placed several sturdy sticks, a machete, kitchen knives, a hoe, and other tools nearby. These items were also obtained from her space, and after returning to Lan City, she brought them out to show the way. Shun Daliang and Lin Yang know she has these things. Besides these, Shun Miaoqing also carries a sharp dagger and a handful of chili powder and fine sand, prepared for emergencies. After cooking the meal, Shun Miaoqing divides the food among everyone. Tonight's dinner feels less relaxed than usual. Shin Chaodu, who is usually lively and active, senses something is wrong and stops talking, quietly eating his delicious pancake. Xiao Fu sees everyone silent and obediently chooses to eat quietly like everyone else. Shin Miaoqing isn't sure when those people might suddenly come, though she hopes she's overthinking. Still, she doesn't dare let her guard down. She distributes her chili powder and fine sand to everyone and softly reminds them, if bad people come, throw it in their faces. But remember to close your eyes first, then run quickly. She explains how to use it to each person. But it's not certain that bad people will come. I just want us to be prepared, so don't worry too much, she says in a relaxed tone, gently patting the heads of the children to comfort them. Daliang also looks worried and cautious, sighing softly. Maybe we should leave now. It's useless. If they have bad intentions, even if we leave now, they might come right away to attack. Better to stay prepared and wait and see, she replies. If they really come, parents, you and little Fu and the younger brother should leave first. Run as fast as you can and try not to get hurt. Shin Miaoqing looked very serious and even more stern. Even Shin Dalong instinctively wanted to listen to her. However, Shin Dalong still felt worried inside. What about you? We should leave together. It's okay if we leave some things behind. In Shin Dalong's mind, some inanimate objects, no matter how valuable, are less important than people. I understand, Shin Miaoqing said with a small smile, signaling Shin Dalong to relax. Then she repeatedly emphasized to Shin Dalong and Lin Yang to take good care of the children and avoid injuries. Although Shin Miaoqing believed that with her current martial arts skills and her strong strength, she could handle a few people easily, she was still cautious. She always wanted to do her best to keep everyone safe. After her repeated warnings, Shin Dalong and Lin Yang agreed, also reminding Shin Miaoqing to be very careful herself. While they were talking and giving instructions, the four men on the other side, after some discussion, still came over. Two of them held wooden sticks. Two of the men thought that fighting a small group like this didn't require weapons. If they were smart, they would give them everything quickly, and they might let them go. The other two, holding sticks, believed that the sticks made them look more intimidating and were just in case. Just as the four men, full of confidence, prepared to take the ox cart and the things in the baskets, Shin Miaoqing and her group also got ready to defend themselves. The four men approached from behind and front, their faces showing obvious greed. They looked unfriendly. The leader, Lu Chunlai, as the oldest of the four, spoke first. Hey, I see your ox cart looks pretty good. Can I borrow it for a while? He called it borrowing, but everyone knew it was more like stealing, because no one expected to return it. At this moment, Lin Yang was holding little Fu, pulling Shin Chaodu, and Shin Dalong was also holding Shin Chaodu, quietly retreating backward. The children realized something was wrong and obediently followed their family's lead. Shun Miaoqing also looked at the visitors with suspicion, her voice cold. We can't lend it. Shin Miaoqing clearly understood that once a person becomes greedy, no amount of kind words will help. She didn't want to pretend politely. Even if you can't borrow today, you will borrow eventually. Old Lu Tu pointed at Shin Miaoqing aggressively, speaking loudly and arrogantly. I advise you not to be ungrateful, Old Lu 3 said, sharing the same idea. They were unlucky. Among their group, there were only women, children, or weak people. Even if they didn't want to steal anything, others might. We will never give you our things, Shen Miaoqing said firmly, showing her stance. At this moment, she tightly gripped a thick wooden stick hidden under the ox cart. You little girl, I think you're asking for trouble, old Lu Tu, with a quick temper, said, then reached out to punch Shen Miaoqing. But Shen Miaoqing was prepared. When he moved to strike, she quickly stepped back and then fiercely swung her sturdy wooden stick at his outstretched hand. Old Lu Tu didn't expect Shen Miaoqing to have this skill. His arm was hit hard, and pain flooded through him. He had to lower his hand, grimacing in pain. But old Lu Tu was clearly not convinced. A young girl dared to fight him like this. He thought Shen Miaoqing was just lucky, taking advantage of his moment of carelessness. Yours. Huh. Don't just stand there. Come on, everyone, attack together and show this girl how tough we are. Old Lu Tu, clutching his sore hand, urged others to help. Meanwhile, Shen Miaoqing kept watching their movements and also glanced at her family behind her. She saw Shen Dalong and Lin Yang obey her, running quickly with the children to get away. Shen Miaoqing felt a little relieved. But soon after she turned around, she saw old Lu Three, also holding a wooden stick, raising it high to hit her on the forehead. Just as the stick was about to fall, Shen Miaoqing grabbed it with her hand, stopping it immediately. Old Lu Three was stunned. He pulled hard, trying to snatch the stick back, but it wouldn't move. Seeing this, old Lu One, who was watching the struggle, no longer hesitated. He clenched his fist and aimed to punch Shen Miaoqing. At this moment, Shen Miaoqing forcefully pulled the wooden stick out of Lao Sanlu's hand and then struck Lao Da Lu with a punch, hitting with full strength. With this blow, Lao Da Lu quickly felt his arm almost breaking and, like Lao Lu, clenched his teeth in pain, almost jumping in anger. But Shen Miaoqing didn't know their thoughts. Seeing that she had temporarily pushed them back in recent days, she didn't dare to relax. She swung her wooden stick again, hitting the three of them hard. One strike after another, almost no misses, and the three were beaten nearly helpless to fight back. However, Lao Lu was still unhappy inside. With so many people, how could they be defeated by just a young girl? So, while Shen Miaoqing was hitting Lao Da Lu with the stick, Lao Lu, enduring the pain, suddenly lunged at Shen Miaoqing, trying to knock her down. Quick, everyone, attack now! Just as Lao Lu thought he had succeeded and called others to join in the attack, he didn't realize that Shen Miaoqing was watching them with a teasing look. Long before Lao Lu moved, Shen Miaoqing had been prepared. Having trained in martial arts, her reaction speed was far beyond theirs. She easily dodged his rush. Lao Lu fell heavily to the ground, feeling the cold hardness of the floor and experiencing pain again. When he looked up, he realized he had failed once more. Shen Miaoqing naturally didn't intend to give them any chance to react. She continued swinging her sturdy wooden stick at them. Soon, the three couldn't hold out anymore. They curled up, ran around in panic, and kept begging for mercy. I was wrong. Stop hitting me, it hurts. Stop, I was wrong. Miss, please stop hitting me. They all ran so slowly that Shen Miaoqing was faster. They couldn't escape in time. They were beaten down, fell to the ground, and couldn't get up, only clutching their heads and begging repeatedly. Seeing that they truly had no ability to resist, Shen Miaoqing turned her attention to another group fleeing, Shen Dalong and Lin Yang. But with just one look, Shen Miaoqing was furious. She saw a thin, weak man chasing after Lin Yang, who was holding a child, with a lecherous look on his face that was completely unhidden. If Lin Yang and Shen Dalong hadn't escaped early, they might indeed have been caught by that sneaky, lecherous man. Lin Yang and Shen Dalong had been keeping their distance from the lecherous man just now because they truly didn't want him to come near, fearing he might accidentally hurt the child in their arms. Lin Yang, holding the child, and Shen Dalong, with a leg injury, also had a small child with them. It was already good that they could keep going for a while without being caught. But after some time, their speed naturally slowed down. When the weak, lecherous man finally caught up and touched Lin Yang, the little boy in her arms took out some chili powder and fine sand given by Shen Miaoqing and threw it all at the man. Little Fu wanted to tell him to close his eyes, but at that moment, a gust of wind blew, scattering the chili powder and sand all over the man's face. Luckily, it didn't affect the people running ahead at all. Shin Dalong then let go of Shin Chao, who was being held, and said, "Run first." After instructing Shin Chao to run, Shin Dalong suddenly raised a stick and struck the man's head. In an instant, blood was flowing, and Shin Dalong had been wanting to fight back for a while. He couldn't stand the disgusting man who had bad intentions toward his wife. If it weren't for caring about his wife and child, Shin Dalong would have already rushed to fight the man. Now that he saw an opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it go and started hitting him hard, venting his anger. At this moment, Shen Miaoqing also arrived quickly, raising her wooden stick and joining Shin Dalong in beating the weak man, who was wailing loudly. Sorry, I was wrong. Don't hit me, don't hit me." The weak man begged for mercy after being hit only a few times. He never expected that, just attacking a weak, sick, and disabled family, he would suffer such a beating. He thought these people couldn't fight back at all. Even though the weak, lecherous man kept begging for mercy, Shin Miaoqing and Shin Dalong didn't want to let him go easily. They kept hitting him, their actions relentless. Because this man was truly disgusting, greedy for money and lustful, he was utterly hateful and detestable. Meanwhile, the three people who had just been beaten looked up with grimaces, their faces twisted in pain. They saw Lu Laozi being beaten more severely than they were. Seeing the sturdy stick coming down on Lu Laozi, the three couldn't help but feel a dull ache in their bodies. At the same time, they couldn't help but despise Lu Laozi, thinking, so that's why Lu Laozi didn't come to help. He was planning to do this. At this moment, they were too busy to care about anything else and didn't want to bother helping Lu Laozi out of boredom. It wasn't until Shen Miaoqing's hands started to ache that she stopped and let the person lying on the ground go. Shin Dawang also stopped around the same time as Shin Miaoqing. Except for the initial attack, where Shin Dawang deliberately hit Lu Laozi on the head to prevent him from resisting, they didn't hit his head again. They didn't want to cause serious harm, but they didn't hold back either. After this beating, Lu Laozi, lying on the ground, was completely subdued. His shouts for mercy, once loud and strong, gradually turned into silent pleas. Meanwhile, Lu Dawang and his two brothers, who had been watching Lu Laozi, quickly ran away when they saw Shin Miaoqing and the others focusing on Lu Laozi. They had already returned to their original spot. Seeing their three faces swollen and bruised, Lu's family was stunned. They never expected their three men to end up like this. It was Lu Laotu who reacted first, asking, "What happened to you all?" "Yeah, what's going on?" The wives of the three men also started asking questions, guessing the reasons. Lu Er's wife kept staring behind the three men, noticing there were no ox carts or baskets, and frowned as she asked, "Where's the ox cart? Weren't you supposed to get one? You men, with so many of you, couldn't even bring back an ox cart." Her words were full of disdain, showing no concern for their injuries. Her comment immediately shifted everyone's attention to the ox cart. "Yeah, where's the ox cart? Weren't you supposed to bring it back?" "Exactly, and what about Laozi? Is he pulling the ox cart back?" People kept asking questions, ignoring their injuries, which made the three men even more annoyed. They pushed away the questions and sat down, refusing to speak further. But they underestimated how much others would complain. The discussion continued non-stop. On the other side, Lu Laozi was crawling back on his own. His three brothers had already forgotten about him and didn't want to bother with him. Lu Laozi's family members didn't want to risk going to help him, so Lu Laozi had to climb back alone. He was alone there and didn't want to face the two fierce people. They really fought hard. Meanwhile, Shen Miaoqing comforted Lin Yang and the children, then fixed the mess caused by the overturned ox cart. Next, she grabbed a stick and headed toward Lu's family. Shen Miaoqing realized that these people were no match for her. She no longer needed to worry or hold back. Now she had the upper hand. This was her first time fighting after learning martial arts, and it went better than she expected. She handled everything easily. Since they had annoyed her, she wouldn't be kind. She wasn't a saint and would hold some grudges. Originally, Lin Yang was worried that Shen Miaoqing might be in danger, but after Shen Miaoqing's reassurance, she decided to trust her. Also, Shen Dalong wanted to go with Shen Miaoqing to ask Lu's family for an explanation, but Shen Miaoqing refused because she didn't want Shen Dalong to come along. Shen Dalong's leg was still not fully healed, and if a fight broke out, Shen Miaoqing would worry about him, so she preferred not to bring him. "Father, you should stay and help take care of everyone and the ox cart," Shen Dalong said. Seeing Shen Miaoqing insist, he had no choice but to agree. Although they didn't follow her, they kept their eyes on Shen Miaoqing, ready to rush over if anything went wrong. Shen Miaoqing held her sturdy stick and moved quickly. The Lu family was not far from her resting place. Soon, she reached Lu's family. The four Lu brothers saw Shen Miaoqing with her thick stick, a cold look in her eyes, and the pain from her injuries seemed to come back. They swallowed hard and felt very nervous. Besides the four Lu brothers, the others didn't seem to realize how scary Shen Miaoqing was. They were silent, unsure what to say. Lu Laoxi's wife was even more arrogant, sneering, "Are you just a girl coming here to take the ox cart for yourself?" With her disdainful words, others followed suit, mocking her as well. "Just a weak, skinny girl with yellow hair. You can't handle her." While speaking, Lu Laoda's wife was still eager to act. In the village, she had fought with many young wives, and none could beat her. So, at this moment, she didn't see the small, thin Shen Miaoqing as a threat. Seeing these people, except for the two elders of the Lu family who kept pretending to be innocent, and noticing their increasingly rude words, Shen Miaoqing realized that not everyone in the family was truly united. She didn't want to tolerate their gossip anymore. Without hesitation, she swung a wooden stick and smashed their baskets, breaking them apart. The baskets originally held only a few items, which shattered into pieces. Next, Shen Miaoqing continued to smash other belongings of the Lu family, clay pots, ceramic jars, and bamboo baskets. All were destroyed. "Ah! You little brat! How dare you!" Lu Laoer's wife shouted angrily, her face full of disbelief. "Damn it, stop! Don't smash anymore." Lu Laoda's wife quickly tried to stop her. The others looked on with worried faces, shouting for Shen Miaoqing to stop. But Shen Miaoqing had no intention of listening. She kept smashing. Seeing that Shen Miaoqing wouldn't listen, several women rushed forward, trying to attack her. But Shen Miaoqing was not afraid and was well prepared. When the women lunged at her, Shen Miaoqing swung her wooden stick and struck them. With just one hit, they cried out in pain and dared not come closer. Their faces showed shock. They hadn't expected Shen Miaoqing to dare hit them openly. However, once they recovered, they still refused to accept it. When they charged again, Shen Miaoqing easily knocked them down with another strike. They realized they really couldn't win. So, they looked at their husbands for help. Seeing their wives' gazes, the four Lu brothers avoided eye contact, still feeling the pain from their injuries. Knowing their husbands couldn't help, the women felt helpless and only their children came over to support them. Shen Miaoqing didn't bother with them. After smashing everything, she walked over to the two elders of the Lu family. Compensation. Shen Miaoqing spoke briefly and clearly, directly stating her purpose. Her face was cold and serious. Of course, Shen Miaoqing didn't plan to let this matter go easily. If she hadn't learned some martial arts and gained strength, she would be the one trembling and squatting aside now. They had become greedy and lustful. Their family knew this and was not innocent. Shen Miaoqing wouldn't feel sorry for them. The old man Lu and the old woman Lu looked stiff when Shen Miaoqing asked them, "Young lady, it's my son's fault. They did something wrong. I, the old man, am here to ask for your forgiveness on their behalf." "Yes, young lady, please forgive us. It's our child who made a mistake. Please be generous and forgive us." They kept begging and apologizing but didn't mention compensation, trying to soften Shen Miaoqing's heart with these words. But they clearly underestimated Shen Miaoqing's resolve. She saw through their plan and remained firm. "If you don't pay soon, I won't just smash a few baskets." Old man Lu and old woman Lu looked at each other and started begging again. "Young lady, it's not that we don't want to pay. We really have nothing left. Yes, young lady, look, if there's anything you want, just take it." Old woman Lu pointed at the basket Shen Miaoqing had broken and tearfully said she had nothing of value. Shen Miaoqing remained unmoved. She had just checked and saw that the baskets indeed contained nothing valuable, just some broken, worthless items, and she was asked to choose from them. Money. Even if they were very poor, Shen Miaoqing could guess that they still had some silver. With many family members and worn clothes, the fabric wasn't the worst, and there were few patches. Hearing this, Old man Lu and Old woman Lu froze, and with a bitter face they said, "We really have nothing. Please, young lady, spare us a way out." Before fleeing, Lu's family had brought quite a bit of stuff, but they lost many items along the way due to theft. Still, Old man Lu and Old woman Lu kept some silver for emergencies. Having been robbed multiple times, they saw Shen Miaoqing's family, who had more things and was weaker, and naturally, greed arose. But they didn't expect to encounter someone tough. The Lu couple felt sad and regretful, wishing they had stopped them more firmly back then. They simply left things as they were. Now, a big problem has happened, and there's nothing they can do. They can only hope that Shen Miaoqing will let them go. They really don't want to give any more money. Really don't want to give money? Then hit me again, Shen Miaoqing said, looking at the 4 Lu brothers, pointing her sturdy stick at them. Seeing this, the Lu brothers were quite scared. They still had injuries from before and couldn't handle another beating. Especially Lu Fourth, who had been beaten the worst earlier and was still holding his forehead, crying out. When Shen Miaoqing's gaze turned toward him again, he felt even more panicked. He hurriedly urged his parents, "Dad, Mom, if she wants it, just give her the money quickly." The 2 Lu elders looked hesitant, really reluctant to part with the money. Shen Miaoqing didn't give them much time to hesitate. She grabbed her stick and started hitting the Lu brothers. They didn't want to run, but they were badly hurt from earlier and couldn't outrun Shen Miaoqing, who was strong and healthy. If they resisted, Shen Miaoqing would just hit them with a few fists or throw them over her shoulder, making them obedient. Shen Miaoqing wanted to test her boxing skills, so after hitting with the stick a few times, she started punching and kicking. Surprisingly, her effect was much better than she expected. The Lu brothers felt terrible. They thought that without the stick, they might be safer, but her punches and kicks hurt even more. The force was beyond words. Could this woman have grown up eating a magic pill? Her strength was incredible. Seeing they couldn't endure Shen Miaoqing's beating any longer, the Lu brothers hurriedly begged the Lu elders. Father, give her the money quickly. Hurry up. It hurts so much." "Mom, Dad, do you want to see us die in front of you?" Their cries for help and tears of pain echoed nonstop, shocking the Lu elders. They never imagined that this young girl could be so powerful, beating their 4 sons helplessly. It was unbelievable. "Father, Mother," their wails finally brought the elders back to their senses. Old Lu grabbed Old Lu's hand and said, Just give her the money." Old Lu hurriedly searched himself, trying to take out the silver, but it was hidden very deep, so he couldn't get it out quickly. Meanwhile, Lu's 4 brothers, who were waiting nearby, were beaten again during this short time. Shen Miaoqing felt very refreshed. Her long hours of studying had definitely paid off. It was very effective. Here it is for you." Old Lu quickly took out 2 taels of silver bars and a pile of scattered copper coins, trembling as he handed them to Shen Miaoqing. Shen Miaoqing was a bit annoyed by the interruption. She thought it would be better to beat these people a few more times to get more silver. If Lu's 4 brothers knew she was thinking this, they would definitely be furious. "Stop hitting them." Old Lady Lu also shouted anxiously, tears in her eyes. As a mother, she couldn't help but feel heartbroken for her sons. Finally, Shen Miaoqing delivered one last punch to Lu's 4th brother's face and then slowly stopped. She then casually picked up the wooden stick from the ground, her gaze cold and hard as she looked over the Lu family members, without saying a word. Seeing Shen Miaoqing's attitude, the Lu family members felt even more uncertain and scared. Old Lu was even more panicked, stammering hurriedly, Really, there's no more left. Could it be that he had hidden some coins in the seam of his pants, and Shen Miaoqing knew?" Old Lady Lu also felt guilty. Could it be that she had hidden silver in her chest, and Shen Miaoqing knew? Surely she wouldn't want all her silver taken. Shen Miaoqing only felt a bit disappointed that she couldn't hit these people a little longer to vent her anger. She knew the Liu family wouldn't give all their silver, and she didn't plan to take everything they had. After a while, Shen Miaoqing took the 2 taels of silver bars that old lady Liu tremblingly handed over, but she didn't bother with the scattered copper coins. She thought of it as a deposit for these people. After all, she felt satisfied with this beating. In the end, Shen Miaoqing was relatively happy with the result and strode away from the Liu family. As soon as she left, the Liu family members collectively heaved a sigh of relief. They were truly terrified. They couldn't afford to offend her. If they had known, they definitely wouldn't have done this in the first place. Next, Liu's family quickly moved the resting place farther away from Shen Miaoqing, fearing she might come back to cause trouble again. After Shen Miaoqing returned home, she did not plan to bother Liu's family anymore, contrary to their worries. Once back, she comforted her worried family members. Shen Dalong and Lady Lin saw that Shen Miaoqing was safe and said nothing more. Little Fu and Shen Chaoqian's children gathered around her, caring for her. "Big sister, are you all right?" Little Fu asked with concern. "I'm fine, sister," Shen Miaoqing replied softly, sounding very different from her earlier stern tone when facing Liu's family. She looked at Little Fu's young face and realized that although Little Fu might be lucky sometimes, danger could still happen. She guessed that, just like before when Little Fu was abandoned in the mountains, luck wasn't guaranteed. If she hadn't appeared in the story, she wondered what would happen to Little Fu's fate. Shen Miaoqing thought Little Fu's luck seemed more random, sometimes triggered, but not always. Shen Chaoqian and Shen Chaoziu also showed concern, and Shen Miaoqing responded to each of their words patiently. With her comfort, the children finally felt at ease. That night, Shen Miaoqing decided to stay awake to watch over them, worried that Liu's family might have bad intentions again. Although she knew that Liu's family was powerless now, and her beating had left her unable to recover fully for at least 10 days or 2 weeks, she was used to being prepared and planning ahead. By midnight, Shen Dalong woke up and insisted that Shen Miaoqing rest. She didn't refuse, appearing to sleep outside. In fact, Shen Miaoqing had gone into her space to sleep for nearly 2 hours, which was equivalent to almost 8 or 9 hours of real sleep. She still felt energetic because, since gaining the space and time flow feature, she relied on it to ensure enough rest. This made her mental state much better than before and helped her stay alert at night. On a peaceful and quiet night, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, making soft sounds, while the moonlight cast a cool silver glow. Although the children were frightened, with good comfort, they slept well through the night. The next morning, Shen Miaoqing woke up early after a good rest and quickly prepared breakfast. The meal was simple but tasty, especially after Shen Miaoqing brought out some flour, making the breakfast more filling. Once everyone was awake, Shen Miaoqing divided the food, and after eating, they continued their journey. They didn't want to talk much about what happened yesterday to avoid upsetting the children, as everything was now in the past. Shen Miaoqing was driving the ox cart, and Shen Daliang, who hadn't slept well during the night, could sit and rest. Lin Yang was leading a few children, protecting them from falling accidentally. Shen Chaoduo and Xiao Fu got along very well, chatting freely with all sorts of strange ideas popping into their minds. Shen Chaoduo, however, didn't like talking about these topics and instead studied the beginner's book Shen Miaoqing had brought back. During the time in the cave, Shen Chaoduo had learned many characters from Shen Daliang and could barely read a little now. For parts he didn't understand, Shen Chaoduo would silently remember them and ask Shen Daliang when he had free time. Sometimes, Shen Chaoduo would directly ask Shen Miaoqing. In his heart, he thought his father and sister were very capable, and he was eager to learn from them. But now, since Shen Miaoqing had to drive the ox cart and Shen Daliang still needed rest, Shen Chaoduo mostly pondered on his own. He inherited Shen Daliang's talent for reading, not only interested in learning but also learning very quickly, surpassing even Shen Daliang's childhood. The morning journey was quite easy. Along the way, Shen Miaoqing didn't encounter many people, only occasionally meeting those with ill intentions like the Liu family. The ox cart moved smoothly on the muddy road, wheels rolling and kicking up dust now and then, while the baskets on the cart gently swayed with the bumps. Shin Miaoqing and her group traveled comfortably and happily. Meanwhile, the Liu family members were not as relaxed. After a night, the injuries on the 4 Liu brothers had worsened, and they felt even more pain, with their bones creaking all over. The second elder of the Liu family wanted to say something about rushing, but the 4 brothers refused to move and lay on the cool mat, unable to budge. The second elder of Liu spoke too much, which caused the 4 brothers to complain. Parents, really, if you had just given the silver earlier, we wouldn't have to suffer this beating. Exactly, giving the silver was enough, but now we've had to endure another beating for nothing. That's right, I really can't move now. I'm in so much pain, I feel like dying. If they had a chance to do it all over again, they would never repeat this mistake. Unfortunately, there was no way to undo it now. Meanwhile, the Liu family couldn't move, and Shin Miaoqing was driving the ox cart, covering more than 30 miles in half a day. This speed wasn't very fast, but it was much quicker than walking and also more relaxed. Until the sun was very strong, Shin Miaoqing found a good spot to rest. When the sun was intense, it wasn't suitable to travel, especially for children, as too much sun exposure could cause problems. Shin Miaoqing didn't want to risk heatstroke just to save a little time, so she reminded everyone to drink plenty of water during the rest. Shin Miaoqing kept the water safe, and Lin Yang and the others didn't know how much water was used. But it had been a while since they left the cave, and besides people needing water, the oxen also needed to drink and be fed grass. So during the midday rest, Shin Miaoqing said she needed to leave to find water and bring back some grass to feed the oxen. Perhaps because Shin Miaoqing often went out when they were in the cave, Shin Daliang and Lin Yang got used to her temporary absence. They only reminded her to stay safe and didn't stop her. Shin Miaoqing liked this freedom. It made her feel more independent and allowed her to explore nearby for new species, unlocking more space rewards. As for water and grass, Shin Miaoqing was not worried at all. She had plenty of both in her space. Especially since she raised rabbits there, which ate grass quickly, she planted a large patch of grass. Because the space rabbits had no natural enemies and multiplied rapidly, Shin Miaoqing estimated there were about 1,000 rabbits, with their numbers doubling every day. Feeding them was becoming a problem. To reduce safety risks, Shin Miaoqing decided to stop their breeding for now and keep the rabbits still. She also made a lot of dried rabbit meat in her space, but she felt she couldn't finish it all. She decided to wait until she needed it again before making more. This time she went out. Shin Miaoqing planned to bring 2 rabbits back. If it weren't for the risk of arousing suspicion from Lady Lin and Brother Shin, she would have taken more rabbits. Shin Miaoqing was also worried that staying there might cause trouble, so she didn't dare stay out too long looking for supplies. Starting from Lan City heading south, the environment along the way was much better than the border near their village. Although there weren't many edible plants, she could barely survive on wild grass and roots. At least, water was easier to find here, so she wouldn't die of thirst. However, if it weren't for Shin Miaoqing's space, which stored plenty of food, she wouldn't have gone hungry. Others, even after reaching this place, could barely survive. Being not hungry was already rare, let alone feeling full. On the way, Shin Miaoqing saw many places stripped bare. She knew many disaster victims had come here before, trying to find supplies, so it wasn't easy to find things. But Shin Miaoqing used her information advantage to find several kinds of wild vegetables in good quantity, such as ground vegetables, coli vegetables, and purple ground vegetables, which the locals hadn't noticed. Her space didn't have these vegetables, but she took them into her space without hesitation. She didn't like the disaster victims who took everything they saw. Now her space was well stocked, so she didn't need to hoard food. She only took what she needed and left the rest. Seeing that a lot of time had passed and the sun was getting very bright, Shin Miaoqing decided to head back. She packed the grass and forage into her basket, brought some wild vegetables, 2 fat rabbits, and a full bucket of water. From afar, she saw her family's ox cart resting peacefully, with nothing wrong, which made her feel at ease. She had chosen her resting spots carefully each time she stopped, finding places where she could hide or run if needed. She also planned to teach Lady Lin how to drive the ox cart. She didn't start right away this morning because she was still affected by last night's events and didn't want to upset her. Shen Miaoqing wanted Lady Lin to rest a bit longer, so she planned to mention this in the afternoon when they resumed their journey. When Shen Miaoqing returned carrying a bunch of things, Lin Yang and Shen Dalong, who was leaning on a stick, hurried over to help her carry them. "Why are you bringing back so many things at once?" "It must be heavy," Lin Yang frowned, with worry in her eyes. "Next time, I'll go with you," Shen Dalong said, looking at Shen Miaoqing's thin body, feeling uncomfortable. "No need, I'm strong enough, it's fine," Shen Miaoqing replied, not lying. She was indeed strong and didn't want Shen Dalong or Lin Yang to go out with her. To distract them, Shen Miaoqing took out a chubby white rabbit. "Xiao Fu, come see if this rabbit is fat." As soon as she spoke, Xiao Fu and Xin Chaotu, who were nearby, immediately rushed over. Both of them kept their eyes on the wild rabbit struggling in Shen Miaoqing's hands. "Wow, sister, this wild rabbit looks bigger than the last one," Shen Chaotu said, still comparing the size of the rabbits he had seen before. "Sister is so amazing. She caught 2 rabbits." Xiao Fu's eyes sparkled with admiration. She reached out to touch the rabbit's soft fur, which felt very nice. She liked this soft creature a lot. "That's only 2 rabbits. You should know, my sister has caught even more rabbits before." Shen Chaodu proudly shared Shen Miaoqing's past achievements, and Xiao Fu listened carefully. Seeing that they really liked the fat little rabbit, Shen Miaoqing didn't mind what they were talking about and left 1 rabbit for them to play with. She had tied the rabbit with grass rope, so it probably wouldn't run away. Even if it did, Shen Miaoqing wasn't worried, so she happily let the children play with it. The 2 kids happily played around the little rabbit. Meanwhile, Shen Dalong and Lin Yang, distracted by Shen Miaoqing's interruption, had their worries interrupted and wanted to scold her, but they understood that she didn't want to hear their advice either. They could only shake their heads and give up. Shen Dalong secretly decided that once his legs were better, he wouldn't let his daughter go through such dangerous work anymore. Shen Miaoqing took advantage of the little free time she had and quickly used the leftover hot water from Lin Yang's lunch to prepare a wild rabbit. This would save her some work when cooking dinner tonight. Today at noon, Lin Yang cooked a simple meal, some leftover pancakes from the morning, and a pot of boiled wild vegetables. Shen Miaoqing thought that since she had a simple lunch, she could enjoy a better dinner. Since many children are growing and need extra nutrition, she believed they should eat well. She also needed to take care of herself, as she was still growing and needed more nourishment. Her body was only 16, and she wouldn't grow another year until around November. Perhaps because she hadn't eaten enough before, she was quite short and thin. Shen Miaoqing hoped to grow taller and become stronger. She thought gaining some weight was good, being too thin was not ideal. If she got hurt, her recovery would be slower, and her immune system weaker. She estimated her weight was no more than 80 pounds, which was still too thin. After a long period of eating well, she finally reached over 80 pounds and gained some flesh. Before, she guessed she was only around 70 pounds, very small. Now, Shen Miaoqing had a very good appetite and could eat a lot. She thought this was a good thing. Whatever she ate was like making up for it. Shen Miaoqing always believed that she shouldn't deprive herself of good food. After eating outside, if she still felt hungry, she often prepared small meals in her space. Of course, she never skimped on food when eating outside, and she always shared her portion when cooking. After cleaning the wild rabbit, Shen Miaoqing decided to cut it in half and stew it. Cooking it tonight would make it more tender and flavorful. Once Shen Miaoqing and Lin Yang finished preparing everything, they were ready to rest. Shen Daliang was responsible for guarding, as someone needed to watch over them day and night. Before Shen Miaoqing and Lin Yang could rest, they heard the surprised shouts of Shen Chaotu and Xiao Fu. Everyone thought something had happened and hurried over to see what was wrong. Shen Chaotu and little Fu saw everyone coming and lowered their heads as if they had done something wrong. Shen Miaoqing immediately noticed that the rabbit was gone. Only a grass rope was left. She guessed that the rabbit must have run away. She secretly smiled, happy that her guess was correct. The rabbit had indeed escaped while the 2 were playing. Lady Lin did not react as quickly as Shen Miaoqing. She looked worriedly at the two children and asked, "What happened, mother?" "Sister, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being too playful and letting the wild rabbit escape," Shen Chaodu said regretfully. He knew what a wild rabbit meant, something that could fill his stomach. Going hungry was very uncomfortable. He shouldn't have pulled on the grass rope that tied the rabbit. He didn't expect the rabbit to run away like that. Little Fu also made a mistake. Little Fu hurried to apologize, but her words carried not only regret but also worry. In the past, she had spilled some water and was scolded or beaten. Now her sister and her family were very kind. Little Fu felt they wouldn't hit her, but she still worried about being disliked because of what happened. Hearing this, Lady Lin sighed with relief but also couldn't help but feel sad. Luckily, no one was hurt. She was just sad about the runaway rabbit. "How could you be so careless?" Lady Lin couldn't help but scold. It was just a rabbit, and she didn't know how hard her daughter had worked to catch it. Seeing such careless behavior, Lady Lin wanted to say something but held back. The children lowered their heads even more, almost burying their faces in the ground. Seeing this, Shen Dalong gently patted Lady Lin's back and said, "Luckily, no one was hurt. Next time, don't do this." Although Shen Dalong also felt sad about the rabbit running away, he knew it was no use blaming the children anymore. Yes, they didn't do it on purpose. "Let's just forget it," Shen Miaoqing said, gently patting their heads to comfort them. Lady Lin saw Shen Miaoqing had spoken, and the words she wanted to say caught in her throat. She decided not to say anything. After all, her daughter was the one who caught the rabbit, and the decision was in her hands. Seeing that Shen Miaoqing had no objections, Lady Lin felt a bit more at ease. She was worried that Shen Miaoqing might feel sad because she worked hard to catch the rabbit. Shen Miaoqing did not think much about Lin Yang and their ideas. She gently comforted the two guilty children and planned to take them back for a rest. "Older sister, I'm sorry. I won't do that again next time." Shen Chao too repeatedly apologized, feeling guilty inside. Little Fu was also wrong. "Sorry, sister." Little Fu followed Shen Chao too and apologized as well. Although the rope wasn't loosened by Little Fu, she felt that she and Shen Chao too playing with a wild rabbit caused the situation, so she also felt responsible. "It's really fine, just a wild rabbit. You didn't do it on purpose. I believe you are good children. It won't happen again." Shen Miaoqing patiently continued to comfort them, then sent the children back to rest. Just when Shen Miaoqing thought everything was settled, she saw a silly roe deer after waking up from her rest. Shen Miaoqing rubbed her eyes to make sure she wasn't seeing things, and indeed, it was a roe deer. She quickly realized she shouldn't wait and ran back quickly to try to catch the deer. Just when Shen Miaoqing thought there would be another big scene, she was surprised to find that the silly roe deer had a leg injury and didn't run far before she caught it. The deer didn't resist much, so once Shen Miaoqing caught it, it stopped struggling. When Shen Miaoqing returned with the injured deer, she saw Shen Dalong. Coincidentally, the deer was positioned behind Shen Dalong. But Shen Miaoqing, opening her eyes, saw this as if the deer had come specifically for her. Her gaze couldn't help but look toward Little Fu, who had finally fallen asleep, and she started to have some guesses. Shen Dalong was also stunned when he saw Shen Miaoqing bringing the deer back suddenly. He never expected that his daughter, who was just sleeping, would suddenly come back with a deer. Before Shen Dalong could ask, Shen Miaoqing answered him. "I don't know either. The deer suddenly appeared there just now. It has a leg injury and can't run fast, so I just caught it." Shen Miaoqing felt her explanation sounded a bit fake, but it was true. Their location was near a mountain, but it was strange for the deer to come down from the mountain suddenly. This was truly a strange situation. Shen Dalong paused, then looked at the spot where Shen Miaoqing had just caught the roe deer. There were indeed signs that a roe deer had been there. Maybe you're just lucky. Shen Dalong decided to accept this, thinking it was a good thing overall. Shen Miaoqing didn't reply, perhaps because she didn't think her luck was that good. She was already thinking about how to handle the roe deer. Carrying a live one seemed inconvenient and too noticeable. So, Shen Miaoqing decided to process the roe deer directly, salting and drying the meat for preservation. Since there were no good ways to keep food fresh here, she did this to make storage easier. While she was thinking, Lin Yang and the three children gradually woke up. Seeing the bound roe deer, their eyes showed the same surprise as Shen Dalong. Shun Miaoqing answered their questions with the same words she had just told Shen Dalong, since that was the truth and she had nothing to hide. Maybe because there was no wild rabbit, a roe deer came instead. That's actually a good thing. Hearing this, Shen Chao Tu and Xiao Fu, who had been upset about losing a rabbit, became happy. Everyone else felt the same. Losing a rabbit, but suddenly getting such a big roe deer, was a fortunate event. Meanwhile, in a different place, a couple was frowning, looking worried. If Shun Miaoqing had been there, she would recognize them as the people who abandoned Xiao Fu long ago. Look at how life is now. Boo-hoo, the woman cried, hitting the man beside her. The man's face looked grim, upset about losing their belongings again after everything. They had been very unlucky lately. While others managed to escape hardships, their things kept getting stolen. They even experienced accidents like falling on flat ground, choking on water, and being bitten by snakes while traveling. Their precious son kept getting sick, which made things even harder for them. The couple couldn't understand why they were so unlucky. Why does this matter seem so strange? I never thought we'd be so unlucky before, the woman said, feeling that their family had been quite lucky before, and she couldn't help but complain. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. Do you think it's because of that dead girl? Her words caught in her throat, but the man understood what she meant. Although he also suspected it might be related, he quickly stopped that thought. Forget it, there's no need to overthink. It's just an accident. Don't worry about it. The man looked displeased, leaning on his stick as he continued walking. The sharp pain in his knee reminded him of that girl who had died. It seemed that ever since she was gone, their luck had turned worse. Meanwhile, Shen Miaoqing and her group, distracted by the appearance of a roe deer, paused their journey. They planned to deal with the deer before continuing. Shen Daliang was tasked with killing the deer, while Lin Yang and Shen Miaoqing prepared everything. The children helped by passing items, working well together, and soon they finished processing the deer. After curing the meat, Shen Miaoqing stored it in her basket before moving on. The wheels rolled smoothly, the sun withdrew its harsh light, and a gentle breeze made the journey easier. Xiao Fu and Shen Chao Tu played happily on the cart. Children tend to have quick moods, they get excited, and then quickly lose interest. On the cart, the two talked happily. Shen Chao Tu, who had been sick and rarely went out, was usually quiet and reserved, feeling a bit bored. Now, with Xiao Fu around, they enjoyed each other's company. While driving the ox cart, Shen Miaoqing asked Lin Yang to sit beside her. At first, Lin Yang didn't understand but obediently sat down. When Shen Miaoqing said she would teach her how to drive the ox cart, Lin Yang realized her intention. However, upon hearing she needed to learn, Lin Yang instinctively doubted herself. I can't do it. These oxen are precious. I can't learn. It's understandable that Lin Yang felt this way. In this era, families with ox carts were mostly men who used them. According to their words, oxen are valuable and hard to control, not something women can handle. So when Shen Miaoqing mentioned it, Lady Lin instinctively felt she was not capable. As for Shen Miaoqing driving the ox cart, Lady Lin believed the cart was bought by her and should belong to her. Lady Lin also thought her daughter was talented and that doing things was only natural for her. Why not? It's just an ox. No matter how precious it is, it's still a tool for people, Shen Miaoqing continued.
Kinger is right.
Trying won't hurt, Shen Daliang said. He knew how to drive an ox cart, having learned a little from a friend before. But now, since his legs were not in good shape, it was inconvenient for him to drive. When he heard his daughter wanted to teach Lady Lin how to drive the ox cart, he supported her. After all, learning more skills is never a bad thing. Encouraged by Shen Miaoqing and Shen Daliang, Lady Lin nervously started to learn. However, she was a bit jealous that Shen Miaoqing learned so quickly at first. Shen Miaoqing was able to learn fast because she was gentle and strong, making it easier to control the ox. Later, She spent a long time practicing in her space before she fully mastered driving the cart. At this time, Lady Lin's learning was much slower. But Shun Miaoqing was not in a hurry. She didn't plan to rush Lady Lin to become perfect overnight. Learning gradually was fine. Of course, if Lady Lin really didn't want to learn or couldn't learn, Shun Miaoqing wouldn't force her to master it. Her idea was that, in case of emergencies, having an extra skill might open up more options. Lady Lin studied very seriously, memorizing every technique Shun Miaoqing shared and practicing diligently. Time quietly passed as Lady Lin kept learning to drive the ox cart and as the children played around. Until one day, during their journey, they began to encounter some refugees. At first, it seemed normal, but gradually things became unusual because they saw more and more refugees. And these refugees were unorganized, mostly scattered groups of 10 or 20 people or small groups of a few. Among them, some were silent and hurried along, while others dragged their injured bodies, and some knelt on the road begging for food. Whenever they saw a relatively better-off family passing by, they would come close and ask for help. Of course, especially like Shun Miaoqing's family, who were on an ox cart, they naturally couldn't avoid being approached by distressed villagers. Seeing this scene, the children who had been joking earlier stopped talking and quietly watched. Lady Lin also felt uneasy, not understanding why there were more and more villagers in trouble. Moreover, each one looked even more miserable than when they first fled from the disaster. But Shun Miaoqing remained indifferent, not stopping her steps, and even sped up the ox cart. She had no intention of doing charity by giving out her food. In such a situation, people are greedy. If she showed kindness and distributed her supplies, they would only want more. It would also attract more people to come forward and ask for help. If she stopped, the ox cart might be surrounded. At this moment, taking advantage of the villagers not being very united and not daring to block the road, Shun Miaoqing wanted to leave quickly. There were so many villagers, and earlier in Hezhou, they had formed groups to escape. Now, Shun Miaoqing could only guess that something might have happened involving people from Hezhou and Lancheng. If people from near Hezhou and Lancheng are heading this way, it might mean something went wrong in Hezhou, causing such chaos. Shun Miaoqing thought about the possible situations: Hezhou, Lancheng, the border. Connecting these thoughts, she remembered the day when the mountain villagers were taken back and then released. She also recalled the day she met that man in the forest, carrying Shin Dalong, although they didn't communicate. She guessed that man was probably a military officer. A military officer, the border, Hezhou. Shun Miaoqing suspected that something at the border had gone wrong, causing the chaos. What she cared about most was how these events would affect their escape route. It might become even more dangerous, requiring her to be more careful. Shun Miaoqing tried to recall the related plot from the original story, but unfortunately, the book wasn't very helpful because it mainly focused on the pampered female protagonist. She decided to stop trying and temporarily halt Lady Lin from driving the ox cart, focusing instead on avoiding the villagers trying to surround them. But Shun Miaoqing's biggest worry came true. A woman suddenly rushed out and stood in front of the ox cart, trying to stop it. The woman seemed confident that Shun Miaoqing wouldn't hit her, and she acted very boldly. She shouted tearfully, "Please, have mercy on us. Our child hasn't eaten in a long time." Shun Miaoqing felt very annoyed, and her eyes turned cold. Luckily, the woman was afraid of being trampled by the ox and kept some distance from the ox. Otherwise, Shun Miaoqing would worry that if the ox was startled and suddenly braked hard, the entire cart might tip backward, and everyone could get hurt. Thinking of this, Shun Miaoqing felt cold inside and did not stop the cart as the woman hoped. Instead, she kept driving the ox cart and even sped up. From an outsider's view, it looked like Shun Miaoqing intended to run over the woman without caring about her safety. The woman heard the sound of hooves getting louder and saw the large ox cart coming closer, with no intention of stopping. She suddenly stopped speaking, her voice caught in her throat, and she stared intently at the approaching cart. "Run!" someone suddenly shouted, warning her to escape quickly. The woman scrambled to run away, but by then, the cart was already near her. When she couldn't dodge anymore, the cart just barely brushed past her side. Because it was so close, the cart still hit her arm. The pain made her scream loudly. "Help! It's going to hit me!" Her family rushed over to help her up. Meanwhile, Shen Miaoqing kept driving the cart without stopping. After the woman was helped up, her family tried to rush forward and stop Shen Miaoqing and her group. But Shen Miaoqing ignored them. Her tired legs couldn't keep up with the speeding cart. So, their plan to cause trouble and demand money was cut off by Shen Miaoqing. Angry, the woman's family cursed loudly, and she cried, clutching her arm in pain. She never expected that the reckless girl would really dare to just crash forward like that. She felt very regretful and wished she had known her daughter was so reckless. She would never have stopped that ox cart if she had known. The disaster victims nearby also saw what happened. Those who shared similar worries with the woman momentarily suppressed their fears because they really did not want to die. Sitting on the ox cart, Shen Miaoqing's face was cold and stern, but as she moved farther away from the woman, her expression softened a little. Shen Miaoqing did not truly intend to hit the woman. She had judged the position and knew she wouldn't directly hit her. She could almost completely avoid the collision, and even if she brushed past the woman, Shen Miaoqing still wanted to teach her a lesson. She knew that at most, the woman would get a bruise and feel uncomfortable for a few days, but nothing serious. Therefore, Shen Miaoqing had no plan to stop and get involved with these people. However, Lin Yang, who was sitting beside Shen Miaoqing and witnessed everything, was almost scared out of her wits. Her face was filled with panic, and she couldn't even speak. She truly thought her daughter was about to accidentally kill the woman. Although she disliked the woman's behavior, Lin Yang was still worried that Shen Miaoqing's actions might cause big trouble. After all, Lin Yang did not want any loss of life. Meanwhile, Shen Dalong, who was also nearby and saw what happened, swallowed hard. After calming himself, he looked at Lin Yang, who appeared dazed, and decided to comfort her first. Seeing Shen Dalong's voice, Shen Miaoqing realized that Lin Yang must have been frightened. She thought for a moment and said, "I didn't mean to hit her. I would have avoided her." Shen Miaoqing didn't want to leave the impression that she was so reckless as to hit someone to death. She truly had no intention of harming the woman. If she couldn't avoid it, she had indeed considered stopping, but even then, she would still teach the woman a lesson. After saying this, Shen Miaoqing looked back at the children on the cart. Thanks to Shen Dalong's good protection, the children hadn't seen the incident clearly and weren't too frightened. Seeing this, Shen Miaoqing finally relaxed and turned her gaze back to Lin Yang. At this moment, Lin Yang had been comforted by Shen Dalong and was no longer dazed. She didn't blame Shen Miaoqing, but was still worried something might go wrong. At this moment, nothing serious happened, and she felt relieved. However, Lin Yang still couldn't help but say, "Qing'er, maybe next time we should be more careful." Lin Yang hoped there would be no accidents. Seeing the woman crying and begging for help, she wondered if that woman was truly in trouble. "That woman seems to be having a hard time, so maybe we should. Are you saying we find things easier than her?" Shen Miaoqing asked back. When Shen Miaoqing heard this, she immediately understood what Lin Yang was thinking. Her tone was a bit sharp because she couldn't sympathize with the woman's behavior. Although Shen Miaoqing knew her mother was generally soft-hearted, she didn't like such kindness. What kind of ability does she have to spread kindness everywhere? Lin Yang was caught off guard by Shen Miaoqing's reply. She had only felt pity because she saw the woman crying so sadly. And since the woman mentioned her child, as parents, Lin Yang couldn't help but feel pity. But she also knew that what she just said was inappropriate. Just like her daughter said, others are having a hard time, and her family isn't easy either. Lin Yang suddenly felt regretful. She really shouldn't have said that. Shen Miaoqing calmed her mind, took a deep breath, and tried to soothe herself. Her mother just couldn't understand how the woman's sudden rush could affect them. Then Shen Miaoqing slowly explained to Lin Yang how such behavior could cause serious trouble for them. "Mother, do you know what could happen if, like earlier, I didn't control the ox well, and it got frightened by that person rushing out?" That was just what I said wrong," Lin Yang said with a look of regret.
Qing'er is right.
"If someone like that woman acts like that and I suddenly stop, we might all fall off." Shen Dalong, who was driving the ox cart, also understood the danger of what just happened. He didn't blame Shen Miaoqing at all, and knew how dangerous it was when that woman suddenly appeared. With Shen Miaoqing and Shen Dalong explaining, Lin Yang realized how wrong her words had been. Nang, I know you have a kind heart, but you must also understand what we face if we stop now. Just like the family yesterday who came to take our ox cart, they want to divide everything we have. Shen Miaoqing explained the seriousness of the situation clearly. She was not only talking to Lin Yang, but also trying to make Shen Dalong understand this truth. Even though Shen Miaoqing had many supplies in her space, they wouldn't be enough for so many refugees. Of course, she wouldn't risk being discovered for her space to help others. Recalling the panicked escape yesterday, Lin Yang found the frightening scene unforgettable. It also made her realize that her previous thoughts were completely wrong. I shouldn't have thought that way. Seeing that Lin Yang truly understood her mistake, Shen Miaoqing didn't say anything more. Some things, she believed, had to be figured out on one's own. Shen Dalong also understood what his daughter meant. When you're poor, you focus on yourself. When you're successful, you help the world. Although Shen Miaoqing sympathized with the refugees' plight, she was not someone willing to take risks or sacrifice herself. After a commotion, Shen Miaoqing calmly continued driving the ox cart on their way. It wasn't until nightfall, when sparse stars dotted the sky, that Shen Miaoqing found a suitable spot to stop. However, this spot was still not free of others stopping there. Shen Miaoqing had tried to find a less crowded place to rest. This location was good for keeping the oxen and for quickly fleeing if needed. Their resting place was near the ox cart, where they could stay close. By noon, Shen Miaoqing had already prepared most of the wild rabbit. At dinner that night, to keep things simple and low-key, she boiled the rabbit in a clay pot with water, just enough to make a meal. Under the cover of darkness, Shen Miaoqing quietly divided the dinner. Boiled rabbit didn't have the fragrant aroma of fried or roasted meat, but it was enough. For now, no one seemed to be paying attention to them. After hurriedly finishing her dinner, Shen Miaoqing planned to process the roe deer next. Lin Yang watched Shen Miaoqing busy with her tasks. Although she wanted to help, she didn't have much opportunity to do so. Holding a wooden bowl filled with delicious wild rabbit meat, she felt even more guilty inside. Nyang Lin remembered how there was no food to eat back then, not even water. She was so hungry she almost wanted to eat dirt. Now, being able to enjoy such good food was all thanks to her daughter. She surprisingly felt a bit of pity for others and thought about sharing some of her food. This idea made Nyang Lin feel she was being too selfish. She had taken it upon herself to decide for her daughter, forgetting how hard her daughter had worked in the past. Meanwhile, Shen Miaoqing, who was busy working, did not know Nyang Lin's thoughts. To her, what had just happened was already in the past, and she wouldn't bring it up again. It was only when Nyang Lin came to talk to her again that Shen Miaoqing realized Nyang Lin still felt guilty about what she said earlier. Seeing Nyang Lin's cautious face, Shen Miaoqing quickly stopped her work to comfort her. Are you not angry with me anymore? Nyang Lin asked nervously. No, mother. I'm not angry. I know you meant well, and I understand your kindness, Shen Miaoqing replied. She didn't hold a grudge about this matter, only felt that Nyang Lin's idea was a bit inappropriate. As long as she could correct it, it wasn't a big deal. Shen Miaoqing then comforted Nyang Lin for a long time, and only then did Nyang Lin believe that her daughter wasn't upset with her. Shen Miaoqing thought it was good that this incident happened. At least Nyang Lin now understood that in these chaotic times, it's sometimes better to be clear about right and wrong, and not to be overly kind to everyone. After finishing her dinner, Nyang Lin helped Shen Miaoqing process the roe deer. That night, the moon was gentle and bright, and the stars shone brilliantly, but the people on the ground had no mood to enjoy the scene. It was Shen Miaoqing, Shen Daliang, and Nyang Lin taking turns on watch. Because they saw more disaster victims today, they didn't dare relax their vigilance. Shen Miaoqing continued to rest and recover in her space, using her free time to study martial arts manuals. The more danger there was, the more skills she needed. Looking at the thriving plants in her space, along with the several new species she had brought back earlier, Shen Miaoqing guessed that if everything went smoothly by noon tomorrow, she could go out again to look for more new creatures. If she found a few more, she could unlock more space rewards. She really hoped to find even better things. With this hope, Shen Miaoqing fell asleep peacefully. Tonight, Shen Miaoqing plans to stay up late, so she rests now. The night is calm and peaceful, unlike before when she encountered suspicious people. However, somewhere they do not know about, a fierce battle is happening. In the 13 cities of Hezhou, tonight, the general of the Sego Kingdom plans to gather all troops and launch a night attack on the central city of Qingcheng. They receive news that the 13 cities of Hezhou are actually disorganized and weak. The reason Hezhou's cities can hold out so long is because Lu Jian, a tough and stubborn fighter, keeps resisting and often ruins their plans. The Sego generals believe that even if Lu Jian is very capable, he cannot gather all the troops of Hezhou alone. He had previously united some people and repeatedly pressured them, making it hard for them to advance, which greatly lowered the morale of the Sego soldiers. This time, they are determined to avenge their defeat. The Sego generals are very confident about this attack. They have received definite news and plan to deceive their enemies by pretending to attack from one side while secretly moving around to lure Lu Jian to Qingcheng. Once Lu Jian is drawn out, they will attack Qingcheng in one swift move. The generals believe their plan is perfect and flawless. Although Qingcheng is easy to defend but hard to attack, the Sego soldiers believe they can win because they have more people. Qingcheng is the most important city among the 13 cities of Hezhou. Besides being difficult to conquer, its benefits constantly tempt the Sego soldiers. If they take Qingcheng, they can march southward without resistance, and the entire region of Hezhou's cities will fall under their control. Thinking of the countless supplies and treasures inside Qingcheng, the soldiers of Sego cannot hold back. During the attack, they only lit faint lights. When they reached the city gates, the soldiers desperately climbed ladders and rushed upward, aiming for a quick victory. Unbeknownst to them, their actions had already been seen. "Release the arrows," a cold, commanding male voice ordered. Immediately, several sparks lit up brightly in the darkness. A rain of arrows fell, and the confident Sego soldiers attacking the city were suddenly struck down, suffering heavy casualties. By the time they realized what was happening, they were already surrounded on all sides. It was clear that it was all a trap. Lu Jian stands steadily, draws his bowstring, and looks firmly at the enemies below. Without hesitation, he fires 3 arrows, all hitting their targets. Time passes, and the Sego people clearly want to escape. Just then, the gates of Qingcheng open, and Lu Jian leads tens of thousands of soldiers rushing out. The war begins again, and this time, the advantage is clearly on Lu Jian's side. Lu Jian holds a large sword, fighting fiercely and killing one enemy after another. This battle shows that his careful planning was worth it. He had spread rumors that the 13 cities of Hezhou would fall, and the enemy's forces would break through the city walls. Many civilians heard this and fled south, trying to make the enemy believe it. This also made the enemies relax their guard and take risks by attacking the hardest city, Qingcheng. On their escape route, Lu Jian also arranged people to wait and trap the enemies. There is no doubt that this battle will be won. The enemy's clever tactic of attacking from different directions was seen through. Even the spies they secretly sent, which had not been discovered, were part of the plan to lure the enemy into a trap. Every step Lu Jian took was carefully thought out, and he planned every move carefully. Most importantly, he managed to unite the scattered armies of the 13 cities of Hezhou and regain the people's trust. Although some of his methods were a bit harsh, they were effective, so the process didn't matter much. Meanwhile, Shen Miaoqing, Shen Daliang, Lin Yang, and others who had spent a peaceful night finally relaxed a little. After breakfast and packing up, they continued their journey without stopping much. Because gradually, more refugees appeared in this area. A few children still looked sleepy, being carried on ox carts and continuing to sleep. Shen Miaoqing felt a bit regretful. Her ox cart didn't have a roof to block the sun. If it had, they could have traveled even in the sunlight. However, when she bought the cart from the seller, she didn't see one. To save time and effort, Shen Miaoqing didn't visit many shops, so she only bought a simple ox cart. High-quality carts, like carriages, usually have roofs and curtains, but they are more noticeable and easier to steal. So Shen Miaoqing didn't want to bother with that. Now, she was thinking about whether their current setup was good enough. She didn't have the skills to make a roof herself, but Shen Daliang knew a little. It might be better to let Shen Dazhang lead the construction. She can help with building. After all, Shen Miaoqing wants to finish quickly and settle down safely. She shared her idea with Shen Dazhang. I can help with the building, but the process is a bit complicated and requires many materials, Shen Dazhang honestly said. We need bamboo, cloth, wood, ropes, and other supplies, he continued, because Shen Dazhang also wanted a covered cart. Besides shielding from the sun, it could also protect from rain if needed. When Shen Dazhang mentioned this, Shen Miaoqing imagined these materials. She had almost all of them in her space, just needed to find a chance to take them out. We can gather the materials slowly, Shen Miaoqing thought as she drove the ox cart, considering how feasible the plan was. Unfortunately, just as they were discussing the roof, the weather suddenly changed. The clear blue sky darkened, and the wind grew stronger. Shen Miaoqing thought quickly and urged the ox cart to move, looking around for a place to stop and take shelter from the rain. Sadly, luck was not on their side this time. Although there were forests nearby, they weren't suitable for climbing and finding a cave to hide from the rain. The mountains were a bit far, and the paths were much rougher than usual. It was hard for people, let alone with the ox cart, so Shen Miaoqing quickly dismissed the idea of finding a cave. There were no large stones around, so a stone cave was unlikely. From afar, there was not even a village in sight. It seemed they were truly unlucky this time. Shen Miaoqing sighed quietly. While she was thinking, big raindrops started falling, cold and heavy on her. There was no good place to stop, so Shen Miaoqing had to halt where she was. Meanwhile, Lin Yang and Shen Dazhang were searching for something to shield themselves from the rain. They found an oil paper umbrella, but the wind was too strong, and the rain was coming down too fast, so the umbrella wasn't very useful. Luckily, Shen Miaoqing's space had a raincoat as a reward. She had taken it out earlier, pretending she bought it in the city. Now, the raincoat was very useful. 3 raincoats, with 3 adults holding 3 children, also trying to protect the food and clothes in the basket. Lin Yang was very worried, especially about the venison. If it got wet, it would be ruined. Tu Gur, go to your father's side. I need to use this raincoat to cover the basket's contents too, Lin Yang said urgently. After protecting Shen Chaotu by Shen Dalong, she quickly used the raincoat to shield the basket from the rain. Shen Miaoqing saw this and hurriedly opened an oiled paper umbrella to cover the basket. Although it wasn't very effective, it was better than nothing. Shen Miaoqing sighed silently. Unfortunately, she couldn't store things in her space like this. Initially, she couldn't buy oilcloth because it was expensive and mostly used by nobles. Even the price of oiled paper umbrellas was not cheap, but Shen Miaoqing had made some in her space. In her space, she had modern rain protection tools, but they were not convenient to take out and use. However, for Shen Miaoqing, the things in the basket were not very important. But seeing Lin Yang's worried look and knowing they needed to use these items outside, Shen Miaoqing still tried her best to keep the basket dry. It seemed that adding a roof to the cart was something they needed to do soon. Both Shen Miaoqing and Shen Dalong had this idea. Mother, don't just cover the basket. Take care of yourself too, Shen Miaoqing quickly reminded when she saw Lin Yang's body exposed and soaked by the rain. Hearing this, Lin Yang hesitated because the venison was still in the basket. If she used the raincoat to cover herself, she couldn't fully protect the venison, since the raincoat was small and the basket was large. She truly didn't want to waste such a big piece of venison. Mother, if you get sick, that would be a real loss. Be careful with your health, Shen Miaoqing and Shen Dalong both advised with concern. The children also looked worried, unable to hide their concern. Lin Yang hesitated for a moment, but seeing everyone's care, she still put the raincoat over herself, trying her best to protect the basket. The rain came suddenly, fiercely, and hurriedly, but it didn't last long. Soon, the sky began to clear again. However, this short period already left them in a messy state. Other refugees were also in the same situation, with nowhere to hide. Some didn't even have umbrellas or raincoats. only able to use straw hats to barely block the rain, looking quite miserable. Just after the rain stopped, Lady Lin hurriedly checked the venison in her backpack. Sure enough, it was soaked with water, and Lady Lin looked at it with a worried expression. Next, she checked other food supplies, especially the fabric brought back earlier by Shin Miaoqing. Some items were less affected by the water, but most were still quite wet from the rain. Even their own clothes and hair were damp. Shin Miaoqing and Lady Lin took out the relatively dry clothes to help the three children wipe off some of the rainwater. They didn't change into new clothes because the clothes they had were wetter than their current ones, so it wasn't worth it. Shin Miaoqing also dried herself off a bit, then took out the venison, absorbing the rainwater from it, and letting it air dry. After a simple treatment, Shin Miaoqing decided it was better not to stay in the same place too long. The weather was unpredictable today, so they decided to keep moving and look for a suitable place to rest. Otherwise, if it rained again later, it would be quite troublesome. Shin Miaoqing continued pulling the ox cart forward, while Lady Lin and Shin Dalong packed up the belongings behind them. Shin Chao was holding a wet book, looking uncomfortable, carefully opening it to blow dry. Little Fu and Shin Chao too obediently followed the two adults, wanting to help but being told by Lady Lin to just sit quietly. Hearing this, the two little ones could only sit patiently without causing trouble, but they chose to stay with Shin Chao, carefully opening the wet book to dry it. Busy with these tasks, time approached noon, and the sky began to change again, turning from bright to dark. After traveling for so long, Shin Miaoqing finally noticed a village nearby. She thought for a moment and then asked Lady Lin and Shin Dalong for their opinion. Should we go to that village to rest and take shelter from the rain? Could it be dangerous? Lady Lin hesitated. Shin Dalong thought the same. Reaching a village meant meeting more people, but they were weak and alone, so they were worried. Shin Miaoqing was about to say something when suddenly a loud thunderclap sounded from the sky. As the strong wind rose, thunder followed one after another, deafening and warning of an approaching storm. Shin Dalong looked at the sky and said, "We should go to that village to take shelter. Traveling like this is really dangerous." Seeing the skies so dark, Shin Miaoqing also agreed with this plan. Madame Lin also thought it was a good idea. Going to the village might be risky, but continuing to rush forward was also dangerous. Shin Miaoqing drove the ox cart toward the village entrance just before the heavy rain started. At this moment, there were no people moving around in the village. They didn't know how many people were inside. Thunder kept rumbling, and rain began to fall heavily. Shin Miaoqing didn't think much and hurried into the village with the ox cart. She stopped at the nearest house. Madame Lin and Shin Dalong also got off the cart with some children. Then Madame Lin carried a basket, and Shin Dalong went to knock on the door. Shin Miaoqing put the ox cart in place, and the three of them divided their tasks clearly.
Bang, bang, bang.
The knocking sound was loud, but there was no response. Shin Dalong paused for a moment, then continued knocking, but still no one came to open the door. Meanwhile, Shin Miaoqing had already settled the ox and helped Madame Lin unload the things from the cart. Seeing that Shin Dalong's knocking still got no reply, Shin Miaoqing looked around and said, "There might be no one living here." After saying that, Shin Miaoqing stepped forward and pushed hard. The wooden door swung open. Because it was raining heavily now, the rain was pounding down fiercely. Shin Miaoqing thought that if they stayed out in the rain any longer, they might all get sick. Sure enough, the house was abandoned, just as Shin Miaoqing had guessed. Inside the dilapidated thatched cottage, several parts of the roof were dripping water. The space was very narrow, and the interior was simple, with a wooden table covered in dust. Shin Miaoqing silently thought to herself that she meant no offense. She just wanted to avoid the rain and wouldn't disturb anything inside. Meanwhile, Shin Dalong couldn't help but look surprised. When he knocked on the door earlier, he also pushed it a bit. But he didn't think the door was unlocked, so how could his daughter push it open so easily? Recalling Shin Miaoqing's actions earlier, Shin Dalong couldn't help but think that his daughter was truly extraordinary. Shin Daliang was even more certain in his heart that Shin Miaoqing's soul was now completely whole, and the person in front of him was her daughter. Both Shin Daliang and Lady Lin felt this way, so sometimes when they saw Shen Miaoqing acting strangely, they chose to understand her. Shen Miaoqing didn't mind their thoughts. After all, she didn't plan to hide her martial arts skills forever. If she revealed her abilities, Shen Daliang and Lady Lin would find out sooner or later, so there was no need to hide anything intentionally. After they all entered the house, they found a relatively good spot that didn't leak rain and sat down. Cough, cough, cough. Little Fu couldn't help but cough. The weather was unpredictable. Rain, strong wind, and cold rain, so children with weak bodies easily caught colds. Shen Miaoqing reached out and touched Little Fu's forehead. He hadn't developed a fever, but showed some signs of a coming cold. She seemed to be gathering firewood from another room to start a fire, but in fact, she took some from her space and lit a fire inside. Later, Shen Miaoqing boiled ginger soup to warm everyone and prevent them from falling seriously ill. The rain grew heavier, showing no signs of stopping. Lady Lin, Shen Miaoqing, and Shen Daliang took things out of their baskets, wrung out the cloth to dry it, and tried to dry everything as much as possible. The warm ginger soup made everyone feel much better. Taking advantage of the time and the fire, Shen Miaoqing also cooked lunch. Today's lunch was quite large, mainly venison, simple stir-fried greens. If it had been colder, they could have had hot pot, but since their ingredients and vegetables were limited, Shen Miaoqing didn't plan to make hot pot now. It was another simple meal, but with Shen Miaoqing's cooking skills, it made everyone feel very satisfied. The venison was gamey and firm, with a springy texture. A bowl of venison soup made everyone feel a warm wave pass through their bodies, delicious beyond words. The fragrant stir-fried venison paired with freshly baked flatbread was even more tasty, and the fresh greens added a refreshing aroma. At noon, everyone was full and satisfied. The delicious food and the aroma filled the dull rainy day with a bit of lively warmth. It also lifted Lady Lin's spirits, who was initially worried about the rain ruining their supplies. Seeing everyone feel happier because of the delicious meal, Shen Miaoqing also felt quite pleased while watching. After all, tasty food has a powerful effect. While Shen Miaoqing and the others enjoyed their meal, unknown to them, someone was watching their actions. Two young men were whispering quietly. One wore gray clothes, and the other wore dark blue. Their clothes were patched many times. You say, why did old Lin's family suddenly come here? The young man in gray asked with a serious look and unclear meaning in his eyes. Maybe they came to take shelter from the rain, the young man in blue replied, glancing outside at the heavy rain. Should we go over and warn them? The gray-clothed young man hesitated. This village isn't very safe. Probably not necessary. They won't stay here long, the blue-clothed young man said, not wanting to cause trouble. He thought in just a little while nothing serious will happen. All right then, the gray-clothed young man agreed, giving up the idea of warning them. Let's quickly gather our things and head back. We don't want Uncle Yang and the others waiting too long, the blue-clothed young man urged.
Okay.
After that, the two young men left the village entrance and headed toward their destination. Time passed, but the rain kept falling harder, showing no signs of stopping. Shen Miaoqing guessed that once the rain stopped, it wouldn't be safe to travel. It was getting late, and they wouldn't be able to go far before stopping. Not only was there a chance of sudden rain again, but the ground was wet, and their bedding was damp. They might not find a good place to rest like this village. So, Shen Miaoqing decided to stay overnight in this village and see how the weather was the next day before deciding whether to continue. When the rain eased to a light drizzle, Shen Miaoqing remembered that the cows outside hadn't eaten yet. She put on her raincoat and left the house. She took the raincoat just in case the rain started again. As usual, Shen Miaoqing took out fresh, tender grass from her space to feed the cows. The big yellow cow saw so much fresh grass and happily mooed a few times. This grass was much better than what it had eaten at its previous owner's place. Due to the fresh grass feedings these days, the big cow has become much friendlier to the humans who feed it. Shen Miaoqing doesn't understand the thoughts of a cow. She came out and greeted her mother Lin and Shen Daliang. However, she only said she was going to look around the village and didn't mention anything about feeding the cows. After all, Shen Miaoqing didn't want to explain where the grass came from, but there is grass nearby the village. She knows that neither Lin nor Shindaliang will leave the grass hut for a while, so she isn't worried about being caught. If others see her later, they will just think she found some grass nearby. After feeding the cow, Shin Miaoqing puts on her raincoat and walks toward the village. It is very quiet, too quiet. The deeper she goes, the more she feels that something is unusual about this village. She tries knocking on other doors, but gets no response. She opens several doors, but no one is home. However, she notices some houses are different from the one at the village entrance where they are staying. These houses are not as dusty. The wooden tables inside still look fairly new. But these homes are missing most of their valuable or useful items, and there is no food at all. Shin Miaoqing wonders if these people have all left to escape hardship. She thinks about the location of this place, close to Jiang City, about 50 miles away by foot. It is probably a border village near Jiang City, with a large mountain nearby. She continues walking into the village, pondering the reason behind all this. Usually, many people in Lan City haven't left yet. Those fleeing from Lan City probably left because of the war, making it hard to settle here. If they settled here, they wouldn't have to leave so quickly like some people in Lan City who are fleeing in a panic. It's very strange. Many people of this era value their hometowns and wouldn't leave easily. Even if some did, they wouldn't all disappear like this, completely empty, with no one in sight. Just like when Shin Miaoqing and her family fled their hometown long ago, the old village head was hesitant to leave because of concerns about general. That's why the villagers disagreed, split up to escape, and even joined others from nearby villages to flee together. Thinking about this, Shin Miaoqing felt there was something strange. It seemed that escaping was not as simple as it appeared. Suddenly, Shin Miaoqing remembered seeing bandits attack the neighboring house. Could there also be bandits here? This thought made her heart race, and she thought of her family still in the straw hut. She no longer wanted to stay in the village and just wanted to go back quickly. She was worried something might happen to her family. Besides her, Lin Yang and Shin Daliang had little ability to resist, not to mention the 3 children. With this in mind, Shin Miaoqing quickened her pace. However, since she had been walking for a while, it would take at least 10 minutes to return. She hoped nothing bad would happen. Surely bandits wouldn't come down the mountain at this exact time. Still, Shin Miaoqing couldn't help feeling nervous, sensing that something was wrong, especially because she was away from her family, which made her worry even more. As Shin Miaoqing hurried back, she suddenly saw 2 figures walking past. The 2 also saw Shin Miaoqing, and their eyes met. Shin Miaoqing stopped in her tracks, looking at the 2 strangers. Clearly, they didn't expect to meet her either. They had planned to just grab their rain gear and return to their cave, but they forgot about the second family and hadn't taken everything. After returning to get their things, they were about to leave when they saw Shin Miaoqing coming out. They exchanged glances, unsure of what to say, and prepared to leave. At that moment, Shin Miaoqing spoke. "Sir, may I ask you a few questions?" Her tone was friendly and made her seem approachable. The 2 paused again. The young man in gray clothes touched his forehead, hesitated for a moment, then said, "You'd better leave here quickly." "Yes, this place isn't very safe." The young man in deep blue also spoke. Although he hadn't planned to remind anyone earlier, now that he saw the situation, he didn't mind giving a warning. A young, beautiful girl like her, if something were to happen, it would be such a shame. Thinking this, the young man in blue couldn't help but glance at Shin Miaoqing a few more times. He saw that the girl was tall and graceful, with a delicate and lovely face, and bright, clear eyes that sparkled like stars. Her skin was fair, making her gentle, harmless-looking face even more charming. If her clothes hadn't been so simple, he might have thought she was from the city. Meanwhile, Shin Miaoqing heard this and sighed inwardly, feeling things might turn bad. She didn't want to waste time chatting and asked directly, "Are there bandits here?" The 2 men were surprised that she guessed so quickly. They were momentarily stunned, but admitted honestly when asked. After thanking Shin Miaoqing, she quickly left, heading back toward the village where they were staying. The 2 men stayed behind, momentarily hesitant, not leaving immediately. "Huzi, do you think the bandits didn't come down today? The young man in blue asked uncertainly. I don't know either. Let's go quickly, Huzi replied, touching his forehead and preparing to leave. All right. By the way, did you think that girl was really pretty just now? Deshu, are you serious? She's so beautiful. How could she look at someone like you? Huzi bluntly pointed out the truth. Hey, what's your problem? I was just admiring her beauty, you know, Deshu argued, defending himself. Come on, I know you better. You little. Huzi hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly stopped. He pushed Deshu hard. Deshu was startled by his strange reaction. What are you doing? He asked. Look at the mountain. Huzi grabbed Deshu's arm and pointed toward the forest. Deshu looked up the mountain and was immediately frightened. There were torches. The bandits had come down the mountain again. Let's run. Deshu reacted quickly and ran toward the cave. Huzi, standing beside him, didn't hesitate and hurried to escape as well. The two of them took many twists and turns before finally reaching the entrance of the cave. Just as they lifted the cover and prepared to go inside, the big tree suddenly remembered the graceful figure of the woman and hesitated for a moment. What's wrong? Hurry up and go in, Huzi, unaware of the big tree's thoughts, urged him to move quickly. About that girl, hearing this, Huzi suddenly remembered the family at the village entrance who had been seeking shelter from the rain. Do you think we should call them over to hide together? Huzi touched his head, feeling a bit uncertain. But if we go back now, it might be too late, the big tree said helplessly. Forget it, let's just go inside, he decided after thinking it through. Without further hesitation, he entered the cave. After all, if they ran back and then came back again, they might run into bandits. That would be dangerous. Even if they were lucky not to be seen, bringing people into the mountain cave could put everyone at risk. Their families and villagers had been with them for years, and they couldn't risk their safety. Seeing that the big tree had gone in, Huzi sighed and followed into the cave. Meanwhile, Shun Miaoqing also saw the torchlight flickering in the mountains. She guessed that bandits were probably coming down the mountain. Thinking this, she quickly ran back and soon reached the rain shelter. We need to leave quickly. There are bandits. Shun Miaoqing, panting from running, quickly conveyed the important message. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang, who was drying cloth, froze with disbelief in her eyes. Shun Miaoqing didn't hesitate and quickly packed up her things, casually stuffing them into a basket. She then carried the basket and went out to bring the ox cart over. Not long after, Lin Yang also reacted. She and Shen Dalong quickly packed up the remaining items, then held a few children and left the house. Just then, Shen Miaoqing arrived with the ox cart. Lin Yang and Shen Dalong first placed the basket on the cart, then held the children and got on. The children, aware of how dangerous bandits could be, looked a little scared but cooperated and got on the cart. Shen Miaoqing was about to leave the village when she saw the torchlight not far from the village entrance. At this moment, if they went out directly, they would definitely run into those people. Shen Miaoqing didn't want to take that risk. She had to turn the carriage around and head toward the village. Shen Miaoqing put in some effort to drive the ox cart, just to speed up. The ox seemed to understand her intention and hurried along much faster than usual. Meanwhile, on the other side, a group of bandits, about 100 people, were trembling as they hurried toward Xiaoshui village. This damn weather is really annoying. Exactly. It didn't rain in the morning, nor in the evening, but today it just has to rain. Their shouts and curses echoed among the crowd because they were very unlucky today. In the morning, they saw the weather was clear and set out from the mountains planning to make a big score. But unexpectedly, it started pouring rain on the way. Hesitating, they decided not to turn back, but to keep going down the mountain stubbornly. Soon, they were lucky enough to find a place to take shelter, but the rain seemed to play tricks on them. Just as they found a cave to hide in, the rain stopped. Seeing the rain had stopped, they chose to continue down the mountain. While walking, before they even reached the bottom, another heavy rain started. They walked for a long time, but couldn't find shelter again. It was even farther from the first cave they hid in, and they didn't want to turn back. They kept going stubbornly, almost all their clothes soaked through. Fortunately, they found another small cave to hide in. The group huddled together inside to avoid the rain. They planned to wait until the rain stopped, then go down the mountain to steal supplies and change clothes. They shivered and crouched for a long time, their legs numb many times, and the sky darkened. Only then did the rain finally stop. They lit torches and headed down the mountain with them. The sky was dark, and without the torches, it was hard to see the path. Plus, they were soaked and freezing, so the firelight helped keep warm. Having a fire also kept wild animals in the forest from coming too close. When they reached Xiushui village, they found it deserted. No sign of anyone. Like I said from the start, next time you come out, you refuse to listen. You wanted to suffer through this rain all day, and now there's not a single person here. There probably isn't anything left either. Old Husan was full of complaints, speaking with a tone of constant grumbling. Enough, you coward. Can't you just look and see what's inside? Why are you still whining here? Ma Hongguang scolded impatiently, his voice strong and firm, but he couldn't hide his nervousness. After all, it was his idea to come out, and he was leading this team. I think Old Hu is right. Why come here and suffer in this weather? Fong Wenqing enjoyed stirring up trouble and added fuel to the fire. Among their group of over 100 people, most had gathered from different places not long ago. They weren't very united to begin with, and several people wanted to be the leader, which caused hidden conflicts. Others were forced to join, either to fill their stomachs because they couldn't pay taxes or to avoid being drafted, turning to banditry. But inside, they still felt conflicted. Did they really have to oppose the government? With this thought, many chose to follow the leader without saying much. However, they split into several groups, each following different potential leaders, so the team wasn't truly united. Ma Hongguang saw that these two wanted to undermine him and spoke with a harsh tone. If you want to be a coward, you can go back now. After saying that, Ma Hongguang, along with his close followers, was the first to kick open the door of a house at the village entrance. Old Husen thought for a moment and decided to go into the village anyway, since they were already here. Fong Wenqing certainly wouldn't miss the chance to grab some good things. Last time they visited Xiushui village, they brought back quite a few items, which made him very jealous. Meanwhile, Shen Miaoqing was quickly driving the ox cart, but there was no one around in the village. Apart from some houses, there weren't many good hiding spots. Shen Miaoqing could sense that those people were getting closer, but they hadn't reached their side yet. The deeper they went into the village, the narrower the roads felt, and the ox cart couldn't move very fast. What should we do now? Lin Yang was anxious as the cart slowed down. But she still held tightly to the children, wanting to give them a sense of safety, even though she couldn't hide her own fear. Shen Dawang also felt scared but tried to stay calm and comfort Lin Yang and the children. They should just be stealing things. When we give them what they want, we probably won't get into trouble, Shen Dalong said, but he didn't sound very confident. As Shen Miaoqing, who was driving the ox cart ahead, passed through a narrow alley, the cart moved even slower. Feeling impatient, Shen Miaoqing decided to stop nearby. She pushed open the closest house with one hand, still holding the ox's reins with the other.
Quick, go inside, she said.
Shen Dalong and Lin Yang followed her instructions, carrying baskets on their backs and holding the children, and quickly entered the house. Shen Miaoqing followed closely, driving the ox cart into the house and closing the door behind her. Meanwhile, a group of bandits had burst into the house and searched through each room, but they couldn't find anything valuable. They didn't even find any clothes. Their wet, sticky clothes made them very uncomfortable. Their patience was running out. Ma Hongguang saw this and felt embarrassed. He kicked the door harder, searching for something. Hu Laosan, seeing this, said impatiently, "It's probably because you were too harsh last time, stealing so much at once. And you even killed someone." Such ruthless methods probably scared away all the villagers. Hu Laosan clearly disapproved of Ma Hongguang's actions. He was desperate and had to steal, but he didn't want to kill anyone. Ma Hongguang was ruthless, having killed many people in Xiushui village last time, including women. Hu Laosan was unhappy about this. If he had a choice, he wouldn't associate with such a person. Hu Laosan, you're blaming me now? Those things weren't useless to you, Ma Hongguang said, annoyed at Hu Laosan's pretentious attitude. Even now, Hu Lao-sen was the first to find clothes to change into. His own clothes were still wet, greedy, and hypocritical. Besides, if those people hadn't rebelled so chaotically, I wouldn't have had to do this, Ma Hongguang said, kicking over a wooden chair and then leaving the house to search another room. Hu Lao-sen didn't argue further. He quickly put on his clothes. He wasn't stupid. If they were bandits, stealing a few things was normal. He thought if everyone was soaked like those fools, they'd catch a cold soon enough. A small, thin young man looked at Hu Lao-sen's clean clothes with envy. You're really something, Brother Hu-san, finding clothes so quickly. His words were clearly flattering, and Hu Lao-sen noticed this. He thought the boy was always trying to please him, so he was happy to take him along. Once I find another set of clothes, I'll give it to you, Hu Lao-sen promised. Hearing this, Liu Erden was overjoyed and started praising him enthusiastically. However, he didn't read many books, so his words, though well-meaning, sounded a bit off. Brother Hu-san, you're really something like that jade tree breeze, so impressive. And you're so wise and brave. Full of heroism, Liu Erden added, trying to fill in. Watching from the side, Fang Xingwen couldn't bear to look. He thought this guy should stop listening to tales of martial heroes. But Hu Lao-sen was happy to listen. He wasn't very educated himself, so he enjoyed hearing these compliments, even if he didn't fully understand them. He could tell they were good words. After leaving the house, Fang Xingwen looked down at his muddy shoes and suddenly noticed something different. There were marks on the ground from a cart, very heavy marks, as if they had just been made. There's a cart, so there must be people too. Fang Xingwen couldn't help but shout excitedly, eager to share his discovery. When others heard Fang Xingwen, they all gathered around and looked at the ground. Yes, these are cart tracks. That means there are definitely people here. The bandits came out to show their interest. They hadn't found anything good so far and hoped to find more. Especially if the thing was a cart. Carts are not cheap. Besides being useful, they could even be food supplies. Since they could use a cart, they probably had more belongings. For the bandits who had found nothing so far, this was a big temptation. Split up. I'll lead some people along the cart tracks to look, Fang Xingwen said first. No, why should you go? If anyone goes, it should be me. Your small build can't handle it, Ma Hongguang sneered disdainfully, sizing up Fang Xingwen's thin frame. Based on the fact that I discovered these wagon tracks, I should be the one to go. Do you think everyone is as clueless as you? Fang Xingwen said stubbornly, his tone also unfriendly. Neither of them wanted to fall behind, and they kept arguing. In the end, old Hu came out to stop them. How long are you going to argue and shout? Why don't you sit here and talk slowly? Yeah, until when are we going to argue? I'm almost freezing. Exactly, and our clothes are still wet. Everyone was chattering, and Ma Hongguang saw he wasn't winning and decided not to argue anymore. Ma Hongguang led his people straight toward another house, angrily kicking the wooden door, trying to open it. But, as expected, the door didn't open easily. The door remained unmoved. The people following Ma Hongguang watched him blankly, as if waiting to see him try again. Feeling embarrassed, Ma Hongguang pushed hard again, trying to open the door. But it still wouldn't budge.
Ma Hongguang.
Was he just playing around? He tried several more times, but it was no use. His face turned red with frustration. Why are you all just standing there? Hurry up and help push the door. His arm hurt from the effort, but Ma Hongguang still looked determined. He didn't want to lose face. But what they didn't expect was that this tightly shut door, when opened, revealed nothing but tables and chairs inside. Ma Hongguang's face darkened further, looking very upset. Meanwhile, Fang Xingwen and his group quickly followed the wagon tracks, running towards the direction the wagon had taken. Soon, they saw the wagon turning a corner from afar. There were definitely people there. From a distance, it looked like the wagon still carried quite a few things. Quick, chase after them. Actually, without Fang Xingwen telling them, the people following him were already eager and quickened their pace to catch up. Meanwhile, Shen Miaoqing had closed the main door securely. After seeing Lin Yang and Shen Dalong settle the 3 children safely, she felt a little relieved. Shen Miaoqing locked the inner door and warned everyone inside not to come out. Qing'er, Why don't you come in and hide with us? Lin Yang asked worriedly. I'll come soon. You all hide well. Shen Miaoqing no longer planned to hide. Hiding wouldn't help because she could feel those people getting closer. She couldn't run away. Instead of waiting to be attacked, she decided to prepare early. Shen Miaoqing moved the ox cart to the side, tied it up, and then took the items from the cart into the house where De Langxin and Lady Lin were. After entering, she closed the door tightly and walked out alone into the yard. She still carried an empty basket on her back. Inside the basket, there was a machete. She also held a sturdy wooden stick, but this stick looked like an ordinary one. However, it was different. This was a reward she received from her space, appearing as a normal stick on the outside but actually made of solid iron inside. It was quite heavy. She hadn't used it much before, but now she felt she needed to bring it out for self-defense. As she knew, the mountain bandits were quite numerous. Besides the iron stick, Shen Miaoqing's clothes secretly hid various chili powders and chili water, things to defend herself. Better to be prepared than caught off guard. While Shen Miaoqing was getting ready, Fang Xingwen and his men arrived at the wooden door. Fang Xingwen was quite slim, unlike Ma Hongguang, who insisted on fighting the door alone. Fang Xingwen directed over 40 men with him to charge at the door. With many people, strength was on their side. Before long, the door collapsed loudly. When the door opened, Fang Xingwen's eyes immediately saw Shen Miaoqing standing in the yard, holding a thick wooden stick. The young girl looked sharp and alert, her delicate face full of caution as she faced the strangers who had suddenly broken in. Fang Xingwen raised an eyebrow, surprised to see a young girl standing there, daring to face so many strong men alone. Some of the men were older, but overall, they were still big and strong. The girl was quite pretty, but perhaps she was a bit foolish standing there so stubbornly. While Fang Xingwen observed Shen Miaoqing, she was also watching the group rushing in. They held rusty machetes, wooden sticks, and even kitchen knives. They looked like mountain bandits, but a few middle-aged men, around 50, seemed out of place. A group of people, dressed in wet clothes, shivered slightly from the cold. Despite this, they stood confidently in front of her, appearing unfazed. Looking at this group, Shen Miaoqing guessed that they were a newly formed team, assembled not long ago. This thought gave her a bit more confidence than before. At that moment, Fang Xingwen's gaze shifted from the ox cart back to Shen Miaoqing. After glancing at her a few times, he became more interested in the other ox cart. Now, material possessions were the most important thing. Hand over the ox cart and everything you have on you, Fang Xingwen said with a rough tone, acting like a bandit. He regarded the ox cart as his own treasure. His words were mainly a warning to Shen Miaoqing. Luckily, she had met him. If someone like Ma had come, she would be in real trouble. Fang Xingwen planned to take the goods and leave, with no intention of killing or stealing lives. The ox cart is mine, and I won't give it to you, Shen Miaoqing said coldly but seriously. Her tone was firm, with no sign of backing down. Fang Xingwen looked back at Shen Miaoqing, thinking she was really foolish, so ungrateful. Don't waste time arguing with her, Brother Fang. Let's just rob her directly and be done with it. Zhu Daqiang, a quick-talking subordinate beside Fang Xingwen, urged eagerly. Zhu Daqiang tried to sound fierce, keeping his eyes fixed on Shen Miaoqing. But as he looked, he thought she was quite pretty. No, wait. He was here to rob, not to admire her appearance. He definitely wouldn't admit he was admiring her looks. Then you go first. Whoever takes the lead goes first. Fang Xingwen looked seriously at Zhu Daqiang, giving him an encouraging look. He still felt that it was a bit unfair for so many of them to attack one young girl. It would be better for Zhu Daqiang to go ahead and lead the charge. Me? Zhu Daqiang hesitated, uncertain. He pointed at himself with a doubtful look. Fang Xingwen nodded, encouraging him. Zhu Daqiang then looked back at the others who were coming along with him. The others shared Fang Xingwen's attitude. They all nodded in agreement, encouraging Zhu Daqiang to go first. Everyone expected Zhu Daqiang to go first, believing it was because he was very capable. Filled with confidence and hope from everyone, Zhu Daqiang confidently walked toward Shen Miaoqing's herding cart. However, The cart was behind Shen Miaoqing, so to move it, he had to pass by her. When Zhuo Daqiang reached her side and tried to push her aside to make way, Shen Miaoqing also moved at the same time. Before Zhuo Daqiang could react, he missed his attempt and felt a sharp pain in his arm. Zhuo Daqiang felt as if his arm was about to break. The pain made him scream loudly, unable to do anything else. Meanwhile, Fang Xingwen and others, who had been watching Zhuo Daqiang, thought he was just hit lightly and wondered why he was crying out so loudly. They didn't understand his pain and shouted, "Daqiang, you're so useless. Such a small injury, and you're making such a fuss." They laughed, saying, "It's just a girl. How strong can she be? Just a light tap, and he's acting like he's been hurt badly." Their laughter grew, and they started teasing Zhuo Daqiang, hoping to embarrass him further. "Come on, Daqiang, keep going. Don't be afraid. One punch from you could knock that girl down." They cheered, trying to boost his confidence and make him forget his pain. Although Zhuo Daqiang wanted to fight back and teach her a lesson, he was truly powerless. His arm was in terrible pain, and he couldn't use any strength. All he wanted was to go back. But Shen Miaoqing didn't think she had used much force. Seeing Zhuo Daqiang move again, she thought he was about to attack, so she quickly raised her wooden stick and struck him twice. This time, Zhuo Daqiang was in so much pain that he couldn't even scream or cry out. He felt like his backbones were broken. He collapsed on the ground, too afraid to move, worried he might be beaten again if he did. He just wanted to go back, but instead, he was hit again, making him feel very wronged inside. Shen Miaoqing saw Zhuo Daqiang lying still and stopped, but she remained alert, watching the people ahead. She also paid attention to whether the people below might make any sudden moves. Zhuo Daqiang, a tall and strong man, chose to lie down and pretend to be dead, like a dead fish. Zhuo Daqiang is very afraid of pain, and because he fears death and doesn't want to be drafted, he ran away and became a mountain bandit. But he didn't expect that after a short time as a bandit, he would get beaten so badly. Fang Xingwen and the others saw Zhuo Daqiang lying on the ground pretending to be dead and not even looking at their side, which made them feel a bit silent. They hadn't realized before how much of a coward he was. "Forget it, let's go together. Take the ox cart and then go inside to look for things," Fang Xingwen ordered.
He didn't want to waste more time.
Although it was not a fair fight, they had to handle the situation differently. The others didn't argue with Fang Xingwen and moved forward with their weapons. Fang Xingwen chose to stay back and watch because, as the leader, he couldn't rush into the fight. The others didn't notice his actions and kept charging ahead. Shen Miaoqing saw more than 40 people rushing forward and focused on defending herself, gripping her wooden stick tightly. Because the number of people suddenly increased, they crowded into the small yard, and more people kept trying to push inside through the gate. When those people got close to Shen Miaoqing, she swung her wooden stick and quickly knocked a few of the nearest ones flying away. Yes, she actually hit them so hard they were thrown back. Shen Miaoqing was very alert and didn't hold back her strength, so her strikes sent people flying. The ones who were knocked back first looked very confused. They hadn't even used their knives or sticks yet and were just pushed back, without Shen Miaoqing even getting close to them. Some people still didn't give up and continued to rush forward, raising their sticks as if to strike Shen Miaoqing. Shen Miaoqing saw the stick coming toward her and, without hesitation, raised her own stick to meet it. When the two sticks clashed, Shen Miaoqing's stick was different from a normal wooden stick. There was a loud crack, and the other person's stick broke instantly. Shen Miaoqing didn't give him a chance to recover. She swung her stick again and struck him hard. That person was knocked down directly, and it just so happened to be next to Zhuo Daqiang. That person's expression was the same as Zhuo Daqiang's, angry and grim, feeling the pain from his injuries, to the point of losing his voice. He finally understood why Zhuo Daqiang reacted that way just now. Seeing his fellow sufferer, Zhuo Daqiang felt some comfort, knowing he wasn't alone in getting hurt. After knocking the person down, Shen Miaoqing had no time to worry about them and focused on facing the few people rushing toward her with rusty knives. The knives were short. They hadn't even reached her side when Shen Miaoqing knocked them back with a stick. Some, seeing no hope, even threw their knives toward Shen Miaoqing. Fortunately, Shen Miaoqing noticed the flying knives and, thanks to her quick reflexes learned recently, easily dodged them. However, Zhuo Daqiang and another person, who had fallen nearby, were not so lucky. The knives flew straight at their heads, and they couldn't react in time, so frightened they stopped breathing for a moment. Luckily, the knives stopped just a few centimeters from their heads, avoiding a fatal blow. They were so scared they went speechless, thinking, "Oh my goodness, this world is so dangerous. Why do we always get hurt?" Meanwhile, Shen Miaoqing, having just dodged the knives, didn't dare relax. She quickly stepped forward and used her stick to knock away a few more attackers. Her movements were quick and decisive, ruthless even, scaring the mountain bandits back. Fang Xingwen, watching from the side, couldn't help but swallow hard. He never expected this girl to have such skills. Luckily, he didn't rush forward, feeling secretly grateful. Seeing the group of bandits crying out on the ground, Fang Xingwen felt quite distressed. Others shared his thoughts, silently hoping it wouldn't be them lying on the ground. For a moment, the scene froze in silence. Because the remaining bandits, seeing how badly the first dozen had been beaten, didn't dare to advance anymore. Everyone looked at each other, hesitant and unsure. Shen Miaoqing didn't choose to attack first. She knew the bandits probably wouldn't be so few in number as they appeared now. She didn't want to cause too much trouble, but also wasn't afraid of confrontation. With this mindset, Shen Miaoqing quietly waited for the next move from these people. Originally, Zhuo Daqiang was lying on the ground, but after the sudden fall of the firewood knife just now, he no longer dared to pretend to be dead. He painfully crawled away from Shen Miaoqing, trying to get far from her. The person beside Zhuo Daqiang saw him move and quickly followed his actions. In this tense atmosphere, the two secretly moved, hoping to escape from this frightening place. Unfortunately, as Zhuo Daqiang crawled, he suddenly felt his nose itch and couldn't hold back, sneezing loudly. Achoo! His loud sneeze broke the silence and drew everyone's attention to him. Seeing that everyone, including the terrifying woman, was looking at him, Zhuo Daqiang couldn't help but want to run away. He ignored his injuries and quickly got up, rushing to hide behind Fang Xingwen nearby.
Too
scary, Zhuo Daqiang stammered, his voice trembling with fear. The person silently following Zhuo Daqiang saw him run and quickly followed suit. Fang Xingwen remained silent. He looked quite frightening, but leaving just like that didn't look good. If a young girl scared him off, others wouldn't believe he was strong. He had over 40 men with him. Fang Xingwen thought for a moment and decided to try to struggle a bit more. She's just a girl. If you all attack together, we can surely take the cart. Tisets, some who hadn't gone yet hesitated. Those who had already gone and received a few hits chose to stay silent. But they couldn't just let themselves be beaten. Others should also try to experience the pain of those strikes. Moreover, if Fang Xingwen was right and they all attacked together, they might actually defeat the girl, since more people mean more strength. Finally, someone gathered courage and charged forward. Once one person started, others followed. But the result was the same as before. These 10 or so people were once again ruthlessly pushed back by Shen Miaoqing, and their cries of pain filled the air. After several fights, Shen Miaoqing realized that her martial arts secret manual was indeed very useful. She had only recently learned her staff technique, but she could easily defeat this group of people. Of course, her strength played a big role, and most of these people were farmers with little fighting skill. So, they were easy to handle. Before they even got close, she had already knocked them down. The people Shen Miaoqing defeated didn't feel very happy. Now they understood why those lying on the ground were crying out. They were in real pain. Zhuo Daqiang saw more than 10 people being beaten and couldn't help but grimace. He said, "This is too scary. Do we still have to go in?" Fang Xingwen also saw what was happening. Since they couldn't win, maybe it was because there weren't enough of them. He looked back at the 20 or so people who hadn't gone in yet. But this time, everyone avoided his gaze. They didn't want to rush in and get hurt. They thought it wouldn't be fun. The first half of the group couldn't win, and they didn't see any difference between themselves and those being beaten. So, the remaining 20 or so people decided not to rush in either. You all. Fang Xingwen hesitated but didn't say anything because he didn't plan to go in himself. The scene became tense again. After a while, Shun Miaoqing was the first to move. She took a step forward with her wooden staff, tired of waiting in place. Her movement surprised the mountain bandits, blocking the door. Fang Xingwen reacted quickly and backed away. He didn't want to be hit. The people who had been knocked down and were lying on the ground quickly got up and staggered toward the small wooden door, pushing through the crowd. They desperately tried to get in front of others. They wanted to leave quickly, but the door was small, and it was crowded when everyone tried to go out at once. The people in front also wanted to leave, but they were pushed and shoved so they couldn't get out fast. Seeing how strongly these people reacted, Shun Miaoqing was curious. She hadn't done much, but they seemed very scared. Just as Fang Xingwen and the others finally got out, they happened to meet Ma Hongguang coming from the opposite direction. Ma Hongguang saw them hurriedly squeezing out and felt a bit strange, but he kept his eyes on Fang Xingwen. Ma Hongguang was most concerned about the ox cart, so his first words were also about the cart. Surname Fang, where's the ox cart? Because just now Ma Hongguang had led people to search through several households, but without exception, the houses were almost empty, leaving only useless items. Seeing this, Ma Hongguang focused again on the ox cart, bringing over 30 people to find Fang Xingwen, not wanting him to take all the credit alone. Besides Ma Hongguang's interest in the still unclaimed ox cart, the people following him also cared about its whereabouts. The ox cart was both useful and quite valuable. They all looked carefully, but did not see the ox cart near Fang Xingwen. Instead, they saw a group of people holding their hands or legs, crying out in pain. What was wrong with them? They hadn't yet figured out what is happening, but Fang Xingwen saw Ma Hongguang approaching and wanted to tell him about what had just happened. However, when he opened his mouth, he hesitated, unsure how to start. How could he say that they, a group of over 40 people, couldn't defeat a young girl, so they couldn't steal her ox cart? If he said that, wouldn't Ma Hongguang just laugh at him? Seeing Fang Xingwen remain silent, Ma Hongguang grew impatient and his voice became more aggressive. What's wrong with you? Are you really so useless? With so many people, you can't even steal an ox cart. Hearing this, Fang Xingwen swallowed all the words he wanted to say. This Ma Hongguang was really annoying. Suddenly, an idea struck him about the girl in the house. He snorted coldly. Who says I didn't get the ox cart? It's inside that house. If you want it, go get it yourself. Ma Hongguang looked in the direction Fang Xingwen pointed. It was just an ordinary house, nothing special. If he wanted to go, he would go. Thinking this way, Ma Hongguang ignored Fang Xingwen and led his people towards the house. Seeing Ma Hongguang go in, Fang Xingwen's plan to run away completely stopped. He wanted to see if Ma Hongguang could handle that young girl. With these two leading, the people who had followed Fang Xingwen and wanted to leave also stopped and went along to see what was happening. As soon as Ma Hongguang entered the small courtyard, he saw the ox cart inside. But at the same time, there was a thin young woman in front of the cart. Ma Hongguang didn't pay any attention to Shun Miaoqing and led his men straight toward the ox cart. Meanwhile, Shun Miaoqing saw a new group of people arrive shortly after the previous ones left, so she remained alert. When she saw a tall, strong man ignore her and walk toward the ox cart, Shun Miaoqing raised her wooden stick to block him. Ma Hongguang looked at the girl blocking him and sneered, I advise you to put down that stick now, or you might lose your life here. He glanced at Shun Miaoqing's face and thought, she looked quite pretty. But if you're willing to follow me, I could. Before Ma Hongguang finished, Shun Miaoqing swung her stick at him. She managed to make him step back a few paces. Ma Hongguang winced in pain but tried not to show it, worried others might laugh at him. Especially now, Fang Xingwen was standing in the doorway watching. You little girl, how dare you be so ungrateful, he shouted. He raised his large machete and swung it toward Shun Miaoqing. The strike was fierce and ruthless. Fang Xingwen saw this and instinctively wanted to step in and stop it, saying, There's no need to be so harsh. Just then, Hu Lao-san, who had come to watch the scene, saw what was happening and frowned deeply. Ma Hongguang's methods were still so cruel. When they first came to Xiushui village, Ma Hongguang was the first to start killing. They were bandits who only wanted to steal, not hurt villagers. But Ma Hongguang and his men crossed a line and began killing villagers, and it seemed there was no turning back. Seeing Ma Hongguang act so vicious again, Hu Lao-san and the others felt a chill in their hearts. Just as they thought Shen Miaoqing might be in danger, she quickly used her stick to block the attack. Then she kicked out her leg with force, knocking Ma Hongguang flying. Shen Miaoqing didn't stop there. She raised her stick again and continued hitting Ma Hongguang without mercy. Only because Shen Miaoqing could feel how fierce Ma Hongguang's attack was and his intention to kill her. Ma Hongguang didn't expect Shen Miaoqing to block his strike and even fight back fiercely. A heavy stick struck his body, and he could hear the sound of wood hitting flesh, with pain spreading through him. Ma Hongguang was knocked down and unable to get up. When he looked up, he saw many people watching him and laughing, especially Fang Xingwen and Old Hu. Angry and disappointed, Ma Hongguang quickly raised his big machete to block the wooden stick Shen Miaoqing was swinging. Then, he rolled and crawled away to avoid her attack. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage and being beaten so badly, Ma Hongguang felt ashamed and hated Shen Miaoqing even more. He looked at his brothers who came with him, ignoring everything else, and shouted loudly, "You all come and help." He didn't believe he couldn't handle this girl alone. Surely, with so many of them, they could defeat her. After Ma Hongguang shouted, the people with him, holding machetes, sticks, or hoes, moved cautiously, ready to attack. These men were mostly from the same village as Ma Hongguang and had some kinship, so they were willing to listen to him. However, Old Hu and Fang Xingwen's men chose to stay put and didn't plan to help. Shen Miaoqing faced the group of over 30 people rushing at her without any fear. She held her special wooden stick and met their attack, swinging with full strength each time. Whether blocking sudden attacks or counterattacking, Shen Miaoqing was still quite skilled. Two people who were very close to Ma Hongguang helped him up and then focused on Shen Miaoqing. They held hoes, waiting for the right moment to strike her down. Finally, after waiting patiently, they saw an opportunity. For people simultaneously raised their sticks and swung at Shen Miaoqing, who was still blocking with her wooden stick. The two of them exchanged glances, raised their hoes high, and rushed forward, aiming to hit Shen Miaoqing on the head. Old Man Hu and Fang Xingwen, who were watching the scene nearby, couldn't help but gasp in surprise at Shen Miaoqing. Fighting more than 30 men alone and still facing a sneak attack was very dangerous. Shen Miaoqing, always alert and careful, also noticed their attempt to ambush her. She suddenly pushed hard, knocking aside the 4 wooden sticks thrown at her. Then she quickly faced the 2 men attacking her with hoes. She turned sideways and pushed, causing the 2 attacking hoes to be deflected away. Before they could strike again, Shen Miaoqing raised her wooden stick and struck heavily at both of them. The blow hit their stomachs, causing both men to fall to the ground, clutching their stomachs and crying out in pain. Although their group had over 30 people, the small courtyard made it hard for all of them to attack Shen Miaoqing at once without hurting each other. Using this moment, Shen Miaoqing faced different attackers one by one, handling the situation smoothly and gradually gaining the upper hand. Old Man Hu saw Shen Miaoqing's skill and was surprised. A strange thought began to form in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more he believed his idea was right. His eyes on Shen Miaoqing brightened, as if he saw a new hope. Realizing this, Old Man Hu stepped back from the crowd and quickly left the small courtyard to find his followers. Meanwhile, Shen Miaoqing was unaware of anyone having different thoughts about her. She remained focused on fighting the people in front of her. Ma Hongguang also saw that the 30 men were gradually losing the fight. Feeling the pain in his body, he felt even more annoyed and frustrated. He was thinking about what to do next. When he looked back, he saw Fang Xingwen still watching from the side. Ma Hongguang immediately decided to ask him for help. "Fang, you and your men, hurry up and come help." Fang Xingwen saw Ma Hongguang looking at him. He touched his nose, then looked at his own men. They all ignored him and showed no intention of helping. Fang Xingwen looked up at the sky, pretending he didn't hear Ma Hongguang. They had all tried, but together they couldn't defeat that girl. There was no point in suffering more. Ma Hongguang just scolded him earlier, and now he is just giving him a little taste of hardship. Thinking this way, Fan Xingwen decided not to interfere anymore. Although they are now together on the mountain as bandits, they are not very united, and they haven't known each other for long. Fan Xingwen isn't interested in risking his people for him. Even if he were, he believes his companions wouldn't want to go, and he knows his own limits. Seeing their unreliable attitude, Ma Hongguang became even angrier, calling them useless. He then looked at Shen Miaoqing. When he saw someone gathering behind her and secretly holding a stick to hit her on the head, he couldn't help but feel excited. He thought it would be best to give that girl a good lesson. At this moment, the door of the thatched hut suddenly opened. A female voice called out, "Qing'er, watch out behind you." The voice belonged to Lin Yang. Although they were hiding inside the room, they couldn't help but worry about Shen Miaoqing's situation and peeked through the door crack to observe outside. Seeing Shen Miaoqing alone facing so many people and someone trying to attack her with a stick, Lin Yang couldn't hold back. She opened the door to warn Shen Miaoqing. She couldn't bear to see her daughter in danger. Shen Miaoqing also sensed the attack behind her and was prepared. She easily dodged and struck back hard at the attacker. Meanwhile, Ma Hongguang, distracted by Lin Yang's sudden appearance, quickly judged that the person warning her was probably connected to the girl. He then had other plans. Amid the chaos, he quietly tried to slip around from another side toward Lin Yang. Hearing Lin Yang's voice, Shen Miaoqing didn't have time to say anything else. Suddenly, someone swung a hoe at her again. At this moment, Shen Miaoqing, losing patience, sped up her attack. Ma Hongguang, enduring the pain, quickly ran toward Lin Yang while trying to avoid her. Lin Yang's mind and eyes were all on Shen Miaoqing, and she focused entirely on her. Unbeknownst to her, someone had targeted her instead. Just as Ma Hongguang reached her side, Lin Yang finally reacted, panicking and trying to dodge the hand reaching out to grab her. At this moment, Shen Daliang arrived. Seeing the scene, he quickly shut the door tightly, trying to stop Ma Hongguang from entering. But by then, Ma Hongguang had already reached them and stood in the middle of the doorway. For a moment, Shen Daliang couldn't stop him. Ma Hongguang was much larger than Shen Daliang. Besides Shen Miaoqing, who couldn't fight him, he was not afraid of Shen Daliang at all. Additionally, Shen Daliang was still walking with the help of a wooden cane, so Ma Hongguang easily pushed him to the ground. Then, Ma Hongguang reached out to grab Lin Yang, who was nearby, holding a small axe. Seeing Shen Daliang fall, Lin Yang hurried over to help him up. When Ma Hongguang's hand reached out and saw the sharp axe, she couldn't help but scream and closed her eyes in fear. Ma Hongguang's face showed a proud smile, as if he saw the dawn of victory. This woman, caring about that girl, must be mother and daughter. As long as he wounded this woman and caught her, he wouldn't worry about the girl disobeying him. Just as Ma Hongguang's hand was about to touch Lin Yang, the sharp axe was raised to strike her. In that critical moment, there was a loud bang, like a thunderclap, as a wooden stick fiercely hit Ma Hongguang's head. Ma Hongguang clearly felt the pain in the back of his head and, in disbelief, slowly turned his head back. He saw Shen Miaoqing standing behind him, with a cold expression and a look of indifference, showing no mercy. The force of that blow was real, and Ma Hongguang, after glancing back, couldn't hold himself and fell heavily to the ground. He fell toward Lin Yang, who quickly retreated to avoid him. Thus, Ma Hongguang collapsed between Lin Yang and Shen Daliang. Both of them were momentarily stunned. Apart from Shen Miaoqing, who still looked calm, everyone else was frightened by her fierce action. Just now, Shen Miaoqing suddenly broke through the encirclement and came behind Ma Hongguang, which stunned the bandits who still had some strength left to fight her. Now, seeing Shen Miaoqing strike Ma Hongguang's head with a stick, blood was faintly visible on the ground. After dealing with Ma Hongguang, Shen Miaoqing turned her attention back to the bandits nearby. Some bandits were already feeling pain from the fight, and those who hadn't been hit yet hesitated and stepped back after seeing what happened to Ma Hongguang. Only the few closest to Ma Hongguang looked worriedly at him and glared at Shin Miaoqing with hostility. Just as these few were about to attack Shin Miaoqing again, they looked back and saw that the people behind them did not follow. Their steps stopped, and they hesitated. Even though they cared about Ma Hongguang, they weren't willing to risk their lives for him. They then looked at Fang Xingwen, who had been watching the scene from the sidelines. Fang Xingwen showed no signs of rushing to help or risking himself. Even Ma Hongguang, a big man, was easily knocked down by Shin Miaoqing. They didn't think they could face someone so terrifying. Seeing the bandits stop, Shin Miaoqing decided not to pursue them further. She didn't care what they were thinking. She pulled Ma Hongguang away from Lin Yang and Xin Dalong to keep him safe. She knew that hitting him might not wake him up easily, but she didn't want to take that risk. Only by removing him from their sight could she feel more at ease. Just after pulling Ma Hongguang away, Shin Miaoqing noticed that Xin Dalong and Lin Yang were missing the 3 little kids. Her brow furrowed sharply at once. "Where are Xiao Fu and the brothers?" she asked. Xin Dalong, caught off guard by her question, quickly snapped out of his thoughts. Knowing Shin Miaoqing was concerned about the children, he didn't beat around the bush and hurriedly said, "They're fine, hiding somewhere." Hearing this, Shin Miaoqing felt relieved. She knew Xin Dalong wouldn't joke about the safety of the children. At this moment, she didn't want to get into details. She just needed to make sure everyone was safe. Now, she knew she had to deal with the current trouble. Therefore, this time Shin Miaoqing did not wait for them to come forward voluntarily. She directly took the sturdy wooden stick and walked ahead. Coincidentally, at this moment, the people closest to Ma Hongguang were at the front, and the others were slowly retreating toward the gate. Shin Miaoqing recognized some of these people. Without any extra movement, she decisively struck the wooden stick heavily on their bodies. After just a few strikes, the people who had been upset about Ma Hongguang's situation immediately changed to feeling sorry for themselves. This girl is really ruthless. They clearly realized they couldn't fight back and didn't want to get into trouble, so they scrambled and rolled to escape the courtyard. What followed was just like at the beginning. Everyone desperately pushed toward the narrow gate, all trying to leave quickly. Fang Xingwen had anticipated this and quickly stepped back when they tried to rush out, afraid he might get pushed over too. Seeing these people panicking and fleeing, Shin Miaoqing showed no sympathy. She even swung her stick a few more times behind them. She had no compassion for those who came to trouble her. Thanks to her strikes, those trying to escape were pushed over and fell. When old Husan returned with his men, he saw a scene of people scrambling to escape. He wondered what was going on. Why did everyone look like that? The 30 or so people following old Husan also looked confused. They hadn't seen clearly what happened at the door when Fang Xingwen and his men arrived. In the end, old Husan pulled Fang Xingwen aside and asked what had happened. After learning that Ma Hongguang was hurt, old Husan sighed secretly, realizing he had been right about the girl. She was capable. However, old Husan didn't pay much attention to Ma Hongguang's injury. In his eyes, someone like Ma Hongguang, with his behavior, was bound to get into trouble sooner or later. After the 30 or so people Fang Xingwen led out of the door, old Husan carefully entered the small courtyard. The first thing he saw was Ma Hongguang, bleeding heavily from the back of his head. This scene confirmed what Fang Xingwen had just said. That girl really did split open Ma Hongguang's head. After Old Man who entered the wooden door, he was hit by a small piece of firewood thrown by Shin Miaoqing. Old Man who quickly dodged and was not hit, but before he could feel relieved, he saw Shin Miaoqing already holding a chopping knife, seemingly intending to throw it at them. Old Man who immediately swallowed his words, ignored everything else, and staggered away from the courtyard with his people. Meanwhile, Shin Miaoqing looked very impatient. She had driven away one group, only to face another, now the 3rd time. This was really annoying. She thought it would take some time to handle this again, but surprisingly, the people this time were sensible and left on their own. Shin Miaoqing finally relaxed and looked at Ma Hongguang lying in the middle of the courtyard. She had no intention of helping him. That person was already planning to kill, and if she hadn't been somewhat skilled, she and her family would be the ones dead. So, it wasn't worth feeling sorry about. She didn't give him a final blow but let him go to the afterlife. This was her mercy. As for now, if no one takes him away to treat him and he just dies here, then it's his fate. Shen Miaoqing waited a little longer, and seeing no one else coming in, she finally returned to her house. "Quickly bring out the brothers and little Fu," she said as she entered, still worried about these little ones. Seeing this, Shen Dalong led Shen Miaoqing and Lady Lin into the thatched house. As they walked, he explained what had happened. Shen Miaoqing listened carefully and soon understood what Shen Dalong meant. It turned out that the remaining villagers from Xiushui village were hiding in the underground cave, and the backyard of this thatched house had an entrance to the cave. The villagers in the cave heard what was happening above and, after some discussion, decided to secretly take Shen Dalong, Lady Lin, and the 3 children to hide in the cave. Shen Dalong and Lady Lin, worried about Shen Miaoqing's situation, didn't want to hide in the cave. But because they were concerned about the safety of the 3 children, Shen Dalong took the children to hide in the mountain cave. Soon after, Shen Dalong came out again, choosing to face the bandits with Lady Lin and Shen Miaoqing. After hearing what happened, Shen Miaoqing was silent for a moment. In the end, she said, "Parents, if there are any more dangerous times in the future, I hope you will prioritize your safety first." There was no need for them to stay and accompany her, because sometimes their presence doesn't help much. Shen Miaoqing didn't say more because she understood that Shen Dalong and Lin Yang stayed despite their own safety out of worry and care for her. But sometimes caring too much can cause trouble. Just like earlier, Shen Miaoqing sensed that Ma Hongguang was about to hurt Lin Yang, so she had to quickly escape the circle of danger to protect her. In doing so, she was accidentally hit on the back with a wooden stick, though she didn't show any pain. At the same time, she felt relieved because it was just a wooden stick that hit her, not a hoe or a chopping knife. Shen Miaoqing took a moment to breathe and then continued speaking as she walked to find the little ones. "Mom and Dad, I know you're worried about my safety, but as you saw today, I do have some skills. However, I am not all-powerful. Sometimes I can take care of myself, but I can't look after everyone at once. So, your safety is the greatest help you can give me." Shen Miaoqing spoke clearly and logically, explaining her point. She also hoped that after this experience, Lin Yang and Shen Dalong would remember this lesson. Not holding her back or distracting her is the best help they can give. Because neither of them has fighting skills, they can't even protect themselves, let alone help her. Shen Dalong and Lin Yang understood what Shen Miaoqing meant. They also realized that their staying earlier didn't help her, but only caused more trouble. Especially Lin Yang, who felt deep regret. She shouldn't have opened that wooden door, or this wouldn't have happened. "Qing'er, it's my fault. I shouldn't have opened the door earlier. I'm sorry." Shen Miaoqing understood Lin Yang's regret. After clearly explaining, she didn't want to dwell on it. She simply hoped that next time, such things wouldn't happen again. Shen Daliang also looked at his daughter with guilt. She had already worked hard for the family, and they indeed shouldn't hold her back anymore. At the same time, Shen Daliang understood that Shen Miaoqing's words and actions were mainly out of concern that something might happen to them. Therefore, Shen Daliang sincerely assured Shen Miaoqing that next time they would be more careful about their safety and not make her worry. Seeing their response, Shen Miaoqing felt a little more at ease because she truly didn't want them to keep risking themselves just to help her. In fact, they couldn't do much to help and might only distract her again. Instead, it was better for them to focus on staying safe. After this incident, she thought it might help prevent similar problems in the future. Thinking this way, Shen Miaoqing felt that this experience wasn't entirely a bad thing. The journey to escape hardship was still ongoing, and she might face many more dangers ahead. She preferred to listen to good advice. While the 3 of them were talking, Shen Daliang soon took Lin Yang and Shen Miaoqing to the cave where he had left the children earlier. Shen Miaoqing looked at the spot. Behind a pile of firewood used as cover, there was an ordinary-looking place with many scattered items, and surprisingly, there was a cave underneath. This made Shen Miaoqing feel a little surprised. Shen Daliang squatted down, approached the ground, and called out, "Big brother, everything is fine outside. I'm here to pick up my children." At first, there was no response. Shen Daliang didn't rush and called a few more times in a steady manner. Finally, there was movement below. Soon, the cave was opened and 2 people crawled out. They carefully looked around to make sure everything was safe, then called out to the cave, "It's fine now. Bring out his children." After their words, 2 more people came out of the cave, along with Xiao Fu and Shun Chao, Shun Chao's brothers. Shun Miaoqing saw the 3 healthy children, and her heart finally felt at ease. After all, Shun Miaoqing usually made plans for the worst. She didn't fully trust the kind villagers Shen Daliang mentioned until she saw the 3 children safe and sound. Now that they were approaching her, she confirmed that everything was fine. At the same time, Shun Miaoqing noticed that the 2 people who came out with the 3 children were the same 2 she had met earlier while wandering around the village. One was dressed in gray, and the other in dark blue. When they came out, their clothes were a bit muddy from brushing against the ground. They both wore silly smiles and were looking at her, especially the young man in dark blue, whose gaze lingered on her. Shen Miaoqing could sense he meant no harm and, thinking he was trying to help the children out of kindness, she paid no attention to his steady stare. The young man in dark blue, Deshu, felt very happy to see Shen Miaoqing safe and sound. Earlier, to avoid danger, he had hidden in a cave instead of calling her family over.
He felt guilty about that.
He disliked his own cowardice and worried whether she had already encountered trouble with the mountain bandits outside. They could hear the noisy sounds from the yard outside, which indicated that the villagers of Xiushui village had learned about what was happening. Many villagers were kind-hearted and didn't want to see the outsiders die needlessly, so they tried to bring people back into the cave. However, some were afraid for their own safety and didn't want to go out. Deshu and Huzi didn't speak up at first because they were young and no one would believe what they said. Seeing their families' worried faces, they decided to stay silent. But eventually, 2 villagers who had lost loved ones in a previous attack by mountain bandits stepped forward. They were in great pain from their loss and didn't want others to suffer the same. These 2 risked going outside, holding their tools, even considering the possibility they might not return to the cave. They were prepared to fight the bandits, if necessary. Their families were gone, but their hearts still held anger. When they went out, they didn't expect that besides the woman facing the bandits outside, 3 children and a couple had managed to stay safe inside the house. Finally, 2 villagers chose to take their 3 children into the cave to stay safe, while Shen Dalong and Lin Yang refused to leave. The villagers initially thought that these 3 outside might be in serious danger, but they didn't expect that not long after, these people actually came to pick up the children. Especially the woman, who returned completely unharmed. "You guys." Villager Li Darren looked at Shen Dalong with confusion. Li Zhongho, standing beside him, shared the same doubt. Shen Dalong naturally saw their confusion and explained the situation to them. At the same time, Shen Dalong repeatedly expressed his thanks. He understood that no matter what, these 2 risking their safety to help were doing so out of kindness, and he was very grateful. Lin Yang and Shen Miaoqing also sincerely thanked them. After hearing Shen Dalong's story, Li Darren and Li Zhongho looked at Shen Miaoqing with disbelief. They never expected that this seemingly ordinary girl had such skills. "So, you mean that the big guy with the scarred face, Ma Hongguang, was hit on the back of the head?" Their main concern was still this point, and after Shen Dalong and Shen Miaoqing nodded in agreement, the 2 middle-aged men's eyes filled with tears. Their minds were racing, but in the end, they chose to believe what they said. After all, they were safe here, which proved that those mountain bandits couldn't do anything to them. Moreover, Li Darren and Li Zhongho really longed for those bandits to get there just deserts. They dreamed of someone coming to deliver justice. Now that they heard the bandits had actually been caught in trouble, they couldn't hide their joy. After their excitement, they couldn't help but go outside to check if the story was true. Only Dahu and Huzi remained, and at that moment, Dahu finally realized he had been staring at the girl for a long time. He carefully looked at Shen Miaoqing's face, and seeing she had no unusual expression, he felt a bit relieved. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but blush secretly. Earlier, when Dahu heard that the Li family wanted to take the children out, he acted faster than his thoughts, quickly grabbing a few children from other villagers and rushing to send them out. Tiger is very close to Dashu. When he saw his good friends leave, he also went out with them. At this time, Shin Daliang and Lin Yang saw these two come out, and they also brought the children along. They sincerely thanked everyone. Shin Miaoqing also said thank you to the two after Shin Daliang and Lin Yang spoke. Dashu blushed even more when he heard, "Thank you," and stammered, "I didn't do much. No need to thank me." Shin Miaoqing was not foolish. She could see why he reacted like that. But she didn't feel anything for him and simply ignored it. She reached out and gently picked up Xiao Fu, who had been watching her, and patted his back softly to comfort him, saying, "Everything is over now, it's okay." Her gentle tone calmed Xiao Fu, who had been a little worried. Xiao Fu snuggled in Shin Miaoqing's arms and felt very relaxed. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. When danger first appeared, children could sense that adults were acting strangely. But Xiao Fu knew she couldn't do much and could only follow the plan. Now, seeing her kind and gentle sister again, Xiao Fu felt even more at ease. Shin Miaoqing also took care of her two brothers, reaching out to pat their heads. Compared to Xiao Fu, Shin Chaoqian and Shin Chaotu understood the danger better. They saw through the crack in the door that many people had surrounded their sister. It was a dangerous situation, but their sister was capable of handling so many people alone. Now, in their eyes, she seemed unstoppable. Especially Shin Chaotu, who looked at Shin Miaoqing with shining eyes. As for Shin Chaoqian, besides admiring her bravery, he was worried about her health and asked, "Sister, are you okay?" Shin Miaoqing didn't expect him to ask that. She wanted to prevent the children from worrying too much. She smiled gently and answered casually, "What could happen to your sister?" Everyone got along well. Dashu watched from the side and thought that the woman in front of him, smiling like a flower, was very beautiful and charming. He was momentarily stunned. Next to him, Tiger couldn't help but think that Dashu was daydreaming again. It's not quite right now. It's no longer daytime, as the sky has turned dark. If it gets any later, it might be hard to see the road at all. Just then, a few more people started to come out of the cave, cautiously peering around and looking carefully at their surroundings. Big Tree's mother was the first to notice the silly-looking Big Tree and hurried over. "What's wrong with you? It would have been fine if you just let others come out. Why did you have to come out yourself and take this risk?" Her husband shared the same thought. Their family only has Big Tree, and normally they don't like him to go out. But this kid is quite mischievous and doesn't listen to advice. This time was no different. Despite knowing there might be bandits outside, he still ran out, completely reckless. After checking on Big Tree's mother couldn't help but glance around again, making sure there were no bandits nearby. Only then did she feel a little more at ease. Finally, her gaze shifted to Shin Miaoqing's family, but her look was not very friendly. At first, Big Tree's mother didn't want to bring the children outside, but the Leaf family was stubborn and insisted on coming out to bring people in. Because of her close ties with the Leaf family and the cave, she couldn't stop them, so she had to give up. However, her son seemed to have lost his mind and insisted on going out. Big Tree's mother couldn't agree, and after some words, she managed to dissuade her son. But she didn't expect that not long after, her son would voluntarily send the children out. After hesitating for a moment, Big Tree's mother and father decided to come out and bring Big Tree back. As soon as they stepped out, Big Tree's mother saw her son's eyes fixed on the woman, and she immediately understood her son's thoughts. Looking at the woman's appearance, she was quite charming. No wonder she had captivated her silly son. Big Tree's mother sharply patted Big Tree on the back of his head. "Kid, get your mind back. Stop staring. What's so good about that charming look?" she blurted out without thinking. Realizing her words might be inappropriate, she didn't want to take them back but chose to ignore Shin Miaoqing's expression. Shin Miaoqing's face grew colder at her words. Before Shin Miaoqing's family could react, Big Tree immediately retorted, "Mom, don't talk like that. She's not like that at all. Kid, are you really going to say that about your mother just for an outsider? Oh, my poor life. I worked hard to raise you, and now I am worried about you, risking my safety to come out. You always say such things about me, sob sob." Mother Deshu's words came out naturally, and tears and crying immediately filled her voice. This made Deshu even more upset, and he quickly tried to explain, apologize, and comfort her. Shen Miaoqing watched from the side, feeling surprised. She thought her controlling nature was too strong. She didn't want to get involved with such a person, especially since she wasn't interested in her son anyway. Thinking this way, Shen Miaoqing didn't want to watch this fuss anymore. She held her little Fu in her arms and left the backyard. As for the comment about her being charming, she just took it as a compliment. Moreover, Shen Miaoqing didn't want to argue with her because her son had helped a few children, so she wasn't interested in making trouble. Such words were harmless, and she was too lazy to bother. Seeing that Shen Miaoqing had already left, Xinda Lang and Lin Yang naturally didn't stop. They continued watching the noisy scene. Deshu looked at his noisy mother, who had already left, and felt even more powerless inside. His mother was always like this. If something didn't go her way, she would use it to teach him, saying he was ungrateful. But seeing his mother crying so sadly, Deshu couldn't help but comfort her. After all, as his mother said, it wasn't easy for her to raise him, and he should be grateful. Next to them, Huzi watched the scene the whole time without saying anything, only reaching up to touch his head. Shen Miaoqing carried little Fu out to the yard and saw Li Daren and Li Zhongho beating and kicking Ma Hongguang, who was lying on the ground. Ma Hongguang, who was being beaten, seemed to still feel what was happening outside. When hit, pain surged through him, and he couldn't help but curl up in pain. His consciousness was fading.
He felt like he was about to die.
Blood was flowing from the back of his head, and the pain all over his body was real.
He didn't want to die.
He thought he shouldn't have provoked this woman. Ma Hongguang struggled but couldn't move, only lying there helplessly being beaten. Shen Miaoqing watched quietly, without interfering. She could see the pain on both faces and hated the bandits even more. Soon after, Xinda Lang, Lin Yang, and her two brothers came out behind Shen Miaoqing. They all saw what happened but chose to stay silent. Shen Miaoqing put down the little blessing she was holding and moved the basket she initially placed inside the house back onto the cart. Throughout, Shen Miaoqing didn't say a word. When Xinda Wang and Lin Yang saw her actions, they also followed her example and placed their belongings on the ox cart. After a long while, when Shen Miaoqing had almost finished packing everything onto the cart, Li Daren and Li Zhongho slowly stopped what they were doing. Shen Miaoqing briefly glanced over. Her blow had nearly killed Ma Hongguang on the ground. He had been bleeding for a long time without treatment. Now, after being beaten so badly, he probably wouldn't survive much longer. But Shen Miaoqing didn't care about that. Such cruel bandits deserve their fate. Standing still for a while, Li Daren and Li Zhongho finally regained their composure. Tears appeared on their faces. They remembered how suddenly the bandits had come into the village last time, catching them off guard. Their wives had been out together, taking their children to pick wild vegetables on the mountain, when they unexpectedly encountered Ma Hongguang and his men. Ma Hongguang and his followers had evil intentions. Later, their wives and children desperately ran away, but they couldn't escape the brutal bandits. Their resistance only brought them death. When the two men arrived, they saw their wives and children dead. They had planned to fight the bandits, but villagers stopped them. The villagers felt sorry for their suffering but couldn't bear to see them die so easily. Then, two men among the bandits, who had brought many others, said something to the others, which stopped Ma Hongguang from continuing to kill the villagers. Some villagers managed to survive, but much of their belongings were stolen. Since their wives and children died, Li Daren and Li Zhongho had been overwhelmed with grief and hated bandits like Ma Hongguang deeply. Now, seeing a chance for revenge, they didn't want to miss it. Every punch and kick they threw was full of strength. They wanted to vent all their anger and hatred. Ma Hongguang struggled to open his eyes and try to fight, but it was useless. He remained trapped in darkness and pain, feeling his life slipping away in suffering. Shen Miaoqing finished packing the items in her basket and decided to leave the house with her family for now. Lady Lin and Xin Dalong hugged the children tightly and followed Shen Miaoqing. Over time, the couple had come to see Shen Miaoqing as the main support of the family. They didn't question her decisions and simply chose to obey. Just as Shun Miaoqing was about to leave the yard with the ox cart, she was stopped by Li Daren and Li Zhongho standing nearby. She patiently stopped to listen to what they had to say. The two men spoke with tears in their eyes, both struggling to hide their sadness and pain. Miss, Ma Hongguang's current situation is all because of you. My name is Li Daren and this is my brother Li Zhongho. Our parents passed away early, and we have depended on each other for many years. We finally saved enough money to marry and have children. Life was getting better, but we never expected to encounter bandits like this. Yes, meeting such scoundrels made us feel sorry for our wives and children. Li Daren and Li Zhongho began to complain, tears welling up in their eyes. Their words were heartfelt, clearly describing the scenes and times when their wives and children were harmed. They explained everything about Ma Hongguang becoming a bandit and the situation in their hometown of Xiushui village, sharing all details with Shun Miaoqing. Shun Miaoqing listened quietly, beginning to understand why they were telling her all this. Standing nearby, Shun Dalong and Lady Lin were deeply moved. Both of them had children and felt sympathy for their plight. They couldn't help but comfort Li Daren and Li Zhongho as they listened. However, Shun Miaoqing remained silent. Although she felt sympathy for their suffering, she was not ready to take risks. Finally, after finishing their story, Li Daren and Li Zhongho revealed their true purpose to Shun Miaoqing. Their goal was similar to what Shun Miaoqing had guessed. Girl, I know I shouldn't ask this, and it's not right, but we really have no other choice. You are capable. You even managed to deal with Ma Hongguang, the leader, and there are nearly 100 others who can't handle you. So, we want to ask you to help punish those bandits who are doing wrong. Li Daren and Li Zhongho spoke sincerely and praised Shun Miaoqing repeatedly. However, if their plan were to be carried out, it might not be a good thing for Shun Miaoqing. Right now, the bandits probably wouldn't dare target her again, and she's not afraid of them. When the weather clears the next day, they can continue fleeing and traveling. There's no need to cause more trouble. This way, they can also prevent the bandits from acting rashly and harming Shun Miaoqing's loved ones. Because Shun Miaoqing sees things clearly, she hasn't spoken up. She feels she's not yet ready to become a hero who fights evil and promotes good. Instead, Lin Yang and Shun Dalong reacted more strongly than Shun Miaoqing to what Li Daren and Li Zhongho said, and they immediately stepped forward.
No.
My daughter is just a young girl. She can't take such risks. Lin Yang absolutely cannot agree to this, especially since her daughter is already facing danger from the bandits. Shun Dalong shares the same attitude. Though they feel sorry for what their daughter and Shun Miaoqing are going through, they won't risk their own daughter's safety. We cannot accept your request. We understand your difficulties, but we are powerless. However, those who do wrong, like bandits, will be punished. Shun Dalong stood protectively in front of his wife and daughter, adding these words. His face was serious and earnest, and his meaning was clear. Li Daren had expected rejection but still hoped to try again. Before he could finish, Li Zhongho stopped him from speaking further. They exchanged a look, and Li Zhongho shook his head. This girl has already done a great deed by giving us a chance to avenge the evil Ma Hongguang. Now we shouldn't force her anymore. We are very grateful that the girl has allowed Ma Hongguang to face justice. Ma Hongguang was a notorious bully in their nearby village. Later, in this chaotic world, he became a bandit leader. They had some expectations about this. But they never imagined that Ma Hongguang would be so ruthless every time he attacked. Other bandits would just steal things and not hurt anyone. Only Ma Hongguang and his 30 or so men would always cause injuries or deaths. They were very cruel and vicious. When Li Zhongho learned that Shun Miaoqing had such skills, he initially hoped she could punish more bandits and make them face justice. But when she refused, Li Zhongho was prepared for that. He didn't want to insist further, and only asked once. When Li Daren was about to speak again, Li Zhongho interrupted him. Shun Miaoqing, who had been watching them, finally spoke after they finished talking. She said calmly, "You don't need to thank me. The bandits threatened our safety, so I had to act. Since you chose to help my family during this dangerous time, I appreciate your kindness. I've dealt with this bandit myself. If you have a grudge against him, it's settled now. As for hoping I would fight those bandits again, I don't think I have the strength for that. I need to protect myself and my family, and I want everyone to stay safe. Please forgive me if I can't sacrifice myself like that. Shen Miaoqing spoke softly but firmly, making her words clear. She appreciated their kindness in helping her family hide in the cave during the danger. That's why she explained herself honestly. Although she kept the kindness in her heart, she wasn't ready to risk her life again to fight hundreds of bandits. She paused and then continued, I feel sorry for your misfortune and hate those terrible bandits. But I think this village is quite large and there should be many villagers here. Maybe if you organize yourselves, you could better deal with those bandits. From what I hear, more families in the village have suffered too. Shen Miaoqing's words were logical and well-supported. In fact, it was true that the villagers of Xiushui village did not have fewer people than the hundreds of mountain bandits. However, they were not united and lacked a sense of resistance. When faced with bandits robbing them, everyone thought only of hiding or giving up their belongings to keep peace. Many villagers believed that such incidents were rare and thought that as long as they obediently followed orders, nothing would happen. Little did they know, such concessions would only make their situation worse in the future. Even if I help handle the bandits this time, can you guarantee there won't be other bandits stealing again? After Shen Miaoqing finished speaking, Li Daren and Li Zhongho fell into deep thought. Shen Miaoqing also knew that organizing a group of uncooperative villagers to face danger was very difficult. But she believed that trying was necessary. Without action, there would be no chance. She was just reminding them from the side. When she finished, Shen Miaoqing had nothing more to say. The sky was getting late, and it was better to rest early with the children so they could continue their journey the next day. Without waiting for Li Daren and Li Zhongho to respond, Shen Miaoqing gently drove the ox cart out of the yard. She planned to return to the village entrance, where they would take turns guarding at night. Safety was the most important. Li Daren and Li Zhongho watched her figure leave, wanting to say something but finding no words. They had already expressed their stance. The girl had done her best to offer good ideas and measures. What could they do by going to find others now? Still, her words had opened their minds. Xiushui village had nearly 100 villagers. If back then they had organized a resistance, perhaps they could have fought back against bullies like Ma Hongguang. Or, at least, they could have saved some lives. But at first, each family only thought of hiding and never considered resisting. They even handed over their belongings early to the bandits. Their village chief had only suggested everyone hide in their underground cellars, never thinking of fighting back. Could they hide in the cave forever? Obviously not. The cave was originally dug by the Li family to store things. Inside, the space was small, and only recently had it been widened enough to hold so many villagers. Moreover, during rainy days, the cave leaked rainwater, forcing people to go out and find shelter. They couldn't even be sure when the cave might collapse. After understanding this, Li Daren and Li Zhongho decided to go back and suggest to the villagers of Xiushui village that they take action. Although their loved ones were gone, they didn't want others to suffer the same pain. Another reason was that if Xiushui village could strengthen its defenses, they might have a chance to fight back if they encountered men under Ma Hongguang again. They wanted these mountain bandits to face justice. Once they had sorted everything out, the two hurried to the cave to make their plans happen, feeling hopeful again. However, they overlooked one thing. Uniting so many people without certain skills is very difficult to achieve. Shen Miaoqing was driving a bullock cart when she left the yard. After just a few steps, she sensed someone nearby. It was obvious. Talking voices and clumsy attempts to hide suddenly fell silent. Shen Miaoqing became alert. She paused her steps, originally planning to leave. She thought the bandits would have left, but they surprisingly stayed stubbornly. After hesitating for a moment, Shen Miaoqing and her family went directly to a nearby house. It was the house next to where they had fought earlier. Not going to the village entrance wasn't a big problem. Safety was more important. Old Hu-san saw Shen Miaoqing and her group come out and wanted to approach to discuss his ideas. But, remembering Shen Miaoqing's attitude earlier, he hesitated and didn't go forward. Instead, He and his companions moved to hide at the alley entrance. Seeing Shen Miaoqing and her group enter the neighboring house again, old Husan was about to step forward, but was interrupted by Fang Xingwen. Old Husan, what are you doing here? Fang Xingwen saw what old Husan was up to and, along with his people, decided not to leave and to see what old Husan wanted to do. But seeing that a lot of time had passed and Hu Laosan had not made any move, Fang Xingwen couldn't help but ask, "Mind your own business. What I do has nothing to do with you." Hu Laosan didn't even look at Fang Xingwen, keeping his eyes fixed on Shen Miaoqing. He thought that once the girl and her group went inside and closed the door, there might be no chance today. Hu Laosan didn't hesitate anymore and stepped forward again, this time telling his companions not to follow him. Lu Erden and his group obediently stayed aside, not approaching. Hu Laosan had already told them his goal, and Lu Erden had no objections, choosing to follow Hu Laosan's plan completely. Of course, some people disagreed with Hu Laosan's idea, but Hu Laosan didn't force them. Those who didn't agree could leave at any time. At this moment, Shen Miaoqing had already driven the ox cart into the courtyard of the house. She was about to close the gate when Hu Laosan suddenly rushed out. "Wait, miss, I have something to say to you." Shen Miaoqing looked at the hurried man who came out. He was alone, without weapons, and didn't seem to have any malicious intent. His purpose was unclear. She hadn't spoken yet, but Hu Laosan was worried she wouldn't want to listen to him, so he quickly added, "Miss, your skills are really impressive. You look capable, and I truly admire you." Before Hu Laosan could finish his words, Shen Miaoqing continued, closing the door. This action clearly signaled to Hu Laosan that she wasn't interested in his words and wanted him to get to the point quickly. Otherwise, she didn't want to listen any longer. Hu Laosan was not stupid and immediately understood what her action meant. He quickly focused on the main point, saying, "Miss, you all are probably fleeing south to escape the famine, right? I want to take some brothers and go south with you." Hearing this, Shen Miaoqing looked at Hu Laosan again. His hair was messy, his face had a lot of stubble, and his clothes were old but dry. His expression was serious, not like he was joking. She believed there might be some truth in his words, but she couldn't understand why they wanted to escape south with her. They had quite a few people, and if they wanted to flee south, why not just go directly? Why choose to go with her? Furthermore, Shen Miaoqing had no interest in fleeing with a group of strangers from the mountain bandits, especially since they had just fought each other. If these bandits had other plans, fleeing together could be very risky. Considering these points, Shen Miaoqing had no intention of escaping with Old Man Hu. At this moment, she firmly refused, saying, "No need." Afterward, she didn't want to hear Old Man Hu say anything more and directly closed the door of the courtyard. Old Man Hu was rejected, but he expected this. He knew that things wouldn't be so easy. He was surprised by how decisively the girl refused, not even giving him a chance to say more. He thought for a moment, but decided not to bother her and waited until the girl came out the next day to talk again. As for why Old Man Hu wanted to escape with her, the main reason was that he no longer wanted to be a mountain bandit. He had always hoped to leave the mountains and find a better place. He only became a bandit out of necessity. He understood that this path was not good and that problems would eventually arise. Also, after becoming a bandit, they lost their household registration, making it difficult to do official work later and increasing the risk of being hunted down by authorities. He was interested in the girl and her group because she was skilled, had plenty of supplies, and had eliminated Ma Hongguang, making her seem capable. Ma Hongguang always opposed Old Man Hu leaving the mountain, as he was a hindrance to stopping him from becoming a major bandit leader. Ma Hongguang was determined to stay a bandit and needed many people to build a large bandit camp. However, Old Man Hu didn't want to cooperate with him. Ma Hongguang kept saying they were like ants on the same rope, and if Old Man Hu dared to leave with his people, he wouldn't let them go easily. Because of Ma Hongguang's interference, Old Man Hu hadn't found a good time to leave and had to delay for now. Now, with the girl having defeated Ma Hongguang and shown such skill, Old Man Hu couldn't help but consider this idea. Additionally, Old Man Hu suspected that she might have household registration papers and travel documents. He wanted to see if he could use the household registration information from the girl to create a fake identity and escape with them. Although Old Man Who knew this idea was risky and the chances of success were slim, he still wanted to try. As for why he didn't ask others, Old Man Who felt that besides this girl, there was no one else suitable for the task at the moment. Shen Miaoqing didn't know about Old Man Who's complicated thoughts. After closing the yard door, she took out some venison, cooked a big pot of meat soup, grilled some of the venison, and prepared a simple vegetable dish. Their meal was similar to what they had at noon, but since the marinated venison had come into contact with water, it was better to finish eating it quickly rather than let it spoil. So, there was plenty of food this time. Although the water-affected venison had been cleaned and properly handled, Shen Miaoqing, who was capable, usually wouldn't eat it if she could avoid it. So she quickly grilled 2 venison legs, also as a way to comfort her wounded spirit after the day's violence. The aroma of the roasted venison legs was very strong and tempting. Soon, a rich, unique smell filled the air. Old Man Who had been waiting outside, was drawn in by this powerful scent. What is this? It smells so good. Lu Erden, walking beside Old Man Who, kept sniffing the air as if he could somehow eat the smell. What's that? It smells so delicious, Lu Erden said, continuing to inhale deeply. Next to Fang Xingwen, Zhuo Daqiang heard this and nodded in agreement. Seeing Lu Erden's actions, he also tried to imitate him. Lu Erden was clever. It seemed that inhaling like this could somehow eat the smell. Old Man Who and Fang Xingwen saw their actions and couldn't stand watching anymore. But when they looked back, they saw many others nearby doing the same. Really? It's just a bit of good smell. Soon, the air was filled with a fresh aroma and the rich scent of meat, both very intense. When the smell appeared, Old Man Who felt it was a bit overwhelming. He hadn't expected such a strong fragrance. Especially after getting soaked in the rain and changing into dry clothes, everyone was feeling the warm, fragrant air and longing for comfort. A gust of wind blew, causing Fang Xingwen to shiver because his clothes were still wet. There are no dry clothes in this village. The villagers hide their belongings very well. Old Who, are you really determined to leave with that girl? Fang Xingwen and Old Who San sat together on the doorstep. What else can I do? I don't want to be a mountain bandit for my whole life. Without official registration, I have no roots and can't settle down. Moreover, with the conditions up on the mountain, do you really think my wife and children should stay there forever? Old Who San's gaze fell on the courtyard where Shen Miaoqing was resting, and his tone was serious as he spoke to Fang Xingwen. Although Old Who San and Fang Xingwen haven't known each other long, they both dislike Ma Hongguang's way of doing things, so their relationship is quite friendly. At this moment, Old Who San also wanted to advise Fang Xingwen not to go further down the path of banditry. Fang Xingwen understood Old Who San's intention. Although they haven't been bandits for long because they had involved in robbing and killing villagers from Xiushui village, the villagers had reported to the authorities. Many of them had their household registration taken away, which seemed like an irreversible path. Because killing villagers would lead to being registered and losing their household registration, they strongly opposed Ma Hongguang's act of killing. If it was just theft, the consequences wouldn't be so serious. Fang Xingwen knew well that before external enemies invaded, the local soldiers wouldn't completely ignore the villagers' lives. They might come to suppress the bandits next time. So, their line of work was very dangerous. But now that things had come to this, did they still have hope to turn over a new leaf and live a good life? Seeing Old Who San like this, Fang Xingwen felt a bit shaken. Then why are you so sure you want to follow that girl? Fang Xingwen asked again. Can't you see why I do it? Old Who San knew Fang Xingwen was just seeking comfort. His meaning was simple, and he had already mentioned it openly in front of so many people. He didn't believe this guy didn't understand. At this point, Old Who San thought of his brothers around him. These people initially came from a nearby village, mostly from the same place. The old village chief didn't leave with them, but led the team. At first, there were over 60 of them. Traveling such a long distance was not easy, and besides themselves, their families on the mountain were also waiting for them. Their decision to go down the mountain and rob again was partly to feed their families. However, Old Man Who knew that their actions were wrong. He took this chance to speak again, sharing his thoughts. At first, he only mentioned it briefly without going into details. Now, Old Man Who explained the pros and cons, the risks, and how he was leading about 30 people. He warned that without official registration or proper identification, they might be stopped halfway and caught as mountain bandits, which would lead to a bad ending. He suggested it might be better to stay on the mountain, where they might avoid trouble and exhaustion. After he explained everything clearly, some people started to feel hesitant, thinking it might be better to stay in the mountains than to go out and risk their lives. About half of them were unsure and wavering. At this moment, over 30 of Ma Hongguang's men arrived, and Ma Yuanshan, who was very close to Ma Hongguang, stepped forward. Ma Yuanshan was Ma Hongguang's cousin, and he shared the same idea, wanting to take control of the mountain. Earlier, when facing Shin Miaoqing, he was beaten badly with a wooden stick. He had just checked on his cousin and found he was already gone. Now he was ready to take over as the mountain leader and guide everyone. Meanwhile, Old Man Who was ungrateful and reckless, was trying to follow the woman to escape, which was foolish. Don't listen to him. Without official registration, you're already in a difficult situation. The hardships of fleeing and traveling are well known. Why not stay on the mountain and be good bandits? Ma Yuanshan confidently said, enjoying the feeling of everyone listening to him. Old Man Who frowned and said, you all know the danger of always being mountain bandits. Living like this, blood on the swords, will eventually cause trouble. That's a joke. At least our lives are better this way. Our situation isn't as simple as you think, Ma Yuanguang replied firmly. The two argued back and forth, but in the end, the final decision was left to the people behind them. Ultimately, half of Old Man Who's group chose to follow Ma Yuanguang and continue being mountain bandits. Old 3, it's not that we don't want to listen to you, but they're right. Things are not as simple as you imagine, someone said. This is a path we can't turn back from. We might as well see it through. Although they were all from the same hometown, some considerations made them choose differently. Many who didn't follow Old Man Who thought this way. Old Man Who stayed silent. He had made himself clear. They could choose what they wanted, and he couldn't interfere anymore. What Old Man Who didn't know was that just a wall away, Shin Miaoqing overheard their conversation. The volume was quite loud, so she couldn't help but hear everything. These words made her understand their intentions. At this moment, Shin Miaoqing was also thinking about what purpose these people served for Old Man Who. It was late at night, the sky dark as ink, and the air still carried the fresh smell of rain. In the simple house, only Shin Dalong was on guard. Everyone else had already gone to sleep after dinner, especially the children, who slept soundly and peacefully. Shin Miaoqing, having just finished resting, was watering her plants in her space. After watering, she used her free time to study her martial arts secret book. She was currently focusing on a type of staff technique, which emphasized strength and power. Each move was straightforward, not fancy, and full of force. At the same time, it also required skill and technique, balancing flexibility and strength, considering the length of the staff, power, and speed. After practicing for a while, Shin Miaoqing felt her body sweating, but not tired. Instead, she felt more motivated. She enjoyed learning martial arts and was willing to put more effort into it. Outside the space, Ma Yuanguang and his group moved quietly. Are you sure we still want to take the girls' things? Someone beside Ma Yuanguang hesitated. They had seen the girl's skills today. Now, facing her again, they couldn't help but feel uncertain. Ma Yuanguang frowned when he heard this. Maybe we should just leave empty-handed. He knew the girl was capable, but they had no choice. They had searched the village thoroughly today, but found nothing to eat, only a few pieces of clothing. If they went back empty-handed, what would they eat?
It would be a pointless trip down the mountain.
They hadn't even had a meal today. He had smelled the delicious aroma from inside earlier. Definitely meat. The girl had food, so there must be plenty of supplies. If they could grab some, they wouldn't return empty-handed. Plus, it's late now. They probably have no defenses. If we surprise them and take some things, then leave, it should be easy. She's alone, so she can't react quickly. Ma Yuanguang's words seemed directed at others, but he was also reassuring himself. Won't Hu Laosan and his men come to ruin our plan? Someone hesitated again. Hu Laosan has only about a dozen men now. They can't do much. Feng Xingwen is such a coward. He definitely won't come. Enough talk. Let's hurry. Once Ma Yuanguang finished speaking, everyone fell silent. They quietly sneaked to the backyard of Shen Miaoqing's house. The backyard door was a simple thatched gate, different from the wooden front door. Easier to open. About 40 people, under Ma Yuanguang's orders, had some on guard behind, while others carefully entered the house. Meanwhile, next door, Li Daren and Li Zhongho, unable to sleep, faintly heard noises outside from their underground hideout. After returning, they excitedly shared their plans with the villagers, but were rejected. They believed that Ma Hongguang was already in trouble, so there was no need to organize a rebellion. It was too dangerous. The mountain bandits were so fierce, they couldn't handle them. Though Li Daren and Li Zhongho wanted to persuade everyone, they lacked the skill to communicate well, and their words failed to convince the villagers. The villagers prefer to stay safe and avoid danger rather than take risks. They also scolded the two people for wanting revenge on the mountain bandits. You can't just go after the bandits because something happened to your family and expect all of us to risk our lives with you. Hearing this, the two had no choice but to give up. That night, inside the small cave, they couldn't even find peace to rest and couldn't sleep. Suddenly, they heard strange noises outside and sensed something was wrong. In the dark, they exchanged a quick look and decided to go out and see what was happening. They knew the girl was resting in the next house, and the noise sounded like the bandits had returned. Although they had heard that the girl had beaten Ma Hongguang badly before, they hadn't seen it themselves. They were worried that the family might be in trouble, especially since there were many children. Thinking this, Li Daren and Li Zhongho quietly left the cave. Their movements were light, but in the small space, it was obvious they were leaving. Big Tree saw this and also heard the noise outside. Remembering the girl's beauty and the situation, he looked at his family. In the end, Big Tree closed his eyes, pretending nothing was happening. Meanwhile, Shen Daliang, who had been on night watch, soon heard the noises outside. He felt something was wrong and was about to wake everyone resting, but Shen Miaoqing had already opened her eyes. Although Shen Miaoqing was in the space, her consciousness was awake. She could sense what was happening both inside and outside, so she woke up quickly. Seeing his daughter awake, Shen Daliang turned his attention to waking Lin Yang. Lin Yang was not sleeping deeply, and soon she realized what was going on. She hurriedly got up. Shen Miaoqing softly told them to have Shen Daliang and Lin Yang hold the children and hide nearby. The children, disturbed by all this, were about to wake up. Shen Miaoqing gently comforted them. Then Shen Daliang and Lin Yang quickly took the children to hide in a nearby thatched hut. That house was a bit smaller than their resting place. Using the faint firelight, Shen Daliang, leaning on a wooden stick he made into a crutch, carried Shin Chao in his arms and hurried forward. Mrs. Lin quickly picked up a child and followed Mr. Shen's steps forward. Because of Shen Miaoqing's earlier warning, they knew staying behind wouldn't help much, so they thought hiding with the children was the best choice. Meanwhile, Shen Miaoqing stretched her muscles, holding her familiar sturdy wooden stick, ready to face anyone who might come. She remained alert, noticing that more people than before had arrived. From the window inside the house, Shen Miaoqing saw a group of people outside. She stayed calm and pretended not to notice their arrival. Just as she was focusing intently, she suddenly heard noises from the neighboring yard. Some small stones hit the side, and a few even landed on the cow outside, which made the cow make some noise. Seeing this, Shen Miaoqing quickly stepped outside and looked over the wall into the neighboring yard. As she emerged, she made eye contact with Li Daren and Li Zhongho. Under the faint moonlight, Shen Miaoqing clearly saw their anxious expressions. There are bandits, probably bandits. You should hide. Yeah, or give me the children. We'll take them somewhere safe. Shen Miaoqing didn't expect these two men to come out and warn her. Seeing their worried faces, she knew they were sincere. But unfortunately, she could only accept their kindness because the bandits were almost inside. After a quick thank you, Shen Miaoqing turned back into the house. Li Daren and Li Zhonghe looked at each other again, standing on the slippery wall made of wood and bricks, with piles of firewood beneath their feet. Hesitating, Li Daren felt the wall might be a bit fragile, perhaps because it was old, and it seemed to be slightly loose and at risk of collapsing. Suddenly, the mud wall loosened and couldn't hold their weight, collapsing completely. Luckily, the wall wasn't very high, so neither of them was hurt when they fell. Li Daren rubbed his head and looked at Li Zhonghe. They thought, since they were already here, they might as well go see if they could help. Meanwhile, Ma Yuanguang and his people were also approaching the house quickly. Shen Miaoqing did not hesitate much. She used her sturdy wooden stick to knock the first person who entered out of the way, preventing them from reaching the house. The sudden attack stunned the person who was knocked away. They hadn't expected this. Even though they had been so careful, they still got caught. "We have more people now, go quickly, go now." Ma Yuanguang took advantage of everyone's confusion and directed others to rush forward. In the darkness, quite a few people, influenced by Ma Yuanguang's earlier brainwashing, charged forward. They thought that with more people than last time, and with a surprise attack, they could definitely win. But they didn't realize that their resistance was futile, and Shen Miaoqing was not afraid at all. Tonight, Shen Miaoqing had just learned some new stick-fighting techniques, and now she was putting them into practice. While Shen Miaoqing was fighting fiercely, Li Daren and Li Zhonghe also entered. They looked around the room but didn't see the other children. Just as they were about to check Shen Miaoqing's situation, they saw her fighting alone against many opponents. The woman in front moved quickly, swinging her wooden stick with precision and strength, making it clear she was very powerful. This fight clearly gave Shen Miaoqing a big advantage. As Ma Yuanguang's bandits started to retreat, Ma Yuanguang couldn't help but swallow nervously. This woman was incredibly skilled. Li Daren and Li Zhonghe had been watching from the side and didn't step in to help at first. But when they saw the bandits behind Ma Yuanguang, their expressions changed instantly. They grabbed the hose they had brought from the house and rushed forward. It was Ma Hongguang and Ma Yuanguang who had persecuted their family members before. At first, in the darkness and amidst the chaos, they couldn't see clearly what was happening. Now that Li Daren and Li Zhonghe saw the situation clearly, they ignored everything else and charged to take revenge. Especially after realizing that the villagers didn't want to organize a collective response, and recalling their wife and children's faces in the cave at night, and thinking about how villains were acting wildly without punishment, they felt angry and depressed inside. Now that they had a chance to avenge their family, they didn't care about anything else. Shen Miaoqing saw that when the two men rushed out of the wooden door with hose and reached the backyard, she realized how brave they were. However, their goal was very clear. They were heading straight for Ma Yuanguang. Because the two arrived suddenly, the panicked bandits retreating did not notice them at first. It wasn't until the two raised their large hose and started hitting Ma Yuanguang that many others turned their attention to them. Ma Yuanguang was a bit stunned at first, but within seconds, he instinctively raised his wooden stick to block the attack. "Help me quickly," Ma Yuanguang shouted while defending himself, and hurriedly called for help. His shout made the other bandits snap out of their surprise and rush over to assist. Li Daren and Li Zhonghe saw others coming after their discovery. Those people held sticks, hose, or even small knives. But at this moment, they didn't care about anything else. The two of them worked together to push harder, trying to force the hose onto Ma Yuanguang. Li Daren saw someone with a small knife about to strike him. He couldn't help feeling a bit scared and resentful. He was afraid his life might end here, and he was angry that these bandits hadn't been defeated yet. He was unwilling to give up. Just then, the pain he expected from the attack didn't come. Instead, he heard a loud bang. It was the sound of a club hitting something hard, with enough force to push away the nearby small knives and sticks. Next, Shen Miaoqing struck several more times, pushing the bandits near Li Daren and Li Zhonghe back. Seeing Shen Miaoqing come to help, the bandits no longer dared to make any moves. The pain from her strikes was still fresh in their minds. They knew they couldn't win against her, so they didn't dare to go forward again. After easily pushing back the bandits, Shen Miaoqing didn't interfere further with Li Daren and Li Zhongho's attempt to fight Ma Yuanguang together. She thought that these two probably wanted to take revenge themselves. Sure enough, her actions aligned perfectly with what Li Daren and Li Zhongho wanted. At this moment, the two men are fully focused on dealing with Ma Yuanguang in front of them. Ma Yuanguang was already struggling to hold up against the two axes coming at him. When no one was helping him anymore, he was soon overwhelmed and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Li Daren and Li Zhongho quickly pushed away the stick Ma Yuanguang was holding and continued to raise their axes to strike him. Ma Yuanguang, who had no weapons, struggled to escape but was helpless. The axe heavily struck his body again and again, with great force, causing him to curl up and run in fear. However, Li Daren and Li Zhongho had no intention of stopping. They thought about how their loved ones might have felt when facing bandits like these, helpless and unable to fight back. Thinking of this, the two men struck even harder, until Li Daren accidentally shifted his hand, and the axe hit Ma Yuanguang's head. Blood immediately flowed out. The man who was still resisting and trying to escape could no longer move and just collapsed straight onto the ground. Seeing this, Li Daren paused to strike and looked at Li Zhongho beside him. Li Zhongho also swallowed hard, feeling a bit unsure. Could this person be dead? But then, recalling what their loved ones had suffered, they gradually calmed down a little. These mountain bandits were not worth mourning, especially since they had killed bandits like these before. Soon, Li Daren and Li Zhongho regained their composure. Li Zhongho pushed the man on the ground with his axe. Seeing that he was unresponsive and blood was pouring from his head, they knew he was dead. Shen Miaoqing watched silently from the side, feeling a bit surprised. She found it strange because these two looked honest and kind on the outside, not at all like killers. But recalling what they had told her earlier, she guessed they might have been pushed to the limit by the bandits, still with some fire in their hearts. Meanwhile, the bandits watching felt uneasy. They had just dealt with Ma Yuanguang this way. Once again, the bandits found themselves leaderless and disorganized. Soon after, Li Daren and Li Zhongho turned their attention to the other bandits. They clearly remembered which bandits had caused their family's ruin. Now that they had started, they no longer cared about the consequences. Both of them were full of thoughts about revenge. So, they raised their hoes again to target the other mountain bandits. These bandits were not innocent. These bandits had already been beaten by Shen Miaoqing earlier, and she was still standing there now. Therefore, when Li Daren and Li Zhongho reached out with their hoes to fight the bandits, the others did not come to help. At first, Li Daren and Li Zhongho struggled a lot, as they were outnumbered. It wasn't until a bandit was about to hit them with a thick wooden stick that Shen Miaoqing stepped in again. She struck with her stick, knocking several bandits to the ground, quickly turning the tide in favor of Li Daren and Li Zhongho. They did not disappoint and fought back fiercely, beating the bandits badly. Some were even injured so badly that they lost their legs. However, unlike before, she did not let them all die this time. Shen Miaoqing watched from the side, without intervening again. These bandits daring to come and steal her things at night threatened her safety. She also remembered her gratitude to Li Daren and Li Zhongho, and was willing to help them. But since Li Daren and Li Zhongho did not kill all the bandits, Shen Miaoqing knew they still had human feelings. Just like her, coming from a modern society, she didn't want to kill all the bandits when she had the power to deal with them. She wouldn't stop others from treating the bandits as they saw fit. Unless her life was in danger, Shen Miaoqing wouldn't show mercy. After all, this was no longer her modern world. Now, after Shen Miaoqing's help, Li Daren and Li Zhongho finally vented their anger. Seeing this, the other bandits hurriedly ran away in panic. It wasn't until then that Old Hu and his group of about a dozen men rushed over in a hurry. Seeing the chaos was almost over, Old Hu hit his own head in frustration. How could he have slept so deeply? He only heard the noise after it was already so loud. Now that he came, he couldn't help much. How could they show their usefulness now? While Old Hu-san was feeling very regretful inside, Shen Miaoqing also noticed the group rushing over. Seeing that they showed no hostility and looked a bit sleepy, Shen Miaoqing understood their intentions. However, at this moment, she didn't want to bother with them. It was really too late, and her family was still waiting for her at home. So, Shen Miaoqing went straight back to her room, explained the situation to her family, and helped calm Shen Daliang and Lady Lin, who were feeling uneasy. In the last few hours, Shen Miaoqing told Shen Daliang and Lady Lin to rest their eyes and relax. She also took care of the children, helping them fall asleep. These 3 children were very easy to soothe, so Shen Miaoqing didn't have to put in much effort. Shen Chaoqian was the most steady. After hearing Shen Miaoqing's report, he comforted them and their mood eased. Shen Chao Tu and Little Fu, although a bit scared, were very obedient and trusting of their older sister. Soon, they also calmed down and closed their eyes peacefully. Shen Miaoqing didn't sleep or enter her space during this time. She stayed in the room, keeping watch. Outside, old Hu-san was very annoyed after missing this chance. He thought for a moment and decided not to let it happen again. He and his men, about a dozen in total, discussed and split into 2 groups, one at the front door and one in the backyard, each leaving 1 person to guard. Lu Erden was the first to agree with old Hu-san and volunteered to guard in the backyard. Seeing this, the others had no objections. After all, it wasn't them on duty, just changing places to rest their eyes. Old Hu-san happily patted Lu Erden's shoulder, thinking, this kid knows what to do. Lu Erden smiled happily. He thought, brother who has a plan. The girl he likes is capable too. He, Lu Erden, wasn't very talented, but he was obedient and worked hard, so he wouldn't be overlooked. When old Hu-san returned to the front door, Fang Xingwen, who had just woken up, asked a few questions about what had happened. Old Hu-san didn't hide anything. After briefly explaining, he went back to his spot to rest. Fang Xingwen, hearing this, suddenly lost his sleepiness and remembered what old Hu-san had said earlier. Could it be that he was going to be a bandit for life? The night was deep and dark, but a few stars still twinkled. Occasionally, birds chirped from the branches. Time gradually passed, and everything began to return to peace and harmony. It seemed that not long after, the sky had already brightened considerably. Shen Miaoqing was inside the house, watching her family members who had finally fallen asleep. She thought about how they had been quite frightened yesterday, so she decided not to wake them up so early. For breakfast today, Shen Miaoqing did not prepare anything new. Her space still had plenty of pancakes and buns. After completely extinguishing the fire from last night in the house, Shen Miaoqing took out the ashes to dispose of them. The fight in the backyard yesterday had also made the yard look much messier. Taking advantage of the early morning, Shen Miaoqing quietly arranged everything neatly. In the front yard, the cow was grazing. Shen Miaoqing also took out fresh grass from her space to feed it, and used a wooden bucket to fill with water from her space to give to the cow. Apart from their family, no one else was around in the house. Since it was still early, Shen Miaoqing felt safe enough to bring out the things. Old Third, whose bandits were waiting outside politely and did not choose to enter the yard to wait. Li Daren and Li Zhongho, after seeking revenge last night, had returned early to their own homes and did not disturb Shen Miaoqing's rest. When Shen Miaoqing saw the collapsed wall near the cow, she fell into thought. Then she carefully circled around the cow. Seeing that it had no injuries, she felt relieved. This was her newly bought, brand new cow, and she couldn't allow it to have any accidents so soon. The cow looked at the feed officer who was nervously circling around and found it strange. Could it be that the feed officer was so impressed by its strong build that it was captivated? Probably so. Otherwise, why would it prepare food for it so early in the morning? It hadn't received such treatment from the previous feed officer. After feeding the cow, Shen Miaoqing stretched and opened the front yard door. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Old Third, who trying to keep his eyes open. Old Third, who was obviously startled by Shen Miaoqing's sudden appearance, which was a bit surprising. But before long, he recovered and became more energetic. He smiled and greeted Shen Miaoqing. Miss, you're already awake so early. You're really diligent. Old Third, who tried to chat with Shen Miaoqing. The people beside him were still sleeping like dead pigs, and even snoring loudly. Old, who was very disgusted, but he was also clever, so he stayed on watch tonight. Otherwise, these people might sleep so deeply they wouldn't know what the world is like, and they couldn't be trusted. Shun Miaoqing watched Old, whose eager face, and her expression softened quite a bit, looking much better than yesterday. Tell me, why did you decide to escape with us? Shun Miaoqing asked calmly. In fact, she wanted to give them a chance because she didn't have many people under her command. Whether on the way to escape or in the future, she needed more helpers. She didn't plan to live a simple, unambitious life. Her goal was always to live better and feel more comfortable. Having more people meant she could do more things and avoid many problems on the way. When Old Who heard this, he realized he had a chance. He became very serious and explained his reasons carefully. My name is Hushan, and I am the third son in my family, so everyone calls me Old Who. I am married and have 3 children. Our family fell into trouble, and the situation was very dangerous. The situation was bad, so we left with the villagers to escape. Later, we had no choice but to become mountain bandits, but we didn't really want to be bandits, so we chose to escape with the girl because she is capable, smart, skilled in martial arts, and very loyal and kind. Then Old Who started praising himself and explained his final goal, which was mainly about lacking household registration and official documents, and fears of trouble or danger because of being registered with the authorities. He told Shun Miaoqing everything about his name, background, family situation, and the people around him, including their names. He also mixed in some sad stories and praise for Shun Miaoqing. Shun Miaoqing listened patiently and responded now and then. Old Who kept talking, even telling her about people stealing a few sweet potatoes from someone's house. Shun Miaoqing was very patient, knowing she needed to learn more about these people if she really wanted to escape with them. When Shun Miaoqing learned that Old Who San and his men all had families and had not harmed any villagers, she felt a little more at ease. Finally, when the sun had risen and Old Who San was parched and tired, he carefully smiled and asked, Miss Shun, what do you think? Shun Miaoqing nodded, indicating she agreed. During their earlier conversation, Shun Miaoqing had told Old Who San her name and had spoken quite clearly. If these mountain bandits wanted to escape with her, they first needed to be clean and not involved in any crimes. They also had to behave well and stop their old bandit ways. When she needed their help, she would help them in return. Shun Miaoqing didn't immediately see herself as their leader or demand they obey her. Time would show everything. For now, she was just making her requests. If they could do it together, fine. If not, they didn't have to. She wasn't forcing anyone. She also knew she was driving a cart faster than they could run, so they had to figure out how to catch up. The last point, which Shun Miaoqing thought was the easiest way to choose people, was to ask the bandits to return what they had stolen from Xiaoshui village. If they had nothing to return, Shun Miaoqing could lend them some items temporarily, but they would need to sign a loan agreement. She believed some might find this difficult, as nothing free was easy to give up once it was in their hands. After finishing her demands, Old Who San agreed. Shun Miaoqing didn't linger and told him to make arrangements himself. She would wait for them at Xiaoshui village for another morning. If they wanted to leave together, they should bring their families down from the mountains and set out in the afternoon. Just as Shun Miaoqing was about to close the door and go back, Fang Xingwen, who had just woken up, suddenly rushed over quickly. He was still sleepy but tried hard to stay alert. Last night, he couldn't sleep at all and only fell asleep near dawn. Now he suddenly woke up and saw Old Who San talking to the girl. Seeing that the girl was about to go back inside, he hurried over without delay. Shun Miaoqing and Old Who San both looked at Fang Xingwen with puzzled expressions. Fang Xingwen didn't hesitate and quickly shared his decision from last night. Miss, I also want to escape and leave this place with you all. My name is Fang Xingwen. Wait, let Old Who San handle the arrangements. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't listen anymore. The same request as before. Shun Miaoqing quickly interrupted Fang Xingwen, handing everything over to Old Who San. Since Old Who San had already been talking for a while, and now Fang Xingwen was about to speak again, she thought it would take a long time. She had patience for one person, but not two. As long as old Hu-san brought back the people according to her instructions, there would be no problem, and Fang Xingwen wouldn't need to explain his situation again. Hearing this, Fang Xingwen naturally stopped bothering Shen Miaoqing. Shen Miaoqing then smoothly returned to her room. She still needed to tell Shen Daliang and Lin Yang about what had happened, her thoughts and plans. Since they would be escaping together soon, she thought it was necessary to inform Lin Yang and Shen Daliang in advance. However, informing them in advance didn't mean she would easily change her mind. She was always a person with her own opinions and would ensure that her plans were feasible. After old Hu-san and Fang Xingwen saw Shen Miaoqing leave, Fang Xingwen wiped his face again and asked old Hu-san about her earlier request. Old Hu-san was eager to share the news with his brothers and felt it was necessary to bring his family down from the mountain. As they walked, he explained the details. After hearing this, Fang Xingwen looked surprised. Old Hu-san, did I hear you right? You want to return the things we stole to the villagers? Yes, that's right. Old Hu-san confirmed again. Afterward, old Hu-san didn't care about Fang Xingwen's thoughts and quickly gathered his dozen or so brothers, repeating everything in detail. If you're all going, let's go back to the mountain now and bring the family down. If not, we'll part ways after today, old Hu-san said hurriedly, eager to return to the mountain. The others, just awakened, were still a bit confused. Lu Erden was the quickest to react and decided to follow old Hu-san toward the mountain. Others still didn't think clearly, but they instinctively followed along. The group headed toward the mountain. After he understood all the instructions, some people still hesitated about returning the items to the villagers. They had nothing left, so how could they return anything? Even if they could borrow, they would have to pay it back later.
How could they do that?
Old Hu saw their hesitation and patiently advised them on the way back up the mountain. If we don't return what we took, we'll become real bandits. No matter where we go, we'll be considered thieves. Taking others' things doesn't make us feel truly at ease. We should do good deeds now to avoid bad karma later. People nowadays are quite afraid of the idea of karma and retribution. So when Old Hu said this, it made those who were wavering reconsider. Lu Erden was the first to think about how to return what he had used. The clothes he wore weren't even his, so he needed to return them. He also ate quite a bit of the villagers' food. Meanwhile, Fang Xingwen thought for a while and then talked to the others about the matter. The people following Fang Xingwen were surprised that he had such thoughts, but among the 40 or so people, some didn't want to continue being mountain bandits. They had always been honest villagers, and changing their identity was a bit uncomfortable for them. However, after Fang Xingwen finished speaking, those who had been tempted suddenly stopped talking. Everyone has desires. It's quite difficult to take out what they already have again. Fang Xingwen didn't force anyone. He just told them to think about it themselves. Then he left, wanting to follow old Hu. Zhuo Daqiang always listened to Fang Xingwen, so he didn't even consider it. He planned to do whatever Fang Xingwen did. They had grown up together, and Fang Xingwen had saved his life by chance, so he always followed his lead. At this moment, Zhuo Daqiang quickly caught up with Fang Xingwen. Brother Fang, why are you running so fast? He didn't even get a chance to catch up. Hurry up and walk. Don't talk. Fang Xingwen interrupted Zhuo Daqiang, stammering. The kid took forever to speak. Walking a few more steps made no real difference. Zhuo Daqiang, a tall man, quickly caught up with him. All right. Fine, Zhuo Daqiang said, scratching his head. But after a while, seeing Fang Xingwen walking so slowly, he couldn't help but complain again. Fang, brother Fang, why are you walking so slow? Shut up, Fang Xingwen replied, catching his breath and showing he didn't want to talk. Zhuo Daqiang scratched his head again. He was telling the truth. He was beaten yesterday, yet he could still walk so fast. But looking at Fang's strong build, Zhuo Daqiang felt it made sense. Seeing these two leave, and thinking about what had happened, the others also decided to leave. After Shen Miaoqing gave instructions about the matter, she stopped worrying about their process. She also told Shen Dalong and Lin Yang what had happened and her thoughts. At first, Lin Yang and Shen Dalong frowned because mountain bandits are very dangerous. But after hearing Shen Miaoqing's explanation and considerations, they decided to respect her decision. They knew their daughter was thoughtful, and it was better not to interfere too much. Shen Miaoqing was quite happy that Shen Dalong and Lin Yang agreed with her. Although they might not have agreed at first, they no longer instinctively rejected her ideas. Having gone through many things, they understood and supported her more now, which saved a lot of trouble. Shen Miaoqing was very satisfied. After finishing the delicious breakfast, they packed up and waited here. While playing with Xiaofu, Shen Miaoqing gathered the 3 children and said, "I have something to tell you." The 3 kids looked at her obediently, waiting quietly for her to continue. "We will be traveling with more people when we escape and move on, but you don't need to be afraid. They won't hurt us, and I will protect you." Shen Miaoqing smiled warmly. Although she was still thin and weak, she looked very strong and trustworthy. She chose to tell them early because she didn't think that because the children were young, they didn't understand anything. On the other hand, children at this age may feel scared or confused. Telling them about things in advance can help keep their emotions stable. The 3 little ones understood what Shen Miaoqing meant. With her gentle comfort, they no longer felt afraid or uneasy and quickly accepted the situation. "Little sister Fuku, I will protect you too." After Shen Miaoqing said she would protect them, Shen Chaodu also spoke up. But Shen Chaodua, who is usually serious, was quickly caught by Shen Miaoqing and teased, "With your small size, you can't even carry little sister Fuku. When the time comes, you might not even be able to run away." Shen Miaoqing and little Fuku giggled quietly at his words. Shen Chaotuo refused to give up. He didn't believe he couldn't carry little Fuku. She was so small, he was sure he could do it. "Little sister Fuku, come up, I'll carry you. Is that okay?" Little Fuku hesitated, worried she might accidentally hurt her little brother. "It's fine. Just trust me." Shin Chaodu reassured her again and again. "Little sister Fuku, don't listen to him. If you fall, it won't be good." Shin Chaoqian was about to rub his forehead in frustration. He shouldn't have paid attention to this childish guy. He was so young and still wanted to prove himself. Shen Chaoqian had no choice but to look to his sister for help. Shen Miaoqing giggled on the side, pretending not to see his pleading look. It's normal for kids to play around. She was just watching nearby and wouldn't let them really fall. If anything serious happened, she would be the first to step in and help. So, under Shen Miaoqing's allowance, little Fuku was eventually carried by Shen Chaotu. In fact, as Shen Chaotu said, little Fuku was small, and he could carry her. After walking a short distance, Shen Chaotu looked proudly at his brother.
"See?
I told you I could carry little sister Fuku." His little face was full of pride, and Shin Chaoqian didn't want to look at him. "I think you just couldn't carry little sister Fuku, so you're making excuses," he said. Then Shen Chaotu stuck out his tongue at his brother. Children's desire to win can sometimes come unexpectedly. Shen Chaoqian playfully joined in, insisting that he must carry little Fu. Little Fu enjoyed playing with everyone and cooperated happily, allowing Shin Chaoqian to carry him. Shin Chaoqian even carried him a bit longer before slowly setting him down. This time, he looked at his silly younger brother with a very dismissive gaze. Shin Chaoqian understood what his brother's action meant and then started competing to see who could carry little Fu longer. Watching nearby, Shin Miaoqing found it very amusing. Kids can be quite funny. Time passed quickly as they played and teased each other, and it was now noon. Today's lunch was cooked by Lin Yang. Last night, Shen Miaoqing stayed up all night, so in the morning, Lin Yang urged her to rest early. Shen Miaoqing was still lying down, resting her eyes. After resting in the space for a while, she resumed studying martial arts secrets. She believed in the idea of continuous learning and hoped to master more skills and knowledge. Besides studying martial arts, she repeatedly reviewed the contents of her books. In addition to her studies, she was also busy in the space. She carefully tended to the various plants she was growing there. Although growing plants in the space was easier and less troublesome than outside, she still had to do some work. Watering was not simple because different plants needed different amounts of water, and too much or too little could cause problems. She also had to weed the plants as weeds grew wildly, and removing them took a lot of effort. Fertilizer was needed for planting, and she had some from previous space rewards. enough for a while. However, if she needed more fertilizer in the future, she would have to rely on herself, since having fertilizer helped the plants grow better and faster. Her spiritual spring in the space was expanding more and more. She noticed that since her planting area grew larger, the spiritual spring water was more abundant, and its effects on her body were even better than before. Others are not clear to her, but Shen Miaoqing can clearly feel that after drinking a sip of spiritual spring water, her original fatigue disappears faster and more noticeably than before. She feels more refreshed and alert. Previously, when she gave the spiritual spring water to Xiao Fu, she paid close attention to how the child felt after drinking. Xiao Fu is usually obedient, so Shen Miaoqing trusted her feelings quite a bit. Xiao Fu only said that drinking the water felt very comfortable, but she didn't notice any obvious effects. Shen Miaoqing also tested others, but their reactions were also quite mild. So she guessed that the effect of the spiritual spring water mainly benefits her, and the effects on others might be weaker. As for why Shen Miaoqing doesn't feel like there's no effect at all, it's because this spring water has greatly reduced the number of times her two weak brothers fall ill. However, Shen Miaoqing isn't disappointed with this result. Anyway, having some effect is good enough. Plus, there's nothing particularly strange about it, and it's convenient for her to use daily. Seeing that the time was almost right, Shen Miaoqing got up and ate the lunch that Lin Yang had prepared. Not long after they finished lunch, old Hu-san arrived with people. This time, there were even more people than before. Fang Xingwen also brought quite a few people, and with their relatives and children, nearly 60 people had gathered. Seeing so many people, Shen Miaoqing was a bit surprised. But when she saw Fang Xingwen smiling happily, she understood that he had also brought many people. Among them, about 30 able-bodied men, and the rest were children and adults they brought themselves. Old Hu-san and Fang Xingwen were very sensible and cooperative, bringing out everything they could return as Shen Miaoqing requested. The others could only sign IOUs. Fang Xingwen had learned some characters, so Shen Miaoqing asked him to record who wanted to return items and who wanted IOUs. After deciding to follow Shen Miaoqing, Fang Xingwen was willing to help. Old Hu-san also actively helped inquire about details, especially since he remembered what each person had received. So, these people's words and the items they claimed were hard to fake. Seeing that everyone could help, Shen Miaoqing didn't have to worry too much. She only needed to wait for the final tally. Shen Miaoqing carefully looked at these people. The children were almost all pale and thin, and the older adults looked weak and emaciated. Thinking of what old man who had said, these people were also forced into this situation, driven to desperation, and had no choice but to become mountain bandits. Shen Miaoqing couldn't judge them, as her perspective was different, and her view of the problem was different. Although she felt some sympathy for their plight, she couldn't forgive the villagers who had been robbed. After all, no one was easy to deal with, so Shen Miaoqing didn't show any special emotions. She simply instructed Fang Xingwen and others to handle the matter properly. However, before that, Shen Miaoqing needed to find the villagers. The first people she thought of were Li Daren and Li Zhongho. She crossed the collapsed courtyard wall and was about to find them when they happened to be walking toward her. Seeing Shen Miaoqing looking for them, Li Daren and Li Zhongho hurriedly approached to ask about the situation. Shen Miaoqing explained briefly, and after hearing her, both Li Daren and Li Zhongho looked at each other in shock. They never expected Shen Miaoqing to go with the bandits to escape hardship, nor did they expect the bandits to return things. But seeing the items in the bandits' hands and their organized registration, it was hard to doubt their sincerity. Plus, seeing Shen Miaoqing there made them believe even more that this was real. In the end, when the items were handed over to Li Daren and Li Zhongho, both of them were still stunned. Many people used torn clothes as collateral, along with baskets, bamboo baskets, straw sandals, and other homemade items. They had very little to offer. If they weren't so poor, they wouldn't have become bandits. Most of them had also written IOUs to Shen Miaoqing, with her bearing most of the debt. Shen Miaoqing took the IOUs and then turned the items into silver, giving the best to Li Daren and Li Zhongho. She spent a little over 2 taels of silver, mainly because these people didn't take much from the villagers. After the theft, they shared the loot, and they didn't get much themselves. Moreover, the villagers weren't wealthy, so what they could steal was limited. Shen Miaoqing knew that the amount she was helping to repay was not much for the many villagers of Xiushui village, just a drop in the bucket. However, this was all she could do. She considered it just the cost of staying for one night. She had no more resources left. She wasn't a bandit, nor did she steal anything. She wasn't interested in sacrificing herself for others. After handing the items to Li Darren and Li Zhongho, Shen Miaoqing planned to leave with her people. Just as she was about to step forward, Li Darren and Li Zhongho quickly called out to stop her.
Wait.
Miss, wait. We, the two of us, want to go with you. Yes, we want to join you, miss. They still held full bags of supplies, but their anxious tone couldn't hide their eagerness. Hearing this, Shen Miaoqing turned back to look at them. She hadn't expected that these two would want to go with her. Miss, we're just two brothers now, all alone. We rely on your help to seek revenge and clear our names. We hope to follow you and repay your kindness someday. Originally, they came to find Shen Miaoqing to mention this matter. They were surprised by what they saw and didn't react immediately. Their initial reason for wanting to follow Shen Miaoqing was to repay her kindness. But they hesitated about giving up their land and houses, which is why they had delayed so long. Now, seeing Shen Miaoqing's actions, they realized she was a trustworthy person. Following her to repay her kindness felt right. For Shen Miaoqing, she was already over 60 people. Having 2 more or 2 fewer didn't matter much. But before deciding, she confirmed once more. Are you both sure you want to come with me? I don't actually need your repayment. We are just helping each other. Both of them were honest villagers, owning land and houses, unlike those mountain bandits who were desperate. Shen Miaoqing had helped them because they were kind-hearted and had tried to assist her several times. Li Darren and Li Zhongho nodded repeatedly, confirming they wanted to escape with Shen Miaoqing. Seeing this, Shen Miaoqing said nothing more and agreed. In fact, having these 2 extra people would be helpful. They weren't originally bandits, and their willingness to risk helping her showed they were still kind at heart. She also showed kindness to them, which made it easier to manage and helped Shen Miaoqing use their help to watch over the mountain bandits. Li Darren and Li Zhongho saw that Shen Miaoqing agreed, so they stopped hesitating. They told Shen Miaoqing to wait a moment and quickly went back to the underground hideout where the villagers had been hiding. They entered the house and made sure to lock the door before heading to the backyard where the underground entrance was. After calling out a few people inside, Li Darren and Li Zhongho handed over the items, explained the situation briefly, and prepared to leave. Deshu and Huzi, who saw how they looked, were a bit confused. When they learned that the 2 were planning to leave the village with the girl to escape hardship, they were even more shocked. They wanted to persuade them, but Li Darren and Li Zhongho, in a hurry, didn't listen. Deshu felt uncomfortable inside, recalling how excited Li Darren and Li Zhongho had been yesterday when they talked about organizing to fight the mountain bandits. But their ideas weren't accepted and were even mocked by others. Now that the 2 were about to leave Xiushui village, Deshu still felt a bit uneasy. But since there was nothing he could do to stop them, he could only give up and return to the cave with the items. He told everyone what had happened. When others found out that they were leaving, they were just as shocked as Deshu, but they also couldn't help but feel relieved. Maybe they wouldn't have to worry about mountain bandits coming down from the mountain anymore. Right now, they could only hide in this small, enclosed cave. Li Darren and Li Zhongho no longer cared about what the villagers thought. They had already packed their things last night. So, they quickly gathered their belongings, strapped on their baskets, and left to meet Shen Miaoqing. When Shen Miaoqing saw them arrive, she hurried to bring out the ox cart. On the cart, there were still 3 children, Shen Dalong and Lin Yang. The others followed behind the cart, and more than 60 people started their journey together. Looking at the dense crowd, Shen Miaoqing didn't expect that her rainstorm plan would cause so much trouble or that she would have to travel with so many people. But with these people, once things settle down in the future, she might be able to use them for her business when she needs extra help. The ox cart is much faster than walking, but Shen Miaoqing didn't fall far behind the others right away. She slowed down a bit and waited for them. Old Husan and his group also tried to walk faster, not wanting to fall too far behind. Behind Old Husan was a basket, and he was carrying a small child. His wife was also holding one, and another slightly older child was walking on their own. Fang Xingwen and Zhuo Daqiang, both single and without families, had the least luggage. At first, they didn't find the journey too tiring. Zhuo Daqiang was especially full of energy. He was a big guy and looked very lively when he walked. If it weren't for waiting for Fang Xingwen, he thought he could catch up with Shen Miaoqing's ox cart. Actually, he believed he could walk even faster than the ox. Fang Xingwen, who was always trying to catch up, saw how Zhuo Daqiang was acting and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Hey, kid, you're so energetic. Why don't you help me walk?" I can. I can. But, Brother Fang, you're so weak," Zhuo Daqiang stammered. Fang Xingwen was so annoyed by his words. This kid, if he can't speak properly, he shouldn't speak at all. Zhuo Daqiang didn't think he said anything wrong. He kept talking happily to Fang Xingwen, clearly interested in the unknown road ahead. Fang Xingwen was exhausted from the journey and didn't want to bother with him. Meanwhile, Shen Miaoqing was steadily driving the ox cart. At first, Lin Yang on the cart was a little worried seeing so many people. But after seeing some women, children, and elderly, her worries eased. Especially after walking for a while without any problems, she felt even more at ease. The three children on the cart looked at the many people behind and became curious. With Shen Miaoqing's initial reassurance, they weren't afraid anymore. They were very curious, especially Shen Chaodu, who was very interested in children his own age. Today, the sun wasn't as hot as usual, and occasional breezes made the journey quite refreshing. Most of the group didn't come from wealthy families and had done hard labor before. So, they didn't find the pace of travel too tiring. The only difficulty was that they hurried down today, ate only a quick breakfast, and didn't have lunch, so they were likely to feel hungry. Especially since they didn't eat much for breakfast, and many of them had been staying outside the house all night, resting with half-closed eyes. The resting environment wasn't very good, so they naturally felt a bit tired from traveling. But they didn't have any thoughts of giving up. After all, they had just returned their belongings and still owed some debts. If they gave up now, all their previous efforts would be in vain. People tend to follow others, and at first, they chose to listen to the leaders like Old Hu and Fang Xingwen. So what others decide now also influences their decisions. Although on the mountain, many people chose to retreat because they didn't want to return the items. But some decided to stay because they didn't want to become mountain bandits and preferred to stay in the tough conditions. The journey was quite peaceful. Along the way, Shen Miaoqing met several people fleeing from hardship. At first, these people often looked at her ox cart with curiosity, greed, or envy. But once they saw that many others were following Shen Miaoqing, they hid their greedy looks and didn't dare to have bad thoughts. Shen Miaoqing naturally noticed these changes in their behavior. This is why she was willing to travel with so many people. Although she didn't need to fear these refugees herself, her strength was limited. Sometimes, she couldn't always stay with her family. If someone took advantage of her absence to hurt her loved ones, it would be a serious problem. Especially since she wanted to leave her family temporarily to find new plans alone, she had to find a safe place and plan carefully. She also had to wake up early and return late, constantly worried about potential dangers at their current location. Now, with so many people together, many problems could be avoided. Greedy people, seeing so many others around Shen Miaoqing, wouldn't easily come forward. Once these people proved to be reliable, Shen Miaoqing could then feel safe to pursue her own goals. She always understood that individual strength was limited. Any effort to grow or strengthen things depended on the presence of others. Unless a person has no desires or attachments and doesn't care about anyone or anything, they cannot walk alone. When the time was almost right and the sun was gradually setting, Shen Miaoqing finally stopped. This rest was earlier than usual for her. She knew many people hadn't eaten lunch yet. After running down the mountain and traveling for half a day, she didn't plan to make things difficult for them. Also, since it was just the beginning, she didn't want to be too harsh, as that might make her seem unkind. Shen Miaoqing also noticed that at the start, Everyone was in a hurry and kept rushing without stopping, which didn't cause much complaints. It was clear that she had chosen many people to help return the items. So, stopping early now was okay. Indeed, many people felt relieved when they saw her stop so soon. Some had heard about Shin Miaoqing's strength from their families and thought she was a very aloof girl, but they didn't expect her to be so kind-hearted. After finding a good spot, Shin Miaoqing tied the ox to a big rock with a rope. Lin Yang, who had gotten off the ox cart, rested for a while and then took out some tools to prepare dinner. Shin Dalong helped out nearby. Originally, Lin Yang told Shin Dalong not to help because she was still holding a wooden stick, but Shin Dalong insisted on helping her. So, they ended up cooking together. Seeing this, Shin Miaoqing, who had just tied the ox, didn't bother to go help with the cooking. Recently, Shin Dalong's injuries had improved a lot, and he could help more. Only Shin Chaotu and a few others felt a bit sad inside because their mother and father cooking didn't smell as good as their sister's. But they understood that their sister had already worked hard on the ox cart, and their parents' cooking was also not easy. They knew they shouldn't complain. Still, they couldn't help but feel a little wistful. Shin Miaoqing's cooking really was too delicious. Shin Miaoqing sat down on a clean stone and started to look around. The area was flat, with a few yellowing trees scattered about. Not far away, there was a grassy field where they could drive the ox to graze later. She took her water bag and took a sip. Before she could lead the ox to feed, Hu Lao-san came over with a big smile on his face. Shin Miaoqing looked at Old Man Hu patiently as he spoke. Actually, Old Man Hu didn't have much to say. He just wanted to get closer to Shin Miaoqing. While talking, Old Man Hu kept praising Shin Miaoqing. Shin Miaoqing had some free time now and was happy to get closer to him. I think you're really good. I am someone who loves caring for my wife and children. Brother Hu, you do everything well. Her words made Old Man Hu even happier and more sure that Shin Miaoqing didn't dislike his rough background. So, Old Man Hu started praising Shin Miaoqing nonstop. Miss Shin, not only are you talented, but your character is also outstanding. And your looks are unmatched. I haven't seen anyone more beautiful than you, Miss Shin. You are broad-minded and so kind to your family, Miss Shin. Listening nearby, Shin Miaoqing felt amused and let Old Man Hu keep talking. Who doesn't like hearing praise? Before Shin Miaoqing could step away from Old Man Hu's compliments, Fang Xingwen arrived. He had seen Old Man Hu approach Shin Miaoqing from afar and thought he was doing something. When he got closer and listened, he realized Old Man Hu was just buttering her up. Fang Xingwen also moved forward and sat down beside Shin Miaoqing. Last time, he had already approached her and felt a bit regretful about not talking more. Now he had a chance, and he didn't want to miss it. He was also very curious about why this girl was so outstanding. He didn't ask directly at first, but joined in with Old Man Hu's words. I also think, Miss Shin, that you are the most capable person I've ever seen. Your manners are graceful and generous, and you don't hold grudges about what happened before. You're truly forgiving and kind. Seeing Fang Xingwen steal his words, Old Man Hu felt a bit annoyed. This kid. Then, Old Man Hu continued to praise her, not wanting to be outdone. But Old Man Hu hadn't read many books, so compared to Fang Xingwen, who knew a few characters, he was a bit inferior. Shin Miaoqing watched these two trying hard to praise her and found it quite funny. However, Shin Miaoqing remained calm and listened quietly to the two people's conversation. Fang Xingwen praised her for a while until he ran out of words, then finally asked his curiosity. Miss Shin, your skills are so good. Where did you learn them? I really admire you. When Fang Xingwen asked this, Hu Laosen didn't say anything further because he was also quite curious. Even Lu Erden and Zhuo Daqiang, who had just come over, were curious inside. After all, no one doesn't have a martial arts dream. Everyone hopes to have good skills and strong abilities. Like the stories told by the town storytellers, walking the world, helping others, and being skilled in martial arts. Shin Miaoqing slightly raised her eyebrows, looked at their curious faces, and thought for a moment before saying, by chance and coincidence, maybe I was just born with special talent. Her words were vague, but not exactly false. In fact, if she explained in detail, it wouldn't be a big deal. She once found a book by chance, learned from it, but now the book is lost. However, Shen Miaoqing was too lazy to explain in detail. There was no need. The more she talked, the more she might reveal. Being vague like this left room for imagination. After speaking, Shen Miaoqing had no intention of chatting further with them. She had heard enough praise and needed to let her cow graze, or it would get hungry. She pulled her cow toward a nearby grassy field. Left behind, the others looked at each other, pondering the meaning behind Shen Miaoqing's words. It wasn't anything special, just that her words contained some phrases they didn't quite understand. They looked back at Fang Xingwen. He waved his hand and said, "It must be because Miss Shen is too talented, or maybe an immortal taught her. Stop joking." "I think it's because Miss Shen has real skill herself," Hu Lao-san replied, not believing Fang Xingwen's story about an immortal teaching her. Seeing Shen Miaoqing had already left, Hu Lao-san decided not to stay any longer and chose to leave. Once Hu Lao-san left, Lu Erden naturally followed. Now, only Fang Xingwen and Zhuo Daqiang remained. Zhuo Daqiang scratched his head and looked at Fang Xingwen. "Fang, brother Fang, what are we going to eat tonight? Whatever there is, just cook it," Fang Xingwen said, showing no interest in the matter. His mind was still thinking about what Shen Miaoqing had said. Until Zhuo Daqiang started a fire nearby and prepared to cook, Fang Xingwen still took over the task. "Go to the side." Fang Xingwen remembered how this guy cooked. If he cooked, he would probably just add water and some dried wild vegetables to boil, likely to ruin the meal. This big guy could even boil the water dry. He had warned him at first, but he quickly forgot and kept adding firewood aggressively. Thinking of this, Fang Xingwen decided to handle the cooking himself so they could have a proper dinner. Zhuo Daqiang also knew he was in the wrong. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Meanwhile, Shen Miaoqing finished feeding the cows and the food at Lin Yang's place was almost ready. They boiled some venison, simple vegetables, and the flatbread Shen Miaoqing had brought earlier, just a plain meal. Shen Miaoqing only ate half her fill, planning to get more food later in her space. It wasn't that Lin Yang gave small portions. Shen Miaoqing's appetite had grown, and she ate quite a lot now. That's why she often went to her space to add more food. Plus, all the things piled up in her space were meant for eating. While eating, Shen Miaoqing looked around at what others were having. Most of their food was wild vegetables. Rice, flour, and oil were almost unseen. Some even ate grass roots. When she first gave food to the villagers, most of them didn't want to share their food. They had no choice. Without enough food, their lives would be hard. Now, almost every household chose to drink more water to fill their stomachs. But Shen Miaoqing noticed that most of them drank raw water directly, without boiling it first. She frowned slightly at this. After dinner, Shen Miaoqing found Hu Lao-san and Fang Xingwen and told them about how drinking raw water is bad for health. But she only made a suggestion and didn't insist they change. Since it was just the beginning, not many people trusted her words yet, so there was no need to cause trouble for herself. It was better for someone from among them to explain. Hu Lao-san and Fang Xingwen listened to her suggestion, agreed it made sense, and promised to tell everyone. While Shen Miaoqing was paying attention to others eating, many people also looked at her food. Although Lin Yang's cooked roe deer meat didn't taste very good, it was still meat. Seeing this, many hungry people felt very jealous. They were especially impressed because they also had flatbreads, which are real grains, something they greatly admired. They knew Shen Miaoqing's family could afford a cart and even pay back some silver coins. Their situation was good, but they didn't expect Shen Miaoqing's family to eat so well. However, many people still didn't dare to be greedy, since some had been scolded or hurt by Shen Miaoqing before, and the pain still felt fresh. As for other women, children, and elders, they hadn't seen Shen Miaoqing fight, but they heard from their families that she was a special girl. Someone so capable was not someone they could mess with. Now, seeing Shen Miaoqing's family eating well, they only felt envy and didn't dare to have bad thoughts. Shen Miaoqing knew that her family's food was different and better than others, which naturally drew attention. But she wasn't afraid of this and wouldn't hide her food or refuse to eat or use anything just because of others' gazes. If she had done that, She wouldn't have chosen to travel with these people to escape hardship. Since she made this choice, she wasn't afraid of its negative effects. Shen Chaoqian, Shen Chaotu, and little Fu ate happily, stuffing their cheeks with flatbreads. Especially the three children, who saw that others' food wasn't very good, remembered how they used to eat poorly and often went hungry, with little water. Thinking of this, they felt that the food their sister brought back was very precious. After everyone finished eating, it gradually got dark. There was no entertainment at night, so most people went to bed early, especially since they had to travel again the next day. Today, it didn't rain, and the stars in the night sky were especially bright, shining all over. There was also a new crescent moon, beautiful and stunning. Even when sleeping outdoors, it doesn't seem so lonely anymore. Tonight, Shen Miaoqing, Shen Daliang, and Lin Yang took turns watching over the camp. It's the same as before. Since it's just the beginning, they all think this is the safest way. Tonight, Shen Miaoqing was her usual self. After eating in the space, watering the plants, and carefully caring for them, she started studying. She also took some time to sleep earlier. Since it was still early in the evening, Shen Miaoqing didn't feel sleepy. Tonight was peaceful, with nothing unusual happening. In the next 5 days, things stayed calm and smooth, just like today. Their journey went fairly well. They also saw many refugees fleeing from disasters, but since there were quite a few people on their side, no one dared to come close or cause trouble. After finishing their afternoon travel, everyone tiredly found a good spot to rest. Constant travel indeed made many feel exhausted both physically and mentally. Shen Miaoqing looked at the map. They still needed about 5 or 6 days to reach In City. However, their route didn't go directly through In City. They planned to go around near it. During these days, Shen Miaoqing also taught Lin Yang a lot about driving the ox cart, and Lin Yang learned seriously. Now, Lin Yang could handle driving the ox cart herself. It wasn't very fast, but it was very steady. Shen Miaoqing didn't mind the speed. She let Lin Yang take her time. Besides them, the others traveling with Shen Miaoqing didn't have ox carts, and their pace was slow, so it suited Lin Yang to drive slowly. The ox was very gentle, and Shen Miaoqing liked it a lot. She often fed it grass and spiritual spring water. Now, the ox's favorite time was mealtime. The food was so good that even the ox was in a good mood for the next day's travel, and it was very obedient. According to some elders, if this ox was sold to someone else, it would wake up earlier than chickens, work more, eat less, and have a very hard life. Compared to that, the ox still felt that life now was relaxed and comfortable. Tonight, Shen Miaoqing was feeding the ox again, while Lin Yang cooked dinner. Shen Miaoqing hadn't been cooking these days. Recently, she started learning new content from her martial arts secret manual, archery. Her aim was still very poor. So, when it comes to studying this subject, Shen Miaoqing feels very distressed and has no mood to cook. She fully dedicates herself to learning about this topic. Since she has just started, she hasn't yet gone out to find food during her free time. She plans to observe for a while longer before making any decisions. Her main focus now is on improving her accuracy. She doesn't believe she can't learn this. If she doesn't succeed at first, she will try again and again. Practice makes perfect. Thinking this, Shen Miaoqing comes up with an idea. If she can't hit the target with one arrow, could she shoot several arrows at once? After all, she is strong enough to draw the bow easily. But she quickly dismisses this idea. Though it might work, it would be a waste of arrows, and if her accuracy doesn't improve, it wouldn't help at all. After letting the cow graze here, Shen Miaoqing stops paying attention to it and continues to think about her plans. Suddenly, her thoughts are interrupted by a loud scream. Ah, help! Someone, please. Come look at my big treasure and see what's wrong with him. The woman's scream is so loud it seems to pierce people's eardrums, showing how anxious she really is. Big treasure, don't scare me. Wake up. Wake up, please. The woman shakes the child in her arms, panicked. Many people hear this and gather around to see what is happening. Shen Miaoqing is also drawn to the scene and walks quickly over. Does anyone here know some medical skills? Shen Miaoqing asks calmly. Her steady voice makes the chattering discussion stop for a moment. Then everyone looks at each other, seeming to realize no one here knows medical skills. I don't know how to do that. I don't either. There is a flurry of voices and Shen Miaoqing notices their reactions. It seems no one among them can practice medicine. During their previous escape from hardship, it was rare to have someone in the group who knew medical skills, like that big hammer Zhang. Now, few people have the chance to learn medicine. The woman touches her child's forehead again. It's burning hot and frightening. She can't help but cry louder and louder. Seeing the situation, while everyone was at a loss, Shen Miaoqing quickly stepped forward, reached out, and touched the child's forehead in the woman's arms. The temperature seemed to be a fever. She still had some children's fever medicine in her space. But before that, Shen Miaoqing needed to confirm. When did he start feeling unwell? Thanks to Shen Miaoqing's calm handling, the woman's panic eased a lot. After a while, the woman told Shen Miaoqing everything about the situation. My big bao said he wasn't feeling well yesterday, and today I just wanted him to rest. We've been rushing here holding him. He looked fine at noon, so I don't understand why he's like this now. Boo-hoo, did he catch a cold last night from the wind? Shen Miaoqing asked further. Well, last night, Bob said he was a bit hot, so he refused to cover himself. As soon as the woman said this, Shen Miaoqing understood. It was probably because he didn't keep warm while sleeping and caught a cold, which caused the fever. Fever due to cold, Shen Miaoqing concluded. As soon as she said this, people started to discuss. I heard that Zhu's little grandson had a fever before, and it even damaged his brain. You're right. Up on the mountain, Zhu's child had no one to watch him, and no medicine to treat him. He just became a fool. Hearing this, the woman's face turned pale with fear. She didn't want her Baal to become a fool. Thinking this, she couldn't help but cry out loud again. Others looked on, feeling quite pitiful. I still have some medicine that should help. Shen Miaoqing didn't hesitate and spoke directly. The woman, whose eyes were swollen from crying, was momentarily stunned and a bit dazed by her words. All right, stop crowding around. No ventilation will only make the child's illness worse. Shen Miaoqing spoke to disperse the crowd, making it easier to give the child some fever medicine later. But her words were also true. Hearing this, the woman realized that the girl in front of her could save her son. Her eyes filled with hope, and she couldn't help but hold Shen Miaoqing's hand, repeatedly thanking her. Miss, please, I beg you. Your great kindness will stay in my heart forever. Shen Miaoqing nodded slightly and did not stay any longer. She quickly moved toward the ox cart. It looked like she was taking medicine from a basket, but in fact, Shen Miaoqing was secretly slipping out of her space. Earlier, Shen Miaoqing had sorted the medicines in her space and wrapped them in paper for easy access in emergencies. This made it convenient for her to take out the medicine now. Just then, Mrs. Lin was cooking, and the hot water in the pot was ready. Shen Miaoqing poured some hot water into a wooden bowl and added the fever-reducing powder. The water changed color immediately. She had already quietly stored the small packets of medicine, and only the leftover paper wrappers were visible to others. When Shen Miaoqing handed the medicine to the woman, she showed no suspicion. After the water cooled down, she carefully fed her child with it. After feeding the child, the woman looked at Shen Miaoqing with moist eyes, full of gratitude. At this moment, someone returning from looking for food arrived. It was the woman's husband, Du Song. He saw his wife crying and quickly went over to ask what happened. While the couple explained the situation, Shen Miaoqing had already left and was not interested in listening to their conversation. As for saving the child, Shen Miaoqing thought it was just something she could do. She wouldn't watch a child slowly die from illness. If a fever isn't treated properly, it can cause brain damage or even death in severe cases. When Shen Miaoqing returned, she saw Mrs. Lin and Shen Dalong busy cooking. She touched her nose, realizing she hadn't cooked in days. She brought out some simple boiled vegetables and the last bit of roe deer meat, just like usual. Today was the last meal with that roe deer meat, cooked by Mrs. Lin. If it were Shen Miaoqing, she would have finished all the meat within 3 days. Cooking isn't easy, so even if Mrs. Lin's dishes taste the same as always, Shen Miaoqing never criticized her. Unless Mrs. Lin actively asked her for cooking advice, Shin Miaoqing would only give a little feedback sometimes. Actually, the main reason for Mrs. Lin's cooking not being very good was the lack of seasonings. When Shin Miaoqing cooked, she secretly added a lot of ingredients each time. During dinner, Shin Daliang thought for a moment and said, "My leg has healed quite a bit now. Next time, I will go out with them to find some food." Lin Yang didn't speak, but kept looking worriedly at Shin Daliang's injured leg. Shin Miaoqing paused while eating and suddenly remembered she hadn't gone out to find food these days. The wild vegetables and meat on the cart were almost gone. While cooking, Lin Yang thought that Shin Daliang and the children still needed to strengthen their bodies, and Shin Miaoqing also needed to travel, so she naturally cooked more. Whenever Lin Yang wanted to secretly eat a little less herself, she was always stopped. Even the flour was running low, and both Shin Daliang and Lin Yang felt they couldn't just sit and eat it all. But they also couldn't ask their daughter to risk going out to find food, which was why Shin Daliang had such thoughts. The little children holding wooden bowls seemed to realize this was about food. Shin Chaoqian and Shin Chaotu remembered the days when they often went hungry while with other Shin family members. Now they could eat so well, but it didn't seem like this was always the case. Food could be eaten up quickly. Young Shin Chaotu even wondered if eating less might prevent food from being finished so fast, as he felt he had been eating a bit too much lately. Xiao Fu saw everyone's worried faces and felt uneasy. She had never had good food before, and now life was so wonderful it almost didn't seem real. But if there was no food, Xiao Fu thought she could go dig up roots and wild plants to eat, just like before. Xiao Fu knew which wild plants tasted better and stayed close to her sister, meeting many kind people. She thought that even without food, she still wanted to stay with her sister. While Xiao Fu and the brothers Shin Chaoqian and Shin Chaotu were lost in their little thoughts, Shin Miaoqing spoke up. "No need, Dad, you should keep resting your leg. Wait until it heals completely before thinking about other things. I will go out tomorrow to find food." Seeing their worried and uneasy faces, Shin Miaoqing felt a bit guilty. She had been so absorbed in learning archery in her space that she had forgotten about the food outside, especially since she hadn't been cooking lately. Another reason was that, like before, she was worried that the bandits accompanying them might still have bad intentions. Shin Miaoqing also worried that if she went out and left her family behind, facing so many bandits could be dangerous if those people had bad plans and no fighting skills. After considering these points, Shin Miaoqing forgot about her food needs. Lin Yang frowned when she heard Shin Miaoqing speak, feeling uncomfortable inside. It was her own fault as a mother, always sending her daughter to take risks. Maybe it's better to wait. There are some wild vegetables and flour left, enough to last a while, so we don't need to find more food now. When your father's leg gets better, he can go instead. Lin Yang believed Shin Daliang, as a man, should take responsibility for supporting the family. She couldn't keep letting her daughter go out and risk herself. If it weren't for Daliang's leg injury, she wouldn't have let her daughter suffer so much. Hearing this, Shin Daliang agreed. "Qing'er, you shouldn't go. The outside is complicated, and my leg is much better now. I can go find food soon." Shin Daliang shared Lin Yang's thoughts. Most men went out to find food, and it was too dangerous for a young girl to take such risks. He felt useless sometimes, and he was also feeling upset inside. He noticed that the supplies in the ox cart were running low and wished he could do more himself. Shin Miaoqing guessed what Shin Daliang was thinking. His expression was serious, not fake. But since it takes 100 days to recover from a muscle injury, Shin Daliang wouldn't heal that quickly. However, Shin Miaoqing didn't plan to listen to Shin Daliang. She knew her leg would take some time to heal. If she did nothing during this time and relied only on the remaining supplies, she wouldn't last long. Plus, she needed to go out to find new plants to unlock more space rewards. So, Shin Miaoqing still insisted on her plan, saying, "Next time I'll go. I'll go tomorrow." Shin Daliang and Lin Yang wanted to persuade her, but Shin Miaoqing didn't listen and continued eating her rice. While eating, she also reached out to comfort the restless children, gently touching them to help them not worry. Today, Lady Lin cooked rice and added some flour to the boiled vegetables. It was a bit sticky and not very tasty, but it was still edible. However, Shen Miaoqing still missed her own cooking. Once she went out tomorrow and brought back some supplies, she could start cooking again. Although Shen Miaoqing said she was going out to find food, she could easily take out rabbits and wild vegetables from her space, so she didn't need to search much. At this moment, Shen Miaoqing was already thinking about what to cook tomorrow. After dinner, just like usual, it was getting dark. Many people were waiting to go to bed soon. But 3 people still stayed behind to take turns watching over the place. Shen Miaoqing suggested this, and Hu Laosen and Fong Xingwen arranged the shifts. At first, some thought it was a trouble to stay awake, but seeing everyone follow the rules, they could only accept it quietly. While Shen Miaoqing, Xiaofu, and the 2 brothers were playing, someone suddenly approached from their direction. Shen Miaoqing looked carefully and recognized the woman whose child was sick today. The woman came closer, and Shen Miaoqing saw her face was full of excitement and gratitude. Next to her was a man, and they looked close, so Shen Miaoqing guessed he was her husband. As the woman got near, she choked with emotion and said to Shen Miaoqing, "Miss Shen, my big treasure no longer has a fever and just woke up. Thank you so much for helping us." Beside her, Du Xungsong was also very grateful. "Thank you, Miss Shen. You are truly capable. We only have this one child. Once he's better, I will definitely bring him over to thank you again." Du Xungsong and his wife knew what happened to the Zhu family's child after he got sick and had a fever. They were very worried, until their big treasure finally woke up and recognized them. Knowing who they were and what they were doing, they felt relieved. They were very grateful to Shen Miaoqing and immediately came to thank her again. However, their family was very poor and couldn't offer much as thanks. They only had some wild vegetables, which made them feel a bit embarrassed to give. The vegetables were few and not very impressive. After hesitating for a moment, Du Xungsong finally took out the vegetables. "Miss Shen's great kindness cannot be repaid. Our family doesn't have much to offer, only some wild vegetables we just dug up today. But don't worry, Miss Shen. When we have the chance in the future, we will definitely repay you." The people nearby are making some noise and are curious about what is happening. Since entertainment is limited now, even small things can attract attention. However, Shen Miaoqing doesn't need any repayment because she doesn't lack those little things. She originally helped the child without expecting anything in return, just because she couldn't bear to see him get hurt. She also knows that these wild vegetables are hard to come by for their family, so she didn't expect to get anything valuable. One of the vegetables that Du Xungsong brought over was of a type she didn't have in her space. But Shen Miaoqing didn't greedily take it. She guessed that there might be more of this kind of vegetable nearby, so there was no need to take what little they had now. Therefore, she politely refused, saying, "No need, you can take it back." She was still worried that these 2 might keep their small ration and then go hungry again, which would be pointless. Du Xungsong insisted, "It's fine, Miss Shen.
Please accept it."
"I'll go." He hesitated. "It's really not much and not worth much." His face was full of shame. He felt embarrassed to take anything from her, especially when this small amount of vegetables was more valuable than any medicine. Many onlookers couldn't help but start talking about what they saw. That small handful of vegetables isn't worth much. I wonder how the Du family feels brave enough to take it out. Don't say that. Today, Du Xungsong went out and didn't find anything to eat. Their family still needs to eat, so they can't give away much. That's true. It's hard to find food these days. But some people also noticed that Miss Shen seemed to know some medical skills. They thought it was incredible that she had such ability. They looked excited, recalling how she had once knocked a mountain bandit flying with a single strike. It seemed vivid in their minds. Despite this, they didn't blame Shen Miaoqing. Instead, they admired her strength and courage. When they saw her defeat so many bandits alone, they couldn't help but feel excited. She was truly powerful. Now, I learned that Miss Shen can also do medical treatment, which is very impressive. Tang Pingjiang felt very excited. He looked like a little fanboy, and even tried to think the same way as others. But when others heard this, their attention shifted to Shen Miaoqing's medical skills. They weren't as eager as Tang Pingjiang to admire her, but they thought her skills could be useful to them. In life, People often experience dizziness or minor accidents, and only someone who knows some medicine can help. Currently, no one in their team knows how to do medical treatment. So many people felt excited when they learned Shen Miaoqing could. They also felt a bit more friendly and caring towards her. After all, they thought it was best not to offend someone who can do medicine. Their conversation was loud enough for Shen Miaoqing to hear. But she wasn't surprised by their reactions, since very few people know how to do medicine. Even she only has basic skills. She didn't bother to explain and didn't care what they thought. Sometimes, knowing a little more can make others feel respect and admiration. Right now, she looked at Du Song and his wife, who felt guilty for thinking she was wasting her time on their family. Shen Miaoqing thought for a moment and took a wild vegetable from his hand. I'll take this much for now. When you guys become successful in the future, it's still not too late to pay me back. You're good people and will remember kindness. After Shen Miaoqing finished speaking, those who had hoped to get free treatment from her immediately lost their small schemes. Some people initially thought that since Shen Miaoqing didn't take anything when treating Du Song's family, she wouldn't charge them either. But Shen Miaoqing clearly stated that gratitude should be repaid, and when their family becomes successful, it's still not too late. So, seeing her only take a wild vegetable, they realized that seeing her wasn't completely free, but that was normal. Many people understood that medicine still costs money. Du Song and his wife also understood Shen Miaoqing's kindness. Seeing she only took one vegetable, they felt she truly had a compassionate heart. Thank you, Miss Shen. We will definitely repay you someday. They thanked each other again. Du Song and his wife felt it was normal to leave the mountain bandits and choose to follow Miss Shen. Shen Miaoqing waved her hand, took back the wild vegetables, and didn't say much more to the two of them. Her ox should be full and ready to be pulled back. Tonight, she would plant this thing in her space again. Since Shen Miaoqing had already left, no one paid attention to this side anymore. It was another cool evening, waiting for nightfall to quietly drift into sleep. Tonight, Shen Miaoqing still worked hard, pulling her bow, shooting arrows, pulling again, shooting again. 1, 2, 3 arrows shot out. But none hit the target. Shen Miaoqing was used to this, and didn't get discouraged. She kept practicing. The martial arts secret book from her space was much better than ordinary ones. When she opened the relevant page, it showed not only written instructions but also video tutorials and realistic human-like demonstrations. There was even a simulation training ground, so Shen Miaoqing could practice countless times. The training ground was fully equipped, and the tools were very fine. While practicing, Shen Miaoqing lost track of time, until her arms were sore and her hands bled, burning with pain. Shen Miaoqing didn't mind this. The only thing she found uncomfortable was her slow progress. It seemed she still needed to think more about the theoretical knowledge and then practice repeatedly. Having a goal, Shen Miaoqing didn't rest long and continued to work hard. Time gradually passed. The next day at noon, the sun was high, a gentle breeze blew, and the weather was bright and beautiful. Everyone, after traveling for a long time, stopped to rest. Shen Miaoqing, Shen Delang, and Lin Yang said a few words, greeted everyone, and planned to find some food to bring back. Yesterday, Shen Miaoqing told Lin Yang and others she wanted to go out with others, but she actually preferred to go alone. Thinking this way, she just did it. Before leaving, Shen Miaoqing reminded Shen Delang and Lin Yang not to wander around and to shout loudly if anything unexpected happened. She also told the children not to run too far to play. After all, Shen Miaoqing was leading so many bandits on the road, and it was her first time leaving her family. Naturally, she was a bit worried and gave a few more instructions. But when Lin Yang and Shen Delang tried to persuade her not to go, Shen Miaoqing didn't listen. After giving these instructions, Shen Miaoqing did not stay any longer and decided to go outside. She hadn't gone out for several days, but she was quite happy about this trip. Still, she remained cautious. At this moment, only Shen Miaoqing hadn't gone to look for things because these people rely on walking and they rarely stop. When they do stop, they rest before continuing to search for food. Not long after Shen Miaoqing left, Lin Yang and Shen Dalong could no longer see her figure. Today, Shen Miaoqing chose a resting spot with many big trees, providing shade and keeping it cool. She looked around the area she passed, noticing that besides the trees, she could faintly hear the sound of flowing water. When Shen Miaoqing went over to check, she found a clear stream at the bottom of the small valley. There were many small fish swimming in the water, which made her feel very peaceful and happy. Just then, Shen Miaoqing found a few new types of wild vegetables by the stream. One was called wheat bottle grass, which is thin and long, with tender, soft texture and a strong, fragrant taste. Another was called first tender vegetable, which is also very fresh and crispy and can be cooked in many ways like steaming, cold mixing, stir-frying, or boiling soup. There were also water celery and other wild vegetables, but these were not very many. Shen Miaoqing could only walk along the edge of the stream to continue searching. She mainly looked for shaded, cool spots to find more plants, and she was quite satisfied with what she found. Her main focus was on the variety of plants, not the quantity. While digging for wild vegetables, Shen Miaoqing also found a good spot to set a basket in the water and place some bait, hoping to attract fish. There were also fish in her space. If she couldn't catch any outside, she planned to take some from her space directly. After setting up the fish trap, Shen Miaoqing continued to look for new plants. Meanwhile, Hu Laosand, Fang Xingwen, and brothers Li Daren and Li Zhongho also started going out to find food. Although Li Daren and Li Zhongho didn't get along well with the mountain bandits, they still couldn't forget the fate of their loved ones. But when searching for food, they didn't dare go alone. The outside was still too dangerous, so safety was the priority. The two of them stayed close to others while looking for food. Old Man Hu and Fang Xingwen, as well as Li Daren and Li Zhongho, still had some impression of each other. They were the ones who persuaded Ma Hongguang not to continue harming the villagers. Because of this, Li Daren and Li Zhongho felt more willing to work with these bandits. They knew not all bandits were bad, but the trauma of losing their families made it hard for them to fully trust. Old Man Hu and Fang Xingwen didn't pay much attention to Li Daren and Li Zhongho. Even when they went together to find food, they didn't interact much. Their group of over 30 people set out together, searching for food. They had dug up many roots from the ground and packed them into baskets, but wild vegetables were scarce and not enough for everyone. Besides roots, many looked for wild vegetables, but there weren't many types available, so they couldn't find much. They also discovered a small stream nearby, which was useful for collecting water. Many people headed toward the stream. Soon, the group ran into Shen Miaoqing. As soon as Old Man Hu saw Shen Miaoqing, he warmly greeted her. "Miss Shen, you're out too." Before she could reply, Fang Xingwen added, "We didn't see you earlier, or we could have come out together." Li Daren and Li Zhongho also greeted Shen Miaoqing. The others in the group started talking to her as well. This was much more enthusiastic than before. Over 30 grown men surrounded Shen Miaoqing. She nodded and smiled, saying, "All good, all good." She didn't expect to be so popular. After thinking for a moment, Shen Miaoqing guessed it was because they knew she could treat injuries. Furthermore, her influence and her strength played a role. Whenever someone has the ability, they tend to earn respect easily. Shen Miaoqing didn't worry about these reasons. Whatever the cause, it was beneficial to her. After greeting each other, the group continued their search for food. Shen Miaoqing also kept digging for wild vegetables in her area, as she hadn't finished harvesting from this small patch yet. But Old Man Hu and Fang Xingwen, seeing the variety of wild vegetables Shen Miaoqing was digging, couldn't help but look at her with curiosity. Because they had never dug this type of wild vegetable before. Old Man Hu thought for a moment and asked kindly, "Miss Shen, are these wild vegetables really edible? I hope they won't cause any problems." Hearing this, Shen Miaoqing was surprised. Did they not know that these vegetables could be eaten? But then she remembered that old lady Shen had also said that the wood ear mushrooms she brought back earlier were not edible. Thinking about this, Shen Miaoqing realized that perhaps these people simply didn't know how to prepare or recognize these vegetables. Recalling the cooking skills of the people here, she wasn't surprised. After all, this was not the same dynasty she was familiar with from her previous history studies. There were many differences, which was normal. When someone asked about it, Shen Miaoqing honestly replied, These wild vegetables are also edible. Old man who looked skeptical but decided to believe her, since no one had ever eaten this kind of vegetable before. In their eyes, these vegetables were no better than weeds, often ignored and considered just grass. Usually, when they picked such vegetables, they would remove the leaves and dig up the roots to eat. Only when they were extremely hungry would they choose to eat these unknown vegetables. However, they didn't even call them vegetables. They called them wild grass. So when Shen Miaoqing said they were wild vegetables, they thought it might be possible. After all, Shen Miaoqing had brought some to eat herself, so there was no need to lie. Moreover, her conditions were much better than theirs. Fang Xingwen also squatted down and carefully examined the wild vegetables Shen Miaoqing was digging. Then I must recognize them well. Later, I'll go find some of these vegetables too. With Fang Xingwen taking the lead, others gathered around, eager to see what these wild vegetables looked like. They were very hungry, and any extra food was good for them. They didn't care much about whether the food was safe or not. Since everyone was eating, they didn't think too much. If something went wrong, they would all face the consequences together. Seeing so many people interested, Shen Miaoqing didn't mind sharing. This is called my ping chow. Its young shoots can be eaten as wild vegetables and taste delicious. There is also this called alfalfa, with many branches at the base of the grass and a thin, cylindrical root. It is also edible. If you come across it, you can dig it up and eat it, and this is water celery. Shen Miaoqing told these people all the wild vegetables she had in her basket. Many of them didn't know these wild plants were edible. They only recognized a few types. After Shen Miaoqing explained, everyone looked surprised. They had no idea these plants could be eaten. Miss Shen, you're amazing. You know so many things. Li Darren couldn't help but praise, and others also admired his words. I learned a little from books, Shen Miaoqing modestly said, explaining how she knew so much. So Miss Shen can read? No wonder you're so talented, Fang Xingwen said with a big smile. I just recently learned some characters too. I can learn from Shen Miaoqing. Fang Xingwen looked proud and tousled his hair a bit. Shen Miaoqing found this a bit funny and a little bit greasy. Fang Xingwen's clothes were old and hadn't been washed in a long time. His hair was sticky and close to his scalp, so he wasn't very handsome. Let's see, Shen Miaoqing said politely with a smile, then stood up. She had almost finished digging up the wild vegetables here. She had shared her knowledge for now and needed to find more wild plants. Other people saw Shen Miaoqing walk away, but didn't all follow. They still wanted to keep digging for wild vegetables. Gathering together wasn't as good as spreading out and searching more. Shen Miaoqing thought the same. She didn't want too many people searching in one place. Seeing that they stayed nearby, but didn't crowd her, she was quite satisfied. Shen Miaoqing continued searching. Soon, under a big tree, she found several new types of plants and started digging again. Meanwhile, others kept looking for the wild vegetables Shen Miaoqing mentioned, and they collected many, laughing happily. Many people exclaimed when they found the plant she described. Over here! Over here! Miss Shen's wild vegetables are also here. Master, come take a look. You little kid, are you blind? This isn't the kind of plant Miss Shen was talking about. This is the real one. Take a good look. Some people found wild vegetables, but didn't make a fuss. It was better to secretly dig them up and take them home. He had his own children, elderly, and wife to support, so he didn't worry about much else. Meanwhile, Shen Miaoqing was almost done digging up the wild vegetables near the big tree and was also searching for new plant varieties nearby. She was gradually moving closer to the foot of the mountain. There was no proper path up the mountain, only wild grass and thick thorns everywhere. Shen Miaoqing had no plans to go up the mountain. Climbing such a mountain would require clearing a path, which was too much trouble. It was better to look around nearby for anything useful. There was no need or time to go up the mountain. Plus, the mountain path was dangerous, so it wasn't worth the risk. Thinking this, Shen Miaoqing decided not to move closer to the mountain's foot and instead continued searching around the small stream. But besides Shen Miaoqing, some others couldn't resist walking toward the lush green wild vegetables at the mountain's base. Unknowingly, as they picked more vegetables, they moved deeper into the woods. Not long after, near the small stream, Shen Miaoqing heard a sharp, piercing scream.
Ah! Run.
Quickly. Apart from Shen Miaoqing, others also heard the shrill cry. Since they were not far apart, they could hear clearly. Seeing this, many hesitated. Had they encountered some danger? From the sound, it seemed like someone they knew was involved. When Shen Miaoqing heard the scream, her brow furrowed tightly. Could anyone be so reckless as to go into such a mountain? Shen Miaoqing stood up, placing the last of her wild vegetables into her basket, ready to leave. But the scream grew louder, indicating that the people fleeing were heading in her direction. Many others nearby also heard the sound and couldn't help feeling a bit panicked. So, besides Shen Miaoqing wanting to leave, others also prepared to escape. But before they could go far, more screams and hurried footsteps echoed in their ears. Shen Miaoqing looked back and saw two large wild boars, both fat and covered with black bristles, with sharp tusks curling out of their mouths. At this moment, the two wild boars were chasing a group of people running ahead. The people, seeing this, quickened their pace and ran faster as they approached Shen Miaoqing's group. If these big boars collided with them, they would be in serious trouble. Shen Miaoqing had no tools and didn't plan to confront the boars directly. She decided that running away was the best choice, even though she knew martial arts. Facing these two wild boars that suddenly went berserk was too risky. She could use her ability to touch the boars and then store them in her space to freeze them, but there were so many people around. She definitely couldn't take that risk now. She had to wait for the right moment and act accordingly. The boars were much faster than humans, especially when they were mad, and now they were running even faster. The people who had started running first were about to be caught. They were so scared that tears came to their eyes, and they dared not stop. They kept shouting loudly for help. They knew that if no one stopped the boars, the animals could catch them soon, given their speed. They really didn't want to die under the hooves of wild pigs. They still had families waiting for them to bring back food. No. Perhaps because he was running too fast, Zhao Dadong tripped over a stone on the ground and fell hard. He desperately tried to get up, but the pain in his knees and his fear overwhelmed him. For a moment, Zhao Datong couldn't stand up at all. "Help me, save me," Zhao Datong shouted, trembling with fear. He watched the people gradually getting farther away, feeling hopeless inside. Just when Zhao Datong thought the wild boar was getting closer and he was about to die, he heard a loud bang nearby. It was the sound of something heavy hitting flesh. Immediately after, Zhao Datong felt a strong grip on his hand. He was pulled up forcefully and then ran along with whoever was helping him. This sudden movement also caused the legs, which had gone weak from fear and couldn't support her, to stabilize again. Ignoring the pain in her knees, Zhao Datong quickly started running. During the escape, Zhao Datong caught a quick glimpse and recognized the person pulling him along, Shen Miaoqing. He could clearly feel that he was being pulled forward by a strong hand. He hadn't even used his strength yet, and it was as if he was being dragged along. Shen Miaoqing looked at the person she was pulling, and when he finally managed to run with some effort, she felt relieved. She had thought his leg was really broken. Just now, Shen Miaoqing also heard the sound of the person she was holding falling. There was also a loud, frantic cry for help. Shen Miaoqing stopped and picked up several large stones nearby. She forcefully threw them at the two wild boars behind her. Fortunately, the wild boar was not too far from Shen Miaoqing, and she had been practicing her aim these days. The stones hit the wild boars precisely. Shen Miaoqing's strength was quite powerful. Even the two wild boars paused for a moment after being hit so hard. Seizing this opportunity, Shen Miaoqing ran quickly, grabbed Zhao Datong who had fallen to the ground, and pulled him up to run. When she saw that the person she was pulling had regained his strength, Shen Miaoqing let go. "Run quickly yourself, run over there, don't run straight toward us," she said, pointing to a nearby path. Now, the wild boars were chasing toward the crowded area, so it was safer to scatter and run. This was especially true for someone injured like Zhao Datong. Zhao Datong didn't have time to think and instinctively followed Shen Miaoqing's instructions, running in the direction she pointed. Not long after Zhao Datong ran away, Shen Miaoqing heard a series of screams behind her. She looked back and saw that the two wild boars were almost catching up, and the people behind were screaming in fear. Shen Miaoqing ran faster, and with Zhao Datong, she quickly overtook many others. At this moment, she turned back and saw this scene again. This time, Shen Miaoqing stopped and appeared to take out a small axe from her basket, but it was actually pulled from her space. She had sharpened this axe before, and it was very sharp. These two wild boars, if they could be caught and properly displayed, would be a great source of meat. Seeing that the two wild boars attracted the attention of the people behind, Shen Miaoqing quietly planned to circle around from another side. She intended to launch a surprise attack. Since there are two boars, she didn't want to get hurt herself and decided to take a safer approach. However, the people running behind started to get nervous as they approached the boars. They thought, if only we hadn't been so greedy for those wild vegetables and dared to come down to the foot of the mountain. They never expected to be so unlucky as to encounter wild boars, especially two of them. If it had been just one boar, maybe they could have scattered and had a chance to escape. Plus, if it were only one boar, with so many of them, they might even work together to kill it. But now, with this situation, how could they fight? Just looking at it, everyone wanted to run away. For safety, even those who were friendly with the people behind didn't think much and just wanted to save their own lives. At this moment, the people behind were caught by the boars. They casually picked up some sticks and shouted, "Don't come any closer." These sticks were just for show. The boars weren't afraid at all. The two boars kept walking straight toward them, intending to ram into the group. They were too close, and the group had no way to avoid the attack. Just then, Shen Miaoqing arrived with a sharp wood-cutting knife, ready to strike. As the boars were about to knock over the group, Shen Miaoqing fiercely swung her knife at one of the boars. Thanks to her strike, the boar was pushed slightly off course. This slight change in direction allowed the group, who was about to be torn apart, to narrowly escape. They only suffered minor scratches from the collision and rolled to the side. Stunned, they looked at Shen Miaoqing, who had suddenly appeared. None of them expected that the one to come to their rescue was a young girl. Even the strong man who was close to them didn't dare to step forward. The sight of Shen Miaoqing calmly fighting the boars was truly shocking. Her unexpected bravery and coolness made everyone's jaw drop. The wild boar injured by Shen Miaoqing is now even more furious, seeming to be more aggressive than before. Besides the injured boar, another wild boar is also glaring fiercely, ready to charge. Both boars are now focused on Shen Miaoqing, and she has no time to think much. She quickly picks up the chopping knife she used earlier and swings it down again, dealing a heavy blow to the large boar. After the strike, the injured boar finally reacts and rushes toward Shen Miaoqing. She quickly dodges, but the boar persists, charging at her again. Shen Miaoqing dodges once more. Fortunately, because both boars are so big, they can't attack her at the same time. The injured boar, although still aggressive, moves slowly due to its wounds, giving Shen Miaoqing a chance to avoid. While dodging, she looks for an opportunity to strike back at the two boars. Meanwhile, the person who was knocked over by the boar and rolled to the side notices that the boar has stopped attacking them and quickly runs away. After running about 100 meters and confirming they are safe, they stop. They then look toward Shen Miaoqing and exchange worried glances. They realize Shen Miaoqing only got into this danger to save them, yet they chose to run away alone, leaving her to face the danger alone. Feeling guilty, they all think they are truly unkind. Although Shen Miaoqing is quite capable, facing these two large boars alone is not easy. What should we do now? I don't know either. The three of them want to discuss a solution, but when they speak, they find they have no ideas. Besides these three, others who were originally running away also stop, sensing that the noise behind them has quieted down. It seems the boar is no longer coming toward them, and they are now several hundred meters away from Shen Miaoqing. Hu Laosan and Fang Xingwen see that everyone has stopped and also pause. Then, they all look back together, and from a distance, they seem to see the boar attacking something. Upon closer inspection, old Hu couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't that Miss Shen? How did she get there?" Others also looked confused. At first, Miss Shen was running quite fast, even seeming to surpass them. But now, When did she arrive there? Li Daren and Li Zhongho saw Miss Shen Miaoqing fighting alone against 2 wild boars. They exchanged glances and hesitated for a moment before deciding to turn back. They originally chose to escape together because of Miss Shen, and now they couldn't just leave her. Both found a large stick, swallowed hard, and resolutely headed back. Even though they made their decision, they felt nervous and a bit scared. After all, wild boars are dangerous animals that could threaten their lives. Meanwhile, Miss Shen Miaoqing didn't know about their worries. She was focused on fighting the 2 wild boars, not daring to relax for a moment. The injured wild boar kept lunging at her, but failed each time, looking increasingly frantic. The injured boar was still unwilling to give up and charged at her again with a fierce headbutt. Miss Shen Miaoqing was waiting for this moment, ready to dodge again when it charged. When the boar collided, she took the chance to move aside. The wild boar hit a sturdy tree hard. The tree shook slightly, almost breaking. A wild boar weighing about 200 pounds, with such force, was very dangerous. But the injured boar was also panting heavily now. Several mistakes had made it calmer than before. Before the boar could react again, Shen Miaoqing's sharp chopping knife was already at its neck. She used great strength to cut deeply, piercing through the thick, rough hide to reach its softest part. After the strike, Shen Miaoqing did not stop. She quickly pulled out her chopping knife and struck the wild boar again and again. She kept attacking until she hoped the boar would be dead. At this moment, another wild boar charged directly toward Shen Miaoqing. The first boar had not yet collided because it was blocked and couldn't attack her at the same time. Now, seeing Shen Miaoqing standing nearby, it couldn't hold back and tried to charge with great force. Shen Miaoqing, being cautious and careful, noticed this attack and prepared to dodge. Just then, Li Daren and Li Zhongho arrived. They saw Shen Miaoqing fiercely attacking the boar. Before they could react to her strength, they saw the other boar rushing toward Shen Miaoqing again. "Danger!" they shouted. Li Daren and Li Zhongho quickly ran forward, grabbing sturdy wooden sticks and hitting the boar hard. Although they used a lot of force, their strength was much less than Shen Miaoqing's. For the tough-skinned boar, their hits felt like tickling and caused no pain. But they kept hitting the boar with their sticks. Others nearby also turned back, holding either sticks or stones. Some threw stones at the boar. Hu Laosan and Fang Xingwen had gathered quite a few stones and kept hitting the boar without stopping. The continuous attacks made the boar, which initially wanted to attack Shen Miaoqing, become frantic. Frustrated, it changed its target and charged toward Li Daren and Li Zhongho. Seeing the boar change direction, the 2 men felt nervous. They didn't have time to think much. The boar was about to hit them. Since they were close to the boar, Li Daren and Li Zhongho quickly separated and dodged in different directions. This time, the boar chose to charge at Li Zhongho, who was closest. That area was also where a group of people had gathered. Fang Xingwen and Hu Laosan continued to throw stones at the boar, retreating while doing so. Zhou Daqiang and Lu Erden both used wooden sticks to hit the wild boar hard. Others followed their example, either throwing stones or hitting the boar randomly. But their attacks were still not enough to seriously hurt the wild boar. Li Zhongho was closest to the boar, and although he tried to dodge, he was still knocked over. A puff, sound of blood being spit out was heard. With that collision, Li Zhongho felt as if his internal organs might be shattered. Fortunately, the boar only hit Li Zhongho from the side, not directly hitting his stomach. Otherwise, Li Zhongho might have been in even worse danger. Even though the boar didn't use all its strength, it still caused serious injuries to Li Zhongho. Just as the boar was about to trample Li Zhongho again and attack the people in front, Shen Miaoqing, who had already confirmed that one boar was down and dead, rushed over. She fiercely swung her chopping knife at the boar's rear. Shen Miaoqing was always very strong, and this blow made the wild boar, which had been going crazy, hurt so badly it doubted its own existence. But Shen Miaoqing didn't stop. She kept chopping at the boar's rear. The stimulated boar had no choice but to abandon its plan to trample the people on the ground and attack those in front. It quickly turned around, trying to avoid further injury to its vulnerable parts. Taking the chance while the boar turned, Li Darren hurried over to help Li Zhongho up. However, besides Li Darren, there were other kind people who helped too, and they were quicker to help Li Zhongho up. This act of kindness touched both Li Darren and Li Zhongho, who had always been distant from the mountain bandits, and it eased the tension between them. But at this moment, their main focus was not on this. Many people's eyes were still on the boar that had turned around and on Shin Miaoqing fighting it. Shin Miaoqing reacted quickly. The heavy boar couldn't reach her agile, delicate figure, so it couldn't really hurt her. Seeing Shin Miaoqing move so easily and decisively, the wild boar seemed stunned, as if it couldn't keep up. If Shin Miaoqing knew what these people were thinking, she would definitely be silent. She doesn't seem relaxed now. If she hadn't been practicing her physical skills constantly in the space, reacting quickly, it wouldn't have been so easy to avoid. However, this group of people didn't stay stunned for long, just a few seconds. They thought at this moment it was just a wild pig, and an injured one at that. With so many of them, they could handle it. So, after regaining their senses, many continued to throw stones and hit the pig with sticks. Some even dared to imitate Shin Miaoqing's method, using thick wooden sticks to strike the pig's rear as it turned around. There were even more daring ones who pushed the stick into the pig's behind. This move caused the pig, which had just been heavily wounded and was now swaying, to become more agitated. The pig's rear was already badly injured, and with the sudden attack plus the stones hitting from behind, it was very annoying. The pig couldn't help but want to turn around again. But unfortunately, just as it moved, Shin Miaoqing seized the chance. While the pig was unprepared, she swung her chopping knife at its forehead. The forehead is the pig's most vulnerable spot. Shin Miaoqing hit precisely with full force, and the pig was killed instantly. Even as the pig fell, many people kept hitting and smashing it, afraid it wasn't dead yet. Only after a while, when both pigs showed no signs of movement, did they stop. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Did they really kill a wild pig? Although they didn't do all the work, they still helped a lot. No matter what, everyone was now cheering loudly. That was a wild pig, weighing around 200 pounds. Even Shin Miaoqing couldn't help but relax and let go of her tension. Fong, brother Fong, we killed this pig. Zhuo Daqiang excitedly shook Fong Xingwen's arm. Fong Xingwen was a bit stunned at first, but after reacting, he also got excited with Zhuo Daqiang. He was really strong. He managed to kill a wild pig. The others shared similar thoughts, happily talking about the two big pigs. Some kept praising Shin Miaoqing, especially Tang Pingjiang. What do you mean by us killing wild boars? It was all thanks to Miss Shin's great effort. She single-handedly took down a wild boar, and we only contributed a little bit. Tang Pingjiang looked at Shin Miaoqing with admiration. It was truly impressive. He thought that, even if they didn't help, Miss Shin could have killed 2 wild boars alone. Hey, kid, why are you so serious? We're just here to have fun. Someone bumped his shoulder with a smile. I'm just stating the facts. Miss Shin is really amazing. There's no one she can't beat. Tang Pingjiang kept praising Shin Miaoqing, as he liked people who were strong and capable. Back then, Tang Pingjiang loved listening to stories about martial arts heroes, especially those with incredible skills who were unbeatable. Although he didn't see himself as the hero, he liked the idea of being all-powerful like them. Shin Miaoqing, who had been quiet for a while, now looked at the excited crowd and Tang Pingjiang, who kept praising her. She didn't remember much about Tang Pingjiang before, but now she took note of him. He was quite good at complimenting others, and she liked being praised. At the same time, Shin Miaoqing was a bit surprised that these people dared to come back after running away. She thought they wouldn't dare return after fleeing. Especially Li Darren and Li Zhongho, who had no real means of protecting themselves but still led the wild boar toward danger and got hurt. But all of this actually worked in Shin Miaoqing's favor. At least she now knew that not everyone was selfish or cowardly. Some could be useful later. In the end, Shin Miaoqing first put away her chopping knife, planning to wash off the dirt and blood at the creek before heading back. Her hands and clothes were stained with blood, and if she went home like that, She might scare her family. The creek was nearby, so she had time to clean herself up. Before that, she also checked on Li Zhongho, who had been hit by the wild boar and was coughing up blood. Take him back to the other side first. I'll look for some herbs later to help him. Sun Maoqing looked at Li Daren standing next to Li Zhongho. Li Daren quickly nodded and said, "Thank you, Miss Shen, for your help." "Thank you, Miss Shen. I think I'm fine now," Li Zhongho said, wiping blood from his mouth, though he sounded stubborn. "Hey, you stop talking. I'll take you back now." "Later, let Miss Shen take a look," Li Daren said unhappily, trying to pull Li Zhongho away. Li Daren knew Shen Miaoqing was good at medicine, and he hoped she could check on his foolish brother. Li Zhongho scratched his head, feeling it was troublesome to bother someone. These days, seeing a doctor wasn't cheap. "Your health is more important," Shen Miaoqing said softly, then told the two to leave first. Once Li Daren and Li Zhongho left, Shen Miaoqing turned to the others and said, "You can carry these 2 wild boars back now, and we'll share the meat later." When she finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed. They couldn't help but swallow nervously. This was meat. It was rare to get such good meat. Would they really share the wild boars with them? Many of them felt uneasy. They had only thrown some stones, and it didn't seem like they did much. "Miss Shen, how should we split it?" Hu Laosan asked first. Hu Laosan also thought they didn't deserve much of the wild boar meat since they hadn't contributed much. Still, secretly, he hoped to get some meat himself. Who wouldn't want a lot of meat? "Later, we'll talk about it," Shen Miaoqing replied without giving a clear answer. After saying that, she left directly, heading toward the small creek. She wanted to see how these people would handle the division of the wild boars. She wasn't short of meat. Her space was full of wild boar meat. When she reached the creek, she found a quiet spot. Once she was sure no one was around, she quietly entered her space. She took a full bath in her large tub, washing herself thoroughly. But she didn't dare use fragrant soap, as the scent might cause unnecessary suspicion. After cleaning herself, Shen Miaoqing felt refreshed and left her space. However, she didn't completely wash off the bloodstains on her clothes, as she didn't have other clothes to change into. Clothes in the space are not easy to carry out. If I change into a new set, it might seem strange. Before leaving the space, Shen Miaoqing took out the new plants she found today and put them inside. When she went out, she also picked some wild vegetables and fungi, packed them into her basket, and carried a dead rabbit with her. Since she had been searching alone for a long time, no one knew what was in her basket. Shen Miaoqing was not worried about being discovered. After leaving the space, Shen Miaoqing noticed that quite some time had passed, about an hour and a half since she came out. So she headed straight to the place where she had previously set a trap to catch fish. She was curious to see if she would have any luck this time. When she arrived and looked carefully, she saw she did have some catch, although it was small. It was just a tiny fish, about the size of a palm. Thinking that even a small thing like a mosquito is still food, Shen Miaoqing decided to put the fish and her basket into the space. Today, she already had a wild boar, a rabbit, and a basket of wild vegetables, so she was too lazy to take out the fish again. After checking her trap, Shen Miaoqing didn't delay and started heading back. Meanwhile, a group of over 30 people was on their way back with 2 wild boars, each weighing about 200 jin. Old Hu thought for a moment and then spoke. "Miss Shen was kind enough to share some wild boar meat with us. We shouldn't be too greedy. Let's split both boars. I also think we should leave 1 wild boar for Miss Shen." Tang Pingjiang was the first to agree. He believed that since the boars were Shen Miaoqing's spoils, it was unreasonable to expect to get both. Fang Xingwen also agreed after some thought, saying, "That's fair. If Miss Shen is willing to share 1 boar with us, that's already generous." Zhou Daqiang, who had been saved by Shen Miaoqing and was lagging behind, also nodded in agreement. Their lives had been saved thanks to Shen Miaoqing, so they couldn't be greedy. Of course, some people felt a bit uncomfortable, mainly wanting more meat so they could eat better. "This is because Miss Shen is willing to share with us. We shouldn't refuse." "Your words are funny. You say you're sharing everything with us, but do you really think it's all evenly divided? Does Miss Shen say she will give everything away?" Tang Pingjiang sneered coldly. Maybe she will only share a wild boar leg, so it's better not to be too greedy. Talking like that, I was just saying it casually. The man chuckled awkwardly and stopped talking. In the end, Old Who stepped forward again to stop the argument. Alright, don't have such bad thoughts. You all know Miss Shin's skills. Even if she keeps the wild boar for herself, it makes sense that she wouldn't share it with us. We haven't helped much anyway. These small matters, if we don't do anything, she can handle it herself. After Old Who's words, those who had been feeling uneasy and greedy calmed down. They also understood that Old Who was telling the truth. Miss Shen was really capable. She could easily defeat them with one strike. If they really fought her, they wouldn't stand a chance. Once they realized this, everyone stopped talking and honestly carried the two wild boars back home in turns. When they returned, the others waiting at the scene couldn't help but be stunned by what they saw. Two wild boars, was that real? They couldn't believe they had managed to kill and bring back two wild boars. Impressive. They actually brought back two wild boars. Old Chen, I must be seeing things. Our son and his friends really brought back two such big wild boars. Mom, these wild boars are so big. The children's curious voices looked at the large wild boars with amazement. At this moment, everyone, regardless of age or gender, was focused on the two wild boars. Especially those who had been hungry for a long time understood what the meat meant. This was meat, something that could fill their stomachs, and was even tastier than wild vegetables. Seeing this scene and hearing the praise, the person carrying the wild boars felt very happy. However, it was a pity that these wild boars were not caught by them. If Miss Shen was willing to share a little, that would already be a huge blessing. After they carried the wild boars over and set them down, Old Who finally explained, these two wild boars weren't killed by us. They were killed by Miss Shen. Old Third, whose voice was loud enough for almost everyone to hear. Really? All of this was done by Miss Shen. Wow, Miss Shen is really capable. She managed to kill two wild boars. Is that true? Such big wild boars, almost as big as 4 or 5 of that girl. How did she manage to kill 2 of them? Many of the bandits who had been beaten by Shin Miaoqing believed this story. However, those who hadn't seen Shin Miaoqing's skills were still doubtful. In response to everyone's questions, Old Third Who, Fang Xingwen, Tang Pingjiang, and others all said, of course it's true. Once everyone who had come back was seated, they began to tell the story in detail. Especially Tang Pingjiang, who often listened to storytellers, had learned a little and described how Shin Miaoqing defeated the wild boars, making everyone feel as if they were there. Just then, when that wild boar was about to charge at Zhao Dadong, guess what happened? What? Tell us quickly. Tang Pingjiang, stop hesitating and say it. Tang Pingjiang quickly stirred everyone's curiosity, making them eager to hear more. All right, I'll tell you. The big, fierce wild boar was suddenly cut by Miss Shin, who appeared out of nowhere. The boar squealed in pain, but Miss Shin didn't hold back. Actually, Tang Pingjiang hadn't seen all of this himself. He only knew about Zhao Datong almost being hit by the wild boar and being saved by Shin Miaoqing, which Zhao Datong told him. So, his story was somewhat exaggerated, but many people believed it wholeheartedly because he told it so convincingly. After Tang Pingjiang finished his story, everyone admired Shin Miaoqing even more. Even the children listening nearby were captivated and admired her deeply. Xiao Fu, Shin Chaoqian, and Shin Chaotu also listened carefully, proud of their sister's heroic deeds. Then, why hasn't my daughter Qing'er come back yet? Lin Yang asked quickly when she saw Tang Pingjiang and the others finally taking a break. Her girl had left early in the morning, but she still hadn't returned. Tang Pingjiang looked at Lin Yang. Now, seeing the mother of someone he admired, his attitude improved greatly. Miss Shun will be back soon. Don't worry. Your daughter is very capable, so nothing will happen to her. Mother Lin listened to Tang Pingjiang praising her daughter, but she still felt worried inside. She hadn't seen her daughter herself, so she couldn't fully relax. No matter how impressive Shin Miaoqing seems to others, Mother Lin always worries about her little girl. Mother Lin and Shin Dalong waited quietly for their daughter to return. They wanted to go look for her, but remembered what she had said before about watching over the children and things and not letting them wander around. So, they had to wait patiently, hoping Shin Miaoqing would come back safely. Everyone else also hoped Shin Miaoqing would return. Some wanted to see if the seemingly fragile girl could really hunt and kill 2 wild boars. Others just wanted to get some pork, which everyone was eager for. Shin Miaoqing didn't keep everyone waiting long. Soon after Tang Pingjiang finished telling her story, she returned carrying a large basket on her back. Mother Lin, Shin Dalong, and the 3 children were very happy to see her coming from afar. They hurried over to greet her. Mother Lin was surprised to see blood on Shin Miaoqing's clothes and asked worriedly, "Qinger, are you hurt? Are you okay?" "And this blood?" Shin Dalong asked with concern. "I'm fine. The blood is from the wild boars. I have no injuries," Shin Miaoqing replied, turning around to show them she was unhurt. Seeing that she was truly okay, they relaxed. Then, Shin Dalong and Mother Lin helped carry her basket and told her to go rest. Shin Miaoqing wasn't polite. She handed over the basket and looked up at the 3 children, who seemed more excited than usual, their eyes shining brightly. Shin Miaoqing found it amusing. What's wrong with these little ones? As Shin Dalong and Mother Lin walked away, others came closer to Shin Miaoqing. "Miss Shin, we've brought back both wild boars. They are right over there," they said. Shin Miaoqing nodded gently and said kindly, "Thank you for your hard work." They replied, "It's no trouble at all." A group of people practiced responding quickly and said it wasn't hard work. "Miss Shin, we've thought it over. You are kind and willing to share some wild pig meat with us, but we didn't do much to deserve it, and we can't be shameless enough to ask for so much. So, you keep 1 pig for yourself and just give us half of the other one. If not, even just a small part is fine." Old, who quickly stepped forward to explain the group's decision, but he didn't dare ask for too much wild pig meat from Shin Miaoqing. He only hoped to get a little. While speaking, Old, who was very careful and watched Shin Miaoqing's face for her reaction. The others also agreed that this was fair and wouldn't ask Shin Miao for too much wild pig meat. After Old, who finished speaking, everyone waited for Shin Miaoqing's response. Shin Miaoqing kept gently touching the heads of the 3 children beside her. Since they had water, Shin Miaoqing had been very careful about their hygiene and cleanliness. Especially little Fu, who had been washed by Shin Miaoqing herself. His hair, once dry and rough, was now soft and smooth. While stroking the children's heads, Shin Miaoqing thought about what these people had said. Actually, Shin Miaoqing was quite surprised. She didn't expect these people to be willing to accept so little wild pig meat that was rare and precious. After all, for people who had been hungry and tired for a long time, they should understand how valuable this wild pig meat was. Before she returned, Shin Miaoqing had also thought about how to divide the wild pig meat. In her opinion, if these people were truly greedy and wanted both pigs to be evenly divided, she definitely wouldn't let them have their way. But if these people weren't greedy and just asked for a fair share, she was willing to give a bit more. It was like an investment for the future, gathering people's hearts and making them willing to work for her. No business wants to grow big without cooperation from the people below. That way, everyone can benefit and be happy. Shin Miaoqing smiled warmly and kindly. "Since you all helped hunt this wild pig, I plan to let you share the whole pig yourselves." The previously anxious crowd was stunned when they heard her words. They didn't expect Shin Miaoqing to be so generous, giving them an entire wild boar to share. Is this really true? Someone still doubted they heard correctly. Of course, it's true, Shin Miaoqing confirmed again. Besides this wild boar, Shin Miaoqing could also get a separate one for herself. This whole wild boar was enough for their small group to eat for a long time. Taking only 1 boar left her with the trouble of dealing with the other, and earned their gratitude. In fact, as Shin Miaoqing expected, at first, they didn't have high expectations. Now that they knew they could share 1 wild boar, they were very happy and grateful to Shin Miaoqing. Shin Miaoqing also felt she had enough food and didn't see the need to worry about the other boar. After all, the families fleeing with her had children and elderly to care for, and she couldn't let them be completely helpless. But Shin Miaoqing wouldn't be overly kind. She would only be generous if her own interests were protected. If she really insisted, one wild boar didn't really concern these people. The other wild boar was only killed because Shun Miaoqing struck a vital spot with her knife. Her contribution was the biggest. Thank you, Miss Shin. Thank you so much. Miss Shin, you're so kind. Mom, we have pork to eat now. Miss Shun is a good person. She's willing to share the pork with us. Some people excitedly shared the good news with their families, all very happy with the wild boar meat. Tang Pingjiang also felt very pleased. Indeed, she was someone he admired, very generous. Amid this happiness, there were still some quiet, unusual voices, but they were too soft to attract much attention. What's so generous about this? She took one wild boar for herself. Such a big boar, and their family only has a few people. They can't possibly finish it all, and they should share more. Exactly, just a girl. How can she be so generous? This wild boar should be divided among everyone. A girl can't finish such a big boar, it's a waste. An old man, smoking grass, muttered quietly in criticism. Zhao Datong was initially happy when everyone shared a wild boar, but then he saw his family, looking dissatisfied and ungrateful. Don't say that. I almost lost my life to that wild boar, but Miss Shun saved me. Now, Miss Shun is willing to share the pork, which is a kind gesture. Zhao Datong tried to speak kindly about Shun Miaoqing until they learned she had saved him. Only then did his wife and mother stop criticizing her. Your father only said a few words. He didn't do anything serious. Why are you so upset? I'm just telling the truth. Old Zhao didn't want to lose face, so he kept a stern expression and spoke with a darker face. Dad, Enough. Do you want to teach your father how to do things? Old Zhao interrupted him directly. Zhao Datong gave up, knowing his father was stubborn. The more he argued, the angrier his father got. Luckily, no one else was nearby to hear their words, or they might have been looked down upon. Zhao Datong secretly felt grateful. Actually, no one paid much attention to them. When Shun Miaoqing said she wouldn't travel in the afternoon and would stay to deal with the wild boar, everyone became even more excited. Old and young, men and women, all happily talked about how much meat each family could get. Without the need to rush and with meat to eat, everyone was naturally very excited. Shun Miaoqing also brought her 3 children to the 2 wild boars. Everyone let Shun Miaoqing choose a wild boar first. She didn't hesitate and started choosing right away. After careful inspection, she found that the 2 wild boars were quite similar, so Shun Miaoqing thought of her 3 children nearby. Which one do you like? I'll let you pick. Shun Miaoqing smiled warmly, looking at the 3 curious children. Although Shun Chaoqian was interested in such a big wild boar, he didn't want to choose. Like Shun Miaoqing, he thought both were about the same. So, Shun Chaoqian looked at his silly younger brother, who was excited and eager, planning to pick the same one. Little Fu, following Shun Chaoqian, looked at each wild boar with bright, moist eyes, glancing at one then the other. Shun Chaodu tentatively moved closer to look and asked, Little Sister Fu, which one do you like? I don't know. Little Fu truly didn't know which one to choose. I think this one is better. Let's pick this one, okay? Shun Chaodu pointed to the wild boar he liked more. Shun Chao nodded. Little Fu also nodded, agreeing with him because neither of them knew which one to pick. Besides them, other children watching could only envy that they could personally choose an entire wild boar. They also wished to have such a brave sister, especially the boys around Shun Chaowen's age, who thought choosing a wild boar was very impressive. Shun Chaowen didn't mind the envious looks, but Shun Chaodu felt happy and proud to see those looks directed at him because he had a sister everyone admired. Shun Miaoqing didn't pay much attention to these children's conversations. After Shun Chaodu chose the wild boar, she decided to take that one. Although she brought a few children to choose the wild boar, she made her decision quickly. The wild boar Shun Chaowen picked was also the one she had personally killed. When others saw that Shun Miaoqing had finished choosing, they eagerly offered to help move the wild boar to the place she wanted. Shun Miaoqing didn't refuse and asked them to move the wild boar near the open space close to the ox cart. This made it easier for her to handle the wild boar later. As for the other wild boar, Shun Miaoqing didn't care much about its allocation. She trusted that Hu Laosan and Fang Xingwen would handle it well. After leaving the wild boar selection area, the 3 children followed her to another place. Meanwhile, Lin Yang and Shindali, who had just placed their baskets, were surprised when they learned that they had a whole wild boar. They couldn't believe it. When Shindali and Lin Yang saw the fat wild boar with their own eyes, they finally believed it was real. Their daughter really had this skill. Lin Yang and Shindali couldn't help but pull Shin Miaoqing aside and asked, "Qing'er, is this really the wild boar you caught?" At the same time, Shin Miaoqing understood what they were confused and worried about. Regarding Shin Miaoqing's abilities, Shin Dalong and Lin Yang hadn't known much detail before. But seeing Shin Miaoqing kill 2 wild boars easily, they couldn't help but feel amazed.
You.
Mom and Dad, I don't know why, maybe I suddenly had a realization, and my abilities just got stronger. Perhaps it's because of good luck or divine blessing. Shin Miaoqing didn't explain too much, but her vague words made Shin Dalong and Lin Yang believe that their daughter had a lucky opportunity, which gave her such powers. They didn't doubt anything else because they truly believed in the existence of heaven. Just like the old Taoist once said that their daughter was missing a soul, which caused her to change so much. Now she had recovered and gained new abilities, which they believed was divine blessing. They also remembered how she had previously healed Shindalong's leg, which made them even more convinced. Then, will this cause any bad consequences? Lin Yang couldn't help but worry. No, I am fine. I haven't had any problems, Shin Miaoqing continued to reassure them. This eased Shin Dalong and Lin Yang's worries. Next, to make them stop overthinking, Shin Miaoqing quickly said, "Let's process the wild boar meat quickly, or it will spoil if we wait too long." Hearing this, they refocused on the 200-pound wild boar meat. "You're right, we should deal with it soon." They then hurriedly went to the ox cart to get tools. Although Shin Miaoqing said she wanted them to help process the meat, most of the work was actually done by her. She had experience handling wild boars before, so she was quite skilled now. She easily handled bleeding, singeing, scraping, opening the belly, and dividing the meat. Shin Dalong and Lin Yang mostly helped by fetching water and assisting. As for the 3 children, Xiao Fu was a bit scared by the bloody scene, but Shin Chao too watched with interest. Seeing Xiao Fu frightened, Shin Chao too took Xiao Fu to play nearby, leaving Shin Chao too alone to watch. Shin Miaoqing, Shin Dalao, and Lin Yang worked quickly to process a wild boar, and their speed was not much slower than others who were handling wild boar meat nearby. After all, those people had more experience and more helpers, but they also had to deal with distribution issues. Additionally, they were less skilled, so their work was slower. "Qing'er, why are you still keeping the pig's blood?" Lin Yang looked at the bright red pig blood in the basin, feeling a bit uneasy. She didn't understand why her daughter wanted to keep the blood. Shin Miaoqing was surprised by the question. Did these people not know that pig's blood can be eaten? Shin Miaoqing looked over at the others processing the pig meat. They hadn't kept the blood. Instead, there was a large pool of blood spilled on the ground. "It's edible," Shin Miaoqing answered Lin Yang's question first. "We're not short of water now, so there's no need to keep this blood," Lin Yang said, swallowing hard. She still couldn't understand. Hearing Lin Yang's words, Shin Miaoqing realized why these people thought pig's blood couldn't be eaten. She had added salt to the blood from the start, and after a while it would solidify. In fact, if the pig's blood wasn't handled properly, it would have a strong, unpleasant smell, which was why many people didn't want to eat it. But Shin Miaoqing believed that if it was cleaned well and prepared with the right technique, it could taste quite good. Seeing Lin Yang's doubtful and confused expression, Shin Miaoqing knew that even if she said it was delicious, they probably wouldn't believe her. "Once I finish, you'll see." Shin Miaoqing decided to wait until everything was ready before asking for their opinion. Besides the pig's blood, there was other pork, which they preserved in salt, smoked part of it, and dried some to make dried pork, just like usual. While Shin Miaoqing was busy working, she didn't notice someone suddenly running toward them. "Miss Shin," hearing this call, Shin Miaoqing looked up to see who was calling her. It was Tang Pingjiang, a person who had always admired Shin Miaoqing. Although Tang Pingjiang admired her and praised her highly, he hadn't actually interacted much with Shin Miaoqing. So Tang Pingjiang rarely had the chance to meet someone he admired. He was a little nervous and excited, constantly looking at Shen Miaoqing. However, his gaze was not aggressive. It was full of praise and admiration, which didn't feel offensive or uncomfortable. What's wrong? Shen Miaoqing also looked at the excited young man, pausing her actions for a moment. Tang Pingjiang wanted to scratch his head to ease his excitement, but he still held something in his hand, so he gave up. I just came to give you wild boar meat. Tang Pingjiang stammered a little when speaking. Shen Miaoqing thought he was really nervous and didn't pay much attention, asking, "Why are you giving me wild boar meat?" She looked at the large piece of wild boar leg meat in his hand, feeling a bit puzzled. "It's because you put in a lot of effort for this wild boar, and that's how we got to have this meat to eat. Although you were willing to leave a whole wild boar for us, after discussing, we decided to give you another piece." Maybe because he said a few more words, Tang Pingjiang was less nervous now. He handed the wild boar meat over to Shen Miaoqing. Shen Miaoqing looked at the meat, and then turned her gaze toward the group still dividing the pork. They were quietly watching where Tang Pingjiang was giving the meat. When she looked at them, many of them smiled awkwardly. That piece of wild boar leg was the best part of the pig, and it was quite a large portion, showing that these people truly wanted to give it. Shen Miaoqing thought for a moment. Before she could decide whether to accept it, Tang Pingjiang quickly pushed the meat into her hands, saying, "Miss Shen, please take it. It's everyone's kind intention." Tang Pingjiang smiled honestly, looking at the person he admired. Not only was he talented, but he also looked very handsome. In this world, it's probably hard to find someone as excellent as Miss Shen. After giving the wild boar leg to Shen Miaoqing, Tang Pingjiang didn't stay long. As he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he turned back and said to Shen Miaoqing, "By the way, Miss Shen, my name is Tang Pingjiang. I really admire your abilities." After saying this, Tang Pingjiang quickly left with a light step, his back showing a bit of shyness. Shen Miaoqing looked at the wild boar meat in her hand and the running figure, and she found it a little funny. However, she didn't pay much attention to it. Since the wild boar leg meat was now in her hands, she decided to accept it without overthinking. She continued to handle the wild boar meat. Although Shen Miaoqing was quick, it was a whole wild boar, so it took quite some time. After she finished processing the meat, she decided to prepare dinner for the night. For several days, Lin Yang had been cooking, so when they learned that Shen Miaoqing would cook today, the three children couldn't help but feel excited. Even Shen Dalong and Lin Yang were full of anticipation because Shen Miaoqing's cooking skills really made them eager to taste her dishes. While Shen Miaoqing was cooking, Shen Dalong and Lin Yang helped out nearby or continued to deal with the wild boar meat. Only the youngest children were the most relaxed. Shen Chaotu initially watched Shen Miaoqing work with enthusiasm, but as time went on, he couldn't help but get distracted and do other things. At first, only the three of them played around together. But soon many children couldn't resist coming closer, wanting to join in the fun. At the same time, these children praised their sister and expressed envy for having such a good sister. Talking about Shen Miaoqing quickly brought the children together to play. Especially Shen Chaodu, who was good at socializing, soon led everyone in playing, even showing signs of becoming the leader among the kids. Seeing his sister cooking, Shen Chaodu couldn't help but praise, "Listen, everyone. My sister not only can hunt wild boars, but she also cooks really delicious food, and it smells so good." Next to Shen Chaotu, Shen Chaowen and Little Fu nodded in agreement after hearing this. How delicious is it exactly? Mao couldn't imagine what that was like and became curious. The others shared similar thoughts. They often couldn't even dream of eating enough, so they didn't really know what especially delicious meant. But this time they might get to eat some wild boar meat, which should be something really tasty. Thinking about this, someone couldn't help but share their thoughts. "It's really delicious. It must be wild boar meat. My mother says meat is the best food. I think so too." "Chow too, do you agree?" No. "My older sister can make wild vegetables taste great. Whatever she cooks is always very tasty." Shen Chao too believes Shen Miaoqing is not only good at cooking meat but also excels at other dishes. "My sister can cook many different foods, meat pies, buns, steamed bread, wild greens, rabbit meat, fish. All very delicious. Chow Tu kept talking about the tasty foods his sister made, eager to share her skills with everyone. The others listening couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. I wish I could try some too. I haven't had many of the things you mentioned, Mao said, swallowing nervously with envy. But my mother said we shouldn't ask others for food. Everyone is having a hard time, and food is scarce. I believe tonight we will also have some meat at home, he added happily, smiling foolishly. Hearing this, Shen Chao too also fell into thought. When he was at home with his grandparents, he had never tasted such good food. All of this was brought by his sister. Thinking of that, Shen Chao too felt grateful to her. Meanwhile, Shen Miaoqing didn't know what the children were talking about. She was focused on preparing her meal. There was so much wild boar meat that she decided not to cook the rabbit tonight, mainly focusing on the wild boar. Cleaning wild boar meat is very important to remove the smell, or it won't taste good. Also, wild boar meat tends to be a bit tough, so slow cooking until it's soft makes it taste better. She especially wanted to properly prepare the pig's blood so they could try it. Later, she planned to tell others that pig's blood can be cooked and eaten, so it wouldn't go to waste. She didn't realize that these people didn't know wild boar meat was edible and was being wasted. If she had known, she might have advised them differently. By the time she realized it, it was already too late, so Shen Miaoqing decided to wait until the pig blood was prepared before telling others. She also planned to process all the pig blood and not carry it with her while traveling, as it was unnecessary, had a strong smell, and took up space. The leftover pig blood could be shared with others to eat. As for the ribs, Shen Miaoqing also intended to cook them, along with braised pig trotters, which she especially liked because they are tender and tasty. Pig trotters are rich in collagen, which is good for the skin and joints. After deciding what to make, Shen Miaoqing started cooking. Since pig trotters need the longest cooking time, her first step was to prepare and set them aside to stew later. She burned off the hair on the pig trotters with fire, soaked them in warm water, and then scraped them clean. Next, she cut the trotters open, blanched them, washed them thoroughly, then stir-fried with sugar and added cooking wine, light soy sauce, and dark soy sauce, stirring evenly. Afterward, she removed them and placed them in a clay pot with water to stew. When adding seasonings, Shen Miaoqing would first ask Lin Yang to leave the room, then secretly add the ingredients. Once the pig trotters were prepared, she also made a corn and rib soup. Earlier, she also prepared sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried meat slices, braised pork, boiled meat slices, and stir-fried 2 wild vegetables, making a meal of 8 dishes and 1 soup. After finishing all this, Shen Miaoqing began preparing the large bowl of wild boar blood. While she was busy cooking, she didn't realize that her delicious aroma had already attracted a crowd. Those who had never seen Shen Miaoqing cook couldn't help but breathe in the fragrant air, which made their mouths water. Everyone was curious about how Shen Girl managed to make such delicious-smelling food. It was simply too tempting. When the children playing with Shen Chaoqian smelled the aroma, they finally understood what Shen Chaoqian meant when he said it was especially fragrant. He wasn't joking, it really was very fragrant. Shen Miaoqing didn't notice others' expressions and focused on handling the wild boar blood. She scooped up the solidified pig blood, sliced it, and then blanched it in a large pot of water, adding some salt during the process. After the water boils, skim off the foam, then wait about 2 more minutes before removing the pig blood. Rinse it with cold water and set it aside. In a large pot, add chopped green onions, ginger and garlic, and stir-fry until fragrant. If there is soybean paste available, add it as well. Add a little soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, chicken essence, and other seasonings. Pour in half a bowl of water, then add the pig blood and cook until it absorbs the flavors. Since there is no chives available, they were not added, so this step was skipped. Despite that, the finished pig blood still has a fresh, tasty smell that makes people want to eat. At first, Lin Yang saw Shen Miaoqing put the pig blood into the pot to blanch, but soon Shen Miaoqing asked her to go watch the pork hock stew and corn and rib soup instead. So Lin Yang didn't see the cooking process. When she looked back, she saw that the pig blood had turned into a large, fragrant dish. After stir-frying the pig blood, which was the last dish, Shin Miaoqing only served one plate. The remaining pig blood was left in the big pot because there was too much to serve easily. "Mom, try this pig blood and see how it tastes," Shin Miaoqing said warmly, bringing the pig blood to Lin Yang's side for her to taste. Although Lin Yang was initially put off by the strong smell of the pig blood, seeing Shin Miaoqing serve it made her change her mind. This pig blood looks appetizing, and she could tell her daughter genuinely wanted her to try it. Lin Yang didn't refuse and carefully took a piece with her chopsticks. Thanks to her carefulness, the tender pig blood didn't fall apart and was picked up steadily. She brought the piece close to her mouth, blowing gently to cool it before eating. Shin Miaoqing waited patiently for her to try. She wasn't sure if Lin Yang would get used to the taste. She thought it was good, but others might not be accustomed to it. Maybe the people here don't usually eat pig blood, or there could be other reasons. Perhaps they simply don't like it. If that's the case, Shin Miaoqing thought, her big pot of pig blood might not be suitable to share with everyone. While Shin Miaoqing's thoughts were swirling, Lin Yang soon put the pig blood into her mouth. Fortunately, Lin Yang was patient, and the pig blood had cooled enough to be eaten without burning her mouth. The pig blood was soft and smooth, and when chewed, it felt elastic. Because Shin Miaoqing added flavorful ingredients, the taste of the pig meat combined with the rich spices created a unique flavor, which was very delicious. Lin Yang tried a bite and was truly amazed. She didn't expect that bloody pig blood could be made so tasty. "How does it taste? Are you used to eating it, mother?" Shin Miaoqing asked after seeing Lin Yang swallow a whole piece of pig blood. However, she also judged from Lin Yang's expression that the wild pig blood probably suited her taste. Sure enough, Lin Yang praised the pig blood enthusiastically. "This taste is really wonderful, Qing'er. You are so talented to make pig blood so delicious." Hearing this, Shin Miaoqing felt relieved. They just didn't know how to eat it before, not that they couldn't. "As long as it tastes good," Shin Miaoqing said with a smile. She also enjoyed hearing her food praised. After letting Lin Yang try the pig blood, Shin Miaoqing looked at the other dishes. Once all the dishes were ready, she had prepared quite a lot. She couldn't stop herself from serving many dishes at once. There might be too much to finish, but she didn't mind eating what she made. She didn't overthink it. When all the dishes were cooked, the pig trotter stew and the corn rib soup were also ready. Shin Miaoqing didn't steam rice, but had some flatbreads that could be reheated and eaten as the main food. A large pile of delicious-smelling dishes sat invitingly, and everyone watching from the side couldn't help but feel envious. Their boiled wild pig meat, in comparison, seemed much less fragrant. Especially the children who had just played with Shin Miaoqing and the others, they all stared eagerly at their departing figures after hearing they were going to eat. As they watched them walk toward the feast, they couldn't help but swallow hard and inhale the tempting aroma. Shin Miaoqing, when she told Shin Chaotu and the others to come back, naturally noticed the expressions on the faces of the other children. After thinking for a moment, Shin Miaoqing decided to go find Hu Laosen and Fang Xingwen and their group. Hu Laosen and Fang Xingwen were quite surprised to see Shin Miaoqing suddenly approaching them. Neither of them expected her to come looking for them. "Miss Shun, hello. What's the matter?" Hu Laosen asked first. Fang Xingwen also looked at Shin Miaoqing. When Tang Pingjiang saw Shin Miaoqing coming over, he was the first to step forward. "Miss Shin," Shin Miaoqing smiled and nodded in response. Then she quickly explained her purpose for coming. "I just cooked a lot of wild boar blood. If you're interested, you can try some. I think it tastes pretty good, but I don't know if you're used to eating it." Wild boar blood? Fang Xingwen was the first to widen his eyes, doubting if he heard correctly. Hu Laosen also looked puzzled. They had just slaughtered pigs earlier and didn't think about keeping the blood. They didn't realize pig blood could be eaten. "Yes, wild boar blood is edible. You can try it first and decide. If you don't like it, that's okay." Shin Miaoqing remained friendly and gave them the choice. "I'll try it first." Tang Pingjiang was the first to raise his hand, eager to taste Shin Miaoqing's wild boar blood. He trusted Shin Miaoqing completely. He had just smelled a strong, fragrant aroma. Tang Pingjiang thought, with such a strong smell, whatever it was, it must be delicious. "All right, then you need to bring something to hold it," Shin Miaoqing said, shifting her gaze to Tang Pingjiang. Tang Pingjiang's enthusiasm made Shen Miaoqing's impression of him even better. Okay. Tang Pingjiang quickly ran back to his resting place. He took a wooden bowl from his basket and followed Shen Miaoqing toward the ox cart. When the others saw Tang Pingjiang leave, they couldn't help but become curious and followed. A few steps later, Shen Miaoqing and Tang Pingjiang reached the pot where she had just cooked. The smell is so good. Tang Pingjiang looked at the contents in the iron pot and couldn't believe how strong the smell of wild pig blood was, yet it had turned into something quite different. Shen Miaoqing scooped some of the wild pig blood into a bowl and handed it to Tang Pingjiang. Try the taste first and see if you can accept it. If it's okay, I'll give you more. Without hesitation, Tang Pingjiang took the wooden bowl and used chopsticks to pick up a piece of pig blood. However, unlike Lin Yang, who was careful, Tang Pingjiang was too forceful and broke the piece of pig blood immediately. He smiled awkwardly and then carefully picked up another piece of pig blood, managing to grasp it successfully this time. He blew on the piece of pig blood in his mouth, but before long, he couldn't resist and hurriedly put it in his mouth. The hot pig blood burned his mouth, making him gasp desperately, but he refused to spit out the delicious taste. He kept the pig blood in his mouth for a while until it cooled down a bit, then chewed it a few times and swallowed it. Before Shen Miaoqing could ask how it tasted, Tang Pingjiang grabbed another piece, blew on it again, and handed his bowl to Shen Miaoqing. Seeing how eager he was, Shen Miaoqing knew there was no need to ask and simply took the bowl, filling it with more wild pig blood. As soon as Shen Miaoqing finished, Tang Pingjiang had already eaten the pig blood in his mouth. Delicious. It's so good. How can there be something this tasty? It's even better than meat. It was much tastier than his own homemade boiled pork. Next, Tang Pingjiang took the bowl handed to him by Shen Miaoqing again. Thank you, Miss Shen. You're so kind. Tang Pingjiang felt he hadn't been mistaken about her. Meanwhile, the others watching nearby immediately brightened their eyes and said they wanted to try some too. Soon, everyone ran to get bowls and chopsticks. Seeing this, Shen Miaoqing took an extra large bowl, filled it, and then said to Tang Pingjiang, I'll leave this to you. Can you serve them? Of course, I can. Tang Pingjiang eagerly accepted the task. Shen Miaoqing nodded, thanked him, and then walked away, feeling it was a bit troublesome to serve so many people. She thought it was better to leave such things to them. There's no need to do everything herself. As for the details of how to divide the food, that was his own matter. Anyway, it wasn't a big deal, and Shen Miaoqing didn't care much. Tang Pingjiang saw Shen Miaoqing's arrangement as a sign of her trust in him. He was happy to do his best. He quickly asked his younger brother to bring back the bowl of wild boar blood he was holding and warned him, be sure to wait until I get back, so we can eat together. No sneaking any. Tang Pingshui nodded, but what he did afterward was another story. Tang Pingjiang didn't want to bother too much. The people with bowls and chopsticks had already returned. Line up, line up. I'm here on behalf of Miss Shen to distribute this pig blood. I'll serve a little for each of you first, so you can try the taste. If you're not used to it, don't take more, no wasting. Although Tang Pingjiang thought the tender, tasty pig blood probably wouldn't be disliked by anyone, he still wanted to be cautious. If these people didn't want it, he figured he could take the whole pot back to eat himself. Just thinking about it made him feel pretty good. But in reality, his idea was doomed to fail. Everyone who tasted the pig blood clapped and cheered, each holding their bowls and lining up to get more of this delicious food. Tang Pingjiang secretly disliked the people. Just now, they doubted whether they could eat it, and now they were eager to get more. If others knew about Tang Pingjiang's thoughts, they would definitely argue. They didn't realize how good the pig blood tasted earlier. If they had known, they wouldn't have doubted it. They would have been the first to rush forward, holding their bowls. Only one person per family, and the same amount for everyone, Tang Pingjiang announced. Otherwise, with over 60 people, he wondered if he would still have enough to eat. Moreover, although the big iron pot held a lot of pig blood, it still wasn't enough for everyone to have a bowl. So, he gave each household about half a bowl. Most importantly, everyone's bowls weren't small, and being able to get this much was already good. They could take some home as an extra dish. Of course, Tang Pingjiang's own bowl was the same size, but he had a full bowl himself. Thinking about this, Tang Pingjiang felt a bit happier. The others naturally knew that Tang Pingjiang had received a slightly larger portion at the start. They didn't mind, after all, who wouldn't want to be the first to try something new? Meanwhile, after Shen Miaoqing took away a large bowl of wild boar blood, she grabbed another bowl, selected several dishes from the 9, and filled the bowl. She also took 2 pancakes. Eat first, I'll go deliver some food and come back soon. Before leaving, Shen Miaoqing told her family to start eating, but no one moved their chopsticks. They all chose to wait for her to return and eat together. Shen Miaoqing hurriedly left, and Shen Daliang and Lin Yang didn't have time to ask who she was delivering food to. Besides bringing food, Shen Miaoqing also took some medicine. She was looking specifically for Li Daren and Li Zhongho. Shen Miaoqing remembered that these two were the first to run back and approach the wild boar's enraged face, which even drew the boar's attention to them. They were injured because of this, which also indirectly caused others to come over. Because of this, Shen Miaoqing quickly found a good chance to deal with the wild boar. Initially, she had planned to go back and treat Li Zhongho, but as soon as she returned, she was surrounded and heard everyone chattering about the wild boar. For a moment, Shen Miaoqing forgot about this. It was only when she remembered the wild boar blood she had given to others that she hurried over to check on their condition. After all, they were villagers who had come with her to escape hardship, so Shen Miaoqing still had influence over them. She also thought that people like them could be good allies. So, when Shen Miaoqing arrived beside the two of them, she said sincerely, "I'm really sorry. I should have come to check on your injuries right away. I was busy just now and forgot." Li Zhongho quickly waved his hand. "It's okay, it's not a big problem. Yes, the situation isn't too bad. Otherwise, I'd have to go find Miss Shen," Li Daren added. In fact, as they said, after returning, Li Zhongho mostly had superficial injuries, scrapes on his arm, and some blood from his chest. Resting there helped him recover quite a bit. Because of this, when Shen Miaoqing returned and was busy with others, they didn't bother her. At this moment, seeing Shen Miaoqing come so quickly, the two of them were a bit surprised. Li Daren and Li Zhongho's location was not far from Shen Miaoqing's side. They could smell and see that she was cooking food, and the aroma was very tempting. However, Shen Miaoqing hadn't eaten yet and suddenly came over, as if she just remembered and immediately came to find them. Her quick action surprised them a little. Seeing that their expressions didn't seem fake and that she didn't mind the matter, Shen Miaoqing didn't say much. She handed over 2 bowls of food and 2 pancakes. When Li Daren and Li Zhongho saw the generous amount of meat and vegetables in the bowls, along with 2 pancakes and a portion of pig's blood, they couldn't help but stare in shock. "This is too much. Miss Shen, you should take it back home to eat," they said, refusing politely. "We've also received quite a bit of meat, so we really can't accept any more of Miss Shen's food," they insisted, not just pretending to refuse. They genuinely had no intention of accepting what Shen Miaoqing offered, even though the food smelled delicious and was very tempting. They knew this was good stuff, so they couldn't accept it. They hadn't helped much before, so they didn't deserve such good food, especially since Shen Miaoqing had helped them earlier. Shen Miaoqing didn't care about their refusals. She put the food she was holding aside and said, "Just take it. I can afford to give you this much." Moreover, she had prepared a lot of food today. Even if she shared a portion with these two, her family's small group still couldn't finish so much food. Hearing her, the two still didn't agree and continued to persuade her, "Miss Shen, we know you're not short of things, but you could keep some for later." "Sure, don't speak. I need to check his health now," Shen Miaoqing said with a gesture to silence them. Li Daren and Li Zhongho immediately shut their mouths, not daring to speak, afraid of disturbing Shen Miaoqing. Seeing her serious and focused expression, they felt nervous, wondering if something serious had happened. Shen Miaoqing, who was acting very serious, was actually recalling the knowledge she had learned from medical books in her mind. Her brain was working quickly. "Does it hurt here?" she asked, pointing to the chest of Li Zhongyong. "It hurts a little," Li Zhongho honestly replied, being straightforward and not daring to say much. The same happened afterward. Whatever Shen Maoqing asked, he answered honestly. Shen Maoqing felt relieved inside. This person probably only has a minor injury, either internal or external. Fortunately, it's just an external injury. If it were internal, Shen Maoqing felt she might not be able to handle it, and she wouldn't perform surgery. Li Zhongho's injury was likely caused by an impact to the chest, leading to soft tissue bruising on the chest wall. This caused bleeding in the chest, along with pain and swelling. Shen Maoqing had learned all this from books, and the treatment was simple, applying anti-inflammatory and pain relief ointments, along with healing ointments like white medicine, directly on the wound. It wasn't difficult to treat, and Shen Maoqing had these ointments stored in her space as rewards. She had guessed this was the case beforehand, so she had squeezed out the ointments and placed them on paper. Just apply these 2 types of ointments to the wound, and come to see me daily to get more of this medicine, she said. Shen Maoqing couldn't easily take out the ointments or squeeze them all at once, so she used this method instead. She would squeeze some onto paper or cloth and give it to Li Zhongho for immediate use. Okay, Miss. What exactly is wrong with him? Li Darren couldn't help but ask, worried about his brother's condition. As long as he applies the ointment on time and rests, it shouldn't become a big problem, Shiheng said, not making any absolute promises. Afterward, she checked some minor injuries on Li Zhongho's arm. Then, she handed the ointment to Li Darren and warned, you need to apply it carefully, don't press too hard. Got it, I'll remember. Li Darren nodded repeatedly, trusting Siqing completely. However, when he saw the white ointment, he couldn't help but ask suspiciously, this ointment looks like this, and it's white. Shen Maoqing cleared her throat and then started talking nonsense seriously. Of course, it's because this medicine is very expensive and rare, so it's especially special. Besides me, most people don't have this ointment. Shen Maoqing said this to prevent the 2 from arguing and to hide the existence of the ointment. But Shen Maoqing didn't notice a problem. After she said this, Li Darren and Li Zhongho were even more shocked. No way. Such a rare treasure shouldn't be used on me. I should just take care of my health myself. I don't need such a good thing. Miss Shen, please take it back. Li Zhongho quickly refused, feeling he didn't deserve such a good item. Shen Maoqing coughed lightly a few times, as if she had gone too far, and the 2 men looked so frightened they didn't dare to speak anymore. But it's okay about this medicine. I happen to have quite a lot, and I also know how to prepare it. Just use it. If you leave it unused, it will spoil. Thanks to Shen Maoqing's persuasive words, she managed to convince the 2 to accept the medicine. After settling the matter of the ointment, Shen Maoqing didn't stay long. She needed to go back for dinner. Before leaving, she reminded them, and eat this meal while it's hot. Don't send it back to me. It's just right to help boost your health. After saying this, Shen Maoqing left directly, not wanting to hear any excuses. She said this mainly to prevent the 2 from actually sending the food back, which would be troublesome. When Li Darren and Li Zhongho heard her words, the 2 men couldn't help but feel their hearts soften again. They watched Shen Maoqing's back as she left, their eyes slightly moist with emotion. Their gazes were deep, full of feelings. It had been a long time since anyone had been so kind to them. Even their previous wives hadn't been as caring. Miss Shen gave them a feeling like that of a mother. Although thinking this way might not be very proper, since Miss Shen was just a young girl much younger than them. But at this moment, they simply couldn't help but have this thought. Shen Maoqing was just too kind. She helped them with medical advice for free, gave them precious medicine, and even prepared a meal for them, showing great care. As Shen Maoqing walked away, she felt a chill on her back, as if something was wrong. If she knew that her casual actions had caused Li Darren and Li Zhongho to treat her like a mother figure, she might be surprised. I am concerned that her meal might not be as good as feeding her hardworking cow. She is just a young girl and doesn't usually like to act as a mother to 2 grown men. When Shen Maoqing returned, she saw that everyone had not yet eaten and was waiting for her to join. Shen Maoqing was about to say something but thought better of it and stayed silent. After waiting for a while, she realized it wouldn't help to speak now. She had mentioned it before, but it was pointless. Her family still waited for her to eat together, but luckily, she hadn't been gone for long this time. The food was still warm and just right to eat. Let's eat now, Shen Miaoqing said, handing out flatbreads to Xiaofu and her two brothers. She also took a hot, freshly made flatbread for herself. Seeing Shen Miaoqing eating, Lady Lin and Shen Dalong also picked up their flatbreads and started eating. The dishes were plentiful and fragrant, making everyone who had been waiting a long time unable to resist digging in. The whole family hadn't eaten Shen Miaoqing's home-cooked meals for many days, and now they couldn't help but stuff food into their mouths. Opening the clay pot, they saw the golden, glossy, tender braised pig's feet, which looked very tempting. Shen Dalong took a bite and felt the meat was soft and melting in his mouth, delicious. He never expected wild boar's feet to taste this good. Next, Shen Dalong tried other dishes: boiled sliced pork, braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried meat slices, and wild vegetable stir-fry. All of them tasted amazing, so good, he couldn't stop eating. He especially liked the stir-fried meat slices, which were tender and had a strong garlic aroma and spicy flavor, absolutely irresistible. Except for Shen Miaoqing, who ate normally without much reaction, since she had cooked many meals herself and still had plenty of her own dishes in the space. Plus, many of the ingredients for these outside dishes weren't perfect, especially the corn and pork rib soup, which Shen Miaoqing made with corn kernels, but it didn't taste as good as she had hoped. However, Shen Miaoqing thought that the corn and pork rib soup, despite not being her favorite, was Lady Lin's favorite dish. Mrs. Lin really loved the sweet, fragrant taste of corn and ribs, fresh and not greasy, with tender meat that still had a bit of chew. It was just perfect and touched her heart. The three children also felt very happy inside because their older sister's cooking was so delicious. They kept eating one piece after another, stuffing their cheeks full, with their eyes shining brightly. Shen Miaoqing noticed this trend and reminded them several times to eat slowly so they wouldn't choke. Meanwhile, on the other side, the people who had received wild boar blood were happily sharing their vegetables as extra snacks. At first, their family didn't pay much attention to the pig blood they brought home until they tasted a bite and were amazed by the flavor. Even the freshly cooked boiled pork didn't seem as tasty anymore. They quickly reached for the wooden bowl filled with wild boar blood. The person who had just brought back the wild boar blood and hadn't started eating was worried, saying, "Dad, you should eat more meat. Today is a special day for meat. You're always telling me what to do," the old man replied, but he kept reaching for the bowl with the pig blood. He didn't expect that this food would taste so good, tender, smooth, and melt in your mouth. He used to think it was a meat, so he wondered what others found so surprising, and they all lined up eagerly. Now he realized he had been too naive. Seeing the two of them quickly grabbing the wild boar blood from the bowl, others also became curious and stopped eating meat for a moment to try a piece. Once they tasted it, they couldn't stop. In just a short while, the bowl was completely emptied. Even the broth and the meat pieces dipped in the clear soup were enjoyed. By the end, the bowl was clean, but everyone still felt they wanted more. Apart from their family, others experienced the same feeling. Fang Xingwen and Zhuo Daqiang each took a bowl. At first, Zhuo Daqiang was the one lining up to try the food. After tasting how good it was, he couldn't resist and went back to get more before he and Fang Xingwen could share. He kept eating one piece after another, so absorbed that he almost forgot about Fang Xingwen. It was only when Fang Xingwen suddenly appeared behind him and patted him on the shoulder that he realized and sheepishly scratched his head. Fang Xingwen looked at the wild boar blood in the bowl. This guy dared to eat alone. He really had gotten bolder. Although Fang Xingwen had not yet tried this flavor himself, he had observed others' reactions. He suspected that this thing must be very delicious to attract so many people eager to get some. But he didn't expect that this food could be so tasty that even Zhuo Daqiang almost forgot himself. Fang Xingwen quickly took the wild boar blood away from Zhuo Daqiang. "All right, you little rascal, you snuck some and the rest is mine. Fang, brother Fang, I only ate a few pieces." Zhuo Daqiang kept his eyes fixed on the bowl of wild boar blood. He was telling the truth. He did sneak some, but he couldn't resist. And he really only ate a few pieces. The thought that the whole bowl of wild boar blood was no longer his made Zhuo Daqiang anxious. In his hurry, his tongue got tied up even more when he spoke. But Fong Xingwen didn't indulge this kid. He picked up his bowl and walked away. Zhuo Daqiang followed behind, stammering, "Fong, brother Fong. I didn't mean to." But Fong Xingwen ignored him, looking impatient enough to want to slap his own forehead. Fong Xingwen leisurely returned to his resting spot and sat down. Then he gracefully took out his chopsticks, picked a piece of pig blood, blew on it, and after a while, slowly put it in his mouth. His relaxed manner made the impatient Zhuo Daqiang want to jump with frustration. Fong Xingwen was confident. This guy didn't dare compete with him for food. In fact, that was exactly how it was. Fong Xingwen had planned to keep eating slowly as a way to teach this big guy a lesson. But after trying a bite of the wild boar blood, he couldn't stop. The flavor was just too strange. It was incredibly delicious. No wonder Zhuo Daqiang, this big guy, dared to sneak some behind his back. Fong Xingwen kept eating several more pieces until the bowl was almost empty. Zhuo Daqiang was so anxious he couldn't hold back anymore and kept trying to snatch it away, but he restrained himself. Just then, Fong Xingwen finally stopped and said, "All right, I didn't really plan to keep it all to myself. Here, go ahead and eat." Although it was really tasty, Fong Xingwen had no intention of hoarding the food. The leftover portion was almost equally divided, one for him and one for Zhuo Daqiang. "Brother Fong, Fong Ge, you are so good." Fong Xingwen's action made Zhuo Daqiang's smile brighten even more. After taking the bowl, he quickly ate the remaining wild boar blood, afraid that Fong Xingwen might change his mind. Seeing this guy's guarded look, Fong Xingwen was about to fall silent. Really, is it necessary? Not trusting him at all. Although, after giving it away, he did feel a bit regretful. Honestly, he had never tasted such delicious food before. It was different from what he used to eat. No more boiled wild vegetables or boiled meat, which always had a fishy smell or no flavor at all, just a little salt. This wild boar blood didn't seem boiled in water. It felt special, with a rich aroma, a full texture, and no fishy smell at all. It was truly tempting. Miss Shun actually had this skill, able to make such tasty food. Besides those who were amazed by the taste of the wild boar blood, another group, Li Zhongho and Li Darren, began eating the food sent by Shen Miaoqing after applying medicine. They hadn't cooked themselves, and these 2 dishes and 2 pancakes were much better than what they usually ate. The portions were larger than their usual dinner. After hesitating for a moment, they decided to accept it. Miss Shen had emphasized several times not to return it. When they tasted the food, they were truly surprised. Like others, they couldn't help but enjoy it thoroughly. Sweet and tender sweet and sour ribs, spicy and tangy sliced meat, smooth wild boar blood, fresh and tasty greens, crispy pancakes. Every bite felt like opening a new phone. How could food be so delicious? They just couldn't stop eating, with no time to speak, only wanting to enjoy this wonderful taste. Those who knew Li Zhongho had health issues initially wanted to visit him. He was one of the few people who didn't have a strained relationship with Li Darren and Li Zhongho. But when he arrived, he saw Li Zhongho and Li Darren enjoying the fragrant food, looking completely immersed. Besides him, others also noticed how well Li Darren and Li Zhongho were doing. After learning that Li Zhongho was injured by a wild boar, Miss Shin came over to help with the treatment, bringing medicine and food. Everyone who had tasted Shen Miaoqing's wild boar blood couldn't help but feel envious. They thought, it would have been better to get hurt like that just to enjoy such good food. Those fragrant bowls of rice looked very delicious. Shen Miaoqing didn't realize that others shared this thought. After her family finished eating, there were still many dishes left. Shun Chaodu's stomach was so full that he reluctantly put down his chopsticks, his bright eyes still fixed on the remaining food. "You can't eat anymore. If you do, your little stomach won't be able to handle it," Shen Miaoqing advised, seeing his eager look. If he really ate that much, he would feel uncomfortable later. Hearing this, Shen Chaodu had no choice but to reluctantly look away. All right then, besides Shen Chaodu, Little Fu also put down his chopsticks. Afterward, the task of cleaning up the dishes was taken over by Shen Dalong and Lin Yang. Shen Miaoqing saw they were willing to help and didn't stop them. She only looked at the remaining food and fell into thought. Without proper insulation, these dishes might spoil quickly the next day. However, they could be kept fresh in a water bucket, but Shun Miaoqing thought that might not be necessary. They had just caught a wild boar which took up a lot of space, and they could eat well for some time. Moreover, Shun Miaoqing usually didn't have the habit of eating leftovers, as overnight food would change in flavor and texture, making it less tasty than before. Unless conditions were very tough, she didn't want to suffer herself. At that moment, Shun Miaoqing noticed the children playing with Shin Chaotu and the others. "What flavor were the dishes you just ate?" A curious little girl with 2 small braids asked Shin Chaotu and Little Fu. "Yeah, it smells so good. I just ate some meat too, but I still think the pig blood we had earlier was tastier," said a little boy, occasionally sniffling and wiping his nose. It was very delicious. Just especially tasty. Shin Chaotu wanted to find a good word to describe it, but he couldn't think of a suitable one. He just scratched his head and managed to say, "Uniquely delicious." Shun Miaoqing added, "Really tasty." Little Fu nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, very tasty." The children around them started to think deeply. What does it mean to be especially tasty and one of a kind? "Is it better than that pig's blood?" asked a curious little boy. Little Fu and the others nodded again. Before they could say more, Shin Miaoqing approached and said kindly, "Have you all eaten enough? Do you want a little more?" "There are some leftovers." She smiled gently, her tone softening because of the children. The other children looked happy when they heard her. They didn't expect Shin Miaoqing to offer them food. "Really? Thank you, sister. You're so kind, sister." They all started talking excitedly but with happy faces and smiles. "However, the amount of food isn't much, but it should be enough for you." The leftover dishes were just enough for the children. If they wanted to take some home to their families, it wouldn't be enough. But the children were sensible and understood how precious food was these days. They were happy to get a little. One slightly older child said, "Thank you, sister. Just a little taste is enough for us." They were very curious about the flavor because it smelled so good. Shin Miaoqing smiled when she heard this. She then went back to get the dishes from Lin Yang and explained the reason. Lin Yang didn't object and cooperated by putting the remaining food into 2 large plates, making it easier for Shin Miaoqing to carry. As for the corn and pork rib soup in the clay pot, there wasn't much left. Shin Miaoqing decided to just scoop out the few ribs and not take more. While Shin Miaoqing was fetching the dishes, the children wisely ran back to get wooden bowls to hold the food. Shin Chaotu was also happy to share with others because it meant they understood what he meant when he said it was especially delicious. He was already full and had no interest in the remaining dishes. Shin Chaoqian felt the same way. He thought that since this food was brought back by his older sister, she had the right to decide what to do with it. Shin Miaoqing took a little more time and then brought over the dishes. About a dozen well-behaved children lined up patiently, waiting for Shin Miaoqing to distribute the food. Shin Miaoqing liked well-behaved and smart children. As she handed out the food, she kindly chatted with them. She was good at talking and often praised each child, quickly making friends with the group. She knew how to find what each child cared about and sincerely complimented them, making the shy children feel happy and a little embarrassed. "You've done a great job with your braid. Did you do it yourself?" The little girl shyly nodded, and Shin Miaoqing praised again. "Your hands are so skillful." "That's wonderful." The little girl was a bit shy, because no one had ever praised her braid before. Shin Miaoqing liked praising these children because she genuinely enjoyed being around kids, and these children were well-behaved and smart. Also, she had a good relationship with them, which helped her 3 little pets fit in and play together. It's better for children to play with others their age. In fact, since they arrived, Shin Chaoqian, Shin Chaotu, and Little Fu had become closer to these children. Many people also got along well with the 3 because of Shin Miaoqing. There were about a dozen children, not many, and soon Shin Miaoqing finished distributing the food. Each child's bowl had some food, but the portions were small, just enough to taste. Some children couldn't resist and ate immediately after receiving their food, while others, more considerate, wanted to share with their families. Although it wasn't much, at least they got to have a bite. Everyone who tasted Shin Miaoqing's dishes couldn't help but praise them. They had never tasted such delicious food before. It turned out that not only was the wild boar blood tasty, but the other dishes were delicious too. Her cooking skills were truly exceptional. Shen Miaoqing didn't pay attention to how the other children ate their vegetables after receiving them. That wasn't her concern. Next, Shen Miaoqing, along with Lin Yang and Shen Daliang, carefully stored the remaining wild boar meat and wild vegetables. After everything was done, it wasn't long before the sky darkened. Shen Miaoqing laid out her mat and bedding, then closed her eyes to rest. However, as soon as she closed her eyes, she quietly entered her space. After all, she hadn't planted the new plants she found today. If all went well, planting these new species would unlock new rewards. Thinking of this, Shen Miaoqing felt very motivated and rolled up her sleeves to work hard. Most of the previous open area was already filled with her plants, so she needed to clear a new space. She picked up her hoe and started clearing the land, turning the soil and removing stones, creating a large new plot. She worked until she was sweaty and exhausted, then looked back and saw she had a big piece of land. Only then did she stop. She planted the new plants she brought back today. She found quite a few, 12 new species in total. If she hadn't suddenly encountered that wild boar, Shen Miaoqing thought she might have found even more. But she wasn't upset. She planned to go out again tomorrow to look for more plants. From her observations over this period, she was confident these people really didn't have any major problems, so she could relax a little and look for new plant types. After planting all 12 new species, Shen Miaoqing didn't rush to her wooden house to claim her reward. Instead, she casually transplanted some other wild vegetables to this area, including the cabbages, peppers, corn, wheat, and rice she had previously grown from space rewards. She expanded her planting area quite a bit. When she looked around, everything was lush and thriving, making her feel very accomplished. Many of the corns had already ripened, but she hadn't harvested them yet, planning to do so another day. Besides the corn, many vegetables were also mature, and she needed to figure out how to store them once harvested. At this moment, Shen Miaoqing thought about other novels' female protagonists with space systems. Most of them had built-in preservation functions. She really envied that, while she only had a big refrigerator. However, this feeling of envy was only temporary. After all, although others may have good things, she also has some advantages, like a martial arts secret manual and space rewards. Maybe soon she will unlock this feature too. After finishing everything on the ground, Shen Miaoqing no longer hesitated. She rubbed her freshly washed hands and headed toward the wooden hut. She skillfully touched the wooden stake and clicked on the screen that appeared. The text on the screen reappeared, showing that she successfully planted over 100 different plants. A new space reward was unlocked, allowing her to freely choose 54 items within 6 hours. The available items included a wooden basin, a hoe, a ceramic jar, a box of milk, a special self-defense weapon, red string, turkey noodles, spicy sauce, a koi fish blessing, limited to 3 hours, a rose, a hen, a doll, and more.